Chapter 1: The Super Rich Sign and System. Haicheng High-Speed Railway Station. Zhao Haotian got off the bus with his somewhat worn suitcase. Looking at the busy station, his heart was full of anticipation. As an orphan time traveler, it is not easy to survive to adulthood and get into a university on your own. I finally made it to college. Do you know how I've been living these past 20 years? Zhao Haotian couldn't help but burst into tears. He was the only one who understood the sadness he had felt along the way. Others start with an incredible background, are CEOs with beautiful women by their side, and have an invincible golden finger. On the other hand, he has no girlfriend, and the only female child in his rental house of less than 20 square meters is Xiaoqiang. Wow, life is so manly. Just when he was grieving alone, an exciting electronic sound rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 20 years of hardship and sweetness, and successfully activating the daily sign-in system for the rich. Hosts only need to sign in at designated locations every day to receive super rich rewards. Please rest assured, all rewards are from legitimate sources. This system will make the host feel relaxed and happy every day in the future, and enjoy a carefree life. Newbie gift packs are now available. Congratulations to the host for gaining the blessing of figure, appearance, physique, and endurance. Achieve the title, Ancient Kidney Body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an initial capital of 100,000 yuan. A Ducati V4 Superleggera motorcycle. Includes top-tier racing technology. Today's check-in location, Haicheng University. In an instant, he felt his whole body was wrapped in warmth, and his body seemed to have endless energy. A message popped up on the phone indicating that 100,000 yuan had arrived. This made him believe that he had truly awakened the system. It's really worth it that he left a message on every system. Yan Zuifei and others, are you not going to answer this? God is really blessing us. When I become the richest man, I will give everyone 1,000,000 yuan in pocket money. Zhao Haotian was so excited that he almost cried. From today on, his good days would come. He looked around. Where is the Ducati that the system mentioned? He had only seen this motorcycle on Douyin before. Haven't seen it in real life yet. The high price of 1.5 million once left him dumbfounded. It was simply the Lamborghini among motorcycles. At that time, he thought more than once that it would be great if someone could give him one. I didn't expect that the system would fulfill my wish today. Hackathon, you bastard. Excuse me, is this Mr. Zhao Haotian? After leaving the station, a middle-aged man in a suit with slicked-back hair came up to me and asked. Zhao Haotian nodded hesitantly. He thought for a moment and realized that he had never seen the person in front of him before. Excuse me, who are you? Seeing the confusion on his face, the middle-aged man hurriedly explained. Hello, Mr. Zhao. My name is Wang Can, and I'm the manager of Fengxing Car Dealership. You ordered a Ducati V4 Superleggera from us and asked us to deliver it to the station. Do you remember? Zhao Haotian suddenly realized that the car was here. He nodded happily and said, Oh, I remember now. Take me to see the car. Please follow me. Wang Can's face was full of smiles, but he was shocked in his heart because Zhao Haotian in front of him looked so young. There are very few people at this age who can afford a motorcycle of this price. Excuse me, I wonder how old Mr. Zhao is this year. Just turned 20, so I'm considered a college student. Zhao Haotian's words made his pupils shrink, and he felt more and more that this was a rich second generation who was not very outstanding. You must make friends with them. While talking, the two had already come to a wooden box not far away. With the removal of the wooden box, a motorcycle with a flaming red body was dazzling in the sun. Zhao Haotian fell in love with it at once because of its handsome appearance and flowing lines. Mr. Zhao, here are the keys. Please check if there is any problem with the car. Wang Can respectfully handed over a bunch of keys. Zhao Haotian checked it carefully, and after making sure there was no problem, he stepped into the car and inserted the key. Buzz buzz buzz. The waves of sound made Zhao Haotian feel extremely happy. Is this a top-level motorcycle? This sound is so nice. Coupled with the appearance and temperament enhanced by the system, a lot of people gathered around the motorcycle. Many girls took out their mobile phones to take pictures and secretly looked at Zhao Haotian, thinking of going up to him to ask for his contact information later. The boys are more concerned about the motorcycle itself. Someone took a photo and couldn't help but search it. The moment the price came out, he couldn't help but gasp and exclaimed. Hiss! 1.5 million. It's a limited edition worldwide. Damn, did I meet some young master? Master, please take a closer look at me. I am your long-lost butler. The man exclaimed. Many girls around looked at Zhao Haotian with strained eyes, puffed out their chests, and were eager to show off all their advantages. The boys could only sigh upon seeing this. The rich finally get married, and the poor witness it with their own eyes. Ignoring these beautiful women, Zhao Haotian only had motorcycles in his eyes at this moment. After getting on the motorcycle, he was eager to try it out and couldn't wait to have a thrilling ride on the road. Wang Can saw his expression, then looked at the suitcase beside him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He stepped forward and spoke eagerly. Mr. Zhao, why don't you try the car and I'll take your luggage over for you? Let's add a contact method. Just tell me the address on your phone. Zhao Haotian nodded after a little thought. After all, there was nothing important in his suitcase. He took out his cell phone, added Wang Can's WeChat, and then sent him the address of Yixianju University. Manager Wang, I'll be leaving first. Please excuse me for the luggage. Wang Can added the contact information, squinting his eyes and smiling happily, he bowed slightly and said. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao, I guarantee it will be delivered to you safely. Zhao Haotian put on his helmet and left with a roar, leaving the girls with regretful expressions. Hey, didn't that handsome guy just now say he was a student of Yixianju University? A girl said excitedly as if she remembered something. It seems so. Hey, I'm from Yixianju University, so I can get the upper hand. Damn it. I applied to the medical university next door. Can I still apply again? Some were surprised and some wailed. But no matter what happened here spread quickly through Douyin and the same city. Yixianju University new student reception office. A loli with a good figure wearing a JK skirt was boredly browsing Douyin, holding a lollipop in her mouth and shaking her calves gently. Even if she didn't speak, she attracted most people's attention. After all, she had a baby face like a little loli, who could resist looking at her? Sudden. She opened her eyes wide and stood up directly. The fruit in front of her trembled as if it was about to jump out at any time, making people want to reach out and help her hold it up. She exclaimed, shaking the arm of her best friend beside her vigorously. Schwer, look at this. What a handsome guy. More handsome than before. Jiang Shui looked helpless and rolled her eyes at her infatuated best friend. As the two beauties of the music department of Ocean University, she and Su Xiaoxiao have seen all kinds of handsome guys. Unless they are tall, rich and handsome, they are not interested in them. But she didn't refuse either. After all, as her best friend, she knows Su Xiaoxiao's vision very well. If he is a handsome guy, then he must have some good points. She glanced at the phone screen casually, but was attracted the next moment. The boy in the photo is sunny and handsome, riding a red Ducati. The sunlight seemed to have lost its luster around him. So handsome. She said it subconsciously. But when she met Su Xiaoxiao's half-smile, her face turned red instantly. She coughed dryly twice, pretended to drink water, glanced around, and explained stubbornly, that's it. Su Xiaoxiao chuckled and saw through it but didn't say anything. I just saved the photo silently and posted it on the school forum. Marked a sentence. This year's freshman campus hunk. Soon, this topic exploded because of this photo. Chapter 2, I lied to you about giving birth to a son, you're such a shameless swallow. Zhao Haotian rode his Ducati at full speed on the road, feeling the surrounding scenery passing by quickly. His adrenaline began to surge, and a huge sense of pleasure enveloped his heart. Swish! He flashed by like lightning, bringing up a gust of wind, and shouted loudly. Woohoo! A girl in a short skirt was walking on the road with her best friend. The bottom of her skirt was accidentally lifted up by the wind. They quickly pressed it down and let out a scream. After realizing that there was no one around, he glared resentfully in the direction where Zhao Haotian left. There was a rest stop in front of Zhao Haotian. After riding for half an hour, he decided to go there to buy a bottle of water and take a break. Inside the rest stop at this time, there was a group of people who stood out, led by a very unruly and beautiful girl. Her long burgundy hair was casually draped, and she wore a trendy jacket over a bra that exposed her belly button. The ultra-short jeans paired with black silk boots make her long legs look very eye-catching. There is a teardrop mole at the end of her fox eye, and when she blows out strawberry-flavored bubblegum, you can see a dimple hidden in her left cheek. But now, the girl's face was full of impatience. Behind her, there was a boy who looked 50% similar to her and was saying something earnestly. My dear sister, you really should enroll at Haicheng University. If you don't go to school, Mom and Dad will beat me to death if they find out. I was the one who got you into racing. You can't repay kindness with enmity. The boy had a bitter look on his face, and behind him was a group of people who were also trying to dissuade him. Judging from the clothes they were wearing, they seemed to be from the same club. The boy's name is Chu Yun, the young master of the wealthy Chu family. The girl in front of him was his sister, Chu Shingua, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Chu Shingua ignored Chu Yun's wailing and glanced at him impatiently. Go to school? Sure. Better than me. Chu Yun was suddenly speechless, and the people around him also fell silent. Although Chu Shingua was invited by them and had only been in the motorcycle industry for a short time, her talent in motorcycles was unparalleled. After just 1 year of joining, he can be compared with top professional players and even has a certain reputation in the racing circle. Seeing that Chu Yun didn't say anything, Chu Shingua smiled with satisfaction and was about to leave. At this moment, a roar came from outside the rest stop. The person who came was Zhao Haotian. Chu Shingua stopped walking away. She had just seen the speed at which Zhao Haotian drove the motorcycle. He was obviously a powerful character, which immediately piqued her interest. She jumped lightly to Zhao Haotian and wanted to have a competition with him. When she saw Zhao Haotian's face, there was a moment of surprise on her face. What a handsome man! Seeing his elder sister standing motionless in front of others, Chu Yun's face was very interesting. You have to know that his elder sister doesn't like any other men except those in her family. He always looks at me like I'm trash. The iron tree actually bloomed today? Think of this. Chu Yun immediately took out his cell phone, secretly took a photo and uploaded it to the family group, then ran over. When he saw Zhao Haotian, he was stunned and an idea came to his mind. It's really not his sister's fault, this guy is actually more handsome than him. Ahem. You guys, what's going on? Seeing a group of people coming up to him without saying anything, Zhao Haotian was not sure what they were going to do. Chu Shingua was the first to come back to her senses. She shook her head and spoke to Zhao Haotian. Handsome guy, you have pretty good skills, do you want to compete with me? As long as you win, you can ask for any conditions you want. Zhao Haotian was a little confused. Was he here to race with him? He took a closer look at the girl in front of him. She had a great figure, long legs, and a peachy bottom. The black stockings could completely crush him to death, making him eager to try something new. With the system, he vowed to give all girls a home. But he didn't agree immediately. These people don't look like ordinary people in terms of temperament. And how could he possibly propose any conditions he wanted? If I really mention it, she will be unhappy. He. In response, Zhao Haotian curled his lips. Sorry, not interested. Chu Shingua didn't seem to expect that she would be rejected. She stopped chewing bubblegum and opened her eyes slightly. Seeing his elder sister being humiliated, Chu Yun couldn't help but grin, but in the blink of an eye he received a murderous look. She looked at Zhao Haotian's back in front of the vending machine and became very interested in him. Over the years, every man who saw her was extremely submissive, but this was the first man who resisted her. The more you resist, the more excited she becomes. He. Chu Xingyue's eyes turned, and she immediately thought of a good idea. He hooked his finger at Chu Yun, motioning him to come over. Chu Yun looked confused, but still walked over obediently under the suppression of his sister's blood. Chu Xingyue pointed at Zhao Haotian's back. Have you seen him? If you can get him to agree to a fight with me. Whether I win or lose, I promise to enroll at Haicheng University. Hearing this, Chu Yun's eyes lit up. He looked at Zhao Haotian with shining eyes, but then quickly shook his head and looked at Chu Xingyue with a sneer. Sister, are you sure you mean what you said? I don't quite believe it, unless you swear that the Chu family will not lie to the Chu family. Chu Xingyue was so angry that she laughed. How could the credibility of her, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, be so low? But when she met Chu Yun's determined eyes and recalled the number of times she had tricked Chu Yun over the years, she touched her nose feeling a little guilty. Chu Xingyue glanced at Zhao Haotian who was about to leave and gritted her teeth. Reluctantly, he raised 3 fingers and said, Okay, I swear. I will keep my word this time. I will report to school regardless of whether I win or lose. That's enough. Seeing this, Chu Yun nodded with satisfaction. He rubbed his face, put on a smile, and trotted to Zhao Haotian. Hey, brother, let's make a deal. Zhao Haotian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Chu Yun with a shifty look, wondering if he had encountered some criminals. Don't you carry yourself behind others when doing business these days? I'm sorry, I'm a law-abiding citizen. No PY trading. He turned and left. Chu Yun's face changed and he quickly chased after him to stop him. Seeing this, Zhao Haotian's face also turned gloomy. You still want to force me to buy or sell? Be careful or I'll arrest you. As he spoke, Zhao Haotian picked up his phone and pretended to make a call. Chu Yun realized that this was a misunderstanding and immediately changed his words. No, brother, you misunderstood. I'm here to make a deal with you on behalf of my sister. Following his gaze, Zhao Haotian saw Chu Shingua who was daydreaming. Suddenly, he felt heartbroken and accused angrily. No, you're already taking jobs in broad daylight. Have you ever considered the girl's feelings? Ahem, contact me tonight. Zhao Haotian didn't expect that such a glamorous girl actually had such a shameful past. A gambling dad, a sick mom, a younger brother who goes to school, and a broken girl. If I don't save her myself, who will? Upon hearing this, Chu Yun covered Zhao Haotian's mouth with a look of horror and looked towards Chu Shingua cautiously. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that Chu Xingyue's expression didn't change. Brother, don't talk nonsense, it's not what you think. That's my sister. My real sister. The deal I'm talking about is you and my sister have a car race. Whether you win or lose, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. How about it? If you don't believe me, I can transfer the money right now. Zhao Haotian looked at him suspiciously, then looked at Chu Shingua on the other side. 100,000 yuan for a car race? Which prodigal son is this, coming out to ruin the family? Really? I don't believe it. Unless you tell me. Oh, I lied to you and gave birth to a son without an asshole. Zhao Haotian looked suspicious. Chu Yun's eyes lit up and he shook his hand very solemnly. Brother, if you can beat my sister. Don't even mention 100,000, even 200,000 is not a problem. And I can also guarantee that you will be my brother Chu Yun from now on. I will handle anything that happens to you in Haicheng. Chapter 3 I lost. Really? I'm not well educated, so don't try to fool me. Zhao Haotian glanced at Chu Yun, and seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he felt a little unsure. Is he really the stupid son of a landlord? No, let us transfer the money first to see our strength. He coughed twice, took out his mobile phone, and showed him the payment code. Everything you say before the transfer is just bragging. Let's go V100,000 first to see our strength. For the remaining 100,000, I'll pay you the balance after I outrun your sister. When Chu Yun saw that Zhao Haotian agreed, he immediately smiled and transferred 100,000 yuan without saying a word. This amount of money was not even his pocket money, but he didn't feel sorry at all. He never thought that he would be cheated of his money. After all, in Haicheng, the person who dared to cheat the Chu family of their money had not yet been born. Ding, 100,000 yuan has arrived in my WeChat account. Hearing the prompt, Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows and took a deep look at the grinning Chu Yun. My goodness, he is really the stupid son of a landlord. In that case, he would simply make some extra money. Zhao Haotian slowly walked towards Chu Shingua, looking at her leisurely expression, as if she never took him seriously. It's like a sudden interest. This suddenly gave him the idea of teaching this little girl a lesson. Chu Shingua, right? Okay, I agree to compete with you. How do you want to compete? Zhao Haotian asked with a chuckle. Chu Shingua folded her hands confidently, holding the heavy object and looking at him. It doesn't matter, I win in the end anyway. Zhao Haotian nodded. It seemed that this woman had extraordinary self-confidence. He looked at Chu Yun on the side and said, Then you set the rules. How can we compete? Chu Yun pinched his chin, thought for a while, and then clapped his hands. How about we set the destination as Haicheng University? Whoever arrives first wins. Brother, do you have any problems over there? Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the destination was the same as his. That couldn't be better. No problem, I was originally going to Haicheng University too. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingua's expression changed slightly, but it quickly disappeared. Chu Yun was surprised and asked, Brother, are you also going to register as a new student? Zhao Haotian nodded, which made the smile on his face even wider. Fate. It really is fate. Chu Yun said with a smile, looking around for Zhao Haotian's motorcycle. Where's your car, bro? You can't race with my sister without a good car. If all else fails, I'll lend you mine. But when he saw the red Ducati, there was surprise in his eyes, and he obviously recognized the car. He walked over to the Ducati, took a closer look, and clicked his tongue twice. Ducati V4 Superleggera, brother, you are not an ordinary person. I don't think I've seen you before in Haicheng. May I ask your name, brother? Zhao Haotian. Zhao Haotian drank the last sip of water and threw the bottle accurately into the trash can. Looking at Chu Shingua, who had been waiting for him, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Alright, Chu Yun, stop talking nonsense. Handsome guy, start quickly and show me what you can do. I hope your strength is as great as your looks. Chu Shingua threw him a coquettish glance, and the Kawasaki H2R under her seat also roared, as if following its owner to provoke Zhao Hao. Zhao Haotian glanced at the Kawasaki H2R. The pure black body looked like a ghost. It contrasts sharply with the pure red of Ducati. Zhao Haotian had also heard of this car. It was called a land aircraft and pursued extreme speed. But the next section of the journey is not just a straight line, you also have to consider the road conditions and curves. Your own Ducati doesn't necessarily mean you will lose. Moreover, he also possessed top professional skills given by the system, and could surpass her in operation by a lot. Seeing that Zhao Haotian was staring at his car, Chu Shingua laughed. Why, how about I change a car, and then you don't say I bullied you? Zhao Haotian put on his helmet and chuckled. No, it's hard to say who was bullying whom. This arrogant speech made Chu Shingua more and more excited, and the two of them quickly put on their helmets. Under Chu Yun's gaze, the two men drove their motorcycles and stopped at the same starting line. 3, 2, 1. Start. With Chu Yun's order, two mechanical monsters rushed out like arrows. Zhao Haotian raised the front of the car slightly, then bent down to reduce his own resistance to the minimum. When Chu Shingua saw the two of them moving forward hand in hand, she knew that Zhao Haotian was quite strong, and the desire to win immediately surged in her heart. Boom boom boom. Soon, Chu Shingua increased her speed and took the lead. The name of the land aircraft is not just a boast. Seeing this, Zhao Haotian also increased the speed and kept close to the rear of Chu Shingua's car. The road conditions began to become complicated and vehicles began to appear ahead. Next is the time to test your skills. Zhao Haotian is one with the car, and his skills as a top racing driver allow him to grasp every angle very accurately. After passing one vehicle after another, the distance between him and Chu Shingua became closer and closer. Soon the two of them arrived at the first big bend. Chu Shingua, who had extreme speed on the straight line, had to slow down before the curve, and the opportunity was given to Zhao Haotian at this moment. Although Ducati is not as fast as Kawasaki H2R, its cornering performance is much better. With the skills of a top racing driver, Zhao Haotian approached and surpassed Chu Shingua directly at the first corner. After the turn, he accelerated and widened the gap a lot. But with the following long straight line, Chu Shingua quickly caught up. The roar behind him made Zhao Haotian's adrenaline surge, and his excitement grew stronger and stronger. He stepped on the accelerator and locked his eyes on the two large trucks that were very close to each other in front of him. The gap between the two trucks was less than 1 meter. This is undoubtedly a big test of the driver's mentality and skills. Zhao Haotian didn't hesitate and just stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. He went straight in through the small gap. Although Chu Shingua had good skills, she was still a little nervous at such a distance. In this moment of hesitation, Zhao Haotian had already passed through the gap and sped up, leaving her a long distance behind. Hesitation leads to defeat. She gritted her teeth, the pride in her heart would not allow her to back down without a fight. She stepped on the accelerator and followed, but her heart was in her throat as she passed through the gap, and she was extremely cautious. When she passed it successfully, Chu Shingua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When she saw Zhao Haotian, who was only the size of an ant in front of her, she knew that she had no chance of winning. The moment she hesitated, she had already lost. However, this actually made her very interested in Zhao Haotian. Handsome appearance, extraordinary courage, and strong skills. It was like she had found a direction and she couldn't help but rush into it like a moth to a flame. Zhao Haotian. Haicheng University. Very good, we will see each other again. I've booked a place at Haicheng University. Chu Shingua sped up and caught up with him. She couldn't wait to get to know this person better. The other side. After getting rid of Chu Shingua, Zhao Haotian quickly came to Yixianju University and won the competition. After stopping the car, he sent a message to Chu Yun. I win. Please settle the balance, thank you. No, brother, you really won? As he spoke, Chu Yun made a video call and Zhao Haotian answered it directly. Then he pointed his phone at the gate of Yixianju University behind him, and a series of fuck came from the phone. About a minute later, a wave of sound came from the end of the road. It's Chu Shingua. She stopped beside Zhao Haotian, took off her helmet, shook her burgundy hair, revealing her perfect face. I lost. Chapter 4. He's not someone you can mess with. Chu Xingua's surrender caused silence on the other end of the phone, and then suddenly there was a burst of exclamations. Oh my god, is brother Zhao really that awesome? Even my sister won. After exclaiming, Chu Yun patted his chest and assured Zhao Haotian. Brother Zhao, don't worry, I will protect you and Yixianju from now on. He hung up the phone and received another transfer of 100,000 yuan from Chu Yun on his mobile phone. Zhao Haotian couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. The money of the rich second generation is not really money. He turned to look at Chu Shingua, who was waiting on the side, a little confused. Why didn't this woman leave? As if seeing Zhao Haotian's confusion, Chu Shingua started to explain directly. I'm also a freshman at Ocean University. Then she came to her senses and couldn't help but frowning slightly. What was the point of her explaining? Swish. Right at this moment, a brand new Mercedes-Benz drove to the school gate and a fat boy wearing sunglasses got out of the car. He had a big gold chain around his neck, looking like a nouveau riche. The fat man saw that many people were looking at him, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. After all, being able to drive a car when you are just a freshman in college can be considered as coming from a wealthy family. He drives a Mercedes-Benz E300, which costs more than 600,000 yuan. Even if it's not 100%, he can already beat 90% of the freshmen in seconds. This gives him enough confidence to offset the inferiority complex caused by his physique. As soon as he got off the car, his eyes fell on Chu Shingua. His perfect figure and good looks made him fall in love with her at once. At the same time, he also saw Zhao Haotian beside Chu Shingua, and his eyes were filled with jealousy. The tall and handsome image is in stark contrast to him. The fat man secretly hated himself, wondering why he didn't have such good looks and such a good figure. Fortunately, this person is probably not as rich as his family. There was disdain in his eyes when he looked at the Ducati. How expensive could a two-wheeled car be? If I show my financial resources later, this beautiful girl will call me brother. Poor guy, doesn't he deserve such a beautiful girlfriend? He walked towards Chu Shingua with extremely arrogant steps. He took off his sunglasses and lifted his sparse hair, feeling very handsome. He smiled wildly at Chu Shingua. Hello beautiful lady, I'm Du Ziting, a freshman in the computer science department this year. I wonder if there's a chance I can treat you to dinner tonight. After saying this, as if to show off his strength, he casually showed him the keys to his Mercedes-Benz. The freshmen around felt extremely heartbroken when watching this scene. Is it possible that such a beauty who is at the level of a school belle has been taken advantage of by such a fat upstart before the school even starts? Some seniors were even so anxious that they stamped their feet. But Chu Shingua didn't even look at him. She moved the bubble gum to her other cheek and spoke casually. What does your stomachache have to do with me? I don't have any medicine. Hey! Zhao Haotian, take me to report. I'm afraid he'll poop in his pants in front of me and dirty his eyes. This rough and direct approach shocked Zhao Haotian a little. How could such a beautiful mouth say such cold words? He glanced at Du Ziting, whose face was ashen, with some amusement. The first clown of the school year was born. Puff. Someone couldn't help but laugh, and then the freshmen around him started laughing too. Du Ziting's fat face turned red, and he was so angry that he wanted to scold Chu Shingua. But after seeing Zhao Haotian's size, he became intimidated and finally took his anger out on the people around him. Laugh, 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 you're all laughing at your mother. Even if I can't catch her, it's not your turn, you poor bastards. Many people looked unhappy after being scolded, and some who were so angry that they wanted to fight were persuaded by the people around them. After all, it's not worth it for them whether they win or lose. Seeing that no one dared to refute him, Du Ziting snorted coldly and squinted his eyes as he looked towards the new student reception desk. He still didn't believe it. With his Mercedes-Benz worth 600,000 yuan, couldn't he find a beautiful girlfriend before school started? He set his sights on the senior students at the freshman reception desk. Those senior girls were all dressed coolly, looked pretty, and spoke sweetly, and he fell in love with them at once. He decided to launch another love charge. But what he didn't know was, this car is okay for freshmen and underclassmen, but not for those seniors who already have some vision. First, I don't have the modeling skills, and second, I'm not rich enough. It's totally a thankless job. Sure enough, before he could even speak, those senior students all rushed over, bypassed Du Ziting, and surrounded Zhao Haotian. They all saw the topic about the freshman campus hunk on the forum, but they didn't expect that they would actually meet Zhao Haotian. There was an ambiguous light in the eyes of those senior students. Senior students give gifts to younger students, and senior students give gifts to younger students. This has become an unspoken rule among the senior students. Not to mention that high-quality freshmen like Zhao Haotian are as rare as treasures. And among this group of senior students, Su Xiaoxiao, who was as big as a loli, recognized Zhao Haotian at once and pulled Jiang Shui, who was standing beside her, in surprise. "Shui'er, it's him. Hurry, hurry, let's go too." After saying that, he pulled Jiang Shui to his side and spoke very enthusiastically. "Junior, welcome to Haicheng University. Come on, let me show you around this school." Just like that, before Zhao Haotian could even say anything, he was hugged and snatched away by two women. The others were secretly annoyed when they saw this. The two little hooves moved so quickly. There were also seniors on Chu Shingua's side who thought they were handsome and wanted to help, but they were all driven away by her arrogant look. Her eyes never left Zhao Haotian, and after getting the key to the dormitory, she hurriedly followed him. Du Ziting's jealous expression was a little distorted, and the fat on his face was shaking. Looking at Zhao Haotian surrounded by a group of beauties, the fire in his eyes was about to turn into substance. "I'm a freshman too, and I drove here. How am I any worse than him? You're abusing your power for personal gain. I'm going to sue you." "So what? Mercedes-Benz is so great, and you want to sue us? Go ahead. Sue anywhere you want." A senior student glanced at him with disdain, and directly past him and caught up with the group surrounding Zhao Haotian. Although the Mercedes-Benz is good, it is far from what they want. In Haicheng, only cars worth over 1 million can be called luxury cars. Although Zhao Haotian did not show financial strength, he was an excellent modeler. "Even if I were to have sex with such a handsome guy once, my legs would go weak even in my dreams." Du Ziting's face turned pale when he saw this. He was really unwilling to accept that he was overshadowed on his first day at school. Seeing that he seemed to still want to pester her, Chu Shingua decided to take action herself and shatter the boy's dream. "Little fatty, he's not someone you can afford to touch. One of his motorcycles is worth 2 of your Mercedes." She walked over with her long legs and black stockings, making the women around Zhao Haotian feel tremendous pressure. Du Ziting sneered and directly refuted. "Impossible. How much can his motorcycle be worth?" Many senior students looked at each other in bewilderment. Although they didn't like Du Ziting, they had to admit that what he said was right. Chu Shingua shook her head. For people at their level, motorcycles were just toys. Since Zhao Haotian can drive a motorcycle worth 1.5 million, his family background is definitely not ordinary. She pointed to her Kawasaki H2R and asked, "Do you know how much this car of mine costs?" Du Ziting shook his head subconsciously, and the senior students surrounding Zhao Hao also showed curiosity. "Kawasaki H2R, 750,000. Enough to buy your Mercedes without any pressure." Du Ziting's face changed and he quickly opened his phone to search, muttering impossible. Chu Shingua pointed at Zhao Haotian's Ducati again and spoke. "Do you know how much this one cost?" "How many?" a senior student asked subconsciously. Chu Shingua said lightly. "Ducati V4 Super Leggera, limited to 500 units worldwide, with a landing price of 1.5 million. Besides, these are just toys to us. Sometimes, when you're trying to hit someone, you need to look not only at their appearance, but also at your own appearance." Du Ziting's face turned pale. He definitely couldn't afford to offend someone who spent millions to buy a motorcycle. His family was just a nouveau riche and had no idea that there were such expensive motorcycles. Chapter 5, Cashback Card, 10x Cashback. She was happy with Chu Shingua's invisible pretense, but Zhao Haotian suffered. Big waves, little lowly. All kinds of girls flocked to him, and some even wanted to capture his invincible second brother. Junior, please add my contact information. Yes, Junior, I just bought some stockings and I want you to help me pick them out. Junior, I have a multi-billion-dollar project I'd like to discuss with you. Junior, are you capable of this? I mean, absolutely. Under Chu Shingua's playful gaze, Zhao Haotian added them all before being let go. Zhao Haotian, we still have plenty of time later, let's play slowly. She smirked, turned around and strode away. With the help of Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui, Zhao Haotian was able to escape. On the way to the dormitory, he was still a little frightened and couldn't stop patting his chest. Hiss, that's crazy. My pants were almost pulled out. Su Xiaoxiao laughed heartlessly, with a joking look on her face. How's it going, Junior? Are you satisfied with our Ocean University welcome ceremony? Zhao Haotian smiled wryly, then looked at the two of them gratefully and said, Thank you very much, senior sisters. I wonder what your names are. My name is Su Xiaoxiao, and this is Jiang Shui. We are your senior classmates. Zhao Shueti, you're the most popular freshman on campus right now, did you know that? Su Xiaoxiao smiled and took out her cell phone to open the campus forum. The top post was a photo of Zhao Haotian riding a motorcycle at the station. How about it, handsome, right? Zhao Haotian was a little amused, but still nodded in agreement. I think it's very handsome too. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in to Haicheng University. Get a 10x cashback card. 10x cashback card limited to 1 day. The host will receive 10x cashback on all purchases today, but the cashback amount cannot be redeemed again. It is shameful to exploit bugs. Host, don't even think about it. Zhao Haotian curled his lips when he heard the voice of the system in his mind. Hateful. How come this guy Hackathon knows everything he is thinking? He was still thinking about getting more cashback later, so he would at least give him a few hundred million today. He only has about 310,000 yuan now, and a tenfold cashback would be 3.1 million yuan. The best way to spend money is naturally eating and shopping. He looked at Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui beside him, and immediately a plan came to his mind. I can't eat that much, so it's normal to ask two beauties to have dinner with me. Then I can ask them to help me decide what to buy. I think they are more familiar with Haicheng than I am. The ancestors said that money is for women to look at, not to spend. Of course, we should use our own money to improve ourselves. If we are excellent, why should we be afraid of not having women? Senior Sister Su, Senior Sister Jiang, thank you for what I just did. I'll treat you two to dinner tonight. You can choose any location, the more expensive the better. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Ever since I found out that Zhao Haotian seems to be a rich second generation. They all have some little thoughts about Zhao Haotian, and it would be great to be able to get along with him. After all, in today's society, you can't live without money. They have the advantages of figure and appearance, and they are determined to strive for a future without worries about food and clothing. Even if we can just be close friends, it's okay, just in case you succeed in getting promoted one day. Zhao Haotian had no idea what they were thinking about this. But even if I knew, I wouldn't refuse. Haotian said nothing, but just kept supporting. He. After receiving the suitcase sent by Wang Can and making his bed, Zhao Haotian found that the other three roommates had not arrived yet, and he was the only one in the dormitory. So I had to give up the idea of meeting my roommates and contact Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui first. Tonight is an important time for cashback, don't miss it. At the school gate, Su Xiaoxiao wore a JK dress with small leather shoes and had 2 ponytails on her head. Her slightly chubby face made her look very pure. On the other side, Jiang Shui was wearing yoga pants and a short-sleeved shirt, showing off her S-shaped figure to the fullest. The difference is that she tied her hair into a high ponytail, making her look like a sports coach. The two women with very different styles became the focus of the passing crowd, and almost everyone's eyes fell on them. One is lively and pure, the other is capable and sexy. She is simply the dream goddess of those boys. At this time, both girls were looking forward to it, their eyes fixed on the direction of the boys' dormitory. It seems like he is waiting for someone. This made many students passing by hold their hands over their chests and beat their chests. Which ancestor has such ability? Even if I had one, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. One student gritted his teeth and spoke, wishing he could go up and accept the love of the two girls in that person's place. Su Xiaoxiao looked at those greedy eyes and rolled her eyes in disdain. She looked Jiang Shui up and down with deep meaning in her eyes. Swear, you usually want to cover yourself up completely, but today you went to dinner with Zhao Shuedi and wore yoga pants that showed off your legs the most. This long butt and legs make me dizzy. Are you planning to take down Junior Zhao tonight? Being teased by Su Xiaoxiao like this, Zhang Shue's face also turned red. She retorted unyieldingly. Xiaoxiao, how dare you say that to me? Didn't you also change into the most innocent outfit? I also brought daily disposables. You dare to say you have no ideas? Su Xiaoxiao didn't expect that her secret action was discovered, and she smiled awkwardly. Okay, we are good sisters, why should we care so much? But, do you think Zhao Shuedi prefers someone like me or someone like you? Or, he wants both? At the end, Su Xiaoxiao hugged Zhang Shui with a smirk on her face and tickled her. The two people's laughter and playfulness attracted a lot of attention. Right at this moment, a boy in a white shirt walked towards them. He had a kind smile on his face, and most people would probably think he was a friendly person. Shuer, Xiaoxiao, where are you going? Wu Yun. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui stopped fighting and looked at the person who came with a slightly frown. Where we go is none of your business. Also, don't call me so intimately, we're not that familiar yet. Su Xiaoxiao's face was full of displeasure, and Jiang Shui also showed some impatience. Wu Yun forced a smile and extended an invitation to them. Shuer, Xiaoxiao, you haven't eaten yet. I just happened to have a private room booked at Yixianju. Let me treat you guys to dinner. Yixianju is a famous restaurant in Haicheng, where the food is very rich and the prices are amazing. Many rich second generations and upper class people go there to spend money. Being able to book a room at Yixianju is a symbol of status. He was very confident that the two girls would accept his invitation, and no girl could refuse to go to Yixianju for dinner. But Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui rejected him directly without any hesitation. We have a date with our boyfriends, go by yourself. Wu Yun's smile froze and he clenched his fists tightly behind his back. He finally persuaded the uncle at Yixianju to reserve a private room for him. I was thinking of inviting them to dinner today to show off my strength, and maybe I could win over one of them, so I wouldn't lose out then. I didn't expect that they already had a date, and it was with boyfriends. But Wu Yun did not give up. It was impossible that their boyfriend was the same person. He still has a chance. Hey, Zhao Shuedi. Here. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly saw Zhao Haotian in the crowd, her eyes immediately lit up, and she kept waving to him. A faint smile also appeared on Jiang Shui's face. It was an expression Wu Yun had never seen before, and it stunned him for a moment. Many people looked in the direction of Su Xiaoxiao, wanting to see who had such great ability. The moment they saw Zhao Haotian, their dissatisfaction was instantly suppressed. Geneva. So handsome. One step behind all the great men in the tribulation crossing stage. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. When Nuwa created humans, why did she pinch some of them and throw others? Chapter 6 Be careful of heavy bleeding, senior sister. The moment he saw Zhao Haotian, Wu Yun became extremely alert. This guy is definitely a woman killer. He looked at Jiang Shui and Su Xiaoxiao. Sure enough, both women were attracted and had smiles on their faces that he had never seen before. Zhao Haotian trotted over after seeing Su Xiaoxiao waving. Su Xiaoxiao immediately hugged one of his arms and said with a smile, Junior, are you ready for a big bleed today? Zhao Haotian smiled maliciously and leaned over to whisper in her ear. Senior Su, be careful, it might be you who's bleeding heavily. Su Xiaoxiao was stunned at first but quickly reacted and gave him a cautious look. Okay, little brother, what do you want to do? Think. Su Xiaoxiao smiled shyly, puffed out her cheeks and gently pinched his lower back. In everyone's eyes, this was just flirting between lovers. Zhao Haotian seemed to hear the sound of heartbreaking. It made him sigh. When you have good looks and money. If you tell a dirty joke to a woman, she will think you are joking and actively cooperate with you. When you have nothing. As long as you dare to speak up, you will be greeted with sexual harassment and a lawyer's letter of warning. When a man becomes good enough, his shortcomings are no longer shortcomings. Even if it's only 60 seconds, she will say you have tried very hard. Even without a spear, she would still praise you for being small and cute. Of course, I want to tell you who it is. Hockey authors are incredibly talented, and this is definitely not the case. When Wu Yun saw Su Xiaoxiao hugging Zhao Haotian, he looked at Jiang Shui in surprise. Before he could say anything, the next scene completely petrified him. Jiang Shui, who was standing by, was a little hesitant to let go when she saw how close the two were. He also walked forward and hugged Zhao Haotian's other arm, and his eyes secretly confronted Su Xiaoxiao. Wu Yun stood there like a clown, looking at the three people with a grim face. He has been pursuing Jiang Shui for half a year, but has never received a smiling face from her. Originally, he had thought about changing his target and pursuing Su Xiaoxiao, but Su Xiaoxiao ignored him completely and was even more difficult to deal with than Jiang Shui. Unexpectedly, today, his two targets were hugging the same man in front of him. Pain. It hurts so much. It hurts more than killing someone. Zhao Haotian was also a little surprised by Jiang Shui's actions. In his opinion, Jiang Shui's personality seemed a little reserved. He doesn't seem like the type to take initiative. Now it seems that being reserved is only for ordinary people. For Yu Yuanren, reserve doesn't exist at all, just like your slow to warm up girlfriend. He reached out and hugged the two people's waists, causing them to scream. However, Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui did not resist at all, but instead seemed to be reluctant to accept. At this time, Zhao Haotian asked in surprise, as if he had just discovered Wu Yun. Who is this? As if she was afraid that Zhao Haotian would misunderstand, Jiang Shui, who seldom spoke directly. He's just an insignificant person, don't worry about him. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Wu Yun widened his eyes in disbelief. This knife was more painful than the one Zhao Haotian had used while holding the two women. It stabbed me right in the heart. Zhao Haotian seemed to understand something, and then he stopped paying attention to Wu Yun and gently scratched the waists of the two with his fingers. Where do you want to eat? Have you found a place? Su Xiaoxiao nodded, then opened her phone and clicked on a fairly famous restaurant. Let's go with this one. A meal here costs several thousand yuan. Shuai and I can only afford to eat here once every few months. It's considered a relatively expensive restaurant around here. This one? But Zhao Hao frowned slightly after hearing this, and Su Xiaoxiao thought that the place she found was too expensive. So I thought of switching to a cheaper one. When Wu Yun saw this scene, he thought Zhao Haotian had no money and laughed out loud. He mocked her, boy, if you don't have money, you can just say it openly. It's not shameful. Then he looked at Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui. He felt that this was a good opportunity to let them see the gap clearly. She immediately said, Xiaoxiao, Shuai, why don't you go to Yixianju instead of following this poor pretty boy to eat at some restaurant? Don't you think it's cheap? Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui didn't even bother to glance at him, but instead patiently chose a restaurant with a suitable price. This made Zhao Haotian look at the two of them in surprise, and there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. He took the initiative to ask Su Xiaoxiao. What kind of place is this Yixianju? Is it famous? Wu Yun was even more disdainful when he saw this. He didn't even know about Yixianju, so it seemed that he was just a young boy. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao patiently explained to him. Yixianju is the top-tier restaurant in Haicheng. You have to make a reservation to dine there. Without a certain status, you can't reserve a table. Shuai and I are not qualified enough to reserve a spot at Yixianju. Su Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly. How could she not want to go to Yixianju for dinner, but the look in Wu Yun's eyes made her feel sick. So they would rather go to a restaurant than go to Yixianju with Wu Yun. Zhao Haotian nodded upon hearing this. He had just arrived in Haicheng and had no status to reserve a seat. But that seemed to be the place that could help him get the quickest cash back. At this time, he thought of Chu Yun. So he took out his cell phone and called Chu Yun. The call was quickly connected, and Chu Yun's surprised voice came from the other end. Brother Zhao, why are you calling me? Is there anything you need my help with? Chu Yun, do you know Yixianju? Zhao Haotian asked. Yixianju, you know it very well. I'm having dinner there right now. Okay, see if you can help me book a room. I'm going to have dinner with 2 friends. Leave it to me, it's a small problem. Just tell me my name when you come. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Haotian looked at Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shuedo. Let's go. I asked my friend to book a table at Yixianju. Let's go straight there. Today, I'll take you to Yixianju for dinner. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up when she heard that. Although Jiang Shui didn't say anything, it could be seen from her slightly rising and falling chest that she was not calm either. Pack. Let me see you keep pretending. Do you dare to go to Yixianju with me? If you really book a table, I will stand upside down and pee and wash my hair in public. If you don't get it, never get close to Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui. Wu Yun sneered. Anyone who could easily reserve a seat at Yixianju was definitely well known in Haicheng. If Zhao Haotian knew that kind of person, would he not be able to book a room at Yixianju? He must expose the hypocrisy of this pretty boy today. Zhao Haotian didn't expect that Wu Yun was so hostile to him, but he didn't mind giving him a slap in the face. I just hope you don't pretend to be faint when the time comes. If it's not enough, I can lend you mine. After saying that, Zhao Hao took out his keys and prepared to drive, but he suddenly discovered a troublesome problem. His Ducati couldn't carry 2 people, so the situation became a bit awkward. Jiang Shui noticed his situation very carefully and called a car without making a sound. She laughed. Junior, I just called a car so the 3 of us can sit together. She looked at Zhao Haotian as if asking for credit. When Zhao Haotian saw her eyes blinking gently, he immediately understood her intention. He pinched her waist to show his approval, which made her ears turn red. Chapter 7 Yixianju, Yellow Box. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at Yixianju by car. Wu Yun followed them closely. How could he miss such an opportunity to show off in front of Jiang Shui and Su Xiaoxiao? Get off the car. Jiang Shui and Su Xiaoxiao were attracted by the scenery here. Yixianju was built between a natural mountain spring. The sound of gurgling water is endless, and once you enter here, your whole body and mind will relax unconsciously. It seems like you have left the bustling city and entered a fairyland. Zhao Haotian took a deep breath, and it seemed that the turbidity in his body was lessened. Vehicles are not allowed within 100 meters of Yixianju, so they still need to walk some distance. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui each held one of his arms, and the 3 of them walked side by side, looking at the surrounding scenery in amazement. Zhao Haotian had no intention of looking at the scenery, his arms were immersed in tenderness. The wonderful touch is simply indescribable. Behind him, Wu Yun's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. He stared at Zhao Haotian and kept muttering to himself. Wait a little longer. As long as they enter Yixianju, they will be able to see clearly who is the person they can trust. Wu Yun's eyes greedily swept over the delicate bodies of Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui. He changed his mind. After exposing Zhao Haotian, he wanted both. If Zhao Haotian can do it, why can't he? Could it be that Zhao Haotian could be the protagonist of the novel? Zhao Haotian looked at the people coming and going on the road, but they were all in an orderly manner. Even strangers would smile and nod politely to each other. This made him curious about the owner of Yixianju. Everyone who comes here is either rich or noble, but this boss can actually intimidate them. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the gate of Yixianju. The waiters who greeted them had smiles on their faces and bowed slightly politely. Dear guests, welcome to Yixianju. Do you have a reservation? Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui looked up at Zhao Haotian. Wu Yun stood behind him with a playful look on his face, folding his hands and waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Have. The person who booked the box for me is called Chu Yun. Upon hearing this, the waiter picked up the tablet in his hand and started searching, but after a few minutes he still couldn't find it. This made it almost impossible for Wu Yun to hide the pride on his face. Sorry, sir, we can't find the information for the private room you reserved. Would you like to confirm this again? The waiter looked apologetic and there was no sign of him looking down on others. Swear, Xiaoxiao, I told you so. This guy is just trying to be awesome, and now he's embarrassing you all too. Wu Yun deliberately spoke loudly, attracting the attention of many people passing by. Those people looked back and forth between the few people with strange eyes, obviously very surprised to see such a scene in Yixianju. This made it impossible for him to hide the smugness on his face any longer. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui felt everyone's gazes and nervously grabbed Zhao Haotian's arms, feeling a little awkward. Zhao Shuedi, why don't we just? Su Xiaoxiao spoke hesitantly. Under the gaze of so many people, they felt a lot of pressure. Well, I've finally exposed you, right? Remember, kid, you can't show off everywhere. This is Yixianju, a gathering place for the upper class. You'd better go eat at your restaurant. Wu Yun mocked loudly, and all the depression in his heart seemed to be vomited out at once. He walked up to the waiter with his head held high and spoke in a commanding tone. You, check the box I booked. Your manager here is Wu Dasun, who is responsible for booking the private rooms. The waiter frowned slightly and looked at Wu Yun with a cold look, but he suppressed his dissatisfaction and started to check with the tablet. I quickly found the information about the box. Wu Dasun, ordinary box number 999, please come in. The waiter slightly moved aside to make way, raised his hand in welcome with a professional fake smile. Wu Yun glanced at Jiang Shui and Su Xiaoxiao proudly, but the two women's attention was not on him at all. Instead, he comforted Zhao Haotian with a gentle look on his face. Junior, it's okay. This place must be full. The three of us can go to the restaurant together. The food there is also delicious. That's right, you can enjoy the night view while eating. It's very romantic. Jiang Shui and Su Xiaoxiao both had comforting smiles on their faces, but Zhao Haotian could still see the regret in their eyes. The expression on Wu Yun's face was distorted with jealousy. Why? He has clearly exposed Zhao Haotian's lies, so why haven't the two women come to curry favor with him yet? On this side, Zhao Haotian was also a little confused. Logically speaking, Chu Yun had no reason to play tricks on him. There must be a problem somewhere. He took out his cell phone and called Chu Yun, and the call was quickly connected. Hey, brother Zhao, have you arrived at Yixianju? Chu Yun, the waiter said he couldn't find any information about the private room. Is there something wrong? Chu Yun on the other side seemed to have just remembered something and slapped his head. My bad, Zhao brother, I forgot this is your first time here. The box I booked for you is a yellow box. The waiters outside can't find it. Tell him your box is the yellow box, and the waiter will understand. Zhao Haotian nodded and hung up the phone. Wu Yun said with a look of jealousy. Why are you still pretending? If you know what's good for you, stay away from Shuer and Xiaoxiao. Perhaps I can take you in to see it for their sake. Zhao Haotian ignored his dog's barking and brought the two women back to the waiter. Hello, we've booked the yellow box. Upon hearing this, the waiter's expression changed and then became much more respectful. He bowed slightly and said, Dear guest, please wait a moment. I will ask the manager to take you to the yellow floor immediately. After saying this, he quickly trotted into Yixianju, not daring to delay for even a moment. Jiang Shui and Su Xiaoxiao were both surprised. They didn't know why the waiter was so much more respectful to them when he heard about the yellow box. They all looked at Zhao Haotian with surprise, who had a calm expression. Xiaodi Zhao, what's going on? Zhao Haotian shrugged, thinking that the word yellow should belong to the same level. It is superior to ordinary private rooms, so the waiters show respect to it. How could it be a yellow box? Do you know who can book a yellow box? They really dare to brag about anything. Although he said this, he always had an ominous premonition in his heart that the waiter's respect just now did not seem fake. It didn't take long before the waiter brought in a middle-aged Mediterranean man. The two of them hurried towards Zhao Haotian. Hearing the noise, Wu Yun turned around and a flattered smile appeared on his face the moment he saw the middle-aged man. Uncle, why are you here? I can find a box. You don't have to come pick me up in person. But the middle-aged man just glanced at him and passed him by, then respectfully came to Zhao Haotian and the other two. He bowed slightly, a flattering smile on his face. Dear guest, your reserved room has been confirmed. Please follow me and I will personally take you to the yellow level. Chapter 8 Shopping Spree. Dear guest, I will personally take you to the yellow level box. Wu Dasun raised his hand to make way. Zhao Haotian walked in with the two women in his arms, and glanced at Wu Yun lightly when he passed by. What did you say when we made the bet? Wash your hair by peeing while standing upside down? I hope you'll have fulfilled your bet by the time I get out. He smiled faintly, hugged the two women and walked into Yixianju. Wu Dasun looked at Wu Yun with some surprise, then turned to Zhao Haotian's back. Xiao Yun, do you know that young master? Are you on good terms? Wu Yun looked at the uncle in front of him with a fawning face, which was completely different from the high-spirited uncle in his memory. Good relationship? It's good enough that we are not enemies. As if he saw Wu Yun's expression, Wu Dasun slowly put away his smile and spoke in a serious tone. Could it be that you have offended that young master? Wu Yun nodded hesitantly, which made Wu Dasun almost gasp for breath. Uncle! Wu Yun shouted hesitantly, and was then glared at fiercely by Wu Dasun. Uncle? Who is your uncle? I don't know you. Don't recognize relatives randomly. Wu Dasun said with his eyes wide open. He had worked diligently for so many years and finally climbed to this position. He originally wanted to arrange an ordinary box for his nephew to let him see the world. Who would have thought that he would offend a distinguished guest from the yellow level box as soon as he arrived? Doesn't this mean he has to take off his clothes? Is this something a nephew should do? You almost gave yourself a good life, didn't you? Wu Dasan operated something on his mobile phone, cancelled the private room that had been reserved for him, and then looked at the waiter beside him. Recheck the box information for him and don't let any unrelated people get in. After saying that, he quickly caught up with Zhao Haotian and respectfully led the way for him. Wu Yun didn't expect that this trip not only made him lose face, but also he lost the opportunity to have dinner at Yixianju. I feel extremely regretful. When the people around saw that the farce was over, they left chatting and laughing. But they were still discussing who the person was who had just entered the yellow box. The waiter smiled. He was already dissatisfied with Wu Yun's commanding attitude. Now he has the opportunity to take revenge with a clear conscience, and he loves it very much. Guest, please show us your box information, otherwise we will treat it as forced entry. Break the limbs and throw them out. The other side. Zhao Haotian didn't know what happened to Wu Yun, but he didn't care. Led by Wu Dasan, the three of them passed through the ordinary box area and walked up the stairs to the yellow floor. The layout and decoration here are much more refined than those in ordinary areas. You can smell the faint scent of sandalwood as you walk on the street. Sir, your box is here, yellow floor, room 23. Just tell me what you want to order. Wu Dasan spoke respectfully. Zhao Haotian and the two women found a seat and sat down. He handed them the menu. You guys order whatever you want, and I'll see if I want to add anything at the end. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui nodded, then picked up the menu and began to study it. After ordering some random dishes, they handed the menu to Zhao Haotian. Junior, we're almost done ordering. Take a look and see if there's anything you'd like to eat. Zhao Haotian took a quick look and saw that the two women ordered 7 or 8 dishes, which cost about 20,000 yuan. This may be the highest price they can accept, but it is still far from Zhao Haotian's target of 310,000. It seems that these two people can only be regarded as ordinary school beauties, and they don't seem to understand luxury very well. He picked up the menu and took a look. The dishes he ordered were almost complete, but there were too many to eat. Then he turned his gaze to the page about drinks. Lafite. This is a familiar name. The 1982 Lafite, which costs more than 20,000 yuan, can help him speed up the process a lot. Manager, can you give me another bottle of 1982 Lafite, please? Seeing this, Wu Dasan nodded quickly, and after recording, he quickly arranged to serve the dishes. After he left, Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui became more active. They looked around and took out their phones hesitantly. Junior, we want to take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments, is that okay? Zhao Haotian shrugged. Sure, seniors, please feel free to do as you please. After getting permission, the two of them smiled happily and started taking pictures of the surroundings, and then under Su Xiaoxiao's coquettishness. The three of them also took a group photo. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui posted the photos on their moments, and then shared the location of Yixianju. In an instant, many comments appeared below. Most of them were the wails of his suitors and the envy of girls who had seen Zhao Haotian. The chefs at Yixianju are all professional chefs and serve dishes very quickly. Wu Dasan considerately opened the glass of red wine and poured it for the three of them, then tactfully retreated. The two girls looked at each other and then sat on his left and right sides, picking up food for him attentively, like obedient maids. Junior, come and try this abalone. Junior, mine tastes better. The two of them struggled so much that they almost fell into Zhao Haotian's arms. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his hands were free to explore and feel. So this is the life of rich people? Comfortable. All right, senior, let me feed you some sausages. They taste really good. He freed his hands and picked up a piece of sausage from the plate and fed it to them, which made the dinner table a lot quieter. Zhao Haotian picked up the wine glass and took a sip of Lafite carefully. The taste was not very good, not as delicious as he had imagined. He didn't know why it was being spread so far as to be so miraculous. It may also be that I just don't know how to taste wine. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui also savored the wine carefully, taking every sip carefully, as if they were afraid of contaminating it. I never thought I would be able to dine at Yixianju and drink Lafite in this life. This one bite costs nearly 100 yuan. Su Xiaoxiao sighed, her eyes a little complicated. No wonder everyone wants to marry into a wealthy family by marrying into a rich second generation, and some even prefer to be lovers rather than associate with a rich second generation. Who doesn't want to experience this level of life every day? This also made them more eager to take their relationship with Zhao Haotian to the next level, even though they knew that he would not just have them in the future. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui saw each other's thoughts in each other's eyes, and became more attracted to Zhao Haotian. "Come on, Junior, try some imported Lafite, I'll feed you." Jiang Shui's eyes flickered, and she held Zhao Haotian's handsome face in her hands and kissed him. "I understand." He understood. It turns out that it's not that Lafite is bad, but that the imported ones are not as good. After 3 rounds of drinks, Zhao Haotian hugged them and asked, "Senior, you should know where there are some shopping places nearby. I don't have much with me. How about you two seniors take me to have a look later?" Naturally, they would not refuse Zhao Haotian's request, not to mention that shopping has a natural appeal to a woman. After having a good meal and drinking, Zhao Haotian paid the bill and successfully received a cashback of 400,000 yuan. This made him excited all of a sudden. He sent a message to Chu Yun to say hello, and then followed the 2 women to the largest shopping mall nearby. Walking on the road. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui are both extremely beautiful, one is a beauty and the other is a queen, plus Zhao Haotian has perfect looks. When 3 people walk here, they will definitely get people turning their heads to look at them. Not to mention that Zhao Haotian is surrounded by 2 beauties. Those pilots who have been taking off at night watching short videos for years are jealous beyond recognition. He gritted his teeth and secretly cursed Zhao Haotian for being a scoundrel. Led by the 2 women, they quickly went on a shopping spree. Clothes, shoes, cufflinks, etc., successfully spent 80,000 yuan and got a cashback of 800,000 yuan. It's still a bit slow. Zhao Haotian thought absent-mindedly that he had spent less than 100,000 yuan after shopping for more than an hour. It seems that Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui's vision is not that high, and this place is not a high-consumption place. But what he didn't know was that for the 2 women, spending 80,000 yuan on a shopping trip was far beyond their imagination. "Junior, we've bought so much, are we still buying?" Jiang Shui said hesitantly. Zhao Haotian nodded. "As a matter of course I still need to buy more, but I have almost everything." As he spoke, he looked at the mobile phone store and computer store nearby. Chapter 9, a phone that looks great no matter how you fold it. Under the eager gaze of the receptionist, Zhao Haotian took the 2 women into the mobile phone store first. The counter here is filled with all kinds of mobile phones, and the prices are marked one by one. The cashback he can get now is 190,000 yuan, which is enough for him to buy the most expensive mobile phone. Looking at the Xiaomi 6 that has been with him for many years, he felt a little reluctant to part with it. However, in order to get cash back, he had no choice but to upgrade. "Junior, have you decided what phone to buy?" Su Xiaoxiao glanced at the mobile phones on the counter and asked. They also really want the wide variety of mobile phones. But today they came with Zhao Haotian to buy things and had no money to buy a new phone. After a quick glance, Zhao Haotian was too lazy to choose, so he called the receptionist directly. "Hello, can you show me the most expensive phone you have?" The clerk was slightly stunned and glanced at Zhao Haotian. Seeing the 2 beautiful girls beside him, I wondered if this guy was here to pretend to be rich. But on second thought, if this guy is really rich, then he will get a lot of commission for selling the most expensive mobile phone. The clerk smiled and asked them to wait, then went into the store and quickly took out a packaging box. Under Zhao Haotian's gaze, the clerk took out a mobile phone and unfolded it. "Sir, please look, this is the most expensive phone in our store. Huawei Mate XT Extraordinary Master Triple Folding Screen. 16 GB plus 1 TB of memory. No matter how you fold it, it will look good. Price, 23,999. It's also the latest model of mobile phone this year." There were quite a few people in the mobile phone store at this time, and they all looked over after hearing the clerk's introduction. 23,999 yuan. This is almost their entire salary for nearly 3 or 4 months. This person actually just used it to buy a mobile phone. When he heard the price, Zhao Haotian frowned slightly. This mobile phone cost 24,000 yuan, which was far from the price he had in mind. But there is no better choice at the moment. The clerk thought he had given up the idea of buying it, so he put his phone away, still smiling. "Sir, this phone is really too expensive, and I don't see many people buying it. Compared to this, we have many other cost-effective mobile phones in our store. Why don't you take a look at the others? You can also name a price and I'll provide you with some types for your reference." The staff are very qualified and have obviously undergone rigorous training. I thought he was a real rich man, but he was just pretending to be rich. Girls, it's better to keep your eyes open and not be fooled by certain people. Some men who have practiced Qilin arm for decades stared at Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui beside Zhao Haotian with ulterior motives. Jill's face turned purple with jealousy. Why don't beauties like this surround them? Zhao Haotian didn't expect that he was distracted for a moment and little Karami jumped out. It seems that it's all because I'm too handsome. If being handsome is a crime, then he could be sentenced to life imprisonment. Of course, I have always emphasized that the handsome readers in the tribulation period are even better. No, this is it. Also, bring out 2 more. Zhao Haotian ignored the clown and pulled someone over with one hand. He put his arms around their waists amid the jealousy of the men. Senior, please change your cell phones as well. The clerk was a little stunned. She seemed to have hallucinated just now. The celebrity-like man in front of her actually said that he wanted to buy 3 of the most expensive mobile phones? Sir, are you sure you're right? Zhao Haotian revealed the crooked mouth of the Dragon King. Yes, I want to buy 3. Please prepare them as soon as possible. The clerk's breathing suddenly became rapid. Has this overwhelming wealth finally fallen on her? She immediately became respectful and quickly ran to the warehouse to prepare her cell phone. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui didn't expect that Zhao Haotian would still think of them and even buy such an expensive mobile phone. The 2 girls were so moved that they hugged his neck and kissed him on both cheeks. Thank you, Junior. Their eyes were full of affection and they couldn't wait to reward him. Zhao Haotian felt secretly happy. This damn money power. It's really a drought that kills people, and a flood that kills people. The people around them watched them gnashing their teeth. Seniors, it's too early to say thank you now. We'll talk about it later. He whispered in their ears and blew gently to make them shy. The 3 of them have a tacit understanding of their relationship. Humph, who knows if it's fake or not? It only counts after you pay. They snorted coldly, but there were not many people around and a few of them stood together, obviously not wanting to get involved with them, so as not to make enemies with Zhao Haotian. The clerk quickly prepared 3 brand new phones and did not pack the display phone for them. Sir, since you bought 3 of the most expensive mobile phones from us at once, so we have some extra gifts here. Would you like to let the 2 ladies choose one? The clerk took out some keychain accessories, car pendants, and dolls. Zhao Haotian was not interested in this. He pinched the waists of both of them and said, Go and choose, take whatever you like. Then he came to the payment code on the other side, scanned the code and paid in one go. Spend 72,000 yuan and get a cashback of 720,000 yuan. Seeing the bank card payment information, Zhao Haotian couldn't help but grin. When the payment was successful, the men who had been making so much noise just now wanted to sneak away while no one was paying attention. Someone nearby immediately called out to them. Hey, brothers, why are you running? Seeing that everyone was looking at them jokingly, they wished they could find a hole to crawl into. He fled the scene regardless of any obstruction. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui had also made their choices. They came to Zhao Haotian with fox key chains and stitch dolls to show them off. Under everyone's envious gaze, the 3 of them walked out the door with their mobile phones in hand. As soon as he walked out of the door, he turned and entered the computer store next door. The boss came forward with a smile on his face, rubbing his hands, and his eyes were full of looking at the god of wealth. He had seen what had just happened in the mobile phone store. The person in front of him is definitely the biggest customer he has met this year, and he must not be careless. Boss, can you install a computer worth 100,000 yuan here? Young master duo? 100,000. Although the boss tried hard to overestimate the budget, 100,000 yuan still made his head dizzy in an instant. This is his income for nearly several months or even half a year. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui also widened their eyes. They were shocked to see that the phone cost only 24,000 yuan. Is there really anyone who doesn't care about money when buying a computer worth 100,000 yuan these days? Boss? Zhao Haotian raised his hand and waved in front of the boss to make him come back to his senses. The boss immediately pulled over his leather chair and wiped it with his expensive coat. Then he brought a pot of hot tea and poured a cup for Zhao Haotian. My dear God, please have some tea. Please wait a moment. I will select the best accessories for you. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. As he spoke, his legs started running like a little whirlwind. Chapter 10, Is there something in the room? Sir, the assembly will take some time. Why don't you give us an address and we'll send someone over to you? After selecting the accessories, the boss looked at the sky outside and said tentatively. Zhao Haotian nodded and asked the boss to write down his phone number. Boss, send this to Haicheng University. Just call me at this number when the time comes. After saying that, he directly transferred 100,000 yuan. The boss's face instantly opened to smile, his eyes narrowed into slits. Zhao Haotian now has nearly 3 million in his card, making him a wealthy second generation. He planned to use the remaining 10,000 yuan to choose the most comfortable hotel to spend a wonderful night. With the boss's warm farewell, the three of them walked out of the store. Only at this moment did Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui truly realize what it meant to be rich and inhumane. Nearly 300,000 yuan was spent in one night, and Zhao Haotian didn't look at all distressed, as if it was not money at all. Su Xiaoxiao's expression was a little complicated, she didn't know whether to be surprised or happy. Junior, you're not really some wealthy young master from a wealthy family, or a second-generation rich kid from Beijing, are you? Jiang Shui obviously wanted to know too, so she hugged his arm and looked at him. Rich second generation? If I said I was a rich first generation, would you believe me? Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui shook their heads in unison. If Zhao Haotian became a first-generation rich man in his freshman year, then how should they, the seniors, survive? So they never thought of such a possibility. But they don't know what the power of cheating is. For a time traveler, being a family member is the most dangerous profession. There is a saying. The time traveler is permanent, but the orphans are transient. In response to their doubts, Zhao Haotian could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. These days, no one believes the truth. Junior, it's getting late. Why don't we find a place to rest for the night and go back to school tomorrow? Su Xiaoxiao smiled meaningfully, and Jiang Shui beside her also blushed. Okay, then I'll see if there are any better hotels around. Zhao Haotian picked up the tri-fold phone he had just bought and started searching. But to be honest, this expensive phone has a reason to be expensive, it is very smooth to use. It didn't take long to find a 5-star hotel. I looked at the presidential suite and it cost 20,000 per night. It's almost enough to spend the last cash back amount. Junior, isn't this presidential suite too expensive? We can just stay in an ordinary hotel. There's really no need to spend this much money. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui advised. Why, we haven't even confirmed our relationship yet, and your two girlfriends are already helping me save money. Zhao Haotian put his arms around their waists and kissed them. They both felt shy and didn't dare to look at him. He directly booked the presidential suite and successfully received a cashback of over 100,000 yuan. As soon as we made the reservation, the hotel called. Hello, Mr. Zhao, is the presidential suite you reserved for tonight? Yes. Okay, our hotel will send a special car to pick you up, please wait. After Zhao Haotian hung up the phone, he and the two women waited on the roadside for a few minutes. Soon, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of them, and the driver got out and came to Zhao Haotian to ask questions. Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhao? I'm the driver who's here to pick you up. Zhao Haotian nodded and pulled the two women into the car. They sat a little nervously along the way, fearing that they would scratch the car. It was not until they got off the bus that Zhao Haotian heard them breathe a sigh of relief. Are you that nervous? Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Shui and I have never ridden in such an expensive car. We've only seen it on our phones before. I didn't expect to actually ride in one today. At this moment, they felt even more dependent on Zhao Haotian. Led by their exclusive butler, they quickly checked into the hotel's presidential suite. Oh my god, it's beautiful. This living room, this bathroom, this open-air balcony, this sofa, and here, there's a piano. This light changes colors. It's worthy of being a presidential suite. Su Xiaoxiao pulled Jiang Shui around to look around, and the two took some photos to show off. Then he came to Zhao Haotian. Junior, let's take a photo together. As they were talking, the two of them each took one of his arms and took photos with smiles on their faces. As soon as it was posted on WeChat Moments, it attracted countless comments from suitors and classmates. Oh my goddess, my dream is shattered. Goddess, could you please ask him not to woo-woo in there? Goddess, can you please send me the location? I'll give you guys a tea, so I can feel a little involved. Sister, does your boyfriend have brothers? Help me. Ignoring these comments, Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui looked at each other and put down their phones at the same time. Junior, there seems to be something in that bedroom. We are a little scared. Can you accompany us to take a look? Su Xiaoxiao took one of Zhao Haotian's hands and gave Jiang Shui a look. He threw his phone aside, his mouth twisted. A mobile phone is not as fun as a girlfriend. Really? Take me to see it. After saying that, she closed the bedroom door with a hook of her toes, and soon there were panting and lascivious sounds coming from inside. The process is omitted in 100,000 words. I think the masters of the Tribulation Crossing will not look down on this stuff. The author of Hockey can read it himself. 3 hours later. Zhao Haoyan lay on the bed and exhaled a heavy puff of smoke. Now he has grown from a boy into a man. The corners of my mouth unconsciously rose, and I couldn't help but sigh that life is as lonely as snow. Su Xiaoxiao rubbed her lips gently, as if to relieve the pain, and slowly opened her eyes and looked at him with some resentment. Junior, you really don't know how to be gentle with women. I don't know how to be gentle. She gently twisted Zhao Haoyan's lower back, then kissed him infatuatedly and softly snuggled into his arms. Let's go wash up, and don't peek. After saying that, she pulled Jiang Shui away. She lifted the quilt and took a deep breath due to the pain. She glared at Zhao Haoyan unhappily, thinking that he had grabbed her pigtails too hard. After smoking a cigarette, Zhao Haoyan felt revived. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Again! After an exclamation. World War II was staged again in the bathroom. This bath lasted for 3 hours. When he woke up the next day, he saw that it was already 10 o'clock. He got up and washed alone. After all, he faced 2 battles on the battlefield for the first time yesterday and was really tired. He called his personal butler to bring breakfast. After washing up, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for enjoying a carefree life and earning the title of Trial Player. Reward, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Today's check-in location, Yujinglong Bay. Successful sign-in reward, Yujinglongwan Villa Number 1. Chapter 11, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Previous Chapter 3, it's not easy to write for me, even calling my name requires changing it more than 10 times, the authoress skills are not up to par. I am ashamed of the expectations of the bosses. Rolls-Royce Phantom, this is a good thing. The price tag of hundreds of millions is out of reach, but no man can resist the luxurious and top-notch interior. And what he needs now is a means of transportation that can carry people. It seems that this guy Hackatong has been paying attention to his situation. Ding-a-ling. Zhao Haoyan's cell phone rang. It seems that the person displayed on the phone is Wang Can, the car dealership manager who had previously given him the Ducati. Mr. Zhao, do you still remember me? Manager Wang, we've only been apart for a short time, how could you not remember? Is the car I ordered ready? Yes, but I might have to trouble Mr. Zhao to come to our dealership in person to pick it up. Do you have time? No problem, just send me the dealership address. After saying that, he hung up the phone, and the housekeeper just brought up breakfast. He took a quick look at the variety and found it was quite rich. Seniors, it's time to get up and have breakfast. He entered the bedroom and gently pinched the 2 girls' faces. The soft and tender feeling made him unable to let go. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui opened their eyes with difficulty and got up. When they saw him, they went straight into his arms. Junior, why are you up so early? Do you have any plans? Su Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes and asked. Zhao Haoyan nodded and kissed them on their red lips. It was inconvenient not having a car yesterday, so I ordered one and will go to the dealership to pick it up later. Do you want to come with me or just go back to school? Jiang Shui opened her phone and looked at the class schedule in the album. There are no classes in the morning, but there are classes in the afternoon. We should be able to go to the car dealership together, and then we have to go back to school. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui are in the same class, so they have the same courses. After washing and dressing up, the 2 had a simple breakfast with Zhao Haoyan, and then a special car took them to the car dealership address given by Wang Can. The car is popular. At this time, Manager Wang was looking at cars with a man and a woman. The woman was dressed beautifully, carrying an LV bag on her arm, and her clothes looked very expensive. The man was fat and big-eared, wearing a suit. His small eyes would occasionally glance at the delicate bodies of the car models around him, revealing a lewd look. The car models all frowned slightly when they noticed his gaze, but their professionalism still made them try their best to smile. However, many girls will subconsciously cover their bodies. My dear guests, which of these cars do you like? Or you can tell me your budget and I can recommend some to you. Wang Can interrupted the man's obscene gaze, which made him a little unhappy. Can't we see for ourselves? Why do we need you to teach me how to do things? After saying that, he looked at the woman beside him. Baby, take your time to look around today. If you want anything, just tell me. Okay, thank you, dear. The woman's face was full of emotion, but there was a hint of disgust in her eyes. If this fat pig wasn't an executive of a listed company with an annual salary of 1 million, she would never be with this kind of guy. He would make oil come out of her mouth just by kissing her. It was so disgusting. Today I finally persuaded him to buy me a car, but he kept making excuses and finally only agreed to buy me a car worth around 200,000 yuan. How could she possibly like such junk? The woman's gaze swept towards the luxury car on the other side, her eyes full of desire. Especially the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in the middle of the dealership, it is simply her dream car. I just heard from someone in the car dealership that this car was ordered by a rich second-generation man, and that the rich second-generation man will come to pick it up today. She has been stalling for time and trying her luck, hoping that if she is lucky she can meet that rich second generation. She only needs to use a little tricks to catch the eye of the rich second generation. Then, she can get rid of this fat pig. With her skills, she might even be able to marry into a wealthy family and become his wife. Wang Qin noticed that the two of them seemed to be daydreaming and had no intention of buying a car, so he spoke up to remind them. Now it seems that these two people are really wasting his time. As a car dealership manager, he is very busy with his work on weekdays, but he has no time to waste with them. So he spoke. If you two haven't made up your mind, you can come back when you've made up your mind. I still have work to do here. I'll have the receptionist serve you next. You two can look around first. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, the phone in my pocket rang. As soon as he saw the caller, Manager Wang smiled and his attitude immediately became respectful. Mr. Zhao, are you here yet? Okay, wait a moment, I'll pick you up. After hanging up the phone, Wang Qin walked quickly to the door of the car dealership. The phone call just now was also heard by the woman next to the fat man. She showed surprise on her face. She didn't expect that she had actually been waiting for this. But she looked at the man next to her, her mind racing, wondering how to get rid of this guy. In just a moment, she came up with a solution. The woman said delicately, "Honey, I want to go to the bathroom. Can you wait for me in the rest area over there?" The man couldn't stand such coquettishness, so he immediately agreed with a smile. The woman took the opportunity to leave quickly and followed Wang Can to the door of the car dealership. The other side. Zhao Haotian had already arrived at the door of Fengxing car dealership. Not long after he made the call, he saw Wang Can jogging over. He walked over with an eager look on his face, shook hands with Zhao Haotian, then raised his hand to invite them into the dealership. Mr. Zhao, I didn't expect that you would order another car so soon. You've already completed most of my manager's tasks for me. Thank you so much. He said with a smile, his face showing unconcealable joy. He has earned a lot of commissions recently. When he gets home, his wife is always gentle and kind, allowing him to enjoy the throne of the family for a few days. This is all thanks to Zhao Haotian. There was no other way. The Ducati couldn't hold the people, so I bought another one. Zhao Haotian spread his hands. Wang Can's eyes quickly swept over Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui who were following him, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. He was tactful enough not to say anything. Men don't need too much communication, they all understand. He couldn't help but recall his experiences when he was young and sighed in his heart. College life is great. Junior, what kind of car did you reserve? Jiang Shui asked curiously. Before, she was a bit cold and seldom spoke, but after being whipped by Zhao Haotian all night, the whole person has become very relaxed, even becoming much bolder than Su Xiaoxiao. The endless variety of tricks made Zhao Haotian look at him with admiration. Guess what you want? You have 3 chances. Whoever guesses correctly will get a reward. Zhao Haotian chuckled. She and Su Xiaoxiao looked at each other and tried to speak. Porsche? Zhao Haotian shook his head. Maybach? Zhao Haotian still shook his head. That can't be a Maserati, I heard that kind of car costs 2 to 3 million. Chapter 12, Boyfriend is so powerful. It seems you still underestimate my strength. Zhao Haotian smiled and pinched their faces. Not sure if she was thinking in the wrong way, Su Xiaoxiao subconsciously replied, not small. After saying that, she couldn't help but blush and turned her head away, fortunately no one heard it. Let's go, I'll show you the new car. He put his arms around the two of them and walked into the dealership, heading straight for the most conspicuous Rolls-Royce in the middle. The woman who followed Wang Can to the door couldn't help but feel amorous after seeing Zhao Haotian's handsome face. Is this the rich second generation who bought that Rolls-Royce Phantom? So handsome and manly. A man like this is worthy of my pursuit. After a moment of infatuation, the woman's eyes became firm. No, I must get his attention. If you're any later, you won't have a chance. She immediately took out a small mirror from her bag and started to touch up her makeup, wanting to appear at her most beautiful so that Zhao Haotian would remember her. After putting on her makeup, she jogged over. When approaching Zhao Haotian, he pretended to take out his mobile phone to check the message, then ran straight towards him. She was absolutely confident in her figure, and Zhao Haotian didn't look very old. Little boys like this are usually college students and are very easy to control. As long as she could make some unexpected contact to stir up some emotions in them, she would be halfway to success. The most direct move is physical contact. Like accidentally bumping into their arms, then pretending to panic and evacuate. This kind of gentle touch that is close yet distant will definitely make them remember you at the first moment and leave an impression in their hearts. If you have a good figure and are pretty, that's a plus. Bumping into a car? Hey, move. Zhao Haotian noticed the woman rushing towards him the moment she did, and he flexibly moved sideways to avoid a collision with her. The woman staggered and almost fell to the ground. Her beautiful eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Such a beautiful woman was about to rush into his arms, but he actually dodged? Ghana. Zhao Haotian was very satisfied with his movement and gave the other party a pat on the head expression in return. The woman looked back and saw that the group had walked a short distance without paying any attention to her. She was unwilling to give up. She must not miss such an opportunity to have close contact with the rich second generation. So she stood up, patted her butt, and walked around again, finally coming in front of them. This time, she didn't plan to create any accidental contact. She went straight to the manager Wang Can, wanting to meet with them directly on the pretext that she had chosen a car. Then take the opportunity to get the contact information under the name of business cooperation in the future after getting to know each other. In this way, Zhao Haotian can be added openly. She clapped her hands and felt that she was so smart. Without saying a word, she quickly approached Wang Can. Zhao Haotian and his group had already arrived at the center of the dealership, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom was right in front of them. The prominent Flying Man logo already shows the value of this car. Junior, this is a Rolls-Royce? You bought it? Su Xiaoxiao didn't know how to express it. She and Jiang Shui had already guessed as much as possible that it was a luxury car. They mentioned luxury cars worth 1 or 2 million, but no one expected it to be a Rolls-Royce. Ladies, a Rolls-Royce Phantom to be exact. The price is between 8 and 10 million. Wang Can added something appropriate, shocking the two women. Junior, we are not going to take this car back to school later. Su Xiaoxiao was a little excited and a little scared and wanted to touch the little flying man, but her hand was hesitant to put it down. Of course I did. Otherwise, why would I buy it? As a decoration? Zhao Haotian looked at them with some amusement. These two women have a bit of a gold-worshipping nature, but not too much, or perhaps their vision doesn't allow them to expect too much. Now Rolls-Royce has shocked them to this extent. If they knew that in Yujinglong Bay, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, he could get villa number 1 if he went there. I'm afraid my jaw will drop. Even the worst villa there is worth tens of millions, while the most expensive villa number 1 is worth at least hundreds of millions or even billions. This is simply a fantasy for ordinary people. While they were talking, the woman found the right moment to come closer. Manager Wang, I've chosen a car. As soon as she spoke, she attracted the attention of several people, but Zhao Haotian only glanced at her and paid no more attention. He has no interest in this woman who relies on makeup and decorations to dress up before going out. If he had this much time, wouldn't it be nice to explore the human body's hardware softening function with Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui? Seeing that Zhao Haotian was not paying attention to her, the woman's mouth twitched slightly and she laughed dryly. Manager Wang, this must be the young master who bought this Rolls-Royce Phantom. He's truly young and promising. Young master, my family also runs a company. Why don't you leave me your contact information? We might have the chance to work together in the future. The woman did not continue to beat around the bush and directly revealed her true purpose. Because she had seen the fat man walking towards her out of the corner of her eye, there was no time for her to take slow action. Even Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui could see through her flawed excuse. However, they were all very sensible and didn't say anything, just snorted coldly. Zhao Haotian had to make the decision on everything. Zhao Haotian glanced at her and saw that she blinked at him and bit her lips, then waved his hand. No, I don't think we're at the stage of having a business partnership yet. Of course, if you do have a company, as long as your status is high enough, we will naturally have the opportunity to meet again. At this time, the fat man also came over. He first noticed Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui beside Zhao Haotian, and looked them up and down with a lewd look. The two women frowned slightly and hid near Zhao Haotian. But the fat man seemed to want to come over. Zhao Haotian didn't think twice about using force and just punched the fat pig in the face. Damn, you still want to ride on my face? After the fight, he picked up an unopened mineral water bottle on the table next to him and smashed it directly at him. Ouch! With a scream, the fat man covered his nose and backed away repeatedly. He was shocked and angry. Ever since he became a senior executive, everyone had been respectful to him, but now someone dared to hit him. If you can't use your eyes, I'll dig them out for you. Zhao Haotian, with a height of over 1.8 meters and a physique enhanced by the system, looks very oppressive. The fat man's confidence weakened a little, but he still gritted his teeth and threatened. Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I can make you unable to survive in Haicheng with just one phone call. Really? Hit one and let me see. Zhao Haotian kicked him out again, leaving him lying on the ground groaning. The woman looked at Zhao Haotian, who was showing off his full male strength, and then looked at the fat man who was in a miserable state, with a look of disgust on her face. The difference is too huge. She even wanted to turn around and leave now, pretending not to know him. How weak of a person she was. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui's eyes were full of concern as they looked at the man who had done the work for them, wishing they could drag him back to the hotel right now. Manager Wang, I'll drive the car away. Can you handle the situation here? Zhao Haotian said lightly. Wang Can chuckled and nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao, leave this to me. You can leave at any time. Nonsense. A fat man who came here for 2 hours and bought nothing, and the god of wealth who ordered 2 luxury cars in 2 days. Even his grandmother would know which answer to this question. Zhao Haotian opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. After both women got in the car, under Wang Can's respectful gaze, they slowly left. Chapter 13. You are too low-key. Today is the second day of registration, and almost all the new students have arrived at school. When Zhao Haotian appeared in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, he stunned all the students. The security guard let him go without even trying to stop him. Anyone who appears driving a car like this is either a leader or a rich young man. Seeing Zhao Haotian in the driver's seat, some of the girls watching let out low screams. Oh my god, whose eldest son is this? Master, are you still missing a pendant on your leg? I can do it. After Zhao Haotian parked the car, Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui got out from the back seat. They felt the envious gazes of those around them and their hearts skipped a beat, with the corners of their mouths slightly raised. Who doesn't want to be the center of attention and be envied by everyone? Junior, we'll be leaving first. Shuer and I will contact you later. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui held hands, and each of them kissed Zhao Haotian on one cheek to declare their sovereignty. This scene once again caused a wave of wailing from single people. In the crowd, Chu Shingua also saw this scene and curled the corners of her mouth slightly. Just at this moment, Chu Yun called, and she cursed as soon as she answered the phone. All men are bad. Then he hung up the phone, leaving Chu Yun on the other end confused. Chu Yun? I called my sister to check on her and then got scolded? No, who offended his sister? Zhao Haotian put his hands in his pockets and walked past everyone calmly. The owner of the computer store just called and said that his computer has been installed and delivered to the dormitory. He couldn't wait to try out his $100,000 computer. It must be great for playing 4,399. Back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, he saw 3 people standing around his table, looking at him. The most eye-catching muscular man had a sleeveless vest stretched over his bulging chest muscles, and he was carrying a 20 kilograms dumbbell in one hand like a bag of potato chips. The other one, wearing black-framed glasses, was staring at the computer intently, the lenses reflecting a faint blue light, and his eyes were full of wisdom. The last one has a slightly parted and shaved hairstyle, and his outfit is trendy, making him look like a popular young actor. The movement of Zhao Haotian entering the room also attracted the attention of the 3 people, and in an instant, 3 pairs of eyes fell on him. There is exploration, surprise, and shock. Fuck. Brother, are you so awesome? Zhao Haotian didn't expect that the person with the biggest reaction was his roommate who looked like a popular young star. He started by saying, "Wow, that's awesome." It is in stark contrast to his image. I originally thought my looks had reached their peak, but I never expected that I had underestimated the heroes of the world. Whose general is this? He is so brave. He spoke with an exaggerated expression, acting as if it were a joke. Then he walked over with a smile on his face and hooked his arm around Zhao Haotian's shoulder. "Hello brother, my name is Gu Yunchuan, from the Magic City." Seeing this, the big guy raised the dumbbell in his hand and grinned, revealing his 8 white teeth. "My name is Han Dong. I'm a special student in sports. I'm from the countryside in Yun province. I'll bring you each a pound of local specialties from my hometown." Zhao Haotian looked at Han Dong, who was a head taller than him, and laughed twice, but was muttering in his heart. What did this guy eat to grow up so strong? The last person pushed his glasses, walked forward, stretched out his hand and spoke softly. Su Ping, a local who loves studying code. Zhao Haotian also smiled and shook hands with him, then began to introduce himself. "Hello brothers, my name is Zhao Haotian, my hometown is Sichuan in Chongqing. You can also call me Haotian or Ritian, I don't care anyway. Please take good care of me in the coming years." After introducing each other, everyone gradually became familiar with each other and the whole dormitory became lively. Zhao Haotian was sitting in front of the computer playing with it. Gu Yunchuan stood behind him, supporting his shoulders and asked with a raised eyebrow. "Old Zhao, tell me the truth, are you a rich second generation?" The person who just delivered the computer said your computer is worth 100,000 yuan. That's 100,000 yuan, and you only bought a computer. Han Dong and Su Ping also looked over, obviously very curious about Zhao Haotian's identity. You have to know that 100,000 yuan is almost the annual income of an average person. No one would dare to spend it like that unless they are a rich second generation. Zhao Haotian spread his hands, turned around and showed an innocent expression. "I'm not a rich second generation, I just have a few cars and a villa." "That's it?" Gu Yunchuan's voice rose, and his fingertips pointed at Zhao Haotian with trembling hands. "Old Zhao, do you know that you will be beaten to death for being so Versailles? I don't care, you have to treat me to the first group dinner in this dormitory." Zhao Haotian shrugged and nodded. "Okay, it's my treat tonight. Let's add each other as friends first, and then you can just send me a message." Several people quickly added each other as friends. Thinking of what Zhao Haotian had just said, Gu Yunchuan raised his eyebrows. "Old Zhao, are you going out later?" Are you going to pass by the Yunting Hotel? Give me a ride." Zhao Haotian was stunned and took out his mobile phone to check the locations of Yunting Hotel in Yujinglong Bay, which happened to be the same route as his. He hummed and nodded, "Lucky, it's just on my way." "But what are you going to do?" Gu Yunchuan scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "Well, I still have some luggage at the Yunting Hotel, and my family urged me to pick it up." "Don't worry, you just need to send me there, no need to send me back." Hearing this, Han Dong put down the dumbbells, flexed his biceps and looked at Gu Yunchuan. "Old Gu, do you need help? Old Su and I can go and help you." Su Ping nodded calmly in agreement. Gu Yunchuan thought about it for a moment, then agreed. "Okay, I'll trouble you brothers." During this short while, Zhao Haotian had already tried some functions of the computer, and then opened 4399 to play a few games. Seeing this, Gu Yunchuan clutched his chest and nearly spit out a mouthful of blood. What a waste of natural resources! What a waste of natural resources! Lao Xiao, you bought a 100,000 yuan computer just to play 4399? What's the difference between this and setting up an anti-aircraft gun to kill mosquitoes? Zhao Haotian chuckled, turned off the computer and picked up the car keys beside him. Just for fun anyway. Let's go. Then, the four of them walked downstairs together, arm in arm. When he arrived downstairs of the dormitory, Gu Yunchuan saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked not far away and clicked his tongue. I didn't expect there's someone so cool in our school who drives such a luxury car. TSK, what a luxury. By the way, Lao Xiao, where is your car? Gu Yunchuan looked around, obviously curious about what kind of car he was driving. Zhao Haotian walked straight towards the Rolls-Royce without saying a word. Gu Yunchuan and the other two were stunned at first, then their eyes widened in disbelief. It wasn't until they saw Zhao Haotian get into the car and sit in the driver's seat that they reacted. Fuck, my roommate is working hard. His voice attracted the attention of many people, and after seeing the Rolls-Royce, they all looked at the few people with envy. I can actually share a dormitory with such a young master. What are you all standing there for? Aren't you going to leave? Zhao Haotian put one hand on the car window and chuckled as he looked at the dazed people. Several people first circled the car and then rushed into it. Gu Yunchuan was the first to get into the passenger seat. He touched the interior of the car, and the shock in his eyes lingered for a long time. Tisk, TSK, TSK, oh my goodness. Old Zhao, is this the little car you were talking about? I thought you were being too naive, but I was the one who was being treacherous and wanton. A computer worth 100,000 yuan is really too low-key. Chapter 14, 5 million investment. Amid the excited shouts of several people, the Rolls-Royce drove out of the school gate. When driving on the road, no car dared to approach them. They all followed from a distance, fearing that they would lose their pants if they were not careful. Oh my god, I never thought I could ride in such a luxurious car in my life. In our county, a BMW is considered a top-tier luxury car, and few people can afford it. Han Dong touched the leather seat beneath his buttocks, gently stroking it with his palm. A burly man's movements were as gentle as caressing a little girl. This relaxed atmosphere made Zhao Haotian smile lightly. How about we let each of you drive a little bit of the road ahead to experience it? Han Dong waved his hands repeatedly after hearing this. Forget it, I haven't even taken the driver's license test yet. What about Lao Su and Lao Gu? Let's try it. Zhao Haotian looked at the other two people. Su Ping also shook his head and said, I don't have a driver's license yet, so I can't drive. Gu Yunchuan was eager to try. Lao Zhao, I have a driver's license and I want to try it. Okay, let's find an open space up front and change positions. Zhao Haotian quickly drove the car to the side of a wide road and stopped, then got out and exchanged seats with Gu Yunchuan. After Gu Yunchuan came to the driver's seat, he touched the steering wheel with a look of enjoyment, and he wanted to put his face against it. I could already feel the soul of this car before I even drove it. It's simply impeccable. He fastened his seatbelt, slowly started the car and drove off, then turned on the car music. As the song Astronomia played, the dynamic rhythm made everyone in the car shake their heads unconsciously. Gu Yunchuan paced the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator to 120. Fortunately, there were few vehicles on the road, so there was no pressure to drive at such a fast speed. Woohoo! Gu Yunchuan shouted out the window, looking extremely excited. Old Zhao, you're worthy of being called Lao. Driving is so damn fun. If I had a car like this, coupled with my incredibly handsome face, I can't even imagine how happy I would be in the next few years of college life. Old Zhao, promise me that you will save some soup for my brothers in our school. Gu Yunchuan spoke in a dramatic tone, and the car instantly became filled with laughter. The journey that was supposed to take 50 minutes was completed in just half an hour by Gu Yunchuan. Outside the Yunting Hotel, a middle-aged couple in elegant clothes were chatting with serious expressions on their faces. Old Gu, if there's no new investment in the Yunting Hotel, I'm afraid it will really be acquired by those people in the Magic City. This Yunting Hotel is our Gu family's largest property in Haicheng. If it is acquired, the Gu family's situation will probably be even worse. The lady spoke. My eldest brother is still struggling to hold on to the Magic City company right now. Facing attacks from several other companies, he has no time to care about us. I'm afraid we'll have to figure out how to invest on our own. But there's only a week left. Those people from the Magic City will come to Haicheng in a week. The lady was a little anxious. Seeing the worry on her face, which was very similar to Gu Yunchuan's, the middle-aged man sighed heavily. Wait a little longer. Then he seemed to remember something and gave instructions to the lady next to him. By the way, Xiaochuan will be here soon, so don't let anything slip. Having him leave the Magic City and come to Haicheng to study is also because we hope he won't get involved in family disputes too early and can live a stable life for a few years. Life will not be so easy for the Gu family from now on. The lady sighed softly and nodded. Suddenly, a Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared in front of them. The middle-aged couple was stunned, thinking that the guests were going to check into the hotel. I subconsciously wanted to say welcome, but when I looked up, I saw Gu Yunchuan getting out of the car. Ogawa? Why are you here? Where did you get the car? The middle-aged couple asked in astonishment. Gu Yunchuan greeted them with a playful smile and gave them a hug. Mom and Dad, this is my roommate's car, and these guys are all my roommates. He introduced Zhao Haoyan and others who got off the car to the middle-aged couple. "Hello, uncle and auntie, we are Gu Yunchuan's roommates." Zhao Haoyan greeted them, and Su Ping and Han Dong also smiled. The middle-aged man's eyes swept over the Rolls-Royce Phantom and he was shocked. With his knowledge, he naturally knew this car. What made him curious was who among them was actually driving a car worth nearly 10 million yuan. Even with the wealth of the Gu family in Shanghai, except for some important members of the family, no one else is qualified to ride in such a luxury car. Not to mention that it is owned by a junior alone, he can't be the eldest son of a wealthy family. After everyone got off the car, Zhao Haoyan patted Gu Yunchuan on the shoulder. "Lao Gu, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. If you can't find the car when you go back, then wait for me to come back. Remember to send a message then." Gu Yunchuan smiled and nodded. After saying hello to a few more people, Zhao Haoyan drove away. Seeing Zhao Haoyan leave, Gu Yunchuan turned and looked at the middle-aged couple. "Mom and Dad, where is my luggage? Where did you put it? My roommates and I will take it together, and then you can have someone take us back to school." Gu Yunchuan spoke. Gu's father and mother looked at each other and saw what was in each other's eyes. They wanted to ask about Zhao Haoyan, perhaps they could ask him for help with the investment. Father Gu laughed and patted Gu Yunchuan on the shoulder. "Yunchuan, your classmates have finally come here, please invite them to sit in the rest area first. Come with us to get the luggage." Gu Yunchuan thought so too, and then asked Han Dong and Su Ping to sit in the rest area first. Gu's father and mother took Gu Yunchuan to the top floor of the hotel. In the elevator, Father Gu and Mother Gu looked at each other. He opened his mouth tentatively. "Xiaochuan, who is that classmate of yours who drove the Rolls-Royce today?" "Oh, you mean Lao Zhao. His name is Zhao Haoyan, my roommate whom I just met today." Father Gu spoke again. "So what does his family do? It seems very unusual." Gu Yunchuan shook his head and shrugged at the two of them. "How should I know? We just met today. But why are you asking about me, Mom or Dad?" Gu Yunchuan stared at the two of them with a strange look in his eyes. Gu's father and mother looked at each other, with a hint of struggle on their faces. But in the end he sighed heavily. Father Gu looked at Gu Yunchuan and said, "Xiaochuan, originally we didn't want you to get involved in family matters too early. But the Gu family's situation is indeed not very good right now. Your uncle is maintaining the Gu family in the Magic City, struggling to fight against those families who want to swallow up the Gu family. And the Yunting Hotel is an important industry of our Gu family in Haicheng. Now the Magic City has no time to take care of this place. The Yunting Hotel has been declining due to lack of investment. If we can't attract investment in time, I'm afraid it will soon be acquired by those families in the Magic City." Gu's father's waist suddenly bent a lot, and the few white hairs on his head made Gu Yunchuan's heart fall from heaven to the bottom of the valley. He didn't expect that his parents were under such great pressure without his knowledge. He spoke in some disbelief. "Mom and Dad, why didn't you tell me such a big thing? Can you hide it forever without me knowing? I am also a member of the Gu family." His tone was even a little angry, but more of it was concern for his parents. Gu's father and mother didn't say anything, but their hands clenched in their sleeves showed their unrest. How much investment does the Yunting Hotel require? When will those people arrive? Gu Yunchuan hesitated for a moment and then asked. Father Gu sighed and spoke with some difficulty. "The investment will be at least 5 million, and we still have a week." Gu Yunchuan's breathing stopped for a moment. He had to get 5 million in a week. He instantly understood why Gu's father and mother were asking about Zhao Haoyan. But it was only a week. Not to mention that he and Zhao Haoyan are just roommates, even if they are brothers. Others may not necessarily lend you 5 million. What's more, Zhao Haoyan has no relationship with him, so there is no reason for him to do him such a big favor. Gu Yunchuan's heart slowly sank. Chapter 15 Yujing Longwan, Dedicated Security Guard. Seeing the smile disappear from their son's face, both Gu's father and mother felt heartbroken. If it wasn't an extremely critical moment, they didn't want to tell Gu Yunchuan the truth. Even if there was only a slight possibility, they were unwilling to let Gu Yunchuan do such a thing. "I understand. I'll go back and ask my roommate about it, but it may not be helpful," Gu Yunchuan said lightly, the light in his eyes slowly disappearing. From this moment on, he seemed to grow up. After picking up the luggage, Gu's father and mother followed him silently. It was not until they went downstairs and saw Han Dong and Su Ping in the rest area that smiles appeared on their faces. Xiao Han and Xiao Su, right? I'll ask you to take care of our Xiao Chuan at school. Han Dong and Su Ping stood up hurriedly and responded quickly. Uncles and aunts are joking. They are all taking care of each other. As they spoke, the two of them took the luggage from Gu Yunchuan and carried it directly on their shoulders. Seeing his two roommates, Gu Yunchuan's heavy mood calmed down a lot, and he smiled faintly. Let's go. Mom and Dad, please send a car to take us back to school. Gu Yunchuan turned to look at his father and mother, with a smile on his face, as if nothing had just happened. Father Gu nodded repeatedly and asked the hotel manager to drive the three of them back. After they left, Mother Gu could no longer hide her emotions and began to sob with red eyes. Father Gu hugged her gently and patted her back. It's going to be okay. Everything will be fine. The other side. Zhao Haotian had already arrived near Yujinglong Bay. He rolled down the car window and looked into the community. A feeling of top-level luxury comes to you. The wrought iron gate was tightly closed, with bronze roses winding along the gilded railings. Behind the gate, one could vaguely see the skyline supported by Roman columns. This is Yujinglongwan, known as Haicheng's wealthy community. It's really high-end. Zhao Haotian chuckled and looked at a villa near the periphery. He had already begun to imagine what Villa Number 1 at the innermost part would look like. Bite. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Reward, Yujinglongwan Villa Number 1. The system's voice rang in my mind, and at the same time, a red property certificate and a brand new key appeared on the passenger seat. Is that it? Just in time, let's go in and see what the villa is like. He turned the car around and headed towards the entrance of the community. The security guard standing guard outside came out immediately and signaled him to stop the car, then ran to his car window to ask. Hello, is there anything I can do for you? Or do you have an appointment? Zhao Haotian shook his head and said lightly. I'm the owner and don't have an appointment. The security guard's face darkened when he heard this, and he said coldly. Sir, I know every owner of the 20 villas in Yujinglongwan. Except for Villa Number 1, which currently has no owner, I have met the other 19. You said you are the owner, are you questioning my professionalism? I tell you, even if the sun rises from the west today, I won't admit my mistake if I jump from this side. The security guard looked displeased. Anyone can question other aspects of him, but absolutely cannot question his professional level. He was voted the best security guard for 5 consecutive years and there was not a single accident during his time on the job. Zhao Haotian found the displeasure on his face somewhat amusing. He didn't expect that he was such a powerful guy. He smiled playfully. Didn't you say there's a Villa Number 1 that still has no owner? How do you know I'm not the owner of Villa Number 1? Upon hearing this, the security guard looked at him as if he was an idiot, as if to say that he wasn't even pretending properly. Do you know who lives here? The security guard spoke quietly. Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows and answered. A rich person living here? The other party was choked, and it was true to say so. The security guy quickly shook his head and spoke with a serious expression. Every villa here is home to a prominent figure in Haicheng. Take Villa Number 6 for example, it's home to the Chu family, one of Haicheng's most prestigious families. You can imagine what kind of important person would live in Villa Number 1. You? The security guard looked Zhao Haotian up and down, amazed at his handsomeness and car. But working in this community, he is already accustomed to seeing all kinds of luxury cars. Brother, it's not that I look down on you, it's just that what you said is too outrageous. Even if you tell a dog about Villa Number 1, he'll just shake his head. Okay, brother, go ahead. I won't make things difficult for you. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be as easy to talk to as me. The security guard waved his hand and returned to his post, standing straight and meticulously with a determined look as if he wanted to join the party. Zhao Haotian smiled helplessly. He had no choice but to look at the manager's phone number next to the property certificate. The property lobby on the other side. The property manager of Yujinglongwan community suddenly received the news that Villa Number 1 had an owner, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He murmured, this villa community Number 1 has been around for so many years, and today it actually has an owner. I don't know which important person has moved in. No, we have to notify the security guards to avoid provoking that important person. He opened WeChat and was about to send a message in the security group when an unfamiliar number called. He hesitated and then answered. Hello, who is this? Hello, I'm the owner of Villa Number 1. I can't get into Yujinglong Bay. Would you mind picking me up? With a buzzing sound, the property manager's head felt dizzy. The owner of Villa Number 1 called him personally, but he was stopped outside the community. Spicy meatballs. He subconsciously stood up straight, his tone full of flattery. Sorry, it's my fault for not being sensible. I'll come pick you up myself. I'm so sorry. His behavior made his colleagues around him a little confused. Who could have made their manager panic with just one phone call? A colleague even wanted to come forward to show some concern and ask him what happened. He didn't have time and just called everyone over. Everyone follow me. The owner of Villa Number 1 has been stopped outside the complex. We must apologize with the utmost sincerity. We absolutely cannot afford to offend that kind of big shot. After saying that, he ran out. The other colleagues were stunned for a moment, with horror in their eyes. Villa Number 1. The mysterious villa that has been without an owner for more than 10 years, now the owner has appeared, and was stopped by their people. If the owner has a bad temper, all of them might lose their jobs. Dare not delay. Everyone dropped their work and rushed out as if there was some evil ghost chasing them. The security guard here frowned slightly when he saw that Zhao Haotian had not moved. He carefully looked around and walked up again. Brother, you can't keep blocking the road here. You never know when our manager will come for inspection or when the owner will go home. That would be troublesome. Just as he finished speaking, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Looking back, I saw the property manager and a group of people in suits running towards us, sweating profusely. A trace of panic flashed across the security guard's face and he urged, Brother, leave quickly, our manager is here. The property manager who was running in front vaguely heard the security guard say the word leave. His face turned pale and he shouted hurriedly, No. Don't move. Chapter 16 I want to see who you really are. Stop. The property manager ran over panting, with a look of anger on his face. The security guard bowed hurriedly with a look of panic on his face and said, Manager, this car owner just arrived, and I was just about to persuade him to leave to ensure that he will not delay the normal flow of traffic in the community. The property manager almost lost his breath when he heard this and slapped the security guard on the forehead. He ran to the car window, pushed the security guard aside, and bowed 90 degrees to Zhao Haotian. Dear owner of Villa Number 1, it was our subordinates who failed to manage the place properly and offended you. I hope you will forgive me and take full responsibility for all the problems. After the property manager finished speaking, a sparse group of people following behind him also made the same gesture. The security guard had never seen such a scene before. Their boss actually bowed to the young man. Is this still the fearless boss he remembers? His jaw dropped in shock and he stood there in a daze. Suddenly, he remembered what the manager had just said. Dear Villa Number 1 owner. Hiss. The security guard looked as if he had seen a ghost and stared blankly at Zhao Haotian, who had a playful look on his face. You are really the owner of Villa Number 1? Upon hearing this, the property manager immediately pulled him behind him and gave Zhao Haotian a flattering smile. My subordinates are ignorant. I will definitely punish him severely. Please don't blame me. Zhao Haotian didn't say anything. A strange atmosphere filled the surroundings, causing those people to break out in sweat on their foreheads and their backs to feel slightly wet. Do I look that scary? Zhao Haotian looked at their nervous expressions with interest and chuckled. When they heard the laughter, everyone slowly raised their eyes and quietly looked at Zhao Haotian. Noticing that there was no sign of anger on his face, I heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that the owner of Villa Number 1 has a pretty good temper. A property staff member muttered quietly, and then was glared at by the property manager. The manager rubbed his hands together and smiled, Thank you, sir, for your understanding. Zhao Haotian looked at the security guard again at this time. The security guard had already shrank his head. After knowing Zhao Haotian's identity, he kept wailing in his heart that it was all over. This good job with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan and 5 insurances and 1 fund is about to be lost. He has worked diligently for so many years, but he didn't expect that because of a moment of carelessness, he offended the most mysterious owner of Villa Number 1 and even advised him to leave quickly. Now even the manager can't save him. Security guy, do you believe I'm the owner now? Zhao Haotian said with some amusement. I believe it, Mr. Owner. I know I've offended you. Please don't blame the boss and the others. I will resign and leave on my own. He bowed and then unbuttoned the security uniform that he had been proud of for so many years. The property manager and others looked at him with complicated expressions and reluctance on their faces. Zhao Haotian spoke in confusion. When did I say I blame you? You're doing a good job, aren't you? Why are you quitting? Upon hearing this, the security guard stopped unbuttoning his clothes, with a dazed look on his face. Seeing this, Zhao Haotian immediately shouted out orders. Stand at attention. The security guy stood straight as if by reflex. Back, turn. Comrade security, I am now giving you instructions as the owner. Return to your post and continue to perform your duties. Yes. The security guard was stunned at first, then a smile appeared on his face. He turned around and walked back to the guard booth in an orderly manner. Zhao Haotian spoke casually. This security guy is very dedicated, I like him very much. The property manager was delighted when he heard this. Being a smart man, he understood the situation very well and quickly agreed. Don't worry, I'll give him a promotion and a raise when I get back. Zhao Haotian nodded, then started the car and drove in. This time the security guard quickly opened the door for him. After he left, the security guy bowed slightly to him and shouted loudly. Welcome home, Villa Number 1 owner. Zhao Haotian saw this scene in the rearview mirror and shook his head with a smile. These guys are quite interesting. After entering the community, Zhao Haotian found that the environment here was excellent, with green plants everywhere and the air was exceptionally fresh. After wandering around for more than 10 minutes, we finally arrived at the courtyard of Villa Number 1. Looking at the yard and villa covering several hundred square meters, Zhao Haotian nodded. In his previous life, he would never have dared to think about this. Not to mention the house, even the bride price would crush him. When he was about to take out the key to open the gate of the yard, a mechanical sound rang out. Authentication begins. Scanning iris. Authentication successful, welcome home. The courtyard door slowly opened on both sides with a bang, and the extremely spacious front yard came into view. The surrounding lawns and flower beds are planted with precious green plants and flowers. There is also a huge fountain pool in the center of the front yard. If you walk along the bluestone path, you can see several exquisitely crafted sculptures. Walking and admiring, he came to the gate of the villa. As soon as Zhao Haotian stood at the door, a blue light automatically began to scan his face. After a prompt of successful verification was issued, the door opened directly. This full sense of technology made him extremely satisfied. After changing into slippers, Zhao Haotian looked around the entire villa. The villa has 3 floors, and the layout of each floor is different. There is also an outdoor swimming pool, private cinema, gym, sauna room, and so on. In addition to the layout, the sofas, chandeliers, building materials, etc. are all top-notch. After one circle, he lay contentedly on the 3-meter-long bed, his whole body sinking into it. The soft mattress allowed him to roll around comfortably for a few times. I can only say that it is worthy of being a system product. It just so happened that he was sweating a little along the way, so he turned his gaze towards the sauna room. Take a shower first, then try the sauna. Woohoo! While Zhao Haotian was enjoying a bath and sauna, a grandfather and grandson came to Villa Number 2 not far away. The old man had a bright look in his eyes and was dressed in a tang suit. Every move he made exuded authority. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. The young woman accompanying him was wearing sportswear and had her long hair tightly tied up. At this time, the grandfather and grandson were talking and laughing. The woman's eyes suddenly noticed Zhao Haotian's car and she let out a light exclamation. Grandpa, look over there. Someone has moved into Villa Number 1. The old man followed her gaze and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He smiled and said, "This house was built for people to live in, so it's not surprising that there are people here." But the woman seemed unconvinced and snorted with her hands folded. Even Grandpa couldn't buy Villa Number 1 back then. I really don't know who in Haicheng has a higher status than you, Grandpa. You know, our Wu family is. Sasha. The old man scolded her harshly, and Wu Sha snorted in anger and stopped talking. The old man shook his head lovingly, patted the woman's head and chuckled. Sasha, you must know that there are always people better than you. Not everything can be measured by wealth. You are still too impatient. Whoever the owner of Villa Number 1 is, he must have his own strengths. What we have to do is to make as many friends as possible. It will be beneficial to you in the future. Wu Sha curled her lips, but still nodded. I understand, Grandpa. Okay, Grandpa, let's go home first. We can talk about making friends later. As she spoke, she helped the old man open the door of Villa number 2. Just before the door closed, she turned around and looked at Villa number 1, her eyes narrowed slightly. Humph. I want to see who you really are. Chapter 17 Little Dirty Girl? After taking a shower and having a sauna, Zhao Haotian walked into the living room with his bare chest and took out a can of ice cola from the refrigerator. After taking a sip, he sighed lazily and sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. This is what life is all about. In my previous life, I lived like a beast of burden. He took out his phone and started watching short videos. When he saw a pretty girl, he would click 3 times in a row. Reported if you see any censorship. How bold. If you dare to censor today, you will dare to censor your fans tomorrow. However, Zhao Haotian has a high tolerance for beautiful women. It's not in vain that I watched it, I like it. While he was browsing beautiful women, Su Xiaoxiao and Zhang Shui sent him messages. Junior, do you want to have dinner together tonight? Looking forward to it. Zhao Haotian thought for a moment and replied. I have a meeting with my roommates tonight. Let's have dinner together later. After sending the message, he thought about it and transferred 2 more red envelopes of 10,000 yuan each. Eat well, don't let grandma get too thin. Sly grinning. The other party quickly replied with 2 angry emoticons and then accepted the red envelope. I looked at the time and it was already afternoon. It's time to go back to school. Bite. As a WeChat notification sounded, Zhao Haotian saw that he had been pulled into a group by Chu Shingua, Class 1 of the Finance Department of Ocean University of China, class of 1935. Then he received a message from Chu Shingua. I didn't expect that we would become classmates. Don't worry, I will help you in the future. Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he would become a classmate of that motorcycle girl. The corner of his mouth curled up and he tapped his finger on the screen. Only pull one? Shouldn't you pull several? Zhao Haotian, you want to die, right? Believe it or not, I'll bite you off. What did I say? Oh, you didn't think I said. Oh, little filthy girl, I am ashamed to be with you. The opposite of Tiangang. Chu Shingua on the other end was so angry that she threw her phone directly onto the table. Zhao Haotian's counter-accusation made her ears redder. How dare you tease me, Zhao Haotian? Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will bite you off. After teasing Chu Shingua for a while, Zhao Haotian picked up the key and prepared to return to school. When I got into the Rolls-Royce and left the villa. On the balcony of villa number 2 not far away. Wu Sha watched him leave with a glass of red wine in her hand. She took the last sip of the wine only after the car disappeared from her sight. I want to see who you are. After saying that, Wu Sha picked up her cell phone and made a call, which was quickly connected by the other end. Check the information of the owner of villa number 1, Yu Jinglongwan. Send it to my phone when you're done. After saying that, she hung up the phone directly, her eyes still fixed on the direction where Zhao Haotian left. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when Zhao Haotian returned to the dormitory. Gu Yunchuan and others had already packed up and were waiting for him to come back so that they could have dinner. Looking at their neat hairstyles and outfits, Zhao Haotian thought these guys were going there to pick up girls instead of having a meal. Why are you guys being so serious? You're not going to pick up girls. Zhao Haotian stared at them with a strange look on his face. Gu Yunchuan walked over, hooked his shoulder, and shook his right index finger. Old Zhao, this is wrong. Today is the first day of school, and there will definitely be a lot of girls coming to eat. We want to leave a good first impression on them. Maybe our peach blossoms will bloom today. He gently brushed away a strand of bangs on his forehead and shook his head in a very showy manner. Although Su Ping and Han Dong didn't say anything, their eyes clearly showed the same meaning. Ha, you guys are really amazing. Since you all said so, then wouldn't it be out of place if I didn't dress up? Zhao Haotian stroked his chin and said hesitantly. Gu Yunchuan's eyes widened when he heard this and he raised his hand to stop him. Old Zhao, do you have any misunderstanding about your appearance? If you dress up, we guys will be dead. Look at your comments on the school forum. Classes haven't even started yet, and you've already become the top freshman. And I'm only ranked 4th. Zhao Haotian spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. This was done by Su Xiaoxiao and it had nothing to do with him. Okay then, let's go eat. After saying that, they went downstairs. Along the way, many people looked at them. But most eyes fell on Zhao Haotian. There was quite a stir when I reported in before. Moreover, in the past 2 days, the freshmen have seen Zhao Haotian's ranking as the #1 school idol on the school forum. Some girls covered their red lips lightly after seeing him, their eyes full of excitement. Is this the freshman who is the most handsome boy on campus? He's even more handsome in person than in the photo. Along the way, Zhao Haotian and his companions could hear many such low cries. Gu Yunchuan spoke sourly. As expected, everyone only remembers the first one. I, the fourth most handsome boy in the school, have become a background figure here. I've decided. I must order a few more skewers of barbecue tonight and give Lao Zhao a good meal. He chuckled and walked towards the hottest barbecue restaurant. Boss, give me 30 skewers of lamb, 30 skewers of beef, 4 skewers of kidney, a grilled fish, and a case of beer. Oh, and some grilled chicken wings, too. I want them spicy. As soon as he sat down, Gu Yunchuan raised his hand and greeted him. Okay, right here. When the boss heard how many skewers there were, he smiled so hard that his mouth was crooked, and he immediately started grilling them. Just as Gu Yunchuan was about to speak, his eyes suddenly widened and he stared at the street outside. Brothers, sniper reporting. 4 people are coming towards this store at 12 o'clock. Be careful and hide. Hearing this, several people turned around quietly in tacit understanding, and their eyes inadvertently swept over the 4 people Gu Yunchuan mentioned. But what surprised Zhao Haotian was that one of them was Chu Shingua. I don't know if it's a woman's sixth sense, but Chu Shingua also looked over here. He immediately made eye contact with Zhao Haotian. Lao Zhao, the most amazing one seems to be looking at me. Gu Yunchuan whispered calmly, with a hint of excitement in his tone. Is she looking at me? Huh? Why does she seem to be walking towards us? Holy shit! He's really coming towards us. Oh no, my peeping was caught. Gu Yunchuan quickly shifted his gaze, picked up his chopsticks and began to pretend to be busy. Su Ping and Han Dong had never seen such a beautiful girl, and they were suddenly at a loss. Following Gu Yunchuan, everyone pretended to be busy. Chu Shingua came to their table with her long legs, and seeing that she could no longer hide it, Gu Yunchuan wanted to explain. But when he saw Chu Xingua's eyes fell on Zhao Haotian, he shut up instantly, as if he was not the one who was discovered. Before Zhao Haotian could open his mouth, Chu Xingua's sneering voice rang out. Zhao Haotian, how dare you appear in front of me? Zhao Haotian looked at her and smiled. Why should I be afraid? I haven't done anything wrong. But Chu Shingua, you are completely different from what I thought. Zhao Haotian silently mouthed, little dirty girl. Chu Xingua's earlobes felt hot when she heard that, and she glared at him fiercely with gritted teeth. Xinghua, what's wrong? When her roommate saw her enter the store and stand still, she followed her and looked back and forth between Zhao Haotian and her curiously. Chapter 18, Truth or Dare, Chu Xinghua's Notes. Xinghua, what's wrong? A girl came up to her and looked surprised when she saw Zhao Haotian. A meaningful look swept back and forth between Zhao Haotian and Chu Xinghua. Ahem, this must be the school's top idol, Zhao Haotian. He looks much more handsome than in the photo. No wonder Xinghua can't forget it and keeps talking about it in her dreams. The girl broke the weird atmosphere and spoke, but she seemed to have misunderstood Chu Xinghua's attitude towards Zhao Haotian. I thought she was secretly in love with Zhao Haotian but didn't dare to confess. Zhao Haotian was stunned and looked at her suspiciously. Chu Xinghua cared about him so much? Can you even dream about it? Chu Xinghua was also dumbfounded. When did she start to be obsessed with Zhao Haotian? She wanted to bite this guy to death. She looked at her roommate with disbelief, but received a look from him that said, "Let me take care of everything." What the hell? What are you doing? Stop it, you bastard. The girl walked forward, looked at the few people, and spoke with a smile. Handsome guys, do you mind if we share a table? Gu Yunchuan saw that Han Dong and Su Ping were a little dull, and felt very disappointed in them. How could Lao Zhao not seize such a good opportunity? He stood up and gave up his seat. No, of course not. After saying that, he waved to the owner at the door of the store and said, "Boss, please put a table together over here and add a few stools." Okay. The boss quickly put the 2 tables together and brought in a few stools. The people around them looked at them sharing the table with the 2 beauties, and suddenly they felt that the barbecue in their mouths no longer tasted good. Several people sat down next to each other, leaving only Chu Shingua, who was still in a daze. She looked left and right, and the only empty seat was next to Zhao Haotian. Now she was dumbfounded. She actually had to sit with this bastard. Hey, Shingua, don't be embarrassed, sit down quickly. She pressed Chu Shingua next to Zhao Haotian, and then looked at her with an ant smile on her face. Feeling Chu Xingyue's nervousness, Zhao Haotian suddenly felt amused. This woman was quite arrogant before, but why is she like a quail now? Noticing Zhao Haotian's teasing, Chu Shingua, no matter how carefree she was usually, felt a little embarrassed. She was actually scared when facing Zhao Haotian. How could she hold her head up in front of Zhao Haotian in the future? But her roommate thought she was shy, and then she thought of a way to get closer to her. Just at this moment, the boss brought out the grilled fish and barbecue. The aroma of the sauce and the meat immediately stimulated everyone's taste buds. The boss brought out 2 more electric baking trays and said with a smile, "Kids, if you want to grill it yourself, you can use this. The sauce and other ingredients are on the side, just help yourself." "Okay, thank you, boss." Zhao Haotian took the electric grill pan with a smile. What's the point of just eating barbecue and drinking? Let's play a game. How about truth or dare? As she spoke, the girl took out a bottle of beer from the beer box and poured a glass for each of them. Put the empty bottle on the table. She took out a few more bottles of beer and handed them to Gu Yunchuan and others before speaking. Let's spin this bottle. Whoever the bottle is pointing at will accept the punishment. Let's choose one in the truth or dare game. But if we chose truth or dare this round, how about we choose dare in the next round? After saying that, she mainly looked at Zhao Haotian and Chu Shingua. I have no problem with that, but I don't know if some people would be scared. Zhao Haotian smiled and hinted at something. Chu Shingua was furious when she heard that and she waved her hand. I have no problem with that either. Whoever is scared, whoever gives in first is a dog. After saying that, he took out 2 bottles of beer from the beer box next to him and opened them directly. Without saying a word, he handed it to Zhao Haotian, and the others were stunned. No, it's already on your lips? Chu Shingua realized it later, but still gritted her teeth and forced herself to do it. Why, are you scared? In response to her provocation, Zhao Haotian raised the corner of his mouth, took the beer under her fierce gaze, and took a sip. Whoever is a coward is a dog. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting lively, Zhao Haotian began to turn the wine bottle. With a little force, the bottle began to spin rapidly, and then slowly slowed down. Everyone looked at the wine bottle slowly stopping nervously, with anticipation in their hearts. Under their gaze, the mouth of the bottle slowly aimed at Chu Shingua. Everyone started to make a fuss, and Chu Shingua gritted her teeth and glared at Zhao Haotian. This guy is definitely incompatible with her. I choose truth. Chu Shingua would not choose the big adventure, otherwise who knows what Zhao Haotian would do to her next. I'm here to ask myself. Her roommate was the first to raise her hand, and after getting Zhao Haotian's approval, she raised the corners of her mouth with a smug look on her face. Chu Shingua had a bad feeling. This wasn't a best friend at all, it was clearly a rival friend. Shingua, what's the note you left for Zhao Xiaoqiao on WeChat? She had a smile on her face. She had seen Chu Shingua and Zhao Haotian chatting in the dormitory before. After getting angry, he directly changed a note for Zhao Haotian without even seeing it. Hearing this, Zhao Haotian looked at Chu Shingua curiously, but saw that her face was red all the way to her neck, and her head seemed to be smoking. It's over, the CPU is burning up. Chu Shingua found it difficult to talk about this question. That day, after she was annoyed by Zhao Haotian, she simply changed a note for him. The male car model who kept QQ and uninstalled DingTalk. But how could she say this? If she said it, would she still be able to survive in school? She wouldn't even have to change provinces, she could just change her life. Chu Shingua glared at her fake bestie unhappily, then picked up a bottle of beer and drank it in one gulp. I'll take the blame for drinking, so skip this question. Her eyes were a little vague when she met Zhao Haotian's, and it was obvious that she was feeling guilty, which made Zhao Haotian even more interested in the notes she gave him. Seeing Chu Xingua's cell phone on the table, Zhao Haotian suddenly had an idea and sent a message to Chu Shingua on his cell phone. Ding dong! Chu Shingua took a look at her phone and the next moment she burst out with extreme speed, turning the phone over with a bang, which scared the people around her. Zhao Haotian felt a little regretful that he couldn't see the notes clearly. Seeing Chu Shingua's nervous look, his heart felt itchy like a cat's claws. You're a pervert. Zhao Haotian was stunned by Chu Shingua's nonsensical words. What's wrong with him? Chu Shingua also realized what she had said, and immediately put away her phone, and hit Zhao Haotian's knee lightly in annoyance. Several people looked at them meaningfully, and Gu Yunchuan looked even more heartbroken. I didn't expect you to be such a person, Zhao Haotian. Are we just a part of your play? The brothers are still practicing their Kirin arms, but you are eating so well. He ate 2 spicy chicken wings in tears, trying to turn them into appetite. Okay, it's Xingyue's turn next. Next victim please. Chapter 19, Zhao Haotian's Great Adventure. Chu Shingua put her hand on the wine bottle and turned to sneer at Zhao Haotian. He turned the bottle vigorously. This time she is going to teach Zhao Haotian a lesson. The bottle slowly stopped and aimed at Zhao Haotian, and Gu Yunchuan on his right. Looking at the wine bottle that was almost there, Chu Shingua only hated herself for not trying harder. You're lucky. She gritted her teeth, picked up a string of sausages from the table and bit it hard. The juice inside flowed out, making Zhao Haotian feel inexplicably cold down there. Gu Yunchuan saw that the topic turned to him and spoke directly. In that case, I choose the big dare. Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows and gave him a thumbs up, then quickly exchanged glances with Han Dong and Su Ping, with a strange smile on his lips. What is a warrior? This is a warrior. Let me do it this time. I'm really good at this. Zhao Haotian's mouth stretched from ear to ear, and he let out an ambiguous laugh. He. He stretched out his hand towards Gu Yunchuan. Gu Yunchuan didn't understand what he meant. He thought about it for a moment and then put his hand on him hesitantly. So? Zhao Haotian slapped his hand away angrily. He was not here to perform Sichuan opera. Give me the phone. Gu Yunchuan was a little confused and took out his cell phone and put it in Zhao Haotian's hand. Unlock. Gu Yunchuan unlocked the door without saying a word, and he kept a close eye on Zhao Haotian's every move. When he saw Zhao Haotian flipping through the software list, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Zhao Haotian wanted to look at his WeChat chat history. But soon his expression changed. Zhao Haotian quickly skipped WeChat and went straight to the browser. Gu Yunchuan's face changed drastically. He grabbed Zhao Haotian's hand and trembled with nervousness. Godfather, what do you want to do? Zhao Haotian laughed sneeringly and raised his eyebrows at him. Of course, check the browser history. Are you going to open it or should I? Gu Yunchuan's face looked very strange. He coughed twice and quickly took the phone. She whispered in his ear unhappily. Good for you, old Zhao, this is how you play it, right? Under everyone's gaze, he opened the browser history with a fearless attitude. After taking a look, his eyes suddenly lit up and he showed it to everyone very generously. I can see clearly, there's nothing. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Haotian with a smug look on his face, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks for browsing privately. Not bad, I actually turned on the invisible mode, what a miscalculation. Zhao Haotian laughed in a smug way, and Gu Yunchuan smiled complacently, waving his hand and adding another roasted eggplant. Okay, it's your turn next, old Gu. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunchuan didn't even have time to bite the lamb skewers in his mouth, and started spinning the wine bottle excitedly. This time the bottle landed steadily in front of Zhao Haotian and pointed at him. Chu Shingua, who was originally concentrating on biting the sausage, became excited when she saw this. Gu Yunchuan was very tactful and gave her the opportunity to punish Zhao Haotian. Chu Shingua looked at him with a playful expression and sneered, You finally fell into my hands, he. Gu Yunchuan also added fuel to the fire, Old Zhao, if you are a man, choose the big adventure. Zhao Haotian spread his hands. Okay, then choose the big adventure. Upon hearing this, Chu Shingua's smile widened, and she looked like a real little witch. She took out a screenshot from her phone and sent it to Zhao Haotian. Read the words on the picture I sent you in bubble voice now. Zhao Haotian took out his cell phone with some confusion and took a look at the picture Chu Shingua had just sent him. In just a moment, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Seeing Zhao Haotian's reluctant look, Chu Shingua felt so happy and urged him hurriedly. Hurry up, don't try to cheat. After saying that, she quietly turned on the recording. Under their expectant gaze, Zhao Haotian gritted his teeth and read it out before coming out. Don't say 6 to me, I'll hear it as I love you. Have you ever quit drugs? How could you resist talking to me? After just reading 2 sentences, Chu Shingua couldn't help laughing. Seeing Zhao Haotian's fierce look, she immediately pursed her lips and said tremblingly, "Go on." Zhao Haotian coughed twice and could only continue reading. "I only allow myself to go to bed at 5:20. I can die suddenly, but romance will never die. My monthly salary is 1,500, I'll give you 1314, and the remaining 186 is my height. Being cool is my protective color, but my heart can also be warm just for you. There are 4 kinds of gold in this world: gold, US dollar bonuses, and my youth and wealth. Brother, handsome, why is it in traditional Chinese? Because I am handsome beyond words. Don't ask me what I am, I'm too handsome. Girl, don't be so stubborn, you must be deeply in love with me." After reading it, Chu Shingua saved the recording, held her belly and laughed out loud, patted Zhao Haotian's back with one hand, and almost fell into Zhao Haotian's arms. Zhao Haotian felt that today was probably the most greasy thing that happened in his life, and it would definitely become a black history. Her roommate smiled when she saw this, thinking she was smart. "Isn't this a match?" Amid the laughter of the crowd, the atmosphere in the entire barbecue restaurant became lively. The barbecue restaurant owner looked at them with a look of nostalgia on his face. "It's great to be young." After dinner, Zhao Haotian and his group separated from Chu Shingua and went back to school. Zhao Haotian was walking back to the dormitory with a toothpick in his mouth and his hands behind his head. Gu Yunchuan saw that there were fewer people around, so he nudged Zhao Haotian with his arm. "Old Zhao, accompany me to get some water." Zhao Haotian rolled his eyes at him with some disdain. "You need someone to accompany you even for a quickie? What? Are you afraid of being raped?" Han Dong and Su Ping also teased him a little, which made his face feel like it was burning. Zhao Haotian saw hesitation on Gu Yunchuan's face, and a hint of deep meaning flashed in his eyes. Then he smiled and said, okay, for your sake I will go with you. Lao Han and Lao Su, you go ahead, we'll follow right away. After saying that, he and Gu Yunchuan walked to the other side. Zhao Haotian didn't speak until there was no one around. "There's no one here now, you can tell me now." Gu Yunchuan had a look of shock on his face, and he looked at Zhao Haotian in disbelief. "How did you know I wanted to talk to you?" Zhao Haotian shook his head. Since they came back, Gu Yunchuan took them to a place with fewer people. When they got there, he was asked to accompany her to the toilet. He had already seen the problem, but he just didn't know what Gu Yunchuan wanted to say. "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Let me make it clear first, I'm male and I like females." He made a joke to make the atmosphere more relaxed, and Gu Yunchuan also relaxed. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said it. "Old Zhao, help me." Zhao Haotian immediately jumped away for a distance and looked at Gu Yunchuan with a vigilant look. "Don't say such misleading things." Gu Yunchuan looked a little embarrassed and immediately adjusted his words. "I mean, can you give me an investment?" "Invest?" Zhao Haotian frowned, thought for a moment, and then slowly asked. "What are you going to invest in?" Chapter 20. You don't want the recording to be spread out, do you? He was somewhat surprised by Gu Yunchuan's request. Investment was completely unfamiliar to him. Although he had a system, he had never done any investment-related projects. Moreover, the investment is often hundreds of millions or even tens of millions, which is no joke. Zhao Haotian looked at Gu Yunchuan, wanting to see what he would say. "Old Zhao, you still remember the Yunting Hotel, right? That's my family's business. I'm actually from the Gu family in Modu. The Yunting Hotel is currently lacking investment, and our Gu family is under attack from both sides in the Magic City. If we can't secure 5 million in investment within a week, the Yunting Hotel will be acquired by our rival family. My parents have worked hard for this hotel for most of their lives, and I don't want their hard work to go to waste. Don't worry, as long as you invest 5 million, the profits that Yunting Hotel can bring you will not disappoint you. And from today on, I will take you as my priority. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west." Gu Yunchuan's voice trembled as he spoke, looking at Zhao Haotian pleadingly, even wanting to kneel down. Zhao Haotian stroked his chin and did not agree directly. Not to mention that they had only known each other for one day, the figure of 5 million was something that even some wealthy families would have to consider. Seeing that Zhao Haotian was thinking, Gu Yunchuan stopped talking and just clenched the corner of his clothes tightly with his fingers, waiting for an answer. Zhao Haotian's thoughts were racing. Now that he has a system, why not build his own force or company? In this way, even if the system leaves one day, he will not be left with nothing. Not to mention, as a time traveler, how can you not want to make a career? Since Gu Yunchuan has spoken today, he can start with this step of investment. Let us be the richest man in Haicheng for fun first. Bite. Congratulations to the host for changing his mindset. Reward, Sky Eye. Sky Eye can see through things, appraise treasures, and analyze data, allowing the host to make the most correct choices. More gameplay is for the host to explore on their own. This Sky Eye reward made Zhao Haotian ecstatic. With these eyes, investing in stocks and other things is no problem. The richest man in Haicheng is just around the corner. Seeing that Zhao Haotian didn't speak for a long time, Gu Yunchuan became a little anxious. He gritted his teeth and fell to his knees with a thud, bringing Zhao Haotian back to his senses. It's not Lao Gu, what are you doing? Get up. He wanted to help Gu Yunchuan, but Gu Yunchuan shook his head. Looking directly at Zhao Haotian. Old Zhao, I've never asked anyone for help in my life, but after much deliberation about this investment, I have no choice but to shamelessly ask for your help. My dad was stubborn and said they could find a way to solve it. But I know they have no other options. We've contacted all our contacts over the past month, but no one is willing to take the gamble. Zhao Haotian could fully understand what he said. After all, many people may not be able to earn 5 million in their lifetime. If the investment fails, the 5 million will be wasted. Okay, I didn't say no, you stand up and talk first. Zhao Haotian helped the man up and sighed heavily, thinking of what Gu Yunchuan had just said, which meant that there was still a week left. For him who has the third eye, it is easy to earn 5 million in a week. After all, he now has 3 million in capital. He thought for a moment before speaking. I can consider this investment, but I will make a decision after I have seen the hotel. You know, 5 million is not a small amount. Although we are friends, when it comes to investment, I have to proceed from the perspective of a businessman pursuing profit. I can't do a business that loses money. Gu Yunchuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He nodded repeatedly and excitedly held Zhao Haotian's hand. Don't worry, my Gu family has been running the Yunting Hotel for many years, so there is no loss. Thank you, Lao Zhao. Thank you so much. Zhao Haotian sneered and patted him on the shoulder. Let's go back. After returning to the dormitory, Gu Yunchuan also told his parents through WeChat that Zhao Haotian agreed to invest. Gu's father and mother were overjoyed and asked him to bring Zhao Haotian to the hotel. They wanted to treat him to a meal in person. Early the next morning, Zhao Haotian and others got up early and went to their respective classrooms. They were all in different majors, so their classes were also different. Starting today, they will have a week-long military training. After asking several times, Zhao Haotian finally found the class team. As soon as he arrived, he saw Chu Shingua, the most popular figure among the crowd. At some point, her identity as the eldest daughter of the Chu family was exposed. The influence of the wealthy Chu family is that everyone rushes to show concern for her, girls rush to be her friends, and boys show their courtesy in the hope of being noticed by her. Just when Chu Shingua was feeling annoyed about this, she suddenly saw Zhao Haotian out of the corner of her eye. Suddenly her eyes lit up and a smile appeared on her face. Someone observed this scene and started looking for the origin directly. Following Chu Xingua's gaze, they saw Zhao Haotian. Chu Shingua ignored the gazes of others and went straight to Zhao Haotian and took his arm. You're finally here, dear. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chu Shingua shook his arm coquettishly, her voice sweet, which made Zhao Haotian immediately alert. This little girl doesn't look like a good person. It must be a trap. He tried hard to pull his arm free but found that Chu Shingua was holding it tightly. Chu Shingua threatened in a low voice. Classmate Zhao Haotian, you don't want others to hear the recording of last night's dare, do you? Zhao Haotian widened his eyes. Oh boy, is this what you should say? If you don't want the recording to get out, just cooperate with me. After saying that, she gently helped Zhao Haotian straighten the collar of his military training clothes, like a virtuous young lady. This broke the hearts of those who wanted to show their affection, and all their sharp eyes were focused on Zhao Haotian. If looks could kill, Zhao Haotian would probably have been torn to pieces. Not only the boys in this class, but also the boys in other classes and companies all clenched their fists, wishing they could have a manly duel with Zhao Haotian. Zhao Haotian glanced around at these people, and finally his eyes fell on Chu Xingua's face. Using me as a shield to draw hatred, Chu Shingua, you are quite good at it. Aren't you afraid that I'll turn my fake play into reality and really take you away? Upon hearing this, Chu Shingua gave him a playful look, then stood on tiptoe and whispered softly into his ear. You? Is that okay? Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows. How could he tolerate this? He immediately turned his face to the side and pressed his lips directly against Chu Xingua's. Chu Shingua didn't expect that he would actually dare to use his hands, and even his mouth. And with her in public. She covered her lips and took 2 steps back, looking at Zhao Haoyan in disbelief with her bell-like eyes. But what others see is. Chu Shingua was tidying up his clothes, but he kissed her directly, which scared Chu Shingua. I can't stand it anymore. He actually dared to defile Miss Chu. I want to duel with him. It's great that he's handsome, I'll give him a duel too. For a moment, everyone laughed at him and he seemed to have incurred public anger. Shut up, everyone. A powerful voice resounded throughout the playground, drawing everyone's attention. Chapter 21, a small scene, no need to panic. I saw an instructor walking towards me with his hands behind his back and a serious face. He first glanced at Zhao Haoyan and Chu Shingua, then looked at the people around him and sneered. Since you like to make trouble, I'll let you make as much trouble as you want. Everyone in Finance Department Class 1, assemble. Upon hearing this, the class Zhao Haoyan was in immediately stood up. Stand at attention. Stand at attention. The instructor gave the order, his eyes scanning everyone's face like a hawk. Move your center of gravity forward. Put your hands on your trouser seams. He began to walk around the team, occasionally checking the students' hands. Although it was morning, the temperature was already 26.7 degrees. Due to the tense atmosphere and standing at attention, sweat broke out on most people's foreheads within a few minutes. Zhao Haoyan had a physique blessed by the system, so he didn't feel much. The instructor came to his side, looked at him meaningfully, squeezed his arm, and then walked around him. I didn't realize he's quite strong and handsome. No wonder he attracted Xingyue. But if you want to be worthy of Xingyue, it's not enough to be good looking. Come on, you are the one with the greatest hope right now. After saying that, he smiled, folded his hands and walked away. But Zhao Haoyan always felt that the instructor seemed to be staring at him intentionally or unintentionally. However, judging from what he just said, this person seemed to know Chu Shingua. Bite. Today's sign-in location, school playground. The host has arrived at the playground. Sign-in is successful today. Reward, Master-Level Instrument Mastery. Seeing the reward, Zhao Haoyan had no chance to be distracted and could only put him aside for the time being. Many people were secretly happy when they saw the instructor staring at Zhao Haoyan. It seemed that the instructor was also a single man and was stimulated by the scene just now. Hearing someone laughing, the other instructors also began to leave the field at the instructor's eye signal. In an instant, all the students in the playground were pulled up to stand at attention, and no one had time to pay attention to others. Their bodies were all bent straight, for fear that they would be seen by the instructor and pulled out for training alone. In this way, the break time finally arrived. At this time, the sun had risen high in the sky and the temperature had risen to over 30 degrees. Everyone looked listless and started fanning themselves with their hats. Chu Shingua sat next to Zhao Haoyan and nudged him with her elbow. What did he say to you just now? Was it about me? Zhao Haoyan pulled up a piece of grass and held it in his mouth, deciding to play a trick on her. That's right, he said that your life is in my hands, and you have no choice but to marry me. Chu Xingua's face flushed and she quickly denied it. How is that possible? I'd rather starve to death or jump off this wall than surrender to you. Don't even think about it. Zhao Haoyan chuckled but said nothing, looking Chu Xingua up and down. Even in military uniform, her graceful figure could not be concealed. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before? Chu Shingua glared at him, hugged her chest and looked fierce. Zhao Haoyan nodded. It's developing well, and the child won't be hungry in the future. Upon hearing this, Chu Shingua quickly covered her chest, cursed him inwardly as a hooligan, and looked away with a vague look. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Many people looked in the direction of the sound and saw a good-looking girl giving water to a boy. The man was none other than Du Ziting, who had been driving a Mercedes-Benz when he first reported for duty. Zhao Haoyan smiled. He didn't expect that this guy actually found a girlfriend, who seemed to be a senior student. Du Ziting had a smug look on his face, and feeling the envious and jealous gazes around him, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Even the mineral water I drank tasted much sweeter. He seemed to still be looking for Zhao Haoyan in the crowd. Zhao Haoyan had stolen the limelight from him in the past, and now everyone's attention was on him. He was so eager to run to Zhao Haoyan and show off. What are you doing? Transfer the money quickly. I need to go buy a cell phone. It's so hot.
The girl complained, and Du Ziting immediately took out his mobile phone and transferred 5,000 yuan to her.
The girl then snorted and left. Seeing this, Zhao Haotian's mouth twitched. Well, I have successfully evolved into a bootlicker. Oh my god, look over there. Those are the beauties of the music department, Senior Jiang and Senior Su. They are so beautiful. What are they doing here with water? Are they delivering water to some big brother? Lolita plus Queen, which ancestor is so awesome? Please offer a course. I'm willing to pay to learn it. The people who came were Su Xiaoxiao and Zhang Shui. They learned that Zhao Haotian was going to have military training today, so they went to buy functional drinks and iced watermelon. Just wait for the break to come and see him. Zhao Haotian didn't expect that the two of them would take the initiative to bring him water.
It seems he has to be nicer to them in the future. Zhang Shui quickly scanned the formation, and her eyes lit up when she saw Zhao Haotian lying on the grass. She patted Su Xiaoxiao's arm, pointed in this direction, and trotted over under everyone's envious gaze. Today, Zhang Shui changed into a white long dress, with her hair naturally draped over her back. Under the sunlight, she looked like the white moonlight in everyone's heart. Su Xiaoxiao was wearing a pink dress, stacked socks, and black leather shoes, which made people want to hold her in their arms and pamper her.
When they saw them running towards Zhao Haotian, someone couldn't help but speak. Are these two senior students going after that guy named Zhao from the finance department's class 1? That guy was just being affectionate with Miss Chu, and now two pretty senior students are bringing him water? Why not him?
As soon as they finished speaking, Su Xiaoxiao and Zhang Shui came and sat down next to Zhao Haotian.
Su Xiaoxiao smiled. How about it, junior brother, are you surprised?
Zhang Shui took out a bottle of energy drink from the plastic bag and put it in his hand.
This is iced, Junior, take a look and see if it tastes good.
Chu Shingua, who was standing by, felt a little uncomfortable when she saw this, but she didn't know what reason to use to stop it.
After all, the previous actions were just a show between her and Zhao Haotian, not real. Zhao Haotian took a sip of the drink and then took a bite of the watermelon that Su Xiaoxiao had scooped out with a spoon.
He immediately felt refreshed. The instructors watching him from the side couldn't help but feel a little jealous.
This guy actually eats so well that he can be fed by beautiful women even when he is lying down, and there is not just one. He is simply not a human being.
The instructor who had been staring at Zhao Haotian before was now looking at this scene with a confused look on his face. What shocked him the most was that with Chu Xingua's temper, she just stood there without saying a word.
Is this still the eldest daughter of the Chu family that he knows? Zhao Haotian was drinking his drink when he suddenly felt the temperature around him was a little cold, so he shrank his neck.
He picked up a piece of watermelon and fed Zhang Shui and Su Xiaoxiao a bite each. Suddenly, he remembered that there was Chu Shingua beside him. Turning around, I saw that her face showed no emotion, but she had pulled out all the grass at her feet. Zhao Haotian swallowed and handed a piece of watermelon to her.
Want a piece?
Chu Shingua sneered, snatched the watermelon and took a big bite, her eyes sweeping over Su Xiaoxiao and Zhang Shui. The two women seemed to have sensed the hostility in each other's eyes, and they narrowed their eyes and looked at her calmly. A strange atmosphere spread. Everyone was expecting a fierce fight between the women, but they just stared at each other and did nothing else. Zhang Shui and Su Xiaoxiao analyzed calmly. From the current point of view, their relationship with Zhao Haotian should be closer than Chu Xingua's. So they have a slight advantage in momentum. Many people watching the three women competing couldn't help but admire Zhao Haotian, who was calm and composed in the middle. As expected of the founder, he is not panic at all in such a small situation.
Chapter 22, 4.21 million in principal. Make money.
Seeing that the limelight was once again stolen by Zhao Haotian, Du Ziting almost crushed the mineral water bottle in his hand. This guy must have had a grudge against me in his previous life. Why is he everywhere? But no matter what he said, he didn't dare to cause trouble for Zhao Haotian.
He saw that Zhao Haotian bought another Rolls-Royce. A person of this level was not someone he could mess with.
After a day of military training, the students returned to the dormitory exhausted both physically and mentally, and didn't even want to touch their favorite mobile phones and computers. After Zhao Haotian accompanied the two girls to have dinner in the cafeteria, he returned to the dormitory leisurely. His idea of making money yesterday was not just a thought.
He would try out the ability of his clairvoyance tonight.
After returning to the dormitory, he immediately turned on the computer to check the stock market, but found that he did not seem to have opened an account. After some thought, he decided to contact Chu Yun and ask him for help.
Chu Yun, can you help me open an account? I need it. Brother Zhao, are you thinking of investing in stocks? But there doesn't seem to be any stocks worth paying attention to recently. Do you have any inside information?
There's no such thing as gossip.
I'm just optimistic about some stocks. If you want to make money, I can take you out for some fun. Okay, no problem, Brother Zhao. Just wait and I'll get it done for you right away. I'll transfer 1 million to you then. Brother Zhao, you can have fun as you please. It doesn't matter if you lose money. For a rich second generation like Chu Yun, 1 million is just his pocket money.
Stock trading is also a form of entertainment, so don't take it too seriously. At this time, Chu Yun was lying on the sofa at home in a bathrobe. He picked up the phone and contacted the president of Yixianju Bank directly, asking him to open an account. Just as he finished speaking, a majestic middle-aged man came over. He snorted coldly, "You only know how to exploit the family's resources. If you continue to focus on your racing skills without any training, I will send you to the edge of the family to manage a branch." Chu Yun seemed a little scared of the middle-aged man and did not dare to refute his words.
Not far away, a beautiful woman came over and advised, "Okay, Yuner is still young, what's wrong with playing for a few years?"
Chu Yun immediately felt like he had found a backer and hid behind the beautiful woman.
"That's right, Mom, look at Dad.
I helped him persuade my sister to go to school, but he still yelled at me.
Why don't you just leave the family to my sister?"
For him, being a rich second generation who lives a life of idleness and waiting for death is simply the best thing.
It's better to leave the troublesome matter of managing a company to Chu Shingua.
Humph, a loving mother often spoils her child.
Look at the way you've spoiled him. By the way, what happened to that photo you posted to the group last time? Who was that boy opposite Shingua?
Father Chu said in a deep voice, with no expression on his face. Chu's mother standing by was also full of curiosity, as she knew Chu Shingua and the others very well.
Their daughter is extremely proud and doesn't look down on ordinary men.
She even looks at many wealthy young men of the same age as trash in her eyes. This made them feel both relieved and worried. They are relieved that their daughter will not be easily abducted, but they are worried that no one will like her and how they will find a partner in the future. Now there is a boy who has caught her eye.
Although she doesn't know his background, she still wants to ask and investigate.
"Oh, Dad, don't worry. I've already checked his background, it's clean, he has no connection with any other wealthy families. And it seems that his own background is also extraordinary.
Just now I went to the president of Yixianju Bank to open an account. I opened it for him.
He wants to invest in stocks. So I'll transfer 1 million to him later, just as a way to make friends.
If I make a profit, then I didn't make a mistake in choosing him.
If we lose, a mere 1 million is nothing to us, and we can even make a friend." Chu Yun shook the red wine glass in his hand and savored the expensive red wine carefully. Although he doesn't have much business ability, he is more than capable of dealing with people and the ways of the world. After listening to this, Father Chu turned around and said lightly,
"Keep an eye on this account and let me know if there's anything going on."
Chu's mother shook her head at Chu's father's sharp tongue but soft heart, and asked Chu Yun to go to bed early before leaving the living room. The other side. Zhao Haotian went to the stock market to check it out immediately after opening an account. He closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them. A silver light flashed, and then various numbers began to appear in his pupils. His sharp eyes swept over each stock, and the corresponding return rates and gossip appeared before his eyes. He also saw some stocks that were about to rise, but the rates of return were not high, and even if he made money, he would not make much.
Not to mention making more than 5 million in a week.
To have such a high rate of return, the stock price cannot soar unless something major happens.
At this time, Gu Yunchuan and others also came back.
They all became curious when they saw Zhao Haotian sitting motionless in front of the computer. When I got closer to take a look, my head suddenly became confused. The dense lines dazzled them, but Su Ping was much calmer than the other two.
"Old Zhao, are you planning to speculate in stocks?"
"Yeah.
Let's play." Su Ping nodded without saying anything, concentrating on watching Zhao Haotian's operation.
Han Dong was not interested and fell directly onto the bed and fell asleep.
Gu Yunchuan was also watching from the side.
He also wanted to see his roommate's ability.
Suddenly, Zhao Haotian's eyes swept over a stock called Huaxing Technology.
The corresponding rate of return and inside information appear before your eyes. Huaxing technology has achieved a major breakthrough in artificial intelligence, developing an AI system that has made significant progress in various field tests. While the project is currently confidential, Huaxing Technology's stock price skyrocketed within a week of the announcement, achieving a 350% return.
This news shocked Zhao Haotian. 350% return rate.
That means in addition to his principal, he can still make a net profit of 7.5 million.
This is so cool.
Thinking of this, he took out his cell phone and contacted Chu Yun.
I've already picked the stocks, do you want to play?
Of course, I'll give you 1 million. Without saying a word, Chu Yun transferred 1 million yuan over.
Gu Yunchuan and Su Ping also saw it and their eyes widened in shock. Is the way rich second generations communicate always so simple and crude? Just 2 sentences to transfer 1 million.
Zhao Haotian contacted Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui again. The 2 women took the initiative to deliver water to him during the day, and now he also helped them make some money. After receiving the news, the 2 women did not hesitate and directly transferred the entire balance to Zhao Haotian.
His capital now amounts to 4.05 million. Zhao Haotian turned to look at Gu Yunchuan and Su Ping, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Would you two like to join in?" Gu Yunchuan thought about it, gritted his teeth and took out his bank card.
"Old Zhao, here's my little treasury of 100,000 yuan.
Don't lose it."
After thinking for a moment, Su Ping also took out his own savings of 50,000 yuan. Zhao Haotian looked at Han Dong, who was sleeping soundly, and signaled them to wake him up and ask him if he wanted to participate. Unexpectedly, Han Dong fell asleep and handed the phone over in a daze. "Take it, I want to sleep, don't disturb me." The 3 of them were a little amused and helpless, and then after adding up all the principal, it now reached 4.21 million.
Chapter 23 5x Leverage. Yixianju Black Dragon Card. Looking at the balance in Zhao Haotian's mobile phone account, Gu Yunchuan and Su Ping took a deep breath.
Hiss. I've never seen so much money in my life.
Isn't it a loss?
After he finished speaking, he was stared at by 2 knife-like gazes.
Gu Yunchuan quickly made a few poo sounds and shut his mouth. Zhao Haotian sat in front of the computer and started operating. He used all the money to buy shares of Huaxing Technology. After some thought, he decided to go big. 1:5 times leverage. All in. He believed that the information provided by Sky would not be wrong. As long as this wave succeeds, he can earn more than 73 million in a week. After deducting the share of several people, he can make a net profit of 52.5 million. After calculating this, Zhao Haotian couldn't stop smiling. After turning off the computer, he told them to go to sleep and wait for the money to be collected in a week. On the other side was in the Huaxing Technology conference room. While their researchers were in a meeting, the chairman's secretary barged in. "You're so flustered. How disgraceful." The chairman looked at her unhappily, but after hearing what the secretary reported in his ear, the expression on his face was also very interesting. After waving his hand to let the secretary leave, his eyes swept across every senior executive like a sharp sword. This instantly increased their pressure. "Everyone, I hope the news about artificial intelligence hasn't leaked out." Everyone shook their heads upon hearing this, causing him to narrow his eyes. If the information had not been leaked, how could such a large number of stocks have been bought during this period of time? Not too early or too late, it just happened to be the week when they were about to release a new product. But he didn't say it out loud. Anyone who could buy stocks under such circumstances either had insider information or was someone with connections. He doesn't want to offend either of these 2 types of people. That's great. The AI project is very important and will be released as scheduled in a week. That's it for today, let's all go. After saying that, he hurried to the chairman's office and looked at the company's stock. Looking at the big one that Zhao Haotian had bought before. Think for a moment. He waved his hand to call the secretary over, find out who this person is who bought the stock. Remember not to alert the other party. The secretary understood what he meant and left the office. A new day. It was still the boring and tiring task of standing in line and marching. At the end of the day, all the students were complaining. But another good news made them excited. The school will hold a cultural performance in the auditorium in the evening, which will include not only dance performances but also musical instrument and singing. This is an event held by the school for senior students to welcome new students. Not only will professional students perform, but freshmen will also be invited to sing on stage, perform raffles, and so on. This kind of entertaining activity is their favorite, and they definitely don't go there just to see the senior students. Bite. Today's sign-in location is the auditorium. Sign-in reward, 1 Yixianju Black Dragon card. This card grants access to the private room at Yixianju Tianjie, and all purchases are free. Currently, there are only 6 of these cards in the entire Haicheng, including this one for the host. Yixianju Black Dragon card, this sounds great. He was indeed very satisfied with the food at Yixianju, and he would like to take a look at the private room on that stage when he has time. After returning to the dormitory, Zhao Haotian first checked the stocks of Huaxing technology and breathed a sigh of relief after finding nothing unusual. In the dormitory, Gu Yunchuan had already put on hair wax and changed into fashionable clothes. He will go on stage tonight to show his charm as the 4th most handsome boy in the school. Wouldn't this be a wave of handsome guys that would blow up the whole place? At the same time, Zhao Haotian received news from Jiang Shui and Chu Shingua at the same time. They all invited him to watch their performance, which put him in a dilemma. Forget it, no matter what, we can't have 2 performances at the same time. If you agree to 1, you'll see. If you agree to 2, you'll see. So he agreed to everything, and then changed into a handsome white suit. As soon as he appeared, Gu Yinchuan's mouth twitched. Lao Zhao, you look so handsome in this outfit. If you are not afraid of sperm, then who will die? Don't worry, I'm still hard. Are you kidding? He has the title of the ancient kidney body. Who can make him die? They are nothing but the souls killed by the gun. Just as he finished speaking, he received a message from Jiang Shui and others, saying that they had already arrived downstairs. Let's not talk about it for now. Someone is waiting for me and is already downstairs. Go ahead. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunchuan and others ran to the balcony and looked down. I saw 3 girls dressed very brightly standing downstairs of the dormitory building looking forward to it. They were obviously Jiang Shui, Su Xiaoxiao, and Chu Shingua. What a beast! Before we could even smell the meat, he was already eating a whole Rujiamo bun, and not just one. Gu Yunchuan covered his chest with his hands, looking grief-stricken. I've decided. I'm going to rock the place tonight and get bombarded with love letters. After saying that, she continued to play with her hair. Han Dong and Su Ping smiled and spread their hands, then followed her out the door. Downstairs of the dormitory, Su Xiaoxiao, Jiang Shui, and Chu Shingua started to confront each other invisibly as soon as they saw each other. Chu Shingua first looked at Su Xiaoxiao's fruit, then glanced at Jiang Shui's curvy figure, her face full of solemnity. These 2 people are undoubtedly formidable opponents, and their advantages are extremely prominent. No wonder they are favored by that bastard Zhao Haotian. This bastard has really good taste. Chu Shingua gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. At the same time, Jiang Shui and Su Xiaoxiao were also looking at her. Chu Shingua has extremely fair skin, a small teardrop mole at the corner of her eye, and a charming look between her eyebrows. Especially those long, straight, white legs and thin waist, they are simply a killer for men. What is even more terrible is that the other party is the eldest daughter of the wealthy Chu family. She has a strong background and is definitely a rich and beautiful woman. Although the 3 men didn't say a word when they were fighting, people passing by felt a chill. I didn't dare to stay for even a moment and left immediately. He truly deserves to be the top school hunk. He's even attracting the attention of both the rich and beautiful girls and the school belle. I've decided. From now on, I'll put up a portrait of the founder in my dorm room and worship him every day. A boy spoke with admiration on his face, his eyes looking at him as if he was looking at faith. The confrontation between the 3 disappeared without a trace when Zhao Haotian appeared. When they saw Zhao Haotian in a white suit, they were all stunned. This is simply the Prince Charming in their minds. Without hesitation, Jiang Shui directly took one of his arms. Su Xiaoxiao wanted to grab the other one, but Chu Shingua got there first. She could only glare at her in annoyance. Damn woman, you actually got there first. Chu Shingua showed a victorious smile and walked towards the auditorium with Zhao Haotian. She was humming a little tune and was obviously in a good mood. Many people saw the scene of the 3 of them surrounding Zhao Haotian along the way, and Jill was so envious that her face turned purple. This isn't a show. It's simply tricking the dog into being killed. Damn it, I'm not going. I want to go back to the doghouse and sleep. Chapter 24, Put on a sack and take away. Haida Auditorium. This place has been set up as a performance venue, with students coming and going carrying all kinds of props. When Zhao Haotian and his companions arrived here, there were so many people that they couldn't squeeze in at all. Junior, come with us. We know there's a back door that leads directly to the stage. I've asked a friend to save seats for us. They're in the front row, so we can see the performance most clearly. Zhang Shue's eyebrows were beaming with joy. After she finished speaking, she looked at Zhao Haotian expectantly, like a little girl waiting for a lollipop reward. He understood what she meant and hugged Zhang Shue to him and gave her a kiss. Su Xiaoxiao and Chu Shingua stood aside with their eyes as sharp as knives. They were opponents the previous moment and became comrades in the same trench the next. Following Zhang Shue, several people came in from a small door at the back of the auditorium. Here are all the students who will be performing on stage soon. Some are singing, and some are practicing the piano. When they saw the people breaking in, everyone paused tacitly. It's not that they were disturbed, but the temperament of these people was just like that of stars who walked out of a movie. It feels like a prince and princess. Zhang Shue nodded to some familiar people, then took Zhao Haotian's arm and walked to the front row of the audience. Junior, Shue and I are going to perform on stage later. Will you cheer us on? Zhao Haotian smiled and said, of course. We are so close, how could I not cheer you on? Perform well, and I'll give you a reward when you do well. Zhang Shue and Su Xiaoxiao were immediately filled with anticipation. What was the reward Zhao Haotian mentioned? Maybe a date day alone? With the reward, the two women's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. However, Zhang Shue said with some regret, it's a pity that we didn't find a classmate who was proficient in musical instruments, otherwise Xiaoxiao and I's performance would be even more perfect. Su Xiaoxiao was also a little annoyed. We had a friend who was good at playing musical instruments, but her hand was inexplicably injured, so Shue and I decided to play together. Zhao Haotian was stunned. Musical instrument? It seems like he knows how to do this. The previous sign in reward was a master-level instrument mastery. Just as he was about to speak, a teacher with sleek hair came over. With him was a girl with a bandage on her arm, and she looked a little pale. Yuan, teacher he. Why are you here? Zhang Shue looked surprised, and Su Xiaoxiao explained to Zhao Haotian in a low voice. Yuan is a friend who worked with us before. Teacher he is her mentor and also our instrument teacher, named He Guang. Zhao Haotian nodded and looked at the two of them. When He Guang saw Su Xiaoxiao and Zhao Haotian being close, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He spoke in a friendly manner, Student Su, Student Jiang, I heard Yuan say that you were short of an assistant for your performance, so she asked me to come over and help you. Hearing this, Yuan's face looked a little ugly, as if she was enduring something. Zhao Haotian and Chu Shingua noticed this and narrowed their eyes slightly, looking at the senior student calmly. It is the season for wearing short sleeves, but Yuan wore a high-neck long-sleeved jacket. The bandaged hand was clenched tightly, seeming very nervous. Zhao Haotian also discovered that the look she gave teacher He Guang was filled with deep fear and hatred. Realizing that the two people were observing her, Yuan turned sideways in panic, subconsciously protecting her body, with an evasive look in her eyes. This action made Zhao Haotian and Chu Shingua understand something in an instant. Zhang Shue, Su Xiaoxiao, why don't we go to the backstage room and rehearse first, so we can be more confident in the performance later? He Guang wore glasses and looked gentle and refined. Zhang Shue and Su Xiaoxiao were somewhat tempted. As students of the music department, they were very strict about performances, so naturally the more perfect the better. Just when they were about to agree, Zhao Haotian stepped forward and pulled them over. Actually, I know a thing or two about musical instruments. I'll help you, so there's no need for outsiders. His plan was interrupted, and He Guang looked at Zhao Haotian with an unfriendly look. He criticized harshly. My dear student, music is a noble and serious subject. Not just anyone with a little experience can claim to have a basic understanding of it. What if you ruin Jiang and Su's performance? Can you take responsibility? Not to mention that as a mentor it's my duty to help students in need. You messed up the performance, or I'll tell your instructor to give you a warning. He Guang stood on the moral high ground as soon as he opened his mouth, trying to suppress Zhao Haotian with his status, and implicitly threatened him that he would be punished. But it was like a fart to him. Would he, a man worth millions, care about a few credits? Seeing their men being given a cold shoulder by He Guang, Zhang Shue and Su Xiaoxiao didn't care about the performance at all and just spoke back directly. Teacher we can decide who to help us. Please leave. Even if our junior student doesn't have musical talent, we are willing to take him to perform. So, go back to where you came from. We can't afford it.
He Guang couldn't believe that they were willing to take a student who knew nothing to perform rather than accept his help.
How can he carry out his next plan? No.
He had to join them so that he could have the chance to be in the same room with them. At that time, he can just record some videos and threaten them with graduation, and these two beauties from the music department will be under his control. Thinking of this, He Guang's face regained its friendliness and he changed his expression. With a smile on his face, he apologized to Zhao Haotian. I'm sorry, classmate. The teacher's words just now were a bit harsh. But what I said is also true.
If the two students' performances fail, their image will be ruined. You know, they are outstanding students in our music department. He Guangxiao tried to explain the pros and cons of performing by appealing to both emotion and reason. Zhao Haotian folded his hands and watched his performance coldly. He and Chu Shingua looked at each other and nodded slightly.
After he finished speaking, Zhao Haotian didn't waste any time and started to criticize him directly.
As far as musical instruments are concerned, you're not even worthy of being my grandson. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Get away.
Otherwise, even if this is an auditorium, I will still dare to turn you into a eunuch. Being humiliated like this, He Guang's fake expression could hardly hold together, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound.
Zhao Haotian didn't want to talk to him anymore, so he turned around and left. Jiang Shui and the others quickly followed him. They held Zhao Haotian's arm and asked him questions curiously. Junior, do you really know how to play a musical instrument? Then you have to help us. You and Xiao play the ensemble, and I'll dance. Chu Shingua silently made a phone call and followed him. She was not willing to be outdone and competed for it. Zhao Haotian, I want to accompany you too. You play the piano for me and I'll sing later. Okay, I'll help you all. As he watched them walk away, the darkness in He Guang's eyes was completely exposed. You damned little bastard, how dare you ruin my good deeds? I will never let you go. After saying that, he looked at He Yuan fiercely with a sick smile. In He Yuan's eyes, this was the devil's smile, which made her tremble unconsciously. Come on. Follow me to the office. Just as he was about to grab He Yuan's hand, two men in black suits and sunglasses appeared behind him. They hit He Guang on the back of the head with a stick, knocking him unconscious, then quickly put him in a sack and took him away. Everything happened in a flash. After reacting, He Yuan did not scream, but instead there was indifference in her eyes. Calling for help or something like that is simply impossible. She removed the bandage from her hand and saw bruises all over it. Below the collar, there are ugly pinch marks. Chapter 25 Ensemble Performance. Zhao Haotian and others came to the practice room behind the stage. After the bodyguard succeeded, he sent a message to Chu Shingua's mobile phone, which contained the results of the investigation into He Guang. After reading it, Chu Shingua's eyes became extremely sharp. It turns out that over the years, this beast has harmed 12 female students and even caused a death. Even after graduation, those female students were unable to escape his control and lived a miserable life. Such bastards deserve to die. Zhao Haotian keenly noticed Chu Shingua's abnormality and turned his head to look at her mobile phone. Seeing the evil deeds committed by He Guang, he felt a chill all over his body. After a moment of silence, he whispered, "You guys are good at dealing with this kind of scum, don't let him have it easy." Chu Shingua nodded and spoke softly. "Take them to an abandoned factory building in the suburbs. It won't be difficult for my people to find such a place. Then gather those girls and let them handle it. I believe they will treat him well." After saying that, she sent it along according to this solution, and at the very end, she added another sentence. "When you're done, find a cement pillar and drive it in. It'll be cleaner." As a big family, she also knew about some shady methods. And being born into a wealthy family, she is also ruthless. What she hated most were these beasts who abused women, and she would deal with them one by one when she saw them. After sending the message, she saw that Zhao Haotian had already started playing with the two women. His unrestrained and handsome look made her eyes sparkle. Heh, he's such a fascinating man. Several people performed an instrumental ensemble and accompaniment singing with Zhao Haotian, and they were all amazed at his musical attainments. "Junior, I didn't expect you to be able to play so many instruments, and your skills are so superb." Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui smiled. "Besides your excellent driving skills, I've discovered another great advantage of yours." "How many secrets do you have?" The more these women came into contact with Zhao Haotian, the more they became addicted to him.
He was like a poppy that they could not help themselves to. He seemed like a mystery, and when they thought that was all, they found that it was just the tip of the iceberg. Chu Shingua looked at Zhao Haotian, who looked like a Prince Charming, and for the first time found that she seemed to be beginning to fall in love with him.
Hey! Zhao Haotian waved in front of Chu Shingua. Don't just stand there, it's time to go to the audience. Oh, okay. Chu Shingua came to her senses and quickly agreed. Shortly after they arrived and sat down in the auditorium, the cultural performance officially began. Dear leaders and teachers. Dear students. Good evening, everyone. The host began the opening ceremony, and as soon as he finished speaking, everyone applauded loudly. I believe everyone is eager to see the performance, so I won't waste any more words. Now, please invite the senior students from our dance department to perform a passionate dance to open the show. Upon hearing this, there were bursts of exclamations and whistles at the scene. As dynamic music sounded, several coolly dressed senior students began a popular dance. The enchanting eyes and charming movements immediately attracted cheers from the boys. Each of their eyes was glowing green, and they wished they could put a telescope on their eyes. Zhao Haotian sat in his seat, watching the performances of these senior students with a slight smile on his face. The first row is good. The first row can see clearly. The wide view here allowed him to see each senior student's good figure and expression more clearly. There was even a senior student who deliberately walked up to him and danced in front of him, showing off her dancing moves, and before turning around, she raised her hand and blew him a kiss. This caused many people to wail. Looking at Zhao Haotian with his mouth grinning from ear to ear, Jiang Shui and Su Xiaoxiao snorted at the same time and pinched his lower back to express their dissatisfaction. Finally, amid the cheers of the crowd, the seniors finished their passionate dance. But the following programs made them a little bored. Most of the performances were performed by freshmen, and Zhao Haotian also felt a little drowsy. It wasn't until half an hour later that Jiang Shui gently shook him. Junior, it's our turn to perform. Only then did Zhao Haotian wipe the non-existent saliva and slowly wake up. As soon as they arrived at the preparation room, Jiang Shui found a hanfu from somewhere and put it on Zhao Haotian. Junior, your performance in ancient costume will surely be very effective. Xiao Xiao is already on stage, let's hurry up. After she finished speaking, without waiting for Zhao Haotian's reaction, she began to put clothes on Zhao Haotian. After some effort, Zhao Haotian changed into a green hanfu, looking like an immortal. My man is so handsome. Jiang Shui couldn't help but kiss his cheek, and then she heard the host start the program announcement. Junior, let's go. As Jiang Shui appeared first, the whole scene was quiet for a moment, and then burst into exclamations. What a beautiful senior Jiang. School beauty Jiang, look at me, look at me. Jiang Shui smiled and looked at Su Xiaoxiao who was sitting next to the guzheng, and nodded slightly. Then he looked at Zhao Haotian who was about to go on stage and winked at him. The familiar prelude sounded, this was the song they chose. Love for Life. Zhao Haotian, dressed in green, walked slowly out from behind the scenes, playing the bamboo flute. The ethereal sound of the flute made everyone present feel as if they were in heaven and earth, as if they were about to take off on their swords at the next moment. Chinese Paladin 3. It's a familiar feeling. All of a sudden, everyone's DNA awakened, and they cheered instantly. It's not about appearance, but the memories of a generation. Catching the rhythm, Su Xiaoxiao played the guzheng. The mellow and soft sound of the guzheng is like a breeze blowing across the sky and earth, as if bringing everyone into that world, as if they were there. Jiang Shui held a prop sword and began to perform a sword dance to the music. According to her, sword dance is also dance. I don't know if she has practiced specially, but her movements are very graceful and beautiful, giving her a sense of being free and unrestrained in the world. It matches the music played very well. His heroic appearance instantly won him a group of fans, who started screaming and shouting. Sister is so handsome. Oh my god, I'm a girl, and I actually have a crush on Senior Jiang. What the hell? And Senior Sister Su and Brother Haotian. Oh my god, he's worthy of being the #1 school idol. He's so rich and talented. I love him. In an instant, the three performers all gained a large number of fans, and some people even took out their mobile phones to record videos and live broadcasts. Thousands of people flocked into the live broadcast room in an instant, and the number of fans skyrocketed instantly, leaving the student shocked. I've worked so hard to run this account, but I only have 10,000 followers. There are no more than 100 people in each live broadcast room. Now, I've actually reached 50,000 followers with just one performance, and there are even 10,000 people online in my livestream. I've decided. From now on, these three are my gods. No one can change that.
He looked at the three people on the stage with faith as they began to concentrate on the live broadcast, carefully maintaining the balance of the phone. Yuan looked at the three people who looked like a fairy couple from the audience with envy in her eyes. How she wishes she could meet a boyfriend who understands and loves her.
Chapter 26 Grandma, I miss you.
After the performance, the three of them bowed slightly to the audience. He left the stage amid warm applause. As soon as they arrived behind the scenes, before Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui could celebrate, Chu Shingua strode up.
It's really impressive. But it's my performance next, and you have to accompany me on the piano. Don't let me down, I have to be in the same state as before, no. Even better than before.
She poked Zhao Haotian's chest, pulled his wrist into the locker room, and helped him change from his hanfu into a white suit. After looking him up and down, she nodded with satisfaction. Then she pulled him in front of a full-length mirror, leaned her head on his shoulder, took out her cell phone and took a photo of the two of them.
The photo can barely serve as my wallpaper. After saying that, she giggled and pulled Zhao Haotian back to the stage.
Seeing Zhao Haotian return to the stage, the students in the audience all let out a low cry.
He's on stage again, and this time he's accompanying Miss Chu.
As expected, it's impossible to go to college without a skill.
Otherwise, I might be the one accompanying the young lady right now.
Come on, even if you have technical skills, the young lady may not be interested in you.
You have to have the modeling of Zhao Xiaoqiao, brother.
Some people below began to talk in low voices, and their words were full of envy for Zhao Haotian. At this time, in an unnoticed corner, the president of Ocean University also quietly sat down in the audience seats accompanied by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's gaze fell on the piano in the center of the stage, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He is a professor of the Daxia Music Association.
He came here today to reminisce with President Wang.
He heard that there was a cultural performance in the auditorium, and he also wanted to see if there were any outstanding freshmen in Ocean University this year. As the lights on the stage dimmed, only a soft warm light was left, covering the grand piano in the center of the stage. The noise in the audience gradually died down, and everyone's attention was focused on the piano and Chu Shingua standing beside it.
Zhao Haotian sat in front of the piano, his slender fingers stroking the black and white keys.
To be honest, this was his first time to officially touch the piano.
She raised her head slightly and looked at Chu Shingua beside her. She was wearing a black long dress today, and looked like a noble princess under the light.
The two smiled at each other, a tacit understanding that required no words.
Are you ready? Zhao Haotian asked softly, a voice only she could hear.
Chu Shingua nodded, her fingertips lightly resting on the edge of the piano, looking at him affectionately. As Zhao Haotian's fingers fell, the first note flowed out like moonlight.
It's JHOSC of flowers.
Chu Shingua closed her eyes and began her singing amidst the last lingering notes of the piano prelude.
Still, all the flowers bloom. Distant, clear love. I don't want you to leave. Distance can't separate us.
My longing has turned into the sea, outside the window, unable to come in.
The sky is still bright, it loves the sea.
Love songs are defeated, love no longer exists. Her voice is clear and emotional, flowing through everyone's heart like a clear spring. Zhao Haotian's piano sound perfectly supports her voice, neither overshadowing her voice nor adding rich layers to her singing. Below the stage, the middle-aged man leaned forward slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Others may not be able to hear such piano skills, but as a professor of the Daxia Music Association, he can clearly feel it. Old Wang, your Ocean University music department is going to have a great talent this year. If you focus on training, you will definitely be able to join the Daxia Music Association in the future, he said to Principal Wang beside him with some excitement.
Principal Wang was also a little surprised and chuckled uncertainly, is this true? It sounds so mysterious. The middle-aged man nodded seriously.
I can tell you clearly that student's piano skills are not inferior to mine at all.
Now you should understand what the concept is. Principal Wang immediately calmed down. He understood the middle-aged man's analogy in an instant.
He glanced at Zhao Haotian on the stage, thought for a moment, and decided to check the students' information after the performance.
On stage.
The duo's performance was nearing its end, and all the students were completely immersed in the music. Chu Shingua turned to face Zhao Haotian, and when she sang the line "I don't want you to leave," her eyes met his. Zhao Haotian's piano music immediately became gentler, as if responding to her gaze. There was a slight commotion in the audience, and some people unconsciously covered their chests. When the last note fell, Chu Shingua's voice and the lingering sound of the piano dissipated into the air at the same time. There was a brief silence in the concert hall, followed by thunderous applause. Zhao Haoyan stood up and bowed to express his gratitude together with Chu Shingua. He gently held her hand, there was a moment of stillness, and then he held her hand back and interlocked their fingers.
Oh my god, they're holding hands.
Miss Chu and schoolboy Zhao are such a perfect match.
Just like a prince and princess. I got hit again, what should I do?
I was hitting him and the two seniors just now. The two of them walked off the stage from behind the curtain, and when they returned to the stage, Chu Shingua still did not let go of Zhao Haoyan's hand. Seeing this, Zhang Shui and Su Xiaoxiao came forward with some jealousy, staring at Chu Shingua with resentment on their faces.
The performance is over, Junior. Please let go of Junior Haoyan.
Chu Shingua seemed not to hear anything and smiled provocatively at the two of them.
I tied it with my own ability, if you can't do it yourself, blame me.
After saying that, he took a photo of the two holding hands with a smile on his face and showed it off to them proudly.
The three girls were playing and laughing happily, and Zhao Haoyan looked at them with a look of satisfaction on his face.
The other side. After leaving the auditorium, Yuan received a message from an unfamiliar number. Tomorrow evening, in the abandoned old factory building in the southern suburbs of Haicheng, Higuan, revenge.
Delete after reading.
She immediately thought of those people just now, took a deep breath and her eyes became dim.
Deleted this message.
Thinking back on what happened in the past year, her eyes were filled with hatred. Since she became Higuan's apprentice, he often called her to his office on the pretext of teaching her, and subjected her to long periods of molestation and abuse. She had resisted before, but Higuan had thoroughly investigated her family background. Her family only has a rural grandmother who works hard to support her schooling. I always hope that she can make a name for herself and leave the countryside. Yuan lived up to her grandmother's expectations and was successfully admitted to the music department of Haicheng University and became a well-known pianist.
Once upon a time, Grandma always regarded her as proud.
So, when Higuan took out his grandmother's phone number to threaten her, she was scared. She was afraid that her grandmother would worry and be disappointed in her if she heard about her experience, so she had been like a puppet for the past year. Until recently, when Higuan approached her and asked her to help take action against Zhang Shui and Su Xiaoxiao, she refused. He was willing to risk his own future and injure his hand, forcing the two of them to cancel the instrumental accompaniment. When she was most helpless, it was Zhang Shui and Su Xiaoxiao who accompanied her and spent that time with her.
So she couldn't hurt them no matter what. Higuan even threatened her about this.
If she dared to tell them, he would not only call her grandmother but also spread her photos and videos to completely destroy her. Fortunately, Higuan has now offended someone he shouldn't have offended.
Yuan thought of Zhao Haoyan's appearance.
She often heard the two girls mention him these days, and her face was full of sweetness. She was extremely envious. Once upon a time, she also longed to encounter such a sweet love. But everything was ruined by that beast Higuan. Fortunately, starting from tomorrow, she will also usher in a new life, and the unbearable past will be buried in yesterday. Yuan choked up a little, took out her cell phone, opened the address book, and gently dialed her grandmother's number.
Grandma, I miss you. Chapter 27, With your eyes, you must be a college student.
After the cultural performance, the remaining days of military training passed quickly.
Check in these days.
In addition to rewarding him with a Sun God Apollo and a Richard Miller EMS 301, the system also provided him with 50 million in special investment funds.
But this money can only be used for investment, not for consumption.
So Zhao Haoyan decided to keep it until he started his own business in the future, and then invest according to the rate of return seen by Tianyan. The first weekend of college has arrived.
Zhao Haoyan got up early, took out his mobile phone and opened Penguin News.
Today is the best time for him to sell his stocks. As long as this operation goes well, he can get tens of millions. On the phone, the press conference is starting. Huaxing Technology released new artificial intelligence technology as scheduled, and the company's stock price soared, shocking the entire Haicheng. With the help of Sky Eye, Zhao Haoyan found the best time to sell the stocks and sold them all at the highest price, making a huge profit. Haicheng Bank, your savings card with the last number 7788 had 73,675,000 yuan deposited into it at 8:11 on May 27, leaving an available balance of 73,675,288 yuan.
Looking at the balance in the bank card, Zhao Haoyan couldn't suppress the smile.
The original 4.21 million turned into 73.675 million. After deducting the remuneration of everyone, he alone earned 52.5 million. This was the first time he had earned so much money. According to the amount of money each person had invested, Zhao Haoyan transferred the money to their respective WeChat accounts. As soon as Chu Yun turned around, he started sending messages frantically to poke Zhao Haoyan.
No, what's going on, brother Zhao? Why did you transfer over 10 million to me? Did you add an extra zero?
No, this is your 1 million profit. I sold my stocks, and this is yours.
Zhao Haoyan seemed to be able to feel Chu Yun's shock even through the screen. It's not his fault.
After all, it's only been a week and his profits have almost increased 16 times. Even though he lives in a wealthy circle, he has never seen anyone with such ability.
Fuck it, you're my brother from now on. That's too much. Brother Zhao, tell me the truth, does your family have any background as a big shot in the Beijing circle? Otherwise, how would you know such secret information? Zhao Haoyan was speechless at this guy's imagination.
He sent a guess message, but Chu Yun replied as if he believed it.
Brother Zhao, I've made up my mind. From now on, I will follow your lead. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to steal a dog, I will never touch a chicken. Zhao Haoyan smiled and shook his head, ignoring this funny guy. Gurgle.
His stomach protested, so he decided to go out and have breakfast. He glanced at the three people who had stayed up all night last night and saw that they were still playing mahjong with Zhou Gong. He did not wake them up, but washed up and went out. He came to the cafeteria and took a look, and instantly lost his appetite. The weekend breakfast in the school cafeteria was just big steamed buns and steamed cakes of various colors, without even a speck of meat. It's simply to force him to become a monk. Now he only wants to eat meat and has no interest in these dry and vegetarian things at all.
Bite. Today's check-in location, Uncle Zhang's snack stall. Sign and reward, master level cooking. When Zhao Haoyan heard the system's voice, he instantly became interested. To be the system's check-in location, this old man's snack stand must have something to say. The system even recommended this breakfast. I have to try it. After returning to the dormitory building, Zhao Haoyan drove his Rolls-Royce out of the school gate without saying a word. A map appeared in his mind, with Uncle Zhang's snack stand marked with a red dot, and himself as the blue arrow. Following the instructions, Zhao Haoyan stepped on the accelerator and drove forward. It only took him half an hour to reach a snack street on the edge of the university town. After getting off the car, he first adjusted his hairstyle in front of the car window glass, and the glass reflected an extremely young and handsome face. TSK, who is this? Isn't it you readers? So damn handsome.
He smacked his lips and chuckled very narcissistically. In May and Haicheng, the roadsides are always filled with the faint fragrance of flowers.
Zhao Haoyan took a deep breath, feeling the tranquility that was different from the bustling city, and walked through one storefront after another. Although it is only morning, the snack street has already started to bustle with the shop owners shouting constantly from their loudspeakers. Tofu pudding. Fresh and hot tofu pudding. Fresh fried dough sticks, 2 yuan each.
Glutinous rice, fresh glutinous rice with zircon. The air is filled with the aroma of fried noodles, the sweet fragrance of soy milk and the pungent taste of chile oil, mixing into an irresistible temptation.
Zhao Haoyan's stomach growled again. Hey, where is Lao Zhang's snack stand? He couldn't help but mutter. He stood at the entrance of the alley and looked around, not knowing which way to go. Handsome boy, are you looking for Lao Zhang's snack shop? Asked an aunt selling tofu pudding with a smile. Sister, how do you know? Perhaps because she was happy to be called sister, the smile on the aunt's face became more sincere. Everyone knows it when they see you looking around and not buying breakfast.
In this area, only the Zhang family store has such influence.
How about this, young man? Have a bowl of tofu pudding and I'll show you the way. Looking at the aunt's eager eyes, Zhao Haoyan smiled and paid the money. Then give me a bowl. Sister, remember to add some chili for me. I like spicy food. Okay. The auntie smiled happily, and after making a bowl of tofu pudding, she pointed to an old shop at the end of the road. That's old Zhang's snack stand. It's at the very back of the snack street. If you go too late, there'll be a long line. After thanking the old lady, Zhao Haoyan took the tofu pudding and walked in the direction she pointed. He drank while walking, and after finishing a bowl of tofu pudding, he was a little surprised that it tasted quite good.
Even the auntie praised the store so much, and now Zhao Haotian is looking forward to Lao Zhang's snack stall even more. The snack street becomes more lively as you go deeper, and all the breakfast stalls are crowded with people.
Some were wearing pajamas and slippers, some were carrying briefcases, and some were office workers in uniforms looking at their phones while waiting for breakfast. This gave him a deep understanding of how popular the snack street is. Finally,
at the end of the snack street, he saw an old shop with a sign that read Lao Zhang Breakfast. The line was already 7 or 8 people long, but it was moving quickly. There was a man in his 60s standing in the store.
He was thin and had some gray hair.
His movements were so agile that it seemed like he was performing acrobatics.
He used a spatula to spread the pancakes in his right hand and beat the eggs with his left hand, while also collecting money and giving change at the same time.
Zhao Haotian stood at the end of the line. In front of him was an old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He was munching on a freshly baked beef patty with relish and had another one hanging in his hand. Seeing Zhao Haotian staring at him, the old man greeted him in a familiar manner.
"Young man, you are a student, right? A university student at that."
The old man turned around and asked, with a little beef still on the corner of his beard.
Zhao Haotian was a little surprised.
He had changed into some casual clothes today, but it wasn't so casual that you could tell at first glance that he was a college student.
"Sir, how do you know?"
Hee, I've seen all sorts of people in my life, and..." The old man pointed at Zhao Haotian's eyes and said, "This betrays you."
What's wrong with my eyes?" Zhao Haotian touched his eyes in some confusion.
"Clear stupidity, that look is exactly like my granddaughter's.
Bao is a college student." The corners of Zhao Haotian's mouth twitched, as if he was offended.
This old man is quite interesting.
Chapter 28, Why don't you open a shop? Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows as he looked at the old man who kept biting the beef patty even when he was talking to him.
"Master, is this cake really that delicious?"
Then you've asked the right person."
The old man spoke in a loud and clear voice. "I've lived here for over 30 years, and Lao Zhang's pancakes are a specialty of this street. He's been selling them here for 20 years, and I've been eating them for 20 years.
I never get tired of eating it. Tell me if it's delicious."
"Hey, you've got a lucky time today.
I just bought an extra one for you to try."
As he said that, he handed the steaming beef patty in his hand to Zhao Haotian. Smelling the aroma of beef patties, he swallowed unconsciously. Under the old man's eager gaze, he took a bite. The thin outer layer wrapped around the thick beef patty, and the soup flowing out from inside made Zhao Haotian subconsciously slurp it back. After chewing it in his mouth, the beef was mixed with the soup and had a soft outer layer.
The fragrance instantly exploded in Zhao Haotian's mouth.
He squinted his eyes unconsciously and wanted to chew his tongue.
"Smells good. It smells so good."
"Right."
The old man looked at Zhao Haotian, who looked very happy, and a smile appeared on his face.
He seemed to be happier to see another person fall in love with Lao Zhang's beef patties than to eat them himself. As he was speaking, there was a commotion in front of the team. Zhao Haotian tilted his head and saw that old Zhang in front of the cart suddenly bent down, with one hand on the cart, his face a little pale.
"Lao Zhang, are you okay?"
The old man immediately squeezed forward.
"It's okay. I'm just a little dizzy. It's an old problem."
Lao Zhang waved his hands, his voice weak. "Maybe I didn't get enough rest last night."
Zhao Haotian also stepped forward. "Do you want to go to the hospital?"
Old Zhang shook his head, forced himself to straighten up, and said, "There are still so many guests waiting." However, the guests not only did not show any displeasure, but instead looked worried.
"Lao Zhang, can't you tell the difference between eating bread and your body?"
"You can eat bread any time, but you only have one body." The old man walked over and helped him to a chair nearby to rest, frowning.
"You old bones, didn't Xiaoronger tell you not to work so hard?"
Only then did Zhao Haotian notice that there was a photo on the side of the cart. It was a photo of a young girl wearing glasses in Lao Zhang, with Haicheng Medical University written on the background of the photo.
"Uncle Zhang, is your daughter studying medicine? And at a medical school?" Zhao Haotian asked after taking a bite of the beef patty.
Speaking of his daughter, a hint of pride appeared on old Zhang's pale face. "Yes, she is a senior this year, and her grades are very good." Before he finished speaking, he swayed again and almost fell.
Zhao Haotian and the old man hurriedly supported him on the left and right.
Looking at the increasingly long queue behind him, Zhao Haotian suddenly had an idea.
"Uncle Zhang, how about this? You sit next to me and give me some guidance, and I'll help you make the pancakes? I used to cook for myself often, so the basic operation should be no problem for me.
Old Zhang looked at the strange young man hesitantly.
Well, just let this young man try, the old man decided. It's better than you forcing yourself. Besides, you're watching here, so nothing will go wrong. Bite.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully.
Get master cooking skills. Hearing the voice, Zhao Haoyan breathed a sigh of relief.
If the reward didn't come soon, he would probably be embarrassed.
In this way, Zhao Haoyan temporarily took up the job of baker chef. He tied on Lao Zhang's apron.
Although his movements were a little clumsy, he was able to spread the beef patties properly under Lao Zhang's guidance.
Use less oil, fry both sides evenly. Yes, just flip it over like this. Crack the egg in the middle, don't shovel too hard, or the skin will break. Right, now flip it over. Use force on your wrist, quick, accurate and ruthless, and flip it over with a flick. The first beef patty was pretty good.
Although there was a hole in the dough, it was not a big deal. Zhao Haoyan handed it to the waiting customer with some embarrassment.
It was a young girl in pajamas. Sorry, this is my first time doing. Unexpectedly, the girl smiled and said, "It's okay. It looks quite artistic." That's it.
She took the beef patty and took a bite, not caring about the grease on her mouth at all. As he made more and more pancakes, his technique gradually became more skilled. The old man stood beside him to help him collect money and give change, while Lao Zhang sat on a small stool and gave him some instructions from time to time. Instead of complaining, the people in the queue were full of curiosity and kindness towards Zhao Haoyan, the temporary baker.
Hey, you're a college student, right? Which school are you from? He's so handsome.
Seeing that Zhao Haoyan was too busy to reply, the old man smiled and spoke for him. That's right, he's a student from Ocean University, how could he not be handsome?
You are so lucky to be able to eat the cakes made for you by Shanghai University students today, ha! The people around also laughed when they heard this. This is the first time I've seen such a handsome pancake chef. I want to take a TikTok video. Handsome, add more spice, I like spicy food.
Zhao Haoyan was so busy that sweat broke out on his forehead and he wished he could use his feet as well. He didn't expect that Lao Zhang's snack stall would be so popular. He obviously just wanted to buy breakfast, but who would have thought that he accidentally became a worker?
Boy, you're really talented.
You learn much faster than I did back then. Old Zhang looked at the 10th beef patty made by Zhao Haoyan, which was already quite round and complete.
Uncle Zhang taught me well, Zhao Haoyan said with a smile, his hands moving non-stop. Does your daughter often come to help? Lao Zhang's eyes softened.
She came every weekend when she was in high school.
After she went to college, she advised me not to work so hard.
She could work part-time to earn money for her studies, but I can't sit still.
Besides,
if she earns more money, it will be easier for her to study for a master's degree, find a job, and find a partner in the future.
Zhao Haoyan felt warm in his heart. Every parent loves their children deeply. Before he knew it, it was 10 o'clock.
The sun had risen high in the sky, and the flow of people during the morning rush hour gradually decreased. Lao Zhang's complexion also improved a lot, and he stood up to stretch his muscles.
Come on, young man, take a break. It's time to taste the master's cooking. Lao Zhang took the spatula and moved smoothly.
In less than 2 minutes, a golden, crispy and fragrant beef patty was ready. He mysteriously pulled out a small jar from the bottom of the cart and whispered, as if it were some earth-shattering secret, "This is my homemade sauce.
I don't usually give it to others. Try it, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the taste."
The beef patty was handed to Zhao Haoyan, brushed with a layer of secret sauce, and his soul would tremble when he took a bite.
Zhao Haoyan looked very happy, "This is so delicious." The old man laughed heartily, "I wasn't kidding you, was I? Lao Zhang's pancakes are incredible."
Lao Zhang rubbed his hands embarrassedly, "I'm glad you like it, little brother. I really thank you for today, otherwise my business would be delayed."
"It's just a piece of cake."
Zhao Haoyan finished the pancake in 2 or 3 bites and licked the corner of his mouth with satisfaction.
"Uncle Zhang, since you have such excellent skills, why don't you consider opening a bigger shop and hiring a few apprentices? That way you can relax a bit, right?" He was a little confused.
Logically speaking, such a craft should have been popular long ago. Old Zhang smiled bitterly, "Opening a shop isn't that easy, and if you want to get a good shop, you need connections and a lot of money. At this point, a hint of self-mockery flashed in Lao Zhang's eyes, and the old man also had an indignant look on his face, with his beard standing on end. Old Zhang originally wanted to open a shop and recruit apprentices, but his skills were coveted by others. They wanted Lao Zhang to give them the secret recipe for beef patties, but he refused. So those people rented out the shop that Lao Zhang had his eye on to others at a low price, and warned them that anyone who dared to help Lao Zhang would have their rent increased. So over time, Lao Zhang no longer thought about opening a store. Chapter 29 Invest in a breakfast shop. Hearing the old man's words, Zhao Haotian frowned slightly. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Dad. You're at it again, aren't you? As they were talking, a clear and angry female voice came from outside the crowd. Zhao Haotian looked up and saw a girl with a ponytail and black-framed glasses walking towards him quickly, the hem of her white coat fluttering with her steps. She had the Haicheng Medical University logo pinned to her chest, and her face was filled with worry and anger. When Lao Zhang heard the sound, he immediately jumped up from the small stool. Xiaorong, why are you back so early? Didn't you say you have an experiment today? He rubbed his hands like a child who had done something wrong, feeling a little uneasy. Humph. If I don't come back secretly, are you going to force yourself to stay awake until you faint before you rest? Zhang Xiaorong rushed to Lao Zhang in 2 steps, grabbed his wrist without saying a word and started taking his pulse with professional and skillful movements. Her brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and she looked at Lao Zhang sternly, as if he was the child. Your blood pressure is high again. Did you stay up late kneading dough again last night? Zhao Haotian stood aside, watching the girl, who was half a head shorter than him, scolding Lao Zhang like a child. Old Zhang, who had just been full of energy instructing him on how to make pancakes, was now shrinking his neck and looking guilty. I'm fine. Lao Zhang defended himself in a low voice, and thanks to this little brother's help today, I wouldn't have been able to handle so many guests. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaorong noticed Zhao Haotian standing beside her, and she looked him up and down. Her gaze swept over his oil-stained hands, and the anger in her eyes eased slightly. Thank you for helping my dad. It's just a minor problem. Zhao Haotian smiled and said, but Uncle Zhang's beef patties are indeed unique. It would be a shame if we didn't make them anymore. Old Zhang stood up straight with his back straightened after receiving recognition, but he immediately stopped fighting when he met Zhang Xiaorong's gaze. Snort! Xiaorong snorted softly and took out a blood pressure monitor from her bag to measure Lao Zhang. Zhao Haotian noticed that her fingers were long and white, and her nails were neatly trimmed, typical hands of a medical student. 180-110. Xiaorong looked at the numbers on the blood pressure monitor and her voice rose 8 degrees. Dad. Do you know how dangerous this is? Old Zhang smiled awkwardly, it's just an old problem, I'll be fine after a rest. You always say that. Xiaorong's eyes reddened. I studied medicine so I could cure your high blood pressure one day, but you can't even get a good rest. Zhao Haotian looked at the father and daughter, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He cleared his throat and said, actually, I just had an idea that might solve this problem. Zhang Xiaorong looked at him suspiciously, what do you think? Don't push him into making pancakes again. I can earn my tuition and living expenses myself. I don't need him to work so hard. She spoke with some warning. I saw that Uncle Zhang had such a good skill, and I just wanted to invest in some industries, so I decided to invest in a chain store for Uncle Zhang. Zhao Haotian looked directly into Zhang Xiaorong's eyes. Uncle Zhang is responsible for technical training and quality control, and I'll be responsible for funding and store management. This way, Uncle Zhang doesn't have to get up early and work late every day in the wind and sun, and he can also have a stable income. And he can still have time to teach some apprentices, so he doesn't have to do it himself. Old Zhang and the old man were both stunned. Zhang Xiaorong pushed her glasses, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked at Zhao Haotian carefully. Invest? Are you serious? It's not that she didn't believe it, it's just that Zhao Haotian looked too young. Anyone who hears such a young college student want to invest will think he is bragging. But looking at his eyes, he seemed very confident. Zhao Haotian shook his head. It seemed that he had to show his strength. He took out the key of the Rolls-Royce from his pocket. The conspicuous RR logo made Zhang Xiaorong's pupils shrink slightly. You should have seen the car parked at the entrance of the snack street when you just came here. Now you shouldn't doubt that I don't have the ability. After all, the most important thing is Uncle Zhang's health, right? This sentence hit Xiaorong's soft spot. She bit her lip and looked at her father's pale face, her attitude obviously softened, but opening a store requires a lot of capital, not to mention in Haicheng.
I'll take care of these. Zhao Haoyan smiled. I'll invest 30 million, and Uncle Zhang will invest in technology, holding 49%.
Lao Zhang and the old man exchanged glances, and the old man patted him on the shoulder. Lao Zhang.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhang Xiaorong didn't say anything this time. If what Zhao Haoyan just said was true, then it was indeed good news for her father.
Lao Zhang rubbed his hands together, a look of hesitation on his face. Little brother, I appreciate your kindness, but.
But what?
Zhang Xiaorong suddenly turned to her father with a firm tone.
I think this is a great idea. And you won't have to work so hard after you open the store. The old man also clapped his thigh and agreed, yes, Lao Zhang. It's a pity that you keep your skills hidden. With this young man's help, you will definitely succeed.
Old Zhang looked at his daughter, then at Zhao Haoyan and the old man, his eyes flashing with complex light.
He sighed, it's not that I don't want to, it's just. Is it because of those people before? Zhao Haoyan asked sharply. Zhang Xiaorong turned her head abruptly. Who is it? Dad, what happened?
Old Zhang smiled bitterly and slowly recounted the past that he could not bear to recall.
I'm just a street vendor, how can I compete with those big bosses? Lao Zhang shook his head.
A sharp glint flashed in Zhao Haoyan's eyes. Uncle Zhang, the store and the people are trivial matters. Now, as long as you want, I can help you open the store, and no one dares to cause trouble.
Zhang Xiaorong's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Zhao Haoyan smiled.
Besides, we'll open one store first. If it's popular, we can expand it slowly, and even open branches.
You can just sit and count the money then. Zhao Haoyan didn't tell them that according to Tianyan's analysis, if Lao Zhang's breakfast shop was opened, the return on investment is as high as 210%. It's not a loss at all.
Old Zhang looked at his daughter's expectant eyes, then looked at his worn-out but long-standing cart, and at this moment he seemed to have made up his mind.
Finally he nodded, then, let's try it. Very good.
Xiaorong hugged her father excitedly, then turned to Zhao Haoyan and solemnly extended her hand. Thank you.
My name is Zhang Xiaorong, and I'm a student at Haicheng Medical University. Zhao Haoyan, a freshman at Ocean University.
He held the soft yet strong hand.
It's a pleasure to work with you. The old man laughed his ass off. I told you today is a good day. Old Zhang, your beef patties are finally going to be famous. Lao Zhang scratched his head embarrassedly. I haven't even started yet. Chapter 30. The Gu family is saved.
Before leaving the snack street, he added Lao Zhang and Zhang Xiaorong on WeChat and transferred 30 million yuan to them. Then the system drafted a contract for both parties to sign, and the cooperation began. Regarding the store issue, he contacted Chu Yun, who happened to know a friend nearby, and asked him to sell the store to Zhao Haoyan at a low price. After getting the store, Zhao Haoyan immediately sent the message to Lao Zhang, who immediately replied to start the renovation. He could feel Lao Zhang's joy from the news, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. Humming a little tune, he drove his Rolls-Royce back to school. While driving, the phone suddenly rang and Lao Gu appeared on the screen.
Hello? What's the matter, Lao Gu? Zhao Haoyan answered the phone.
I'm going to Lao Zhao. Why did you transfer more than 1 million to me? Don't tell me that this is my profit from the 100,000 yuan. It's the 100,000 yuan you earned. I'll give you a share of the money after I sell the stocks. Zhao Haoyan spoke in a calm tone, and it sounded like more than 1 million was not a big deal to him.
I'm going to throw a tirade at you. If you're not my godfather, how did you do it? Money is so easy to make these days.
Zhao Haoyan remained non-committal.
Nothing special, just luck. Can he say that this is the power of cheating?
By the way, Lao Zhao, my parents would like to invite you to come to the Yunting Hotel and take a look at our hotel's business situation.
Gu Yunchuan's voice was filled with unconcealed anticipation. Is it convenient for you? Zhao Haoyan thought for a moment and remembered the investment he had agreed to.
He nodded and said, 12 o'clock, I'll be there on time.
After hanging up the phone, Zhao Haoyan turned the car around.
Since he had decided to invest, he needed to make more preparations. Zhao Haoyan's fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, and the city scenery outside the window passed by like flowing light.
Yo-yo, search for pictures of Yunting Hotel. Okay, master. As the picture of Yunting Hotel appeared on his mobile phone, Zhao Haoyan immediately activated his Sky Eye. He wanted to see if he could see the rate of return through the photo. Sky Eye detecting,
detecting that the host is facing an investment decision. Yunting Hotel data analysis in progress. A set of translucent data panels appeared before his eyes that only he could see.
Project name, Yunting Hotel. Current valuation, 50 million. Debt, 7 million. Average profit margin over the past 3 years, 10.7%. Calculating potential return rate.
Zhao Haoyan narrowed his eyes slightly.
Gu Yunchuan was not lying.
Yunting Hotel was indeed facing the risk of a broken capital chain, and the data displayed by the system was more detailed than what Gu Yunchuan revealed.
Calculation completed, estimated return on investment 230%, risk factor B. Recommendation, moderately recommended investment, with additional clauses recommended to ensure fund security. 230% return rate. Zhao Haoyan's heart beat faster.
This was another industry with a good return rate and it was worth investing in. He glanced at the investment fund balance given by the system. There was still 20 million left, which was what was left after investing in Lao Zhangbi's shop. It is completely enough for the investment in Yunting Hotel this time.
12 o'clock.
Zhao Haoyan arrived outside the Yunting Hotel on time. He first took a look at the overall situation of the Yunting Hotel and was generally satisfied.
As Zhao Haoyan stepped into the hotel, he was immediately attracted by the scene inside.
The marble floor is mirror clear, the crystal chandeliers reflect brilliant light, and the employees' uniforms are neatly arranged. "Welcome Mr. Zhao to Yunting Hotel." The employees bowed slightly and called out softly,
"Old Zhao." Gu Yunchuan walked quickly from the rest area. Today he was wearing a well-tailored dark blue suit, which looked much more mature than his casual outfit at school yesterday.
Zhao Haoyan noticed that Gu Yunchuan was followed by a middle-aged couple, who were Gu's father and mother whom he had met that day. "Dad, Mom, this is my roommate Zhao Haoyan, the one you've met." Gu Yunchuan introduced them, his voice a little nervous. "Old Zhao, this is my father Gu Ziyuan, and my mother Lin Wan.
I've heard a lot about you.
We've been looking forward to meeting Mr. Zhao for a long time." Gu Ziyuan was the first to extend his hand and shake hands with Zhao Haoyan. He didn't act like an elder because of the age gap, and it was obvious that he knew what was important and what was not.
"Mr. Zhao is younger than I thought. Yunchuan said you are interested in investing in our hotel? Uncle Gu, how about taking me on a tour first?" Zhao Haoyan smiled non-committally. Gu's mother, Lin Wan, immediately understood. Of course, of course. "Yunchuan, old Gu, you guys show Mr. Zhao around. I'll go prepare the materials and the food and drinks." After saying that, she quickly ordered the employees and chefs to get moving, and she immediately went to the top floor to prepare the information and contracts that would be needed later. In the next hour, Gu Ziyuan and Gu Yunchuan took Zhao Haoyan to visit various areas of the hotel.
From the exquisitely decorated guest rooms to the well-equipped meeting rooms, from the Michelin-level restaurant to the rooftop outdoor swimming pool.
Yunting Hotel can indeed be called high-end.
"Mr. Zhao, the occupancy rate of our hotel has remained above 75% all year round,"
Gu Ziyuan explained as they walked.
"Our main customers are corporate executives and high-end tourist groups. Last year, we expanded into the wedding banquet market, and our revenue grew by 18%. Zhao Haoyan nodded from time to time, and at the same time secretly opened the sky eye to scan everywhere. The feedback data he got was basically consistent with what Gu Yunchuan said, and was even more optimistic in some aspects. When they returned to the lobby, Mother Gu had already asked the hotel manager to inform Father Gu that the banquet was ready.
He nodded and smiled at Zhao Haoyan, inviting him. "Mr. Zhao, we have prepared a banquet. How about we talk while we eat?" Zhao Haoyan naturally had no objection and followed them to the box on the top floor. After 3 rounds of drinks,
Mother Gu dismissed the surrounding employees and took out a thick stack of documents that she had prepared. "Mr. Zhao, here are our financial statements for the past 5 years, as well as our development plans for the next few years."
Gu Ziyuan pushed the document towards Zhao Haoyan.
"As you can see, the hotel is doing well, but it needs some cash flow right now."
Zhao Haoyan flipped open the file, and Sky Eye immediately began analyzing it.
Data streamed before his eyes, with key indicators highlighted. According to analysis, the authenticity of financial data is 95%, which is highly credible.
Market share analysis, high-end hotel market holds 12%, with room for growth.
Competition analysis, the main threat comes from the Zhou family and Zhou group in Shanghai.
The Zhou family of Demon City. Zhao Haoyan murmured in a low voice.
But in the silent box, it was like a thunderclap, and was clearly heard by the 3 members of the Gu family. They were visibly startled and exchanged shocked looks.
Gu's father and mother looked at Gu Yunchuan, but saw him shaking his head, indicating that he had never said that. Mr. Zhao, do you know the Zhou family? Lin Wan asked tentatively. Zhao Haotian didn't deny it.
His eyes were still fixed on the information.
He said lightly, I've heard of it vaguely. Gu's father and mother looked at each other and saw excitement in each other's eyes. Zhao Haotian spoke in a calm tone.
He knew that the Zhou family was so powerful, yet they could remain so calm. He thought that there must be someone behind them who was not weaker than the Zhou family, or even far superior to them.
The Gu family is saved. Chapter 31 Zhou family. Gu Ziyuan side.
Mr. Zhao, to be honest, we are from the Gu family in Modu. The Gu family in Modu is currently under siege from other families, and it is the Zhou family behind them who is putting pressure on them. Even the Yunting Hotel in Haichang was affected. Several banks we worked with suddenly tightened their lending, leading to a shortage of capital.
Also, the Zhou family also has influence in Haichang. They have always wanted to annex Yunting in order to complete the market monopoly.
We have no other choice, so we thought of asking Yunchuan to ask you to help our Gu family.
Zhao Haotian quickly browsed the information about Zhou Group provided by Tianyan and had an idea in mind. He closed the document and looked directly at Gu Ziyuan. Uncle Gu, I can invest in Yunting Hotel, and the investment will be increased to 20 million, but I have conditions.
You tell me, we can agree to any conditions as long as we can save the Yunting Hotel. I want 45% of the shares and the right of first refusal for the next round of financing.
Zhao Haotian said, staring at the two of them. This was the advice given to him by Tianyan after analysis, so he said it directly.
The three members of the Gu family were a little hesitant. Once these shares were given to Zhao Haotian, he would become the largest shareholder.
Let me be frank, if I don't help you today, you might not even make it through today.
Zhao Haotian said lightly, and there was even a glint of tears in Gu Yunchuan's eyes.
Okay. We agree. Father Gu nodded vigorously.
Compared to the Yunting Hotel being acquired by the Zhou family to deal with the Gu family, they could completely accept Zhao Haotian's condition.
Mr. Zhao, we agree to this condition, Gu Ziyuan assured. We can also reserve an exclusive presidential suite for you. You can. Bang.
The door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and a young man in a suit rushed in with 4 people who looked like bodyguards.
Mr. Gu, what have you considered?
The man spoke in a loud voice, his eyes swept over Zhao Haotian, obviously not taking him seriously.
Our Zhou family's patience is limited. Gu Ziyuan's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted sternly, Zhou Yuan. Who let you in? Security.
Where's the security? Lin Wan stood up with a cold look in her eyes.
Zhou Yuan sneered, don't bother, can those security guards of yours stop my people?
He casually threw out a document, 10 million to acquire all of Yunting's shares.
Sign today and everyone will be honored. Otherwise.
He spoke in an arrogant tone, not taking the people present seriously at all, and ignored Gu Ziyuan's anger. Zhao Haotian noticed that Gu Yunchuan's fingers were tightly gripping the tablecloth, his knuckles were white, and his eyes were full of hatred as he looked at Zhou Yuan.
Seeing that Gu Ziyuan didn't say anything, Zhou Yuan looked at Zhao Haotian with amusement, who seemed to be indifferent. Hey, entertain the guests. But if your Gu family doesn't sign today, then don't entertain us.
Several bodyguards stepped forward and pulled the tablecloth hard, and all the food and drinks fell to the ground, leaving the entire box in a mess.
Zhou Yuan. You're going too far. Gu Ziyuan's voice was extremely cold, but Zhou Yuan just scratched his ears and didn't care.
Zhao Haotian, who was standing aside, folded his hands and glanced at Zhou Yuan. Unexpectedly, Sky Eye immediately analyzed a bunch of information. Zhou Yuan, general manager of Haicheng Dingsheng Group, a member of the Shanghai Zhou family, specializes in bribery, threats, and market manipulation. He once instigated his subordinates to murder a family of 3 in order to gain control of the other party's assets. He also opened illegal venues such as underground casinos. The following are the addresses of these illegal venues. Dingsheng Group, the Zhou family's power in Haicheng, has a market value of 300 million.
Zhao Haotian didn't expect that the Sky Eye could actually analyze people, and even analyze what the other person had done. Having gained some leverage, Zhao Haotian looked at Zhou Yuan with amusement.
This Mr. Zhou seems a bit arrogant.
Zhao Haotian said calmly, Boss Gu is discussing matters with me. Don't you understand that it's first come, first served? Besides, you are the first person to overturn my table. Don't you know that wasting food is shameful?
Hearing the voice, Zhou Yuan glanced at Zhao Haotian, with a hint of contempt in his eyes.
Where did you come from, kid? Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. Do you have the right to speak here?
He thought Zhao Haotian was also a member of the Gu family, so he spoke with sarcasm. Zhao Haotian ignored it, took out his cell phone and sent a message, then looked at Zhou Yuan Dao.
I don't really like it when someone is more pretentious than me. You're just being mysterious. Someone, get this guy out of here.
He sneered and waved his hand, and several bodyguards came forward to catch him.
Just then, Zhou Yuan's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and his face turned grim after hearing the message from the other party. What did you say?
One of our places was closed down.
Are all your people good for nothings? They didn't even know the place was surrounded by police.
After saying that, he cursed a few more times before hanging up the phone. The bodyguard was also frightened by his voice and didn't dare to take action for a while. When he saw everyone was looking at him, Zhou Yuan cursed again.
What are you standing there for? Throw him out. Yes.
Several bodyguards immediately surrounded Zhao Haotian, but he sat on the stool without any panic.
It seems you don't learn your lesson.
As he spoke, Zhao Haotian sent another message, and Zhou Yuan was also shocked and confused by his words.
Could it be that this guy was responsible for the casino being shut down just now? How is that possible?
Except for a few of his most powerful members, no one else knew the location of the casino. But after a while, his cell phone rang again. Mr. Zhou, the police have closed down 2 more of our venues.
There was absolutely no warning. Zhou Yuan hung up the phone without saying anything.
He looked at Zhao Haotian intently, with a look of surprise in his voice.
You did this?
Zhao Haotian spread his hands, always with a smile on his face.
It's just a small gift, no need to thank me. Thank you, uncle. Zhou Yuan's face turned dark.
You know, their casino is one of the most profitable places. 3 of them were blocked at once, causing them to lose tens of millions directly.
This time he finally took Zhao Haotian seriously.
The other party's methods were decisive and his identity was unknown, so he should not be provoked easily.
I wonder who this person is?
He asked with some surprise.
The 3 members of the Gu family were also shocked by Zhao Haotian's methods.
Just 2 messages sent caused the other party to lose nearly 10 million.
What kind of method is this?
At the same time, they were also glad that they did not see Zhao Haotian clearly. At this time, Gu Ziyuan stood up, as if he had found the confidence.
This is Mr. Zhao.
He had already invested 20 million in our Yunting hotel before you came. You actually want to use 10 million to snatch Mr. Zhao's things, and you even dare to overturn Mr. Zhao's table. The air in the box froze in an instant, and Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Haotian. Someone who could casually take out 20 million was definitely not an ordinary person, but the person in front of him was unfamiliar and he had no impression of him at all.
When did such an awesome person appear in Haicheng?
He thought to himself, but remained expressionless.
Zhou Yuan.
Zhao Haotian stood up, and his height advantage allowed him to look down at the other person. He came to Zhou Yuan and whispered in his ear. As far as I know, Haicheng Dingsheng Group is preparing to go public recently.
This is your Zhou family's influence in Haicheng.
If the China Securities Regulatory Commission knew that you were forcibly acquiring competitors or manipulating the stock market through threats.
Zhou Yuan's expression changed, and he shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?
Whether you're talking nonsense or not, you know for sure. Or if you want to test whether I have the ability, I can help you realize your wish." Zhou Yuan's expression changed from anger to shock, and finally to viciousness. No need. He hid his emotions and didn't look at Zhao Haotian again.
Gu Ziyuan, I didn't expect you to find a backer. He stared at Gu Ziyuan fiercely and turned to wave at the bodyguard. But our Zhou family is not so easy to mess with. Let's go. This isn't over yet. Chapter 32 Infernal Affairs. After Zhou Yuan left, the box returned to peace.
Father Gu smiled and changed the subject. The floor here is dirty, I'll have someone clean it up. Mr. Zhao, thanks to you, I have booked a private room on the Xian floor at Yixianju.
I will thank you very much when we get there. Seeing that Zhao Haotian forced Zhou Yuan to flee with just a few words, he knew that Zhao Haotian's background was very terrifying. If you don't hug such a thigh now, when will you hug it? Maybe in the future, the main family of Shanghai can also rely on this gentleman to help solve the problem. Just as Gu Ziyuan was imagining the future of the Gu family soaring to new heights, the door of the box opened again.
A tall young woman walked in, her black business suit highlighting her sharp temperament.
Dad, Mom, I heard Zhou Yuan was here?
The woman hurried in, her eyes swept over Zhao Haotian, her brows slightly furrowed.
Who is this? Yunlan, you're here just in time. Gu Ziyuan raised his hand and introduced, this is Mr. Zhao, the investor of our hotel. Mr. Zhao, this is my daughter, Gu Yunlan, Yinchuan's older sister.
She is currently in charge of the hotel's marketing and finances.
After introducing each other, Gu Ziyuan finally spoke with some relief.
Thanks to the 20 million investment that Mr. Zhao just gave us, otherwise that bastard Zhou Yuan would have succeeded.
Gu Yunchuan nodded and looked at Zhao Haotian with some admiration. Sister, brother Zhao really helped us a lot. Our family has to thank him. You should not be as serious as usual.
Gu Yunlan smiled faintly upon hearing this and extended her hand to him. It turns out to be Mr. Zhao.
Thank you for helping me take care of my family. But you have to be careful, Mr. Zhao.
If you help us, you'll offend Zhou Yuan.
He's not someone you can get along with easily.
Of course, if you can't cope, our Gu family will definitely do our best to help you. There was worry on her face, which, combined with her somewhat abstinent expression, was really quite charming. There was a strange flash in Zhao Haotian's eyes, but he remained calm on the surface.
He said lightly, Miss Yunlan, you're worrying too much.
If it were the Zhou family, I might consider it, but I don't care about a mere Dingxing group. A strange look flashed in Gu Yunlan's eyes, and she and Zhao Haotian withdrew their hands. She turned to Gu Ziyuan and Lin Wan and said, Dad, Mom, I'm going to find someone to deal with the mess Zhou Yuan left behind.
You guys go and entertain Mr. Zhao.
After saying that, she bowed slightly to Zhao Haotian and turned to leave, her high heels making crisp sounds on the marble floor.
Gu Ziyuan didn't expect Gu Yunlan to leave so soon.
He was thinking of letting her get in touch with Zhao Haotian as well, maybe they could completely tie Zhao Haotian to them.
The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment.
Lin Wan quickly defended herself, don't mind, Mr. Zhao.
Yunlan is straightforward and doesn't think things through.
We're here to apologize on her behalf.
Gu Yunchuan was also a little embarrassed.
On one side was his biological sister, and on the other side was his good brother who had helped their Gu family. Zhao Haotian agreed with a smile, saying it was okay, but he felt a little amusement in his heart. He looked at the direction where Gu Yunlan left with deep eyes. Through the analysis of the heavenly eye just now, he found that Gu Yunlan was not as simple as he seemed on the surface.
Infernal affairs? He's still a smiling fox, interesting.
Zhao Haotian became interested in Gu Yunlan, but also found that this investment did not seem that simple. The situation within the Gu family is not as peaceful as they say. There seem to be frequent frictions between the main family and Modu and other branches.
But it doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't infringe on his interests and bottom line, what others do is none of his business. The other side. After leaving the box, Gu Yunlan received a phone call.
After a few words, he hung up and left in a hurry, and went into a KTV not far away.
Inside the KTV box,
the LED lights flickered gently, and the air was filled with a faint mixture of alcohol and cigarette smoke. Gu Yunlan sat on the leather sofa, flicked the ash lightly with the fingertips of his right hand, and took a sip of wine with a calm expression.
Bang!
Suddenly the door was pushed open and Zhou Yuan strode in with a gloomy face.
Gu Yunlan could even feel his anger from a few meters away. Bang!
He slammed his palm on the coffee table, causing the wine glass to tremble slightly.
Gu Yunlan, are you fucking kidding me? Zhou Yuan leaned forward, his eyes fierce. Where did that kid from Yunting Hotel come from today? Identity aside, do you know how much I lost? 3 places, tens of millions. Who should I ask to compensate for this loss? Gu Yunlan raised her eyes calm. Boss Zhou, don't be so angry, why don't you sit down and have a drink first? Stop the fucking bullshit.
Zhou Yuan grabbed her wrist with such force that it almost broke her bones.
The information you gave me didn't mention such a person in the Gu family. Gu Yunlan cursed in her heart, I don't even know it myself, how the hell are you supposed to know it?
The appearance of Zhao Haotian not only disrupted Zhou Yuan's plan, but also disrupted her plan.
Feeling the pain on her wrist, Gu Yunlan seemed to be irritated.
Her face turned cold and she pulled her hand back with force, her tone unintelligible.
How should I know? He suddenly appeared. Even I haven't heard of him.
I'm afraid you, Ding Shang, haven't even heard of this person.
Zhou Yuan sneered, you're pretending to be like this.
He suddenly approached Gu Yunlan, his voice low and threatening, don't forget our deal. If you help me buy the Yunting Hotel at a low price, I will give you most of the management rights of the hotel. But if you dare to betray me, then the record of your falsified accounts over the years will be enough to put you in jail for more than a decade. Zhou Yuan pulled out a stack of photos from his suit and slapped them on the coffee table. The photos were scattered around, and they were actually surveillance screenshots of Gu Yunlan modifying the financial system of the Yunting Hotel. She lowered her eyes and glanced at him, her expression still calm. Boss Zhou, are you threatening me? A threat? You could consider it that. Zhou Yuan sneered, find a way to deal with that guy. At the very least, make him withdraw his investment from the Yunting Hotel. Otherwise. What else? Gu Yunlan shook the wine glass gently, and the red wine glowed dark red under the light. Do the directors of Dingsheng Group know that Mr. Zhou lost 30 million in the Macau casino last week? Zhou Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and the box became quiet in an instant, and the air seemed to freeze at this moment. After a few seconds, he stood up suddenly, his face gloomy and uncertain. Gu Yunlan, are you investigating me? Gu Yunlan smiled, same here. So, Mr. Zhou, please don't threaten me next time. I'm a coward and can't stand being scared. If you accidentally say something, I'm afraid your position as general manager will be replaced. Zhou Yuan stared at her intently, then snorted coldly and turned his head away. Before noon tomorrow, I want to hear about that guy withdrawing his investment. The longer we delay, the worse it will be for any of us. After saying that, he turned and strode away, followed closely by his bodyguards, and the door was slammed shut. Gu Yunlan relit a cigarette and leisurely poured himself a glass of red wine. She shook the wine glass gently, her eyes deep. Mr. Zhao? Your appearance has really posed a big problem for me. Gu Yunlan took a sip of red wine, his eyes fell on the scattered photos, and a faint curve appeared at the corner of his lips. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. How's it going over there? Any news about that person? A respectful response came from the other end of the phone. It has been arranged. That person will have a party at Yixianju later. Very good. I'll be there in time. She hung up the phone, drank the wine in the glass, gently stroked the rim of the glass with her fingertips, and her eyes were as deep as the abyss. Chapter 33, Beware of your sister-in-law guarding the door for you. In front of Yixianju. The Gu family led the way for Zhao Haotian. The quaint building looked particularly solemn during the day, which was completely different from the last time he came at night. Mr. Zhao, please come this way. Gu Ziyuan bowed slightly and made an invitation gesture. Many people looked at Zhao Haotian in surprise. Everyone was guessing which family this young master was from. Gu Ziyuan took the lead and went upstairs, and the waiter obviously knew him and did not stop him. Zhao Haotian followed him through the carved porch. This time they were going to the Xian level box. Compared to the yellow level box he had visited before, the decoration here was obviously more exquisite. The corridors are no longer lined with simple landscape paintings, but have been replaced with authentic works by famous artists. The material and thickness of the carpet underfoot are also obviously better, and it is almost silent when stepped on. Mr. Zhao, the Xuanzi floor is already the best private room I can book with my status. I hope you don't mind it. Gu Ziyuan explained on the side, with a hint of apology in his tone. It's okay, but I heard that Yixianju seems to be divided into different levels, corresponding to different people. I wonder if Uncle Gu knows about it. Gu Ziyuan nodded and began to tell the story. The top-tier private rooms at Yixianju are divided into 4 levels, Tiandi Xianhuang. The Huang level is open to ordinary wealthy people and some wealthy children. The Xian level requires a certain social status. The D level is only open to some top-tier wealthy families. As for the Tian level, it is said that even the heads of the top wealthy families cannot enter without an invitation. Only the most elite people in Daxia are welcome there. Lin Wan took over the conversation and lowered her voice a few degrees, as if she was talking about some terrible secret. Zhao Haotian nodded without responding, remembering the black dragon card he had obtained from the system before, which seemed to say that he could enter the number 1 box. But he is not in a hurry to show them. Some cards need to be hidden so that they can play their greatest value at critical moments. Inside the Xian box, exquisite dishes have been laid out on the mahogany round table. On the wall hangs an authentic painting of Peach Blossom Spring by Ming Dynasty painter Qiueng. The soft light shines on the painting, adding a touch of elegance to the box. Zhao Haotian was admiring these paintings and was pushed to the main seat by several people. Old Zhao, this is a toast to you. Gu Yunchuan raised his glass, his face full of gratitude. If it weren't for you, my hotel would have to change its name to Zhou. From now on, even if you ask me to help you guard the door against the sisters-in-law, I won't hesitate."
The corners of Zhao Haotian's mouth twitched. What kind of metaphor is this? He can still guard against them. Wouldn't it be better to bring them into the team? Yun Chuan. How can you talk like that?
Gu Ziyuan frowned and scolded his son, then put on an apologetic smile when he turned to Zhao Haotian. "Don't mind, Mr. Zhao, this kid can't speak when it comes to the critical moment." Lin Wan also quickly tried to smooth things over. "Mr. Zhao, and Yun Lan, she didn't come with us before, and we apologize to you on her behalf."
As she spoke, Lin Wan also drank a glass of wine. Zhao Haotian waved his hand. "Uncle and aunt, you are too polite. Yun Chuan and I are roommates, so it's my duty to help. What's more, Yunting Hotel is indeed worth investing in." This sentence made the three members of the Gu family obviously relieved. As long as Zhao Haotian's attitude was good, they would have the possibility of holding on to this thigh. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere gradually became lively. Gu Ziyuan's words and deeds are simple and honest, which is one of the reasons why Zhao Haotian is not disgusted by him.
Mr. Zhao has achieved so much at such a young age.
His family must be in business, right? Lin Wan asked casually.
Zhao Haotian picked up a piece of pork ribs and said casually, "Just an ordinary person who made a little money by chance."
"Old Zhao, you are too modest."
Gu Yunchuan, who seemed to be drunk, suddenly interrupted. "Just last week, you used the 100,000 yuan I gave you to invest in stocks, and in just 1 week you made over 1.7 million yuan. Not to mention the millions you invested yourself, you don't even know how much you earned."
Gu Ziyuan's pupils shrank, and there was shock in his eyes. Young Master Zhao actually has such an amazing talent for finance.
This was not a compliment, but he was really shocked. Making more than 1 million with 100,000 in a week, even in his Gu family, no one could do it.
This made him even more wary of the power behind Zhao Haotian. The one who could cultivate a genius like Zhao Haotian must be a behemoth.
This thigh must be held tightly. He had to tell Gu Yunchuan to listen to Zhao Haotian at school, but he felt that this alone was not enough. He suddenly thought of Gu Yunlan.
If Gu Yunlan could be tied to Zhao Haotian, then his Gu family would really prosper.
Zhao Haotian on the side smiled but said nothing. These were only accomplished by the system and the sky eye, but he would not be stupid enough to admit it. After all, when you are away from home, your identity is given by yourself or it can be created by others. Lin Wan poured him a bowl of soup and said gently, "Mr. Zhao, don't just drink alcohol.
Drink more soup to nourish your stomach."
If Yunlan were here, she would definitely say that we don't know how to entertain guests. She had just exchanged a glance with Gu Ziyuan and understood each other's thoughts. She had to push Gu Yunlan into Zhao Haotian's sight.
Zhao Haotian took the opportunity to ask, "Miss Yunlan, didn't she say she couldn't come because of something?" "Who knows?" Gu Yunchuan curled his lips. "My sister is always busy with this and that. I don't know what she's busy with." Gu Ziyuan coughed lightly and smiled. "Yunlan works diligently.
She recently helped the hotel negotiate a new project and helped us a lot." Seeing that Zhao Haotian seemed to be interested, he continued to praise him. But there was also a hint of pride in his eyes. "Mr. Zhao, I'm not bragging, but Yunlan has been exceptional since she was young.
Now she's handling most of the hotel's business.
If it weren't for training her, we would have handed the hotel over to him a long time ago." Lin Wan couldn't help but continue, "Yes, Yunlan has been sensible and smart since she was young. She could recite 300 Tang poems at the age of 6, and passed the 10th level of piano in junior high school."
Zhao Haotian listened with great interest. From the Gu family's descriptions, a nearly perfect image gradually took shape. Academic masters, talented women, business elites. But as he listened, Zhao Haotian felt that Gu Ziyuan was like a pimp, strongly recommending him. "It sounds like Miss Yunlan is very outstanding." Zhao Haotian took a sip of wine. "But isn't it an exaggeration to say that she hasn't had a relationship in all these years?" Finally got to the point.
Excitement flashed in Gu Ziyuan's eyes, and he exchanged a glance with Lin Wan.
"Well."
Lin Wan considered her words carefully. "Yunlan is too strong-willed. Most boys can't hold her down."
Gu Ziyuan also sighed. "Actually, we have been worried about her condition and wanted to let her get in touch with some outstanding boys. But she rejected them all." A gleam flashed in Zhao Haotian's eyes. "Oh?"
Gu Yunchuan couldn't help but interrupt. "My sister's temper is so bad that even I, her own brother, can't stand it sometimes. I really don't know who will be able to conquer her and become my brother-in-law in the future." Having said that, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Haotian with a joking look in his eyes.
Why don't you give it a try, old Zhao? With your incredible looks, you might be able to conquer my sister. There was a flash of relief in Gu Ziyuan and Lin Wan's eyes.
This brat had been here for so long and finally said something useful.
Gu's father and mother also looked at him expectantly, as if waiting for his answer. Snap!
The door of the box suddenly opened at this moment, interrupting the conversation of several people.
Chapter 34 Wu Sha's Invitation.
The door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and Gu Yunlan walked in with a group of well-dressed young people. She wore a black long dress today, which made her skin look as white as snow. Her long, slightly curled hair draped over her back gave her a cool and refreshing aura.
Dad, Mom, I brought some friends over to say hello. Gu Yunlan's voice was clear.
Her eyes paused slightly when they swept over Zhao Haotian, and she nodded to him apologetically.
But this is just the surface, in reality.
Analyzing from the previous conversation between Zhao Haotian and her, she judged that the power behind Zhao Haotian was probably not much different from that of the Zhou family. It wouldn't help her plans much. Compared with the person she was going to meet today, he was far inferior, otherwise she would not have been so ignorant of etiquette and turned down the banquet. But what she didn't know was that Zhao Haotian had already seen through her, and what he said was just made up to be polite to her. If Gu Yunlan knew that he did this, she would probably be so angry that she would explode. She had calculated everything, but she had forgotten that he was a cheater. Zhao Haotian and others turned their gaze towards the group of young men behind her.
Judging from their attire, they all seemed to be children from wealthy families, and all of them were dressed extraordinarily well.
Especially the woman standing guard among them, she was beautiful and majestic without even being angry.
Zhao Haotian could see from the eyes of the people around him that they were in awe and admiration of her, which meant that she was the real leader of this group. Ms. Wu. Before Gu Yunlan could continue speaking, Gu Ziyuan exclaimed and quickly stood up with a respectful look on his face. The same is true for Lin Wan and Gu Yunchuan. Only Zhao Haotian did not move.
He continued to sit in his seat and looked at Miss Wu calmly.
The girl just glanced at Gu Ziyuan indifferently and nodded perfunctorily, without much expression on her face. Zhao Haotian turned to Gu Yunchuan and asked in a low voice, "Old Gu, who is this?"
Gu Yunchuan was terrified when he heard his words and quickly whispered, "This is Miss Wu from the Wu family, one of the most powerful families in the Magic City."
The Wu family has an extremely powerful influence in Demon City. They can call the wind and rain, which is far beyond the reach of our Gu family.
It seems my sister went to make friends with that person for the sake of the family, so she had to postpone this banquet.
Wu Sha, who was being guarded, had a blank expression on her face.
These wealthy young men from Haicheng somehow found out her identity and insisted on holding a welcome party for her. She looked down on these guys, but her grandfather asked her to go out and make some friends to change her personality. Ever since she had someone investigate Zhao Haotian last time, she found that his information was unremarkable, just like an ordinary person.
There are generally only two possibilities for this situation.
First, the other party is really an ordinary person, and second, the other party's power is far beyond what their Wu family can get involved in.
How could an ordinary person like Zhao Haotian be able to live in Villa Number 1?
She felt something was wrong and immediately told the old man the news. The old man, who usually doted on her, got angry with her for the first time.
For that kind of family, there are only two types of people who investigate their identities, one is a provocateur, and the other is an enemy.
But whether it is a provocation or an enemy, it can be regarded as a disaster for the Wu family. The old man was able to lead the Wu family to become one of the top wealthy families in Shanghai, and the outcome of many things was known at a glance. He and Wu Sha have been wandering around Villa Number 1 almost all week, hoping to meet Zhao Haotian again and apologize to him. But it just so happened that Zhao Haotian was at school for military training and had not returned, which made Wu Sha very worried. She was afraid that the Wu family would cease to exist because of her momentary lapse of judgment. So she was not in a good mood along the way. Fortunately, she was accompanied by Gu Yunlan, who was also from a wealthy family in Shanghai, so she didn't have to lead halfway. However, when her eyes inadvertently swept over Zhao Haotian, her eyes widened slightly and her expression immediately became excited. Those who were watching her closely noticed the change in her almost instantly. Following her gaze, she looked at Zhao Haotian, who was savoring the soup with his head down. After he finished the soup, he raised his eyebrows in praise, seeming to be very satisfied with it.
The atmosphere in the box suddenly froze.
Those rich kids who were originally chatting and laughing also became quiet, their eyes moving back and forth between Wu Sha and Zhao Haotian.
They did not start to mock or anything like that at first. As a wealthy family, being good at observation and listening is a compulsory course for them. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Wu Sha walked quickly towards Zhao Haotian and smiled the first smile she had on the way there. Mr. Zhao, I didn't expect to meet you here. Her expression was very excited, and she even looked like she was about to cry, which made Zhao Haotian feel that she was a bit like a resentful woman who had been cheated on. He was still a scumbag. Zhao Haotian frowned slightly. He was sure that he had never seen this Miss Wu before. But on the surface, he still nodded politely, hello. Gu Yunlan stood aside, her pupils slightly dilated. She had never seen Wu Sha so respectful to anyone. Even in the Magic City, the only ones who could make her bow her head were the elders of the Wu family. Some of these elders would even be so angry at her that they would fuss and glare at her, let alone take the initiative to greet a younger generation. Her eyes involuntarily fell on Zhao Haotian, and she re-examined his identity. The Gu family and a group of rich young men exchanged glances in shock, but no one knew the identity of the person in front of them. Wu Sha seemed to see Zhao Haotian's doubts, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Mr. Zhao, I'm a resident of Villa Number 2 at Yujinglong. I've seen Mr. Zhao return to Villa Number 1 once from a distance. After all, we're neighbors. These words were like a bomb, exploding in the box. Those rich kids gasped and exchanged shocked looks with each other. Gu Ziyuan's hand trembled and the wine glass almost fell out of his hand. Yujinglong, Villa Number 1? He looked at Zhao Haotian in horror, and even his voice changed a little. As the people present, they all knew about the villa community in Yujinglong. It was a place where only the highest-ranking people in Haicheng could live. And Zhao Haotian actually lives at Number 1. Zhao Haotian understood what he said. It turned out that Wu Sha saw him when he went to Yujinglong Bay. He maintained a calm smile. I see, Miss Wu has good eyesight. And at this time, Wu Sha's hands were clenched in her sleeves nervously. She thought she would not meet anyone today, and she came to the party reluctantly, so she only wore an ordinary sportswear. She was a little annoyed why she didn't wear some nice clothes. She wondered if Zhao Haotian would dislike her if he saw her like this. You guys, do you have anything else to do? Zhao Haotian was a little confused. Why didn't these people leave? Didn't they say they were just saying hello? If he doesn't leave now, the food will get cold and the taste will be affected. Seeing that Zhao Haotian was getting impatient, Wu Sha quickly said, Mr. Zhao, I have a small party in the private room on the ground floor later. I wonder if I would be honored to invite you to join me. Gu Ziyuan and Lin Wan looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. The Wu family's gathering is the threshold of the top social circle in Shanghai. Many people try their best to get in, but now Wu Sha actually takes the initiative to invite Zhao Haotian. Who is he exactly? Zhao Haotian thought for a moment, then nodded under Wu Sha's nervous and expectant gaze. I'll be there later. Just tell me the box number. Gu Yunlan stood aside, feeling that his worldview was collapsing. She had heard her father mention that the villas in Yujinglong Bay were arranged according to status. The Wu family, as one of the top wealthy families in Shanghai, could only live in Villa Number 2. What was even more unexpected to her was that the owner of Villa Number 1 was Zhao Haotian. Yunlan, are you very familiar with Mr. Zhao? Wu Sha suddenly turned to Gu Yunlan, with a hint of anticipation in her tone. Gu Yunlan's throat tightened and she didn't know how to answer. This was also her second time meeting Zhao Haotian, and she had even turned down someone else's banquet. She forced a smile and said, Mr. Zhao is my brother's college roommate. He helped the Gu family a lot today. I don't know Mr. Zhao very well. Oh well. Wu Sha felt a little regretful, as she had thought she could get closer to Zhao Haotian through Gu Yunlan. But it doesn't matter. Since I met him today, I still have a chance. Since they are all members of the Gu family, they are all related in some way. Gu Yunlan never thought that just one connection could drastically change her status. Lin Wan quietly pulled her husband's sleeve, her eyes secretly staring at Zhao Haotian and her daughter. He seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 35, Your sister is quite interesting. After learning that Zhao Haotian's identity was extraordinary, those rich kids adjusted their postures and put on just the right smiles on their faces. So young Master Zhao lives in Villa Number 1. A young man in a dark blue custom suit spoke first, his voice deliberately relaxed. No wonder you have such an extraordinary temperament. Zhao Haotian looked up at the person who was speaking, and the other person immediately bowed slightly and handed him a gold-plated business card. I am Wang Mingyuan from the Wang Group in Haicheng. I have long admired young Master Zhao's name.
It was clearly the first time we met, yet he still said he had heard of you for a long time.
What Zhao Haoyan disliked most was this kind of hypocrisy and lack of sincerity.
He took the business card and put it on the table without even glancing at it. The smile on Wang Mingyuan's face froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal.
Gu Yunlan stood aside.
After she knew that Zhao Haoyan's status was even higher than Wu Sha's, she changed her mind. The higher the status of the person, the more help he can give her for her plan. It's just that I had previously turned down an invitation to have dinner with him, which might create some distance between the two of us. She quietly raised her eyes to look at Zhao Haoyan, only to find that he was concentrating on tasting the seafood soup in front of him, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Gu Yunlan began to think in her mind how to regain Zhao Haoyan's favor so as to facilitate future cooperation.
Mr. Zhao.
Wu Sha leaned forward slightly, and her voice was unnaturally soft.
If members of the Wu family were here, they would probably be shocked. Is this still the fearless Wu Sha of their Wu family? Do you want to go to the earth layer now? I'll ask the chef to prepare a new table.
Zhao Haoyan put down the spoon, wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at her. Don't worry, don't waste food. He pointed to a dish of steamed grouper on the table and said, this fish is well cooked.
Would you like to try it?
Wu Sha immediately turned to the waiter and said, add another serving of steamed grouper, no, 2 servings. She turned to Zhao Haoyan with anticipation in her eyes. If Mr. Zhao likes it, I'll ask the chef to make a few more signature dishes.
Zhao Haoyan was also amused by her silliness and waved his hands repeatedly. No, this is enough for you. Aren't you guys still going to have a party? Leave your box number and go. I'll go check it out.
Wu Sha was a little disappointed, but still smiled and said, okay, we'll leave now and look forward to Mr. Zhao's arrival. As she spoke, she pulled the pensive Gu Yunlan over and trotted out the door under her dazed gaze. Yunlan, take me to the nearest clothing store. I need to go change my clothes. Gu Yunlan came back to her senses and slightly opened her red lips. In fact, she wanted to stay here more, but in the end she accompanied Wu Sha to the nearest top clothing store.
The opportunity to make friends with Wu Sha cannot be missed.
Seeing this, those rich kids also said goodbye and left. They wanted to send messages to their families and friends to let them know the situation here. Before leaving, they left a gold-stamped card with their private room number. Young Master Zhao, enjoy your meal.
We'll be waiting for you on the ground floor. This is the box number. You can come over anytime. Zhao Haoyan took the card and put it in his pocket. Okay, see you later. The moment the box door closed, Gu Ziyuan immediately moved closer to Zhao Haoyan, and his attitude was much more respectful than before.
Mr. Zhao, I apologize for my previous inattention. I hope you will forgive me. If Zhao Haoyan was just a wealthy family like the Zhou family, although he deserved his respect, it would not have come to this. But for a wealthy family that even the Wu family has to bow down to, the gap is huge. It is unimaginable that such a family can even determine the survival of the Gu family with just one sentence.
In this regard, Zhao Haoyan could only say, my background is all up to your imagination.
Lin Wan, who was standing by, also smiled. Yes, Mr. Zhao, you and Yunchuan are roommates.
You can ask him to help you if you need anything in the future.
It seems that after one's status is raised, friendships will also have a purpose, especially in wealthy families.
Zhao Haoyan suddenly felt bored and continued eating the food on the table without responding. Gu Yunchuan sat there restlessly, wanting to speak several times but not knowing what to say.
He never thought that his roommate had such a high status, just like when he was riding in a car and found out that the person next to him was the president of the country. You can't ask him whether the bus is comfortable or not, nor can you ask him which is more convenient, the bus or a Bentley.
Old Gu.
Zhao Haoyan suddenly said, this fish is really good, you should try it.
Gu Yunchuan was as if he had been granted amnesty and quickly picked up a piece. Okay, I'll try it. Seeing this, Gu Ziyuan immediately filled Zhao Haoyan's glass with wine. Mr. Zhao, let me toast you again. Thanks to you today, otherwise our Gu family would. Zhao Haoyan didn't mind him bringing up the topic again, and raised his glass and clinked it lightly. Uncle Gu, you're welcome. After drinking, Gu Ziyuan was a little at a loss as to what to do. He was indeed too honest. Lin Wan rolled her eyes and asked tentatively, Mr. Zhao, are you and Miss Wu very familiar? To be honest, I'm not familiar with you. This is the first time we've met today. Zhao Haoyan told the truth, but no one believed him. Gu Ziyuan and Lin Wan looked at each other and saw suspicion in each other's eyes. Living in Villa Number 1 of Yujing Longwan and being a neighbor of the eldest daughter of the Wu family, how could I not be familiar with them?
But they were tactful enough not to ask any further questions, but spoke in a friendly manner. Mr. Zhao, you and Yunchuan have such a good relationship, so come to our house more often. Yunlan is a bit cold, but she's actually a very nice person.
Mom! Gu Yunchuan couldn't help but interrupt. Even if he was slow-witted, he now realized his mother's intention. What are you talking about? Zhao Haoyan put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. I'm full, Lao Gu, do you want to go see Miss Wu together? Gu Yunchuan nodded quickly. Okay. Gu Ziyuan immediately stood up. I'll go with you. Zhao Haoyan glanced at him and smiled. Uncle Gu, you guys should rest first. Old Gu and I will go. Gu Ziyuan wanted to say something, but Lin Wan pulled his sleeve and winked at him. After walking out of the box, Gu Yunchuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Zhao Haoyan with some apology. Lao Zhao, I'm sorry, my parents. It's okay. Zhao Haoyan waved his hand. It's human nature, and it's understandable. The two walked along the red-carpeted corridor toward the elevator. Gu Yunchuan hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, Old Zhao, what exactly is your identity? Why is it that even a top family like the Wu family is so respectful to you? Zhao Haoyan spread his hands helplessly and said, I really don't have any status, they are just guessing. Gu Yunchuan thought that his identity could not be revealed casually, so he did not continue to ask. The elevator door opened and the two walked in. Gu Yunchuan pressed the button of the earth level, somewhat absent-mindedly, and only after half a minute mustered up the courage to ask. Old Zhao, what is your impression of my sister? When mentioning Gu Yunlan, Zhao Haoyan's mind emerged with the woman who had performed so well in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Your sister is quite interesting. Chapter 36, Two Women Fight. It turns out that true masters are silent. The other side. Wu Sha quickly bought the most expensive long dress in a high-end luxury store. Under the shocked gaze of the clerk, she swiped her card, removed the tag, put it on and left. In the car, she thought it over again and again, took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Grandfather. She whispered, I met Mr. Zhao at Yixianju, and I have invited him to the party. I will meet him alone later and apologize to him. The old man sighed with relief from the other end of the phone. Sasha, you did a great job. Remember, as the heir to a wealthy family, face and such are not important, what matters is the result. History is written by the victors. Wu Sha nodded, hung up the phone, and breathed a long sigh of relief. It seemed that this week had really scared her. Wu Sha felt much better when she thought about the misunderstanding being resolved. In just half an hour. Those rich kids had already spread what happened in Yixianju. Many young men from wealthy families and second-generation rich people rushed here after hearing the news, wanting to meet this big shot. Ding ding ding. Zhao Haoyan's phone received several WeChat notification sounds in succession. When I opened it, I saw that it was the Chu siblings. Chu Yun, brother Zhao, I heard that a top young master has come to Yixianju. Come with me to meet him and make some friends. Chu Shingua, Zhao Haoyan, accompany me to Yixianju, I will take you to see the world. He didn't expect that the two siblings would think of contacting him as soon as they got the news, and he felt warm in his heart. After replying to both of them that he happened to be in Yixianju, he took back his phone. Gu Yunchuan was a little curious. Old Zhao, whose news is this? You look so happy. Two friends, they'll be here later. Let's just walk around first, and then we'll go in together when they arrive. After that, the two of them started strolling around Yixianju. It seemed that this place was not bad even if it was considered a scenic spot. Thinking that the time was almost up, Zhao Haoyan took Gu Yunchuan to the box. As soon as he arrived at the door of the box, he was a little surprised by the scene in front of him. The originally spacious box was now packed with well-dressed young people, gathered in groups of 3 or 4, talking in low voices, and the air was filled with the scent of expensive perfume. There are so many people. It seems that the Wu family's influence is top-notch even in Haicheng. Gu Yunchuan exclaimed in surprise. Before Zhao Haoyan nodded, a familiar female voice came from the crowd. Zhao. Hao. Tian. The crowd separated automatically. I saw a girl in a lavender dress striding towards me, with anger in her eyes. Behind her was a young man with a smirk on his face, jogging and whispering. No, sister, pay attention to the occasion and your personality. The people who came were Chu Shingua and Chu Yun. Chu Shingua walked up to Zhao Haoyan angrily.
with her hands on her hips and a look of dissatisfaction on her face.
Good for you. I just heard that you live in Villa number 1 of Yujinglong Bay. Why didn't you tell me such an important news earlier?
Zhao Haotian rolled his eyes and retorted unhappily, if I hadn't told you, you could have pulled my race car from the roadside. How could I have lived a peaceful life if I had told you?
Chu Shingua was suddenly speechless.
Although this was the fact, but she was furious.
So what? I'm not looking for a fight with you. What are you afraid of as a grown man? Tisk, I'd be more than happy to fight you. Of course, the location can be my bedroom.
Chu Xingyue's pretty face turned visibly red, and she glared at him angrily.
Just then,
a beautiful figure walked out of the box. Wu Sha rushed back in a hurry, her black skirt fluttering. After seeing Zhao Haotian, she instantly restrained her momentum and slowed down her pace.
Mr. Zhao, you've been waiting for a long time.
Her voice was incredibly gentle. Chu Xingyue on the side narrowed her eyes and looked Wu Sha up and down, her gaze falling on the pair of fierce beasts in front of her. I breathed a sigh of relief after comparing it with my own.
Fortunately, it's just about the same size. Not as illegal as Su Xiao Xiao.
As if sensing some aggressive gaze, Wu Sha's eyes instantly met Chu Xingyue's.
Wu Sha frowned slightly.
She noticed that the other person's eyes looked at her and finally fell on her chest. She seemed to be relieved.
What's the meaning? Does she think she is inferior to her?
Wu Sha's eyes swept over the other party's capital secretly, and after finding that it was almost the same as hers or even a little smaller, she sneered invisibly. This immediately caught Chu Xingyue's attention, and the two of them's eyes immediately became sharp.
Wu Sha asked Zhao Haotian gently. Mr. Zhao, who is this?
As a member of the Wu family, how could she not know Chu Xingyue, but she just wanted to ask, as if out of some damn desire to win. Oh, Chu Xingyue, a member of the Chu family, and also my classmate.
Zhao Haotian gave a brief introduction and then pointed to Chu Yun beside her.
This is her brother Chu Yun, my friend.
Chu Yun nodded quickly and said, Hello, Miss Wu. Chu Xingyue was somewhat dissatisfied with Zhao Haotian's answer, but at present they were indeed just friends and classmates.
Looking at Wu Sha's slightly raised mouth corners, Chu Xingyue was so angry that her teeth were itching. She gritted her teeth, and the words came out of her mouth one by one.
The eldest daughter of the Wu family, right? Your name is so familiar to me. Wu Sha's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, and she chuckled, Oh? It seems that my name is still more famous than Miss Chu's.
The discussions of the people around them had stopped. The subtle atmosphere between Wu Sha and Chu Xingyue made them all become spectators, their eyes darting back and forth between them.
After a while of confrontation, Chu Xingyue took the initiative to attack. She raised an eyebrow at Wu Sha. We came all the way here, and not only do we not have wine, but Miss Wu didn't even prepare a cup of tea?
Wu Sha's expression did not change, and she even wanted to laugh, of course. She clapped her hands and said coldly to the waiter, Waiter, the guests are here, please serve the tea. After she finished speaking, she turned to Zhao Haotian and became gentle again, Mr. Zhao, I asked someone to bring back some de hong pao, which is a treasure of my grandfather.
I prepared it especially for you. Chu Xingyue snorted lightly and dragged Zhao Haotian into the box. Miss Wu, the guests are hungry. Please serve the dishes.
The smile on Wu Sha's face froze, and she gritted her teeth, trying hard to maintain the smile.
Okay, serve. The atmosphere in the box was subtle.
After everyone was seated, Chu Xingyue deliberately sat on Zhao Haotian's left, and Wu Sha immediately took the seat on the right. Chu Yun and Gu Yunchuan huddled in a corner, trying to minimize their presence.
It wasn't that they didn't want to help. It is really easy to become cannon fodder if you go up now. Mr. Zhao, try this goose liver, one of Yixianju's signature dishes.
Wu Sha picked up a piece of truffle foie gras and put it on Zhao Haotian's plate. Seeing this, Chu Xingyue immediately picked up the piece of foie gras and put it in her mouth, looking at Wu Sha with a smile on her face.
Sorry, Miss Wu, he doesn't eat foie gras.
He turned to the waiter and shouted, Give him a bowl of plain noodles. A hint of anger flashed in Wu Sha's eyes.
Miss Chu, this is Yixianju, not a roadside restaurant. What's wrong with Yixianju? How do you know there's no Yangchun noodles in Yixianju?
Chu Xingyue refused to be outdone, he loves to eat this at school.
Zhao Haotian was speechless and couldn't help but hold his forehead. You guys, that's enough. Eating is a sacred thing. Don't let any meal go to waste. Eat your meal well, or don't ask me to attend any banquets in the future.
Upon hearing this, the two women immediately fell silent, but their eyes still exchanged from time to time, as if they were ready for another battle. Gu Yunlan on the side smiled faintly and slowly picked up a piece of steamed grouper and put it on the plate in front of Zhao Haotian. After doing all this, she didn't say a word, but ate obediently without fighting or competing.
Everyone around was closely watching their every move. Seeing Gu Yunlan's actions, they were all surprised. There are also experts.
Chu Shingua and Wu Sha immediately turned their gazes to Gu Yunlan, with deep meaning in their eyes.
So scheming. What a clear distinction. What a good move. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. It turns out that real masters never talk. Chapter 37 Auction, Chu Shingua eavesdropping in the corner. After the banquet, everyone came to them one after another to say goodbye and leave.
As Zhao Haotian walked out of the box humming a little tune, Wu Sha quickly caught up with him.
Mr. Zhao, please wait a moment.
She was breathing slightly, her cheeks flushed slightly from the rush.
Zhao Haotian stopped and looked back at her. Miss Wu, is there anything else?
I don't know if I can talk to Mr. Zhao alone.
I have something I want to tell you. Upon hearing this, Chu Shingua immediately stepped forward cautiously and stood between the two of them. Is there anything you can't say in person? Seeing Chu Shingua blocking her, Wu Sha's eyes turned cold. Miss Chu, this is a private matter between Mr. Zhao and me, it's none of your business. What a coincidence.
Chu Shingua refused to give in. I just like to meddle in other people's business. Seeing that the tension was getting stronger and stronger, Zhao Haotian sighed and winked at Chu Yun.
Chu Yun understood and quickly stepped forward to grab Chu Shingua. Sister, Dad just sent a message saying there's an emergency at home. Grandma has to go to school and transfer to your class. Anyway, let's go.
Chu Shingua pushed Chu Yun away, but then changed her mind.
Forget it, let's go home.
She glared at Wu Sha and said, just wait. After saying that, he pulled Chu Yun away. Seeing that they had completely disappeared, Wu Sha took a deep breath.
Mr. Zhao, I have something I must confess to you.
I took the liberty of investigating your identity before, which may have caused some unnecessary misunderstandings, so I want to explain to you that I didn't mean to do that.
Zhao Haotian was stunned. That's it? What is there to say about this? He waved his hand and chuckled, don't worry about it. There are more than 1 or 2 people investigating me. It doesn't matter if you investigate. Don't take it to heart. Wu Sha finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this.
She raised her head, and a strange light flashed in her eyes.
Mr. Zhao, can I call you Haotian?
Zhao Haotian shrugged, sure. Wu Sha looked like a girl who had been rewarded with candy, with a look of joy on her face.
Then you can call me Sasha from now on. Miss Wu is too unfamiliar.
After she finished speaking, she seemed to remember something, took out a gold-embossed invitation from her bosom, and handed it to him with both hands.
This made Zhao Haotian stunned. I'm not curious about what kind of invitation this is.
Instead, I was curious about where she had stuffed the invitation, as she was wearing a long dress.
Where are the pockets on a long skirt? Could it be that this woman is a hidden talent? Zhao Haotian looked at Capital obscurely, admiring it silently.
Not knowing what Zhao Haotian was thinking, Wu Sha chuckled and said, in a week, there will be a top auction in Haicheng, hosted by our Wu family. I would like to invite you to attend as a special guest. There was even a hint of pleading in her tone.
Zhao Haotian took the invitation, flipped through it casually, and said with a smile, it's an auction, are there any good things?
Of course there is. Our Wu family would never auction something that has no value.
Wu Sha nodded and said, there are quite a few items on auction, I believe you might be interested. Zhao Haotian did not answer immediately, but looked up at her with a smile. Miss Sasha, you seem to be very persistent in getting me to participate in various activities? Wu Sha was slightly startled, then spoke frankly.
I just hope to have more opportunities to interact with you, Haotian. She paused and added, of course, if you have other plans, I won't force you.
Zhao Haotian chuckled and accepted the invitation.
Okay, I'll go check it out. A hint of joy flashed across Wu Sha's eyes, but she quickly regained her elegant and calm demeanor.
Then I'll send a car. No, I'll come pick you up myself?
No, I can drive there myself.
Wu Sha nodded and said nothing more.
Before leaving, she looked at him deeply again and then turned and left.
Zhao Haotian watched her back disappear at the end of the corridor, with a slight smile on his face. The auction is quite interesting.
He was about to leave when he suddenly noticed someone approaching from behind.
Mr. Zhao. A gentle voice sounded.
Zhao Haotian turned around and found Gu Yunlan standing not far away, with a smile on her lips and gentle eyes. She changed into a light-colored long dress, with her long hair slightly curled and loose, and her whole body exuded an intellectual and elegant temperament.
Miss Yunlan hasn't left yet? Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows. Gu Yunlan approached slowly and said softly, I just saw Miss Wu talking to you, so I didn't disturb you. Actually, I also wanted to invite you to that auction, but Miss Wu got there first. Zhao Haotian smiled faintly. Oh? Miss Yunlan is also interested in the auction? It seems that this auction does have some good stuff. I'm a bit knowledgeable about art, and I heard there are several rare pieces in this auction. If Mr. Zhao doesn't mind, we can go together. Her tone was natural and her eyes were clear, as if she was simply inviting a friend to join her. Zhao Haotian looked at her, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Really good acting. Gu Yunlan's performance was indeed superb. If he had not seen through her secret with his divine eyes, he would probably have been fooled by her gentle and intellectual appearance. Okay. He readily agreed, since Miss Gu has invited me so kindly, I won't refuse. A hint of triumphant smile flashed across Gu Yunlan's eyes, but it quickly subsided, and she still maintained her elegant demeanor. Then, shall we meet at the auction? Well, see you at the auction. Gu Yunlan nodded slightly, turned and left, her back graceful and her steps light. Zhao Haotian looked at her back, and the smile on his lips deepened. One is Wu Sha, the other is Gu Yunlan. Oh, I want to see what you want me to do at this auction. Just as he was about to leave, a slight click sound suddenly came from the corner of the corridor, as if someone had accidentally stepped on something. Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows and glanced towards the source of the sound. Who? No one responded. But Zhao Haotian knew that there must be someone there. He walked over slowly, and just as he turned the corner, he saw a familiar figure sticking to the wall, shrinking his neck furtively, as if trying to slip away. Chu Shingua. Zhao Haotian called her directly. Chu Xingua's body stiffened, then she stood up straight and turned around as if nothing had happened. Ah? Zhao Haotian? Why are you here? Zhao Haotian crossed his arms and looked at her with a half smile. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Why are you here? Isn't our grandma going to school? Chu Shingua blushed and blinked, looking innocent. I was just passing by. Just passing by? Zhao Haotian raised an eyebrow. You passed by and eavesdropped by the wall? Who's eavesdropping? Chu Xingua's ears turned slightly red, and she refused to admit it. I just happened to walk over here and happened to hear you talking. Zhao Haotian chuckled and slowly approached her, with his entire face close to Chu Xingua's neck. Oh? So what did you hear? Chu Shingua was forced to take a step back by him, her back against the wall, her heart beating inexplicably faster. I didn't hear anything. Zhao Haotian leaned against the wall with one hand and looked down at her, his eyes teasing. Really? Chu Shingua was a little flustered when she saw him looking at her, but she quickly raised her chin and pretended to be calm. Of course it's true. I wouldn't bother eavesdropping on your conversation. Zhao Haotian chuckled and didn't expose her anymore. He just straightened up and said lightly. Okay, then where is Miss Chu going now? Seeing that he didn't ask any more questions, Chu Shingua breathed a sigh of relief, but she still felt inexplicably unhappy in her heart. This guy actually let her go like this? She bit her lip and suddenly said, Zhao Haotian. Are you really going to that auction? Zhao Haotian nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? Chu Xingua's eyes flickered, and then she snorted, nothing. I just want to remind you not to be fooled by those two women. Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows. Oh? Then how do you think they will deceive me? Besides my good looks, what else can they cheat me of? Chu Shingua choked, then turned into anger. How should I know? Anyway, you just need to be careful. After saying that, she pushed Zhao Haotian away and left angrily. Zhao Haotian looked at her leaving back and couldn't help laughing. What a stubborn girl. Chapter 38 Calligraphy gives you 4 words, don't pretend. Back to school. Zhao Haotian resumed his college life. First, on the last day of the weekend, he teamed up with Jiang Shui and Su Xiaoxiao to play a few games. After seeing the money Zhao Haotian transferred to them, they had already secretly prepared some new clothes. What the flying guillotine, wildcat bus, be your cat, 7-3. Zhao Haotian was very satisfied and maximized the gaming experience, accidentally staying up all night. No wonder there's a saying that from now on the king won't hold court early in the morning. After fighting all night, Zhao Haoyan didn't feel sleepy at all.
Instead, he stretched comfortably.
Bite. Today's sign-in location, Playground Club recruitment site. Sign-in reward, Grandmaster level in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The system's daily sign-in reminder sounded. Zhao Haoyan raised his eyebrows, remembering this activity that almost all freshmen participated in. Old Zhao. Hurry, hurry, the club is recruiting new members. Let's go check it out. I heard the seniors from the dance club are recruiting.
After Gu Yunchuan came back from Gu's house, he seemed to have returned to his heartless self when they first met.
He pulled Zhao Haoyan, Han Dong, and others to run to the playground. Holy crap, Lao Xiao, look over there. What are the seniors in the cosplay club wearing? Oh my god, is that kitsching? It's like a game character has walked into reality. Great for cosplay. Having a girlfriend from the anime club is like having an entire anime and gaming wife.
Gu Yunchuan grabbed Zhao Haoyan's arm, his eyes widening as big as copper bells.
Ding.
Detected that the host has arrived at the club recruitment site, signed in successfully, reward, Grandmaster level of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting.
A warm current instantly surged through his body.
Zhao Haoyan only felt a flash before his eyes, and countless knowledge about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting flooded into his mind like a tide.
Old Zhao, why did you stop suddenly?
Su Ping bumped into his back, pushed his glasses, and asked in confusion.
Before Zhao Haoyan could answer, a scream suddenly broke out in the distance. Ah! It's Zhao Xiaoqiao. Principal Zhao is here to recruit new members for the club. Oh my god. He's even more handsome in person than in the photo.
I heard that Zhao Shuedi also played an instrument in the cultural performance that day.
What a pity I didn't make it. Look this way, Junior.
I saw more than a dozen senior students from the clubs abandon their stalls at the same time and rush over like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. The most exaggerated one was the senior from the dance club, who did a split and slid to her knees before stopping in front of Zhao Haoyan.
Come to our dance club, Junior. The senior student, maintaining the splits, looked up and said, I'll teach you how to dance a duet myself. I guarantee you'll never do the same pose twice. From Zhao Haoyan's perspective, he only saw an evil abyss.
The capital of the senior sister in front of him was obviously quite terrifying, and Zhao Haoyan's reaction was obviously within the senior sister's plan.
What a cunning predator. Junior, don't listen to her. She just wants to take advantage of you. Come to our yoga club. You can not only practice yoga regularly with the seniors, but also strengthen your body and increase your flexibility. Don't underestimate this flexibility. It can be very useful at critical moments. How does that saying go? Hello, I'm fine too.
The president of the yoga club pushed aside the senior student from the dance club and explained to Zhao Haoyan.
Even at the end, she did a difficult move.
She turned her back to Zhao Haoyan and raised her right leg high behind her, showing a graceful posture.
Good opportunity. Ugh.
Zhao Haoyan coughed twice, secretly looked at the senior sister in yoga pants, and sighed in his heart.
Yoga is great, we must learn yoga.
Zhao Haoyan was surrounded by people, and all kinds of erotic scenes were eye-catching. His roommates had already been squeezed 3 meters away, and Gu Yunchuan was still holding up his mobile phone to record the scene, his mouth crooked with laughter.
What are you doing? Is there any discipline? A cold shout suddenly rang out. The crowd automatically parted ways, and Chu Yun, vice president of the student union, walked over with a few followers.
He was wearing designer clothes and his hair was combed sleekly, but his eyes were frighteningly sinister.
As a student, you should act like a student. Don't spend all day learning nothing. Life can't be brushed off by just looking good. Chu Yun's words were full of sarcasm.
Although he didn't say it explicitly, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was targeting Zhao Haoyan.
Before he could say anything, the girls around him exploded. Chu Yun, what do you mean? If you're jealous that your junior is more handsome than you, just say so. Oh. I see.
You've pursued the student union president many times, but he's actually a fan of Zhao Shuedi, so you're furious and want revenge.
It's really the little head controlling the big head, the lower-headed man, disgusting. Zhao Haoyan now understood why he shouldn't provoke women, because their attack power is really strong. Chu Yun's face turned ugly, and he roared fiercely, what are you talking about?
He gritted his teeth and looked at Zhao Haoyan, who was heavily protected by the senior students.
Is all you can do to hide behind a woman? What kind of skill is that? Looking at his childish provocation, Zhao Haoyan just wanted to laugh. Why isn't it considered a skill? Isn't it my ability that the pretty seniors are willing to protect me? That's right, this guy is just a typical example of sour grapes.
The girls nodded in agreement. The senior students wanted to speak up for him, but he raised his hand slightly and the surroundings immediately became quiet.
Senior, don't say that I, your junior, bully you. I'll give you a chance. Tell me what we're competing for.
Lin Xiaoyuan snorted coldly, of course it's a competition of talent.
I have 3 people here.
The first game is Go, the second game is painting, and the third game is calligraphy.
Best of 3. If you lose, you'll be kicked out of the club and no new members will be recruited. Okay. Zhao Haoyan smiled harmlessly, but if you lose? I lose? What a joke. If I lose, I'll give you the position of vice president of the student union. Upon hearing this, Zhao Haoyan's face changed immediately. My goodness, people are so evil. This guy would rather lose his dignity than let the dirty work of being the vice president of the student union be thrown to him. It's so vicious. Lin Xiaoyuan turned around abruptly. Chen Mo.
Chen Mo, the president of the Go Club, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, pushed his glasses and walked out, with an amateur 5th Dan badge on his chest.
The students quickly brought the chessboard and immediately surrounded the area. I won't bully you, I'll let you 3 sons. Chen Mo said proudly. Zhao Haoyan's face looked grim. These people really wanted to lose to him on purpose. Their intentions were extremely sinister. But he still played black first, and his first 3 moves were mediocre, just random moves, as if he had not given up. In the 4th move, there was a sudden Tianyuan corner move, and Chen Mo's face suddenly changed. This is?
3 minutes later, Chen Mo's hands were shaking, and his white pieces on the chessboard were scattered all over the place.
When Zhao Haoyan's last piece fell, the entire dragon was eaten up. Thank you,
Zhao Haoyan said softly. When facing such a guy, destroying his Dao heart is the most direct revenge. The whole audience was silent, and then a deafening scream broke out.
Chen Mo stood up in a daze and suddenly bowed deeply.
Mr. Zhao Haoyan, your Go skills are far superior to mine.
Please join the Go Club. I can give up the position of president. Zhao Haoyan's face changed drastically.
It turned out that they deliberately wanted to give these positions to him and wanted to tire him to death.
These people were so eager to harm him, it was terrifying. Lin Xiaoyuan's face turned pale. Useless trash.
Li Shangyang, vice president of the painting club, came over with a drawing board and looked Zhao Haoyan up and down.
Can you draw? I know a thing or two. Hearing this, Li Shangyang frowned and started scribbling on the drawing board, quickly depicting the scene on the playground. Many people nodded secretly. Li Shangyang's painting skills are indeed very strong.
He stopped writing and stood up, and a picture of campus recruitment appeared before his eyes. After finishing the painting, he looked at Zhao Haoyan and said, "It's your turn, Junior." Taking the drawing board he handed over, Zhao Haoyan thought for a while, and finally drew a picture of the rising sun. Watching Zhao Haoyan painting, he did not mock him like Chen Mo did, because he could see that Zhao Haoyan had a strong foundation.
I'm afraid we're going to lose this round. Sure enough, after the painting was finally completed, the scenery in the painting seemed to be full of life and very lifelike. I lost.
Li Shangyang shrugged and simply admitted defeat.
The last round.
Lin Xiaoyuan angrily pulled Li Shangyang away and said, "I'll do the calligraphy competition myself."
Zhao Haoyan folded his hands and looked at him. Hey, 2 out of 3. I've already won.
Lin Xiaoyuan no longer cared about so many things, his eyes red like a gambler who had lost the bet.
He didn't expect that Zhao Haoyan actually had such strength. Not only was he unsuccessful in love, but also in his career. Well, since you want to humiliate yourself, what can I do? I have no choice but to oblige you. Seeing his unwillingness, Zhao Haoyan spread his hands. The staff brought a desk and spread rice paper on it.
Lin Xiaoyuan picked up the pen himself and wrote a piece of calligraphy with vigorous brushstrokes.
In the prime of life. It's your turn, he said through gritted teeth. Zhao Haoyan dipped the pen in ink, but suddenly his wrist shook and the ink almost splashed on Lin Xiaoyuan's face. There were boos from all around, and Lin Xiaoyuan showed a smug smile. However, when Zhao Haoyan actually put pen to paper, everyone held their breath.
I saw him writing with his pen freely and boldly on the rice paper, writing a few big, vigorous, and powerful characters. The handwriting is so vigorous that the last stroke even penetrates the back of the paper. Good. The calligraphy professor appeared in the crowd at some point and walked forward, clapping his hands. It would take 20 years of practice to write this character.
Classmate, have you been practicing calligraphy since childhood? Are you interested in becoming the president of this calligraphy club? Zhao Haotian smiled without saying anything. Lin Shouyuan's face turned from blue to white, and he suddenly turned around and was about to leave. Etc. Zhao Haotian stopped him and said, "Senior, don't you want to see what I wrote?"
Lin Shouyuan froze in place, and the students on the playground finally freed themselves from the strokes of the big characters. When they saw the words, some of them couldn't help but chuckle.
"Senior, these 4 words are for you. Remember. No. Don't. Pretend."
Lin Shouyuan couldn't stay any longer and ran away in complete disgrace, causing a burst of laughter.
Chapter 39, One Thing Conquers Another.
Here, Zhao Haotian was still immersed in the group of big-hearted senior students.
Chu Shingua appeared out of nowhere, grabbed his wrist and pulled him away. "Zhao Haotian." An angry voice sounded, making Zhao Haotian feel the air around him chill. "Hey, good morning, Chu Shingua.
You big head ghost, if I don't pull you away, you will have a deep discussion with those seniors next." Chu Shingua bared her 2 fangs, as if threatening him, as if she would bite him if he said something wrong.
"Ha, how is that possible? But why did you pull me over here?" Zhao Haotian looked at her with some confusion. "I noticed someone was using your Ducati to scam people."
Zhang Hao, who's in our class, is planning to set up a racing club, but he doesn't have any racing cars, so he's using your Ducati to show off.
"Come on, I'll take you there to have a look." She took Zhao Haotian's hand and interlocked their fingers.
Ever since returning that day, Chu Shingua has become extremely proactive, and even the look in her eyes when she looks at Zhao Haotian is extremely aggressive. Her fingertips lightly brushed across Zhao Haotian's palm, teasing him.
After walking for a while, Zhao Haotian couldn't help but stop.
He suddenly grabbed her wrist with his backhand, and the warmth of his palm made the girl's breathing irregular.
"Woman, you are playing with fire."
He put one arm around her neck and kissed her fiercely. The tips of Chu Xingua's ears instantly turned crimson, and her eyes were tightly closed. Fortunately, the place they are now is relatively remote and there are no people around, otherwise it would definitely cause a lot of exclamations.
A minute later, Zhao Haotian slowly let her go.
"Heh, your kissing skills are rusty.
You're just a talker. Your mouth is tough, but you're pretty soft when you kiss." Chu Shingua covered her face in panic and trotted away quickly. Looking at the girl's red ears, Zhao Haotian smacked his lips. He's both a glutton and a playful person. The other side. Zhao Haotian's Ducati was surrounded by people in 3 layers. As soon as he and Chu Shingua squeezed into the crowd, they heard Zhang Hao's signature droning voice.
"So, this Ducati is just the cheapest one in my garage." Zhang Hao patted the motorcycle and raised the ring on his hand.
"This is the exclusive ring of the Grand Club.
Join our club, and I'll show you what a real luxury car club is like." He deliberately showed off the ring on his hand, and the logo of the Dihao Club on it flashed dazzlingly.
"Brother Zhang is awesome. Brother Zhang. Can we take a photo together? Brother Zhang, can you take a ride and see?"
Zhang Hao pretended to regretfully spread his hands and said, "Oh, look at my memory.
I didn't bring my keys today. Let's do it another time. I'll let each of you try out the feel of a Ducati some other day."
Zhao Haotian and Chu Shingua looked at each other and smiled meaningfully at the same time. He even boasted in front of his real owner. Zhang Hao was still shouting, "Classmates, if you join our racing club, you'll not only have the opportunity to test drive this Ducati, but I can also take you to my brother's luxury car club to show you the world. That's the Dihao Club, a place many racers dream of." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately cheered and wanted to join in. Seeing that the time was right, Zhang Hao took out a QR code.
"Classmates, after entering the group chat, there will be a ticket mechanism.
For only 100 yuan, you can become a reserve member of the Dihao Club.
This is a benefit that my brother and I fought for. The number of places is limited, first come first served." Zhao Haotian lost his composure after hearing this. Bragging is fine, but cheating people out of money is too much. "Zhang Hao, where did you get your Dihao Club ring?" Chu Shingua looked serious. A proud look flashed across Zhang Hao's face. Mr. Chu, this is an exclusive item for club members. Tell me how you got it. So you knew it was an exclusive item.
Chu Shingua suddenly took out her cell phone and pulled up the club list. The rings at the Dihao Club are all custom made. Yours is real, but there's no one like you on the Dihao Club roster I have.
The crowd exploded instantly. Zhao Haotian looked at Zhang Hao's guilty attempt to make amends and sneered.
He suddenly remembered that Chu Yun had wanted to get him to join his club, which seemed to be called the Dihao Club.
Now if you're telling the truth.
Chu Shingua suddenly approached. Maybe I can get a lighter sentence from Dihao's legal team.
You're really brave to use Dihao's name to defraud money.
Zhang Hao collapsed to the ground after hearing this, as if he was shocked by Chu Xingua's aura.
This belongs to my brother.
My brother is a member of the Grand Club, and he lent me the ring. Zhang Hao seemed to have found his confidence again and brought his brother out. Interesting, I'll look into your brother's affairs. But now you're showing off with my friend's car.
Don't you deserve an explanation? What do you mean your friend's car? This is obviously my car.
Zhang Hao refused to admit it. If he did, the reputation he had accumulated over so long would be ruined.
Really?
I won't give up until I reach the Yellow River.
Zhao Haotian rolled his eyes. He had never seen anyone so stubborn, except Chu Shingua. He took out the key, walked to the car, inserted the key and started the Ducati. In an instant, everyone understood.
It turns out that this guy was using someone else's car to show off and fool them.
How shameless.
He even said he was taking us to the luxury car club.
Damn, he's such a braggart. Holy crap. So this car belongs to Zhao Haotian? Zhang Hao's show-off failed. Ha, this is hilarious. He's bragging in front of the car owner.
Zhang Hao's face flushed red, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into.
In an instant, he was criticized by everyone.
He struggled hard to get out of the crowd and shouted at Zhao Haotian.
Don't be so complacent.
My brother is the ace driver of the Grand Club. When I get back, I'll make my brother join a rival club, so you can see what happens if you offend me. Seeing that everyone seemed to be catching up with him, he let out a strange cry and ran away quickly. Chu Shingua came over with a smile on her face and provoked him. Now she seemed to have forgotten the embarrassment just now and felt that she was fine again.
Zhao Haotian, would you like to consider changing your car?
What car? She leaned close to his ear, her breath blowing across his Adam's apple, and her warm lips brushed against his neck.
A car that can be driven without a key. Like, me? What kind of vicious words are these? Can this car be replaced? Hiss. He thinks it's possible.
Ducati, it's not that we brothers don't value friendship, it's just that the other side gave too much.
Zhao Haotian felt that all the blood in his body rushed to his head in an instant, and cursed inwardly, what a little goblin. Snap. A freshman came over excitedly to take pictures and looked at Zhao Haotian excitedly. Brother Zhao. Can we take a photo together?
The boy holding the SLR camera's eyes lit up. I swear I won't tell anyone.
I just want to show off on WeChat moments. No problem. No.
Chu Shingua spoke quickly, but then she changed the subject and stood beside Zhao Haotian.
Unless I'm included. Zhao Haotian looked at her with deep meaning in his eyes.
It seemed that soon the number of souls killed by his gun would increase by 1.
How could the boys not agree? The three of them quickly took a photo.
In the photo, she held Zhao Haotian's arm tightly, smiling like a flower. After the man left, Chu Shingua shook the key in her hand, and the metal made a crisp sound when it hit the palm of her hand.
How about going for a car race? The loser must agree to one condition from the other party. No. Zhao Haotian curled his lips.
Unless you tell me when you plan to fulfill what you just said.
I want to hear the sound of the new car's engine, see if the lights are on, and if the throttle is smooth enough.
Even though Chu Shingua had the reputation of being a little naughty girl, she blushed from her face to her neck when she heard what Zhao Haotian said.
Drop.
The sudden honking of a horn on the roadside interrupted the beautiful atmosphere.
Zhao Haotian watched as the black Maybach slowly lowered its window, revealing Chu Yun's smug smile in the driver's seat. Sister, Dad asked you to find time to bring brother Zhao home for dinner.
Chu Yun took off his sunglasses, revealing a canine tooth, and raised his eyebrows proudly.
Chu Shingua gave him a murderous look, pulled Zhao Haotian up and turned to leave.
The fragrance of the girl's hair lingered at the tip of my nose, mixed with the faint milky scent on her body, which was unexpectedly pleasant. In Mebari, Chu Yun couldn't help rolling his eyes as he watched the two people gradually walking away.
There really is always something that can conquer something else. My sister is finally in trouble.
He suddenly laughed out loud, took out his phone, swiped it twice, took a photo and sent it to the family group.
Chu Yun, Dad, my brother-in-law has been found. Chapter 40 Zhang Jin's Conspiracy.
Zhang Hao escaped from the crowd and stumbled out of the campus, his face burning with pain. He seemed to still be able to feel the contemptuous looks of the people around him. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number with a distorted expression.
Brother! I'm being bullied. Zhang Hao cried out as soon as the phone was connected.
There was the roar of an engine from the other end of the line, followed by a deep male voice.
What happened again? It's that Zhao Haotian.
He humiliated me in public and said the ring you gave me was fake. Zhang Hao exaggerated the situation and twisted it into the story that Zhao Haotian was deliberately looking for trouble. He also said that the racers from the Grand Club were all trash and not worthy of competing with him. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then the engine noise stopped abruptly.
Where are you? I'm coming to pick you up. Zhang Jin's voice was as cold as ice.
Half an hour later, Zhang Hao got into a modified Porsche 911. The man in the driver's seat was wearing sunglasses, and there was no expression on his chiseled face. He was wearing the jersey of the Dihao Club and a ring on his left hand that was the same as Zhang Hao's but obviously more exquisite.
Brother, you must help me get revenge.
I want him to have no chance of survival in Haida. Zhang Hao said, gritting his teeth. Zhang Jin took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of sharp eyes. Tell us what happened again, don't exaggerate.
After listening to his brother's narration, Zhang Jin's brows furrowed more and more. He knew his brother too well. He was probably using his things to cheat people outside again. But the name Zhao Haotian caught his attention.
What did you say his name was?
Zhao Haotian?
Zhang Jin suddenly asked. Yes, she's just a freshman who took advantage of her looks to seduce Miss Chu and teamed up with him to insult me. Zhang Hao curled his lips. I heard his driving skills are better than Miss Chu's, but definitely not as good as yours, big brother. Zhang Jin ignored his brother's flattery and took out his mobile phone to look through the recent messages.
On the screen was a recruitment information posted by Chu Yun. Grand Club is recruiting ace drivers. The salary is excellent.
If you are interested, please contact us.
Interesting.
Zhang Jin sneered. It seems that the club has something against me and is planning to recruit new racers. He didn't continue talking, but silently closed the car window and drove away.
Emperor Club Training Base.
Zhang Jin stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the training scene of cars speeding on the track. As the club's only ace driver, he enjoys privileges here and can be said to have everything he asks for granted. But now, he felt an unprecedented crisis.
I heard that Chu Yun is recruiting a new ace driver recently?
The team manager came over and handed him a cup of coffee.
Zhang Jin took the coffee and did not answer immediately.
He is aware of his own value and has led the Emperor Club to great success in the professional league for 3 consecutive years, bringing in numerous sponsorships for the club. But in the past year, his form has declined, and it seems that some of the club's top executives have begun to be dissatisfied.
What does Chu Yun want to do? Doesn't he know that other clubs are eyeing you covetously?
The manager said half-jokingly. Zhang Jin put down his coffee cup. I heard that he has taken a fancy to a guy named Zhao Haotian.
Zhao Haotian? Whose driver is this?
The manager frowned and thought, he had no impression of this person. He's not a racer. I heard he's Miss Chu's boyfriend.
I wonder how skilled he is. But since Chu Yun is so confident, then Zhao Haotian's skills must be good.
Zhang Jin didn't continue. If Chu Yun really recruited Zhao Haotian, then his position in the Emperor Club would be in jeopardy.
I have an idea.
After a while, Zhang Jin suddenly said, since Chu Yun wants to play big, then I'll give him some spice.
The team manager showed an interested expression. What do you mean?
I heard that the Speed Club has been trying to recruit me. Zhang Jin said lightly, if I bring my team to join them now, the Grand will be without its ace racer in the next race.
Hearing this, the manager's face changed. Zhang Jin, do you know what you are talking about?
The club has trained you for so many years.
Zhang Jin sneered, training? It's mutual exploitation.
The benefits I bring to the club far exceed what they give me. He stood up and said, please tell Chu Yun that you can either give me a raise and renew my contract to ensure my ace status, or I will report to Jisoo tomorrow.
The manager's expression was gloomy and uncertain.
He knew Zhang Jin was not joking. This ace driver always kept his word.
At the same time,
Chu Yun was sitting in the driver's seat of the Maybach, grinning foolishly at the screen of his mobile phone. On the screen was a photo of Zhao Haotian and Chu Shingua that he had just secretly taken. Anyone who saw the intimacy between the two would think they were a couple in love.
Perfect.
Chu Yun snapped his fingers and quickly sent the photos to the club's executives.
Today I bring you a true master. The cell phone suddenly rang.
It was the club manager calling.
Uncle Lee.
Chu Yun picked up the phone excitedly. I found a new ace driver.
It's the racer I told you about who beat my sister. Uncle Lee's serious voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you sure he can do it? We have a competition next week. Even if he's faster than Xingyue, there's no guarantee he has the skills of an ace racer. What's more, this isn't a motorcycle, it's a racing car. Don't worry. It's absolutely fine.
Chu Yun made a solemn promise. That's ridiculous, the other party scolded, but his tone had softened. Bring the person here first, and we'll talk about everything after we see him. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yun immediately looked at Zhao Haotian, who was pulled to the back seat by Chu Shingua.
Brother Zhao. Just promise me. Join our Dihao club. The treatment will definitely satisfy you.
Zhao Haotian looked helplessly at Chu Shingua, who pulled him over, and then looked at Chu Yun. I'm really not interested in professional racing.
Don't, Brother Zhao.
Chu Yun started to act like a spoiled brat.
If it doesn't work out, I'll give you my sister too. Look how much my sister likes you.
If you join our club, I promise to create opportunities for you every day.
I'll block mom and dad for you.
When the time comes, I'll just take the two kids back to them, and they'll have no choice but to accept it. When Chu Xingyue heard this, she couldn't sit still anymore and blushed. Chu Yun.
Are you itching for trouble? Sis. I'm helping you.
Chu Yun said aggrievedly, look how outstanding Brother Zhao is.
So many women are eyeing him. It's better to keep all the wealth within the family. Zhao Haotian was amused by the brother and sister. You too. Brother Zhao. Chu Yun suddenly became serious. I'm serious.
Our club has an important game next week, and our opponent is the Speed Club.
That's one of our mortal enemies.
If you can represent us, you can not only prove yourself, but also.
He paused meaningfully. I've got the beauty. Chu Xingyue instantly pinched her joints until they cracked. Chu Yun. It's been a while since I punished you.
After a chaotic moment, Chu Yun looked at him with pleading eyes.
Okay, I promise you. Zhao Haotian compromised. But I won't necessarily stay. No problem. Chu Yun cheered. I promise that Brother Zhao, you will like our Dihao. Chapter 41 The Art of Speed, Safety is Responsibility. An hour later.
Chu Yun's Maybach stopped in front of the gate of the Grand Club headquarters.
This is a building with a very high-tech feel.
The glass curtain wall sparkles in the sun, and various luxury cars are parked in front of the door.
Welcome to the Dihao Club. Chu Yun opened his arms like a tour guide. This is a racer's paradise. Zhao Haotian looked up at the magnificent building and had to admit that he was surprised.
Although he had a luxury car, he didn't expect to be able to enter such a professional club venue.
Chu Shingua took his arm and smiled. How about it? Listening to the sound of sports cars around us, do you feel excited? Zhao Haotian smiled and said, it's okay.
Chu Yun led them into the hall, and they saw a huge wall of honor covered with trophies and photos. These are all honors our club has achieved and awards from some important competitions.
Chu Yun introduced proudly.
But in the past 2 years, the Speed Club has stolen a lot of our limelight. He turned to Zhao Haotian.
So we really need you, Brother Zhao. He clasped his hands together and begged.
They then visited the training center, then the maintenance workshop and the simulated cab.
Wherever he went, staff members greeted Chu Yun and looked at Zhao Haotian curiously. Why do everyone act like they know you? Did you, Chu Yun, tip off the secret in advance? Chu Xingyue frowned. I just couldn't help being happy. He touched his head embarrassedly and was glared at by Chu Xingyue. Finally, Chu Yun brought them to the observation deck beside the track.
Below, several racing cars were speeding, and the roar of their engines was deafening.
This is our training ground.
Chu Yun pointed at one of the red racing cars.
That's Lin Feng, one of our club's top-ranked drivers.
He's got decent skills, but he's still a long way behind the ace racers. Zhao Haoyan stared at the red racing car on the track, his eyes gradually becoming focused. He could see the driving style and skills of each driver, which was the intuition from a top racing driver.
Brother Zhao, do you want to try it?
Seeing Zhao Haoyan staring at the track, Chu Yun suddenly suggested, "We have a spare car, which is fully tuned according to the competition standards." Zhao Haoyan hesitated for a moment, but the temptation of the track was too great, so he nodded, "Okay." Chu Yun immediately started making arrangements excitedly. 10 minutes later, Zhao Haoyan had put on his racing suit and got into a silver-gray racing car. A lot of racing drivers also gathered around. They all heard that Chu Yun had brought a very talented racing driver, and they all wanted to come and see his strength.
Be careful, Chu Shingua warned worriedly.
Zhao Haoyan gave her a thumbs up. "Don't worry, when it comes to racing, I'm a professional." The engine started, and Zhao Haoyan felt the touch of the steering wheel and the wrapping of the seat. The senses of a top racer instantly overwhelmed his entire body. This car was more sophisticated than any he had ever driven before, every component perfectly tuned. As the green light came on, he drove the car out like an arrow.
Zhao Haoyan got into the state instantly.
Every movement he made was extremely precise, and the racing car seemed to come alive under his control. On the observation deck, Chu Yun and Chu Shingua stared at the track intently, watching Zhao Haoyan speeding on the track.
Every step was extremely spectacular and practical.
Chu Yun's face flushed with excitement.
"Sister, I really found a treasure.
Brother Zhao's skills are far better than I thought." Chu Shingua didn't answer, but her eyes were always following the silver-gray racing car, and her face was full of unconcealable pride. When Zhao Haoyan completed the last lap and stopped at the finish line with a beautiful drift, applause broke out throughout the training ground, and even the top drivers came over to pay their respects to him.
"Marvelous." Chu Shingua rushed up and gave Zhao Haoyan a hug. "Brother Zhao, you must join us. Next week's competition depends on you." Chu Yun looked excited. "How about it? Why don't you give it a try?" Chu Shingua said.
In fact, she also cared about the Dihao Club, but she just didn't have the skills.
Zhao Haoyan took a deep breath and said, "It feels pretty good. It's quite interesting. I'm joining."
Chu Yun was so happy that he almost jumped up. "Great. I'll go prepare the contract now." He turned and ran, as if he was afraid that Zhao Haoyan would go back on his word.
"Thank you," Chu Shingua said softly. Zhao Haoyan looked into her bright eyes and asked, "Why are you thanking me?" "Thank you for giving Dihao a chance."
Chu Shingua smiled, and also gave me a chance. The distance between the two of them unknowingly shortened, and just as their lips were about to touch, Chu Yun's loud voice came from a distance.
"The contract is ready. Brother Zhao, come sign it. And sister, Uncle Li wants to see you right now." Chu Shingua looked a little upset and wanted to beat up Chu Yun, but Zhao Haoyan couldn't help laughing. "Looks like I can't test drive my new car until next time." Chu Shingua blushed and pinched him. "Who asked you to test drive it?"
The two of them walked towards the club building while playing and joking, and no one noticed. On another observation deck in the distance, a man wearing sunglasses was staring at them coldly.
"That's Zhang Jin.
He had just broken up with Uncle Li, the head of the Emperor Club, and was now planning to sign a contract with the Speed Club."
Seeing Zhao Haoyan's performance, his eyes became even gloomier. "Zhao Haoyan." He whispered the name. "We'll see."
In the private office on the top floor of the Emperor Club, Zhao Haoyan stood in front of the door and unconsciously straightened his collar.
Chu Shingua smiled and said, "What? Are you nervous?" "No, it's not like I'm meeting my father-in-law.
Uncle Li and my dad are brothers in life and death, so it's almost the same as meeting the father-in-law,"
Chu Yun said with a smile.
Chu Xingua's face turned red instantly, and she raised her hand to hit him, but Zhao Haoyan grabbed her wrist.
"Really? Xiao Xingyue, it's not too late to regret now."
He lowered his voice, gently stroking the inside of her wrist with his thumb. "Once you meet the parents, you'll have to put up the license plate." Chu Shingua was about to speak when Chu Yun turned around with an expression of anticipation.
"Uncle Li has been waiting for quite some time. How long are you going to put on this idle drama at the door?"
She separated from Zhao Haoyan with a blushing face, and her head seemed to be steaming.
"Walk into the office."
Zhao Haoyan immediately felt a sharp gaze. Behind a large solid wood desk sat a middle-aged man with slightly graying temples. His facial features were very calm, but he had an aura of majesty without even being angry. He was flipping through a document without even raising his head.
Uncle Li, the person has been brought here. Chu Yun reminded in a low voice.
Hearing this, the middle-aged man put down the documents, raised his eyes slightly and locked his sharp gaze on Zhao Haotian. The air froze instantly, and Zhao Haotian felt like he was being stared at by a bird of prey.
Zhao Haotian? Uncle Li's voice was deep and powerful. Yes, hello Uncle Li. I heard you have a great talent for racing? It can't be said to be talent, it could also be strength. Zhao Haotian spread his hands jokingly.
Uncle Li suddenly stood up, walked around the desk and came to Zhao Haotian. He was half a head shorter than Zhao Haotian, but his aura was full of oppression. Half a month ago, on the winding mountain road in the western suburbs of Haicheng.
Uncle Li narrowed his eyes.
You drove your Ducati through 3 consecutive corners without slowing down, and even drifted right next to the guardrail in the last corner.
What was your speed at the time? Zhao Haotian's pupils shrank slightly.
That day was when he first got the Ducati, and there were no spectators at the race.
How would he know? 180. The office was dead silent.
Chu Shingua gasped, and Chu Yun opened his mouth wide, obviously unaware of this matter.
Then do you know what's outside the guardrail? Uncle Li continued to ask. Cliff.
Zhao Haotian said calmly, but my wheels are still about 3 centimeters away from the guardrail, which is enough. Uncle Li suddenly smiled, and that smile reminded Zhao Haotian of the moment when a beast bared its fangs. Young man, I have to say you are very courageous. He turned around, took out a remote control from the drawer and pressed it. The wall of the office suddenly turned into a transparent display screen, playing the dashcam footage from that day.
Zhao Haotian's Ducati drew a thrilling arc on the curve, and the tires left glaring marks when rubbing against the ground. Uncle Li. How do you have these videos? Chu Shingua was shocked and angry. Don't worry, it's just a normal investigation. Uncle Li turned off the video and asked, Zhao Haotian, do you know why I agreed to recruit you? Zhao Haotian shook his head. Because I see myself 30 years ago in you. Uncle Li walked back to his seat. Same madness, same confidence. He gestured for the 3 of them to sit down, poured a cup of tea himself and pushed it in front of Zhao Haotian, but now I am the father of 3 children and a successful boss. Racing is no longer a life or death sport for me, it's a business. So I don't need you to risk your life. Remember. Speed is an art, safety is a responsibility. Chapter 42, The Club's Luxury Car Exhibition. I heard you agreed to join the Dihao Club. What about the competition? Uncle Li suddenly changed the subject. Zhao Haotian nodded, but also added, I can participate in the competition, but I have conditions. Uncle Li raised his eyebrows, tell me about it. First, I need full autonomy in vehicle tuning. Second, I will not accept unreasonable transfer orders from anyone. Third. He paused and looked at Chu Shingua, whether we win or lose, it will not affect the relationship between Shingua and me. The corners of Chu Xingyue's mouth rose slightly, but she restrained herself in front of her elders. Chu Yun made a face at the side, and only stopped after she gave him a sharp look. Uncle Li pondered for a moment, then suddenly took out a pair of car keys from the drawer and threw them to Zhao Haotian. Next week's race, I want to see the Dorset flag planted on the top step of the podium. Zhao Haotian took the key and looked at it carefully, only to find that it was printed with the Emgrand logo, representing the club's highest level of racing car usage rights. Uncle Li. Isn't that the car you prepared for Zhangzhen? Chu Shingua exclaimed. From today on, it belongs to Zhao Haotian. Also, Zhangzhen is no longer a member of the Dihao Club from now on. He has switched to the Speed Club. Uncle Li stood up, signaling the end of the conversation. Remember, the most valuable thing a racer possesses isn't courage, but the wisdom to survive. Safety comes first. As soon as Chu Yun walked out of Uncle Li's office, the smile on his face never stopped. But soon he slapped his head, his expression immediately fell, he scratched his hair in annoyance, and turned to Zhao Haotian and Chu Shingua. It's over. I just remembered that there's a luxury car exhibition at the club tomorrow. Now we have a big problem. What's wrong? Chu Shingua asked, her fingers still unconsciously hooked around Zhao Haotian's palm. The Speed Club somehow managed to get a Koenigsegg Regera worth over 20 million yuan. They'll definitely show off at our exhibition tomorrow. Chu Yun gritted his teeth and said, the most expensive car in our club is only 7 or 8 million. It's not worth it at all. It's not that we can't afford it, but those top-tier luxury cars are almost all collected and no one would trade them. Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows.
He remembered that the system had rewarded him with a sun god Apollo IE before. That car is also worth more than 20 million, and because of its limited production, it is even rarer than Koenigsegg.
How about I lend you my car, he said hesitantly. Chu Yun looked up suddenly. Brother Zhao, do you have a top-of-the-line supercar?
Yes, with your status, Brother Zhao, it's normal to have a car like this.
Apollo IE. Zhao Haotian said casually, it should be enough.
Chu Yun gasped, his eyes widening like bells. Fuck.
Brother Zhao, you're such a hidden talent. Apollo IE?
There are no more than 3 of those cars in China.
Chu Shingua also looked at Zhao Haotian in surprise. When did you buy it? I asked a friend to get it for me.
Zhao Haotian was vague and then changed the subject. The car is parked over at Villa number 1, Yujinglong 1.
You can drive over at any time. Chu Yun excitedly hugged Zhao Haotian and said, Brother Zhao. You really are my brother. Now let's see how those bastards from Jisoo can still act so arrogantly. Don't be too happy too soon. Zhao Haotian pushed him away. I can lend you the car, but there's a condition. What conditions? Don't mention just one, I'll agree to all 10. Chu Yun promised, patting his chest. Zhao Haotian glanced at Chu Shingua, a wicked smile on his face. Let your sister be my exclusive driver for a day. Zhao Haotian. Chu Shingua instantly got furious and reached out to strangle him. Chu Yun laughed heartily. Deal. Sister, for the honor of the club, you have to sacrifice yourself. The 3 of them left while fighting and making noises. The next morning, Zhao Haotian was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. He reached for his phone in a daze and found that it was a series of calls from Chu Yun. Brother Zhao. Are you up?
The exhibition starts at 9 o'clock, we have to prepare in advance. Chu Yun's voice was full of energy, and it was obvious that he had not slept well the night before.
Zhao Haotian looked at the time. It was only 6:30 in the morning.
He sighed helplessly. I know, let your sister pick me up.
After hanging up the phone, the system prompt sounded. Byte. Today's check-in location, Yujinglong Bay.
Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards. Pagani Huayra BC Global Limited Edition 1, Bugatti Chiron Super Sport 300 Plus 1.
Zhao Haotian woke up instantly.
The combined value of these 2 cars is nearly 60 to 70 million yuan, and both are rare models limited in the world, the kind that cannot be bought even if you have money. Then the system pops up a prompt.
The vehicle is parked in the garage of Villa number 1, Yujinglong 1. The key is on your bedside table. Zhao Haotian opened the bedside table drawer and saw 2 uniquely shaped car keys lying quietly there. He picked up the keys, and the cool touch of the metal reminded him that this was not a dream. It seems that this guy Hajitong is determined to make me act like this. He talked to himself, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. After washing up, Zhao Haotian changed into the clothes that Chu Shingua picked for him yesterday. He was wearing a dark blue casual suit with a pure white t-shirt underneath, which was both formal and casual. He adjusted his collar in front of the mirror. The phone rang again, this time it was Chu Shingua. I'm downstairs, are you okay? All right. Zhao Haotian picked up the 3 car keys and stuffed them into his pocket. By the way, what are you wearing today? There was silence for 2 seconds on the other end of the phone. Why do you ask this? Because I have to decide which car to drive. Zhao Haotian said with a smile, after all, a good car needs a good driver to feel good. Zhao Haotian. Chu Xingua's voice was both embarrassed and annoyed. Come down quickly. After hanging up the phone and teasing Chu Shingua, he was in a good mood. He walked downstairs leisurely and out of the yard, and saw Chu Shingua standing next to a red Ferrari waiting for him from afar. She wore a black leather jacket today, paired with a red miniskirt and over-the-knee boots, looking both cool and beautiful. Good morning, Miss Chu, our exclusive driver. Zhao Haotian approached and looked her up and down deliberately. Chu Shingua glared at him and said, get in the car. Chu Yun is driving me crazy. Etc. Zhao Haotian took out 3 car keys and waved them in front of her. We have 3 cars coming over. Chu Shingua was stunned. 3? Are there any other ones besides Apollo? Pagani and Bugatti. Zhao Haotian said casually, just received as gifts. Chu Xingua's cherry mouth opened into an O shape. You, who are you? Going to test drive your man. Zhao Haotian shoved the Apollo's key into her hand with a wicked smile. Let's go get the car from the garage first. The other side.
The exhibition venue of the Imperial Club is decorated extremely luxuriously. A red carpet was laid at the entrance, with uniformed receptionists standing on both sides. In the exhibition area, more than a dozen top luxury cars sparkled under the lights, but the 3 booths in the center were empty, apparently reserved for the showpiece models. Chu Yun paced anxiously at the entrance, looking at his watch from time to time. It was already 8:40 and the exhibition was about to begin, but Zhao Haotian and his sister had not shown up yet.
Could there be any accident? He murmured. Just then, a deafening roar of an engine came from far away.
All the staff turned to look at the source of the sound, and saw a golden supercar shaped like an alien battleship slowly approaching, shining brightly in the sun. "It's Apollo, i.e., the sun god," exclaimed someone who knew the goods. The golden supercar stopped in front of the red carpet, and the doors opened upwards like butterfly wings. Zhao Haotian walked out from the passenger seat, his casual suit looking particularly noble against the backdrop of the supercar. Chu Shingua, who was sitting in the driver's seat, also came out, instantly attracting the attention of all the staff.
"Brother Zhao." "Sister." Chu Yun ran over excitedly. "You're finally here." Zhao Haotian threw the key to him. "Is one car enough?" "But there are more?" Chu Yun was about to answer when the sound of an engine came from the distance. This time, 2 completely different sounds intertwined together, like the growl of a wild beast. A dark blue Pagani Huayra and a silver-gray Bugatti Chiron drove side by side and stopped next to the Apollo.
The car door opened, and 2 professional drivers came out and handed the keys to Zhao Haotian.
This.
Chu Yun stuttered, his eyes widening.
"Pagani BC? Bugatti 300 plus? Brother Zhao, you can even get this." "That's right, don't you see who I am? Put it on the booth." Zhao Haotian patted his shoulder. "It should be enough." "Enough. That's enough."
Chu Yun was so excited that he was speechless, and quickly instructed the staff to place the 3 top supercars in the central booth. Apollo was in the center, with Pagani and Bugatti on both sides, creating an absolute visual impact.
"Are these cars really yours?" Chu Shingua asked in a low voice. "Could it be someone else's? Let's go in and take a look."
As he spoke, he and Chu Shingua walked into the exhibition hall, which was already surrounded by astonished spectators. Flashes of light kept flashing, and many people were holding up their mobile phones to take pictures, surrounding the sports cars.
Zhao Haotian's 3 top supercars were temporarily covered with a black cloth, and Chu Yun had to wait until certain people appeared before opening it. "No, that's still too exaggerated."
Chu Shingua was still dazed when she thought of the 3 top-tier supercars, and murmured, "Do you know how much these 3 cars are worth in total?"
"It doesn't matter. I don't care." Zhao Haotian spread his hands and said, "What's important is that they can make you happy, but they can also make some people unhappy.
Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear." There was a sudden commotion at the exhibition entrance. A sharp engine roar approached, followed by a series of blaring horns.
"Here they come." Chu Yun's face darkened. "People from the Speed Club." A fiery red Koenigsegg Regera drove into the exhibition area violently, completely disregarding the pedestrians and vehicles around it.
It braked suddenly in front of the red carpet, and the tires made a screeching sound as they rubbed against the ground. The car door opened and 3 young men in Speed Club uniforms got out. The leader had dyed silver hair, ears full of earrings, and a look of arrogance on his face.
"Oh, is this all the Emperor Club has to offer?" The silver-haired man scoffed loudly, looking around. "The most expensive one is probably that Lamborghini, right? 6 million? Ours is a limited edition car worth over 20 million.
His 2 companions also laughed and deliberately revved the Koenigsegg's engine to make a deafening noise.
Chu Yun was so angry that his face turned blue.
Just as he was about to step forward to argue, Zhao Haotian stopped him and said, "Don't be impatient." Seeing no one responded, the silver-haired man became even more proud and pointed to the booth in the center covered with black cloth.
"What is that? It can't be so bad that you're too embarrassed to show it off.
If you don't have a car, don't pretend to cover it up."
"It's so embarrassing."
There were murmurs among the crowd, and someone recognized the silver-haired man.
"That's Lu Yi, the ace driver of the Speed Club.
I heard his family runs a mining business, so he's quite arrogant."
Lu Yi was even more proud when he heard the discussion.
He strode towards the central booth and said, "Come, let me see what Dihao can come up with." Suddenly, his words stopped abruptly. Chu Yun had already pressed the remote control, and the black cloth covering the three supercars slowly rose, revealing the breathtaking mechanical works of art underneath. The golden body of Apollo sun god flows like liquid gold under the light. The carbon fiber body of the Pagani Huayra BC reflects a deep blue glow. The silver paint of the Bugatti Chiron Super Sport 300 Plus exudes a cool sense of technology. The entire exhibition area was silent, and everyone was shocked by these three top supercars and was speechless. Luya's expression froze, his mouth opened and closed, like a fish short of oxygen. His two companions were also dumbfounded, and the car keys in their hands fell to the ground with a click. This is impossible. Lu Yi stammered, "It's fake, right? A model?" Zhao Haotian walked forward slowly, took out three keys from his pocket, and waved them in front of Lu Yi. "Do you want to try it?" Lu Yi's face turned pale. As a car enthusiast, he recognized at a glance that these three cars were all genuine, and they were all rare models with limited editions worldwide, the kind that even money couldn't buy. Who are you?" Lu Yi finally found his voice again. "Zhao Haotian." Zhao Haotian said calmly, "A new member of the Dihao Club." A sinister glint flashed in Lu Yi's eyes. "Okay, very good. Zhao Haotian, right? I'll remember you." He turned and was about to leave. Etc. Chu Yun suddenly called him over, with a playful look on his face. "Don't you want to take a picture as a souvenir? After all, you guys will never see such a scene again in your life." The crowd erupted in laughter. Lu Yi, trembling with anger, got into the Koenigsegg without a backward glance, slammed the accelerator, and sped off. "Great!" Chu Yun jumped up excitedly. "Brother Zhao, you didn't see the expression on Lu Yi's grandson's face. His face turned blue. Ha ha ha." Zhao Haotian smiled, but his eyes fell on the other two members of the speed club. They did not leave with Lu Yi, but stood not far away, staring at Zhao Haotian, with strange lights flashing in their eyes. One of them took out his cell phone, secretly took a photo of Zhao Haotian, and quickly sent it out. Interesting. Zhao Haotian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this luxury car exhibition was just an appetizer, and the real competition was yet to come. Chu Shingua came over and naturally took his arm. "What are you thinking about?" "Thinking." Zhao Haotian looked down at her and asked, "When can I drive a new car?" Chu Shingua blushed and pinched him. "Rogue. Tisk, isn't this what you promised me? Let me get a car that I can drive without a key." Chapter 43. I will show you the true professional level. After the exhibition, Zhao Haotian began to practice on the club's track. At this time, he was driving a modified Porsche 911 GT3 RS for adaptation training. Although this car is not as expensive as his limited edition supercars, after professional tuning, its performance is in no way inferior to that of a professional racing car. If the left-hand corner entry angle is advanced by 0.5 seconds, the throttle can be more decisive when exiting the corner. Chu Yun's voice came from the headset. "Brother Zhao, your braking point is 0.3 seconds later than the standard, which will affect the connection to the next S-turn." Zhao Haotian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and responded, "Standards are for ordinary people. I can't be measured by them." Before he finished speaking, he turned the steering wheel sharply, and the Porsche cut into the curve at an almost crazy angle, and the tires made a harsh scream as they rubbed against the ground. The moment you exit the corner, press the accelerator to the bottom, the engine roars like a beast, and the speed of the car soars instantly. In the monitoring room, Chu Yun and the engineers stared at the data displayed on the screen in amazement. This is impossible." The chief engineer adjusted his glasses. "Our theoretical limit for this curve is 142 kilometers, and he actually navigated it in 147 kilometers. What a lunatic. Isn't he afraid of overturning the car and killing everyone?" Chu Yun swallowed his saliva. "So I said, Brother Zhao is not a normal person." Buzz. Just then, there was a commotion at the entrance to the track. 3 racing cars with the Speed Club logo on them entered the training ground without permission. Leading the way was a silver-gray Nissan GT-R with exaggerated flame patterns painted on its body. "What's going on?" Chu Yun quickly grabbed the intercom and yelled, "Security! Who let them in?" The security guard's panicked voice came from the intercom. "Mr. Chu, they said they came for a friendly exchange and have an appointment." "I'm making an appointment with his grandma." Chu Yun cursed angrily and rushed out of the monitoring room. On the track, Zhao Haotian also noticed these uninvited guests. He slowed down and observed the 3 cars through the rearview mirror. A Nissan GT-R arrogantly approached and drove side by side with him, with the window rolled down, revealing a strange face.
Zhao Haoyan, right? The man shouted. I heard you're pretty awesome? Wanna have a competition? Zhao Haoyan did not respond immediately. He used his sky eye to see that the modification styles of the three cars were very similar. Additional sensors were installed on the chassis and there were small cameras on the roof.
This didn't seem like an impromptu challenge, but rather a carefully prepared reconnaissance operation.
He calmly used his sky eye to quickly analyze the detailed information of the other vehicle and the driver.
The car's modification parameters, power output, and even the hidden data collection equipment were discovered by him in an instant.
It is indeed so. Zhao Haoyan sneered.
The Speed Club wanted to collect his data in preparation for the official competition.
What? Are you scared? Is this all the courage that the Imran's ace has?
The GT-R owner continued to provoke, the racing car engine roaring.
Zhao Haoyan slowly lowered the car window and asked, how do you want to compete? It's easy.
Run 3 laps and the one who reaches the finish line first wins.
The man smiled triumphantly. The loser must publicly admit that his club is inferior to the other club.
Chu Yun's anxious voice came from the headset, Brother Zhao, don't be fooled. They are from the Speed Club, and the one driving the GT-R is called Wang Meng, and he is their top driver.
Zhao Haoyan didn't respond to Chu Yun, but nodded to Wang Meng, deal.
2 cars parked side by side at the starting line. A member of the Speed Club stood in the middle, his arms raised.
3, 2, 1.
The moment he swung his arm, the GT-R shot out like an arrow. Zhao Haoyan's Porsche, however, deliberately slowed down a bit, lagging behind by half a car length from the start.
Brother Zhao? Chu Yun stamped his feet anxiously in the monitoring room. What's going on? Zhao Haoyan didn't explain, but just focused on driving.
He deliberately imitated the driving style of ordinary professional drivers. The entry angle and braking point of each corner are controlled within an excellent but not extreme range. The hidden cameras and sensors on the other car were greedily recording his every move. At the end of the first lap, the GT-R was already 1.5 seconds ahead.
Wang Meng looked at the lagging Porsche in the rearview mirror with a scornful smile on his face. With this level, you dare to call yourself a trump card?
The Dihao Club is really getting worse and worse. I don't know what Zhang Zhen and the club owner are afraid of. At the beginning of the second lap, Zhao Haoyan increased the speed slightly, but still kept it within a range that he could easily control. He deliberately exposed flaws in several high-speed corners, giving the GT-R the opportunity to extend its lead.
What on earth is Brother Zhao doing? Chu Yun was sweating profusely. This is not even close to his level.
The door of the monitoring room was suddenly pushed open and Chu Shingua hurried in.
What's going on? I heard someone from Speedster came to provoke?
She looked at the screen and saw Zhao Haoyan's Porsche taking an extremely ordinary line through the S-turn, nearly 2 seconds behind the GT-R.
This. Chu Shingua frowned, is he letting the water out?
In the third lap, Zhao Haoyan decided to give the Speed Club some stimulation. At the last series of bends, he suddenly increased his driving intensity, and the Porsche roared like an awakened beast.
30% of my strength, no more. Otherwise, what if I get beaten to tears?
Zhao Haoyan gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, and his movements began to become faster. The Porsche cut into the inside line at an astonishing speed, braking 10 meters later than before, but exiting the corner 15 kilometers faster.
What the hell?
Wang Meng saw the suddenly approaching Porsche in the rearview mirror and was so scared that he almost skidded.
In the next 3 turns, Zhao Haoyan demonstrated what textbook level surpassing is. Every turn is precise to the millimeter level, and every throttle control is just right.
Although he only used 30% of his strength, it was enough to crush a top driver like Wang Meng. At the last bend, the 2 cars were almost side by side. Wang Meng stepped on the accelerator frantically, with cold sweat oozing from his forehead.
He couldn't believe that he was pushed to this point by an amateur driver. Goodbye.
Zhao Haoyan whispered, and the Porsche crossed the center of the corner with a perfect drift, crossing the finish line half a car body ahead. There was silence at the scene, followed by cheers from the Dihao Club staff. Wang Meng sat in the GT-R with a pale face. His 2 companions were also dumbfounded and did not even notice that the data recorder in their hands had fallen to the ground.
Zhao Haoyan stopped the car, took off his helmet, and walked towards Wang Meng. How is the data collection going? Is it enough? Wang Ming trembled all over. You, how do you know? Go back and tell your master that their nightmare has begun. Zhao Haotian leaned over, and his voice was heard only by the two of them. Oh, by the way, remember the bet, shout louder. Zhao Haotian did not stay any longer. The people in the club would not miss such an opportunity to find trouble.
On the high-rise observation deck next to the track, two figures stood behind the one-way glass, taking in the entire race.
Is this what you mean by strength that is not to be feared?
Zhou Tianxiong, the owner of the speed club, asked coldly. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a hideous scar under his left eye. Zhang Jin clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He's certainly quite capable, but he's no match for me.
Fart. Zhou Tianxiong turned abruptly. Although Wang Mang isn't as good as you, he's still a top-tier professional. That Zhao Haotian was clearly toying with him. The last few turns were just a show of skill. Zhang Jin did not refute. As a professional driver, he knew better than Zhou Tianxiong how technically demanding Zhao Haotian's last few turns were. Even he would have to give his all to achieve that kind of cornering angle and throttle control. I checked. Zhou Tianxiong lit a cigar.
This kid has absolutely no racing experience.
He's achieved this purely through talent.
Your only advantage is your familiarity with the competition venue.
In other places, you would be completely defeated. Zhang Jin's heart was shocked. Although Zhou Tianxiong's words were unpleasant, they were not wrong. Zhao Haotian's talent is really far above his.
There are still 5 days left for the competition.
Zhou Tianxiong blew out a puff of smoke.
I'll give you double the resources.
You must win.
Zhang Jin hesitated for a moment. Mr. Zhou, if I win, in terms of treatment.
Zhou Tianxiong narrowed his eyes. Are you bargaining with me now? No, I just.
Zhang Jin said with a stiff upper lip. Before, Dihao gave me a basic annual salary of 5 million, and there was an additional bonus for winning a competition.
That's enough. Zhou Tianxiong waved his hand impatiently.
If you win this match, I'll give you 6 million, plus the prize money.
Satisfied?
Zhang Jin nodded reluctantly, but felt bitter in his heart.
This treatment was not as good as when he was in Embrand, not to mention the various hidden benefits and resource support provided by Embrand.
But now he has betrayed Embrand. If he betrays Extreme Speed again, he will no longer have a place in the entire racing circle.
I will win.
He whispered, saying it was to Zhou Tianxiong, but more like he was trying to convince himself.
Zhou Tianxiong snorted coldly and turned away.
Zhang Jin stood alone in front of the observation deck, looking at Zhao Haotian, who was surrounded by the crowd below, with a determination flashing in his eyes.
Zhao Haotian.
He murmured, I'll show you what an ace racer is. In the lounge area of the Dihao Club, the staff held a small celebration for Zhao Haotian. Champagne, delicious food, and laughter filled the entire space.
Brother Zhao. You're so handsome. Chu Yun raised his wine glass, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Didn't you see the faces of Jisu's group? They looked like they had seen a ghost.
Zhao Haotian smiled and took the juice handed to him by Chu Shingua. I'd better drink less and stay sober before the game.
A smile flashed in Chu Xingua's eyes, and she sat down beside him. Did you do those laps before on purpose? Zhao Haotian nodded. They like to measure data, don't they? Let's give them some wrong data to play with. Chu Yun came over. What do you mean? There are data collection devices on the speeding cars.
Zhao Haotian explained, they want to record my driving habits and limit parameters in preparation for the official competition.
Chu Yun's eyes widened. Fuck. What a shameless bunch. Then you still.
So I only showed 30% of my strength.
Zhao Haotian took a sip of juice and said, it's enough to crush them. Chu Shingua looked at him in surprise. 30%? Are you serious?
Zhao Haotian smiled but did not answer. His eyes fell on a surveillance camera in the distance. He knew that Zhang Jin must be watching everything here somewhere.
That's right. He suddenly turned to Chu Yun. How was Henry Zhang's treatment at Dihao before? Chu Yun was stunned. Why are you asking this all of a sudden?
His basic annual salary is 5 million, and the competition prize money is extra. He also has a dedicated technical team and modification budget. At this point, he curled his lips and said, that ungrateful bastard, the club has trained him for so many years, and now he just jumped ship.
Zhao Haotian seemed to be thinking, Jisu can't give him such good conditions. Of course.
Chu Yun said proudly, our Dihao's resources are among the best in the industry. If Zhang Jin goes to Jisoo, he will get at most 3 or 4 million.
Not to mention that we have the Chu family's support behind us. Chu Shingua keenly sensed Zhao Haotian's intention. You want to?
Zhang Jin is now in a difficult situation.
Zhao Haotian said softly, if I betray Dihao and don't get satisfactory treatment at Jisoo. Chu Yun's eyes lit up. I understand.
He will definitely try his best to win this game and prove his worth.
Zhao Haotian nodded. So, the fake data I gave him was also a surprise for him. The three of them smiled at each other and clinked their glasses.
Inside the Speed Club's private garage, Zhang Jin sat alone in his racing car, repeatedly watching the driving video of Zhao Haotian filmed today.
Entry angle, throttle control, braking point. He muttered to himself, recording every detail in his notebook. When the video reached the last few corners, Zhao Haotian's almost perfect overtaking scene made Zhang Jin's forehead sweat.
He slowed down the footage and analyzed it frame by frame, but couldn't find any technical flaws.
How is it possible?
He clenched his fists and slammed them hard on the steering wheel.
How did this skill appear in an amateur driver? The cell phone suddenly rang.
It was his younger brother Zhang Hao calling.
Brother! I found it!
Zhang Hao's voice was filled with excitement. That Zhao Haotian has a special relationship with the eldest daughter of the Chu family. I heard that Chu Yun has already called him brother-in-law in the family group.
Zhang Jin frowned. So we can start from this aspect.
Zhang Hao said sinisterly, give him some trouble before the game, such as...
Shut up!
Zhang Jin interrupted sharply, I won the game by relying on my strength, not this kind of despicable tricks.
And you dare to touch the Chu family? You think your life is too tough and you have lived long enough, right? After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jin sighed.
He opened the photo album on his phone and found an old photo. It was a group photo of him when he won his first championship at the Dihao Club. In the photo, Chu Yun excitedly hugged his shoulders, Uncle Li stood beside him with a smile on his face, and the whole team was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Back then, he was the pride of Emgrand and a talented driver in everyone's eyes, but now... Zhang Jin turned off his phone and started the racing engine. Amid the roar, he secretly made up his mind to win the game. He wanted to make Dihao regret giving up on him and force Zhou Tianxiong to give him the treatment he deserved.
Zhao Haotian.
He stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out of the garage like an arrow. I'll show you the true professional level.
Chapter 44 System Mall, Capitalist System. Emperor Club Tactical Room.
The video of the training ground was playing on the LCD screen, and Chu Yun was holding the remote control. On the screen, at the moment when Lin Feng made a mistake, the tires rubbed against the ground with a harsh sound, and the car deviated from the optimal line by a full meter. He ripped open his collar in annoyance, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, and it was obvious that he had reached the limit of his patience with this recurring problem.
No, I've asked this countless times, and it's the same question every time. What's wrong with you, Lin Feng? Will Dihao be in trouble without Zhang Jin?
On the training ground, Lin Feng's breathing quickened as he listened to the roar in the headset. He had discovered this problem a long time ago, but for some reason he couldn't stop it from happening.
Zhao Haotian took over the remote control and called up 3 sets of comparison data after watching it repeatedly. The red mark flashed at Lin Feng's braking point. It was 0.3 seconds behind the standard and lost 15 kilometers of speed out of the corner. His voice was calm, and with his eyes as a top racer he easily saw the problem. Due to this mistake in the last practice session, we were overtaken by 2 cars at high speed.
Chu Xingua's slender fingers tapped the table unconsciously, her eyes falling on another set of data.
That was a training video of Chen Ziang, another veteran racing driver of Geely.
He held the steering wheel tightly as he shuttled between the bends, his teeth clenched tightly, and finally he successfully passed the series of bends without any danger. But when the data appeared, the entire tactical room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop.
Too slow. But the timing of entering the corner is very good, but I just can't get any speed.
Zhao Haotian watched Chen Ziang's every move with sharp eyes and found that his accelerator would shake subconsciously when he was turning at high speed. The speed was therefore much slower, and even the person himself did not notice this subtle movement. Team competition is not just about individual performances, it's also about teamwork. Chu Yun sighed heavily at the side. Even if you are strong, Brother Zhao, it will be difficult for us to win without the cooperation of our teammates. They are already our 2 most experienced veterans. Their strength is not bad, but it just failed at the critical moment. Chu Shingua took over the conversation, her tone helpless. Sometimes they can run like top-tier drivers, but when they're not in top form, they're not even as good as second-tier drivers.
Chu Yun rubbed his brows and looked at Zhao Haotian expectantly. Brother Zhao, do you have any ideas?
Zhao Haotian didn't say anything, but continued to watch the training video of Lin Feng and Chen Ziang. In his opinion, these two people are very talented and work very hard, but they are working in the wrong direction. Their mistakes are etched into muscle memory and are difficult to change within a week.
Bite.
The host has been detected to be in trouble. The system mall has been opened.
System mall?
An ice blue screen appeared in front of him, which was obviously the mall mentioned by the system.
System, what does this mall say? How do I purchase it? Ding, of course buying things costs money. The host can use wealth points to purchase corresponding props. Wealth points are the money in your body. Zhao Haotian's forehead turned black. He thought this was a good system before, but now it finally shows its capitalist face, right? The money earned by the system is spent by the system, and you are not allowed to take a single cent home, right? Hackathon, you bastard. Ding. Host, please do not slander this system, baby. Our prices are fair and we are absolutely honest and trustworthy. Oh. So what can help them regain their muscle memory in this predicament I'm in now? Ding. The system recommends a remodeling potion. I want to change their muscle memory and habitual movements, and you actually want to retrain them? No, this potion will only reshape the target's physical memory, just like a code, you just need to re-enter it. The host can then take them through the process, which is equivalent to entering the code. Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows. It sounded very good, but when he saw the price, the corners of his mouth twitched. 8 million. That's enough to buy a Rolls-Royce. System, are you telling me you're not running a black market? The system didn't speak this time, but the picture of the potion kept jumping, as if tempting him. Okay, I'll buy it. Zhao Haotian gritted his teeth and spent 16 million with tears in his eyes. Damn it, I have to make money again. 50 million is not enough. On the training ground outside the window, Lin Feng and Chen Ziang were still mechanically repeating the same turn, and smoke was already coming out of their tires. Every move they make is performed with the precision of a professional driver, but they always fail at the critical moment. In the cab, Lin Feng rested his forehead on the steering wheel, sweat dripping down the tip of his nose. He had just practiced sharp turns 17 times in a row and made mistakes. Is it true that he is not suited to the path of a racing driver? Lin Feng and Chen Ziang, come back. Zhao Haotian stood up and shouted into their headsets, which brought them back to their senses, and then they took off their helmets with some disappointment. In the tactical room, Lin Feng and Chen Ziang have returned. They both look a little lost and are obviously not satisfied with their performance. Do you know why you made the mistake? Hearing this, the two of them looked up suddenly, with a glimmer of expectation in their eyes. They also wanted to know. It's not that your form is problematic, but rather that you're making habitual mistakes. Your past mistakes weren't corrected in a timely manner and have become muscle memory. Zhao Haotian didn't continue talking, but directly handed them the data comparison board. Lin Feng took a quick look and his expression changed slightly. This bend is 0.3 seconds slower. It's not slow. Zhao Haotian shook his head. You were the one who set the direction in advance. He called up the video and the picture froze at the moment when Lin Feng entered the corner. Your hands are faster than your brain, and the steering wheel turned a little more than it should have. Lin Feng was stunned, his eyes a little confused. I have it? You didn't even notice it yourself. Zhao Haotian looked at Chen Ziang again, and you, before entering a high-speed curve, will unconsciously release the accelerator in advance. Chen Ziang frowned. Impossible, I was clearly stepping on. Zhao Haotian directly called up the data curve of the accelerator pedal, and found that there was indeed a slight drop at a certain bend. This. Chen Ziang's eyes widened. How is this possible? That's the problem. Zhao Haotian put away the data tablet. Your strength is actually sufficient, but faulty muscle memory caused you to fail at the critical moment. Lin Feng and Chen Ziang looked at each other and finally understood why they were always in an unstable state. Brother Zhao, can you help us change it? Lin Feng's voice was a little tense. Zhao Haotian looked at them, and his serious expression suddenly relaxed. It can be changed, and it's easy. Chapter 45. The entire arena is your chessboard. Zhao Haotian brought Lin Feng and Chen Ziang into the cockpit simulation room. Have them practice the movements over and over again, and remember to always be aware of their mistakes. Chu Yun scratched his head in confusion and looked at Chu Shingua beside him. Sister, will Brother Zhao's trick really work?
Chu Shingua wasn't sure either, but she still believed in Zhao Haotian and turned to leave the simulation room. After several hours of high-intensity training in the simulation room, Lin Feng and Chen Xiang's heads were covered in sweat, and even their limbs were a little weak. Seeing this, Zhao Haotian knew that the time had come. He went to the lounge nearby, took 2 bottles of mineral water, and poured the medicine he bought from the system mall into them. It is colorless and odorless, and no changes occur when the medicine is dissolved in mineral water. He returned to the simulation room and shouted to the 2 people in the simulated cockpit, "Okay, come down now." Lin Feng and Chen Xiang felt relieved and walked down with tired bodies.
"Come, drink some water first."
He threw 2 bottles of mineral water over.
The 2 men didn't doubt it.
They were thirsty at the moment, so they just unscrewed the bottle caps and drank them down. Lin Feng suddenly shuddered and felt a numbness in the back of his teeth, as if he had chewed a piece of unmelted mint candy.
Chen Xiang smacked his lips and asked, "Is there static electricity in my mouth too? What nonsense! Do you know why I asked you to do continuous high-intensity training?"
Lin Feng and Chen Xiang looked at each other and shook their heads.
Zhao Haotian stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. "That's to push your bodies to their limits. So much so that you forget your physical memories. From now on, the real training begins."
Zhao Haotian walked into a simulated cockpit. "Lin Feng, come and see my turn angle and steering wheel angle first." When choosing the map, Lin Feng almost bit his tongue when he saw Zhao Haotian's choice.
Monte Carlo Circuit.
The most perverted series of hairpin turns on this track were almost twisted into wavy lines on the wall.
He was about to complain when he heard Zhao Haotian's voice. "Watch out. Brake hard 30 meters before the turn. Turn the steering wheel halfway. Keep the throttle at 20%.
Zhao Haotian completed the operation quickly, and then under Lin Feng's dull gaze, he completed the process of continuous turns gracefully and quickly. Only then did Lin Feng realize how big the gap was between them and Zhao Haotian. Seeing that Lin Feng seemed to be lost in thought, Zhao Haotian nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the new data was loaded successfully, but the CPU is a little slow and still burning.
He looked at Chen Xiang on the other side. "Chen Xiang, it's your turn. Watch when I release the accelerator when entering a turn." Zhao Haotian chose this track again and drove the car quickly to the bend. Chen Xiang stared at the screen in Zhao Haotian's feet, afraid of missing any details. Zhao Haotian released the accelerator at the perfect time and cut out of the corner at an incredible speed. "This is impossible."
Chen Xiang's eyes were dull. He stared at the data on the holographic screen in a daze.
When exiting the corner, Zhao Haotian was 23 kilometers faster than him.
On the track, this was not just a simple matter of overtaking his car.
Seeing that Chen Xiang also started to think, Zhao Haotian knew that it was done. He looked at Lin Feng, who was eager to try, and smiled. "Well, do you want to try it now?"
Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't wait to get into the simulation cabin. The moment the engine roared, he felt the steering wheel become a part of his body.
The simulation begins.
He successfully cut into the corners with an incredible change of pace and drifted between the corners. At the third bend, he subconsciously wanted to steer in advance, but his muscles froze as if they had been electrocuted. Keep the car drifting at an angle, the tires screaming as they scraped the ground. After finishing, he took a look at the data he had run and shouted in shock.
"Fuck! Average lap time is 1 minute and 7 seconds. I'm 0.8 seconds faster than Zhang Jun. Doesn't that mean I'm also an ace racer now?"
Lin Feng said in disbelief. Seeing this, Chen Xiang could no longer sit still, and quickly squeezed past Lin Feng in the simulation room and sat down. He was also stunned after running a lap.
"I'm also 0.8 seconds faster than Zhang Jun. I'm also an ace racer, ha ha ha."
The two hugged each other excitedly. No one could understand the sadness they had felt over the years.
"Brother Zhao, we want to try out the training ground."
After getting Zhao Haotian's approval, they ran to their respective racing cars at full speed.
The training ground at night.
The two racing cars drifted on the track over and over again like activated cheetahs, as if venting the depression of these years. When they crossed the finish line, the timer showed 1 minute 5 seconds 23, which made them tremble all over. In previous years, this result would have definitely made it into the top 5. The tactical room was so quiet that you could hear your heartbeat until Chu Xingua's trembling fingers poked the screen.
"Are they taking drugs?" It's no wonder Chu Shingua didn't believe it.
She knew how difficult it was to change a person's muscle memory and habitual movements in a short period of time. Even professionals would need at least a month to uncover the truth, but Zhao Haotian only took less than half a day.
If this gets out, I'm afraid the entire racing world will be shocked. Zhao Haotian picked up the coffee with a faint lipstick mark on it, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Ha, imported coffee tastes better? He put down the cup, walked over to Chu Shingua and spoke. Next, all they have to do is run. The more you run, the better you'll become. You have to run back all the mistakes you made throughout the game. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open. Chu Yun projected the Speed Club's lap running video on his mobile phone onto the big screen. Look at this. The speed racing team just released a test race video. They ran a time of 1 minute and 6 seconds. So what? Zhao Haotian clicked on the 1 minute and 5 second record of Lin Feng and Chen Xiang, leaving Chu Yun stunned. Brand is no longer the same as it used to be. Even if I leave here, there will be someone who can hold up the sky. Leaving here may be the most wrong decision Zhang Zhen has ever made in his life. Chu Yun couldn't help but smile. He had already begun to imagine the scene of Zhang Zhen regretting it on the day of the game, and a sneering laugh came out of his mouth. Lin Feng and Chen Xiang came back, their faces full of excitement. They came to Zhao Haotian, looked at each other, and bowed to him. Thank you, brother Zhao. Zhao Haotian waved his hand and said, run well, and let everyone see a different side of you on the day of the competition. The two nodded and asked Zhao Haotian with some disbelief. Brother Zhao, what on earth did you do to us? I feel like I'm still in a dream. The corners of Zhao Haotian's mouth twitched, and the system interface flashed on his retina. The bright red 16 million on his account deduction stung his eyes. Zhao Haotian felt that Hackathon was doing it on purpose and had to show the bill at this time. My money. He smiled very reluctantly, this is not important. He turned around and waved his hand, looking very impressive. The most important thing is the competition that comes next. Now you are the chess players, and the entire arena. It's all your chessboard. Chapter 46 Reward. When we came out of the Dihao Club, it was already completely dark. Zhao Haotian glanced at his watch and smiled at Chu Shingua, it's already dinner time. I helped Dihao so much today. Miss Chu, don't you plan to reward me? Chu Shingua opened her mouth slightly when she heard this, as if she was considering what Zhao Haotian said. After a little thought, she raised her eyebrows in the corners of her mouth, grabbed Zhao Haotian's wrist and smiled. Come with me, I'll take you somewhere. Under Zhao Haotian's confused gaze, the two got into the Ferrari. With a roar, the car turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of the club. When they stopped again, Zhao Haotian found that they had arrived downstairs of a high-end restaurant. Chu Shingua pulled Zhao Haotian and walked in. The receptionists outside the door bowed slightly when they saw her. Hello, miss. She nodded hurriedly and took Zhao Haotian straight to the top floor. You brought me here to eat, that's it? Of course it's food. Didn't you say you wanted to reward me? Chu Shingua smiled, as if she could see through Zhao Haotian's thoughts. Okay, let's go. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. She took Zhao Haotian into the elevator, and after the elevator reached the top floor, she gave instructions. Wait here for a moment. I'll ask the chef to serve the food right away. After saying that, she ran away in a hurry. Zhao Haotian curled his lips, but still sat down. You can see the night view of the river from the glass windows here. It is a romantic place. While he was waiting, Chu Shingua came to the presidential suite next door and changed into a purple suspender skirt. Wearing black stockings and Valentino shoes, she stood in front of the full-length mirror and nodded with satisfaction. But after a closer look, she felt as if something was missing. After looking up and down, her eyes fell on the rimless glasses next to her, and she suddenly realized. Perfect. Chu Shingua snapped her fingers, then bit her lips with her eyes blurred, looking like a queen. Day. Zhao Haotian turned around and looked after hearing the sound of high heels hitting the floor. I was stunned at first sight. Oh, what a scumbag man. Chu Shingua walked over with a queen-like look on her face, twisting her waist, and grabbed Zhao Haotian by the collar. The faint scent of perfume lingered on his nose. She picked up a piece of chocolate from the dessert on the table, bit half of it in her mouth, and then slowly approached Zhao Haotian. Zhao Haotian naturally wouldn't be scared. He bit off the other half of the chocolate himself and gently touched it against his lips.
Chu Shingua narrowed her fox eyes and suddenly pushed Zhao Haotian against the wall.
Don't you want a reward? I'm going to reward you well tonight.
She pointed to the dishes on the table.
Eat the appetizers first, we still have plenty of time tonight.
She pulled Zhao Haotian to sit at the dining table, opened a bottle of Romane Conti and poured a glass for each of them.
After taking a sip of red wine, she said seductively, "Do you know how racing works?" Zhao Haotian was stunned and confused. Why were they talking about racing in such a good atmosphere?
But he still shook his head honestly.
A racing car is divided into two people, a driver and a navigator.
The driver is responsible for driving, while the navigator is responsible for remembering the route and reminding the driver to refuel at any time. Chu Shingua stood up and slowly walked around Zhao Haotian, kicked off her high heels, and placed one of her well-proportioned calves on his leg.
And I will be your navigator and join you in the race.
Before you, I need to get familiar with you as a driver, especially your driving skills. Chu Shingua used a silver spoon to scoop up a spoonful of caviar decorated with gold foil and fed it to his mouth, her nails scratching his lips slightly.
I wonder how good your driving skills are. Did you give me enough gas?
As Chu Shingua spoke, an alluring blush appeared on her cheeks. She took a sip of red wine, slowly kissed Zhao Haotian, and fed him all the wine. Then he gently pushed aside the straps on his shoulders, causing Zhao Haotian to swallow his saliva.
Do you know why I chose this restaurant? Because the scenery is nice? Zhao Haotian asked tentatively.
No, because next door is my exclusive presidential suite.
She suddenly sat on Zhao Haotian's legs and put her arms around his neck. It's convenient to do business after eating. Zhao Haotian also put his arm around Chu Shingua's waist and said meaningfully, "Miss Chu, are you walking into a trap?"
No, it was planned for a long time. Chu Shingua nibbled his earlobe and her hand slipped into Zhao Haotian's shirt.
But before that, let me check your hardware.
In the next half hour, the two exchanged countless kisses scented with Romane Conti. Chu Shingua sat astride Zhao Haotian's legs, feeding him truffle steak while rubbing his calves with the tip of her high heels.
A smile flashed in her eyes. "Zhao Haotian, you will definitely win the game after Dihao, right?"
He smiled confidently, held her face in his hands, and said seriously, "With me here, Dihao will not only win, but will also become a legend in the future."
Chu Shingua was stunned for a moment, then suddenly bit him hard. "Who allowed you to say such cool words?"
She grabbed Zhao Haotian's collar and stood up. "Don't eat the appetizers, come with me to the next room right now.
I want the main course."
She dragged Zhao Haotian and strode towards the presidential suite next door, taking off her high heels as she walked.
Just entered the room.
Chu Shingua locked the door and pressed Zhao Haotian against the wall and kissed him passionately. Her lipstick was smudged and her hair was disheveled, but she was still breathtakingly beautiful. She helped Zhao Haotian take off his coat, revealing his strong and perfect body and his two angular pectoral muscles.
"Zhao Haotian." She stepped closer. "Do you know how long I've been thinking about getting the better of you?" Zhao Haotian backed away and sat on the bed. "When did it start?" "Since the first time you sent me a message to tease me."
She sat astride Zhao Haotian's waist and peeled him off bit by bit. "I just want to see what else this mouth can do besides cursing." When Chu Shingua ripped open the buttons of his shirt, Zhao Haotian turned the tables and said, "Miss Chu, a navigator should act like a navigator.
Let the driver's staff handle the driver's business. Just keep telling him to refuel."
He turned off the main lights, leaving only the ambient light above the bed on. In the shadows, you can vaguely see two shadows intertwining, and from time to time a figure sways up and down.
3 o'clock in the morning. Chu Shingua drew circles on Zhao Haotian's chest. "You are indeed an ace racer. I recognize your driving skills." "It's just recognition, isn't it conquering?"
Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he shouldn't have shown mercy just now. Chu Shingua raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and found the man's dissatisfaction very interesting. She turned over and said with a proud expression, "Then I'll give you another chance to perform.
But this time, I want to be the driver." Chapter 47. Your wife is so smooth.
The day of the competition soon arrived. These days, Zhao Haotian has been obsessed with the navigator Chu Shingua and finally understood what a crazy little wild cat is.
Bite. Today's check-in location, Longji Mountain Road Race.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Reward, 1 leg stretching and eye staring pill. Leg stretching and eye staring pills are now available in the System Mall.
Don't pay $99999, don't pay $88888, just $99.99 and you can take it home.
It melts in your mouth, not your hands.
You are trustworthy. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at Hackathon's advertising.
Even if Zhao Haotian starved to death and jumped off the Dragon Ridge Mountain, he would never buy anything from this black-hearted mall. At this time, Chu Yun and others gathered in the Dihao Club area.
They were wearing the same black and red team uniforms and looked energetic. He looked at them expectantly. "Brother Zhao, I'll trouble you for the next match. But we must win."
Zhao Haotian chuckled and shook his head. "You're still not confident in my skills, leave it to me." Lin Feng and Chen Xiang have been getting impatient for a long time.
Their training results have been improving over the past few days.
Now they can be called the other two ace racers of the Dihao Club. They only need to rely on today's game to prove their worth and make everyone take notice.
"Oh, Zhao Haotian, I didn't expect you to actually dare to participate in the competition.
You're an amateur racer who hasn't even participated in a race. I don't know if you're arrogant or if you're just going to kill yourself."
Zhang Jin walked towards them with his hands folded, a sarcastic expression on his face.
He glanced at the racing drivers from the Dihao Club and shook his head in disappointment after seeing Lin Feng and Chen Xiang.
It seems that Dihao is really out of people.
Without me, even the likes of Lin Feng and Chen Xiang can play.
It's really sad.
Lin Feng and Chen Xiang were furious and wanted to step forward to argue, but were stopped by Zhao Haotian.
"He's trying to disrupt your state of mind. Relax and trust in your training." Zhao Haotian looked at Zhang Jun with a smile.
He was indifferent to his provocation and even raised his eyebrows at him.
"Isn't this the little Zhenzi who betrayed our club? After not seeing you for a while, do you think you're doing well again?"
"You don't know that as your former breadwinner, Dihao is deeply saddened by your behavior." He covered his chest with his hands, looking dramatic. "So they gave me the highest specification M Grand racing car that they had originally prepared for you. It's like your intended wife suddenly says she wants to marry me when she arrives at your door, and then turns around and walks into the bridal chamber with me.
You should understand this feeling very well. I have to say, your wife is really smooth." Zhao Haotian's words made Zhang Jin very angry.
He clenched his fists and glared.
"Unfortunately, there are regulations here that no fighting or other behaviors are allowed before the game, otherwise the player will be disqualified." So Zhang Jin could only snort angrily and turn away angrily.
The electronic screen in the preparation area was playing racing images. After Zhang Jin returned, he picked up a wrench and hit the front bumper of the GTR hard. The sound of metal collision echoed in the valley, startling a group of circling crows. On this trip, he deliberately tied the hem of the old uniform of the Dihao Club around his waist, hoping to shake the mentality of those people in the Dihao Club. Unexpectedly, it was broken by Zhao Haotian before it could even break out.
"Zhang Jin, Mr. Zhou wants you to come over."
The team manager of the speed club came jogging over, wiping the sweat off his face and giving a reminder. Zhang Jin threw away the wrench, and the metal parts bounced and rolled away on the asphalt road. He looked up at the observation deck and saw Zhou Tianxiong raising a glass to him through the bulletproof glass, with the whiskey in the glass emitting a vicious smile. The air pressure in the preparation area of the Dihao Club was terribly low at this time. Uncle Li's veins bulged on the back of his hand as he gripped the purple clay teapot, and the hot steam from the spout blurred half of his face.
What an ungrateful idiot!
When he knelt at the club entrance begging me to take him in.
I shouldn't have been soft-hearted. Uncle Li.
Chu Shingua suddenly interrupted and drew a racing track diagram on the tablet with her fingertips. Zhang Jin knows the locations of all the hidden stakes on the Longji Mountain Highway. He used to hold many competitions here. She turned to look at Zhao Haotian, who was lost in thought. He usually sets an ambush at the third bend.
Be careful.
Zhao Haotian chuckled. Don't worry, in the face of absolute strength, any tricks are nothing to be afraid of.
His confident look made Chu Shingua feel relieved. She couldn't help but think of his majestic appearance in the past few nights. Her ears turned red and her legs trembled subconsciously. In addition to the Imperial Club and Speed Club, several other clubs also participated in this competition. At this moment they were gathered together discussing in low voices. The leader of the Black Panther Club leaned against the container truck, a cigarette in his mouth. Zhang Jin, this guy, Dihao has trained him wholeheartedly for 3 years, and now he's leaving without a care in the world. I never thought that even the shrewd boss of Dihao would be short-sighted. I just wonder what this new guy Zhao Haotian will be like. The technical director of the Thunder Racing team pushed up his glasses and said, Jisu's treatment shouldn't be compared to that of the wealthy. They have the support of the wealthy Chu family. I don't know what's wrong with Zhang Jin's brain. The owner of the Changnan Club sneered while holding up a telescope. Old man Zhou Tianxiong is really going to great lengths to destroy the reputation of Dihao. I wonder if he'll end up shooting himself in the foot, haha.
The female secretary beside him chuckled and covered her lips. I heard that the boss of Dihao has bet the car on Zhao Haotian. It seems that he has high hopes.
Speed Club preparation area.
Zhou Tianxiang was cutting a cigar with a cigar cutter, and the ashes fell on Zhang Jin's team uniform.
Zhang Jin, I think you know better than me what this game means to you. So I want you to win this game by any means necessary. As long as you can win, even if it means causing some accidents, it is understandable.
His accent became heavier on the word accident, as if reminding him of something. Zhang Jin struggled, but finally clenched his fists and said, I understand, I will win.
After saying that, he turned and left the room.
Zhou Tianxiang narrowed his eyes as he watched Zhang Jin leaving. After thinking for a long time, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number.
Hey, Plan 1 continues. I won't give you any less than I promised you.
This time, I'm going to make sure those Dihao people lose everything. Soon, excited voices came from the other side. Don't worry, Boss Zhou, I will definitely give Zhao Haotian and his group a good beating. If Zhao Haotian were here, he would probably find the voice on the other side vaguely familiar.
It seems to be an old friend. Chapter 48. Give them 10 seconds. The game will start soon. Zhao Haotian, Chu Shingua and others put on their helmets and got on the bus. Little Wildcat, if I win the competition today, how are you going to reward me?
Zhao Haotian sat in the driver's seat and lifted Chu Xingua's chin with a low voice.
Chu Shingua punched him on the chest in anger. Can you think of something else? You're only thinking about Cici. My waist still hurts. Zhao Haotian spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. My favorite colors are all on the national flag. So what if I have a little hobby?
Chu Shingua gave him a coquettish look and turned her head away in a somewhat rogue manner.
Go back and find the 2 senior students. I can't handle it alone. How lonely it is to be invincible.
Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows with a smug look on his face. At the same time, the electronic voice on the radio also broadcast the preliminary slogans. The red lights in front of the starting line disappeared and the yellow lights began to flash.
3, 2, 1. Bite.
As the green light came on, the roar of the engines cut through the morning mist above Dragon Ridge Mountain. More than 20 racing cars roared at the same time, like trapped beasts out of a cage. Zhang Jin's GTR was like a black lightning, rushing out the moment the green light came on. The white smoke produced by the friction between the tires and the ground was particularly dazzling in the sunlight. The other cars were also quickly ejected, but Zhao Haotian's car stopped there and did not start.
Haotian, why don't we leave?
Chu Xingua's voice was obviously panicked, and she turned to look at Zhao Haotian in surprise.
Racing, is there something wrong?
Her voice trembled a little.
Chu Yun's exclamation also came from the headset. Brother Zhao, what's going on with you guys? Why haven't you set off yet? If we delay any longer, we'll be left far behind.
Zhao Haotian chuckled and said to the headset with a relaxed expression, Don't worry, give them 10 seconds.
What?
Chu Yun's voice was so sharp that it almost pierced his eardrums.
Brother Zhao, are you crazy? This is a formal competition. Zhao Haotian's arrogant declaration was also broadcast, and the viewing area instantly exploded.
Zhou Tianxiang, the owner of Speed Club, stood in the glass box, his hand holding the champagne frozen in mid-air. The expression on his face was dull for a moment, and then he burst into ecstatic laughter.
Ha, the people from Dihao are really crazy. He turned and laughed at the assistant behind him. 10 seconds? Giving up 10 seconds in a professional match? Dihao really found someone talented this time, ha.
At the Dihao observation deck, Uncle Li tightened his grip on the purple clay teapot, his eyes fixed on the big screen. Even back then, he didn't dare to say that he could give his opponent 10 seconds in a professional competition. It was simply a fantasy. Some fans of the Dihao Club even became angry. This guy must be a spy sent by the Speed Club. He can obviously act, but now he doesn't even act anymore, right? This guy is such a disgrace to him. Grand. He even gave up 10 seconds. Does he think he's the reincarnation of the god of racing? Zhao Haotian was not affected by the audience's abuse, but counted down silently in his mind. Chu Shingua took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She quickly glanced at the dashboard to confirm that all systems were operating normally. Are you sure you want to do this? She asked in a low voice. Zhang Jin is already almost 200 meters ahead.
Zhao Haotian smiled crazily. Are you ready to become famous? 5, 4, 3.
Zhao Haotian began to count down, tapping his fingers lightly on the steering wheel. Chu Xingua's eyes also became solemn, and her mental strength was concentrated to the extreme at this moment.
The audience held their breath.
On the big screen, Zhang Jin had already passed the first corner, but his car remained motionless.
2, 1, go.
He stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out like an enraged bull. The powerful push on her back pressed Chu Shingua hard against the seat. She screamed and then grabbed the armrest tightly.
Hold on tight.
Zhao Haotian grinned. Next, I'll show you what speed and passion are. The pointer on the dashboard swung wildly to the right, and the speed instantly exceeded 8,000 RPM. The mountain wind from Longji Mountain roared in through the gaps in the car window, carrying with it the smell of burning from the friction of the tires, causing Chu Xingua's adrenaline to surge.
The first bend is ahead, slow down. Chu Shingua reminded hurriedly.
But instead of slowing down, Zhao Haotian stepped on the accelerator hard. The car rushed towards the curve at an almost suicidal speed. Chu Shingua closed her eyes in fear, and there were bursts of exclamations from the audience. At the moment of hitting the mountain wall, he swerved the steering wheel and pulled the handbrake.
Squeak!
The tires screamed loudly as the car cut into the curve at a perfect angle, the rear end scraping past the guardrail.
Pretty! Chu Yun exclaimed, roaring excitedly. We knew Brother Zhao wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of. Don't get excited. This is just the beginning. Today, I will make the reputation of Emgran known throughout the entire racing world. On the big screen, Zhao Haotian's car was rapidly closing the distance with other cars like silver lightning. At the next corner, he drifted through the corner at the most extreme angle and successfully overtook. Oh my god. Even an ace racer can't do that kind of speed and angle. Okay, big brother, I admit that I spoke a little loudly just now.
The expressions of Dihao's fans changed quickly, and they began to cheer one by one.
7th place, 6th place. With every turn, Zhao Haotian overtook a car.
The cheers from the audience grew louder and louder, and many people stood up and waved the Dihao flag.
Damn it!
Zhou Tianxiang slammed the expensive table in front of him and roared, "Who the hell is he? How could he have such skills?" The secretary beside him was too nervous to speak. He looked at the silver car on the big screen, admiration flashing in his eyes. Although they were rivals, he had never seen any racer as bold and skilled as Zhao Haotian. This inevitably made him feel admiration. The other side. Zhang Jin's navigator nervously looked through the data and analyzed the information coming from the headset. According to calculations, Zhao Haotian is 0.3 to 0.5 seconds faster than us in every corner.
The distance advantage between us will soon disappear. Shut up!
Zhang Jin roared, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He remembered Zhou Tianxiang's threat before the game, and his hands gripping the steering wheel tightened unconsciously, his eyes fixed on the front. There is the famous Death S bend, with 3 consecutive sharp turns close to the cliff.
If you are not careful, you will fall down. Even an ace racing driver would be scared here.
Zhang Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes flashed, and he decided to take the risk.
He told the pilot,
"I'm going to take the inside route and get through this place in the shortest time possible.
Make sure you hold on tight to the handle."
The navigator's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he hurriedly grabbed the handle and tried to persuade them loudly.
Do you know what you're talking about? There are hidden stakes there. If we're not careful, we'll fall off the cliff with both the car and the people. Chapter 49, The Line Between Life and Death, Zhao Haotian's Great Moment. I said, go inside. At the same time,
Zhao Haotian's car was approaching 5th place at an astonishing speed, and Chu Shingua was quickly calculating the route.
The outside of the next corner is safer, but the inside might be. I know there's a hidden stake.
Zhao Haotian interrupted her. Given the pressure Zhang Jin is under now, he will definitely take the risk and go inside.
Let's follow him. Chu Shingua gasped. Haotian, those secret agents are. Believe me. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks are nothing to be feared.
He was concentrating on the big bend ahead. The Death S bend was right in front of him. As Zhang Jin expected, his GTR chose the dangerous inside line, and the car body slid almost along the mountain wall.
Zhao Haotian accelerated and was about to follow closely behind when Zhou Tianxiang's vicious voice rang out in the headset from the observation deck.
Keep Zhang Jin in first place, and the other two slow down to stop Zhao Haotian. It doesn't matter even if they collide with him. The other two drivers gritted their teeth and slowed down at the same time to stop Zhao Haotian's car. Almost at the same moment, two red lightning bolts shot out from the side. Lin Feng's car number 7 did a beautiful drift and blocked the blue car on the left. Chen Xiang drove car number 12 from the right and hit one of the cars. The two cars cooperated seamlessly and tore a passage through the encirclement.
Brother Zhao.
It's time for us to make a difference.
Go! You have to win the game.
Zhao Haotian nodded, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the silver racing car whizzed through the gap like a bullet. In the rearview mirror, the two blue racing cars tried to turn unwillingly, but were blocked in place by the two drivers of Geely Grand.
Zhao Haotian overtook 4 cars in an instant and came to second place. Only Zhang Jin is left. In the private room of Speed Club, Zhou Tianxian's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. Zhang Jin's radio rang with his cold voice, "Don't forget our agreement, Zhang Jin, if you lose. You know the consequences." Zhang Jin didn't answer, but just stepped on the accelerator. But his eyes were already wavering, and he kept glancing at the silver figure in the rearview mirror that was getting closer and closer. There are only 2 more turns to the finish line.
Chu Shingua's voice trembled with excitement.
Can we really catch up?
Ahead is the most famous cliff bend in Longji Mountain, a sharp turn of nearly 180 degrees, with a 100-meter cliff on the outside. Normally, racing drivers would slow down, but he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Zhao Haotian glanced at the fuel gauge and tachometer, a dangerous smile on his face. Not only will we catch up,
we must completely defeat them at the corners they are best at.
On the commentary desk, the host also began to introduce the track. We can see that there's a big bend ahead of drivers Zhang Jin and Zhao Haotian. It's the famous cliff bend, a nearly 180-degree hairpin bend with a 100-meter cliff on the outside and no guardrails. This place has claimed the lives of no fewer than 5 drivers.
It's also known as the Death Bend. The last bend is just ahead.
Once we get through it, there's a long straight line and the championship is certain. Zhou Tianxian looked at the big screen with cold eyes, took out his mobile phone and sent a text message.
Action. At this time,
Zhang Jin's black GTR had entered the straight before the curve, less than 5 meters away from Zhao Haotian.
Through the car window, Zhao Haotian could see his panicked eyes as he frequently looked at the rearview mirror. Strangeness. Zhao Haotian frowned. He's not slowing down yet?
According to common sense, even an ace racing driver must reduce the speed to below 160 when passing a cliff bend, but Zhang Jin's speed did not decrease at all, but continued to accelerate.
What is he doing? Is he looking for death? He's going to fall out at this speed.
Chu Shingua widened her eyes and said in disbelief. Some people in the audience had already stood up, and exclamations were heard one after another.
The commentator's voice trembled. What is Zhang Jin doing? He's not slowing down. He's going to go full speed through the cliff bend. This is simply suicidal.
Zhao Haotian stared at the out-of-control black GTR in front of him and suddenly understood something.
It's not that he doesn't want to slow down. His brakes failed and he couldn't slow down. Chu Shingua gasped. Who did it? Zhou Tianxian. Who else but him?
Zhao Haotian sneered. I didn't expect this old guy to be so ruthless as to even plot against his own people.
Either succeed or die.
Zhang Jin's car had already rushed into the curve at this time. At such a high speed, the rear end of the GTR began to swing uncontrollably, and the tires rubbed against the ground, making a harsh scream.
He tried desperately to reverse the steering wheel, but the car still slid uncontrollably toward the outside of the cliff. There were screams of terror in the audience and some people covered their eyes. The commentator's voice had changed. It's going to flip over. Driver Zhang Jin couldn't make the turn. At the critical moment, Zhao Haotian made a decision that shocked everyone. Hold on tight.
He shouted to Chu Shingua, and at the same time turned the steering wheel sharply, and the car cut into the outside line like silver lightning. Chu Shingua didn't say anything but believed him and held the handle tightly.
Zhao Haotian was concentrating on calculating the angle and speed.
At the moment when Zhang Jin's car was about to rush off the cliff, his car cut into the outer line with a nearly perfect drift, and the front of the car accurately hit the right side of the GTR.
Bang!
The loud noise of metal collision was deafening. At the moment the two cars collided, Zhao Haotian felt the violent vibration from the steering wheel and almost let it slip out. But he gritted his teeth, held the steering tightly, and lightly applied the brakes to keep the two cars in contact.
Amidst the harsh sound of friction, the tires of the two racing cars left dark arc-shaped marks on the asphalt road, while Zhao Haotian's car drifted closely along the edge of the cliff.
Finally, less than half a meter away from the edge of the cliff, Zhang Jun's car successfully turned around. The whole audience was silent. Then there was a deafening applause and cheers, and the commentator was so excited that he was incoherent.
Oh my god! Zhao Haotian successfully saved Zhang Jun. This is definitely one of the greatest moments in the history of Daxiao racing. Emperor Zhao Haotian.
The audience's enthusiasm was extremely high at this moment, and they shouted the names of Dihao and Zhao Haotian loudly. Zhao Haotian let out a long sigh, his palms were already wet. Chu Shingua in the passenger seat was as pale as paper, but there was a strange light in her eyes.
You saved him? Why?
Her voice was trembling, but her eyes were full of brilliance.
Oh, because now I am a racing driver.
Zhao Haotian chuckled and quickly shifted gears. Now, it's time to go get the championship that belongs to us. The silver car roared again and rushed towards the finish line like an arrow. Behind him, Zhang Jun's GTR stopped quietly in place and never caught up.
Chapter 50, the Zhou family in the Magic City again.
Zhao Haotian's car crossed the finish line first as he wished and won the championship.
Emperor Hao. Zhao Haotian. Emperor Hao. Zhao Haotian.
Thunderous cheers swept across the entire Longji Mountain Stadium. Everyone in the audience stood up and waved the Dihao Club flag wildly. The big screen kept replaying Zhao Haotian's thrilling highlight moment at the cliff bend, and the commentator's voice was a little hoarse with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, let us congratulate Zhao Haotian and the Dihao Club for winning the rally championship.
Zhao Haotian drove slowly into the champion parking area.
As soon as he took off his helmet, Chu Yun rushed over and hugged him.
Brother Zhao, my god. I love you so much.
With light in his eyes, he patted Zhao Haotian's back tightly, wishing he could kiss him on the face. Zhao Haotian felt a chill run down his spine when he was looked at, and quickly broke free and hugged Chu Shingua who was beside him.
After taking a deep breath of Chu Xingua's hair fragrance, Zhao Haotian finally recovered from his intoxicated look. Zhao Haotian's look of disgust made Chu Yun give him a resentful look, and then he asked.
Brother Zhao, I almost peed myself when you were at the cliff bend just now, but you were really handsome. But is it worth it to save that traitor?
Zhao Haotian smiled and put his hands behind his back, his eyes swept over Zhang Jun who looked decadent not far away. Everyone's life deserves respect.
Even if Zhang Jun betrayed Dihao, this is not a reason for me to watch him die without helping him.
Uncle Li walked over quickly with the Dihao staff, with a smile in his eyes, and he was very satisfied with Zhao Haotian's performance today.
Well done. Uncle Li said in a loud voice, I knew I hadn't misjudged him.
Today's battle seemed to remind me of Dihao at his peak.
As he spoke, he raised the purple clay teapot and took a sip of tea, smiling broadly. Before they could finish their words, a sharp and resentful voice interrupted them.
Looking up, they saw Zhou Tianxiong coming down from the observation deck. Zhang Jun. You're a piece of shit.
He rushed into the arena with several bodyguards, his well-maintained face distorted terribly. He grabbed Zhang Jun's collar and spit directly into his face.
I spent so much resources on you, and this is the result you give me? Don't even think about staying in the racing world. Pack up your things and get out of here.
Zhang Jun's face was pale, his lips were trembling but he couldn't speak.
Zhao Haotian noticed that his right hand was twitching unnaturally, obviously the aftereffect of the shock just now. Boss Zhou.
Zhao Haotian took a step forward, and his voice was not loud but it made the whole audience quiet down.
It's not very decent to throw a tantrum after losing a game, right?
Zhou Tianxiong turned his head suddenly, and his triangular eye shot out a cold light like a venomous snake, but the next second, he suddenly changed his expression and forced a smile. Friend Zhao, this is wonderful, really wonderful. He walked over, clapping his hands, completely ignoring Zhang Jun stumbling backwards.
I, Zhou, admire talents like you the most. How about coming to the speed club? You can set any terms. There was an uproar at the scene, and Chu Yun was so angry that he jumped up and down. Old man, do you still have any shame? Poaching people in front of me?
Zhao Haotian smiled, and that smile made Zhou Tianxiong feel inexplicably chilled.
Going to the speed club? Zhao Haotian said slowly, let's just forget it. Otherwise, it would be bad if someone cuts the brake cable one day. I can't guarantee that there won't be another one for me to rescue.
Zhou Tianxiong's smile froze on his face, but he quickly recovered and said with a forced smile, young man, there are some things you can't say carelessly. Without evidence, I'll sue you for defamation.
Evidence? Zhao Haotian took out his phone and said, I have called the police.
They will investigate the cause of Zhang Zhen's racing car's brake failure.
Zhou Tianxiong suddenly burst into laughter, and the laughter was so shrill that it gave people goosebumps. Call the police? Ha ha ha. Zhao Haotian, do you think the police will believe your one-sided story? Without evidence, who can prove that it was me?
At this moment, Uncle Li suddenly stumbled, and the purple clay teapot fell to the ground and shattered into pieces.
Uncle Li! Chu Shingua exclaimed and supported him. Zhao Haotian's eyes flashed, and his heavenly eyes opened instantly. Analysis results: the target person's body contains a heart failure toxin, sourced from tea. The poisoning occurred approximately 15 minutes ago, and was administered by someone sent by Zhou Tianxiong. It's poisoned. Zhao Haotian said sternly, Zhou Tianxiong, you are so cruel.
Zhou Tianxiong's expression changed, but he quickly returned to that sinister smile.
Boy, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. You said I poisoned you, do you have any evidence?
Chu Yun had already called the medical team, and Uncle Li was helped aside for an emergency examination. The doctor quickly confirmed, it is indeed a symptom of poisoning.
We don't have professional equipment here, you must be sent to the hospital immediately. It's too late. Zhao Haotian said in a deep voice, the poison has taken effect. Chu Shingua rushed forward and grabbed Zhou Tianxiong by the collar, her voice as cold as ice. Antidote. The smile on Zhou Tianxiong's face widened. What antidote? What are you talking about? Just wait. Chu Yun roared, the police will be here soon, don't even think about running away. Zhou Tianxiong shrugged indifferently, then let him wait for death. There is no special antidote for this poison. It will take only 20 minutes.
Before he could finish his words, Zhao Haotian had already taken a step forward and took out the leg-stretching and eye-staring pill from the system space.
Uncle Li, open your mouth. Although Uncle Li was in pain, his trust in Zhao Haotian made him do it without hesitation.
The pill melted in his mouth, and the old man's face regained its rosy color at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Zhou Tianxiong widened his eyes and looked at Zhao Haotian in disbelief.
On the medical team's testing equipment, Uncle Li's indicators quickly returned to normal, and the doctor checked repeatedly in disbelief.
Miracle.
This is simply a medical miracle, Zhao Xiaoyu, I wonder what this pill is.
Zhao Haotian smiled but said nothing. Homemade Baijia pills, exclusive recipe. What did you do? What did you feed him? How could he? Zhou Tianxiong was shocked and angry, his expression was a little distorted. Now, what bargaining chips do you have?
Zhao Haotian's eyes were cold. Zhou Tianxiong looked as pale as death. He suddenly turned around and tried to run away, but was stopped by the police who arrived.
Mr. Zhou Tianxiong, we have received a report that you are suspected of intentional injury and attempted murder. Please cooperate with the investigation. The leading police officer showed his ID. You can't catch me. Zhou Tianxiong struggled hysterically. I am a member of the Zhou family. The Zhou family in Magic City will not let you go. The police remained unmoved and handcuffed him.
Zhao Haotian's eyes flashed when he heard this, and he looked at Zhou Tianxiong, who was being escorted away with a meaningful look.
It's the Zhou family from the Demon City again. Chapter 51 Instructor by Jia.
The early morning sunlight poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Zhao Haotian woke up with his eyes squinted, with the sleeping Chu Shingua still resting on his arm. Her long eyelashes cast a shadow on her face. There was a satisfied smile on the corner of her mouth, and there seemed to be traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. I stood up and looked at the torn pieces of cloth beside the bed, as if I could vaguely see the horror of the battlefield. After winning the championship yesterday, the people of Dihao held a grand celebration party.
Chu Shingua also drank a lot of wine happily. After the meal, she took Zhao Haotian back to the presidential suite and said she would give him a big reward. With the purpose of research, Zhao Haotian seriously experienced what it means to be eloquent and silver-tongued. Zhao Haotian could only sigh at Chu Xingua's eagerness to learn. It's so cool to graduate from Zhejiang University.
He couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, and just as he was about to kiss Chu Xingua's forehead, the cell phone rang suddenly.
Hello? Zhao Haotian lowered his voice. Is that Zhao Haotian?
You and Chu Shingua asked for leave during the first week of school.
Don't you think highly of me, your instructor? A cold and restrained voice came from the phone.
It seemed that Zhao Haotian could see a teacher wearing a uniform, golden glasses, and holding a whip through the screen.
It's been a week since school started and you haven't shown up. This is really embarrassing for me. You must return to school today and come to my office to talk to me, understand?
Zhao Haoyan nodded and responded somewhat embarrassedly.
Good instructor.
After hanging up the phone, Zhao Haoyan remembered that ever since he agreed to participate in the Longji mountain competition, he and Chu Shingua had been immersed in training and driving, and completely forgot that they had just started school. He gently pinched Chu Xingua's nose. Little wildcat, it's time to get up.
We have to go back to school today.
Chu Shingua opened her eyes in a daze, and when she saw Zhao Haoyan's face so close to her, her ears immediately turned red and she buried her face in the quilt.
The voice is charming. It's all your fault. I made such a fuss last night. After sobering up, Chu Xingua's face couldn't help but get hot when she thought about her initiative last night. Hearing this sound early in the morning made him very angry.
As if she had noticed the man's fiery gaze, Chu Shingua showed an expression of grievance, fear, and expectation.
He, it's time to exercise in the morning. It's good for your physical and mental health.
As he said this, he rolled over and the room was soon filled with the sound of heavy breathing from running.
2.5 hours later.
The two rushed to Yixianju University. People were coming and going on campus, and many students exclaimed and whispered to Zhao Haoyan. The video of the Longji mountain competition was released, and the news of Zhao Haoyan winning the championship was also widely circulated.
Is that Zhao Xiaoqiao? Or the Dragon Ridge mountain racing champion? Oh my god, he's even more handsome in person than in the reports. I admit this man is very strong, and he fits my proportions perfectly. Chu Shingua listened to these blatant discussions and held Zhao Haoyan's arm as if to guard against thieves.
As soon as the two of them walked to the front of the teaching building, they were stopped by a girl wearing glasses.
Student Zhao, Student Chu, the counselor wants you to go directly to her office.
The girl pushed her glasses up and said sympathetically, by the way, Zhao, the instructor seems to be in a particularly bad mood today, so you guys should be careful. After saying that, she trotted away, and her slightly red face could still be seen.
Are you the reincarnation of a succubus? Why does it seem like no woman can resist your temptation?
Chu Shingua looked strange, but he just shrugged.
There's nothing I can do. If being handsome is a sin, then I'm truly unforgivable.
Chu Shingua rolled her eyes at him and pulled him towards the counselor's office. Arriving at the door of the counselor's office on the 3rd floor, Chu Shingua nervously straightened her collar and then knocked on the door. A cold female voice came from inside, "Come in."
When he opened the door, the figure in the office made Zhao Haoyan's eyes light up. Sky Eye automatically begins analysis. Target person, by Jia.
Identity, instructor of the finance department of Yixianju University.
Personality, appears to be aloof, but in reality, he's at two extremes. Hobbies, I enjoy reading certain collectible comics and have a strong curiosity about toys. This name is quite interesting. Zhao Haoyan thought to himself, with a hint of amusement in his eyes.
The woman was wearing a professional suit and was correcting documents with her head down. Her long black hair was tied into a neat bun, and her eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses were lazy and proud. Her facial features were extremely delicate, and she even looked like she was the same age as Zhao Haoyan and the others, but she exuded an aura that kept strangers away.
Sit.
Bai Jia said without raising her head, her voice cold enough to freeze. Zhao Haoyan and Chu Shingua sat obediently on the chairs opposite each other. Bai Jia continued to correct documents. The office was so quiet that one could hear the rustling sound of pens scratching on paper.
This deliberate cold treatment is obviously intended to give them a warning.
Chu Shingua was so nervous that her palms were sweating. This was the first time she had been scolded in all these years.
However, Zhao Haoyan looked around the single office calmly. Sudden.
His gaze stopped on the bookcase behind Bai Jia. Through the glass, he could see several beautifully bound comic books on the bottom shelf. The cover showed a picture of two handsome men hugging each other. The corners of Zhao Haoyan's mouth twitched, and he quickly looked away, but his heavenly eyes automatically saw through and caught a glimpse of the scene in Bai Jia's desk drawer. It was clearly the packaging box of a certain pink sex toy.
Item detected, XX vibrator unopened. Purchase time, 1 day ago. Purchase channel, Taba anonymous account. Now Zhao Haoyan couldn't hold it anymore and quickly coughed to cover up the raised corner of his mouth.
Bai Jia finally raised her head and swept her cold eyes over the two of them. 1 week into school, you've been absent from all classes without reason.
Zhao Haoyan, Chu Shingua, do you still respect school rules and regulations?
Chu Shingua was about to explain when Bai Jia raised her hand to stop her. No need to make excuses.
No matter how powerful the Chu family is, they still have to abide by the rules in school. Each of you should write a 5,000-word self-review and hand it in to me tomorrow. Any questions? She turned her gaze to Zhao Haotian and was suddenly stunned. Instead of being frightened, the boy looked at her with a half-smile in his eyes. It seemed that his gaze could penetrate her surface and see the most secret corners. Bai Jia felt inexplicably guilty and subconsciously adjusted her glasses. Classmate Zhao Haotian, do you have anything to say? Instructor, Zhao Haotian said with a smile, we have a legitimate reason for being absent. He pulled up a video from his phone, which was the news about the Dragon Ridge Mountain competition. We participated in this competition representing Haicheng and won the championship. This is a glory for the city and the school. Bai Jia frowned as she watched the video. When she saw Zhao Haotian saving people at the bend of the cliff, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Even so, you should ask for leave in advance. Her tone softened slightly, school is not a vegetable market. You can come and go as you please. Zhao Haotian suddenly moved closer and lowered his voice, Instructor, I actually prepared a special gift to apologize to you. Bai Jia was about to refuse sternly, but saw Zhao Haotian take out an exquisite box from his backpack. From a glimpse of the corner, she could see the logo of a well-known BL Comics publishing house printed on it. Bai Jia's pupils trembled with hidden excitement, but she immediately pretended to be calm. What is this? Seeing that she took the bait, Zhao Haotian gave Chu Shingua a look, indicating that he would take care of it and she could go first. Chu Shingua was a little confused, but when she saw the desire in Bai Jia's eyes, she suddenly seemed to understand. She looked at the instructor meaningfully, the look was exactly the same as the one she had at some point in her life. Full of desire. Chu Shingua got Bai Jia's permission and stood up to leave. Only then did Zhao Haotian slowly take out the things in the bag. The latest limited edition comic, signed by the author. Zhao Haotian smiled harmlessly, I heard that a friend of the instructor liked it, so he specially asked someone to bring it back from abroad. The tips of Bai Jia's ears turned light red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She stared at the box, her fingers unconsciously twisted together. Seemingly eager yet restrained. Counselor Bai Jia, this is a small gift from me. I think you have a very good relationship with your friend, and she must really need this. Bai Jia coughed twice. Well, next time if something like this happens, tell me in advance, otherwise I will still punish you severely. Zhao Haotian nodded with a smile, put his things and bag on the ground, turned and left. If you ask him where he got this thing, of course he exchanged it for today's sign and reward. At the last moment before leaving the office, Zhao Haotian raised a secret smile at the corner of his mouth. So it's the real instructor. Chapter 52 Promise me a request. As soon as Zhao Haotian and Chu Shingua returned to the classroom, their classmates immediately cast curious glances at them. Hey, isn't this our racing champion? You finally decided to come to class? A boy in a baseball cap teased. That's right. We haven't seen each other for a week since school started. Didn't the counselor scold you to death? Another girl also came over to gossip, but her eyes were full of curiosity about Zhao Haotian. Chu Shingua smiled slightly, took Zhao Haotian's arm, and said proudly, we went to win glory for Haicheng. Not only did the instructor not scold us, he even praised us. Everyone started to make a fuss, but Zhao Haotian just smiled and pulled Chu Shingua to find a seat by the window. Not long after, the classroom door was pushed open and Bai Jia walked in wearing high heels. She was still wearing a professional suit, her black hair was neatly tied up, and her eyes were as cold as ice behind her gold-rimmed glasses. Everyone was shocked by her aura. Even though Bai Jia's long legs were exposed to the air, no one dared to look. Besides Zhao Haotian. He admired Bai Jia's beautiful figure wantonly, and after being discovered by Bai Jia, he still looked at her without changing his expression. You could hear a pin drop in the classroom. Until Bai Jia put away her momentum and spoke lightly in her cold voice. Today we will talk about the basics of financial investment. Bai Jia's voice was emotionless. She turned on the projector and brought up the stock market quotes. If you don't know how to invest, you've learned nothing. Next, I will show you some simple investments to help you enrich your coffers. Upon hearing this, the classmates became excited. If someone could help someone make money, what's the difference between this and giving it away for free? Anyone who doesn't follow the investment is a fool, right? So no one slept and no one was distracted. Faced with the temptation of money, everyone was 120% focused. Bai Jia clicked on a few stocks and began to analyze. Tianhai Technology has recently shown a slight upward trend and is suitable for short-term investment.
Although Rongxing Pharmaceutical's stock price has not increased much, it is very stable and suitable for conservative investors. While listening, Zhao Haotian quietly opened his sky eye and scanned the stocks selected by Jie.
Analyzing.
Analysis results: the target stocks are all stable investments, with a short-term increase of 5%, 10% and low risk. Well, it seems that the instructor is also quite capable.
Zhao Haotian nodded secretly.
Although the stocks selected by Jie would not skyrocket, they were stable and very suitable for novices to learn. However, just as he was casually browsing the stock market above, Tianyan suddenly popped up an analysis result. Potential stock detected: Xingchen New Energy.
Current stock price, 8.6 yuan.
Predicted trend, 300% surge in 24 hours. Reason: internal information will be announced soon. The new battery technology developed by the company has passed national acceptance.
Zhao Haotian's eyes lit up. Stars and moon.
He whispered in Chu Shingua's ear, "Don't follow the instructor to invest later.
I will help you make a big fortune." Chu Shingua blinked and asked softly, "What did you discover?"
Zhao Haotian smiled mysteriously, "You will know later." After Jie finished speaking, he asked the students to follow his instructions and start buying stocks to see how much they could earn before the end of get out of class. They could also choose stocks freely, but they had to be careful about changes in the stock market.
Most people in the class followed Jie's advice and bought Tian High Technology and Rongxing Pharmaceutical. Only Zhao Haotian bought Xingchen New Energy without hesitation.
Chu Shingua hesitated for a moment, but thinking of Zhao Haotian's previous amazing performance, she decided to follow him and invest in the same stocks, but she only tried to invest 1 million.
"Hey, Zhao Haotian, are you crazy?"
The boy in the baseball cap next to him glanced at his screen and couldn't help but complain.
"Xingchen New Energy? This stock is almost at its limit down, and you still dare to buy it?" "Yes, the instructor told us to choose a stable one." "Aren't you just giving away money?" Another girl also shook her head. Zhao Haotian just smiled and said, "How about we make a bet? If this stock goes up today, will you treat me to a meal?"
"Sure," the boy in the baseball cap scoffed.
"If you fall, you'll treat the whole class." "Deal." Zhao Haotian was full of confidence.
Jie walked around the podium and nodded in satisfaction when she saw that most of the students followed her advice. However, when she walked over to Zhao Haotian, her brows furrowed instantly.
"Zhao Haotian,"
she said coldly, "the fundamentals of the stock you chose are extremely poor, and the financial reports have been showing consecutive losses.
Are you planning to lose all your money? Even if you have some money, you wouldn't be so wasteful, right?"
Zhao Haotian looked up and gave her a playful smile.
"Counselor, how about we make a bet? If this stock goes up today, will you agree to one of my requests?"
Jie's eyes turned cold. Nonsense.
However, after seeing Zhao Haotian's gaze, she nodded again for some unknown reason. "Okay, let's make a bet.
If this stock continues to hit the limit down, then you have to listen to me from now on.
If it goes up, then I will grant you one request." "Okay, it's a deal."
Jie looked at him deeply, turned around and walked back to the podium, but she felt inexplicably uneasy in her heart.
Zhao Haotian's eyes were so confident, as if everything was under his control.
"And if we agree to his request, this guy won't ask for anything other than a trial." Half an hour later, the stock market suddenly changed.
"Holy crap! Look!"
The boy in the baseball cap suddenly shouted, pointing at the screen, "Xingchen New Energy is starting to rise."
The whole class was in an uproar.
The original stock price of 8.6 yuan broke through 10 yuan in just a few minutes, and is still rising wildly.
11 yuan. 13 yuan. 15 yuan. How is this possible?
Jie was also stunned and immediately called up the real-time data to check.
The account balances of Zhao Haotian and Chu Shingua have soared from 1 million to 2 million and 3 million. Haotian! You actually guessed it right.
Chu Shingua grabbed his arm excitedly, her eyes shining. All the other students in the class were dumbfounded, especially the boy in the baseball cap who had made the bet just now. His mouth was so wide open that an egg could be stuffed in it. This is unscientific," he muttered to himself. Jie walked quickly to Zhao Haotian's side, staring at the data on the screen, her voice a little tense.
"How do you know this stock will go up?"
Zhao Haotian shrugged and pretended to be mysterious. "Intuition." Jie looked at him deeply with a complicated look in her eyes.
And just then, a latest announcement popped up in the stock market.
Xingchen New Energy announced, its new high-energy battery technology has passed national acceptance and has reached cooperation agreements with several automakers.
The whole class was in an uproar. Damn! Is this inside information? Zhao Haotian, did you know this in advance? This is too outrageous.
Zhao Haotian smiled without saying anything, but turned to look at Bai Jie. Coach, does our bet still stand?
You have to agree to one thing I ask.
Bai Jie took a deep breath and tried to stay calm.
What do you want? Zhao Haotian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a deep look in his eyes. I haven't thought about it yet, I'll talk about it when I think about it.
Such an opportunity to make a request must be used wisely. Bai Jie was silent for a moment, and finally nodded, okay. After she finished speaking, she turned and walked back to the podium, but Zhao Haotian's eyes caught her heartbeat quickening, as if she was also expecting. He narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this queen instructor was quite the contrast. When the bell rang, the whole class swarmed over.
Brother Zhao! Take us with you next time. Please. Teach us how to pick stocks. If you don't abandon me, I will be your foster father.
Zhao Haotian responded with a smile, while Chu Shingua stood proudly beside him, her eyes full of admiration. Bai Jie stood at the door of the classroom, looking at Zhao Haotian, who was the center of attention, from afar, her eyes flickering slightly under her gold-rimmed glasses.
Zhao Haotian, who are you?
But just as she finished speaking, her whole body suddenly shook and she stumbled accidentally. Bai Jie looked around cautiously and breathed a sigh of relief when she found no one was paying attention.
Quickly turn off the button. Chapter 53, I'm full now, so I'll give it to you guys first. School was finally over.
Zhao Haotian had just packed up his books when he heard a commotion at the classroom door.
Brother Haotian! We miss you so much.
A sweet voice was heard, and Zhao Haotian looked up and saw two senior students, Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui, standing at the door, looking at him with a smile. Su Xiaoxiao was wearing a white sweater and a short skirt, with slightly curly hair draped over her shoulders, and her chubby face was pure and lovely. Jiang Shui wore a hot sporty style, a belly-exposing t-shirt with yoga pants, and her long and beautiful legs were particularly eye-catching. As soon as the two appeared, the boys in the class widened their eyes and breathed faster.
Holy crap!
It's the music department's school beauty Su Xiaoxiao and goddess Jiang Shui.
Why are they here? Wait, they just called out, Zhao Haotian?
The boys in the class all turned their heads, their gazes stabbing at Zhao Haotian like knives, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred.
The attitude of asking someone to guide the stock market disappeared in an instant. Everyone can fantasize about it, but if you really eat it, then you are wrong. The hatred of having your wife stolen is simply irreconcilable. This bastard just hooked up with the school beauty Chu, and now he's hooking up with the senior? Damn, it's amazing that he's so handsome. You beast. Can you please leave us a chance to live?
Zhao Haotian felt the murderous gazes around him and smiled helplessly. Chu Shingua was very calm, and even had a playful smile on her lips. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui had already walked over quickly, holding Zhao Haotian's arms on the left and right, and kissed him affectionately on both cheeks.
Brother Haotian, you've been gone for over a week. We all missed you so much.
Su Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes and spoke in a coquettish tone.
That's right. Schoolgirl Chu has been monopolizing you for so long, isn't it time for us?
Jiang Shui said with a smile, and deliberately rubbed Zhao Haotian's arm with the softness of her chest.
The boys in the class were instantly shocked. Holy crap! What's going on? That bastard Zhao Haotian actually made several of the most beautiful girls on campus jealous? Damn it, I'm calling the police.
However, Chu Shingua just smiled slightly and patted his shoulder.
Just go ahead and don't make the seniors wait anxiously. Everyone in the class? No. Campus beauty Chu, are you really that generous? Is this even possible? What kind of magic potion did Zhao Haotian give my goddess? Zhao Haotian didn't expect Chu Shingua to be so straightforward. He was stunned for a moment. Shingua, you.
Chu Shingua leaned close to his ear and chuckled in a voice only he could hear. Anyway, I've eaten enough these days, so it doesn't matter if they have a little fun. But in fact, only she knew that her small body could not bear the burden of Zhao Haotian alone, and she needed someone to share the burden.
Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui didn't care about that. When they saw Chu Shingua release the people, they immediately cheered and pulled Zhao Haotian out. Come on, come on. Senior will treat you to a meal. You must make it up to us today.
The boys in the class watched Zhao Haotian being carried away by two school beauties, one on each side, and roared wildly in their hearts.
Zhao Haotian. You are not a human being.
On the campus path.
Zhao Haotian was sandwiched between two senior students, and the students passing by cast shocked glances at him. Isn't that Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui? Why are they so close to Zhao Haotian? What about Chu Shingua? Doesn't she care? Fuck, this guy is amazing.
The red flag is flying high at home, and colorful flags are flying outside.
He is definitely my idol.
Zhao Haotian felt the burning gazes around him and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
This is life. Aren't you afraid that your suitors will be destroyed if they can't get you and will discredit you on the forum? Just smear us.
Jiang Shui said with a nonchalant smile, we've been wanting to do this for a long time anyway.
That's right.
Besides, we have been yours for a long time.
No matter what they say, they are just a bunch of lickspittles.
Su Xiaoxiao said with a smile, we all watched the video of you winning the competition.
You looked so handsome. I wonder how many girls in school have a crush on you. Zhao Haotian's mouth twitched, so what you are doing is. Declare sovereignty, the two senior students said in unison. Zhao Haotian. My goodness, are they treating him as a trophy? By the way, Junior Haotian.
Su Xiaoxiao suddenly leaned closer mysteriously.
I heard that you predicted another skyrocketing stock in finance class today? Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows, how did you know? Nonsense, the whole school is going crazy now.
Jiang Shui said excitedly, some say you have inside information, and some even suspect you're a financial genius. But Shui and I both believe you're a genius.
Zhao Haotian laughed, do you trust me so much?
Of course. Jiang Shui dug his arm deep into her chest. You're the man who made instructor by Jia beg for mercy.
Zhao Haotian. Why does this sound weird?
However, seeing the admiring eyes of the two senior students, he smiled and hugged them. Okay, let's go eat first. I'll tell you which one to buy later and help you make money together.
Yeah. Junior is the best.
Su Xiaoxiao kissed him happily. Jiang Shui was not to be outdone and kissed him on the other side as well, but don't worry, Junior brother.
After dinner, we have some singing questions.
You have to guide us on how to sing. Zhao Haotian only felt a surge of anger rising in his lower abdomen, making him want to kill these two little goblins on the spot. Just as he was about to say something, a cold voice came from behind him.
Zhao Haotian.
The three of them turned around and saw Bai Jia standing not far away, her eyes as cold as ice behind her gold-rimmed glasses. At this moment, Bai Jia seemed to have regained her composure, and her complexion was very rosy.
Hello, Director Bai.
Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui immediately let go of Zhao Haotian and stood properly. Bai Jia glanced at them calmly, then looked at Zhao Haotian. Come with me to the office.
Zhao Haotian was stunned. Now? Now.
Bai Jia's tone left no room for doubt. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui looked at each other and asked in a low voice, Junior, did you make instructor Bai angry?
Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows, I don't know either.
Bai Jia had already turned and left. Zhao Haotian had no choice but to spread his hands helplessly and said to the two of them, sorry, senior sister, I have to go first.
I will come to see you tomorrow.
Although Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui were a little reluctant, they could only nod, okay, see you tomorrow.
In the office.
Bai Jia closed the door and sat on the office chair. She crossed her legs and hugged her hands. Her hip skirt covered her thighs, leaving a mysterious area that aroused people's imagination. Her eyes were sharp, and she looked at Zhao Haotian with inquiring eyes.
Instructor, do you have something to talk to me about? Zhao Haotian looked innocent.
Bai Jia was silent for a moment and suddenly spoke.
Zhao Haotian, I want you. Chapter 54 One Night Boyfriend. I want you to be my boyfriend for one night. In the office.
There was silence for a moment. Zhao Haotian opened his mouth slightly and stared at Bai Jia's increasingly guilty eyes. According to the information that Sky Eye had seen before, Bai Jia is not that kind of person. How could she hit the ball so straight?
Could it be that the heavenly eye can also make mistakes? Is that what I thought it was?
Zhao Haotian finally asked, staring at Bai Jia with a strange look. Given the other party's many years of experience in reading foreign comics, he should not have failed to understand what he was saying. Bai Jia understood it immediately and her cheeks turned red.
She was a little embarrassed and annoyed and quickly explained, what are you thinking about?
Zhao Haotian didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see a flash of excitement.
Sister Bai? Zhao Haotian tried to awaken her sanity.
Bai Jia's gaze lingered on several places on Zhao Haotian's body for a few seconds, her eyes flickering. He felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, and asked tentatively, "Counselor, please tell me what you want to say first." Bai Jia took a deep breath and finally spoke, "Student Zhao, I need you to do me a favor."
Help? Zhao Haotian was stunned. What help?
Bai Jia sighed and smiled bitterly.
I'm not afraid of you laughing at me.
I'm 28 years old this year, but I've never been in a relationship, let alone had a boyfriend. Even if my parents introduce me to someone, they'll break up after a few days, saying they're not suitable for me.
So my parents kept urging me to get married. But I don't want to spend my life with someone I don't like.
Bai Jia's eyes dodged slightly, and her slender fingers twisted together nervously. My parents suddenly came to Haicheng today.
I lied to them before and said I had a boyfriend. They came today to meet my boyfriend. Zhao Haotian? He blinked and looked at her with a strange look. So, instructor, what you mean is, let me pretend to be your boyfriend?
Bai Jia tilted her head slightly, a barely perceptible blush appearing on her ears, but her tone remained firm. I'm just dealing with you.
I won't really let you be my boyfriend. If that doesn't work, I can agree to a request that's a bit too much for you.
Zhao Haotian glanced at her and thought, you still owe me a request. But when it comes to excessive demands, he becomes interested.
Sister Bai, you don't want your uncle and aunt to know that you asked me to pretend to be your boyfriend, right? Why did you choose me?
Bai Jia pushed up her glasses and said calmly, first, you're good looking, so it won't be embarrassing to take you out.
Zhao Haotian. Secondly, you are of the right age and capable. My parents should believe you. Third.
Bai Jia paused, her eyes flickering slightly with confidence. I have something on you, I believe you won't spread it around.
Does the instructor have something on him? How come he doesn't know what he has? But. Zhao Haotian glanced at Bai Jia.
She was wearing a professional suit today, and she exuded the charm of a mature woman.
Pretending to be her boyfriend? Doesn't that seem like a bad idea? Okay. Zhao Haotian shrugged. But Sister Bai, you have to tell me exactly what to do. I don't want to be exposed.
Seeing that he agreed, Bai Jia's tense expression relaxed slightly and she took out a document from the drawer and handed it to him.
These are my parents' preferences and taboos. Take a quick look.
Zhao Haotian took the information and flipped through it casually, and found that Bai Jia's parents were both university professors and had high requirements for their son-in-law.
But after Bai Jia's long resistance, their demands were lowered a lot.
Hiss. Instructor, this is a bit too difficult.
He couldn't help but frown. You have to pay more.
Bai Jia snorted coldly, do you still want to bargain? Be careful or I'll tell Chu Shingua about you, Su, and Zhang.
You don't want to break up with Chu Shingua, do you? Is this her trump card? But they are all defeated.
Zhao Haotian looked at her strangely, but still did not expose her plan.
Okay, I surrender.
Seeing this, Bai Jia showed a smug smile on her face, as if everything was under her control.
But Sister Bai, you now owe me 2 requests. When do you plan to pay me back?
She always felt that Zhao Haotian did it on purpose, but she had no evidence.
Bai Jia narrowed her eyes, having a bad feeling. What do you want to do?
Zhao Haotian's gaze was extremely aggressive, and Bai Jia instantly felt like a sheep being targeted by a hungry wolf with nowhere to escape.
Sister Bai, you don't want others to know what's in your drawer, do you?
Bai Jia widened her eyes.
How did he know this secret?
There is no one else in this office except her, let alone anyone who knows what is in her drawer.
Instructor Bai, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. But first things first, Sister Bai, what are you going to ask me for help with? Chapter 55, The Test of Bai's Father and Mother. Half an hour later.
Zhao Haotian and Bai Jia left the office as if nothing had happened, but their faces were still flushed. Bai Jia seemed to be shocked by some hidden object and she hasn't recovered yet.
There is still an inconspicuous milk stain at the corner of her mouth.
There was an indescribable feeling in her eyes as she looked at Zhao Haotian. She knew that from today on, she could no longer treat Zhao Haotian as just her student. Along the way, many people saw Zhao Haotian and Bai Jia walking side by side, and they all rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Bai Jia is the dream mentor in their hearts, and many people have secretly imagined how great it would be if they could have close contact with mentor Bai Jia. It's just that Bai Jia's serious style has always kept them at a distance, but it seems to have further stimulated their pursuit. Just like the snow lotus on the mountains, conquering it will give you a great sense of accomplishment.
Instructor, please drive my car. I have my car in the parking lot.
Bai Jie did not refuse and nodded honestly. When Zhao Haotian came, he drove his Bugatti, so when Bai Jie saw this car, surprise flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect that Zhao Haotian was not only handsome and capable, but also had an extraordinary identity.
No wonder those girls fell into your hands.
You really are an enviable ideal boyfriend. Bai Jie said something strange after getting in the car.
Zhao Haotian chuckled. Does this include you, the instructor?
Bai Jie seemed to think of her ridiculous behavior just now and turned her head to look out the window.
By the way, where are we going? Hotel? Or your home? My home.
Bai Jie took out her cell phone and searched for the location of her neighborhood, then handed it to Zhao Haotian.
After reaching the destination, Zhao Haotian stepped on the accelerator, and the Bugatti roared. Many people consciously made way for it. I watched the car leave with envy. An hour later, Zhao Haotian drove to the downstairs of the community.
When the two got out of the car, they attracted the attention of many neighbors in the community. They were a little surprised and obviously knew Bai Jie. Zhao Haotian and Bai Jie got out of the car together, and naturally they were stared at by everyone. A woman in her 40s or 50s walked up, first glanced at Zhao Haotian with a wary look on her face, then quickly changed her expression and greeted him with a smile.
Xiao Jia, what have you thought about the thing I told you last time? My son works for a local company. He has a stable job and is a good person. If you ask me, you two can add each other's contact information to communicate more. In life, you can only live happily with people you know well.
Bai Jie was a little embarrassed. She didn't expect to meet a neighbor who wanted to match her with her son as soon as she arrived. But she still declined very politely.
Aunt Wang, your son is very good, but you can't force love. This is my boyfriend. I'm going to take him home to meet my parents later. You should find another beautiful woman for your son. After saying that, she ignored the aunt's persuasion, pulled Zhao Haotian and prepared to leave. Zhao Haotian looked around.
This was just an ordinary community, but a house here cost hundreds of thousands. Being able to buy a house here, it seems that Bai Jie's own life is pretty good.
Let's go. We've prepared some gifts for my uncle and aunt. Zhao Haotian took out some boxes from his seat.
Bai Jie originally thought that these were Zhao Haotian's own things, so she didn't touch them. I didn't expect that he had already prepared gifts for meeting his parents in advance. A hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes.
These are some things Zhao Haotian bought from the System Mall while he was in the office. Premium bird's nest and white jade go.
Bai Jie walked home holding Zhao Haotian's arm with a rare gentle smile on her face. As soon as the door opened, they saw two elders with elegant temperaments, but when they saw Zhao Haotian holding Bai Jie's arm, there was a bit more scrutiny in their eyes.
Bai Jie said quickly. Dad, Mom, this is the boyfriend I told you about. Zhao Haotian. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Zhao Haotian also greeted the two elders with a decent smile, and his calm demeanor made the two elders nod secretly. Father Bai wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked Zhao Haotian up and down with sharp eyes.
Mother Bai smiled, but her eyes were also scrutinizing.
Father Bai nodded calmly and said, Xiao Jie's boyfriend is here, come in. Bai's mother asked with a smile, Xiao Zhao, right?
Xiao Jie said you are her boyfriend? There was a sense of authority on Bai's mother's face when she asked the questions. This was the authority that came with her as a university professor, and many people would feel more or less guilty under her authority. But Zhao Haotian had seen many people who were more powerful than her, so this was nothing to him.
Yes, Auntie.
Zhao Haotian responded with a smile, I was the one who pursued Sister Bai.
Oh?
Mother Bai's eyes lit up and she exchanged a secret glance with Father Bai.
Zhao Haotian handed over the things in his hand and said, I didn't know what Uncle and Aunt would like, so I just bought some gifts. I hope you two don't mind.
Mr. and Mrs. Bai took the gift, smiled and asked him to sit down, then Mrs. Bai asked Bai Jie to go into the kitchen to prepare the meal.
Zhao Haotian was left in the living room with Bai's father.
Bai Jie was a little worried, but after receiving Zhao Haotian's look that said leave everything to me, she followed her mother into the kitchen.
Xiao Zhao, right? How old are you this year? Father Bai asked casually. Uncle, I'm 20 years old. Father Bai's eyes flashed when he heard this, and then he asked, what is your job? Zhao Haotian answered truthfully, I am still a student, and I am Sister Bai's student.
I pursue Sister Bai because I really like her. I also play with stocks sometimes, so I have invested in some projects and bought my own car and house.
Overall, I can be considered a freelancer. Zhao Haotian said modestly. Mr. Bai nodded thoughtfully. Although they were university professors, they were not feudal and did not oppose teacher-student love. But at their age, what they want most is a large family with many children and grandchildren. Usually, those relatives would show off their children in front of the two elders, which made them anxious, so they came over in person to supervise Bai Jie's love life. Just then, a scream came from the kitchen. It's Bai Jie's. Zhao Haotian and Bai's father quickly got up to check and found that Bai Jie was frightened by the fish jumping around. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Haotian's eyes turned. As the saying goes, if you want to capture a person's heart, you must first capture his stomach. I have master-level cooking skills. If I don't show them off, wouldn't it be a waste of such a good opportunity? Thinking of this, he immediately stepped forward to take over Bai Jie's work and said gently, Sister Bai, you and Auntie go and have a rest. I'll cook. Bai Jie was stunned for a moment, and only came back to her senses after Zhao Haotian's eyes signaled her. After hearing this, Bai's mother's favorability towards Zhao Haotian increased. Men who can cook are generally reliable. Bai's mother immediately laughed and said, that really troubles Xiao Zhao. As she said that, she took Bai Jie's hand and returned to the living room. The two elders were going to conduct a final interrogation of her. Zhao Haotian tied on an apron, picked up the ingredients and started cooking skillfully. He would secretly glance at the three people in the living room from time to time. After seeing Bai Jie's timid look, Zhao Haotian chuckled. Dear Instructor Bai, I hope it wasn't you who made the mistake. In the living room, Mr. and Mrs. Bai stared at Bai Jie with serious faces. Is Xiao Zhao really your boyfriend? Bai Jie was very excited and quickly argued, of course, otherwise how could I bring it home? And she even bought you a gift for meeting you. Isn't that what a boyfriend would do? Bai Jie felt a little guilty. She originally wanted to take out the gift she had prepared, but she didn't expect Zhao Haotian to buy one too. I just don't know what he bought, I just hope I can get away with it. Only then did Mr. and Mrs. Bai turn their attention to the gifts brought by Zhao Haotian. When they opened the gift box, what caught their eyes was the exquisite packaging. Bai's mother exclaimed, oh my god, this is blood swallow's nest, tens of thousands of yuan per gram. I also saw it at my colleague's place. It was bought by her son who runs a company as a filial gift to her. However, the amount is not as much as what Xiao Zhao gave. Upon hearing this, Father Bai also opened another box. When he took it out, he also took a breath of cold air. White jade chessboard. This is worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Mr. and Mrs. Bai had nothing to say now, and they began to believe it. If it wasn't a boyfriend, no actor would be stupid enough to give him a gift worth tens or even millions. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 56, Relatives Come to Visit. Bang, bang, bang. The knock on the door interrupted Bai's father and mother's shock. Bai Jie frowned and stood up to open the door. You guys? What are you doing here? Standing outside the door were her uncle and his family, the one she least wanted to see, Bai Jianjun, her aunt Li Meiwan, and their son Bai Ximing. Hey, Xiao Jie is at home? As soon as Li Meiwan entered the room, she said sarcastically, we heard that your parents were here, so we came to see them. Bai Jianjun, with his beer belly bulging, glanced around the living room, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Brother and sister-in-law, you are still living in such poverty. You don't even have a decent piece of furniture at home. Father Bai's face darkened, but due to the relationship between the two, he still said, please sit down. Bai Ximing sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and glanced around with contempt until his eyes fell on the gift box on the table. A light exclamation. Brother, did you win the lottery? You're actually willing to buy a decent chessboard. How about lending it to me for a couple of days? As he said this, he reached out to take the chessboard over, but Father Bai did not let him take it away like before. Instead, he quickly put the white jade chessboard away. Bai Jianjun's face froze, and then he snorted, but his eyes kept lingering on the gift box from time to time. Greed is evident. Li Meijuan's eyes also fell on the blood swallow's nest, and she took the gift box while Bai's mother was not paying attention. Sister-in-law, you actually know how to eat bird's nest. If you follow my advice, this thing is not suitable for you. Your daily life is too difficult and no amount of supplements will help. Don't waste the stuff. I'll reluctantly bring it back to help you solve it. As she spoke, a hint of disgust appeared on her face. Suhu looked down on this blood swallow's nest.
Bai Jia didn't tolerate her and strode forward to snatch the bird's nest back from her hand.
Aunt, then I won't bother you.
I won't need you even if I take it downstairs to feed the dog. It makes us look like fools, unable to tell the good from the bad. Li Meijuan's face darkened and she immediately wanted to teach Bai Jia a lesson. But she soon calmed down again and gave a wink to Bai Jiming, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Bai Jiming raised the corner of his mouth slightly.
Cousin, your house is too small.
I'm currently the general manager of a branch of the Chu Group, earning 1,000,000 yuan a year, and I live in a 200 square meter apartment. I can barely stretch my legs in your house. Bai Jia suppressed her anger and said calmly, Bai Jiming, if you don't like it, you can leave.
No one will stop you. It's like living next to a toilet and not caring about other people's shit or farts. If I were you, you should be a woman. You talk like a gossip.
Bai Jiming's eyelids were twitching and he wanted to curse, but they had a plan for this trip.
We can't fall out before we achieve our goal.
Li Meiling rolled her eyes and spoke with a sincere look on her face.
Shao Jia, you're almost 30, you're not a kid anymore, and you don't even have a boyfriend. Your uncle and I are worried about you. Bai Jianjun took over the conversation. Yes, Xiao Jie. Your aunt and I work at Dingsheng Group. We know a talented young man. His family is wealthy.
If you marry him, you won't have to worry about your life.
Bai Jia sneered.
It seemed that this was the purpose of their visit.
Just as Bai Jia expected, Bai Jianjun and his colleagues' management positions in Dingsheng Group have reached the end of their careers.
If he wanted to go further, he could only curry favor with the Zhou family who controlled the Dingsheng Group.
During a company team building event, Bai Jianjun gave Bai Jia's photo to the Zhou family, and they immediately took a liking to her.
He promised that as long as they could get her into their hands, he would promote her to the position of general manager.
This made Bai Jianjun's family very excited.
Bai Jia had nothing to do with their family anyway, so they might as well give her to her. It could also help improve their status. Bai Jiming chimed in, yes, cousin, women, in the end, still need to find a man to rely on in this life.
Marrying into a wealthy family is something many people dream of. Now that this opportunity is before you, you must cherish it.
Bai Jia was so angry that her face turned pale. Don't worry about my business.
Just then,
the kitchen door was pushed open, and Zhao Haotian came out carrying 2 plates of delicious dishes.
Uncle and aunt, the food is ready, we can eat now.
The living room suddenly became quiet.
Bai Jianjun's family's attention was focused on the young man who suddenly appeared. Who is this?
Bai Jianjun narrowed his eyes. Bai Jia raised her lips, walked to Zhao Haotian, and took his arm. This is my boyfriend. So there's no need for you to worry about my affairs.
Stop trying to be sympathetic. Boyfriend? Bai Jianjun looked Zhao Haotian up and down, with obvious displeasure on his face. He said seriously, Shao Jia, you didn't just find someone to act out this drama just to deal with big brother and big sister-in-law, did you?
Zhao Haotian placed the dishes on the table and wiped his hands calmly. Sister Bai, who are these people? My uncle, aunt, and cousin are a bunch of nasty people. Bai Jia whispered, especially that cousin Bai Jiming, who boasts so much about being the general manager of the Chu Group branch. It turns out they are from the Chu Group.
Zhao Haotian nodded and looked at Bai Jiming meaningfully.
Bai Jiming felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and snorted coldly, Boy, who are you to dare to flirt with my cousin?
Do you really think you can get into our family just because you have a good face? Me. Zhao Haotian smiled and said, I'm just an ordinary student. Is there anything wrong with this identity? Ha ha ha. Bai Jiming laughed exaggeratedly. Teacher-student romance? Cousin, have you fallen to this level? Finding a poor student as your boyfriend? Li Meiling also said sarcastically. Brother and sister-in-law, are you just going to let Xiaojie do whatever she wants? Finding a student will only make her miserable in the future.
She looked at Zhao Haotian again, her eyes becoming terrifying.
Boy, Xiaojie is not someone you can covet. Be smart and leave quickly, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Their plan must not allow any mistakes to occur, and they must drive Zhao Haotian away.
Bai Jiming took out the Porsche keys from his pocket and placed them on the table, then spoke meaningfully.
Boy, do you know what kind of car this is? Porsche. Over $1 million. You'll probably never be able to drive a car like this in your lifetime. So, have you realized the gap between us? Do you want to be accepted by the Bai family without such confidence?
Zhao Haotian and Bai Jia looked at each other, and the latter had a strange look in her eyes. She knew what car Zhao Haotian drove today.
That car could easily buy 10 of Bai Jiming's Porsches. Chapter 57. Stay and sleep with Xiajie tonight. Regarding Bai Jiming's ridicule.
Mr. and Mrs. Bai looked unhappy, but before they could speak, Zhao Haoyan slowly took out a pair of car keys from his pocket and casually placed them on the coffee table.
He looked at Bai Jiming and nodded slightly.
Indeed, I'm afraid I'll never be able to drive a car like that in my lifetime. After all, the cheapest motorcycle in my garage costs 1.5 million, and it was only driven once before it was just sitting there gathering dust.
I still prefer to drive something like a Rolls-Royce or a Bugatti.
I'm afraid your Porsche isn't even worthy of being in my garage.
Bugatti?
Bai Jiming had sharp eyes and recognized the logo on the key at a glance, and his expression changed instantly.
Bai Jianjun and Li Meiwan didn't know the price of this car, so they could only ask Bai Jiming in a low voice. What kind of car is this? Is it more expensive than a Porsche?
Bai Jie smiled proudly and said, my boyfriend's car is a Bugatti, which costs about 20 to 30 million yuan. That can buy Bai Jiming about 10 to 20 Porsches. Upon hearing this, Bai Jianjun and Li Meijuan's faces changed drastically, and Bai's father and mother also looked at Zhao Haoyan in shock.
It can't be fake, right?
Bai Jiming pretended to be calm and said, this kind of key can be bought online for just a few dozen yuan.
Zhao Haoyan shrugged, the car is parked downstairs, didn't you see it when you came up? Bai Jiming's expression changed from gloomy to bright, and suddenly he sneered, so what if you're rich? You're just a nouveau riche.
I'm a senior executive at the Chu Group, and my connections are far beyond the reach of a brat like you.
Oh? Really?
Zhao Haoyan raised his eyebrows, took out his cell phone, and dialed Chu Yun directly, turning on the speakerphone.
Hello, brother Zhao, why did you think of calling me?
Chu Yun's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone.
Zhao Haoyan said calmly, Chu Yun, does your branch have a general manager named Bai Jiming? What the hell?
Chu Yun paused for a moment and spoke again, brother, you are putting me in a difficult position.
How could I possibly remember the name of such a small character? But why did you mention him, brother Zhao? Did he offend you?
It's not that he offended me, but I just think his character is not very good, so I suggest you find someone else.
Zhao Haoyan said lightly. Chu Yun's nonchalant voice came, okay, brother Zhao, I understand. For such a small character, I will ask the people below to find a reason to replace him. Let's not talk about it for now, brother.
I'm at the foot massage parlor here.
After hanging up the phone, the living room fell silent.
Bai Jiming's forehead was covered in sweat. He naturally knew that Chu Yun, the second young master of the Chu family, was the real Chu Yun. He forced himself to speak, keep pretending.
Do you think you can just find someone with a similar voice to mine and scare me? Zhao Haoyan looked at him as if he were an idiot.
As soon as he finished speaking, his cell phone suddenly rang.
The caller ID shows the company's human resources department. Bai Jiming answered the phone tremblingly, hello? Bai Jiming, you walked into the company with your left foot yesterday, so you are fired now.
A cold voice came from the other end of the phone.
Snap.
Bai Jiming's cell phone fell to the ground, his eyes were dull and his face looked ashen.
Bai Jianjun and Li Meiling were also dumbfounded. Their proud son was fired just because of a phone call? Now, your connections are gone. Zhao Haoyan put away his phone and looked at them with a smile. Bai Jianjun's face turned pale.
He suddenly pointed at Zhao Haoyan and shouted, who are you?
Zhao Haoyan put his arm around Bai Jie's shoulders and smiled slightly.
I told you, I'm just a student and Bai Jie's boyfriend, it's that simple. Mother Bai finally came to her senses at this time and excitedly pulled Zhao Haoyan's hand. Xiao Zhao, I didn't expect you to have such a skill.
Our Xiajie has really found a treasure. And, these are just small problems. Zhao Haoyan said modestly.
Father Bai also looked at his future son-in-law in shock, and suddenly felt that the white jade chessboard and blood swallow's nest on the coffee table were nothing.
What kind of identity and background does he have to be able to fire senior executives from the Chu Group with just one phone call? By the way, these two uncles and aunts are in Dingsheng Group, right? Zhao Haoyan suddenly remembered something and looked at Bai Jianjun and Li Meiwan.
Their hair stood on end and they had a bad feeling in their hearts.
They wouldn't be fired just because of a phone call, right?
Li Meiling and Bai Jianjun were completely scared, and suddenly their expressions changed and they smiled flatteringly.
Xiao Zhao. Mr. Zhao.
It was all a misunderstanding just now.
Do you think Jiming's job is okay?
Zhao Haoyan glanced at him coldly and said, I will never change my decision. If you continue to treat your uncle, aunt, and Bai Jia in the same way, I don't mind letting you have a taste of being expelled.
Zhao Haotian said calmly, I mean what I say.
Bai Jianjun and Li Meiwan nodded hurriedly, their attitude changed 180 degrees, and they repeatedly promised to treat Bai Jia's family well in the future. Seeing her once arrogant relative now groveling like a slave, Bai Jia felt mixed emotions.
She pinched Zhao Haotian quietly and whispered, Who are you? Zhao Haotian leaned close to her ear and chuckled, Your boyfriend.
The warm breath sprayed on Bai Jia's ears, and her ears turned red instantly. Bai Jianjun and his family naturally had no face to stay here any longer, so they left in disgrace. The family had a harmonious dinner, and Mr. and Mrs. Bai kept picking up food for Zhao Haotian.
She was praising him in every word and couldn't express how satisfied she was. After dinner, Bai Jia was ordered to wash the dishes.
In the living room, Mr. and Mrs. Bai smiled and held Zhao Haotian's hand.
Xiao Zhao, since you and our Xiao Jia are already boyfriend and girlfriend, when are you planning to get your marriage certificate? When are you going to have a baby?
Zhao Haotian's mouth twitched, and he said awkwardly, Uncle and Aunt, I'm only a freshman now, it's still early.
Bai's father and mother didn't say anything.
After all, they were already very satisfied with someone like Zhao Haotian. Bai's mother made a decision and said, Xiao Zhao, it's getting late.
Xiao Zhao, you should stay at home tonight. Sharing a room with Xia Jia.
Bai Jia, who had just finished washing the dishes, widened her eyes when she heard this.
No, what did she miss? So we have to sleep in one room.
Bai Jia interrupted in a panic, No, Mom, how can we sleep together?
Aren't we?
Before she could finish her words, she received a killing look from Bai's mother, which made her shut up immediately.
Bai's mother pulled her aside and lectured her, Why can't we sleep together? We're already boyfriend and girlfriend, why are you being shy? I've been through this before, so I understand.
And I can tell you, I'm very satisfied with Xiao Zhao.
I've decided on this son-in-law. If you lose such a good son-in-law, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Chapter 58 I won't do anything, I swear. Bai Jia's room is very tidy, but the style is in stark contrast to her usual personality at school.
Pink bedsheets, pillows and cushions with photos of the muscular male protagonist, and an open comic book on the table, with some surprising content faintly visible. After Zhao Haotian walked in, he looked around and his eyes were quickly attracted by a small box on the bedside table.
There are also words like simulation and stable printed on it.
Bai Jia followed his gaze, her expression changed instantly, she rushed over, grabbed the boxes and stuffed them under the bed.
This has nothing to do with me.
She stammered to explain why it was left here when my best friend came over to play last time.
Zhao Haotian suppressed his smile and nodded, Well, okay then.
Then he turned his gaze to the comic books on the table. Bai Jia felt embarrassed for a moment, and hurriedly stuffed in a few comic books with explicit covers.
He kept muttering, How can they be so careless? They don't even remember to take back the things they brought.
As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Zhao Haotian, as if observing his expression. What she had told him in the office before was that her friend was interested in this, but she probably hadn't noticed it now.
Zhao Haotian took off his shirt and looked around, Sister Bai, where is the bathroom? Lend it to me. Bai Jia was stunned for a moment, Bathroom? It's in the room.
She pointed to a cubicle not far away, but Zhao Haotian's eyes became strange when he looked over there.
This bathroom is actually translucent? Sister Bai? Zhao Haotian raised an eyebrow. If you want to see my figure, you can just say it directly. Who wants to see it?
Bai Jia noticed the sarcasm in Zhao Haotian's words and hurriedly explained.
I wish I could sew my mouth shut.
Zhao Haotian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took off his shirt and revealed his well-defined 8-pack abs in front of Bai Jing's shocked gaze. His figure, which resembled that of a male protagonist in a comic book, immediately attracted Bai Jia's attention.
This guy is actually so talented. I really want to touch it.
She muttered softly, staring at Zhao Haotian's back in a daze.
Zhao Haotian was not shy at all and went straight into the bathroom to take a shower.
The hazy picture made Bai Jia feel hot in her head.
Damn it, she's still here.
Soon, he finished taking a shower and walked out wearing a bath towel. There were still water droplets hanging on the strong chest muscles, which made Bai Jia swallow. Zhao Haotian glanced at him casually and felt proud.
Little guy, I can't charm you.
As if she noticed Zhao Haotian's gaze, Bai Jia rushed into the bathroom without saying anything.
I'm going to take a shower first. The bathroom door opened and closed, and Zhao Haotian looked strange.
She wouldn't forget that the bathroom is translucent, so some things can be seen from the outside. But he didn't have the habit of peeping at people taking a bath until he lay on the bed. The fragrance from the quilt lingered at the tip of his nose, making Zhao Haotian's brows relax. Half an hour later, the bathroom door quietly opened a crack. Bai Jia poked her head out curiously. Could you help me get the clothes I folded in the closet? Hearing this, Zhao Haotian stood up and walked to the closet, where he saw several pieces of clothing that had been placed there in advance. A silk nightgown with white lace trim. Or with a bow tie. Zhao Haotian handed over a few pieces of clothes, and Bai Jia stretched out a white arm from the bathroom and quickly took the clothes in. After a minute of rustling, Bai Jia came out wearing purple silk pajamas. His eyes were a little evasive. Seeing Zhao Haotian lying directly on her bed, she felt a little angry. This is obviously her bed, how can this person be so shameless? He wiped his hair casually twice and lay down on the other side in a huff, then snatched away most of the quilt. Zhao Haotian found her little girl-like personality funny and looked around, finding the hairdryer on the table. Sleeping with wet hair is not good for your health. Get up first, I'll blow dry your hair. Bai Jia's eyes moved, and finally she lifted the quilt, stood up, and sat obediently on the edge of the bed. Zhao Haotian turned on the hairdryer and tested the temperature before drying her hair bit by bit. The warm palms and powerful movements made Bai Jia feel nostalgic, but she felt a little lost when she thought that he was just her fake boyfriend. It would be great if he was really my boyfriend. Once this idea came to her mind, she couldn't stop herself from thinking about it. A strong possessive desire immediately filled her mind. Okay, your hair is dry. Go to bed early. You have to go to school tomorrow. I'll sleep on the sofa later, don't worry. Zhao Haotian smoothed her hair and put away the hairdryer. After doing all this, Zhao Haotian lay down on the sofa next to him, which was a little short for him, with his back to Bai Jia. Bai Jia stood by the bed, feeling inexplicably lost. She thought Zhao Haotian would take the opportunity to do something. She quickly shook her head, threw away the thoughts in her mind, turned off the lights and went to bed. Late at night, Bai Jia tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. The moonlight came in through the gap in the curtains, and she could clearly see Zhao Haotian's back on the sofa. The man was breathing evenly and had obviously fallen asleep. Bai Jia got out of bed quietly, took out a summer quilt from the closet, and carefully covered Zhao Haotian with it. Just as she was about to leave, her wrist was suddenly grabbed. Ah! She let out a soft cry, and was pulled off her balance, falling into Zhao Haotian's arms. Sister Bai. Zhao Haotian's voice was particularly low in the darkness. In the middle of the night, are you planning to sneak attack me? Bai Jia lay on his strong chest and could clearly feel his muscular body. I was just covering you with a blanket. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. She explained hurriedly. Zhao Haotian chuckled softly, what about now? Are you lying on top of me because you're afraid I'll catch a cold? Bai Jia was so ashamed that she struggled to get up, but Zhao Haotian carried her horizontally to the bed. The two people's positions were instantly reversed. Zhao Haotian. Bai Jia was shocked and embarrassed. What are you doing? My parents are next door. Zhao Haotian leaned over and whispered in her ear, Sister Bai, I just want to go to bed and do nothing. I swear. Bai Jia lay down on the bed doubtfully, looking at Zhao Haotian warily. It was not until 10 minutes later that she slowly relaxed her guard. Zhao Haotian quietly moved towards her and gently hugged her. Bai Jia's body tensed up instantly, and she glared at Zhao Haotian in embarrassment and anger. Don't worry, I just want to hug you and do nothing else, I swear. Zhao Haotian hugged Bai Jia gently, and when she found that he really didn't make any other movements, she slowly relaxed. Zhao Haotian's even breathing made her feel at ease. That's something I don't usually feel. So this is what reliance is. It seems pretty good. But not long after, Bai Jia clenched her teeth and moaned in a shy and angry voice. What are you doing? Isn't it just a hug? Don't worry, I'll just rub it, I promise I won't do anything else. Zhao Haotian, you bastard. You ah. Chapter 59 Auction Notice. The early morning sunlight poured into the room through the curtains. Zhao Haotian slowly opened his eyes and stretched comfortably. There was a faint blush on Bai Jia's fair cheeks, and her mouth was slightly pouting, as if she had been bullied badly yesterday. Bite. Successful sign-in today. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 20 billion black card. Zhao Haotian's eyes lit up. How could this guy Hajiton be willing to bleed so much money today? He was actually given 20 billion in funds.
He had just finished getting dressed and out of bed when his cell phone vibrated. Hello? He lowered his voice and answered the phone. Hao Yan, don't forget tomorrow's auction.
Wu Sha's enthusiastic voice came from the other end of the phone.
How about I come pick you up myself? Zhao Haoyan was stunned for a moment. He had been so busy recently that he had forgotten about it.
Only now did he remember that he had promised Wu Sha to attend the auction.
Oh, it's okay, Sasha, you don't have to come.
Don't worry, I will attend the auction on time.
Okay, then I'll wait for you at the auction.
Wu Sha felt a little regretful, but still spoke with a smile.
After hanging up the phone, Zhao Haoyan was about to wash up when another call came in. Young Master Zhao. Gu Yunlan's voice was filled with a hint of resentment. You promised to go to the auction with me before. You won't stand me up, will you?
Zhao Haoyan chuckled and said, of course not, but I will bring some people with me when the time comes.
See you tomorrow.
After hanging up the phone, he thought about it and sent another message to Chu Shingua.
Xingyue, do you want to go to the auction together tomorrow?
The other side responded quickly.
Of course. I won't let that woman surnamed Wu succeed.
Chu Xingua's voice was a little bit gritted, as if she still held a grudge.
But I won't be going with you tomorrow.
Chu Yun, my parents, and I will be going there as representatives of the Chu family.
The subject changed. Chu Shingua seemed a little annoyed, as if she was very unhappy about acting separately from Zhao Haoyan. Zhao Haoyan smiled and said, okay, see you at the auction tomorrow.
Finally, he called Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui.
Senior, I'm going to an auction tomorrow. Do you want to go and see it? Auction? 2 exclamations came from the other end of the phone. Is this true? Can we go?
Of course, I'll take you there. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui seemed very happy, and their excited voices could be heard from the other end.
Xiao, what should we wear tomorrow? Let's go buy some clothes later.
The auction that our junior is going to is definitely something special, and we can't afford to embarrass him.
Yeah, that's right.
Now both of them have hundreds of thousands of dollars in their piggy banks, so they don't have to be so frugal when buying things like before.
Nowadays, they can even buy some light luxury items on their own. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Haoyan nodded in satisfaction.
This way, tomorrow's auction wouldn't be a big problem.
Only then did he remember that the 20 billion black cards the system gave him were actually in preparation for the auction. Sudden.
There was a rustling sound behind him. Bai Jia rubbed her eyes and sat up. The quilt slipped off, revealing a large area of snow-white skin.
Zhao Haoyan, what time is it?
Her voice still had the lazy, soft tinge of someone who had just woken up.
Zhao Haoyan turned around and saw the scenery, raised his eyebrows, and secretly said thank you for the hospitality.
His eyes were filled with admiration. It's almost 8 o'clock, we have to hurry back to school. Feeling Zhao Haoyan's gaze, she felt a slight chill and slowly lowered her head.
Ah!
Bai Jia was now completely awake, her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly grabbed the clothes scattered on the ground and put them on.
You're still looking.
Bai Jia glared at him unhappily.
Zhao Haoyan turned around contentedly. I'm going to wash up, you take your time getting dressed. Half an hour later.
Mr. and Mrs. Bai looked at the 2 people coming out of the room with meaningful smiles on their faces.
Zhao, how did you sleep last night? Bai's mother asked with a smile. Zhao Haoyan remained calm. Very well, aunt.
Bai Jia lowered her head, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
Mom and Dad, let's go back to school first. She pulled Zhao Haoyan and was about to walk out.
Bai's mother quickly stopped him. What's the rush? Eat breakfast first. At the dinner table, Bai's mother kept picking up food for Zhao Haoyan, and her words were full of hints like cultivate your relationship more and have a baby sooner, which made Bai Jia blush.
Mom! She couldn't help but protest. Bai's mother glared at her and said, what are you doing?
I'm telling you, if you dare to use your authority to bully Xiao at school, I won't let you go. Zhao Haoyan smiled without saying anything, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He caught a glimpse of Bai Jia's embarrassed and angry look and felt that today's food was particularly delicious. Bai Jia was so angry that her heart ached. She was the one who bullied Zhao Haoyan, and she just wished she wouldn't be bullied by him.
On the way back to school,
Bai Jia turned her head away and remained silent until she was almost at the school gate. Then she spoke, Zhao Haoyan, our agreement is over. From now on, we are still counselors and students.
Zhao Haoyan snorted coldly.
what a scumbag, she doesn't recognize me as soon as she puts up her pants. Yesterday he was calling me daddy, but today he wants to go from father to son. Bai Jia was so angry that she laughed at his shameless words, but at the same time she was also wondering whether she should continue with him. My uncle and aunt will definitely ask about me often in the future, so I think we should extend our contract a little longer. After all, I think my boyfriend is quite competent at his job, and he doesn't charge for any extra services. I think you are also very satisfied with my service. Bai Jia said stubbornly, it's just barely acceptable. Then let's extend the contract a little bit, and end it when my parents stop asking questions. The corners of Zhao Haotian's mouth curled up slightly, and he clearly didn't want it to end. At the same time, in the Zhou Group office. Trash. A bunch of trash. Zhou Yuan threw the teacup to the ground, his face terribly gloomy. Mr. Zhou, that Zhao Haotian is really not simple. Bai Jianjun reported tremblingly, he was able to get Jiming fired from the Chu Group with just one phone call, and he could also. Shut up. Zhou Yuan interrupted harshly, I don't care what his background is. If he dares to ruin my plans, he must pay the price. Zhao Haotian, this is the second time you've ruined my plans. Just then, the office door was pushed open and a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. Zhou Yuan, the family asked me to bring you a message. Zhou Yuan's expression changed, Uncle San? Why are you here? The middle-aged man said coldly, there's something our Zhou family must acquire at the Wu family's auction tomorrow. Many families are eyeing this item. You and Dingsheng are not allowed to act rashly before the auction is over. But I want to deal with someone. After the auction, you can do whatever you want with it. The middle-aged man interrupted him, but now, the Zhou family cannot have any negative news, understand? Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth unwillingly, I understand. After the middle-aged man left, Zhou Yuan slammed his fist on the table. Zhao Haotian, I'll let you be proud for just one more day. After the auction, I'll settle the score with you. Chapter 60, If you don't want to stay, leave, Twin Sisters. Zhao Haotian had just parked his car in the school parking lot when a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host. The Laozhang beef patty shop I invested in has opened a second branch and is incredibly popular. Yunting Hotel's performance increased by 300% due to the host's investment. Reward 20 million funds 10 times cash back. Additional reward, 100% equity in Wanxiang Entertainment currently on the verge of bankruptcy. Entertainment company? Zhao Haotian's eyes lit up. This was a new thing. If he could open a company, it would be of great help to him in opening up the Haicheng market. He immediately decided to visit the company. Where are you going? Class starts in half an hour. Bai Jie grabbed his arm and said, I have a class this morning. You don't want to skip it, do you? Cough cough. How can a college student be called skipping classes? Zhao Haotian approached with a wry smile on his face, Sister Bai, let's discuss something. I really have something important to do. I promise I won't fail the course. That won't work either. I can't explain it to the school. Bai Jia hugged her chest with an indifferent look. As a student, attending classes is a matter of course. Don't even think about skipping my classes from now on. Zhao Haotian sighed, what to do if a woman refuses to obey? There are only two ways. Either spoiled or well-behaved. Sister Bai, I have a project I want to discuss with you. Zhao Haotian pulled her from the passenger seat into his arms. Bai Jia looked nervous, like a frightened deer. What do you want to do? This is a school. I'm warning you not to, well. Sister Bai, now let's talk about the cost of taking a day off. The car window was closed tightly, and before Bai Jia could react, Zhao Haotian pressed her down on the seat. Zhao Haotian. There are students over there, you. She pushed him away in panic, but was weak and powerless. It's okay, you can't see inside from outside. Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows and gave a thumbs up to the design of the car window. Half an hour later, Bai Jia tidied up her messy clothes with a red face and her lips were slightly swollen. You are such a disgrace to the civilized world, a scum. She glared at Zhao Haotian in shame and anger. Zhao Haotian looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Can I take a leave now? Bai Jia bit her lip and finally gave in, just for today. It won't happen again. Thank you, instructor. Zhao Haotian got the advantage and still acts ungratefully. Damn little bastard. Bai Jia pushed the door open angrily and got out of the car.
Her legs went weak and she almost fell down. Zhao Haoyan smiled and watched her walk into the teaching building, then started the car and headed for Vientiane Entertainment. Vientiane Entertainment Company.
This company, located in an office building in the center of Haicheng City, looks bright and beautiful on the outside, but is filled with a decadent atmosphere on the inside. Zhao Haoyan walked into the door and saw the receptionist with a lazy look on his face, sitting with his legs crossed and browsing his phone boredly.
He frowned and said nothing, looking towards the hall.
The cleaners there were all playing with their mobile phones and eating melon seeds on the ground.
Looking further inside, I heard a heated argument coming from there. Director Li, when will this month's salary be paid?
That's right. We haven't received our salary for 3 months, and our families are waiting for us. A middle-aged man, sweating profusely, explained, please wait a little longer.
The previous boss has run away. We are also trying to find a solution. Don't worry. Wait a minute.
A young actor with dyed white hair slammed the table and stood up.
What kind of entertainment company is this? I quit. If I can't get my wages settled today, I'll go to the labor bureau and sue you.
The middle-aged man lost his temper after being scolded like that.
I haven't even received my salary yet, so shouldn't I be anxious? You're the only one who hates this company? Zhao Haoyan nodded secretly.
It turned out that it was all the fault of the former boss of this company who owed people their wages. Just then, someone noticed Zhao Haoyan standing at the door watching everything.
Who the hell are you? Do you think we are something you can look at?
Bai Mao transferred all his anger to Zhao Haoyan, and Zhao Haoyan's sympathy for him disappeared in an instant. It seems that not only the boss is incompetent, but the artists under him are also bad.
Zhao Haoyan ignored him and walked straight to the center of the crowd.
He took out a document and looked at the director. From today on, I am the new boss of Wanshan Entertainment.
The whole audience fell silent instantly.
The middle-aged man known as Director Li was shocked upon hearing this. After a closer look, he exclaimed, You must be Boss Zhao who acquired our company.
You're truly a young and promising man. Ignore his flattery.
Zhao Haoyan looked around and said, Now, everyone, gather in the conference room.
I want to learn about the company's situation. In the conference room.
Director Li wiped his sweat and reported, Boss Zhao, the company is currently in debt of 10 million. All the artists have terminated their contracts, leaving only a few young trainees.
Zhao Haoyan frowned. Why did it turn out like this? The previous boss embezzled public funds for gambling. Director Li hesitated to speak. Okay, Zhao Haoyan waved his hand. From now on, I will take full control of the company. The first thing I will do is to pay all employees their salaries.
He pulled out his phone and said, I'll transfer 20 million to the finance department to pay all the overdue wages.
Ding!
Tenfold cashback triggered, 20 million has been returned to the host account. When they heard the number of 20 million, many people present were stunned, and the white-haired man was also sensible enough not to say anything.
Second, organize the company's resources and see how many people want to leave. Those who want to leave can collect their salary and leave now.
If you don't leave, be prepared for a transition.
I may not let you continue in your current job. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. 10 minutes later, almost everyone chose to take their wages and leave.
Not to mention whether the company can be revived, the transformation alone has made them lose confidence. It is equivalent to learning something new from scratch, a cost they dare not take. But after most people left, there were still some people left at the scene who looked like newcomers.
Zhao Haoyan raised his eyebrows.
Although the two girls were dressed simply, they had an air of being pure and innocent. Zhao Haoyan was a little surprised that he could still maintain such a style while living in such a company.
Aren't you leaving?
The two looked at each other and shook their heads timidly.
The previous boss didn't give us resources.
We have no connections and no skills, and we don't know where we can go if we leave here.
We are willing to accept transformation. Zhao Haoyan nodded. It turned out that he was secretly targeted by the company.
Please introduce yourself. My name is Lin Meng, I'm 20 years old, and I studied management. My name is Lin Shui, I'm 19 years old, and I've learned a little bit of acting. Lin Meng, Lin Shui, both of you have the surname Lin.
Are you twin sisters? Zhao Haoyan looked at the two of them in surprise.
Lin Meng nodded and stood up. Boss, what do you think my sister and I are suitable for?
Just tell me. Even starting from the bottom is fine. Chapter 61. From today on, no one can bully you sisters anymore. After hearing Lin Meng's words, Zhao Haoyan secretly glanced at the two sisters with his divine eyes. Their information quickly emerged. Lin Meng. Management talent, S level.
Personality traits, tenacious and courageous, strong principles, strong execution. Hidden experience, my sister was once hidden because I refused my boss's unspoken demands.
Lin Shui. Performance talent, S level. Professional skills, solid lines and strong character creation.
Hidden experience, she gave up many performance opportunities to protect her sister.
Her dream is to become a movie queen. Zhao Haoyan was delighted.
He didn't expect that such a rough gem was hidden in this company on the verge of bankruptcy.
It's really a bargain for him. Lin Meng. He said, if I asked you to manage this company now, would you dare to take it?
The conference room suddenly became quiet, and the sound of Zhao Haoyan drinking water became extremely obvious. Lin Meng's eyes widened, feeling a little flattered, as if she was suddenly hit by a surprise and felt dizzy.
She pointed at herself in disbelief and said uncertainly, Me? That's right. Zhao Haoyan nodded, I think you have the ability, and I believe in you.
Lin Meng's hands trembled slightly, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Boss Zhao, I just learned some management skills.
The previous boss was just. I know. Zhao Haoyan interrupted her, that's why I believe in your character even more.
He turned to Lin Shui and said, as for you, Lin Shui, I will hire the best acting teacher to train you. Within 3 months, I want you to appear in front of the public with a completely new look.
I want you to become the new generation of movie queen and fulfill your dream.
Lin Shui covered her mouth and tears welled up in her eyes. She had just heard that her sister was being promoted, and she was really happy for her sister, but she was also worried about her own fate. Unexpectedly, Zhao Haoyan knew her dream and was willing to spend a lot of money to train her.
She will definitely not let Zhao Haoyan down. Mr. Zhao, I. The two sisters looked at each other and suddenly bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. We will definitely not let you down.
Zhao Haoyan nodded with satisfaction. Lin Meng, from now on you are the general manager of Wanxiang Entertainment.
I will give you full responsibility for the company's restructuring. He took out his WeChat QR code and said, this is my personal WeChat account. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. I don't have much time, and I need you to take a closer look at everything in the company. Just give me a work report every once in a while.
Lin Meng and Lin Shui took out their phones and added Zhao Haoyan as a friend. Lin Meng nodded solemnly and said, don't worry, Mr. Zhao, I will come up with a restructuring plan within a day.
Very good.
Zhao Haoyan stood up and said, first, thoroughly clean up the company's existing team and recruit new ones.
Secondly, the company values character and ability.
Those with ability are promoted, and those without are demoted.
It's that simple. We don't care about anyone's reputation when handling people. Third,
he gave the two sisters a meaningful look and said, if you have friends who are being overlooked, you can recommend them, but they must be interviewed by me.
Lin Meng and Lin Shui's eyes flashed with surprise. Really?
I do know a few friends who are very talented but have been hidden.
Find time to bring them in for an interview. Zhao Haoyan waved his hand and said, now, take me to see the company's office environment. Company inspection. Wanxiang Entertainment occupies 2 floors of an office building. Although the equipment is old, the basic framework is still there. Zhao Haoyan explained as he walked, the office area will be completely renovated, all the practice room equipment will be replaced, and a professional recording studio will be built.
Lin Meng took notes quickly and offered professional suggestions from time to time, demonstrating his outstanding management skills in an instant. When they reached the artist rest area, Zhao Haoyan suddenly stopped and said, this place has been transformed into an open cafe so that the artists can have a place to relax.
Mr. Zhao, Lin Shui said timidly, can I make a suggestion? It's okay, tell me. Could you add a small library area?
Lin Shui mustered up her courage and said, many actors actually need to read a lot to improve themselves.
Zhao Haoyan raised his eyebrows and nodded in agreement without thinking, just as you say.
Lin Shui immediately smiled like a flower, and her pure and sweet look made Zhao Haoyan nod secretly. This girl is indeed a star material.
Chairman's office. Zhao Haoyan sat in the large office chair and dialed Chu Yun's number. Chu Yun, do me a favor.
Brother Zhao, we are friends, yet you are still so polite to each other.
Chu Yun asked with a smile. What's up? Do you have a top-performing arts training team?
I need to train some people, and Zhao Haotian thought for a moment and said, please help me contact a few reliable directors.
The training team is simple. I'll arrange it for you right away. The director won't be a problem either.
And Brother Zhao, you'll be able to meet them soon.
Chu Yun agreed readily. Meet them? Yes, Brother Zhao, you are going to the Wu family auction tomorrow too. It just so happens that a well-known director will also be there. I'll contact you when the time comes. Brother Zhao, you can go talk to him. Just as Zhao Haotian was about to answer, there was a knock on the office door. Enter. Lin Meng walked in with a document. Mr. Zhao, this is my preliminary restructuring plan. Lin Meng stopped talking when she realized Zhao Haotian was on the phone. Chu Yun on the other end of the phone heard the female voice and immediately became excited. Wow! Brother Zhao, there is a beautiful woman over there? Be careful not to let my sister find out, otherwise you will be in trouble. Zhao Haotian was speechless. Chu Shingua knew that he had other women. Don't play tricks, this is the general manager of my company. Company? Chu Yun was stunned. Wait, Brother Zhao, you started a company. Which one is it? Why didn't you tell me? I'll go and support you. We just acquired Vientiane Entertainment today. Fuck. Brother Zhao, you quietly acquired Wanxiang Entertainment. Zhao Haotian was puzzled. What was there to be excited about? Wasn't it just a company that was going bankrupt? Chu Yun exclaimed, damn it, Brother Zhao, you're amazing. The boss of that company was set up and the company went bankrupt. It's said to have considerable commercial value, with some top-notch artists in it, and several bigwigs are eyeing it. I didn't expect that you, Brother Zhao, would take it down without making any noise. Zhao Haotian narrowed his eyes. Oh? There is such a thing? Okay, let's not talk about it for now. Brother Zhao, let's meet tomorrow to discuss it in detail. Chu Yun said mysteriously, I have inside information. Hang up the phone. Zhao Haotian looked at Lin Meng and said, just take full responsibility for the plan. I'll contact some resources for your sister's training when the time comes. Lin Meng nodded heavily, looking at Zhao Haotian with a strange look in his eyes. Even now she is still a little dazed. If she and her sister had not pinched each other and felt the pain, she would have thought it was a dream. Okay, cheer up. Zhao Haotian chuckled, you are now the general manager of Wanxiang Entertainment, representing the face of the company. He stood up and patted Lin Meng on the shoulder, remember, from today on, no one can bully you sisters anymore. Lin Meng's eyes turned red again and she nodded heavily. Chapter 62, Are there enough rooms in this villa? After coming out of Vientiane Entertainment, Zhao Haotian looked at the time and it was almost evening. It's not a big deal to always live in the dormitory. He stroked his chin and thought, although Yujinglong Bay is luxurious, it is too far from the school and it is inconvenient to go back and forth. There are a bunch of grown men in the dormitory, and it's not as comfortable as hugging a soft and tender girl. We need to find a place to stay near the school. Thinking of this, he drove directly to the largest sales center around the school. Shuefu No. 1 Sales Center. As soon as Zhao Haotian entered the door, he was attracted by the detached villa in the center of the sand table. The villa is located in the most central location of the entire community, covers an area of 200 square meters, has its own garden and private swimming pool, and has a simple and elegant decoration style. Best of all, it's only a 10-minute walk from the school. That's it. Zhao Haotian made the decision without even thinking about it. He looked at a uniformed salesperson nearby and walked up to her to ask. Hello, is this villa still for sale? He asked, pointing to the sand table. The sales lady Lin Yu looked up when she heard the voice and saw a handsome man. Her face became more enthusiastic. Sir, this is the best-selling apartment in our community. The total price is 20 million. Would you consider? It's okay. Just sign the contract directly. Zhao Haotian interrupted directly. Full payment. Lin Yu almost dropped the tablet in his hand. Sir, you are not kidding. Are you sure you can afford this building? In all the years Lin Yu has been working as a salesperson, she has never seen anyone so generous, and he is a handsome guy too. If I could get close to him. Please do it as soon as possible, I'm in a hurry. Zhao Haotian repeated in an unquestionable tone that he had no interest in Lin Yu. Under the sky eye, he had already seen through countless motives of Lin Yu. Suddenly, a path was made in the crowd and sales manager Wang Chang hurried over. He was in his early 40s, wearing a well-ironed suit.
He frowned the first time he saw Zhao Haotian. This young man who looked like a student didn't look like someone who could come up with 20 million. I just heard that someone came to take the top spot in the building, and I thought he was a big boss. As a result, he rushed over without even feeding Shelley in the office. Wang Chang looked at him calmly, and his eyes were suddenly attracted by the watch on Zhao Haotian's wrist. It was a Richard Miller watch, a limited edition, with a market price of nearly 10 million. His pupils suddenly contracted. It turned out that no one should be underestimated, not even such a harmless young man. Wang Chang's attitude instantly became respectful. Mr. Zhao, please wait a moment. I'll prepare the contract right away. When he turned around, he glared at Lin Yu and said threateningly, why don't you invite the VIP to the reception room? How can you be so tactless? Lin Yu didn't expect the manager to be so shameless. It was obviously his own achievement, but he snatched it away. But she understood the principle that a higher-ranking official can crush someone more powerful, so she did not struggle. Instead, she smiled reluctantly and invited Zhao Haotian into the reception room. VIP reception room. Wang Chang personally brewed a pot of top-grade Longjing tea. Mr. Zhao, here are the villa's details. It has a construction area of 200 square meters, 3 floors above ground, a basement garage, and is fully furnished. The furniture is all imported from Italy. Are there enough rooms here? Zhao Haotian interrupted him and asked. Wang Chang understood and nodded. Don't worry, this villa has 10 rooms, all of which are habitable. Zhao Haotian closed the information immediately after hearing this. That's no problem. Can we go and see the house now? Take me to see it in person. Of course. This way, please. Wang Chang rubbed his hands and put on a flattering smile on his face. Villa field trip. After Wang Chang pushed open the heavy wooden door, Zhao Haotian's eyes lit up. The living room has a 6-meter-high ceiling and panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing sunlight to pour in unreservedly. The open kitchen is equipped with a full set of German Miller kitchenware, and the master bedroom bathroom is equipped with a smart massage bathtub worth 300,000 yuan. Mr. Zhao, this villa is made of top-quality building materials. Wang Chang introduced enthusiastically. Zhao Haotian interrupted him. How is the security system? 24-hour security patrols, facial recognition access control, and independent alarm systems for each household directly connected to the police station. We guarantee you a safe and secure stay. Wang Chang quickly answered and made a solemn promise. Zhao Haotian nodded with satisfaction and suddenly noticed the infinity pool in the backyard. Is this pool heated? Yes. It can be used all year round, and we also provide regular cleaning services. Before Wang Chang could finish, Zhao Haotian had already taken out his black card. This is it, let's sign the contract now and swipe the card. Wang Chang swallowed hard and exclaimed in surprise, You have a black card. It is said that those who own black cards are worth over 10 billion. At the end of his words, he shut his mouth honestly because he saw the cold eyes looking at him. But Lin Yu, who was following beside him, widened his eyes and looked at Zhao Haotian in disbelief. With a net worth exceeding 10 billion, doesn't that mean he is a top wealthy family? I think the person in front of me is a rich second generation from a top wealthy family. I don't know if he is interested in me. If I could climb into his bed, who would bother to buy a house here and endure the manager's bullying? In just a moment, her desire to get close to Zhao Haotian became uncontrollable, but with Wang Chang here, she had no chance at all. Dear Mr. Zhao, do you need me to introduce you to other details? No need, it's just a transition anyway. Zhao Haotian looked around. Let's leave it at that. The signing and card swiping process went smoothly. VIP reception room. When Zhao Haotian entered the password and completed the 20 million card swipe, the entire sales office was in an uproar. I heard someone paid full price for the best building. I heard he's a rich second generation guy, he looks so young. It seems that Lin Yu got this order just now. How lucky. The commission from this order is enough to buy a car. Lin Yu stood in the corner, looking unwilling because the order should have been hers but was snatched away by the manager. It's not her turn to get any commission. Wang Chang handed over the keys and door card with a smile on his face. Mr. Zhao, here are your keys. The property certificate will be ready within 3 working days, and someone will deliver it to your door. Zhao Haotian took the key and suddenly asked, Is there housekeeping service? Yes. Wang Chang quickly pulled out a gold-stamped card. This is our top-level VIP card, which comes with 24-hour exclusive butler service. We can arrange cleaning, maintenance, and even a private chef for you at any time. Zhao Haotian casually put the card into his pocket and said, I'll have someone come over to clean it up thoroughly and prepare some daily necessities.
Prepare a few more people. I might bring some people back to live with me. Wang Chang understood instantly and nodded rapidly. Don't worry, we will prepare everything. I will definitely not delay your business.
After Zhao Haotian waved his hand and said he wanted to go to the villa, everyone left slowly. Lin Yu was reluctant to leave, looking back every few steps, and even secretly flirted with him. But there was no response.
Chapter 63 Gu Yunlan's Confidence, Luxury Cruise Ship. Bite.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully today.
Reward, Hostility Perception.
Zhao Haotian leaned lazily on the leather seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and raised his eyebrows when he heard the system's reward.
I'm going to attend an auction today, and getting this reward means something. Could it be that someone couldn't sit still and wanted to attack him? It just so happens that with this thing, we can nip the threat in the bud. Junior, are you sure Instructor Bai has approved your leave?
Su Xiaoxiao asked with some concern. She is usually known for being strict.
Zhao Haotian raised his lips slightly. Of course, I paid a heavy price to get this, but I'll make it up to her later for today's leave.
Zhao Haotian was in a good mood when he thought of Bai Jie gritting her teeth and angrily agreeing to his request for leave.
Jiang Shui came over curiously and said, Junior, you're the first student to make Instructor Bai give in. Did you really turn the instructor into an instructor? Ahem. Well.
Zhao Haotian coughed dryly and looked at Jiang Shui, who had already let herself go and was ready to lash out at him with vicious words, and gave him a warning with deep meaning.
Senior, you know too much. Be careful of heavy bleeding.
Su Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes and smiled with a teasing look on her face.
Junior, Shui is not bleeding heavily anymore, she's just leaking a lot of fluids now.
Jiang Shui glared at her in shame and anger, then reached out to grab her giant breast.
A giggle could be heard from the car. Okay, let's go, but first we have to pick someone up.
In front of Yunting Hotel.
Gu Yunlan had been waiting for a long time. She was wearing a dark blue fishtail dress today, which perfectly outlined her perfect figure.
Her long hair was tied up, revealing her slender neck, and her whole body exuded an elegant and noble temperament.
Xiaolan, you really won't come with us?
Gu's father and mother stood in front of the car and asked again, but Gu Yunlan still shook his head.
Mom and Dad, Mr. Zhao and I have an appointment, you guys go first.
After hearing this, Gu's father and mother got into the car and left.
As soon as they left, Zhao Haotian's car arrived. Sorry for the long wait, Miss Gu. Zhao Haotian opened the car window and greeted her.
Gu Yunlan smiled slightly, and glanced at Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui in the back seat. A hint of deep meaning flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure.
Who are these two?
My seniors, Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui.
Zhao Haotian introduced. She's my woman too.
After Zhao Haotian finished speaking, he looked at Gu Yunlan with a thoughtful look.
He wanted to see if Gu Yunlan would continue to cooperate with him after hearing what he said.
Gu Yunlan had also seen big storms, so he was not afraid of such a small incident. Although the two people in the car may have a closer relationship with Zhao Haotian than her, she did not feel any pressure at all.
The confidence brought by her identity and means gave her complete confidence to overpower the two of them.
Her opponents are only people like Wu Sha and Chu Shingua, whose status and position are not inferior to hers.
Even in terms of means, she thought she was superior to those two. Hello, I'm Gu Yunlan.
She extended her hand gracefully. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui shook hands with her somewhat awkwardly, secretly marveling at the strong aura of this beautiful woman.
Mr. Zhao, let me drive. Gu Yunlan took the initiative to suggest. Go to the back and rest with the two sisters. I'll call you when we get there. Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows.
He didn't expect that this young lady was so considerate.
Her hostility perception didn't detect any danger, so Zhao Haotian could rest assured. He nodded and agreed, okay, thank you for your help. On the way. The atmosphere in the car was subtle. Gu Yunlan drove the Rolls-Royce skillfully, while Zhao Haotian lay on the legs of Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui, enjoying their massage. Junior, is there anything special we should pay attention to at the auction?
Su Xiaoxiao broke the silence.
Zhao Haotian lazily turned around and nudged his head into her arms.
Nothing special, just raise your hand if you like something, money is not a problem.
Gu Yunlan chuckled when she heard this. It seems that young Master Zhao is ready to show off his skills today. I don't know if I'll ever have the honor of having Mr. Zhao buy something for me in this lifetime.
Her tone was teasing, but there was a strange glint in her eyes. Zhao Haotian chuckled, I spend all my money on my family.
If you want me to buy something for you, Miss Gu, do you have to become my family first? Anyway, it's still early. We can find a place to chat. Gu Yunlan said in a soft yet charming voice, Young Master Zhao, you must be joking. How can I be worthy of you? But if young Master Zhao insists, how can I escape? You still have to listen to Master Zhao's orders. Jiang Shui keenly noticed Gu Yunlan's special attitude towards Zhao Haotian, and quietly poked Su Xiaoxiao's arm and signaled with her eyes. Look, one more. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head helplessly. They had long known that there would always be beautiful women around Zhao Haotian, but they didn't expect that even a rich lady like Gu Yunlan would look at him differently. What does Sister Yunlan do for a living? Jiang Shui asked tentatively. I'm helping out in the family business. Gu Yunlan answered casually. It's mainly about finance and business. I only make tens of millions a year, but it's just a small business. The two women were immediately in awe. With such strong abilities, she must be a strong woman. Gu Yunlan glanced at Zhao Haotian through the rearview mirror, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Compared to Mr. Zhao, I'm still far behind. You can earn my annual profit with just one stock trade. I don't have such strong skills as Mr. Zhao. This made Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui even more curious. What exactly was Zhao Haotian's identity? Even the eldest daughter of the Gu family praised him so highly. Seaside Pier. From afar, a huge luxury cruise ship was anchored in the port, and the large gold-plated characters of Wu Group on the hull sparkled in the sun. How spectacular! The two women exclaimed at the same time, the auction is being held on a cruise ship? Zhao Haotian nodded. It seems the Wu family has invested a lot of money in this auction. I'm really looking forward to it. Gu Yunlan parked the car and adjusted her skirt elegantly. Mr. Zhao, I'll lead the way for you. Her smile was so beautiful that Zhao Haotian looked dazed for a moment. What a little goblin! The four of them walked towards the boarding gate. Along the way, many luxury cars had arrived, and the people getting out were all well-dressed celebrities from all walks of life. Please show us your invitation. The staff stopped them politely. Just as Zhao Haotian was about to reach into his pocket, Gu Yunlan handed him a gold-stamped invitation, Gu family, for people. The staff immediately became respectful after seeing the invitation. Ms. Gu, welcome. This is... His gaze fell on Zhao Haotian, and his eyes suddenly widened. Mr. Zhao? Zhao Haotian was a little surprised. Do you know me? The staff nodded excitedly. Miss Wu and the old patriarch have specifically instructed that if young Master Zhao comes, he must be received with the highest standards. Your photo has been recorded by our staff no less than 10 times. As he spoke, he immediately picked up the intercom, notified the VIP reception team, Mr. Zhao has arrived. Soon, a team of uniformed waiters trotted over and respectfully led them onto the ship. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui were shocked by this scene and whispered, Junior brother, who are you from? Even ordinary wealthy families don't get this kind of treatment. Zhao Haotian smiled without saying anything. Gu Yunlan gave him a meaningful look from behind. It seems that the Wu family values Zhao Haotian more than she imagined. Chapter 64, The wealthy families gather, each with their own thoughts. The moment they boarded the luxury cruise ship, they felt a breath of luxury coming towards them. The crystal chandeliers reflected brilliant light, the champagne tower sparkled with alluring colors under the lights, and the guests in elegant clothes gathered in twos and threes, chatting in low voices. Mr. Zhao, please come this way. The waiter respectfully led them through the corridor to the main venue. As soon as he entered the venue, Zhao Haotian noticed a group of people chatting with an energetic old man not far away. That's the old patriarch of the Wu family, Wu Shao's grandfather. Gu Yunlan whispered in his ear. He was once a legendary figure in the Magic City. He brought the Wu family from a third-rate family to a top-tier wealthy family. He has great influence in the Magic City. There's no need to introduce Wu Sha next to him. She's the eldest daughter of the Wu family. We've all met before. Zhao Haotian glanced over and saw the tall Wu Sha holding Mr. Wu's arm. She was wearing a fiery red dress that made her skin look white as snow. Her delicate facial features had a heroic air, and her every move showed the elegance and confidence of a rich family's daughter. Gu Yunlan whispered, the Wu family primarily deals in jade and other large and small businesses. They are one of the top wealthy families in Demon City, and their influence is unparalleled. The Gu family is like a firefly against the bright moon in front of them. As he was speaking, there was a sudden commotion on the other side of the venue. Those are the people from the Zhou family in Magic City,
and the Dingxing group in Haicheng is one of their forces.
Gu Yunlan's eyes were slightly cold.
The man in the gray suit in the middle is Zhou Shichang, the current head of the Zhou family. Zhao Haotian followed her gaze and saw Zhou Yuan with a sinister look on his face, staring at him fiercely, and then said something in Zhou Shichang's ear. Zhou Shichang also looked over here, but there was not much emphasis in his eyes.
It seems that Zhou Yuan really hates me.
Zhao Haotian smiled playfully.
Gu Yunlan chuckled, it's because you're so handsome, young Master Zhao.
You've ruined his plans several times in a row, and he's been furious for a while now.
But I like it. Gu Yunlan's ambiguous look made Zhao Haotian feel hot all over.
What a little devil. I will have to find a chance to tame him sooner or later. Zhao Haotian turned his head slightly and looked at the group of people gathered on the other side of the venue.
Those people also look extraordinary. Who are they?
Gu Yunlan followed his gaze and saw a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses being surrounded by several socialites who were toasting him. Oh, that's the famous director Chen Ming.
His latest film just broke the box office record.
The white-haired old man next to him must be the Chinese painting master Qi Lao. Qi's landscape paintings sold at Christie's last year for a whopping 120 million yuan.
The conversation between the two was heard by Su Xiaoxiao and Zhang Shui.
The two girls suddenly widened their eyes, unable to believe that there was such a valuable painting. It seemed that following Zhao Haotian had broadened their horizons a lot. As he was speaking, an old man in a tang suit, full of energy, appeared beside Mr. Qi and chatted with him.
That's the calligraphy master Mr. Zhang. A well-known collector was a little excited. I didn't expect that even he would come. I have a collection of his works at home.
Zhang Shui searched on her phone one by one, sighing softly, Junior, these celebrities rarely even accept interviews, and yet they're all here at this auction today.
It seems like there are really good things at this auction.
Zhao Haotian nodded and became more and more looking forward to this auction. While Zhao Haotian was looking at everyone, some people also noticed them. With their high-profile looks and extraordinary temperament, and the company of beautiful women, it was hard not to attract attention.
That's Miss Gu Yunlan from the Gu family, right? Who is that young man next to her? How could he even have Gu Yunlan accompany him personally?
Wait, the person standing next to him is a VIP waiter of the Wu family. Only those who are given special attention by the Wu family can receive such treatment.
None of us here have such treatment. Could it be that this young man has some extraordinary identity that the Wu family pays so much attention to him? These whispers and discussions also attracted the attention of wealthy families and celebrities.
They all looked at Zhao Haotian secretly, as if wondering in their minds which wealthy family this young master came from.
Junior.
Zhang Shui nervously leaned closer to Zhao Haotian's sleeve.
Should we keep a low profile? Zhao Haotian chuckled. What are you afraid of? There will be many such scenes in the future. I have to learn to adapt to them.
He looked at these people without averting his eyes, as if their identities were nothing in his eyes. Wu Sha felt the strange atmosphere at the scene, her eyes swept around, and then stopped on Zhao Haotian. Her eyes lit up and she immediately whispered something into the old man's ear. Old Master Wu suddenly raised his head, his cloudy old eyes instantly flashed with brilliance, and he looked in the direction of Zhao Haotian.
Mr. Zhao, you're here.
In the shocked eyes of the crowd, the highly respected leader of the Wu family walked quickly towards Zhao Haotian without caring about his image, and the excitement on his face was beyond words.
Hello, old man. Zhao Haotian greeted him politely. Okay.
Old Master Wu held his hand tightly and looked him up and down.
Sha said you would come today, Mr. Zhao. I was a little nervous, but I didn't expect you to come.
This scene shocked the surrounding guests.
Who is this young man? Why does Elder Wu take him so seriously and even calls him young Master Zhao? Could it be the young master of some undiscovered family? Tell everyone in the family to be careful and not offend them. Zhao Haotian's mouth twitched slightly when Mr. Wu affectionately called him young Master Zhao. I always feel a little awkward. Grandpa, you are the elder, just call me Haotian or Xiaotian. Mr. Wu burst into laughter.
Then I'll be generous and call you Xiaotian. Not far away, Gu's father and mother were standing next to Gu Changhe, the head of the Gu family in Modu. Father Gu introduced it excitedly. Brother, that's the Zhao Xiao I mentioned to you. The Yunting Hotel's revival is all thanks to that investment.
Gu Changhe narrowed his eyes and asked, is that Xiaochuan who invested 20 million in Yunting Hotel? More than that.
Mother Gu added, that person's status is highly respected even by the Wu family.
I think his background is amazing.
Upon hearing this, the eyes of several elders of the Gu family became profound. They had originally planned to marginalize Gu's family by using the Yunting Hotel's negligence as an excuse, but they didn't expect Zhao Haotian to show up halfway. It also ruined their plans.
Snort.
The middle-aged man next to Gu Changhe snorted coldly. He's just a young boy, what real skills can he have? He is the third master of the Gu family and has always coveted the control of the Yunting Hotel. Now that his control has been destroyed by Zhao Haotian, of course he is not in a good mood.
At the same time, the atmosphere at the Zhou family became even more gloomy. Master, it's that kid.
Zhou Yuan gnashed his teeth. Not only did they ruin our plan to acquire the Yunting Hotel, but they also humiliated my Zhou family in public.
We must not let him go. Zhou Shichang said coldly, idiot.
To be valued so much by Elder Wu, your identity must be extraordinary. This matter still needs to be considered carefully.
Chapter 65, You Can't Grow Towering Trees in a Greenhouse.
After Mr. Wu exchanged a few words with Zhao Haotian, he smiled and patted him on the shoulder.
Xiaotian, I have some old friends here that I need to greet.
I'll let Sasha take you to the VIP area to rest first. He turned to Wu Sha and winked, treat Xiaotian well.
Wu Sha understood and smiled at Zhao Haotian. Haotian, I'll take you to the rest area. Zhao Haotian nodded slightly and followed Wu Sha to the passage on the side.
Gu Yunlan, Su Xiaoxiao, and Jiang Shui also followed him. Along the way, he could feel countless inquiring eyes on his back.
Bite. Hostile perception triggered.
Multiple sources of hostility detected. Zhou Yuan strong, Gu family's third child moderate.
In response to this, Zhao Haotian smiled faintly.
Since he knew who the enemy was in advance, it would be much easier to guard against it in the future.
Haotian, it seems that no matter where you are always the center of attention.
Wu Sha walked in front, her red skirt swaying gracefully.
The looks those people gave you just now almost burned a hole in your back. Zhao Haotian remained noncommittal. I'm afraid they're not curious about me.
But it's the identity that allows Mr. Wu to shake hands personally.
He said meaningfully.
A hint of surprise flashed across Wu Sha's eyes, and then she chuckled. It's because your identity is mysterious, Haotian, that they are wary of you. If it were someone else, it wouldn't have this effect. They walked through a corridor covered with Persian carpets and arrived at a spacious VIP lounge.
Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is the Azure Sea View.
The room is furnished with leather sofas and antique furniture, and champagne and exquisite snacks are prepared on the coffee table.
This is the VIP lounge. Let's rest here first. Someone will come to notify us when the auction starts.
Wu Sha sat directly on the soft sofa and picked up a banana without looking like a young lady at all.
Seeing this, several people sat down one after another. Old Chu, did you see it?
The other sighed. Mother Chu gently tugged at her husband's sleeve, and her well-maintained fingers pointed inconspicuously in the direction Zhao Haotian left.
Well, that person seems to be the one Xingyue likes.
Father Chu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze behind the gold-rimmed glasses was sharp but with a hint of appreciation. Even the Wu family values it so much, it seems that it is indeed extraordinary. Chu Yun stood beside his father and mother, and smiled smugly upon hearing this. Dad, I told you brother Zhao was amazing, right? You know how that stock market stunt turned out last time, his strength is incredible. Father Chu gave his son a rare look of approval. You've made a good friend this time. However, if you had some skills in distinguishing people, I, your father, would have much less worries. Chu Yun subconsciously wanted to refute, but found that what Lao Deng said seemed to be right. But he still curled his lips in dissatisfaction.
What's wrong with being a playboy? It's not against the law.
Father Chu ignored his son's emotions. His attention was focused on his daughter Chu Shingua. Ever since Zhao Haotian appeared, Chu Shingua seemed to be attracted by a magnet, and her eyes always followed his figure.
Stars and moon. Father Chu suddenly asked, how long have you known that young man?
Chu Shingua snapped back to her senses, not knowing why her father asked this, but she still answered honestly, a month, what's wrong? Mother Chu keenly sensed the temptation in her husband's words and gently held her daughter's slightly cold hand. Shingua, you and him.
He and I. Okay, I admit, I just like him.
So, Dad, don't try to force marriage on me.
I tell you it won't work.
I've decided on him for my whole life, don't even think about breaking us up. Chu Shingua gritted her teeth and spoke, but the tips of her ears were red as if dripping with blood.
Chu's father and mother exchanged a knowing look.
When had their daughter, who always thought highly of herself, ever shown such a resolute expression? When he saw Gu Yunlan affectionately taking Zhao Haotian's arm and leading him and several beauties towards the VIP area, Chu Shingua's body tensed up instantly, and her nails dug into her palms unconsciously.
Those vixens, they're trying to steal my house while I'm away.
She gritted her teeth in her heart. Father Chu took in his daughter's reaction, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes behind the lenses.
He asked casually, "Is that Gu Yunlan from the Gu family? She seems to have a good relationship with Zhao Haotian? They are just ordinary friends." Chu Xingyue's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Chu Yun couldn't help but sneered, "Sis, when did you learn to deceive yourself? Brother Zhao's excellence is not just witnessed by you, do you believe what you said?"
Chu Xingyue suddenly gave him a sharp look and said with a pleasant face, "Chu Yun, if your skin is too tight, I will loosen it for you." Hearing this, Chu Yun smiled awkwardly, whistled and looked to the other side.
"Stars and moon."
Father Chu suddenly spoke in a gentle voice, "Your mother and I still have to greet some old friends. You and Xiao Yun can just stroll around."
Chu Xingyue looked up suddenly, unable to believe her ears. "Dad?" Father Chu smiled meaningfully. "Young people should act like young people and move around more, right?"
Mother Chu also patted her daughter's shoulder gently. "Go, don't think too much." Chu Xingyue's eyes lit up instantly, like stars suddenly lit up in the night sky.
She didn't care to maintain her usual elegant image.
She hurriedly said, "Then I'll go first," and picked up her skirt and quickly chased after him. Chu Yun felt a little bored when he saw Chu Xingyue leave. After waving his hand and saying something to Lao Deng, he turned around and found a few socialites in the circle to clink glasses with and chat and laugh with each other. Chu's father's face instantly darkened 8 shades, and he had the urge to beat him up and make him practice trumpet. Turning his head to look at his daughter's receding back, Father Chu stroked the edge of the wineglass with deep eyes.
Mother Chu sighed softly, "Old Chu, you want Xingyue? Our Chu family needs such an ally." Father Chu's voice was very low. The Chu family seems calm on the surface, but there are actually undercurrents.
If Xingyue really likes him, it might not be a bad idea to bring him aboard the Chu family's ship.
But
Mother Chu looked worriedly in the direction her daughter left, the woman next to that boy.
Father Chu shook his head. Who among the sons of wealthy families doesn't have a few confidants?
What matters is who stands by him in the end. Building good relationships with those people will also be of great benefit to the Chu family in the future. He paused, his tone suddenly becoming meaningful. Besides, with Xingyue's strong character, do you think she would be willing to lose to those little girls?
You can't stop her.
Since you've decided to let her go completely.
You can't grow towering trees in a greenhouse.
The future of the Chu family still depends on them. Not to mention that in terms of background, although the Wu family is strong, our Chu family is not weak either.
Having said that, Mother Chu didn't say anything more.
She turned around and followed Father Chu to talk with other wealthy people.
Chapter 66, Secret Confrontation, Gu Yunlan's Tea Art. In the VIP lounge.
The crystal chandelier illuminated the entire space with golden splendor.
Zhao Haotian sat on the leather sofa.
Although the sofa was made of excellent material, he felt uncomfortable. Wu Sha and Gu Yunlan sandwiched him in the middle, one on each side, both holding fruit in their hands, vying to put it to his mouth.
"Haotian, try these grapes. They've just been airlifted from Lingnan.
They're still very fresh." Wu Sha raised her red lips slightly, and pinched the crystal clear grapes with her fingertips and gently shook them against his lips. She was wearing a fiery red dress, and her snow-white skin glowed with a lustrous luster under the light, making her breathtakingly beautiful. She also sprayed a light perfume on her body, which made her look charming and stylish.
"Mr. Zhao." Gu Yunlan was not willing to be outdone.
She pressed her whole body against Zhao Haotian, picked up a piece of honeydew melon with a silver fork, put it in her mouth, and acted coquettishly towards him.
"This cantaloupe is so sweet, and it's imported. I'll feed you."
Her dark blue fishtail skirt outlines a perfect waist-to-hip ratio, and her voice is so sweet that it seems honey could drip out.
Now she has figured it out. Zhao Haotian's mysterious identity and appearance are very consistent with her aesthetic taste.
He can help her complete her plan and let her experience happiness.
Why not?
Wu Sha gritted her teeth when she saw what Gu Yunlan did, but her pride as the eldest daughter of the Wu family did not allow her to do such a thing.
He could only compete with Gu Yunlan secretly. With 2 pieces of fruit pressed against his lips at the same time, Zhao Haotian was in a dilemma.
But without much hesitation, Zhao Haotian rested his head on his arms and bit both pieces of fruit into his mouth, one on the left and one on the right. During this time, his lips brushed against Wu Sha's fingertips and Gu Yunlan's lips, whether intentionally or unintentionally, making their hearts flutter. Su Xiaoxiao and Zhang Shui huddled on the sofa on the other side, not daring to breathe. Although they have a closer relationship with Zhao Haotian, they are like little white rabbits that have strayed into a group of lions in front of these two wealthy daughters.
Weak and innocent. That.
Su Xiaoxiao raised her hand weakly, wanting to say something. Wu Sha interrupted her gently, but her eyes never left Zhao Haotian's face.
Don't worry, sisters. When the auction starts, I'll take you to the best spot.
She called sister affectionately, but Zhang Shui and Su Xiaoxiao heard a different meaning, as if to say that this was the Wu family's territory and she was the mistress.
Boom.
At this moment, the door of the lounge was suddenly pushed open.
What are you doing?
Chu Shingua stood at the door, her slender waist outlined by her white cheongsam slightly undulating. Obviously she had jogged all the way here. Her cold eyes froze instantly when she saw the scene before her, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Zhao Haotian felt as if he was caught cheating, and he couldn't help feeling guilty, but he quickly returned to normal.
He hasn't done anything yet. Besides, how can a man be afraid of his woman? If you can't handle it in one go, try again. If it doesn't work twice, try 2, 3, 4 times again. Be brave, Haotian, and don't be afraid of difficulties.
Oh, who was it? It turned out to be Miss Chu. Now that you're here, find a place to sit and don't disturb Haotian's rest. Wu Sha chuckled, and her words were full of the tone of the hostess. Chu Shingua snorted coldly, glanced around and found that the seats on both sides of Zhao Haotian were already occupied, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. She straightened her back and walked to the sofa with graceful steps. Her high heels made an especially crisp sound in the quiet box. She looked down at Wu Sha and Gu Yunlan.
It seemed as if he wanted to overwhelm the two of them with his momentum. But Wu Sha and Gu Yunlan are not ordinary people.
The two women stared at her without giving in, and there seemed to be invisible sparks in the air. At this tense moment, Gu Yunlan narrowed his eyes and suddenly came up with an idea. She smiled softly. Since Miss Chu is here, how can I take away someone else's love?
I will just give up my seat to my sister.
She stood up gracefully and made room for him.
Chu Shingua was slightly stunned.
Although the other party's address as sister made her frown slightly, compared to getting a position next to Zhao Haotian, she didn't care so much. She raised the corners of her mouth proudly, thinking that her aura had overwhelmed the other party, and she was a little excited about this small victory. She adjusted her skirt modestly and was about to sit down when she heard a low cry.
Oops. Gu Yunlan suddenly lost her balance and accidentally fell into Zhao Haotian's arms.
She was wearing 10-centimeter stilettos today, and the fall looked incredibly natural.
I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao.
She was like a frightened little white rabbit, trying to get up in a panic, but accidentally hugged Zhao Haotian's neck.
I think I sprained my ankle.
She raised her little face, with tears of panic in her eyes, and looked so pitiful. But from an angle where Zhao Haotian couldn't see, he gave Wu Sha and Chu Shingua a smug smile. Wu Sha reacted instantly and cursed herself for not thinking of this trick.
She glared at Chu Shingua resentfully.
It was all because of this woman's sudden appearance that she gave Gu Yunlan the opportunity to get close to her.
Chu Xingua's face turned pale in an instant.
She stared at Gu Yunlan, who was lying in Zhao Haotian's arms, her nails digging deep into her palms.
Ms. Gu.
Her voice was as cold as ice.
Since you've sprained your ankle, would you like to ask the Wu family's doctor to come and take a look at you?
Then he gave Wu Sha a look, and the two of them reached an agreement instantly.
Yes, I'll call the doctor right away. Gu Yunlan leaned softly on Zhao Haotian's chest. Don't bother, I just need to rest for a while.
I hope my two sisters don't mind.
I really didn't mean it.
As she spoke, she deliberately rubbed against Zhao Haotian's arms, looking at Chu Shingua and Wu Sha with pitiful eyes, showing her full sense of tea art. Zhao Haotian looked at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, and his palms kept kneading Gu Yunlan's legs and waist. He felt the softness in his hands without making any sound.
If you speak at this time, you will die. This bastard man really can't bear to push this vixen away.
Chu Shingua gritted her teeth and cursed Zhao Haotian in her heart. Zhao Haotian could clearly feel Chu Xingua's murderous gaze, but Gu Yunlan in his arms was like a beautiful snake wrapped around him, and she deliberately made room for Zhao Haotian to touch a softer area. She is not a vixen at all, she is clearly a good and sensible sister. On the other side, Wu Sha's eyes flickered, as if she had acquired some skills, and her eyes were shining.
Haotian.
Wu Sha suddenly leaned close to his ear, her red lips almost touching his earlobe. Come with me to the room, I want to get some auction information to show you. The road is a bit dark, I'm a little scared to be alone. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone to hear.
Chu Shingua was so angry that she laughed.
This is your Wu family's territory, and you are still afraid. She couldn't bear it any longer and spoke through gritted teeth. Wu Sha, you, the eldest daughter of the Wu family, are actually resorting to such tactics.
Isn't this a disgrace to your status as the eldest daughter of the Wu family? Wu Sha showed an innocent look. Miss Chu, what are you talking about? I don't understand.
Seeing that Wu Sha had also learned his moves, Gu Yunlan narrowed his eyes slightly.
Sure enough, this young girl, Chu Shingua, the eldest daughter of the Wu family, is no match at all.
Her methods are obvious at first glance.
Still care about whether it is ranked or not.
As long as the means are effective, they are good means.
A man is your man only when you get him. This Wu Sha is indeed a powerful rival. Boom boom boom.
A knock on the door interrupted the impending war in time, and the waiter's voice came from outside the door.
Mr. Zhao, the auction is about to begin. The master asked me to inform everyone to move to the main venue. Chapter 67. One more dollar.
After the waiter left, the women looked at each other before snorting coldly and letting it go.
All right, the auction has started, let's go. Zhao Haoyan quickly smoothed things over, stood up and walked in front.
Seeing this, everyone followed him.
Entering the auction venue, Zhao Haoyan and his group walked through the corridor covered with red carpet.
The venue was cleverly divided into 3 levels.
The first layer is ordinary celebrities and wealthy businessmen.
Most of them are people with a net worth of tens of millions or some industries, and have a certain status in society.
The second floor is occupied by ordinary wealthy families such as the Gu family and the Zhou family.
The seats are arranged in a semicircle, and each family has its own exclusive area. The third floor at the top is the exclusive area for top wealthy families like the Chu family and the Wu family.
Haoyan, our location is over here. Grandpa specially arranged the best seat for you.
Wu Sha raised her snow-white neck proudly and spoke.
Zhao Haoyan nodded slightly and followed her to the middle of the third floor.
Chu Shingua held one of his arms, squinted her eyes and smiled, looking like a little fox.
My father is also on the third floor. I'll introduce him to you later. Seeing this, Gu Yunlan immediately came over. Mr. Zhao, if you're interested in any auction items later, I can help you with some advice.
The 3 beauties surrounded Zhao Haoyan and climbed to the third floor, attracting countless envious glances. Especially when they walked to the center, whispers were heard everywhere.
Someone who was not present just now asked in a low voice. Who is that? How could he sit in the Wu family's exclusive area? I heard that this is a VIP specially invited by Mr. Wu. TSK, with the eldest daughter of the Chu family and the daughter of the Gu family following him, what a grand occasion. Zhao Haoyan turned a deaf ear to these discussions and calmly sat down on the leather sofa.
Wu Sha immediately handed him an auction brochure with a gold cover.
Haoyan, this is the catalog of tonight's auction items. Take a look and see if there's anything you're interested in.
Her red lips parted slightly.
Zhao Haoyan took the manual and flipped through it quickly.
Antique calligraphy and paintings, jewelry, limited edition watches, these items that are priceless in the eyes of ordinary people are now just ordinary objects in his eyes. Although the items listed in the brochure were valuable, they did not appeal to him much. Turning to the last page, Zhao Haoyan frowned slightly.
He didn't find anything amazing. Wu Sha keenly caught this subtle change in expression.
She leaned over and whispered to Zhao Haoyan's ear, her red lips almost touching his earlobe.
Does Mr. Zhao think these items are too ordinary?
The faint scent of rose perfume on her body lingered at the tip of his nose, and the warm breath sprayed on his ears, making Zhao Haoyan's heart move slightly.
At the Wu family's auction, the highlight item never appears in the brochure.
Wu Sha lowered her voice, a sly look in her eyes.
This is the rule set by Grandpa. Only those who are truly qualified to bid will know it. Zhao Haoyan suddenly understood and nodded gently, so that's how it is.
When Chu Shingua saw the 2 people whispering, she immediately leaned over from the other side.
What's wrong?
She specially sprayed Zhao Haoyan's favorite cedar perfume today. It was cool with a hint of sweetness, which formed a sharp contrast with Wu Sha's rich rose.
Zhao Haoyan closed the manual and said, I'm just curious about what the Wu family's grand finale will be.
Chu Shingua was about to speak when Gu Yunlan's voice suddenly came from behind.
I've heard some news about this.
I heard that the grand finale this time might be related to an ancient emperor. She hadn't known when she was standing behind Zhao Haotian, her delicate hands resting on his shoulders, and her breasts were faintly visible when she leaned over.
Miss Gu was well informed. Wu Sha raised her eyebrows, with a hint of warning in her tone. However, it's better not to spread this kind of unconfirmed news casually. Gu Yunlan smiled nonchalantly. Don't be nervous, Miss Wu, it's just hearsay.
As she spoke, she gently stroked Zhao Haotian's shoulders with her fingers, causing a cold glint in Wu Sha and Chu Xingua's eyes.
Bang! Just as the atmosphere became tense again, the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed.
A spotlight shone on the auction table in the center, and a middle-aged man in a tuxedo walked onto the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wu Group auction.
The auctioneer's loud voice spread throughout the venue through the speakers, announcing the official start of the auction. Zhao Haotian leaned back on the comfortable sofa, enjoying the massage and feeding from Su Xiaoxiao and Zhang Shui. Because the two men posed the least threat to them, the three of them did not stop it when they saw it. The first lot is a pair of Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vases, with a starting price of 3 million.
The auctioneer's voice drew everyone's attention.
People below started to raise their hands, and the bidding sound shocked Su Xiaoxiao and Zhang Shui. In the end, the first lot was sold for 5.8 million.
The next few items were also antiques and curios. Although precious, they were not enough to arouse Zhao Haotian's interest. Next is the seventh lot, the ice sun green jadeite bead necklace.
Along with this item are 6 other pieces of jewelry, including a ring. The auctioneer lifted the red silk and displayed several pieces of jewelry.
The starting price is 8 million, and each increment must not be less than 500,000.
Zhao Haotian's eyes were lazy, but when he saw a few pieces of jewelry, he thought of Su Xiaoxiao and Bai Jie. Since they are all my women, it makes sense to buy them some jewelry.
Why are you interested in jewelry?
Chu Shingua noticed the change in his expression and asked softly.
Zhao Haotian smiled noncommittally and said, "Of course I bought it for you." He gently pinched Chu Xingua's chin and scratched her nose.
He picked up the bidding card and said, 9 million. His action immediately made those who were about to hold up signs in the audience put down their hands.
The VIP of the Wu family took action personally. Who would dare to compete with him? The auctioneer looked around and said, 9 million once, 9 million twice. 9 million and 3. 10 million. A cold female voice suddenly came from the second floor. Many people were shocked. Who on earth would challenge that person at such a time? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful woman in a black dress holding up a sign. The Gu family offered 10 million. The auctioneer announced loudly. Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Yunlan, but the latter looked confused. That's my third aunt, how could she?
If Zhao Haotian didn't know that Gu Yunlan had a plan to destroy the Gu family, he would probably believe her performance. If someone from the Gu family were to confront her, she would probably laugh out loud.
And the fact is indeed so. Gu Yunlan didn't know what her third aunt was crazy about, but taking the initiative to confront Zhao Haotian directly saved her many steps. She couldn't even help but give a thumbs up to her third aunt. Zhao Haotian raised his sign again, 12 million. 15 million.
The woman raised the price without hesitation.
There was an uproar in the venue. Anyone could see that something was wrong. Was the Gu family openly challenging Zhao Haotian? Zhao Haotian watched this scene with great interest. He already had a guess in his mind. He gently held down Wu Sha, who was about to stand up in anger. Well, let's use the auction method to solve it. I'm interested in who has more money. He raised his card again. 20 million. And I will increase the price of any subsequent auction items that the Gu family likes. $1. Chapter 68. Her plan will officially begin. There was an uproar at the scene. Zhao Haotian's behavior was tantamount to dragging the Gu family's face to the ground and stomping on it in public. The auction continues.
20 million once, 20 million twice, 20 million 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. Zhao for winning this lot at a price of 20 million.
Inside the box, Gu Yunlan's parents were shocked and angry, and yelled at the woman. Old third's wife, do you want to kill our Gu family?
The head of the Gu family also looked at Aunt Gu San, who acted on her own initiative, with an unhappy expression on his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. The woman looked panicked and subconsciously looked at the third master of the Gu family. She didn't expect that she was just jealous of Zhao Haotian for helping Gu Yunlan's family and wanted to kill him to save his face. It actually caused Zhao Haotian to blatantly break up with him. Third brother, you have to solve the problems you caused yourself. If you can't solve it, then leave the Gu family. Gu Changha said this coldly, as if there was no such thing as brotherhood in his eyes.
Okay, we got it, big brother.
Mr. Gusan lowered his head so that he couldn't see Gu Changha's face, and answered with a trembling voice. Then, with a grim face, he grabbed his wife's wrist and dragged her to a secluded corner of the corridor.
Are you crazy?
Mr. Gusan roared in a low voice, with veins bulging on his forehead.
Now that man is not only a distinguished guest of the Wu family, but his identity is also extremely mysterious.
You challenged him in front of everyone, not only slapping the Wu family in the face but also breaking off relations with that brat.
You think you've lived long enough, don't you?
Aunt Gu's delicately made-up face was now filled with panic.
I
just wanted to take revenge on him for helping Gu Yunlan's family ruin our plan to take over the Yunting Hotel.
Who knew he? Idiot.
Mr. Gusan shook her hand away.
You can take revenge in private, but are you afraid that others won't know who you are by doing it out in the open? I'm telling you, if you can't solve this problem later, get out of the Gu family.
Aunt Gu's eyes flashed with resentment when she heard this.
Gu Changhai, I've done so much for you, and now you want to abandon me?
She suddenly screamed hysterically. All right.
Since you, the Gu family, are so unkind, then don't blame me for being unjust.
I'm going to expose all the dirty things you've done to Gu Yunlan's parents over the years.
Shut up.
Mr. Gusan's face suddenly changed. He covered her mouth and looked around vigilantly.
Just then, footsteps were heard from the end of the corridor.
Gu Changha, the head of the Gu family, walked slowly over with several bodyguards, his eyes frighteningly cold.
Big brother.
Mr. Gu's voice trembled, and he subconsciously protected his wife behind him.
Gu Changha ignored him and stared at Aunt Gu. Sister-in-law, there are some things you have to pay for saying.
His voice was soft, but it sent shivers down third Aunt Gu's spine. She suddenly remembered the Gu family's sidekick who'd accidentally fallen from a building a few years prior, and the financial director who'd had a sudden heart attack. Brother, she was just confused for a moment. Third Master Gu hurriedly tried to smooth things over. We'll go apologize to young Master Zhao right now and make sure this matter is handled properly.
Gu Chanha glanced at the two of them coldly. It's better this way.
After saying that, he turned and left. Only after the footsteps faded away did Mr. Gusan let out a long sigh of relief, his back already soaked with cold sweat.
Are you scared now?
Gu Changhai looked at his pale wife with a sneer on his face.
Humph.
Why don't you go and apologize to that brat?
What? I'll go? Aunt Gu looked at her husband in disbelief. You want me to apologize to that brat? Do you want me to kneel down in front of him?
Oh, you don't have to go, but then you can just wait to die.
Master Gu sneered. Do you think Big Brother is joking? Hasn't he stained his hands with blood enough over the years?
We've done so many shameful things for him.
If you don't listen to him, do you think you can survive?
It was only because the Gu Yunlan family happened to be assigned to Haicheng by the old patriarch that they were able to avoid my eldest brother. Aunt Gu's face turned pale as she finally realized the seriousness of the matter.
So, what do we do now?
Master Gu thought for a moment, a gleam in his eyes. Go find Gu Yunlan's parents. They have a good relationship with Zhao Haotian, maybe they can help us intercede.
In the VIP lounge, Zhao Haotian was leisurely sipping red wine.
Gu Yunlan stood behind him obediently, gently massaging his shoulders with her slender fingers.
Wu Sha snorted coldly. Miss Gu, your Gu family is really great.
Chu Shingua also glanced at Gu Yunlan coldly. It seems that the Gu family wants to go bankrupt early. Gu Yunlan pretended to be aggrieved and said, I didn't know they would go against young Master Zhao, otherwise I would definitely stop them. As she spoke, her fingers moved down inconspicuously, gently drawing circles on Zhao Haotian's chest. Just then, there was a commotion outside the door.
Mr. Zhao. I'm the third son of the Gu family and Yunlan's uncle. I was ignorant just now. Please give us a chance to apologize.
Mr. Gusan's voice came through the crack in the door.
I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I didn't recognize you just now.
Aunt Gu's voice was filled with a hint of tears. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that the two people who were so arrogant just now would now beg for mercy in a humble manner. There was a hint of amusement in Zhao Haotian's eyes, but he didn't respond. Gu Changhai and the other man pricked up their ears to listen to Zhao Haotian's voice, but heard no response.
I knew that I might have really offended the other party.
He gritted his teeth and knelt down immediately, then forcefully pulled the woman down to kneel down as well.
Master Zhao, we've knelt before you. Please have mercy on us and let us go.
Zhao Haotian still did not respond, but as heavily I had already thoroughly analyzed Gu Changhai and the woman through the closed door, including some of the shady things they have done over the years, as well as some evidence against Gu Changhe, the head of the Gu family.
So now these two people are of no use to him.
But Gu Yunlan does not have the ability of Zhao Haotian, and he still needs these two people to hand over the lifeline of the Gu family. Her eyes rolled, and she threw herself into Zhao Haotian's arms softly. Mr. Zhao, why don't you just let me handle them? I promise to satisfy you. She tilted her little face up, pouting her red lips, her eyes full of anticipation. Zhao Haotian looked down at the beauty in his arms, gently stroking her chin with his fingers.
Oh? How do you want to satisfy me? Hated, how can I say this here? I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
Gu Yunlan had a shy look on her face, which made Wu Sha and Chu Shingua want to kill her.
Interesting, I'm looking forward to it.
Zhao Haotian chuckled, then I'll leave them to you. A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Yunlan's eyes, and she immediately stood up and kissed Zhao Haotian on the face.
Thank you, Mr. Zhao.
She adjusted her skirt and walked towards the door with her head held high. Before opening the door, she turned around and cast a coquettish glance at Zhao Haotian. As soon as the door opened, Mr. Gu-san and his wife immediately knelt down and lowered their heads.
Mr. Zhao. We are blind.
Gu Changhai rested his forehead on the ground, his voice trembling, and Aunt Gu-san was also crying, seeming to be really scared. Gu Yunlan looked down at the two of them, her red lips slightly raised.
Uncle San, Aunt San, long time no see.
When they looked up and saw Gu Yunlan, their faces instantly lit up with joy.
Yunlan. Master Gu's voice trembled. Quick! Help Uncle San to plead for mercy on Master Zhao. Gu Yunlan chuckled, squatted down and whispered a few words in Mr. Gu's ear.
Mr. Gu's expression changed constantly, and he seemed shocked by what Gu Yunlan said.
After some mental struggle, he finally nodded dejectedly. Okay.
I'll tell you everything. Gu Yunlan stood up with satisfaction.
Next, her plan will officially begin. Chapter 69, a real auction, starting price is 1 yuan. The atmosphere at the auction site gradually heated up as each precious item was sold. Waiters shuttled between floors, refilling wine and changing glasses for the VIPs.
Zhao Haotian tapped the armrest lightly with his fingers, his eyes sweeping over the faces in the venue, some familiar and some unfamiliar.
Next is Lot 15, Songqi Horizontal Flute by Ming Dynasty painter Qiuing. The starting price is 12 million yuan, and each increment must not be less than 1 million yuan. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, Zhao Haotian's phone vibrated.
The words Chu Yun appeared on the screen. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and answered the call.
Brother Zhao. You have to pay attention to this item.
Chu Yun's excited voice came from the other end of the phone.
Oh? Is there anything special about this item?
Oh, not particularly.
Remember that famous director I told you about before? He is also at the auction now. Chu Yun explained and reminded Zhao Haotian.
Director Chen loves collecting rare and famous paintings, and the painting Songqi Horizontal Flute currently being auctioned is his target this time.
Brother Zhao, just take a picture and I'll send you Director Chen's contact information. This will make things much easier later. Zhao Haotian nodded. Okay, I got it. He still values Vientiane Entertainment very much.
Since Miss Lin Shui has such a high talent for acting, let's train her. It will also be of great help to him in building his own power in the future.
Thank you for your hard work. I'll treat you to dinner later. No big deal. You are my brother-in-law after all.
Chu Yun was very proud.
By the way, Brother Zhao, my sister isn't here, right? Zhao Haotian glanced at Chu Shingua, who was secretly competing with Wu Sha beside him, and said, she's busy. What's wrong?
Nothing much, just a family from the Magic City proposed a marriage alliance with our family, and the marriage partner is my sister.
But my dad rejected her outright. How could a family with assets that just reach tens of billions want to marry my sister?
I can't even tell the difference between the big and small kings.
I guess I drank too much horse urine.
Don't let my sister find out about this, or she might cause some trouble. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Haotian chuckled, pulled Chu Shingua into his arms and kissed her hard. The other women were stunned. Chu Shingua was stunned at first, then her face turned red.
She gently hit Zhao Haotian's chest and said coquettishly, "What are you doing so suddenly? There are so many people here." "Nothing, I just want to kiss you." The corners of Zhao Haotian's mouth curled up.
Those goddesses who tried every means to form an alliance with him were now lying in his arms shyly, letting him knead them. He had only felt this kind of psychological pleasure at the last moment of exercise. Chu Shingua felt extremely proud. It seemed that Zhao Haotian still loved her. She raised her eyebrows at Wu Sha proudly. She won this round. Wu Sha narrowed her eyes. It seemed that Chu Shingua and Zhao Haotian had already had a close relationship. And Gu Yunlan is still watching with eager eyes and ready to strike at any time, so she must seize the opportunity. Otherwise, you will be at a disadvantage in the subsequent competition. The auctioneer continued to call out bids. 13 million. A wealthy businessman was the first to raise his hand. 15 million. The representative of the Zhou family on the second floor raised the price. Director Chen at the auction hesitated for a moment and also raised his sign. 20 million. There was a hint of nervousness in his voice, and it was obvious that the price was close to his current financial limit. 25 million. The Zhou family representative raised the price without hesitation. Director Chen sighed and put down the license plate helplessly. This price has exceeded his budget. As a well-known director, although he is famous, his funds cannot compare with those wealthy families. 50 million. Zhao Haotian held up the sign lazily. The whole audience was in an uproar. This price was far higher than the market price, and even the auctioneer was stunned. 50 million at a time, the auctioneer shouted excitedly. 50 million twice. 50 million 3 times. Deal. Congratulations, Mr. Zhao. The auctioneer dropped the hammer excitedly. His commission this time had increased significantly because of Zhao Haotian. How could he not be excited? Inside the Zhou family's box, Zhou Yuan spoke with a look of indignation on his face. Look, Patriarch, I told you that kid surnamed Zhao is always against our Zhou family. Now he's even trying to snatch the items you, the Patriarch, like from us. Zhou Shichang's face also looked a little unhappy, and it seemed that Zhou Yuan had provoked him. He said calmly, wait until the auction is over, then contact the Black Dragon Society and kill him in secret. Zhou Yuan's face showed ecstasy when he heard this. The Black Dragon Society is an underground organization that the entire Demon City fears. It is rumored that their boss kills without leaving any blood. Now that they have taken action, Zhao Haotian will not be able to jump around for long. The other side. Director Chen shook his head in disappointment. Now that his target had been sold, he was no longer interested in the next auction. Just as he was about to leave, a waiter walked up to him and whispered something. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, but finally nodded and left. Brother Zhao. I just had someone tell Director Chen you wanted to treat him to a meal, and he agreed. Chu Yun sent a message, which made Zhao Haotian feel relieved. It seems that Lin Shui's actor problem has been solved. The auction continued, but the following lots were unremarkable. Many guests from the first and second floors began to leave, and only a few wealthy people remained. The original auctioneer was also replaced by an old man. He waved his hand. Many people closed all the entrances and exits around and sent people to guard them. The Wu family members began to clear the venue, and the first floor was soon empty. The heavy curtains were drawn, the lights in the venue were dimmed, and the atmosphere suddenly became mysterious. Dear guests. He raised his voice, the real auction will begin now. Zhao Haotian narrowed his eyes and stared at the things on the stage. Looks like the real main course is finally here. Let me see what this earth-shattering thing is. As the last staff member left, the secret door on the auction table slowly opened. An antique wooden box slowly rose from the center of the auction hall. The old man's voice was hoarse but powerful. Everyone. I think you've all heard of tonight's grand finale. He opened the wooden box, and a jade dragon seal, which was crystal white and of superb craftsmanship, shone with a strange luster under the light. The naturally formed dragon pattern on the jade seal is lifelike, with 2 pale red dots at the dragon's eyes, flashing with an enchanting light as if they are alive. Zhao Haotian's pupils shrank slightly. He seemed to be able to feel a faint power, similar to when the system strengthened his body. This thing is definitely not simple. This item was found in Kunlong Mountain 30 years ago and was acquired by my Wu family. It was formed naturally without any processing. The old man looked around the room with a captivating gaze. No matter how much this item fetches in the auction, my Wu family will not take a penny. All proceeds will be used for charity. Starting price: $1. Chapter 70, Mr. Wu's Memories, the auction ends.
At the same time,
Old Master Wu watched all this in the box with a complicated expression. The events of 30 years ago came flooding back. In the cold winter of that year, the Wu family was still a small family just starting out in the jade industry, and was suffering from suppression from the major jade families in the Magic City.
So the old man of the Wu family and several senior members of the Wu family decided to take a gamble by entering the Kunlongshan jade field, the only jade field in the Wu family that had never produced any jade. Unexpectedly, this gamble brought the Wu family 30 years of prosperity. That time on the Kunlong Mountain jade field, the Wu family had been walking for 3 days and 3 nights and were exhausted. Even the dry food and water they brought were about to run out. Just when they were about to give up, they suddenly discovered a narrow natural cave. The cave is full of high-quality jade, and in the center of the jade group, they discovered this naturally formed jade dragon seal. Mr. Wu and others were marveling at the wonders of nature, but given the circumstances at the time, they were unable to take the jade out. So they returned to the Wu family, made new preparations, and then returned to Kunlong Mountain again. Just as they were transporting the jade and the imperial seal back, they were blocked by other families. I don't know who leaked the news that they found the jade and returned to the Wu family to regroup. Those families with jade industries naturally don't want anyone else to share a piece of the pie, so they join forces to snatch it. During the struggle, many people in the Wu family were injured or disabled. In the end, Old Man Wu gave up the jade and decided to escape with the others and the jade seal. Just after they escaped back to the Wu family with the jade seal, an old fortune teller whose appearance was unclear came to their house the next day. The old man spoke to the Wu family's old man and other senior members of the Wu family who were present. This jade dragon seal was conceived and formed naturally in Kunlong Mountain. It contains a spirit, but after its birth, it was also trapped in the mountain. Now that you have brought it out of the mountain, it will protect your Wu family for 30 years. During these 30 years, your Wu family will be smooth sailing and your business will flourish. But there's always a time to repay a favor. After 30 years, it must be released. The Wu family will auction it off. No matter what the final price is, you won't take a cent otherwise. The old man did not finish explaining the consequences, but those eyes that saw through the world made Mr. Wu remember them for the rest of his life. Later, starting from the next day, good news kept coming to the Wu family. Several people in the Wu family stared with wide eyes and had to believe it. Afterwards, they immediately checked all the surveillance footage, but they couldn't find any trace of the old man. It only seemed like they were talking to the air. My thoughts returned to the auction. Old Master Wu sighed deeply. It's been 30 years, and I don't know who will be chosen next for the jade seal. He looked thoughtfully at the window where Zhao Haotian was. For some reason, he seemed to have a feeling. The owner of the jade seal will be Zhao Haotian. 100 million. The Gu family was the first to raise the sign. The price jumped directly from 1 yuan to 100 million, which made some wealthy families' eyelids twitch. 500 million. The price of the Zhou family's private room immediately increased, and from the sound of the voice it seemed to be Zhou Yuan. 1 billion. The private room where the Chu family was staying also raised a sign. The price climbed at an alarming rate, breaking through the 5 billion mark in the blink of an eye. Sky Eye Analysis. Zhao Haotian stared at the jade seal on the stage and opened his third eye. Jade dragon seal naturally formed. Function: gathers good fortune, dispels evil spirits, can settle down and protect the house, and bless those around you and your descendants with long-lasting blessings. Note: jade is naturally formed, so it contains spiritual power. Taking it by force will cause backlash. But with the system, the aura will naturally attract, so there won't be any problems. I suggest the host take it down. Rarity, rarely seen in 1,000 years. Now Zhao Haotian was interested. This thing seemed quite mysterious. But since Tianyan had made such an analysis, how could he possibly miss such a good thing? 10 billion. Zhao Haotian raised his sign, and the whole audience fell silent. It seemed as if they had not expected that Zhao Haotian would add 5 billion at once. His identity is indeed extraordinary. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui were stunned. This was the first time they saw someone talk about such a large amount of money without changing his expression. This is not 1 million, but 10 billion. What kind of men are they hanging out with? In the Zhou family's box, Zhou Shichang looked at the box where Zhao Haotian was with a gloomy face, gritted his teeth, stood up and spoke. 15 billion. Everyone, please give me some face. My Zhou family is determined to obtain this jade seal. If anyone raises the price, we will fight to the death with my Zhou family. The latter words seemed to have a hidden meaning. This threat instantly quieted the venue. As one of the top wealthy families in Shanghai, the Zhou family did have the confidence to do so. Many wealthy families had already begun to shake their heads, obviously not intending to take the risk. After all, tens of billions of cash flow is also a big problem for them. The auctioneer looked around the room. 15 billion once. 15 billion twice. 15 billion and three. 151 billion. A lazy voice suddenly sounded, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Zhao Haotian leaning on the sofa, holding the number plate nonchalantly. He heard the threat just now, but it didn't matter. He preferred to be treated softly rather than harshly. Zhou Shichang's face instantly turned pale. Friend Zhao, are you sure you want to be an enemy of my Zhou family? Zhao Haotian chuckled. Hey, Mr. Zhou, you're wrong. It's an auction, the highest bidder wins. Don't get so excited. Zhou Yuan fanned the flames. Master, this kid is clearly against us. Don't let him go. A hint of fierceness flashed in Zhou Shichang's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He took a deep breath. Good, very good. Young Master Zhao is indeed wealthy and powerful. My Zhou family is ashamed of itself. We have a long way to go. He gritted his teeth when he said the words, there's a long way to go, and anyone could hear the threat in the words. 151 billion once. 151 billion twice. 151 billion three times. Deal, congratulations, Mr. Zhao. The white-haired old man personally held the jade seal and walked to Zhao Haotian's box. In full view of everyone, he solemnly handed the wooden box to him. Things belong to their destined owners. I hope Mr. Zhao will treat this item well. The old man said meaningfully. Don't worry, I will keep it well. Zhao Haotian took the wooden box and nodded slightly. At the same time, Mr. Wu breathed a sigh of relief in the box, as if he had unloaded the burden of many years. He looked out the window at the night sky and muttered to himself. 30 years, finally. After the auction ends. As soon as Zhao Haotian and his group left the venue, they were stopped by Zhou Yuan and his family. Zhao Haotian, leave the things behind. Zhou Yuan said coldly. Many people who have not left yet are watching the show, wanting to see how Zhao Haotian will solve it. But Zhou Shichang immediately yelled at Zhou Yuan. What are you doing? Disperse. We in the Zhou family are not people who can't afford to lose. Isn't it shameful? Master. Shut up. Zhou Shichang scolded loudly, then gave Zhao Haotian a kind smile. Mr. Zhao, competition is competition, but please don't take what happened just now to heart. Zhao Haotian smiled faintly, of course. With Mr. Zhou's vision, he will definitely not let anything happen to me. After all, the imperial seal is in my hands, so I love the whole family as well. No more talking, I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you any longer. After saying that, he led everyone away, leaving only the Zhou family standing there with gloomy expressions. Master, why don't you take action? Zhou Yuan asked unwillingly. Zhou Shichang took a deep breath and said, what do you know? Do you think we are the only ones eyeing the imperial seal? If we take action now, we will only become the target of public criticism. We have plenty of opportunities in secret. He looked at Zhao Haotian's receding back, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. This matter must be considered in the long run. Chapter 71 Cooking for the Girls. It's getting dark. After Zhao Haotian and Director Chen agreed to meet at Yixianju tomorrow, he prepared to take Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui to Villa No. 1 of Yujinglong Bay to get acquainted with the place. Just as he was about to leave in his Rolls-Royce, Gu Yunlan came closer and whispered to Zhao Haotian. Mr. Zhao, I specially learned massage techniques today. Didn't we agree to make you satisfied? Take me with you. Her voice was charming, and she deliberately let Zhao Haotian's arm press against her soft body. Zhao Haotian closed his eyes and rested, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Really? Then I'd like to experience it for myself. Get in the car, Yunlan, please help me drive. Gu Yunlan raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Although she was naive, she had heard a lot through observation and exposure. Moreover, she even learned some special moves for Zhao Haotian, with the purpose of getting more favor from Zhao Haotian. This plays a crucial role both in her plan and in her future position among this group of beautiful women. She drove the car away slowly. A sneaky figure not far away captured the entire scene and sent it out. He made another call and spoke very urgently. Sister! The cloth is ready. Brother-in-law took your rivals back to the Yixianju villa. There were 3 of them. Chu Shingua's sneering voice came from the other side. Those guys shouldn't even think about sneaking up on me. Chu Yun, go back and tell mom and dad that I'm not going back today. After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone. A moment later, a red Ferrari rushed out of the parking lot and chased after the Rolls-Royce. On the other side, Wu Sha was called to the study by Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu said directly, Sha, are you interested in Mr. Zhao? Wu Sha blushed. She didn't expect her grandfather to speak so bluntly. Grandpa is not senile. If he can't even see this, then all these years as the head of the Wu family would be in vain. Wu Sha knew she couldn't fool her grandfather, so she nodded honestly. The old man stroked his beard with satisfaction, his eyes deep. Sha, Mr. Zhao is not an ordinary person. You might encounter many dangers if you stay with him, even worse than the civil strife in the Wu family back then. Are you willing even then? If you don't want to, Grandpa can find you one in the Magic City or even in Yanjing. Okay, Grandpa. Wu Sha interrupted the old man and continued. She looked at the old man with determination. Grandpa, I know you're worried about me, but I want to follow my heart. Even if I'm like a moth to a flame, I don't want to regret it. And I have confidence in myself that I will take my place next to him. The old man didn't say anything else. At this point, he knew that his granddaughter had already set her heart on Zhao Haotian. Without saying anything more, I told her to protect herself well and to contact the family anytime if she had any problems. Looking at the room that became silent after Wu Sha left, the old man made a phone call. Convene a family council meeting. I want to publicly announce that Sha is the sole heir to the Wu family. The other side. The car drove into Yixianju Bay, the top villa area in Haichang, which looked particularly quiet in the twilight. When I arrived at Villa Number 1, the door opened quickly after my identity was verified by the intelligence system. Welcome home, valued owners. The intelligence system spoke in a tone that made Gu Yunlan and the others look at it with curiosity. What a big yard, with a fountain. There's even a swimming pool over there. It's so luxurious. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui exclaimed. They had never seen such a luxurious villa, let alone lived in one. Zhao Haotian stretched and glanced at the few people who were like curious kittens. Okay, you'll have plenty of time to watch later, so come inside. As he said that, he led a few people into the villa. The gorgeous decorations and various rooms opened their eyes. Even Gu Yunlan was shocked. It's worthy of being Villa Number 1. The scale and configuration are indeed top-notch. Even if all the Gu family's liquid funds were added together, I'm afraid it would only be comparable to the value of this villa. Zhao Haotian lay comfortably on the sofa, not commenting on Gu Yunlan's words. At the moment, he estimated that the villa might be worth tens of billions, but as his vision broadened, he realized that the villa was worth at least tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. After observing for a while, Gu Yunlan became even more satisfied with Zhao Haotian. She couldn't wait to sit on the sofa so that Zhao Haotian's head could rest comfortably on her legs. Slender fingers gently massaged Zhao Haotian's temples. Mr. Zhao, are you comfortable? She parted her red lips slightly and spoke in a charming voice. Zhao Haotian narrowed his eyes, clearly enjoying it. Nice technique. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui saw Chu Shingua rushing over on the surveillance screen and turned around. Junior, it's Junior Sister Chu. Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence, open the door and let her in. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui opened the door, and Chu Shingua immediately saw Gu Yunlan sitting on the sofa. This vixen is really restless. She thought to herself, then changed her shoes and walked into the villa. When she first entered the villa, she was also shocked by the luxury here, but when she thought about the fact that Zhao Haotian could easily come up with tens of billions of cash flow, it was not surprising. Brother Haotian, I can also give massages. How about you ask this woman to leave and I give you a massage? I guarantee it will be more comfortable than hers. Chu Shingua came to Zhao Haotian with a coquettish look on her face, blinking her eyes and trying to seduce Zhao Haotian. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her on the forehead. Be good and don't make trouble. Chu Shingua curled her lips and gently bit his chest with love. I'm really poisoned by you. I have no resistance to you at all. Okay, then I'll give you a little reward today. What do you want to eat? I will cook it myself tonight.
Chu Shingua raised her eyebrows, began to think, and then said in a soft voice.
Then I won't be polite. I want crystal shrimp, steamed sea bass, braised pork, and spicy chicken. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhao Haotian with anticipation. Okay, I'll have someone send some fresh ingredients over right away. By the way, I remember there seems to be red wine in the wine cabinet. You can take out a bottle too. In the open kitchen, Zhao Haotian rolled up his shirt cuffs, revealing his well-defined forearms. The way he handled the ingredients skillfully fascinated everyone. Xiao, please pass me some olive oil. Schwer, hand me the knife. Yunlan, I'll leave the plating to you.
Xingyue, please help me get the dishes and chopsticks.
It will be ready soon. Sizzle. With the sound of ingredients being put into the pot, waves of tempting aroma wafted out. Zhao Haotian's movements of stirring the wok were smooth and fluid, and the firelight illuminated his focused profile. Gu Yunlan watched intently, her red lips slightly parted. She thought of the hardships she had endured over the years to reform the Gu family, and suddenly felt that it was really good to be able to rely on someone. Chu Shingua secretly filmed the video and sent it to Chu Yun. Look. Your brother-in-law is so outstanding and perfect, learn from him. Chu Yun replied immediately, yes. Sister, wipe your saliva. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui posted on their moments, and the luxurious villa and Zhao Haotian's concentration on cooking earned them a lot of envy and jealousy. 20 minutes later, 6 dishes and 1 soup were served on the table. Okay, let's try it and see how it tastes. Zhao Haotian untied his apron, revealing the white shirt underneath, which was slightly soaked with sweat. 4 pairs of chopsticks reached out to different dishes at the same time, and then. It's so delicious. You're such a great cook. Chu Xingua's cheeks were puffy like a hamster. Mr. Zhao. Gu Yunlan's eyes were blurred. What should I do if I only want to eat the food you cook every day from now on? Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui were too busy talking to do anything. At this moment, they felt as if they were surrounded by happiness. Looking at their reactions, a hint of tenderness flashed in Zhao Haotian's eyes. This feeling of being truly appreciated by your woman is really great. Chapter 72, The 4 Girls' Agreement, knocking on the door in the middle of the night. After dinner, the villa was filled with a warm and ambiguous atmosphere. Zhao Haotian leaned on the leather sofa in the main living room, watching 4 girls, each with their own unique style, clearing the table, with a faint smile on his lips. All right, girls. He clapped his hands and said, you can stay here tonight. There are enough guest rooms in the villa. You can choose the room you like. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui looked at each other, their faces showing unconcealable joy. Chu Shingua pouted, obviously reluctant to share Zhao Haotian's new home with others. Gu Yunlan was the calmest, but the gleam in her eyes revealed her inner anticipation. The room is on the 2nd floor, let's go up and take a look. As he spoke, he walked in front to lead the way, and the 4 people followed him up to the 2nd floor. After arriving on the 2nd floor, Zhao Haotian raised his hand and pointed at the half-open doors of the rooms. Here, this is the room. Just take a look at whichever one you like and move in. Both Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui seemed a little excited and walked forward to check the rooms. Gu Yunlan walked gracefully to Zhao Haotian and asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Mr. Zhao. Where is your room? It will be convenient in case we have any problems at night. A hint of amusement flashed in Zhao Haotian's eyes, and he raised his hand and pointed to a door at the end of the corridor. My bedroom is that one. It's not too far from your room. The 4 girls all looked in that direction, their expressions instantly becoming meaningful. Knowing where the room is makes things much easier. They pretended to be casual and chose a room that was neither far nor close to Zhao Haotian, and then spoke to try to get him out of here first. Dear, we can just choose the room ourselves. You can go and do your thing. You don't have to wait for us. Chu Shingua gently drew a circle on Zhao Haotian's chest. Yes, you don't have to accompany us specially, Junior. Seeing that they seemed to have their own plans, Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows slightly, chuckled and nodded. Okay then, I'll go back to my room first. You guys can do whatever you want, just call me if you need anything. Everyone nodded obediently, and Zhao Haotian didn't care anymore and walked towards his room. After the 4 girls chose their rooms, they all returned to the stairs. They looked at each other, and there was a gleam in their eyes. After a period of silence, Chu Shingua spoke first. She folded her hands and snorted softly, since you are all silent, I will say a few words first. Hearing this, everyone else looked at her.
This illusion of being the first wife made Chu Shingua feel very wonderful. Since everyone is staying here today, we're all family, so I won't beat around the bush. Let's make it clear first, no one is allowed to secretly look for Zhao Haotian tonight.
Competition must be fair and honest. Of course, of course. We all have to keep our promise. Su Xiaoxiao nodded quickly, looking like a good girl. I agree with this proposal.
Jiang Shui pursed her lips and spoke softly, her eyes flickering in the direction of Zhao Haotian's room. Gu Yunlan smiled with no discernible expression.
Of course, we are all people who know the rules. I don't think anyone would break the rules.
Having said that, Chu Shingua was still the first to look at her, with vigilance in her eyes.
Chu Shingua has always been on high alert against Gu Yunlan.
This woman is not only very cunning, but also knows how to manipulate people's hearts. If you are not careful, she might really steal your home.
As for Chu Xingua's vigilant look, Gu Yunlan pretended not to notice it and smiled at her kindly.
Su Xiaoxiao took in the reactions of the others, pondered in her heart, but spoke seriously on the surface.
Okay everyone, we've been tired all day, let's get some rest early. At this time, Zhao Haotian just came out to drink a glass of water.
Seeing that several people were about to return to the room, a meaningful smile appeared on his face.
They are all a bunch of little actors. Let us act. He wanted to see what they could come up with.
After going downstairs to drink some water, Zhao Haotian turned off the lights in the living room and returned to his room.
Only some ambient lights were dimly lit. Half an hour later, the villa fell into silence.
The moonlight shines into the corridor through the floor-to-ceiling windows, giving everything a silvery sense of mystery.
In the room,
Su Xiaoxiao paced back and forth in a thin nightgown, and her huge breasts seemed unable to be restrained by the nightgown. It bounced up and down with each step, as if it would pop out at the next moment. She was extremely nervous and excited at this moment, and her heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest. Ever since she got together with Zhao Haotian, his strength has been to her heart. Zhao Haotian has been busy with things recently, and she can hardly wait to go find him. I had originally wanted to find an excuse to be alone with him today, but by some strange coincidence I ended up living in Zhao Haotian's villa. Chu Shingua and others kept staring at Zhao Haotian with eager eyes, and she never found an opportunity.
Fortunately, the opportunity has come now. She looked at her watch. An hour had passed. Everyone else should be asleep, right? Just take a look, just a look. No one else will find out.
She muttered softly, gently opened the door, and tiptoed towards Zhao Haotian's bedroom. When she arrived at the door, she took a deep breath and was about to knock, but found that the door was ajar. Su Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip and carefully pushed the door open.
He whispered like a thief, Junior, are you asleep? In the room.
Zhao Haotian was leaning against the head of the bed, dozing off. He looked up when he heard the sound, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes.
It seems that the show has finally begun. Xiao.
You're still awake, come in.
Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's face lit up with joy.
She tiptoed in and closed the door gently.
Xiao, why are you looking for me so late at night? Zhao Haotian asked in a puzzled manner. Su Xiaoxiao felt a little embarrassed.
She came to the bed and stared at Zhao Haotian shyly.
I just wanted to see if you were asleep.
Zhao Haotian stood up straight, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
There was no need to ask more questions about something he already knew.
He reached out and pulled her into his arms, earning a low gasp from her.
But no matter how you look at it, it looks like it fell down on its own. It's true. Loli has 3 good qualities. Light and soft body, easy to push down. Xiao, are you really just here to see if I'm awake? Don't you want to do something else?
His voice was low and magnetic, which made Su Xiaoxiao feel weak all over, and she kissed Zhao Haotian subconsciously. The moment after they kissed, there were sudden sounds of light footsteps outside the door.
Someone else coming. Oh no. I can't let them find out I'm here. Junior, I have to hide first.
Su Xiaoxiao jumped out of Zhao Haotian's arms in panic and looked around for a place to hide. Finally, he hurriedly crawled into the spacious closet.
Chapter 73, knocking on the door one after another. Who is it? Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows and asked loudly on purpose.
The door was gently pushed open, and Jiang Shui poked her head in with a shy blush on her face. Tonight she wore lace pajamas and black stockings, showing off her legs to the fullest.
Junior, I discovered, something seems to be wrong with my body. Something's wrong here. Help me see if there are any changes.
Jiang Shui raised her small mountain peak and walked towards Zhao Haotian step by step.
Zhao Haotian leaned against the head of the bed, smiling. Oh? Then let me help Shui?
Jiang Shui closed the door and quickly jumped into Zhao Haotian's arms.
Junior, I miss you, it misses you too. Can we let them meet?
As she spoke, she kissed Zhao Haotian, and her fair hands began to search automatically. He also looked at the problem Jiang Shui mentioned and measured it himself.
Shui, there is indeed a problem. The mountain has become higher.
That's all thanks to you, junior brother, but I think it's not enough.
I want you to help me a little more.
Su Xiaoxiao in the closet saw this scene through the gap and bit her lips in anger, but dared not make a sound.
You are so good, Shui, you usually look like a pure and innocent girl. When you come to Zhao Haotian, you become a pure and lustful woman, right? Zhao Haotian was measuring the dangerous peak and getting into the groove when the door rang again at an inopportune moment. Jiang Shui jumped up from Zhao Haotian's arms as if she had been electrocuted. Oh no! They must be here.
I can't be seen coming here alone. Junior, I'll hide first. She looked around frantically, finally seeing the spacious wardrobe and crawling in.
No! In there!
It was too late for Zhao Haotian to stop it. He could only slap his forehead and hope that nothing would go wrong. The moment they entered the closet, Jiang Shui and Su Xiaoxiao looked at each other, staring at each other. After a brief moment of shock, they tacitly raised their fingers to their lips and made a hush gesture, then huddled together in the corner of the closet.
Brother Haotian, are you asleep?
Chu Shingua's mischievous voice came from outside the door, and she pushed the door open without waiting for a response. She specially changed into a red lace battlesuit tonight, and the translucent material vaguely outlined her graceful figure. Seeing Zhao Haotian leaning on the bed alone, her eyes lit up and she climbed onto the bed as lightly as a little wild cat.
Ahem, Shingua, what's up so late?
Zhao Haotian glanced inadvertently towards the wardrobe out of the corner of his eye. Chu Shingua didn't see the look in her eyes and punched him coquettishly. Bad man, there are only two of us and you are still asking questions that you already know the answer to. She gently lifted up her pajamas, revealing a hint of reverie.
I'm wearing the one you like to tear the most.
She stood on the bed, her stocking-clad legs gently stepping on his chest.
Disgraceful man, conquer this king. Chu Shingua raised her head proudly and looked at Zhao Haotian with disdain.
Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui in the closet looked at each other. They didn't expect that Chu Shingua, a seemingly serious young lady, was more playful than them.
I learned it. Boom boom boom. Just as Zhao Haotian held Chu Shingua's feet and prepared to conquer her, the fourth knock on the door sounded. Chu Shingua's expression changed. She was the one who proposed the agreement, and she must not be found to have broken it. Honey, I'll hide for now and come out after they leave.
She jumped out of bed in a panic, looking anxiously for a hiding place, and finally chose behind the curtains. The continuous teasing from three people made Zhao Haotian so angry that he was on the verge of exploding. This time he got out of bed and opened the door himself. Gu Yunlan was a little surprised, but when she saw Zhao Haotian's red eyes, she had a bad feeling.
Mr. Zhao, Stop talking.
He picked up Gu Yunlan and threw her hard on the bed. Gu Yunlan didn't know that there were three idiots in front of him who had maxed out Zhao Haotian's attack power, critical strike, and attack speed.
Now she was the one who bore it all.
Under the bedside lamp, Zhao Haotian finally saw clearly the battlesuit she was wearing.
It's actually a gap. Mr. Zhao.
There was something pitiful about her voice, but it undoubtedly ignited the dynamite.
What greeted her was Zhao Haotian's extremely violent attack.
Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui in the closet, as well as Chu Shingua behind the curtains, all held their breath involuntarily. For the next few hours, the room was filled with strange noises. The two people in the closet and the listener behind the curtain experienced a journey from shock, jealousy to pity. They all observed 3 seconds of silence for her. Gu Yunlan was able to maintain her usual elegance at first, but as time went on, she gradually lost her composure, and in the end she could only cry and act pitifully and beg for mercy.
Mr. Zhao, Bibi, please spare my life.
There were traces of tears on her face and her voice was hoarse. She had indeed been badly bullied. Only then did Zhao Haotian let her go and gently kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Oh, by the way, Yunlan, what did you want to talk to me about just now?
Gu Yunlan struggled to stand up her aching body and glared at him resentfully.
Why didn't this bastard ask just now?
What else could happen to her after so long?
Zhao Haotian raised the corner of his mouth proudly, pretending not to see her resentment.
Glancing out the window at the midnight hour, Gu Yunlan gave him a charming look. I should go back now, otherwise it will be terrible if they find me tomorrow. She staggered into her nightgown, and before leaving, she did not forget to kiss Zhao Haotian on the lips.
Thank you, husband, for your kindness. Only then did Zhao Haotian remember that there seemed to be more than one person in the room.
There is really a sword hanging over your head when it comes to lust.
Spicy meatballs.
After Gu Yunlan left, the room fell into a brief silence. Then, the curtains were suddenly pulled open, and Chu Shingua walked out with a resentful look on her face.
My dear, you are so brave. She walked to the bed with a sneer and pinched Zhao Haotian lightly below. Ahem, Shingua, this is no joke. It concerns your happiness.
Chu Shingua then snorted and let go of her hand.
Humph, stinky man, forget it today, I will make it up to you next time.
After Chu Shingua finished speaking, she kissed Zhao Haotian on the mouth with a gentle look on her face.
Good night, darling.
She swayed her waist and slowly left.
Okay, you guys come out too.
At this time, the wardrobe door was also pushed open, and Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui walked out with red faces and shyness in their eyes.
Junior. You're going too far.
Su Xiaoxiao stomped her feet in shame and anger. Jiang Shui avoided his gaze and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, We all heard it.
Zhao Haotian spread his hands and glared at them unhappily.
It's you who fanned the flames. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui looked at each other and smiled awkwardly, leaning on Zhao Haotian, one on the left and one on the right.
Junior, our legs are numb from squatting.
Su Xiaoxiao said coquettishly. Jiang Shui started massaging Zhao Haotian's waist and thighs. You must be tired, brother.
Let me give you a massage. Zhao Haotian enjoyed the massage from the two of them.
Seeing that they were both a little sleepy, he hugged them and slowly fell asleep.
Well, Su Ju. Chapter 74 Breakfast Incident, Gu Yunlan's Worry. Wake up early in the morning.
Zhao Haotian slowly opened his eyes and found that Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui had already gotten out of bed. He stretched and the covers slipped off, revealing his perfect body.
Ding! Today's sign-in is successful. Reward, Weapon Mastery.
Weapon Mastery, this includes all applications of hot and cold weapons, and all surrounding objects can be used as weapons. The system's prompt sounded in his mind, and then a huge amount of weapon knowledge flooded into his consciousness like a tide. From swords, spears, swords and halberds to various modern firearms, from hidden weapons and darts to military daggers, the methods and techniques of using all weapons are mastered in an instant. Zhao Haotian sat on the edge of the bed, looked down at his hands, and tried to imagine the feeling of holding a dagger in his hands.
The amazing thing is,
his muscles seemed to have truly memorized a certain trajectory, and his wrist naturally made a beautiful flip.
This ability is quite interesting. Combined with hostility perception, I can deal with most enemies. He muttered quietly, his eyes scanning the items in the room.
Pens, coins, books, and even clothes hangers became deadly weapons in his eyes. He shook his head, temporarily suppressing these thoughts, and got up to wash up. The person in the mirror still looks familiar, and it can be simply summarized in one word.
Handsome.
After washing up, Zhao Haotian simply changed into a casual shirt and went downstairs. As he reached the stairs, he saw 4 women gathered around a table eating breakfast.
But the atmosphere seems a little weird.
Chu Shingua chewed bread and stared at Gu Yunlan's walking posture, while Gu Yunlan did not dare to move too much because of Chu Xingua's gaze.
Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui were quietly eating melons on the side.
Chu Shingua snorted and spoke in a sarcastic tone.
Oh, why is our Miss Gu limping today? Did she do something secretly last night?
Her tone was mixed with jealousy, gloating and other sounds.
But because she had also sneaked into Zhao Haotian's room, she couldn't expose Gu Yunlan. I can only be sarcastic. I just pulled it while doing yoga this morning. Is that a problem?
Gu Yunlan's voice was clearly lacking in confidence, and carried a hint of guilt.
Oh, a strain? What move did you do to pull your thigh? Let me learn how to do it. Chu Shingua rolled her eyes. Gu Yunlan quickly adjusted his mindset, narrowed his eyes and calmed down. Sister Shingua, why are you so concerned about me today? Are you jealous that I have a better figure and bigger breasts than you? Heh, I'm jealous of you, what a joke. Chu Shingua sneered.
I'm afraid some people may pretend to be noble on the surface, but secretly do shameful things behind the scenes.
For example, eating secretly.
Zhao Haoyan watched the girls competing with each other and acting with an amused look on his face, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
This was much more interesting than any comedy.
He took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and walked down the stairs as if nothing had happened.
Morning, girls.
The four people in the living room turned their heads at the same time, each with a different expression. Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui were sitting at one side of the dining table, watching the confrontation between Chu Shingua and Gu Yunlan with great interest. When they saw him coming down, their eyes lit up and they said in unison, "Good morning, Junior." Gu Yunlan immediately put away her sharp expression and replaced it with an aggrieved look. She walked to Zhao Haoyan, took his arm and rubbed the soft part.
Mr. Zhao, look at her. Chu Shingua is being sarcastic to me. I was just injured while practicing. Chu Shingua was not to be outdone and hugged Zhao Haoyan's arm from the other side. Dear, I'm not wrong. It was obviously Gu Yunlan who bullied me. Of course, Zhao Haoyan treated everyone equally. All right. We're all a family from now on, stop making trouble.
Zhao Haoyan smiled helplessly, put his arms around their waists and squeezed them, leaned over and pecked Chu Shingua on the lips, then turned around and kissed Gu Yunlan on the forehead.
Stop making trouble and have breakfast. This trick really worked. Chu Xingua's face flushed and she snorted proudly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise.
Gu Yunlan nodded obediently like a cat whose fur had been stroked, temporarily forgetting the unpleasantness just now.
Zhao Haoyan caught a glimpse of Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui giggling on the side.
The two of them tacitly picked up the milk and clinked glasses, looking like they were enjoying the fun. He glared at the two women unhappily.
Hey! Come here, Junior. I made some toast for you.
Su Xiaoxiao waved enthusiastically and patted the seat next to her. Jiang Shui had already poured the milk and carefully adjusted the temperature. Junior, the milk is at the perfect temperature.
Zhao Haoyan was seated surrounded by four people.
Chu Shingua picked up bacon for him, Gu Yunlan handed him the fried eggs, Su Xiaoxiao was in charge of the bread, and Jiang Shui was ready to refill the cup at any time.
Although noisy, this morning made him feel extremely warm. That's right.
Honey, I have to go back to the Yunting Hotel today.
Gu Yunlan suddenly spoke, his tone becoming serious.
The table suddenly became quiet.
Zhao Haoyan put down the cup. What's going on?
A hint of depth flashed in Gu Yunlan's eyes.
I'm with you.
I've completely fallen out with Zhou Yuan at Dingsheng Group, so the Zhou family might target the Yunting Hotel next. I need to go back and take charge of the situation.
Do you need my help?
No need for you to take action for now, dear. I also mastered a lot of secrets during my heyday, which was enough to deal with Zhou Yuan and the others. And I dug up a lot of negative information about the Gu family from my third uncle yesterday, so the Gu family doesn't have to worry for the time being. I'm just worried about the Zhou family.
Gu Yunlan's expression was somewhat solemn.
Zhao Haoyan thought for a moment and shook his head to reassure her.
The Zhou family shouldn't have to worry for now. Now that I have the Jade Seal, the Zhou family and other families will probably focus on me.
This is a good opportunity for you to develop and short them. Gu Yunlan's expression changed slightly, but Zhao Haoyan held her hand and whispered in her ear.
I always knew your plan. But we're one now, aren't we? Gu Yunlan also smiled and became even more impressed by Zhao Haoyan's ability.
Yes, dear. She leaned close to Zhao Haoyan's ear, her breath sweet as orchid.
I'll come back to see you after I finish these things. Then you have to love me well.
Her words made Zhao Haoyan's heart warm.
Just as he was about to respond, Chu Shingua pouted in dissatisfaction. Hey, what are you whispering about? That's right. We want to listen too. Su Xiaoxiao also joined the protest. Although Jiang Shui didn't say anything, her eyes were full of curiosity. Gu Yunlan proudly flicked her hair and said, "This is our little secret I won't tell you."
Seeing that a new round of war was about to break out, Zhao Haoyan quickly changed the subject.
What about you three? What are your plans for today?
Chu Shingua curled her lips and said, I have to go back to school.
I've taken several days off. If I don't go to class, Instructor Bai will kill me. Us too.
Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui said in unison.
At this time, Zhao Haoyan suddenly thought of Bai Jia.
It seemed like he had stood her up again and hadn't come back for 2 days.
Never mind, the worst that can happen is she'll get a beating when she gets home, and I think she'll feel better about it. Chapter 75, Meeting with Director Chen.
After seeing off the 4 girls, the huge villa suddenly became quiet. Zhao Haotian sat in the middle of the living room, his eyes fixed on the quaint box on the coffee table, which contained the priceless jade dragon seal. When the box was opened, the jade seal shone with a warm luster in the sunlight, and the dragon pattern was lifelike, as if it would take off into the sky at the next moment.
Hiss, I can't always carry this thing with me, but it's not safe to leave it at home, Zhao Haotian said to himself. Suddenly, an idea came to him. I called out to the system in my mind, System, can this thing be stored in the system space? Or can it be made smaller and made into a necklace or something? Ding!
The host can store items in the system space, but cannot change the item's form.
Zhao Haotian's eyes lit up. That's fine, as long as it can be stored.
As he thought about it, the jade seal disappeared from the box, and a special storage space appeared in his consciousness, with the jade seal quietly floating in it. Not only will I have good fortune protecting me at all times, but I won't be worried about being stolen.
It's really convenient. Zhao Haotian gave the system a thumbs up. He checked the time and it was almost noon.
I have an appointment with Director Chen to meet at Yixianju today, so he has to prepare to leave early. After going upstairs and changing into a formal dark blue suit, he took out another scroll, which was the famous painting he had bought at the last Wu family auction.
Just right as a meeting gift.
Before this, he had already booked a first-class private room at Yixianju, which could be easily done with Yixianju's Black Dragon card.
Zhao Haotian then dialed Director Chen's number. The call was quickly picked up, and a strong male voice came over. Hello? Director Chen, do you remember me? I'm Zhao Haotian, the one who invited you to dinner at the Wu family auction. Oh. I remember now, Mr. Zhao.
The other party's voice immediately became much more energetic.
Director Chen, I've already booked a private room at Yixianju. I'm looking forward to meeting you. Okay, Mr. Zhao, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Haotian raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Director Chen was more enthusiastic than he expected.
It seemed that this cooperation would have a chance. As soon as Zhao Haotian's car stopped at the door, a waiter came running over to open the door for him.
Mr. Zhao, your box is over here, please. Following the waiter across the courtyard, Zhao Haotian was led to box number 001. First, bring a pot of good tea.
I'll start serving the dishes after my guests arrive.
Zhao Haotian gave the instruction while carefully placing the scroll he brought on the coffee table beside him. As soon as the tea arrived, there was a knock on the box door. They arrived. Chu Yun walked in with Director Chen. He looked around with a look of surprise on his face. Brother Zhao, I didn't expect you to book room 001.
Even my dad has to make reservations long in advance.
Zhao Haotian chuckled and waved his hand. It's all a small matter. Everyone, please sit down. Director Chen, I've heard a lot about you. Zhao Haotian walked up and shook his hand enthusiastically.
Director Chen was flattered and quickly held it with both hands.
He still remembered vividly the scene of Zhao Haotian confronting the wealthy family at the auction. Don't offend such a person. After the three of them sat down, Zhao Haotian personally poured tea for them.
After a few pleasantries, he picked up the scroll on the coffee table and handed it to Chen Ming with both hands. Director Chen, I heard that you like collecting calligraphy and paintings.
This is what I bought at the last auction. It's a small gift from me.
Chen Ming's eyes lit up as he took the scroll and carefully unfolded it. When he saw the painting clearly, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. He didn't expect that the collection that he failed to buy at the auction would be given to him by Zhao Haotian.
Mr. Zhao, this is too expensive. Chen Ming wanted to refuse. He understood the principle that one should be grateful to the recipient.
A sword is given to a hero, and a good painting is given to a soulmate.
Zhao Haotian said sincerely, if I keep this painting it will just gather dust. Only by giving it to Director Chen can its value be reflected.
Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Chen Ming finally accepted the generous gift, and his attitude became noticeably more enthusiastic. The waiters started serving the dishes at the right time, and Yixianju's signature dishes were served one by one.
Director Chen, I'm not sure about your taste, so I ordered these signature dishes. Please don't mind. Chen Ming waved his hand. He didn't have so many dietary restrictions.
After 3 rounds of drinks, the topic naturally turned to movies.
What new movie is Director Chen preparing recently? Zhao Haotian asked casually. Yes, there is one.
The script has been polished for a long time, but the actors are not in place yet.
Chen Shiming took a sip of wine. Oh? Has the heroine been decided?
Zhao Haotian picked up a piece of fish and said in a relaxed tone. Chen Ming shook his head and said bitterly, forget about confirming it.
We haven't even found one yet.
The actress for the heroine in my role not only needs to have a unique temperament and solid basic skills, but also be able to endure hardships and work. It's not just any popular star who can do the job.
People like that are just filling in the gaps. It's better not to film them. Zhao Haotian and Chu Yun looked at each other secretly, and he spoke. Really?
But speaking of good temperament and solid basic skills, I have someone under my command named Lin Shui. He has an outstanding temperament, solid basic skills, and is hardworking.
If Director Chen is interested, let's go and see him after dinner. Lin Shui? Chen Zhiming frowned and thought, I haven't heard of it.
He is a newcomer, but he has great potential. Zhao Haotian put down his chopsticks, took out his cell phone and pulled out some photos of Lin Shui. In the photo, Lin Shui is wearing a simple and elegant cheongsam, with clear and firm eyes.
She indeed has a kind of classical beauty that transcends time and space. Chen Zhiming's eyes widened slightly, and he took the phone and examined it carefully. This temperament is indeed extraordinary, but the acting. Chu Yun also came over to take a look, with a flash of amazement in his eyes. Where did you find this amateur? She looks so photogenic even without makeup. It was a coincidence.
Zhao Haotian smiled mysteriously. I discovered it when I acquired Vientiane Entertainment.
If Director Chen is interested, you can come with me to Vientiane Entertainment later to take a look. Chen Zhiming was obviously moved.
After pondering for a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. Okay, then after dinner, I will go to the Vientiane Entertainment with Mr. Zhao and meet Miss Lin by the way.
Director Chen is straightforward. Zhao Haotian raised his glass. Come on.
Cheers. During the meal, Zhao Haotian sent a message to Lin Meng and Lin Shui, asking them to get ready. I will bring Director Chen here and let Lin Shui audition for the female lead. When Lin Shui learned that it was Director Chen, she was extremely excited. As long as she was an actor, she would look forward to being in Director Chen's movie. Because not only are the scripts of his crew of high quality, but Director Chen himself has an extremely terrifying influence in the film and television industry.
Being on camera almost always brings great fame to the actor himself. Not to mention a role like the heroine. Director Chen's films have produced countless Best Actors and Actresses, and even Best Actor and Actress awards.
Lin Shui dreamed of joining his crew, but she didn't expect Zhao Haotian to bring her back directly and even get her an audition opportunity for the female lead.
She must strive to do well and repay Zhao Haotian in the future. Chapter 76 Temporary Test, Lin Shui's Perfect Performance. After the dinner at Yixianju ended, Zhao Haotian took Chen Ming and Chu Yun to the Vientiane Entertainment Building.
The car stopped in front of an office building.
Zhao Haotian led the two to the lobby. Chu Yun looked around and raised his eyebrows in surprise. The environment here is quite good. It's much more professional than I thought.
Although Wanxiang Entertainment is just starting out, it is my business after all. I can't just dispose of it casually.
Zhao Haotian's tone was smiling.
Entering the lobby, what catches your eye is the simple and elegant company logo and the spacious and bright reception area. A receptionist in professional attire immediately bowed slightly and smiled. Hello, Mr. Zhao.
Director Chen nodded secretly. As a veteran in the industry, he could tell at a glance the professionalism of this company.
From the demeanor of the front desk staff to the layout of the office area, everything reflected efficiency and quality.
This is in stark contrast to the flamboyant atmosphere of most emerging entertainment companies. Young Master Zhao. A capable figure walked quickly down the corridor.
Lin Meng was wearing a beige suit today, with her hair neatly tied into a bun, and she exuded the aura of a workplace elite. She first nodded to Zhao Haotian, then turned her gaze to Director Chen and Chu Yun.
Is this Director Chen? I've heard a lot about you. I'm Lin Meng, the artist director of Vientiane Entertainment.
She extended her hand gracefully. Director Chen shook her hand, his eyes flashing with admiration. Director Lin is young and promising.
Where's Lin Shui? Why don't I see her? Zhao Haotian looked around and asked. She's still in the training room.
Ever since you found a training team for her, she's been training every day like she's got a treasure. Lin Meng chuckled and then turned sideways to lead the way.
The training room is this way, I'll take you there.
The group walked through the office area and came to the training room. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass wall, you can see a spacious training room where a slender figure is practicing lines in front of the mirror. Lin Shui wore a simple white t-shirt and black training pants, with her hair casually tied into a bun. Her bare face looked particularly clear in the sunlight. She was oblivious to the outside observers, completely absorbed in the performance. I saw her sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling, her voice sometimes high-pitched and sometimes low-pitched. She polished a line 7 or 8 times but was still not satisfied, so she started over again. This little girl. Director Chen stopped involuntarily and narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhao Haotian smiled without saying anything and continued watching Lin Meng's training. Lin Shui suddenly switched her state and began to practice some dance moves. Her limbs were soft and powerful, and every turn and every raise of her hand had a unique sense of rhythm, as if her whole body had become one with the music. There was always a satisfied smile on his face, and he seemed to enjoy it. Lin Meng introduced in a low voice, Xiao Shui works very hard every day. Even without anyone supervising her, she is very strict with herself. Sometimes she practices until the early morning, and I have to force her to rest. Director Chen's eyes were already gleaming with excitement, as if he had discovered a treasure. As a director, he knows very well how rare it is to find an actor who is both talented and willing to work hard. Zhao Haotian walked over gently and pushed open the door of the training room. Hearing the sound, Lin Shui turned around and was surprised to see Zhao Haotian, with a bright smile on her face. "Mr. Zhao, you're here." Then she noticed the guest behind her and immediately put away her smile, replacing it with a professional and polite expression, but there was still a blush on her face. "Lin Shui, sorry to interrupt your training. This is Director Chen, and this is Master Chu Yun. I'm bringing them here today to see your skills. If you want to fulfill your dreams, you must seize the opportunity." Zhao Haotian said gently, and Lin Meng immediately nodded excitedly. Director Chen smiled and nodded. "Hello, Xiaolin. I just saw you training. You look very professional." Lin Shui was a little happy to receive the praise from such a well-known senior director, but soon became humble. "Director Chen, you're too kind. I still have a lot to learn. I've seen all your movies." Lin Shui was so excited that she was incoherent. "I've watched The Greatest Emperor at least 20 times. The script is so good. I dream of being in your production." This sincere expression made Director Chen laugh heartily and he joked. "It seems I'm quite famous now. Even Xiaolin has seen my movies. Ha ha ha." Zhao Haotian patted Lin Shui's shoulder gently and said in a gentle tone, "Director Chen is preparing a new film, and the female lead hasn't been decided yet. I recommended you to him, so do your best." Upon hearing this, Lin Shui immediately straightened her back and her eyes became firm. "I will definitely not let Mr. Zhao and Director Chen down. Don't rush to promise." Director Chen suddenly became serious. "I'm very strict when filming. You can't do it without enduring hardships." "I'm not afraid of hardship. As long as I can learn something, it's worth it no matter how hard or tiring it is." Lin Shui answered without hesitation, her eyes very determined. Director Chen exchanged glances with Zhao Haotian, then turned to Lin Shui. "I'm going to give you a little test. Without any preparation, I'll randomly provide you with a character from one of my movies or a random scene, and see how you improvise." "No problem. Please ask the question, Director Chen." Lin Shui took a deep breath and prepared herself. The training room suddenly became quiet. Zhao Haotian and Lin Meng stepped aside to give Lin Shui space to perform. Director Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "Imagine you are a female student in the Republic of China period, engaged in underground work, and suddenly learn that your family is ill from missing them. However, your identity means you cannot return to fulfill your filial duties. The complex emotions and struggles involved are portrayed. You'll have 30 seconds to prepare, then begin." Lin Shui closed her eyes, her chest rising and falling slightly. In less than 20 seconds, she had opened her eyes, and her entire demeanor had completely changed. The innocence in his eyes was replaced by painful struggle, his shoulders trembled slightly, his lips were pressed into a straight line, and he looked into the distance as if he was looking at his hometown. Then he knelt down gently in that direction, kowtowed 3 times, and left resolutely. She did not cry or shout, but used extremely restrained body movements and actions to show the choices and struggles of a patriot when faced with family, country, and loyalty and filial piety. "Okay. Stop." Director Chen suddenly called a halt. "Now, change the scene. You are a modern working woman. After entering the workplace, you find yourself isolated and targeted by your boss and colleagues. You angrily leave and start your own business. You also need 30 seconds to prepare." Lin Shui quickly adjusted her state. When she opened her eyes again, her posture became upright and confident, her eyes were a mixture of anger and helplessness, and her fists were slightly clenched.
It perfectly portrays the complex psychology of a working woman facing injustice. Wonderful. Chu Yun couldn't help but admire softly. Director Chen didn't stop and continued to add, keep this role. Now it's 3 years later. You have successfully started a business and become the boss of a place. By chance, you meet your boss and colleagues again at a social event. Lin Shui's eyes instantly became sharp and calm, a contented arc appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her every move was filled with the confidence and elegance of a successful person. She even improvised a conversation with her boss and colleagues. There was no sarcasm or suppression in her words, but the contrast was vividly demonstrated. Great. That's great. Director Chen finally couldn't help but applaud. This ability to instantly immerse yourself in a role is something many veteran actors can't do. You are very good, and you interpret the role with great spirit, which is rare. Only then did Lin Shui come out of her role and lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. Thank you, Director Chen, for the compliment. No, I should thank you. Director Chen excitedly walked up to Lin Shui and said, I've been looking for the right heroine for months, but I finally found one today. He turned to Zhao Haotian, his eyes full of admiration. Mr. Zhao, you really have a unique vision. Lin Shui was born to perform. I can guarantee that within 2 years, she will become a movie queen. Zhao Haotian smiled and nodded, it's not my credit, it's her own ability. Lin Shui just lacks a stage to show it. Director Chen, what do you think of the heroine's position? It's settled. It's Lin Shui. Director Chen made the final decision, my people will discuss the contract details with Director Lin. He held Zhao Haotian's hand. Mr. Zhao, thank you so much this time. Mutual benefit and win-win. Zhao Haotian responded calmly, Vientiane Entertainment is just starting out and still needs Director Chen's support. Of course. When it comes to future movie actors, I'll consider Vientiane Entertainment first. Chapter 77 Black Dragon Society, Killer. After seeing off Director Chen and Chu Yun, only Zhao Haotian and the two sisters Lin Meng and Lin Shui were left in front of the Wanxiang Entertainment Building. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a golden edge on the three of them, and Lin Shui's face was flushed with excitement from the successful audition. Mr. Zhao, thank you so much today. Lin Shui clasped her hands tightly against her chest, her eyes shining like stars. My sister and I would like to treat you to a meal. Do you have time? Lin Meng also took a step forward, a rare hint of expectation in her eyes. It was all because of the man in front of her that their future suddenly became full of hope. Zhao Haotian was about to agree when the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. When he took it out and looked at it, the 3 words "instructor by" made his scalp tighten immediately. Let me take a call first. He made an apologetic gesture to the two sisters, walked aside and pressed the answer button. Zhao. How? Tian. Bai Jie's gritted teeth came from the other end of the phone. What did you promise me? You stood me up for 2 days in a row. Do you think I can't control you anymore? Even through the phone, Zhao Haotian could imagine Bai Jie's raised eyebrows at this moment. He subconsciously moved his phone further away and said with a wry smile, Sister Bai, this is for a reason. I acquired a company, so I stayed an extra day. There seemed to be silence for a moment after hearing this, but soon a voice came again. Hurry up and finish it. I'll wait for you at the school gate tonight. I'm telling you, if I don't see you in class tomorrow, you won't get any credits this semester. With a click, the phone was hung up. Zhao Haotian smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that taking such a long leave really made this woman angry. Returning to the Lin sisters, Zhao Haotian spread his hands helplessly. I'm sorry, Lin Meng and Lin Shui, something urgent happened at school. I'll treat you to dinner next time I come, but I really can't do it this time. A hint of disappointment flashed across Lin Shui's eyes, but she nodded obediently. Mr. Zhao's matter is more important, let's make an appointment next time. Then Mr. Zhao, please be careful on the road. We will go back to the company first. Lin Meng smiled knowingly and was very understanding. Zhao Haotian nodded and patted the two sisters on the shoulders, keep doing your best. I believe you can all get better. The two sisters nodded heavily and stepped forward to hug Zhao Haotian. Okay, I should go now. After watching the two sisters return to the building, Zhao Haotian turned around and looked at the time. It was already 6:20 in the afternoon. He had to hurry back to school to comfort instructor Bai. Just as I was about to get in the car, I noticed a pen dropped on the ground. It seemed to be Lin Meng's, but the person had already gone upstairs.
There was no choice but for Zhao Haotian to pick it up and put it in his pocket, waiting to return it to her next time. The car drove into the main road, and the evening rush hour traffic slowed down the progress. Zhao Haotian held the steering wheel with one hand and hummed a little tune, obviously in a good mood. Just as he was immersed in comfort, his hostile perception was triggered.
Ding. Hostility detected. Name, Li Hu.
Identity, member of the Black Dragon Society.
Hostility level, murderous intent. Personality, cautious.
Zhao Haotian's eyes flashed, he looked around calmly, then glanced at the rearview mirror. A black SUV followed him slowly for about 20 meters, and after 3 consecutive intersections, it still maintained the same distance. This appears to be the source of the hostility.
Someone finally can't hold back anymore, the Gu family or the Zhou family.
Zhao Haotian curled his lips into a sneer, and he already had a plan in mind.
Yo-yo, turn on the navigation. Destination, Old Square on the outskirts of Haicheng.
As the car drove away from the downtown area, the number of vehicles around it gradually decreased.
Zhao Haotian glanced at the rearview mirror from time to time to confirm that the SUV was still following behind.
Li Hu in the off-road vehicle was wearing a baseball cap. He was in his early 30s, had a hideous scar on his left cheek, and his eyes were as cold as ice. He squinted his eyes as he looked at his surroundings, and it seemed that he had been discovered.
This shocked him a little.
From the information obtained, the other party was just a freshman in college, but he was able to detect his presence. However, even if the other party discovered it, he was just an ordinary person.
I am a member of the Black Dragon Society. I have been living on the edge of a knife for so many years. I am not someone a college student can deal with. He touched the pistol at his waist. This deal paid well. The Zhou family offered 5 million for the head of a college student, which was almost like giving money away for free. Although it was a bit strange that the target seemed to have deliberately led him to such a remote place, in the face of the absolute gap in strength, any cleverness would be futile. The vehicle continued to move forward. The road leads to an abandoned industrial area, which is almost deserted at night. The factories on both sides were pitch black, like crouching beasts. Zhao Haotian deliberately drove the car to an open area and then parked it.
He opened the car window, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and slowly lit one. The night wind blew, and the sparks of the cigarette butt flickered.
Li Hu's SUV also stopped.
He frowned when he saw Zhao Haotian smoking leisurely. It seemed that Zhao Haotian was not afraid of him.
Forget it, I have a gun. Let's finish this job quickly and call it a day.
The man muttered, grabbed a black sweatshirt from the passenger seat, put it on, and pulled up the hood to cover most of his face. He checked his weapons one last time, opened the door and got out. The night wind blew up the fallen leaves on the ground, swirling them between the two of them.
Zhao Haotian exhaled a smoke ring and looked at the figure gradually approaching, a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. You've been following me all the way. Thank you for your hard work, Li Hu. Who asked you to kill me?
Zhao Haotian put out his cigarette, and the sound was particularly clear in the open space. Li Hu paused for a moment, obviously not expecting the other party to point it out directly, and even more unexpectedly not expecting the other party to know his name. But he quickly regained his composure and continued walking forward until the two were less than 5 meters apart.
Aren't you afraid?
Li Hu's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like the sound of sandpaper rubbing against each other.
Zhao Haotian got out of the car and walked towards him. Are you afraid that you will let me go?
Seeing that Zhao Haotian still wanted to get closer, Li Hu's cautious nature made him draw his gun immediately.
Stand there, don't come near.
The moment Zhao Haotian saw the pistol, his pupils shrank sharply.
He was right. This man came prepared.
But he quickly hid his gaze.
I'm unarmed, what are you afraid of with a gun? Since you dare to come and kill me, you must have inquired about my information. I am just an ordinary person.
Li Hu did not relax his vigilance. He slowly approached Zhao Haotian step by step, his eyes extremely focused.
He said coldly, since you knew you were being followed, you still dared to run to such a deserted place? I don't know whether to call you brave or stupid. Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows and chuckled, then which one do you think I am? Dead people don't need to think about such things.
He was already 1 meter in front of Zhao Haotian, with the muzzle of the gun pointed at Zhao Haotian's eyebrows. At this distance, he dared to guarantee that he would never miss.
As long as Zhao Haotian made any unusual movement, he would shoot directly. Chapter 78: The First Murder. Ding-a-ling. Suddenly, Zhao Haotian's cell phone rang.
In the silent abandoned factory area, this voice pierced the extremely tense atmosphere. Li Hu's pupils contracted instinctively and his attention shifted to this fleeting flaw.
The pen cap hidden in Zhao Haotian's sleeve shot out like a flying knife and hit the pistol safety accurately.
With a slight click, the safety was pushed to the off position. Li Hu suddenly came back to his senses and subconsciously pulled the trigger with his index finger, but found that he could not pull the trigger no matter what.
He was stunned for a moment.
Zhao Haotian seized the opportunity and flipped his right hand, and the pen he accidentally picked up from Wanxiang Entertainment was already in his palm. The tip of the pen gleamed coldly, and he swiftly stabbed the pen into Li Hu's wrist holding the gun.
Blood is pouring out. Ah!
Li Hu cried out in pain, and a bloody hole appeared on his wrist. The severe pain made him involuntarily let go of the pistol, and it fell to the ground with a snap.
Zhao Haotian kicked the gun away almost at the same moment.
He kept moving, his left hand formed a claw to grab Li Hu's shoulder, and his right hand exerted force again, and the pen pierced deeply into the other's abdomen.
Ugh!
Li Hu hunched his body, the scar on his face twisted in pain, but he was worthy of being a desperate criminal who lived on the tip of a knife. In this situation, he burst out with brute force, pulled out the dagger from his waist with his left hand, and slashed it towards Zhao Haotian's chest.
Although Zhao Haotian reacted quickly and retreated, the dagger still left a bloody mark on his chest.
The white shirt was instantly stained red, and the burning pain made him gasp.
Go to hell!
Li Hu rushed over with a dagger in his hand and hatred on his face, but because he was right-handed his movements were unnatural. Faced with the threat of death, Zhao Haotian instinctively stabbed forward with the pen in his hand. He did not hold back this time, and the pen accurately pierced Li Hu's throat.
Goo goo!
Li Hu's throat made a strange bubbling sound and his eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe that he would die at the hands of a college student. He staggered back 2 steps, the dagger in his hand fell to the ground, and he covered his bleeding throat with his hands in vain. Then he fell heavily to the ground, struggling in pain, and soon stopped completely. The hot blood flowed down the pen into Zhao Haotian's hand, and the sticky touch brought him back to his senses. He looked down at his hands, then at Li Hu who was already dead on the ground, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head.
I killed someone.
In his 2 lives, this was the first time he ended a person's life with his own hands. Although this was a life-and-death battle, the feeling of life slipping away in Zhao Haotian's hands still made his stomach cramp. The cell phone keeps ringing. He sent a message to Chu Yun before getting off the car, asking him to call him in 3 minutes. The killing of Li Hu happened in just a moment, so Chu Yun didn't have time to hang up. Zhao Haotian took out the phone from his pocket, took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and pressed the answer button.
Brother Zhao? What's going on? Why do you want me to call you?
Chu Yun's voice was filled with doubt. Zhao Haotian did not explain, but said calmly, Chu Yun, I'll share a place with you.
Bring someone over to sweep the floor. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone.
Chu Yun obviously knew what sweeping the floor meant. He responded calmly from the other end, I understand.
I'll be there in 20 minutes.
After hanging up the phone, Zhao Haotian staggered to a wall, leaned against it, and slowly slid down to the ground. The night wind blew, and the wound on his chest felt a sharp pain, but he could not feel any physical pain at the moment. He took out a cigarette box from his pocket, and his hands shook a few times, causing the cigarettes to scatter all over the floor. He picked up one and put it in his mouth, then lit the cigarette with a lighter.
Cough cough.
He took a big sip, which made him cough a few times. The stimulation of nicotine calmed him down a little. Zhao Haotian looked down at his right hand covered in blood and suddenly laughed, with a hint of complexity in his laughter.
So this is what killing someone feels like.
He thought that with the system and various abilities, he was strong enough. But it was not until this moment, when a life really ended in his hands, that he understood what true transformation was. The corpse on the ground gradually became cold. The moonlight shone on Li Hu's hideous face, and the scars looked particularly glaring. After Zhao Haotian finished smoking a cigarette, he felt much calmer. He first stood up, picked up the pistol and checked it, and found that the magazine was still intact. Without hesitation, he put the pistol into the system space.
This thing might be useful in the future.
Then he walked over to Li Hu and searched his body up and down, but found nothing of value except a cell phone and some small change in cash. Taking up his finger to unlock it, Zhao Haotian found out his chat history with the Zhou family and the deposit transfer. After discovering that there was nothing else, he lost interest, not even any information about the Black Dragon Society. It seems that this guy is just an insignificant little character in the Black Dragon Society.
Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, the sound of engines was heard in the distance, and two black SUVs drove into the abandoned factory area. Chu Yun walked over quickly with a few capable men.
When they saw Hao Li who died, their pupils shrank.
What a drastic measure. Brother Zhao, what's going on? Are you injured? Chu Yun noticed the bloodstains on Zhao Haotian's chest. Minor injury. Zhao Haotian waved his hand and pointed at the corpse on the ground. Help me clean up this place, and by the way, help me look up information about the Black Dragon Society. Send it to my phone when you find out.
Chu Yun nodded, and his two men immediately began to deal with the body. Another person came over with a medical kit and skillfully cleaned Zhao Haotian's wound. The wound isn't that deep, luckily I hit in time. The man took a look at the wound and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he took out alcohol bandages and other tools and started treating the wound.
Brother Zhao, let me take you back to Haida later. It's not convenient for you to drive like this.
Chu Yun didn't ask what happened, but spoke worriedly.
Zhao Haotian did not refuse.
After all, it was not very convenient for him to drive like this now.
Then drive my car back later, Zhao Haotian said.
After treating the wounds, Zhao Haotian and Chu Yun got into the car first, leaving some people here to deal with the scene. When they drove to Ocean University, Bai Jia recognized Zhao Haotian's car at the door. She immediately rushed forward angrily, ready to teach the guy who stood her up a lesson.
Zhao Haotian. You.
But when she got closer and saw the bloodstains on Zhao Haotian's shirt and the gauze on his chest, her anger instantly turned into panic.
You, how did you get hurt like this?
Chu Yun wanted to speak but was stopped by Zhao Haotian with a look, who told him to leave first and leave the matter to him. Chu Yun nodded and left, but before leaving, he sent a message to Chu Shingua, telling her that Zhao Haotian was injured.
Come on, I'll take you to the hospital.
Bai Jia helped Zhao Haotian back to the car and wanted to take him to the hospital, but was stopped by Zhao Haotian.
Sister Bai, my injury is not suitable for me to go to the hospital. Please take me back to Shuefu No. 1 Villa. I have a house there. I'll trouble Sister Bai to take care of me tonight. Chapter 79, A drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. Enter the Rolls-Royce.
Zhao Haotian leaned on the passenger seat, put his palm on Bai Jia's flesh-colored stockings, and stroked them gently. The faint scent of gardenia on her body drifted into his nose, relaxing his tense nerves a little. Feeling Zhao Haotian's dishonest behavior, Bai Jia glared at him in shame and anger, but did not object and continued driving with concentration. After all, Zhao Haotian is injured now, so just give him some benefits. Shuefu No. 1. When Bai Jia helped Zhao Haotian walk into the villa gate, she was also shocked by the luxurious interior decoration.
You live here?
Bai Jia's voice trembled a little. Although she knew that Zhao Haotian came from a wealthy family, seeing such a villa with her own eyes was still beyond her imagination.
It's just a place to stay. I might not live here when I graduate. If you like, I'll leave it to you and your children to live in. Zhao Haotian said with a grin, and Bai Jia pinched his lower back in embarrassment. You're such a jerk. Who wants to have a child with you?
Having said that, there was still a hint of excitement and shyness in his eyes.
You sit on the sofa first, I'll go find the medicine box to change your medicine. After she helped Zhao Haotian to the sofa, she began to search in the cabinet.
Soon she found a medicine box in the cabinet in the living room.
Take off your clothes and show them to me. She faced Zhao Haotian and spoke, her voice firm and unyielding.
Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows and took off his suit, revealing his torn shirt and red-stained gauze. When Bai Jia saw the chest mixed with sweat and blood, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat, as if she felt the same way. She gently touched Zhao Haotian's chest, biting her lips and her eyes slightly red.
It hurts.
Zhao Haotian smiled faintly, looking indifferent. I'll change your dressing, just bear with it. She helped Zhao Haotian take off his shirt, then brought a basin of warm water and gently wiped away the bloodstains for him. When he was removing the gauze, the cloth stuck to the wound, and he couldn't help but gasp as he tore it open. Bai Jia saw the hideous knife wound and covered her mouth unconsciously. Although the wound was not deep, it was 20 centimeters long and there was some blood oozing from the edge.
Her eyes instantly turned red. You call this a minor injury? What on earth have you been doing? It was just a little accident. Or I'll do it myself.
Zhao Haotian answered evasively and said helplessly as he watched Bai Jia frantically taking out disinfectant and gauze.
Shut up. Don't move, I'll do it.
Bai Jia interrupted him fiercely, but was gentle as if she was treating a fragile object. She used a cotton swab dipped in disinfectant to carefully clean the blood around the wound, then took out some hemostatic medicine and sprinkled it on it, and finally wrapped it with gauze again.
Zhao Haotian didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly.
Bai Jie's eyelashes cast a shadow under the light, and the tip of her nose was slightly sweaty due to nervousness. Her focused look was completely different from the serious and cold image of the school counselor, and she was unexpectedly cute.
All right, the wound can't get wet. I can only wipe it with warm water. Remember not to take a shower for the next few days.
After Bai Jie finished bandaging the wound, she looked up and met Zhao Haotian's gaze. His warm breath touched her face, and she suddenly realized that they were too close. Her ears felt hot and she took a step back in panic, but was pulled back by Zhao Haotian. Suddenly she sat astride his legs. Zhao Haotian put his arm around her waist, let her press against him, and kissed her fiercely. A minute later, their lips parted, but they were still connected. Bai Jie was breathing heavily with a blush on her face.
Sister Bai. You've been so kind to me, how can I repay you?
Bai Jie paused for a moment, then glared at him fiercely, and gently placed her hands on his chest, but avoiding the wound.
You know I'm good to you, but you still bully me. Zhao Haotian smiled evilly. Isn't this a matter of repaying a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude? Bai Jie curled her lips and muttered quietly, what do you mean by repaying with gratitude? If it's you who's repaying with gratitude, then just say it.
She said righteously, I'm just a counselor who cares about my students.
The counselor is also responsible for wiping the students' bodies? Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows, with a teasing tone in his voice. You.
Bai Jie was so angry that she bit Zhao Haotian's shoulder. She only let go when she saw Zhao Haotian frowning in pain.
You deserve it. It's your fault for always causing trouble. Her voice gradually trailed off and she lowered her head to kiss the red spot that had been bitten. Zhao Haotian.
Bai Jie suddenly spoke, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. I don't know what the rules of your wealthy family are, or what secrets you have, but...
She raised her head, her eyes flashing with complex light. I hope you were safe and sound, okay? Zhao Haotian was stunned.
He didn't expect Bai Jie to misunderstand his situation like this, and he didn't expect the worry in her eyes to be so real.
My dear sister Bai, are you in love with me? Get out. I'm being serious with you. After all, you're still my boyfriend.
Bai Jie's eyes flickered, and she felt a little shy.
Zhao Haotian chuckled and said, if I don't fight, will you support me, sister Bai?
Bai Jie was stunned, then nodded unexpectedly, her eyes firm. Okay, I'll support you. After receiving such an answer, something in Zhao Haotian's heart seemed to be gently touched.
Fool.
He reached out and stroked Bai Jie's cheek, his voice softening. I promise you, I won't put myself in danger again. Bai Jie's eyes moved slightly, and she opened her mouth to say something, but was blocked by Zhao Haotian's sudden kiss.
Instructor, I'm here to pay back the debt I took for these 2 days of leave. You're injured and still.
There was a hint of lust in Bai Jie's eyes, as if a kiss from Zhao Haotian could unlock the code of her body. This reminded her of a line from a comic book.
Everyone has their own biological code, and when you are not sure whether you love someone, they will answer for you.
Bai Jie couldn't help but gently stroke Zhao Haotian's face with both hands, letting his casual jacket slide to the ground. She knew that her biological code had identified Zhao Haotian and could not be changed. I'm afraid that in this life she will only show her full glory to Zhao Haotian.
She pressed her fingers between Zhao Haotian's lips and spoke in a charming voice. Zhao Haotian, as a student, you should listen to your teacher. You should have a good rest today, and leave the rest to the teacher. The curtains closed automatically and the lights flickered.
A few hours later, Bai Jie and Zhao Haotian had already come to the bedroom from the living room on the first floor, and the battlefield was chaotic along the way. After paying off his debt, he felt relieved and fell asleep slowly while hugging Bai Jie.
Chapter 80 Red Leaves, Black Widow.
On the other side, Chu Yun sent what he found to Zhao Haotian's mobile phone.
He found out a lot about the Black Dragon Society.
Zhao Haotian heard the noise and opened his phone in a daze.
A dense amount of information popped up on the screen. As he read deeper, Zhao Haotian narrowed his eyes. It's really not that simple.
The Black Dragon Society is one of the 2 major underground forces in Shanghai. It has been established for many years and has a large number of members and deep roots. On the surface, he runs several security companies, but in fact he controls most of the underground casinos, loan sharks and smuggling networks in Shanghai.
What is even more worthy of reflection is that many wealthy families have secret dealings with the Black Dragon Society, using it as a white glove to handle dirty work. Zhao Haotian clicked on a blurry photo.
It showed a man with a black dragon tattoo sitting in front of a group of people, with a dim underground place in the background. There is also a note below the photo: the current boss of the Black Dragon Society, codenamed Black Dragon, whose real identity is unknown and rarely appears in public. The Black Dragon Society's organizational structure is as tight as an army, divided into 4 halls: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, each with its own responsibilities.
Each member has a black dragon tattoo on their body, and the higher the level, the more complex the tattoo. Below the Black Dragon Society, Zhao Haotian pays attention to another name: Red Leaf Bar. He clicked on the related information, and a whole new map of underground forces unfolded before his eyes. The underground power in the Magic City is not dominated by the Black Dragon Society alone, but a situation of confrontation between 2 heroes. It is the Red Leaf Bar that competes with the Black Dragon Society. On the surface, it is a chain bar enterprise, but in fact it is another major underground organization that controls the entertainment industry in Shanghai. Hongye Bar's sphere of influence is mainly concentrated in high-end clubs, nightclubs, and private clubs. Unlike the ruthless style of the Black Dragon Society, the Red Leaf Bar is better at weaving a network of relationships with beauty and money. But don't underestimate them, because no organization that can gain a foothold in the Magic City is a good person. Zhao Haotian continued to scroll down. The photo on the screen switched to a silhouette of a woman standing on the 2nd floor of the bar. She was wearing a red dress that outlined her enchanting curves, and the red wine glass in her hand was as bright as blood under the light. Even if it's just a blurry profile, you can still feel the fatal temptation. This is Hongye, nicknamed Black Widow, the boss of another underground force. The current owner of the Red Leaf Bar, aged approximately 28-35, is famous for her stunning appearance and iron fist. Information shows that the Red Leaf Bar and the Black Dragon Society are at loggerheads. The 2 factions have been fighting openly and secretly for many years, each wanting to swallow up the other and become the only underground overlord in the Magic City. However, because their strengths were almost the same, they never succeeded. The enemy of my enemy. A gleam of light flashed in Zhao Haotian's eyes. It seemed that they could form a temporary alliance with the Red Leaf Bar. Continuing to read more deeply, he discovered an interesting detail: the Red Leaf Bar had some subtle connection with Gu Yunlan. 5 years ago, Gu Yunlan had a brief cooperation with the Red Leaf Bar, jointly resisting a commercial suppression by the Black Dragon Society. The Zhou family and the Black Dragon Society have a close relationship. Zhou Shichang frequently transferred more than 20 million yuan to the Black Dragon Society through multiple overseas accounts. The stakes are chilling. At the same time, in the top floor box of a high-end club in Shanghai, a woman in a red dress was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. She is crossing her beautiful legs, gently shaking a glass of red wine in her hand, and has a stunning figure. Behind her knelt a wounded man, reporting something tremblingly. The Black Dragon Society has accepted another big order from the Zhou family? The woman's voice was lazy and dangerous. Have you found out who your target is? We've found out. It's a young man named Zhao Haotian. The man stammered. The Zhou family paid 200 million yuan. Zhao Haotian? 200 million. The Zhou family is quite generous. They actually spent 200 million this time. It seems that they are determined to kill that person. What's the result? The Black Dragon Society should have already taken action. The woman turned around, her delicate face looming in the shadows. Did they succeed? No, they seem to have failed. Now it was the woman's turn to be surprised, and a hint of interest appeared on her face. Tell me more specifically. I heard that they found out that Zhao Haotian was just a college student, a wealthy 2nd generation, so they didn't take him too seriously and just sent someone to create an accident to deal with him. But they were discovered by the enemy and killed without anyone from the Black Dragon Society firing a shot. Finally, Chu Yun, the 2nd young master of the Chu family, sent someone to dispose of the body. It's currently unknown who did it. The woman chuckled and drank the red wine in the glass. Her eyes were shining, dangerous and charming. Interesting. Tell the people below not to intervene for now, but to keep a close eye on the situation. Especially the guy named Zhao Haotian. Yes, Sister Hongye. The man crawled out of the box as if he had been pardoned. Hongye walked to the desk, turned on the computer and retrieved a file and a photo. The archive is unremarkable. The sunny smile in the photo seems to have nothing to do with his ruthless means. The person who can make the Zhou family spend 200 million to buy his life is not so simple. Hongya's fingertips gently slid across the screen and stopped at Zhao Haotian's face, like a dagger scratching across skin. Let me see, what's so special about you? She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Xiao Yunlan, are you interested in catching up? Gu Yunlan's somewhat nervous voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister Hongye? Hee, it seems that Xiao Yunlan hasn't forgotten me yet. I'm so happy. Gu Yunlan was a little confused. Hongye definitely didn't call her to reminisce with her, so why did she do that? Sister Hongye, what news do you want to ask? Little Yunlan is so smart. Sister wants to ask you about someone. Who? Zhao Haotian. Gu Yunlan's eyes widened suddenly, her voice filled with nervousness. Sister Hongye, why are you asking about this person? Did he offend you? Oh, from the tone of your voice, you know Xiao Yunlan. He's my friend. Just friends? Gu Yunlan knew that she couldn't hide it from Hongye, so she shrugged immediately. Okay, he's my man. Hongye was a little surprised, and then an expression of interest appeared on her face. She knew Gu Yunlan's personality. The man who could make her worry and conquer her must be no ordinary person. Sister Hongye, you haven't told me yet, why are you asking him? It's nothing, don't worry, I have no grudge against him, you don't have to worry. Hongye seemed to have heard Gu Yunlan's sigh of relief, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Can you tell me about your little man? After some communication, Hongye roughly understood Zhao Haotian's information. Mystery. This is her evaluation of Zhao Haotian. Hang up the phone. Hongye walked to a compartment next to it, took out an exquisite silver pistol from the secret compartment, and checked the magazine skillfully. A blooming red rose was engraved on the gun, emitting a cold glow under the light. Bang bang bang. She emptied a magazine accurately and quickly, hitting all the targets. Black Dragon, it seems like you've hit a wall this time. She whispered into the void, a dangerous curve at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 81, Land in the Magic City, the coquettish Gu Yunlan. On a new day, Zhao Haotian was awakened by the system's prompt sound. Ding! Today's sign-in is successful. Reward, ownership of a core plot of land in Shanghai CBD worth 5 billion. Plot information has been sent to the host's mobile phone. Zhao Haotian touched his phone sleepily, and was confused for a moment when he saw the land information displayed on the screen. The land in the Demon City? I'm in Haicheng now, why are you giving me this? He muttered with a frown. Clicking on the detailed information, he carefully looked at this prime plot of land located in the core of the Magic City's financial district. It is planned as a commercial complex and is surrounded by major bank headquarters and multinational corporations. Even more striking is the list of bids at the end of the document. Zhou Group, Gu Group, Wanheng International, almost all the wealthy families in Shanghai participated in the competition. I see. A gleam of light flashed in Zhao Haotian's eyes, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The system gave him an acceleration card. Well. Bai Jie and his arms moved and rubbed against his chest in a daze. It's dawn, isn't it time to go to school? It's still early, sleep a little longer. Zhao Haotian kissed the top of her head lightly, but his mind was quite active. The Gu family is now in a precarious situation. They take every step very cautiously, and any mistake will lead to bankruptcy. There are only two ways to save the Gu family's current situation. One is marriage. By joining forces with other wealthy families, their help may be able to revive the Gu family. The second is to obtain high-profit projects to revitalize the Gu family's business. But the first one has almost been ruled out, not to mention whether the Gu family has a daughter worth showing off. Given the Gu family's current precarious situation, most wealthy families are powerless to help. The more powerful wealthy families would not marry into the Gu family. Those old foxes would wait for the Gu family to go bankrupt and then pounce on them to divide up the meat. How could I risk helping them? So there is only one way for the Gu family now, and the project in Zhao Haotian's hands is one of their biggest hopes at the moment. Once the Gu family finds out who the owner of the land is, they will inevitably ask him for compensation. Buzz buzz buzz. The cell phone suddenly vibrated, and the caller ID showed it was Gu Yunlan. Zhao Haotian got out of bed quietly and walked to the balcony to answer the call. Dear, there's something I need to tell you. Gu Yunlan's voice was filled with nervousness. Hongye contacted me last night. She was asking about you. Zhao Haotian raised an eyebrow. Red Leaf? Red Leaf Bar, Black Widow? My dear, you know her? Gu Yunlan was obviously surprised. I know a thing or two. Zhao Haotian chuckled. What did she ask you?
Gu Yunlan reported the content of the conversation in detail, including Hong Ye's interest in Zhao Haotian and the movements of the Black Dragon Society. After listening, Zhao Haotian pondered for a moment. Don't worry, Hong Ye and I have no conflict for the time being, maybe we can even cooperate.
Cooperate?
My dear, Hong Ye is not a pushover.
She is different from us.
I heard that even her fiancé died at her hands.
I know the risks. Zhao Haotian interrupted her, but now the Black Dragon will stand with the Zhou family. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
As long as the benefits are sufficient, I believe she will not refuse to cooperate, otherwise it's just that the price is not enough. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds before Gu Yunlan sighed softly. Well, I can't stop you, but you must be careful, dear.
I know you care about me.
Oh, and there's one more thing.
Has your Gu family been bidding for a piece of land in the Magic City recently? The core area of Shanghai CBD. Honey, how did you know? Gu Yunlan's voice was full of shock.
Zhao Haotian looked at the contract document he had just received on his phone, and his smile deepened. Because that piece of land is mine now.
What? Dear, you didn't lie to me?
Gu Yunlan was really shocked. The news that this piece of land was going to be replanned was only known to some wealthy families, and each family was just secretly planning to take it over.
Unexpectedly, it was taken away by Zhao Haotian in advance. The contract was just signed and it's still hot. Zhao Haotian teased, how about this land worth 5 billion? Do you want it? There was a quick breath coming from the other end of the phone, followed by Gu Yunlan's surprised voice. Dear, are you going to give it to me? If I'm in a good mood.
Before Zhao Haotian could finish his words, Gu Yunlan's coquettish voice came over.
Dear. Husband. Master. Give it to me, I want it. Next time I learn some new knowledge, let's discuss it together, okay? Zhao Haotian raised the corners of his mouth. How could he not be proud when his girlfriend acted like this to him? Okay, I was planning to give it to you. Really? Honey, I love you so much. Gu Yunlan's voice was excited. Dear, do you know? The Gu family is in turmoil right now, and this piece of land is their only chance to turn things around. The old foxes on the board have already announced that whoever can take this land will receive a 10% stake in control of the project. Although my uncle is the head of the family, he has to swallow his anger when facing those old foxes in the family. Hearing Gu Yunlan's excited voice, Zhao Haotian chuckled. You are my woman, what's mine is yours, isn't it? If you want to bring down the Gu family, it's difficult to rely solely on the Yunting Hotel. You need to use this land project as an opportunity to get to the heart of the Gu family and gain more power, shares, and the right to speak. As long as you reach the Gu family, your plan can be considered half successful. There was a slight sobbing sound from the other end of the phone, and Gu Yunlan was obviously moved by this trust. After a long while, she took a deep breath and her voice returned to its usual shrewdness and competence. My dear, I won't let you down. The board of directors will meet next Monday, and I will be there with the title deed. No. No rush. A gleam of light flashed in Zhao Haotian's eyes. Why? Yunlan, are you confused by the victory in front of you? The effects of active negotiation and passive negotiation are worlds apart. I believe the Gu family will soon find out that the land is mine, and they will have to come to me for help. Then I will tell them that I gave the land to you to manage. At that time, the Gu family can only beg you. If they act like they're superiors, just say they're helping me manage the land. I think they won't dare to act rashly. Only then can you have the leverage to control them and negotiate. Gu Yunlan understood when she was halfway through listening, and secretly annoyed herself for being impulsive. My dear, you have a really good business sense. He's only good at business, not at other things? Hate. Hearing Gu Yunlan's shy voice, Zhao Haotian smiled with satisfaction. By the way, don't worry about Hong Ye for now. I have a feeling I'll be meeting her soon. Okay. I'll get busy first, dear, Mua. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Haotian stretched. Now, not only can it help Gu Yunlan gain a foothold in the Gu family, but it can also be used to contain the Zhou family, killing two birds with one stone. When I returned to the bedroom, Bai Jia had already woken up and was leaning against the headboard rubbing her eyes. The scenery in the morning is always beautiful. Makes people energetic. Little rascal, who calls so early, she asked in a muttered tone. Is it another woman? Well, your good sister. Bai Jia snorted lightly, as if dissatisfied with Zhao Haotian's admission. She pulled him over and threw him onto the bed. Don't mention other women when you're with me. I think you've forgotten the pain even after the wound has healed. Next, wait for the teacher's punishment. Zhao Haotian had to admit it. Everyone has different preferences for breakfast. Some people eat bread, some eat seafood, and some eat hot dogs and drink milk. But no matter what it is, as long as it fills you up, it is a good breakfast. Chapter 82, Toughness and Coercion, Heading to the Magic City in 1 month. Because of the injury, Zhao Haotian used both soft and hard tactics and finally got Bai Jie to agree to let him rest for a few more days. Bai Jie wiped her lips after she went out, and her complexion looked rosy, which showed that she was well moisturized. After he left, Chu Shingua, Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui came to the villa. The reason was that several people kept sending him messages on Green Bubble, and it seemed that they all knew that he was injured. They all asked where he was now. Zhao Haotian sent them the location of the villa, so they all rushed over. I also bought a lot of supplements, but these supplements. Zhao Haotian looked at the various kidneys, abalone, oysters, red dates, and wolfberries in their hands. Dashikan, what are you going to do? Are you going to make a tonic soup? No, isn't that right? I'm replenishing the blood, not the kidneys. Zhao Haotian felt as if he was being looked down upon. If they really drink this tonic soup, the 3 of them will suffer a lot today. Su Xiaoxiao waved her hand, a nonchalant smile on her face. Don't worry, junior brother. It doesn't matter what you make up for, you can make up for everything at once. Chu Shingua wandered around the villa suspiciously looking for any suspicious traces, and finally found a piece of shredded meat under the sofa. Heh, it seems like you've captured another one, dear. I heard from Chu Yun that you were taken away by Instructor Bai? Could it be her? My dear, you are really out of reach. Chu Shingua felt quite gnashing her teeth, wishing she could beat up this playboy with her fists. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang suddenly, and an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. Hello? Zhao Haotian pressed the answer button, his voice calm. Hello, Mr. Zhao. A respectful middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. I'm Gu Ming, secretary to the president of Gu Group. Sorry to bother you. Zhao Haotian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, the fish was hooked, and he signaled Chu Shingua and others not to speak for the time being. What's the matter, Secretary Gu? He pretended not to know. It's like this. Secretary Gu's voice was somewhat flattering. I heard that you recently acquired a core plot of land in Shanghai CBD? Our Gu Group is very experienced in commercial real estate development. I wonder if I would be honored to cooperate with you. Zhao Haotian chuckled, cooperation? Sure. Secretary Gu was obviously relieved and his tone became more enthusiastic. Great. Mr. Zhao, when is it convenient for us to discuss the contract details in person? Gu's will definitely give you the most favorable terms. Contract? Zhao Haotian's tone suddenly became confused. Didn't we already sign it? What? Gu Ming's voice suddenly rose. Mr. Zhao, are you saying? I handed the land over to Miss Gu Yunlan to take care of. Zhao Haotian said innocently. Didn't she tell you? There was a dead silence on the other end of the phone. Zhao Haotian could imagine the scene of everyone at the Gu family looking at each other in bewilderment. At this moment, Secretary Gu was on speakerphone, surrounded by Gu Changhe, the head of the Gu family, and a group of old foxes from the board of directors. Zhao, young Master Zhao. Gu Ming's voice became hoarse. Yunlan, after all, she is young, and for such an important project. Secretary Gu, Zhao Haotian's voice suddenly turned cold. Are you questioning my decision? No. That's not what I meant. Gu Ming explained hurriedly, it's just. Just what? Zhao Haotian interrupted bluntly, I'm well aware of Miss Gu's abilities. If you're not satisfied with my decision, I can take back the land and seek cooperation with other families. I believe there will be many people interested. No. Mr. Zhao, please don't misunderstand. Gu Ming's voice was almost tearful. We absolutely support Yunlan. We just want to offer some professional advice. Zhao Haotian vaguely heard someone whispering in the background through the phone, and then a strong voice sounded. Mr. Zhao, I'm Gu Changhe. The Gu family's patriarch personally took action. Zhao Haotian's lips curled up. It turned out to be Patriarch Gu. His tone softened, but remained firm. But even if it were you, I wouldn't change my decision. I hate going back on my word. Now that the land has been handed over to Miss Gu, it won't change. if the Gu family can't fully support her? Gu Changhe, a veteran in the industry, immediately grasped the hint.
Yunlan is a member of the Gu family, so we will naturally cooperate fully. The board of directors will give her full authority over the project and equip her with the best team.
Zhao Haoyan nodded with satisfaction. That's good, by the way.
He changed the subject and said, for such an important project, Miss Gu doesn't have enough say to support it.
It's inevitable that some people will be dissatisfied. There was another silence on the other end of the line.
This was a blatant demand for power.
Mr. Zhao has been very thoughtful. Gu Changhe finally compromised.
The board of directors will issue an additional 5% of shares to Yunlan and allow her to join the board of directors.
15%. Zhao Haoyan added directly, plus a vice president position.
This. Gu Changhe was obviously gritting his teeth. Okay, let's do as Mr. Zhao says.
Hang up the phone. Zhao Haoyan looked out the window and thought that the Gu family must be in an uproar at this time.
Just as he expected, the atmosphere in the conference room at the Gu Group headquarters was so heavy that it felt like water could drip out of it. Gu Changhe put down the phone with a gloomy expression and looked around at the 12 directors present.
Did you hear everything?
He said in a hoarse voice, Zhao Haoyan's conditions.
How outrageous. A white-haired director slammed the table and stood up. 15% of the shares? Vice president? Does he think he owns the Gu family? That's right, another old man echoed. Gu Yunlan is a woman, and a junior, so why should she be allowed to join the board of directors? Why?
Gu Ming sneered and pointed at the land information on the projection screen. Just because she has Zhao Haoyan behind her, and just because this piece of land worth 5 billion is now in her hands. Without this project, the Gu Group will not survive until next year.
And every single one of you here is going to have to starve. All right.
Gu Changhe shouted, stunning the entire audience.
Vote.
Raise your hands if you agree with Zhao Haoyan's terms. There were only 7 hands raised, just over half.
That's settled then. Gu Changhe rubbed his temple wearily.
Notify Gu Yunlan to report to headquarters, and prepare the equity transfer agreement and appointment letter. At the same time, in the top floor office of Yunting Hotel, Gu Yunlan was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a victorious smile on his face. Her voice was filled with admiration.
Honey, you're amazing.
The old guys on the board just informed me that I have to go to headquarters tomorrow to sign the equity agreement.
They also want to give me the position of vice president.
Zhao Haoyan on the other end of the phone chuckled, this is just the beginning, but don't take it lightly.
By the way, what's going on with the Zhou family? Gu Yunlan's expression darkened.
The Zhou family seems to be too quiet, but the Black Dragon Society might not give up. Sister Hongya said she would help keep a close eye on them.
Zhao Haoyan nodded, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Okay, I understand. Thank her for me.
I will destroy the Haicheng Dingsheng group this month and remove the Zhou family's influence in Haicheng.
Then we'll go to the Magic City to meet the Zhou family and the Black Dragon Society. Chapter 83, Tenfold Tonic Soup, the Zhou family and Dingsheng are in big trouble.
After hanging up the phone with Gu Yunlan, Zhao Haoyan sat in the middle of the living room, tapping the coffee table with his fingers. The sunlight reflected through the glass, revealing his well-defined face and a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle with depth. There were light footsteps behind me, and Chu Shingua came over with a pot of hot tea.
Okay, have some tea first. Your injury hasn't healed yet, so don't worry too much. Zhao Haoyan took the teacup and the warmth passed to his fingertips. Where are Xiao Xiao and Shuer? What are they doing?
Chu Shingua spread her hands and gestured with her chin for him to look towards the kitchen. Zhao Haoyan turned his head and saw Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui busy in the kitchen. Jiang Shui gently tasted the saltiness with a spoon, her brows relaxed, and she seemed very satisfied with her masterpiece. Su Xiaoxiao frowned slightly with some dissatisfaction, grabbed another handful of wolfberries and sprinkled them in, then showed a satisfied smile.
Are you guys serious? 3 heroes versus Lubu?
Chu Shingua rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. I'm still drinking warm wine and killing Hua Xiong, you wish?
Zhao Haoyan took a sip of tea and suddenly spoke. Shingua, how much do you know about Dingsheng Group?
Chu Shingua tilted her head in thought for a moment. As for Dingsheng Group, although I don't really care about family affairs, I still know a little bit about some wealthy families. They mainly run high-end hotels and large shopping malls, and they are said to be preparing for an IPO.
Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Are you going to attack Dingsheng? Zhao Haoyan took a sip of tea and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth.
My injury this time was caused by the Zhou family.
If I don't respond, I'd be ungrateful for their gift.
Chu Xingua's eyebrows raised when she heard this. The Zhou family dared to touch my man.
Do they want to die?
Although I don't get along with that woman Gu Yunlan, if they dare to do that, I don't mind joining forces with her. Zhao Haoyan stroked her hair to calm her down, and then received a message from Gu Yunlan. Tonight at 8 o'clock, in the presidential suite of the Yunting Hotel, I will tell you in detail about Dingxing's situation. After reading it, Zhao Haoyan put away his phone and added a cup of tea to his cup. At this time, Su Xiaoxiao came out holding a soup spoon and Jiang Shui came out holding a soup pot.
Junior, the soup is ready.
You must drink a few more bowls later.
Repair the injured. Looking at the pot full of supplements, Zhao Haoyan's mouth twitched. Well, the soup is still hot.
I'll let it cool down here for a while before drinking it. As he said that, he stood up and went into the study, turned on the computer and retrieved the public information of Dingxing Group. Financial statements, equity structure, business distribution, rows of data scroll across the screen. With the help of Sky Eye, he is fully capable of distinguishing the authenticity of these data and making the most correct judgment. As Gu Yunlan said, 70% of Dingxing Group's revenue comes from the two major sectors of hotels and shopping malls, among which Dingxing International Hotel and Dingxing Plaza are the signature brands of Dingxing Group.
To bring down Dingxing, we must start from these two aspects. In the evening, Zhao Haoyan was persuaded by Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui to eat 3 bowls of imported tonic soup. They said they would come to check his homework next time and asked him to have a good rest. After they left, Zhao Haoyan drove to Yunting Hotel alone. The presidential suite on the top floor of Yunting Hotel. Gu Yunlan had been waiting for a long time.
She was wearing a beige long skirt that covered her hips. She had a slim figure and long hair draped over her shoulders. She exuded both sexiness and gentleness. When she saw Zhao Haoyan coming in, she immediately stood up to greet him.
Does the wound still hurt?
She stroked Zhao Haoyan's chest with concern. Zhao Haoyan shook his head, held her soft hand, and pulled her to sit at the dining table. Gu Yunlan poured 2 glasses of red wine, handed him one, took one for herself and sat on his lap.
Then let's talk about Dingxing's situation first. She pulled a document from the table.
Dingxing International Hotel has 6 branches in Haicheng, all targeting high-end customers. Dingxing Plaza is their cash cow, with revenue exceeding 500 million last year.
She flipped open the file and pulled out another set of data.
Most importantly, Dingxing is preparing for an IPO. If we can deal them a heavy blow at this critical juncture,
not only will the listing plan fail, but even the Zhou family will be affected.
Zhao Haoyan continued her words, his eyes flashing.
That's right.
Gu Yunlan smiled. I have an undercover agent in Dingxing, and I've already arranged the operation at the hotel.
She handed over a USB drive.
It contains all the floor plans and security vulnerabilities of the Dingxing Hotel. My people will create several security incidents within 3 days and then expose the scandal of hidden cameras in the guest rooms. Zhao Haoyan took the USB drive and thought for a moment. Dingxing International Hotel serves high-end customers.
They naturally wouldn't allow their privacy to be exposed, so they'll ask Zhou Yuan and the Zhou family for an explanation.
Under pressure, they had no choice but to close down, rectify the situation and offer compensation.
Gu Yunlan nodded, frowning slightly. As for the mall, Dingxing Plaza's largest tenant is the French luxury brand L'Eternal, which occupies 30% of the mall.
If they withdraw their counters, other brands will be affected.
But this is going to be difficult.
The person in charge of L'Eternal has almost no negative information and is a tough nut to crack.
Zhao Haoyan tapped the table lightly with his fingers, his brows slightly frowned. Everyone has weaknesses. Who is the head of L'Eternal? Do you have a photo of him? Gu Yunlan nodded and searched for a photo on her phone.
Hugo Lefebvre, director of the Asia-Pacific region. The French attach great importance to brand reputation. Last year, a power outage at Dingxing Plaza caused them heavy losses, and the relationship between the two sides has become somewhat strained. Zhao Haoyan stared at the blonde and blue-eyed middle-aged man in the photo, as if thinking about something, and his third eye opened instantly.
The result surprised Zhao Haoyan a little.
This guy can be said to have climbed to this position on his own. He is extremely capable and has almost no major negative information. Even among them, it is a legend. But the interesting thing is that he is a henpecked husband, and his wife followed him to Haicheng. But after arriving in Haicheng, his wife, who had not been pregnant for many years, became pregnant.
This made him overjoyed and he thought Haicheng was his lucky place.
But the sky eye showed that the child was not Hugo Lefebvre's, but Zhou Yuan's.
Once he brought his wife to discuss cooperation with Zhou Yuan.
After they were both drunk, his wife walked into the wrong room. Afterwards, the wife talked to Zhou Yuan about this matter in private, and unexpectedly, they developed feelings for each other. Zhou Yuan's strength and dominance, which were different from her husband's, made her unable to help but sink into it, and she wanted to know more about Zhou Yuan. After becoming pregnant, the wife decided to give birth to the fruit of her love and let her husband, who was kept in the dark, raise the child. After all, her husband listened to her every word at home.
This big news made Zhao Haotian a little confused.
It seems that such a good man who cares about his family and loves his wife has been cuckolded and has to raise a child for his adulterer.
It's too miserable. Honey, why do you look so shocked? Did you discover something?
Gu Yunlan raised her hand and waved it in front of his eyes.
There is a weakness, a big weakness.
I'm afraid Zhou Yuan will never have peace in his life unless he dies.
After Zhao Haotian said this, Gu Yunlan immediately became interested and asked why.
He told Gu Yunlan this big news, which made Gu Yunlan's face become very interesting.
Gu Yunlan said excitedly, "Dear, I'll arrange a meeting for you right away." Now, I'm afraid the Zhou family and Dingsheng are going to be in big trouble. Chapter 84, Gu Yunlan's Temptation, the Black Dragon Society's Poisonous Scorpion. What followed was an hour of detailed planning and vulnerability filling.
After discussing how to deal with Dingsheng Group, a hint of cunning flashed in Gu Yunlan's eyes.
She stood up and pulled Zhao Haotian to the balcony.
The clear swimming pool was shimmering in the moonlight, reflecting the lights of the city in the distance.
This is the top floor of the Yunting Hotel, where you can see the night view of most of Haicheng. You don't have to worry about being discovered even if you run here naked or lie on the railing to enjoy the scenery.
My dear husband, you've been busy all night, it's time to relax. She raised her red lips slightly and gently placed her fingers on the shoulder straps.
Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows and rolled his eyes at her.
You know very well that I'm injured and the wound can't get wet.
Yeah.
Gu Yunlan sighed with pretended regret, but couldn't hide the mischief in her eyes. Oh, that's such a pity. She walked out of the room with her waist twisted, her back to Zhao Haotian. Her beige skirt slowly fell off as she walked, revealing the exciting black lace swimsuit underneath. The cut of the swimsuit is extremely bold, with the back almost completely exposed, with only a few thin straps crisscrossing to outline her perfect waist and hip curves.
Muah!
She turned around, blew Zhao Haotian a kiss, and winked at him.
Plop! Leaping into the water like a mermaid, stirring up a crystal splash.
She turned nimbly underwater, her long hair spreading out like seaweed, then she broke out of the water and shook her wet hair.
Drops of water slid down her delicate collarbone until they fell into the abyss. Mr. Zhao, the water temperature is just right.
She lay on the edge of the pool, looking up at Zhao Haotian, her eyes full of temptation. Are you really not coming down?
This little goblin. Zhao Haotian's Adam's apple rolled, and the unhealed wound on his chest seemed to hurt even more.
This woman was clearly taking revenge on him for his serious attitude when discussing business just now. Moreover, before coming today, Su Xiaoxiao and Zhang Shui fed him 3 bowls of imported tonic soup. Now seeing such temptation, the strongest strange fire, evil fire in the lower abdomen, burned directly.
"Woman, don't play with fire," he said in a low voice. Gu Yunlan chuckled and suddenly dived into the water.
Her long legs swung like a fish's tail and she swam around the bottom of the pool before floating up. She swam to the edge of the pool farthest from Zhao Haotian and deliberately stroked her neck in slow motion, her fingertips tracing across her collarbone and all the way down.
"Mr. Zhao, the weather is so hot."
She licked her lips.
"If only someone could come and help me cool down." Zhao Haotian narrowed his eyes. Great, this woman hit the jackpot today. He turned back to the living room and pretended to leave. Seeing this, Gu Yunlan hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Are you really leaving?" No response. She pouted and swam to the edge of the pool, wanting to climb up to see what was going on. What Gu Yunlan didn't know was that Zhao Haotian was standing in the living room at this moment, and the system mall interface that only he could see appeared in front of him. Healing potion. Price, 100,000 wealth value. Effect, instantly heal non-fatal injuries without leaving any sequelae. Would you like to buy it? Zhao Haotian chose yes without hesitation.
A glass tube appeared in his hand, and Zhao Haotian tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. A warm current flowed from the heart to the whole body, and a slight tingling sensation came from the wound on the chest. When he lifted the gauze, he saw that the originally hideous knife wound had disappeared, leaving only a faint scar.
A wicked smile appeared on Zhao Haotian's lips. By the swimming pool, Gu Yunlan was still wondering why Zhao Haotian left when she suddenly heard footsteps. She looked up and her eyes widened. Zhao Haotian took off all his clothes except for his swimming trunks and jumped down with a plop. "Be careful of your injuries," she exclaimed. Frightened, he swam over quickly, frantically grabbed Zhao Haotian and touched his chest. "Are you crazy? The wound will get infected."
However, her fingers touched not the expected gauze, but solid muscle.
Gu Yunlan looked down and saw that the wound on Zhao Haotian's chest had healed, leaving only a scar. How is this possible?"
She stroked the scar in disbelief. Chu Shingua clearly said that the wound would heal for another week.
Zhao Haotian grabbed her wrist and pulled her closer. "Little girl, did you have fun just now?"
Gu Yunlan then realized that she was in danger and tried to escape but was held by strong arms.
"Now you know to run away? It's too late. Offense and defense have changed."
Zhao Haotian put his arms around her waist and held her tightly in his arms. Their bodies were pressed tightly together in the water, and she could clearly feel the other's hot body temperature.
You cheated." Her face flushed and she complained with grievance. How could the wound heal so quickly? That's called talent. Zhao Haotian lowered his head and whispered in her ear, his hot breath spraying on her sensitive earlobe. "Now, is it my turn to play?"
Gu Yunlan twisted her body to escape from the clutches of the devil, but he rolled over and pushed her against the edge of the swimming pool.
"The more you struggle, the more excited I am. Are you ready for my wrath?"
The shimmering water reflected the two people's overlapping figures. Her back was against the cold tiles, but her chest was against Zhao Haotian's hot chest. The stimulation of both ice and fire made her tremble.
Wait.
She put her hands on Zhao Haotian's shoulders, her mouth pouted, and her face looked pitiful.
"My dear husband, I'm wrong, isn't it okay?" "Oh, you don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to die." "I want to die of ecstasy."
Zhao Haotian leaned over and bit her collarbone gently. Provocation will come at a price.
Gu Yunlan wanted to say something, but was blocked by his next deep kiss.
Her struggle gradually softened, her hands changed from pushing away to hugging, and she took the initiative to deepen the kiss.
Ripples appeared on the water surface.
Gu Yunlan's swimsuit straps had slipped off at some point, revealing a large area of scenery. Just when the passion was at its peak, a shrill cell phone ringtone suddenly rang.
"Hubby, the phone is ringing." Gu Yunlan panted and gently pushed Zhao Haotian away. "Never mind it." Zhao Haotian bit her earlobe in dissatisfaction. "It's Sister Hongye's exclusive ringtone." Gu Yunlan panted.
There was no choice. Zhao Haotian had to move slowly to the edge of the swimming pool so that Gu Yunlan could answer the phone. Gu Yunlan pressed the answer button, and Hongye's lazy voice came over. "Sha Yunlan, tell your husband that the Black Dragon Society has sent an assassin skilled in poisoning to Haicheng.
The flight is today." "What?" Gu Yunlan's face suddenly changed and she subconsciously looked at Zhao Haotian. But Zhao Haotian looked indifferent.
He had already bought a few of them from the system mall in advance. As long as he isn't poisoned to death within a second, he'll be fine, and his hostility perception can help him guard against his opponents. Therefore, he has less to worry about the killer who is good at poisoning.
Ah!
Suddenly, Gu Yunlan inevitably let out a cry of surprise. There seemed to be silence on the other end of the phone for a second, and Gu Yunlan quickly apologized.
"Sister Hongye, I didn't mean it, please listen to my explanation." "It's okay, I understand. It's a good thing for young people to be hot-tempered." "Sha Yunlan, how do you feel?" Hongye didn't seem angry.
Instead, she started to joke with her, making Gu Yunlan blush.
"Sister Hongye, do you have any information about the killer? Please provide some information." Zhao Haotian leaned close to Gu Yunlan's ear and spoke without any nervousness. "From the tone, it seems that Mr. Zhao is prepared."
Hongye chuckled, then slowly described the killer's characteristics. Poisonous scorpion, female, no photo, everyone who has seen her is dead. Her method is to poison, killing people without them even noticing.
The most striking feature is the tattoo of a scorpion on the left side of her chest. That's all.
Well, good luck, little boy. Hongye hung up the phone, threw it on the coffee table, picked up the red wine and drank it in one gulp. Recalling the voice just now, there was a hint of unnaturalness on her face. Although I have not experienced human life for many years, I have seen pigs run even if I have not eaten pork, so I naturally know what they are doing.
Huh, what a bold little pervert. Let me see how you can escape the pursuit of the poisonous scorpion. The other side. Zhao Haotian and Gu Yunlan were still playing in the water.
The latter was very worried about the poisonous scorpion, but Zhao Haotian told her that he was prepared. Don't worry, poisoning is actually the least effective method against me.
Just be at ease. Gu Yunlan wanted to say something, but Zhao Haotian suddenly picked her up and carried her into the villa. Focus, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Zhao Haotian threw her onto the soft big bed. Now, we still have a score to settle. Gu Yunlan's protests quickly turned into a kitten's purring.
The moonlight outside the window cast a soft silver gauze over this revenge.
Chapter 85, Meeting with Hugo, Hugo's Anger. The most upscale left bank coffee shop in Haicheng. Zhao Haotian and Gu Yunlan sat in a booth by the window.
The sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the wooden table, casting a warm glow.
He looked at his watch and saw that there were still 5 minutes until the agreed time. Husband, are you sure Zhou Yuan and that woman will come? Gu Yunlan asked in a low voice, stirring the coffee unconsciously with her fingers. Zhao Haotian raised the corner of his mouth slightly. According to the information obtained by Tianyan, Zhou Yuan would date Hugo's wife here every Wednesday at 11:30 a.m. No exceptions.
As he was speaking, the door of the cafe was pushed open. A tall French man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked in.
He was wearing a well-tailored dark blue suit, and his every move revealed his elite temperament.
He's here. Gu Yunlan reminded him in a low voice, and Zhao Haotian immediately stood up and smiled politely. Mr. Lefebvre.
This way.
Hugo Lefebvre walked closer, his eyes lingered on Gu Yunlan for a moment, and his brows furrowed slightly.
Mr. Gu, I didn't expect you to be here too. Gu Yunlan stood up gracefully and extended her hand. Mr. Lefebvre, long time no see. After the three of them sat down, the waiter brought them coffee. Hugo got straight to the point. If you two are here about Dingsheng Plaza, I think we have nothing to discuss. The cooperation between Leternal and Dingsheng will not change because of your personal grudges.
Zhao Haotian chuckled and pushed the candy jar toward him.
Mr. Lefebvre, you misunderstood. I've heard Yunlan mention you before, and I admire you. Today, I simply want to get to know you and make friends. We're not discussing work. Hugo looked at him suspiciously, obviously not believing this.
Zhao Haotian took a sip of coffee calmly and began to talk about French red wine culture, from Bordeaux to Burgundy, knowing everything about it.
Gradually, Hugo's tense expression relaxed. Mr. Zhao knows a lot about France?
Hugo's tone softened a little.
I wouldn't say I understand, but I know a thing or two.
Zhao Haotian said modestly, I've rarely admired anyone in the past 20 years, but Mr. Lefebvre is one of them. I have always admired people like you who have relied on their own abilities to get to where they are today. This sentence hit Hugo's soft spot accurately, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. He began by telling how he rose from a small workshop in Lyon to the position of Asia-Pacific Director of Leternal. Zhao Haotian inserted insightful comments and questions at the right time, making the conversation more interesting.
20 minutes later, Hugo was completely relaxed and had a great conversation with Zhao Haotian.
I heard that Mr. Lefebvre is a good man who cares about his family and his wife.
This is really rare. When mentioning his wife, Lefebvre's face showed tenderness. He took the initiative to introduce himself. My wife is my college classmate.
She has been with me from school uniform to wedding dress, and has always supported my career over the years. We finally had a child last year, although it came a little late. He pulled out his wallet and proudly displayed a photo of his family of 3. Zhao Haotian took the photo, pretended to examine it carefully, and exclaimed, Your wife is so beautiful, and your child is so cute.
He suddenly frowned. Huh? Wait. Why do I feel like I've seen her somewhere? It seems to be in the high-end shopping mall of Dingsheng Plaza. Last Wednesday, yes, last Wednesday morning.
Hugo's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly smiled again.
Oh? That might be because my wife and her friend ran into Mr. Zhao while shopping. What a coincidence. Zhao Haotian suddenly understood and said, So that's how it is. That man turned out to be your wife's friend.
I was wondering why they were hugging each other. It must be some romantic French etiquette.
It seems I still don't know enough about France. What the hell is this etiquette? There is no such etiquette in France.
Hugo's face changed, and he quickly denied, Then Mr. Zhao, you may have recognized the wrong person.
My wife was at home that day. Yeah.
Zhao Haotian showed a confused expression. Maybe I really saw it wrong, but that lady was also wearing the same red dress that your wife wore in the photo.
I think it should be the same style.
Hugo's fingers tapped the table unconsciously, the rhythm getting faster and faster. Zhao Haotian continued to add, "Come to think of it, on the afternoon of the 15th of last month, I also saw a similar figure near Dingsheng Group." This was the time when Zhou Yuan and Hugo's wife had another secret meeting. That day, Hugo received a message from his wife saying that she was going shopping. Hugo put his coffee cup on the saucer with a click and said hurriedly, "Mr. Zhao, this joke is not funny." Of course, of course. Zhao Haotian immediately raised his hands and made a concession.
"I must have seen it wrong.
You and your wife are so loving, how could it be?" He deliberately didn't finish his words, leaving the other party with endless room for imagination.
Just then, the door of the cafe opened again. Zhao Haotian caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Zhou Yuan walked in arm with a woman in a red dress, and his timing was perfect.
"Ha?
Isn't that your wife?"
Zhao Haotian pretended to be surprised. "Oh no, it's the one who looks like your wife."
Hugo turned his head suddenly and his face turned pale instantly.
I saw his wife leaning intimately in Zhou Yuan's arms. The two of them walked towards the VIP box upstairs, talking and laughing, without paying any attention to the booth here.
"Isabel, it's really you?" Hugo whispered tremblingly, but the music from the cafe easily drowned out his voice.
Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Zhao Haotian stood up and handed over a business card at the right time. "Mr. Lefebvre, it seems that you have something urgent to do.
You can go ahead and talk another day.
Of course, if you need any help, feel free to contact me." Hugo sat there in a daze, his eyes fixed on the direction of the box, and the business card in his hand was deformed. He stood up and bowed to Zhao Haotian apologetically. "Mr. Zhao, I have something else to do today, so I'll leave first.
I'll treat you to dinner next time." After saying that, he went upstairs without looking back.
Gu Yunlan secretly gave Zhao Haotian a thumbs up, and he raised his eyebrows proudly.
After Hugo went upstairs, Gu Yunlan finally couldn't help but chuckle. "Hubby, you're so mean. But how did you know those times?" "Trade secret." Zhao Haotian pointed to his temple.
Gu Yunlan had seen many miracles in Zhao Haotian, so she did not ask any further questions.
She held Zhao Haotian's arm affectionately. "What should we do next?"
"Wait."
Zhao Haotian was confident, a smile on his face.
"I believe Hugo will contact us within 24 hours.
At the same time,
in the private room of the coffee shop, Zhou Yuan was hugging Hugo's wife Isabel and touching her all over.
"Baby, I miss you so much." He kissed the woman's neck greedily. Isabel pushed him away with a sweet laugh. "Don't be so impatient, damn it,
She suddenly screamed and took out her vibrating phone from her bag.
"It's a text message from Hugo. He asked me what I want to eat for lunch." Zhou Yuan curled his lips in disdain. "Who cares?
Just deal with that kind of incompetent man casually.
Just tell him you're going shopping with friends and we'll be back later.
What's the use of a man who even raised his own son for me?" As he spoke, his hand restlessly reached into the woman's collar and tightly grasped the fruit. "Baby, you said last time that I was 10 times stronger than your husband.
Today I'll let you feel 100 times stronger."
Isabel rolled her eyes at him, hesitated for a moment, and then replied to the text message as Zhou Yuan said. What she didn't know was that at this moment, Hugo was standing in the corridor outside the box, looking at the replies on his phone, his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound.
"Zhou Yuan. Dingsheng Group." With anger burning in his eyes, Hugo turned and strode out of the cafe. Chapter 86, Confrontation. She seems a little dead. Coffee shop corner. Zhao Haotian and Gu Yunlan were still chatting, but their hostility perception automatically became alert. Not far behind him, a female college student wearing glasses is reading a book seriously while sipping juice with her head down.
She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, and her shoulder-length hair made her face look particularly pure. Anyone who saw her would feel a good impression of her and think that she was a naive college student. However, Zhao Haotian's hostile perception was firmly locked on this harmless girl, who was none other than the Black Dragon Society's killer, Poison Scorpion. Zhao Haotian pretended to turn around casually and happened to meet the eyes of Poison Scorpion. The other party immediately showed a harmless smile and even lowered his head shyly. Zhao Haotian also responded with a polite smile, as if he had really just met a strange girl by chance.
"Husband, what's wrong?" Gu Yunlan noticed Zhao Haotian's abnormality and asked in a low voice.
"Nothing, Yunlan, you still have work to do.
Go back and take care of it first. I'll come see you next time." Zhao Haotian retracted his gaze and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Although Gu Yunlan felt a little strange, she still chose to listen to Zhao Haotian. She stood up, walked to Zhao Haotian and kissed him on the corner of his mouth. Then I'll be leaving first, dear. After Gu Yunlan left, Zhao Haotian quietly drank the coffee in his hand, then paid the bill and left. After Zhao Haotian left, Duxie looked a little suspicious, and she felt as if she had been discovered. But how is this possible? Her makeup has always been flawless. She followed him anyway, thinking that the skull of such a handsome prey would be a good collection. As Zhao Haotian walked, he came to a spicy hot pot stall on the street. This is an alley, so the location is relatively remote, and the alley is so narrow that even cars can't drive in. It was the perfect opportunity for a killer to take action. He didn't believe that this scorpion could let go of such a good opportunity. Zhao Haotian pushed open the glass door and the bell made a crisp sound. The tables here are all outside, and the area inside the store is for selecting dishes. After Zhao Haotian selected a few types of meat dishes, he went to the door and found a table to sit down. As expected, 10 minutes later the doorbell rang again. Then Duxie walked in to choose the dishes and walked out again with just the right amount of embarrassment on his face, like a student who came to such a small shop for the first time. "Excuse me, can we share a table?" she asked timidly, like a young white rabbit who has not experienced much of the world. According to Poison Scorpion's investigation, Zhao Haotian has more than one woman, several of whom are students, so to deal with him, she only needs to play the role of a student. With her capital, she doesn't believe that Zhao Haotian will not be tempted. Really? Zhao Haotian nodded readily, of course. This made Poison Scorpion secretly despise him in her heart. Such an easy task simply did not arouse her interest. But on the surface, she still looked happy and grateful, and sat down opposite Zhao Haotian. Looking closely, her disguise was perfect, her nails were neatly trimmed and rounded, showing no signs of years of poison use. He wore a cheap student bracelet on his wrist, and even controlled his breathing rate like a normal person. "My name is Ruan Xiaoyu, a freshman in the French department of Yixianju University." She introduced herself timidly, her voice soft. "Are you a student too?" "What a coincidence. I'm also a freshman at Ocean University." "It seems like it's fate." Zhao Haotian smiled. The two chatted idly, and Duxie acted like a girl who had some admiration for Zhao Haotian. When the spicy hot pot was served, she even took the initiative to help Zhao Haotian get the seasoning. "Student Zhao, these beef balls are really delicious, try them." She picked up a meatball and put it in Zhao Haotian's bowl, her eyes shining with anticipation. Zhao Haotian ate it without hesitation and found nothing unusual. The beef ball was not poisonous. He chewed and swallowed calmly, nodded and raised an eyebrow. "It's really good." Seeing that Zhao Haotian ate the food he gave him without hesitation, without any precautions, Poison Scorpion smiled with his eyebrows curved. "Pick up a shrimp dumpling from your plate." "Brother Zhao, I don't really like this. Please help me eat it." She looked so pitiful. However, Zhao Haotian keenly noticed the subtle movement of her fingertips lightly brushing across the surface of the shrimp dumplings. "Okay, give it to me. I happen to have a fish ball here that you don't like. Since you just ate one, I'll give it to you." The two of them fed food into each other's mouths, like sweet lovers. A hint of triumph flashed across the scorpion's eyes, then disappeared in an instant. But she didn't notice that the amusement in Zhao Haotian's eyes was also fleeting. Before coming here, Zhao Haotian had already taken a pill that could make him immune to all poisons for an hour. So now even if he swallowed the poison raw, it would be like eating candy beans. Seeing Zhao Haotian eat the food he had picked up, Duxie also smiled and ate the fish balls he had picked up, licking his lips with satisfaction. The scorpion was obviously very confident in its ability to resist poison, so it did not hesitate and was not afraid of Zhao Haotian's actions at all. The two looked at each other quietly. A minute later, the scorpion's eyes began to blur. "Classmate, are you okay?" Zhao Haotian asked with pretended concern. "It's okay, I feel a little dizzy." Scorpion shook her head, trying to stay awake. She instinctively reached for the antidote in her bag, but her fingers were no longer under her control. "Is it food poisoning?" "That's okay, it's normal to feel dizzy. I'll take you back to school." The scorpion's hands and feet were weak as he tried to shake his head, as if he suddenly realized that he had been tricked. A shocked look was cast at Zhao Haotian, who responded with a meaningful smile. "You, how could you?" Her voice became weaker and weaker. "My poison has never." Before he could finish his words, the scorpion fell headfirst onto the table, his whole body paralyzed, but he still retained consciousness. Zhao Haotian helped her to his car and quickly checked her belongings.
He found 3 different colors of poison powder hidden in her sleeves and a blade on the thigh strap.
The most eye-catching thing is the faint scorpion tattoo on her left chest. TSK, I never thought the famous poisonous scorpion would be brought down by poison. You have so much capital to do something else, but you have to come and kill me. Zhao Haotian slapped the scorpion's buttocks with a loud slap, causing it to shake.
The scorpion stared at him intently, as if she wanted to eat her alive.
But he was paralyzed all over and couldn't do anything.
This was a special medicine he bought from the System Mall. It can make the opponent unable to resist, but keep clear consciousness.
He.
At this moment, Gu Yunlan called.
Honey. There's news from Hugo.
He went straight to Dingxing Group after leaving the cafe, but was stopped by security. He's now at the Leternal flagship store.
It said he smashed the entire office. He has now announced that he will break with Dingxing Group and will fight to the death. As expected. Zhao Haotian smiled. Have your men keep a close eye on him and don't let anything happen to him. Gu Yunlan asked curiously, you mean Zhou Yuan will touch him?
If Hugo were gone, his wife would still be around, and she's Zhou Yuan's mistress. She could control Hugo's assets, and he'd love it. I understand, but husband, you also have to be careful of the poisonous scorpions of the Black Dragon Society.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Haotian looked at the poisonous scorpion lying like a dead body, and the corners of his mouth curled up. No, she looks a little dead. Chapter 87, The Past of the Poison Scorpion. From now on, my life belongs to you, Mr. Zhao. In an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city, Poison Scorpion was chained to a chair.
Zhao Haotian pulled off the tape on her mouth, earning her a vicious look. She knew very well that she had underestimated the enemy and failed this mission. If the killer fails, the consequences will definitely be terrible, and he may even die. Over the years, she had completed every mission perfectly, until this time when she met Zhao Haotian. This man was so mysterious that she couldn't see through him. It seemed as if she had been led by him from the very beginning. Zhao Haotian pinched her chin and lifted her head up, looked at her carefully, and said with a sigh.
How could such a stunning beauty become a killer? What a waste of such a good figure. Bah, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Do you think I'll even blink? Poison Scorpion sneered, not even looking like an innocent student at all. Hearing her strong words, Zhao Haotian smiled faintly. As expected of a killer, you have a fierce personality, but I just love taming wild horses. You want to provoke me to kill you so you can feel relieved? Poison Scorpion's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect that Zhao Haotian could see through her intention. It seemed that she couldn't escape today. Zhao Haotian walked around the scorpion and spoke slowly.
Ruan Qingxiu, 25 years old, mixed blood, assassin from the White Tiger Hall of the Black Dragon Society, codenamed Poison Scorpion. Ruan Qingxiu raised a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth, and then returned to his sarcastic expression. Young Master Zhao checked so thoroughly, isn't it just because he wants to have sex with me? Come on. She deliberately puffed out her chest and spread her legs. If you want to conquer me, I'm afraid you're all show and no substance, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Haotian ignored her mocking look and continued speaking. Your family consists of 4 people. Your father is addicted to alcohol and gambling and has a history of domestic violence. Whenever he's unhappy outside, he takes it out on his family. Mom abandoned you and ran away because of domestic violence, so you and your sister are left alone to depend on each other. So you became the target of your father's domestic violence. You endured it all the time until you heard your father negotiate with someone to sell your sister to the mountains for 1,000 yuan. You poisoned your father's dinner that night and killed him. Ruan Qingxiu no longer had the composure she had just now. She didn't expect that Zhao Haotian had even found out everything about her childhood. Even the Black Dragon doesn't know this. You wandered around with your sister Ruan Xiaoyu until one day she fell seriously ill. Acute lymphoblastic leukemia requires a bone marrow transplant. Currently in VIP 3 ward of the hematology department at Shanghai Central Hospital. Ruan Qingxiu's body suddenly froze, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. How did you? Zhao Haotian continued, his voice eerily calm, your bone marrow wasn't a match. Your medical bill is 20,000 yuan per day, and you haven't paid for a week. At 18, you killed for your sister for the first time. At 23, you joined the Black Dragon Society just to pay for the exorbitant medical bills. After every mission, you would go to the hospital to watch SpongeBob SquarePants with your sister.
That was the only happy time you two had together. Shut up.
She suddenly jumped up, the chains rattling. Don't mention Xiaoyu. Ruan Qingqiu seemed to have had all his masks taken off, and his emotions collapsed in an instant. She could accept her own death and live without any dignity, but when she thought of her seriously ill sister, her strength became as fragile as paper. Zhao Haotian ignored her anger and continued, so after you became a killer, every penny you earned was used to treat your sister. In your sister's eyes, you are an omnipotent elder sister, but you never told her that you are a killer. You also bought a high-value insurance policy in your sister's name. If you fail your mission and die, the insurance money will be used to cover your sister's medical expenses. He leaned over and looked directly into Ruan Qingqiu's eyes.
Am I right, Ruan Qingqiu?
Ruan Qingqiu lowered his head, and all his strength was torn apart at this moment.
Mr. Zhao, please let my sister go. I will take the full responsibility for my actions. You can do whatever you want to me. I will cooperate with you in any position you want. This is my first time, but please don't hurt my sister. She's still young, and there are still many beautiful things she hasn't seen yet. She begged bitterly, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Haotian's eyes were calm. After analyzing the situation with the heavenly eye, he could only sigh at his bad fate. He shook his head lightly, and Ruan Qingqiu thought he was refusing. Her chest heaved violently, but the fierceness in her eyes was gradually replaced by despair, and she growled like a wounded beast. What do you want? As long as you don't hurt my sister, I'll agree to anything you ask. Zhao Haotian pulled over a chair and sat down, supporting his chin with one hand and crossing his legs. I didn't say anything about touching your sister. As for the rule that misfortune should not affect family members, I still agree with it. I just want to know the internal situation of the Black Dragon Society, especially the news about the Black Dragon. If you tell me the situation and help me destroy the Black Dragon Society, I will pay for your sister's future medical treatment. And I promise to cure your sister's illness. After all, you don't have any feelings for the Black Dragon Society, right? The reason why Zhao Haotian dared to say this was naturally the system mall, where he saw medicines that could cure all diseases. The price is as high as 5 billion in wealth, which is equivalent to all the wealth of an ordinary wealthy family. But it wasn't hard for him to get. You think I will believe it? She pretended to be calm. Once you get the information, you will kill me and my sister. Zhao Haotian shook his head. I actually don't think I'm a murderer. It's just that I always make those who want to deal with me disappear in advance. He took out his cell phone and made a video call to Hongya. He got Hongya's contact information from Gu Yunlan last night, which would make it convenient for him to contact her when he went to Shanghai. A bright ward appeared on the screen, and a thin girl was smiling at the camera. Elder sister? Ruan Xiaoyu's voice was weak but full of joy. This older sister said she knew you. She even paid my medical bills and brought me lots of delicious food. Ruan Qingqiu's tears burst out instantly. Xiaoyu. Sister, why are you crying? Ruan Xiaoyu panicked. Is it because you're too tired from work? The elder sister said your job is very dangerous and asked you to quit early. Ruan Qingqiu did not appear in the camera. She adjusted her mood and spoke with a smile. Xiaoyu, sister is fine. Take good care of yourself, I'll come back to see you later. Ruan Xiaoyu nodded happily, and then the phone was hung up. Ruan Qingqiu's emotions had calmed down a lot. She looked up again and looked into Zhao Haotian's eyes steadily. Mr. Zhao, you promised that you can cure Xiaoyu, right? Ruan Qingqiu looked at him seriously, with a light in his eyes that he had never seen before. I always keep my word. Zhao Haotian spread his hands, determined to control Ruan Qingqiu. Ruan Qingqiu took a deep breath and nodded seriously at Zhao Haotian. Then from today on, my life, Ruan Qingqiu, belongs to you, young Master Zhao. I promise you, I'll give you the information about the Black Dragon Society and help you destroy him. Chapter 88. Starting tomorrow, you will be my driver and bodyguard. A wise choice. Zhao Haotian snapped his fingers. You just saw the video. My people are taking care of her. Your sister can still be saved. Zhao Haotian stood up and looked down at Ruan Qingqiu, and she also looked at Zhao Haotian quietly. The reason why Zhao Haotian did this was to tell her that your sister is in my hands, so don't have any bad ideas. Ruan Qingqiu also understood this, and she was no stranger to the woman on the other end of the phone. As another underground force in the Magic City, she naturally knew Hongye. But I didn't expect that a woman like Hongye seemed to be Zhao Haotian's person. Do the Black Dragon Society and the Zhou family know what kind of people they have offended?
Now, Yuan Qingqiu was actually somewhat relieved that he had just agreed to cooperate with Zhao Haotian.
Otherwise, not only will the Black Dragon Society be completely destroyed, but she might also die.
And his younger sister will also be discovered by Zhao Haotian, and will die to prevent future troubles. Yuan Qingqiu raised his head, his eyes filled with stubbornness and complexity, and he slowly lowered his head towards Zhao Haotian. From now on, Yuan Qingqiu will be at young Master Zhao's disposal.
Zhao Haotian took out an exquisite folding knife from his pocket, and the blade flashed coldly under the light. He slowly opened the knife.
Yuan Qingqiu's pupils shrank slightly, but his body did not move at all. The cold tip of the knife gently touched her right breast, passed through the abyss to her left breast, and turned over the scorpion mark on her left breast. Then stroked upwards across the delicate collarbone.
Click! With a slight sound, the chain that bound Yuan Qingqiu broke.
A circle of red marks was left on Yuan Qingqiu's wrist. She moved her stiff wrist and looked at Zhao Haotian.
Zhao Haotian put away the knife. The effect of the medicine should be almost gone by now.
Yuan Qingqiu's breathing stopped. He didn't expect that Zhao Haotian had calculated everything. He turned and walked over to a table in the corner of the warehouse, drumming his fingers on it.
Your equipment is all stored here. He shook his phone and other objects, turned around and walked back to her, raised his hand to pinch her chin, and made her look at him. And what I want is... I see. Yuan Qingqiu's breathing became rapid. She could smell the faint scent of cologne on Zhao Haotian, mixed with a dangerous aura. This information will take time to compile. She tried to keep her voice steady. The Black Dragon is very cautious and never has a fixed itinerary. It's okay, you still have a week. If it's fast, this day next week will be the day the Black Dragon Society is destroyed. Zhao Haotian breathed and slapped Yuan Qingqiu on the face. Beauty, I wonder how good your skills are.
Yuan Qingqiu said calmly, I'm in the top 5 in the White Tiger Hall. Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows, not expecting him to be such a master.
Oh? Let me see the strength of the top 5?
Yuan Qingqiu narrowed her eyes and found that Zhao Haotian was serious and really wanted to see her strength. It seemed that in order to avenge Zhao Haotian for cheating her and then slapping her, Yuan Qingqiu decided to use more strength to teach him a lesson. She stood up slowly, her legs slightly numb from being bound for so long, but she quickly adjusted herself.
There was an open area in the center of the warehouse. Yuan Qingqiu stood there face to face with Zhao Haotian and took a deep breath.
The next second, her eyes were filled with murderous intent. She kicked the chair next to her away and then rushed forward. Her figure flashed like a ghost, and she swung her knife straight at Zhao Haotian's throat.
After the system strengthened his body, Zhao Haotian reacted quickly.
He moved sideways to avoid the chair, raised his hand to block the knife, and grabbed Yuan Qingqiu's shoulder with his right hand.
Yuan Qingqiu lowered his body and swept his right leg across.
Zhao Haotian jumped up to avoid it, but saw that Yuan Qingqiu had already taken advantage of the momentum to jump into the air and clamped his legs around his neck like scissors.
In a flash, Zhao Haotian felt a gust of fragrant breeze blowing on his face.
Then his neck was firmly locked by a pair of strong long legs, and he was forced to take a few steps back and fall on the table before he could steady himself. However, the two of them were in an ambiguous posture at the moment, with Zhao Haotian's face facing between Yuan Qingqiu's legs. Yuan Qingqiu was still wearing the same JK school uniform, revealing the scenery under her skirt, with a faint salty smell lingering around. But she seemed to only have her opponents in her eyes and didn't care about these things. The two were so close that Yuan Qingqiu's sweat dripped down her hair onto Zhao Haotian's face. A hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. At this moment, she only needed to twist hard to end the man's life. Zhao Haotian's eyes were calm, as if he also wanted to see her choice. With the things in the system mall, he was not afraid of fatal injuries from such a fight. After a few seconds of confrontation, Yuan Qingqiu loosened his legs, got off Zhao Haotian lightly and landed on the ground, bowing slightly to him.
She still gave up. She couldn't figure out Zhao Haotian at all.
Even the attack she just made was sure to succeed, and she was not sure in her heart.
You seem to be a smart person. Zhao Haotian twisted his neck and nodded in satisfaction. Starting tomorrow, you will be my driver and bodyguard. He walked towards the warehouse door.
Get some rest tonight, and wait for me downstairs at the Yunting Hotel tomorrow.
Yuan Qingqiu looked at Zhao Haotian, who was walking in front, and suddenly asked, Why choose me? With your ability, you can definitely find a more reliable bodyguard.
Zhao Haotian said without even turning his head. First, you know the Black Dragon Society.
Second, you have weaknesses.
Third. He paused. I like to give lost beauties a chance to start over. Ruan Qingqiu sneered, but had to admit that this was the first time she saw hope in many years. She stood there, watching Zhao Haotian's back disappear at the door. The warehouse suddenly became unusually quiet, with only her own heartbeat roaring in her ears. She bent down to pick up the coat on the ground, her fingers trembling slightly. As he walked out of the warehouse, the night breeze blew across his cheeks, and Ruan Qingqiu looked up at the starry sky. She recalled the nights when she and her sister lay on the roof and counted the stars when they were little, when they still believed that life would turn around. Now, she once again puts her fate in the hands of a stranger, just so that her sister can survive. The next morning, Ruan Qingqiu appeared downstairs of the Yunting Hotel on time. She changed into a black leather jacket, her long hair tied neatly behind her head, and her sharp eyes revealed an unusual aura.
Zhao Haotian walked out of the building and saw several bodyguards from the hotel looking at her warily.
Seeing that it was Ruan Qingqiu, he waved his hand to signal the others to leave. The bodyguards recognized Zhao Haotian and knew that he was the major shareholder of the hotel. They bowed slightly to him before dispersing.
Gu Yunlan looked at Ruan Qingqiu with a strange look in her eyes. Honey, is this the poisonous scorpion? It doesn't look like it. Zhao Haotian chuckled. If he looks like a killer, he wouldn't be called a killer. Morning. Have you had breakfast? Zhao Haotian asked, and Ruan Qingqiu shook his head. He and Gu Yunlan got into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce and said, let's go to old Zhang's breakfast shop first. It's been a while. You should also have some breakfast with us. It's not good for your health to skip breakfast. Ruan Qingqiu observed him through the rearview mirror. Zhao Haotian was enjoying Gu Yunlan's massage and didn't seem to be on guard against her at all. She started the car slowly and drove smoothly into the traffic. By the way, there's new progress on your sister's bone marrow matching. Zhao Haotian suddenly spoke, his eyes still showing no sign of opening. I've had people contact hospitals all over the place, and there are 2 preliminary matches. Ruan Qingqiu's fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white. Thanks, but that's going to cost a lot of money. Zhao Haotian raised his eyes slightly, and their eyes met in the rearview mirror. Money is not a problem. After all, I am so poor now that I only have money left. He said calmly, the question is what you can give me in return. The car stopped at a red light, and Ruan Qingqiu turned and looked directly at Zhao Haotian. She spoke each word with great emphasis. Aside from the Black Dragon Society intelligence, my life is yours. Even if you asked me to take a bullet for you, I would do it. Zhao Haotian smiled. Let's go. The light's green. Chapter 89. Are you interested in opening a store in Shanghai? The Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the parking space in front of Lao Zhang's breakfast shop. This once inconspicuous little shop has now been completely renovated, with its store area expanded 3 times, and there is a constant stream of diners queuing up at the door. Arrive. Zhao Haotian stood up from Gu Yunlan's lap and looked at Ruan Qingqiu in the driver's seat. Get off the car and I'll take you to try the best breakfast in Haicheng. Ruan Qingqiu looked at the simply decorated breakfast shop through the car window, frowning slightly. As a killer, she instinctively assessed her surroundings: 2 exits, 6 windows, 20 tables, about 40 diners. When the 3 of them got off the car, they attracted the attention of many diners. Luxury cars are not uncommon in Haicheng, but Zhao Haotian, wearing a custom-made suit and surrounded by 2 beauties with very different styles, still attracted a lot of attention. Ding! Today's sign-in was successful, and the 100 million yuan reward has been received. The system prompt sounded in Zhao Haotian's mind. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Now this little money is no longer the goal for him. What he hopes to pursue is a better life and a farther place. Now it's just Haicheng, but next he will march into the Magic City and even Kyoto. After traveling through time, how can I not make great plans? In front of the store, old Zhang was sitting on a throne, leisurely fanning himself with a palm leaf fan and playing chess with the old man with whom he had a very good relationship. Since Zhao Haotian invested in his breakfast shop, his life has changed dramatically. Even my daughter smiled more often. General. The old man moved the chess piece proudly. Old Zhang was about to admit defeat when he caught a glimpse of Zhao Haotian and his group approaching. He stood up suddenly, overturning the chessboard and scattering the chess pieces all over the floor. Mr. Zhao. You haven't been here for a long time. Old Zhang excitedly stretched out his hand and took 2 steps at a time to meet him. Zhao Haotian smiled openly and shook Lao Zhang's greasy hand. Uncle Zhang, it's been a while since I last saw you. Business is good. Thanks to you. Thanks to you.
Old Zhang nodded repeatedly, his eyes narrowed into slits with a smile. Master, you are still strong and healthy. Zhao Haotian greeted the old man, and the old man laughed.
Beside Zhao Haotian, Gu Yunlan gracefully held Zhao Haotian's hand. Wan Qingqiu stood expressionlessly half a step behind Zhao Haotian, glancing around with a wary look.
Old Zhang looked at Gu Yunlan and Wan Qingqiu. He had never seen these two cold and beautiful women before, but walking with Zhao Haotian, they must be no ordinary people.
These two are.
Old Zhang looked at Zhao Haotian hesitantly.
This is Ms. Gu, my girlfriend, and this is my personal assistant. Zhao Haotian introduced briefly.
Old Zhang suddenly realized what was going on and quickly called out, "Come in.
Come in.
I'll go make you some beef patties right away." After saying that, he didn't even bother to pick up the chess pieces on the ground and trotted into the kitchen. This scene surprised the diners waiting in line. You know, Lao Zhang is no longer the small vendor who worked from dawn to dusk, but the owner of 2 chain stores. On weekdays, he would never cook by himself unless he was in a particularly good mood.
"Hiss, sir, who is this? How could Boss Zhang do this himself?"
A stylishly dressed young man asked in a low voice. Many people were also confused and looked at the old man who picked up the chess pieces. The old man slowly picked up the chess piece. When he heard the question, he laughed out loud and said, "That's Mr. Zhao Haotian."
Zhao Haotian?
Several diners looked at each other.
He's the one who invested in Lao Zhang's breakfast shop.
Uncle Ma said proudly, as if he was honored.
If it weren't for him, would you be able to eat such delicious beef patties? Dream on.
There was a burst of exclamations outside the store. In the past half-month, Lao Zhang breakfast shop has become famous in the Haicheng food circle, especially its signature beef patties, which have been recommended by various food bloggers. Who would have thought that there was such a young investor behind it? Zhao Haotian turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him and walked straight to a table at the innermost side of the store with the 2 ladies. This is the special seat that Lao Zhang specially reserved for him, and he will not let other customers use it even if business is busy.
Don't stand. Sit together.
Zhao Haotian gestured to Wan Qingqiu to sit down as well, but she remained alert. Even when she eats normally, she always finds a quiet and safe place to eat alone. She is not used to such a busy place.
Relax, it's not work time yet, there's no need to be so nervous. Zhao Haotian seemed to see through her thoughts and spoke in a low voice.
Wan Qingqiu nodded slightly, but her body remained tense as she quietly observed Zhao Haotian. This man could switch between being a business elite and an ordinary citizen with ease and without any sense of incongruity. This ability made her feel incredible. After a while, Lao Zhang came over personally with 3 beef patties and soy milk. The golden crust is dotted with sesame seeds, exuding an enticing aroma.
Come on, it's freshly baked. Eat it while it's hot.
Old Zhang rubbed his hands and looked at Zhao Haotian expectantly.
Zhao Haotian picked up a piece of pancake and took a bite.
The crispy crust and tender and juicy beef bloomed in his mouth. He nodded in satisfaction and praised. As expected of Uncle Zhang, it still tastes the same old way. After receiving the affirmation, Lao Zhang smiled so much that his eyes were almost invisible.
As long as you like it. As long as you like it.
Gu Yunlan tasted it gracefully with small sips, and was soon conquered by the delicious taste, her eyes lighting up.
This is even better than breakfast at a Michelin restaurant.
Wan Qingqiu picked up the beef patty hesitantly and took a small bite cautiously.
The next second, her eyes widened slightly. The taste was much more delicious than the compressed biscuits and beef jerky she usually ate. How is it? Delicious, right? Zhao Haotian asked with a smile. Wan Qingqiu quickly regained his indifferent expression, not bad. Lao Zhang didn't mind her indifference.
Instead, he said enthusiastically, "Miss, if you like it, come often."
Mr. Zhao's friends are my friends. Zhao Haotian wiped the soup from the corner of his mouth and said with interest, "By the way, Uncle Zhang, I might go to Shanghai in a while." Does Uncle Zhang have any plans to open a store in Shanghai? Old Zhang's eyes widened. Demon City? That's a first-tier city, so the competition must be fierce. When it comes to the Magic City, Gu Yunlan has her say.
She smiled and said, "The competition in the Magic City is indeed fierce, but Boss Zhang, your beef patties taste great, and with Haotian's support, you will definitely become famous."
Old Zhang was a little hesitant. After all, he was old now and couldn't stay here for long, so he wanted to stay in Haicheng to retire. But he couldn't refuse Zhao Haotian's proposal. As if he saw Lao Zhang's dilemma, Zhao Haotian smiled. You don't have to make a decision now. There's still plenty of time. At this time, the old man came in. He understood what Lao Zhang was thinking and immediately expressed his opinion. Old Zhang, my granddaughter has been learning from you for quite some time, and she calls you master all the time. If you don't want to mess around, you can let the young people do it. You can go and see when you have time. Just make sure there's no trouble. Old Zhang's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't he think of it? He also looked at Zhao Haotian inquiringly, only to see Zhao Haotian spread his hands. You can do whatever you want, but the competition is fierce, so your skills must be top-notch. Don't ruin the reputation of the breakfast shop. Upon hearing this, old Zhang smiled and repeatedly assured that there would be no problems. Chapter 90: An unexpected event. After leaving the breakfast shop, they drove towards Vientiane Entertainment. I haven't paid attention to Lin Meng and Lin Shui for a while, so I just went to see how the company is doing. In the Rolls-Royce, Gu Yunlan handed the tablet to Zhao Haotian. The screen showed the steep decline in Dingxing Group's stock price. My dear, Hugo is moving faster than we expected. Her slender fingers flicked across a set of data. This morning, after the market opened, Leternal announced the termination of all cooperation with Dingxing Group. Dingxing's stock price plummeted to the limit. Hugo himself revealed Zhou Yuan's affair with his wife and the news that they had forced Hugo to raise an adulterer. That same day, he kicked his wife and child out of the house. Other partners saw this and withdrew, canceling their cooperation with Dingxing. After all, no one wants to be labeled like this one day. Zhao Haotian took the tablet and tapped the screen lightly with his fingertips. Where's Zhou Yuan? How did he react? What can I do? I'm in the wrong. Gu Yunlan raised the corners of his lips slightly, but according to insider information, he lost his temper and even hit his secretary. I think we'll lose people's hearts too. Zhao Haotian scoffed. He may not be very capable, but he has a bad temper. However, there are other members of the Zhou family here, so I don't think they will let him mess around like that. Gu Yunlan frowned slightly and thought for a moment. Are they going to fight back? Two possibilities. Zhao Haotian held up two fingers. One is to pay a huge price to regain Hugo's cooperation. But I think it should be impossible. After all, he slept with someone else's wife and let others raise his children for him. Then there is only one last option left, which is to let Hugo's wife take over Hugo's business naturally. After all, they haven't divorced yet. They have to go back to France to get it done. So, Zhou Yuan only needs to physically eliminate the source of the problem during this period of time. Your people are keeping an eye on Hugo. Is there any unusual news? Gu Yunlan shook her head. Her subordinates reported that everything was normal and they did not find Zhou Yuan's men appearing around Hugo's house. By the way, where is the Zhou family? He turned to Gu Yunlan. What's Zhou Shichan's attitude? Gu Yunlan swiped the screen and pulled up a news video. Zhou Shichang issued a statement this morning, saying that Zhou Yuan's personal behavior has nothing to do with the Zhou group and that he has been suspended from all his duties within the group. In the picture, Zhou Shichang, full of energy, speaks righteously to the camera, as if he is willing to sacrifice his own family for the sake of justice. Zhou Yuan's incident caused quite a stir. Not only Dingxing, but even the Zhou group was affected, and its stock price fell a bit. This really made Zhou Shichang angry to death. Oh, old fox, it's just a show. Zhao Haotian sneered. Gu Yunlan nodded. Our people received information from within the Zhou family. Zhou Shichang gave Zhou Yuan 3 days to calm the situation down. Otherwise, he will be expelled from the family and kicked out to explain to everyone. 3 days. Zhao Haotian seemed to be thinking about something, with a smile on his face. Then let's add fuel to the fire for Zhou Yuan. Yunlan, how are the arrangements at the hotel going? He suddenly asked. Everything is ready. A sly glint flashed in Gu Yunlan's eyes. My people replaced the hotel's fire protection equipment and also preserved the evidence of the pinhole camera found in the Dingxing International Hotel. The pinhole cameras have captured the privacy of some celebrities. As soon as we take action, the media will get wind of it and the news will break out. Very good. Zhao Haotian nodded with satisfaction. When Dingxing becomes unable to sustain itself, send someone to secretly acquire Dingxing shares. Then Dingxing will serve as our base in Haicheng. After all, SF Express is not as fast as Shunmai. Ruan Qingqiu glanced at Zhao Haotian through the rearview mirror with deep fear in his eyes. This man acts meticulously, and every move is like a carefully planned chess game. Being his opponent is simply unbearable. Aren't you worried that Zhou Yuan will become desperate and would rather destroy Dingxing than leave it to you? She couldn't help but ask.
I'm waiting for him to jump. Zhao Haotian sneered, people only reveal their flaws when they are in a panic. Gu Yunlan suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, Hugo sent me an encrypted file this morning, claiming it was evidence of Zhou Yuan's crimes during his time in Haicheng.
She pulled out a silver USB drive.
It contains all the evidence of Zhou Yuan's misappropriation of public funds to set up a private casino, contracting murders, and engaging in sexual transactions over the past 3 years.
There's even a few rather unsavory videos. Zhao Haotian took the USB drive and turned the small metal object between his fingertips.
Inside was solid evidence enough to send Zhou Yuan to prison.
Did Hugo tell me where he is now?
I have to find a chance to have a good talk with him, he asked. He should be at his house, preparing things to go back to France.
Gu Yunlan glanced at her watch.
After all, he's anxious to go back and divorce that woman as soon as possible, so he should be packing his things.
Zhao Haotian frowned slightly.
It was too dangerous for Hugo to act alone now. He was an important link. Whether it is in testifying against Zhou Yuan or in his own business cooperation in the future, he plays an important role and no accidents can happen.
Turn around and go to Hugo's.
He said decisively, we must ensure the safety of this key witness.
Ruan Qingqiu didn't ask any more questions.
He turned the car around with a beautiful drift. The engine of the Rolls-Royce let out a low roar and the speed of the car increased instantly.
Do you think Zhou Yuan will act so quickly? That shouldn't be the case. After all, my people are watching.
Just as Gu Yunlan finished speaking, her cell phone suddenly rang. It was the person she had arranged around Hugo's house.
Hello?
Boss, Zhou Yuan brought some people to surround Mr. Hugo, and many of us were injured by them. We've already notified Mr. Hugo in advance, and he's already left through the back door, but I'm afraid Zhou Yuan will still catch up with him. As if to confirm his words, Zhao Haotian's cell phone suddenly rang, and the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number.
Hello? He pressed the answer button.
Mr. Zhao.
Save me.
Hugo's frightened voice came from the other end of the phone, accompanied by rapid breathing and messy footsteps. Zhou Yuan and the others have gone crazy. They teamed up with that woman to bribe my apartment's nanny, and now they're chasing me in their car.
I'm in the parking lot.
I'll find my car soon.
Mr. Zhao, can you come pick me up?
After a sharp brake sound and a collision, the call ended abruptly. The car suddenly became eerily quiet. Zhao Haotian's eyes were as cold as ice, and he spoke without any emotion, speed up and get to Hugo's house as soon as possible.
Ruan Qingqiu didn't say anything, but just stepped on the accelerator to the bottom.
Chapter 91 arrived in time, exchange. The Rolls-Royce shuttled through the streets of Haicheng like black lightning. Ruan Qingqiu stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the pointer on the dashboard was approaching the red zone. Zhao Haotian stared at the ever-shortening distance on the navigation, his fingers tapping silently on his knees.
Just less than 20 minutes.
The car drifted and turned into an upscale residential area.
Gu Yunlan gripped the handrail tightly, his face slightly pale.
My people have already led most of Zhou Yuan's men away, but a small number are still around this villa.
No problem, let's go straight in.
Ruan Qingqiu, stay here and wait for orders.
Pay attention to your phone messages. He got out of the car and walked quickly into the manor, with Gu Yunlan jogging closely behind him. In the villa at this time.
The living room was a mess, with expensive porcelain broken all over the floor. An impressionist painting hanging on the wall was crooked, with fresh blood on the edge of the frame.
Hugo, sign it.
I can still spare your life. Zhou Yuan threw a document to the ground and sat on the sofa in the living room with his legs crossed. The title on the document is clearly Share Transfer Agreement. Behind him stood 4 bodyguards and a scantily clad brown-haired woman, Hugo's wife.
Zhou Yuan, if you want shares in my company, you adulterous couple, forget it.
Hugo was pinned to the ground by 2 bodyguards, his right eye was swollen and he couldn't open it, and blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth. He weakly spat a mouthful of bloody saliva at him, his voice filled with resentment. I really regret not seeing through your characters sooner, otherwise I would definitely. At this time, the blonde woman came up with a loving look on her face.
Dear, don't be stubborn. Maybe we can still be friends after you sign. Friend?
Hugo suddenly laughed, his expression terrifying.
Isabel, why didn't I realize you were such a wanton bitch? Did you think of me when you slept with that bastard? That child, I always thought it was mine. I actually raised you for so many years. Chu Yun waved his hand impatiently, pulled Isabel's waist, and bit her lips hard in front of Hugo. Why waste time talking to him? Just hold his hand and make him sign. Isabel looked shy but still cooperated with Chu Yun very well. Bitch. Bitch. You will die a miserable death. Hugo's eyes were red with anger, which made Chu Yun smile with satisfaction. He leaned over and grabbed Hugo's hair. Do you know how active your wife is with me? Her technique is simply intoxicating to me. She. Very moist. Hugo struggled hard, his eyes seemed to want to eat Chu Yun. But his body was held down tightly by the bodyguard. Bang! A loud bang. Zhao Haotian kicked the door open and walked into the room leisurely in the astonished eyes of everyone. It's not very polite for Mr. Zhou to treat my friend like this. He smiled brightly, as if he were attending a drinking party rather than a scene of violence. Chu Yun turned around abruptly, and the moment he saw Zhao Haotian, his face instantly became gloomy, as if he had thought of something, and he spoke viciously. So it's you. Zhao Haotian? I knew it was you. I was wondering, I've been doing everything perfectly for so many years, how could a fool like Hugo figure out that it was all you? The two bodyguards immediately let go of Hugo and took an attacking stance. Zhao Haotian ignored him, walked straight to the sofa and sat down, even crossing his legs leisurely. Chu Yun's facial muscles twitched. Humph, you're still so presumptuous even when surrounded by me, you're simply courting death. He winked at the bodyguard. Catch him. I want him to kneel down and lick my shoes. The bodyguard was about to move when he suddenly froze in place. Zhao Haotian had a pistol in his hand at some point, with the black muzzle pointing at Chu Yun's head. I suggest you don't move. His voice was cold. I'm not a very good shooter. If you scare me, I might go off accidentally. The atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Zhao Haotian noticed that Isabel was quietly moving towards the door. Where do you want to go, ma'am? Isabel froze in place, her face pale. Hugo raised his head with difficulty and looked at his wife with eyes full of pain and disappointment. Chu Yun gritted his teeth. Zhao Haotian, what do you want? My men have guns too. If we fight to the death, none of you will leave here alive today. It's very simple. I want to take Hugo with me, and his company must stay too. Zhao Haotian spoke calmly, and Chu Yun rejected him outright. Impossible, don't even think about it. Zhao Haotian slowly took out a silver USB flash drive from his pocket and spun it between his fingers. Mr. Zhou, it's too early to speak. It's not too late to take a look at this first. He nodded to Gu Yunlan, and Gu Yunlan handed him a tablet. Zhao Haotian opened one of the videos. Chu Yun narrowed his eyes. What are you doing? What is that? Ha, Mr. Zhou might as well take a look for himself. Zhao Haotian was holding up a tablet, on which was playing a video of Chu Yun killing people for Dingxing's resources. The footage captured above was crystal clear, even the smile on Chu Yun's face was clearly visible. Chu Yun's expression suddenly changed. Impossible. How could you have? Zhao Haotian turned off the tablet and looked at Chu Yun with such oppression that a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If these evidences were made public, he would definitely be arrested even if he was a member of the Zhou family. And judging from the evidence in the video, he will definitely be executed, and the Zhou family will not be able to save him. Mr. Zhou, I think I'm very sincere. You know the consequences of releasing these things. I just hope Hugo and his company won't go too far. Hearing Zhao Haotian's words, Isabel suddenly screamed. Don't believe him. We can still take the USB drive even if we kill him. She grabbed Chu Yun's arm hysterically. If Hugo doesn't die, we're all doomed. Chu Yun slapped her to the ground with his backhand. Shut up, idiot. Zhao Haotian applauded. Excellent. Besides this USB drive in my hand, I also have a backup in the cloud. If I don't return within 24 hours, the file will automatically spread throughout Haicheng. When the time comes, you won't be able to escape. Don't worry, as long as I get what I want, I will delete the file backup. When doing business, the most important thing is integrity. The room fell into dead silence. Chu Yun's temples were throbbing, and murderous intent and fear flashed alternately in his eyes. Finally, he took a deep breath, grabbed the contract on the ground and tore it to pieces. Take the person away. Give me the USB. Zhao Haotian shook his head. Let Hugo come over first.
Chu Yun gritted his teeth and waved his hand, and the bodyguard let go of Hugo.
He staggered towards Zhao Haotian and was supported by Gu Yunlan. Zhao Haotian checked his injuries and after confirming that he was not in danger of death, he threw the USB drive to Zhou Yuan. "Mr. Zhou. Happy trading." He smiled. Zhou Yuan caught the USB drive, his eyes almost bursting with anger. "Zhao Haotian, this matter is not over yet. Let's go." Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth and left the villa with everyone. Chapter 92. Zhou Yuan is dead. After Zhou Yuan left, Zhao Haotian helped Hugo to the sofa, observed his condition first, and then simply treated his wound. When the disinfectant touched his torn flesh, he gasped in pain, but still forced himself to thank Zhao Haotian. "Mr. Zhao, thank you. Without you, I'm afraid I would really die in their hands today. I will remember this grudge. I will make Dingxing and the Zhou family pay the price." He took a breath every time he said a few words, his eyes full of hatred. Zhao Haotian handed over a cup of warm water and said softly, "Don't worry, heal your wounds first. You can only take revenge after your injuries have healed." Then he waved to Gu Yunlan's men, signaling them to send Hugo to the hospital. Several men came over, helped Hugo up, and slowly moved him to the car. After his men helped Hugo leave, Gu Yunlan came to Zhao Haotian with a frown. "Honey, are you just going to let Zhou Yuan go? The evidence we just presented can send him straight to jail. How is that possible? Your man, I'm not that stupid. Besides, this is a good opportunity that comes right to your doorstep." Zhao Haotian sneered, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Ruan Qingqiu. "Get started." Gu Yunlan understood what Zhao Haotian said instantly, and a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. Outside the villa, Zhou Yuan walked out angrily and kicked the wheel next to him hard. "Damn it! Damn it! It's Zhao Haotian again, always trying to ruin my plans. Why haven't the Black Dragon Society killed him yet?" Isabel trotted after him, but seeing Zhou Yuan was furious, she didn't dare to speak loudly. After Zhou Yuan finished his temper, she whispered, "Zhou, what should we do next? Are we really going to let them rescue Hugo?" It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Zhou Yuan glared at him fiercely. He slapped her in the face. "Look at what you've done. If you hadn't come to see me so frequently recently, would that guy Zhao Haotian have caught you? Originally, it would only take another month for me to acquire all of Hugo's shares. All my plans have been ruined because of you, bitch." Zhou Yuan ripped off his tie, his face grim. "Now that Hugo is in Zhao Haotian's hands, are you satisfied?" Isabel covered her face and sobbed, I just miss you." "Shut up." A woman who is more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Zhou Yuan shouted, turned around and got into the car, and Isabel followed him in. "Zhou, don't be angry, we still have a chance, don't we? Most of Hugo's company has been replaced by your people. Even without Hugo's signature, it won't be long before we can take over his company." After hearing this, Zhou Yuan's anger subsided a little. He nodded. Isabel was right. As long as he went back and made some adjustments, it would only take some time for Hugo's company to be completely his. But what made Zhou Yuan even more annoyed was that after such a long time, Zhao Haotian had not been dealt with by the Black Dragon Society. The Zhou family gives so much funding to the Black Dragon Society every year. Could it be that they have turned them into a bunch of useless people? Drive back to Dingsheng. I want to contact the Black Dragon Society and ask them what's going on. They can't even kill a brat like this. What a bullshit Demon City's top underground force. He made a sound of poo. The car started slowly. The driver in front silently handed Zhou Yuan a bottle of mineral water. Without even looking at it, he unscrewed the cap and drank half of it. Drops of water dripped down his chin onto his Armani suit. After drinking, he looked at Isabel beside him with fiery eyes. Been busy all morning. I'm so angry, I'm really pissed off. Since there's nothing you can do about Hugo, then as Hugo's wife, you naturally have to pay him back. See how I'm going to take my revenge on you." Hearing this, Isabel showed a shy expression on her face and pulled down her shoulder straps, looking like she was reluctant but also willing. This made Zhou Yuan even angrier, and he pounced on him. Just as the two of them were breathing rapidly and kissing passionately, Isabel suddenly frowned and felt a bloody taste in her mouth. She opened her eyes and covered her mouth tightly at the sight before her. Zhou Yuan suddenly widened his eyes, grabbed his throat, and his face turned ashen. "Zhou? What's wrong with you?" Isabel panicked and went to help him. Ku.
Chu Yun made a strange noise in his throat, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, splattering all over Isabel's chiffon skirt.
Ah!
The screams pierced the car window, but were drowned out by the sound of passing vehicles, and did not attract anyone's attention at all. Chu Yun curled up in pain, his fingers leaving deep marks on the leather seat. He stared at the driver in the front seat, his eyes bloodshot. The driver slowly turned his head, took off his hat and sunglasses, and saw Ron Qingqiu's cold and elegant face.
Chu Yun recognized her.
This was the poisonous scorpion sent by the Black Dragon Society to kill Zhao Haotian.
How could he attack himself? You, scorpion!
Chu Yun struggled to touch the pistol at his waist, but Ron Qingqiu got there first and held his wrist with a dagger. Isabel had never seen such a scene before and was so frightened that she shrank into a corner.
Why? There's nothing we can do.
You provoked that guy, and death is the inevitable outcome. Chu Yun's whole body convulsed violently, and he eventually collapsed in his seat, his eyes wide open, dying with his eyes open.
Isabel was so frightened that she sat in the corner trembling. Shut up if you want to live. You're not dead now because you're still useful.
The convoy continued driving on the road as if nothing had happened.
Ron Qingqiu called Zhao Haotian.
Solved. Inside the villa, Zhao Haotian nodded and said in a deep voice, "Deal with it cleanly.
Knock that woman out and bring her back."
Ron Qingqiu hung up the phone and asked Isabel to bring Chu Yun's phone over.
In order to survive, she had no choice but to do it.
After getting the phone, Ron Qingqiu quickly sent a message to the bodyguard vehicle following behind him, asking them to meet at Dingsheng Plaza as there was trouble there.
The bodyguards who received the order also acted quickly and separated from Chu Yun's vehicle.
After doing all this, Ron Qingqiu threw his phone on the passenger seat and drove the car onto a small road.
Chu Yun is dead.
Zhao Haotian took a sip of whiskey and said, "Let's get the people at the hotel to take action now and spread the public opinion before the Zhou family reacts. We'll take advantage of the chaos to secretly seize Dingsheng's shares." Gu Yunlan was somewhat amazed at Zhao Haotian's speed, but he also quickly contacted the undercover agent at Dingsheng Hotel to take action.
In just a few minutes, headlines of major media outlets exploded.
Dingsheng International Hotel safety hazards, guest room secret photography exposed, Zhou family's ambitions, etc.
For a while, both Dingsheng Group and the Zhou family were caught in a huge whirlpool of public opinion. Chapter 93, The Zhou family is furious. If you kiss, you will be responsible. Magic City.
In the Zhou family's old house, Zhou Shichang threw the blue and white porcelain teacup hard to the ground, and the fragments flew everywhere.
Idiots. They're all idiots.
The man's face was ashen, and his graying hair trembled with anger.
If he can't even manage a branch office, what's the point of having him? Chu Yun's father stood aside with his head down, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead.
Chu Yun was his most beloved son, but now he has become the biggest stain on the Zhou family.
Master, the most urgent task now is to control public opinion.
His voice was hoarse. I have contacted several mainstream media outlets.
Control? How?
Zhou Shichang sneered, "The video your son secretly filmed with the cameras he installed in the hotel has already been circulated in the industry.
He even captured some of our business partners. Dingsheng's stock price plummeted 40%, and the Zhou family has also been affected.
Those old foxes on the board of directors are ready to use this incident to make trouble and demand my shares."
Zhou Shichang had never been so angry before.
He almost had the urge to rush to Haicheng and beat him to death. The secretary hurried in, his face solemn. "Chairman," the police called and said that the young master's body was found in the suburbs. The room suddenly fell silent. Chu Yun's father's legs went weak and he had to hold on to the back of the mahogany chair to avoid falling down. Although Chu Yun was a useless person, he was his own flesh and blood after all. I didn't expect that he would die in Haicheng. Now that the video has been exposed, Chu Yun has offended too many people, and there are probably a lot of people who want him dead. If the Zhou family continues to investigate, they will probably offend many forces. The secretary continued to hand over the tablet computer, and on the screen was a statement just released by the Zhou family. The Zhou family's public relations department urgently cut off its relationship with Chu Yun, claiming that Chu Yun had been expelled from the family as early as when the Hugo incident was exposed, and his personal behavior had nothing to do with the Zhou family.
Do a good job of post-processing.
Zhou Shichang made a prompt decision. At the same time, prepare a 500 million yuan compensation fund to appease those guests who were secretly photographed. Zhou Yuan's father gritted his teeth and listened to Zhou Shichang's orders one by one, his eyes bloodshot. It seems that the family has given up investigating Zhou Yuan, but he must find out the truth and make the person who killed his son pay the price. At the same time, in the top-floor suite of Yunting Hotel, Zhao Haotian stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire Haicheng. The phone screen lit up, and it was a message from Ruan Xingqiu. I have placed Isabel in a rental house.
Zhao Haotian raised his lips slightly and called Gu Yunlan. Yunlan, start the acquisition.
Clear. In just 3 hours, Gu Yunlan's traders quietly absorbed 32% of Dingsheng Group's scattered shares through more than a dozen offshore accounts. Together with the 18% shares obtained from Zhou Yuan, Zhao Haotian has become the largest shareholder of Dingsheng Group. As for the remaining shares held by the Zhou family, Zhao Haotian asked Gu Yunlan to make a list, used the Sky Eye to find their secrets, and took away all the shares after a lot of coercion and inducement.
At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Haotian's car slowly stopped in front of the Dingsheng Group headquarters building.
The security guard wanted to stop them, but when he saw Zhao Haotian getting off the car, he immediately stood at attention and saluted.
Notify all department heads that the meeting will start in an hour. Zhao Haotian said to the manager who came over, walking towards the elevator without stopping.
In the top-floor conference room, Dingsheng's executives looked at each other in bewilderment.
Most of them had just learned about the company's change of ownership a few minutes ago.
When Zhao Haotian pushed the door open, everyone stood up at the same time.
Sit.
Zhao Haotian sat down at the main seat, his eyes sweeping over every face present.
From today on, Dingsheng Group will be renamed Zhao Group.
The conference room was completely silent, with only the rustling sound of pens signing documents.
Zhao Haotian looked up after signing the last document.
I know that many of you were loyal to Zhou Yuan and the Zhou family before, but now, if you can't recognize who your true master is. If I find out you dare to pretend to obey me but actually disobey me, I will show no mercy. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of several executives.
At present, the company's operation still depends on old employees.
When his people come, he will replace these people one by one with his own people.
After the meeting, Zhao Haotian stood by the window of the chairman's office, overlooking the city. Gu Yunlan pushed the door open and hugged him from behind.
My dear, I didn't expect you to be able to take down Dingsheng so quickly. You are worthy of being my man. She put her face against Zhao Haotian's back and spoke softly. Zhao Haotian turned around and held her in his arms, sniffing the delicate fragrance of her hair. It's also thanks to your lurking that we were able to capture Dingsheng so quickly.
Gu Yunlan raised her head, a cunning glint in her eyes. Then how are you going to thank me?
Zhao Haotian lowered his head and kissed her lips, and the two of them entangled all the way to the lounge in the office. Between their lips parting, Gu Yunlan looked at Zhao Haotian reluctantly. I have to go back to the Magic City tomorrow.
I have to manage the land project over there as soon as possible.
She sat up and put her arms around Zhao Haotian's neck. I'll leave all my undercover agents at Dingsheng to you. They will help you maintain the operation of Dingsheng.
Zhao Haotian nodded. Thank you very much, baby.
Humph, words are useless.
Then I'll take some action. That night, in the top-floor suite of the Yunting Hotel, Zhao Haotian and Gu Yunlan were locked in a passionate embrace. Moonlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the entangled figures, and Gu Yunlan's nails left red marks on Zhao Haotian's back. Early morning.
When Zhao Haotian woke up, he found that the person next to him had left, leaving only a note. Dear, I was very satisfied with last night. I have a flight in the morning, so I'll leave now.
Remember to miss me.
The handwriting was a little sloppy, as if it was written in a hurry.
Zhao Haotian put the note to his nose and sniffed it.
The scent of Gu Yunlan's usual perfume still lingered on it.
Zhao Haotian called Lin Meng. Half an hour later, this dusty beauty appeared in the office of the chairman of the Zhao Group. Mr. Zhao. Are you going to hand over the management of Zhao Group and Wanxiang Entertainment to me?
Lin Meng widened her eyes and parted her red lips slightly.
Zhao Haotian nodded. I believe in your ability. Wanxiang Entertainment is already on the right track.
Combined with the resources of the Zhao Group, the two can complement each other.
By then, you'll be the female president of the Zhao Group.
I'll probably have to call you President Lin when we meet in the future.
Zhao Haotian joked.
Lin Meng waved her hands hurriedly. No, I'm just helping you, Mr. Zhao, to run the company. My sister and I will always be Mr. Zhao's people. After she finished speaking, she suddenly realized what she had said and her pretty face turned red. She secretly glanced at Zhao Haotian, and was delighted to see that he did not refute her.
Ever since Zhao Haotian helped the two sisters, they only have room for Zhao Haotian in their eyes. So they are willing to do anything for Zhao Haotian.
Zhao Haotian walked up to Lin Meng and handed her a document. This is 5% of the Zhao Group's shares. As a guarantee for you and Xiaoxue, the annual dividend is tens of millions.
Lin Meng waved her hands repeatedly. No, Mr. Zhao is too many and we can't take them.
Zhao Haotian forcefully stuffed it into her hand, deliberately frowning. If you postpone it, I won't want you anymore. Lin Meng could only take the document, but her body was trembling slightly, she was so moved.
Mr. Zhao.
Lin Meng stared at Zhao Haotian in a daze, and couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and kiss Zhao Haotian on the lips.
When consciousness returned, she quickly separated like a startled bird. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, I didn't mean to.
Zhao Haotian touched the corner of his lips and said jokingly, if you kiss, you have to be responsible. Lin Meng's face turned red instantly, and she lost her usual calm look.
Okay, I'll leave the company to you. I have to go back to school.
Zhao Haotian gave her a gentle hug and then made a cheering gesture. Lin Meng looked at Zhao Haotian's departing back with a sharp gaze, and gently brushed her pink lips with her fingers, where there seemed to be some lingering warmth from the corners of Zhao Haotian's mouth.
I will definitely not let you down. Chapter 94, Back to School, by GS Teasing. Zhao Haotian was driving his Pagani back to Ocean University when the system's voice rang out. Ding! Today's sign-in is successful. Bonus, master all subjects learned in 4 years of university.
Instantly, a vast amount of knowledge flooded into my mind like a tide: advanced mathematical formulas, financial theory models, programming code frameworks. All the university course content appeared clearly in his mind, as if he had studied it for many years.
Hey, okay. Now I don't even have to pretend to go to class. Even if I only took exams in the past few years, I would probably be the top scorer every year. Failing a course is out of the question.
Zhao Haotian chuckled, but still picked up his phone and sent a message to Chu Shingua.
I'm back. Do you want to go to class together? The other party replied almost immediately, okay.
I'll wait for you downstairs in the girls' dormitory.
Zhao Haotian raised the corner of his mouth, stepped on the accelerator, the engine hummed, and the car accelerated instantly. Downstairs of the girls' dormitory.
Chu Shingua was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts today, and her slender white legs shone like pearls in the sunlight.
The moment she saw Zhao Haotian, she deliberately put on a stern face. Young Master Zhao finally remembered that he still has classes to attend? Healed?
Zhao Haotian walked closer and naturally put his arm around her slender waist. I miss you, even if my injury is not healed, I still want to see you.
Here, I bought you breakfast. Don't come on, you just say nice things to coax me.
Chu Shingua lightly hit his chest, took the breakfast but couldn't hide the smile on her lips. The two walked hand in hand towards the teaching building, attracting a lot of attention along the way. Chu Shingua is the school belle, and Zhao Haotian is the freshman school hunk.
Now this golden boy and girl openly show their affection and immediately become the focus. Look, isn't that Zhao Xiaochao? I haven't seen him for a long time.
Oh my god, this guy disappeared for half a month. I thought he dropped out of school. He drives a luxury car worth tens of millions to attend class. Even if he doesn't attend class, he won't have to worry about his life.
Amidst the whispers, Zhao Haotian remained calm and even deliberately held Chu Xingua's hand tighter.
Chu Shingua ate her breakfast in small bites, feeding Zhao Haotian a mouthful from time to time, making those who got up early to attend class instantly feel that the breakfast in their hands was not fragrant.
Who would kill a dog so early in the morning?
When they arrived at the classroom, there were already quite a few people sitting there. When Zhao Haotian appeared at the door, the classroom was quiet for a second, and then a booing noise broke out.
Hey, who is this? Which class is this new student from? Brother Zhao, you're a rare visitor. Did you walk into the wrong classroom? What's the student number? Is there anyone with that number in our class?
Facing the teasing of his classmates, Zhao Haotian calmly bowed and said, Dear brothers and sisters, I have returned from my travels. Please take care of me. Amidst the laughter, Chu Shingua held her head high and walked towards the back seat with his arm around her, as if showing off some treasure. The boys in the corners looked at the intimacy between the two and muttered sourly, Damn, the school beauty was kidnapped like this. Shortly after I sat down, a woman in a business suit walked into the classroom. The sound of her black high heels tapping on the ground immediately quieted the noisy classroom. Bai Jia put the lesson plan on the podium, pushed her gold-rimmed glasses, glanced across the classroom, and paused imperceptibly the moment she saw Zhao Haotian. A cold light flashed in his eyes.
This stinky man didn't even tell her when he came back.
But she quickly came to her senses and opened the lesson plan on the table. Today we're going to talk about derivative financial instrument pricing models.
Please turn to page 156 of the textbook.
Her voice was cold, but when she turned around to write on the blackboard, she used her body to block the view and cast a reproachful look in Zhao Haotian's direction.
Zhao Haotian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, blinked at her, and silently made a flying kiss with his mouth.
A hint of shame flashed across Bai Jia's face, and the chalk accidentally drew a crooked mark on the blackboard. She quickly adjusted herself, but couldn't escape the attention of several sharp-eyed students sitting in the front row.
Was I hallucinating just now? I seem to see instructor by being shy? Imagination, right? How could such an icy beauty?
Just as they were whispering, Bai Jia cast a cold look at them, and they immediately sat up straight.
It must have been an illusion. How could instructor Bai be shy? I must have seen it wrong.
No one else knew, but Chu Shingua saw it clearly. She quietly pinched the soft flesh on Zhao Haotian's waist with her small hand and lowered her voice.
You and instructor Bai have already done that, right?
Hiss.
Zhao Haotian took a deep breath and said calmly, accident.
Chu Shingua snorted and let go of her hand, but still grumbled dissatisfiedly, pervert, he didn't even let the instructor go. On the podium, Bai Jia has returned to normal and is using a laser pen to point at the PPT to explain knowledge. Zhao Haotian listened to the contents that he had already memorized and yawned out of boredom. He shamelessly lay down on his side with his head resting on Chu Xingua's soft thighs. This bold move made several students in the back row open their eyes wide, and they were so jealous that they almost broke their pens.
What are you doing?
Chu Xingua's face flushed with shame, but she still subconsciously stroked his hair with her hand.
Leave it for a while. I worked all night last night. Zhao Haotian closed his eyes comfortably.
Chu Shingua sighed helplessly and gently stroked his hair with her slender fingers. She didn't notice that Bai Jia on the podium kept looking over here, and a cold light flashed in her eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses.
You bastard, showing off your affection in front of me. During the break, Bai Jia deliberately walked to the back row and knocked on the desk in front of Zhao Haotian. Classmate, come to my office after class. Under the sympathetic gaze of the whole class, Zhao Haotian responded meaningfully, okay, instructor. After Bai Jia left, Chu Shingua grabbed his lower back and said, I'll wait for you outside. This is school, don't mess around.
Zhao Haotian nodded to reassure her, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
That's what makes it exciting. When Zhao Haotian arrived at the office, Bai Jia immediately dropped her serious mask, quickly walked up to him, and raised her teaching stick to hit him. I haven't seen you for a while, and you dare to show off your affection in my class right after you come back? Zhao Haotian easily caught her wrist and pulled her into his arms. Are you jealous? Who's jealous of you?
Bai Jia struggled, but he held her tighter.
Let go, what if someone comes back? Don't worry, I locked the door. Zhao Haotian chuckled, lowered his head and pecked her lips lightly. Did you miss me?
Bai Jia's cool and elegant image completely collapsed, and she leaned against his chest with a blushing face. You little bastard, you were such an enemy.
Are you healed?
Bai Jia rubbed her hand against his chest, and Zhao Haotian grabbed her hand and placed it on his chest.
You'll know if you touch it.
Bai Jia gave him a charming look, buried her cheek deeply in Zhao Haotian's arms, and carefully felt his breath.
I'm afraid your girlfriend is still waiting for you. Is it really okay for you to cuddle with me here?
Bai Jia looked at him playfully, but Zhao Haotian shrugged and smiled evilly.
It's okay, just go back and get 2 more shots. Ha! Scumbag! Chapter 95, Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui's Troubles.
After coming out of the office, Zhao Haotian bullied Bai Jia severely, and walked out with his hands under his head, feeling satisfied. Seeing the corner of his mouth raised high, Chu Shingua knew that this bad guy must have succeeded again.
Shin glared at him in surprise.
If she hadn't had her period, she would have definitely taught this guy a lesson. Zhao Haotian came over and hugged her slender waist, with a playful look on his face. Why do you look like a resentful woman in the boudoir?
Humph, you dare to betray your master and ancestors here, what a bad guy.
Zhao Haotian chuckled, and the two returned to the classroom.
Finally, school was over, and Zhao Haotian took Bai Jia and Chu Shingua back to Villa number 1 of the academy.
Since we already know each other, there is no need to hide it. On the contrary, Bai Jia felt a little uncomfortable when she was looked at by Chu Xingua's strange eyes, but she quickly adapted to it and accepted her gaze calmly. After entering the villa, Zhao Haotian pretended not to see the two women's eyes and contacted Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui again. I'll be waiting for you at the villa tonight. Almost instantly, Su Xiaoxiao replied, I'll be there soon.
Jiang Shui sent a shy expression. Do you need any equipment? Half an hour later, the doorbell rang.
Zhao Haotian opened the door and saw Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui standing at the door. Both of them were dressed up carefully. When they saw Bai Jia in the living room, they were obviously surprised. It was not until they sat in the living room that the two of them slowly digested the matter.
Did Zhao Haotian actually make that stern instructor by his own man?
After Su Xiaoxiao, Jiang Shui, and Bai Jia chatted for a few sentences, they began to become familiar with each other and the barriers between them gradually disappeared. When Zhao Haotian brought a pot of tea, he saw that Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui had somewhat depressed expressions on their faces.
He naturally put his arm around their shoulders and said, "What's wrong? You look like you have something on your mind."
Su Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip. It's still about internship. Jiang Shui threw herself directly into Zhao Haotian's arms, her voice muffled. Junior, we may have to leave you for a while. It turns out that the internship season for senior students is about to begin.
Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui from the music department are under pressure to choose an internship.
Jiang Shui wants to be a singer, while Su Xiaoxiao wants to specialize in playing a musical instrument, but suitable internship opportunities are hard to find.
But if you don't have an internship certificate, you won't be able to get a diploma. That's it? Zhao Haotian breathed a sigh of relief and pulled the two of them to sit on the sofa. I thought something big had happened. Simple.
Hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui looked at him, as if waiting for his next words.
Zhao Haotian smiled faintly. I have an entertainment company under my management. If you want to go there, I can arrange for you to join and you can also get the best training.
It just so happens that there aren't many people in Wanxiang Entertainment, so Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui will be able to become the company's top artists by then.
Diva and musician. Seems pretty good. Really? Junior brother.
Jiang Shui's eyes lit up, as if there was light in her eyes all of a sudden.
Zhao Haotian nodded and said, I am the boss of Wanxiang Entertainment. If you are interested, you can go and have a look when you have time.
Xiaoxiao can study with the symphony orchestra, and if Shui wants to be a singer, the company has the best vocal teachers.
Jiang Shui jumped up excitedly and threw herself at Zhao Haotian. Really? I can debut as a singer?
Of course.
Zhao Haotian caught her. My woman can do whatever she wants.
But being a singer isn't an easy path, it's very hard.
I'm not afraid.
Jiang Shui said firmly, and suddenly kissed him on the cheek. I won't embarrass you. Su Xiaoxiao also came over and kissed him on the other cheek. I want to learn to play a professional instrument.
Zhao Haotian hugged her and kissed her back. Oh, what instrument? The flute?
Seeing Zhao Haotian's half smile, Su Xiaoxiao gave him an ambiguous look. Okay, then I'll learn the flute and play it for you, my junior, when the time comes. Chu Shingua rolled her eyes at Zhao Haotian.
As a naughty little girl, she could totally understand what Zhao Haotian said.
Bai Jia blushed a little and coughed softly. It's almost time for dinner.
I'll go cook for you.
Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui immediately stood up and followed. Let's help too. Suddenly, Chu Shingua and Zhao Haotian were the only ones left in the living room. Zhao Haotian shamelessly sat down next to Chu Shingua and hugged her without any care, burying his head in Chu Xingua's arms under her helpless and doting gaze.
Humph. You really know how to enjoy yourself.
Zhao Haotian chuckled and slid his hand dishonestly into her waist, and was slapped hard by Chu Shingua.
Today is not a good day, I'm having my period. Let them go with you.
Chu Shingua glared at him, and Zhao Haotian withdrew his hand awkwardly and lay on Chu Xingua's legs. Looking at Zhao Haotian's clinging look, Chu Xingua's eyebrows also curved and she gently stroked his face. As night fell, Bai Jia went to find a room to sleep on the pretext that she had classes tomorrow. Before leaving, she whispered in Zhao Haotian's ear, Little sweetheart, don't get too tired. She glanced meaningfully at the other three women.
Chu Shingua also stood up. I'm having my period, so I'm going to sleep first. Please keep the noise down.
After the two went upstairs, there were only a few people left in the living room. She put her arms around Zhao Haotian's neck. Junior, it's been a long time since we last met. As she spoke, her little hands had already quietly unbuttoned the first button of his shirt.
In that case, I have to review it carefully. My king, come and catch me. Zhao Haotian curled up the corners of his mouth and slowly walked up. My beloved, I am here, ha ha ha.
Afterwards, the melodious singing and clear flute sounds continued until dawn, when they slowly faded away.
Zhao Haotian smoked a cigarette, looked at the moonlight, and his thoughts drifted away.
From the time he acquired the system until now, his life has undergone tremendous changes.
Wealth, power, beauty.
All this seems like a dream, yet it is real and tangible. But he cannot stop here, there are bigger and more places waiting for him to set foot on. Now that he has initially established his foothold in Haicheng, the next step is to go to the Demon City. Taking out his cell phone, he first contacted Lin Meng and told her that Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui were going to join Wanxiang Entertainment and asked her to take care of them. Then he contacted Wu Sha, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Since the last auction, when the Wu family lost the Jade Dragon Seal, their business has declined and their affairs have become busier. Wu Sha was entrusted with an important task by her family, so she had to bid farewell to Zhao Haotian and return to Shanghai to take over the family business. Since he inherited the Jade Dragon Seal, he naturally had to take care of the Wu family. Now that I am about to go to the Magic City, contacting Wu Sha in advance will also make it easier for me to understand the forces in the Magic City and the Black Dragon Society. By the way, he wanted to find out about the underground Queen Black Widow who interested him.
Chapter 96, Chu Family Crisis, Danger Approaches.
While Zhao Haotian and others were sleeping soundly, undercurrents were surging in the outside world.
6 o'clock in the morning.
Chu Xingua's cell phone suddenly lit up in the dark, and the shrill ringtone broke the silence of the room. She reached out to touch her phone in a daze, and the glaring scream made her squint subconsciously.
Chu Yun? He's going to die so early in the morning.
Chu Shingua cursed in a low voice with sleepy eyes. She quickly picked up the phone, but before she could speak, she heard Chu Yun's urgent voice, "Sister."
Something big happened at home. Chu Xingua's heart sank suddenly, and all sleepiness disappeared in an instant. What's going on?
There was obvious panic in Chu Yun's voice as he told the whole story. Just last night, a hospital and pharmaceutical company under the Chu family's name were reported on the grounds that they used defective medicinal materials to make medicines in violation of regulations. Someone took their medicine and was rushed to the hospital. There were also patients' families who came to the hospital to cause trouble, saying that their hospital had killed their family members. This incident quickly fermented on the internet, had a huge impact, and alarmed the Haicheng officials. Order the Food and Drug Administration to conduct a surprise inspection of Chu's pharmaceuticals and make sure to investigate the matter thoroughly. The Chu family's shares also fell in an instant, and many partners severed their cooperation with the Chu family. The Chu building was also tightly surrounded by reporters and newspapers, and the security guards were trying their best to stop them from breaking into the building.
Chu Xingua's hand trembled and the phone almost fell on the bed. She is very familiar with her family's pharmaceutical company.
Every item will undergo strict screening, and there will absolutely be no problem of selling inferior products as good ones. Moreover, it is his father who controls the pharmaceutical company, so it is even more unlikely that he would make such a mistake.
What about my parents? How are they? Chu Xingua asked hurriedly.
Apart from such questions, Chu's father and mother must come forward. They went to the hospital to comfort the patient's family, but those family members were very emotional and even injured someone. We've already called the police, but they pulled us away, and my parents have been taken away by the drug administration.
Chu Xingua's face turned pale in an instant. Now that her parents were taken away, who would take charge of the situation? She and Chu Yun were no match for the old foxes in the company. I contacted my friends and asked their families to help, but their families seemed to be very sensitive about this and ordered them not to get involved. I'm afraid the Chu family is going to be in big trouble this time.
Chu Xingua heard the despair in Chu Yun's words, and her fingers unconsciously clenched the sheets.
Don't worry, I'll go find your brother-in-law, he will definitely find a way.
Chu Yun on the other end seemed to come back to his senses after hearing this, and said in surprise, "Yes, how could I have forgotten about Brother Zhao?
Sister, you must ask Brother Zhao for help. The Chu family depends on you now."
Chu Xingua hung up the phone, quickly got out of bed and ran to Zhao Haotian's room. Zhao Haotian was a little surprised to see Chu Xingua rushing in, but after seeing the panic and helplessness on her face, Zhao Haotian immediately realized that something had happened.
"Xingua, what's wrong?"
Seeing Chu Xingua's appearance, Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui immediately helped her onto the bed, and then went to the tea table to pour a glass of water. Chu Xingua threw herself into Zhao Haotian's arms and told him what Chu Yun had just told her.
Zhao Haotian's expression also became serious.
He took out his cell phone and immediately checked the news about Chu's hospital, and also saw the public opinion on the internet. Realized that this may not be an accident, but a long-planned one.
The authorities were involved before the Chu family even reacted. This problem may not be so easy to solve.
Now that a loss of life has occurred and public opinion has been magnified, the Food and Drug Administration has even sealed off the warehouse on the spot and taken away all quality inspection records.
There are many things he can't do.
If it is proven that the Chu family used inferior medicinal materials, not only would they face sky-high compensation, but the entire Chu group would also fall apart.
Zhao Haotian was in deep thought.
Judging from the current situation, the only clue was the family members of the patients causing the medical trouble. He had to meet these people first and see if he could get some information from them.
Zhao Haotian always had a feeling that someone seemed to have caused this situation deliberately.
Logically speaking, if they could do this without anyone knowing, it would be easy to make the Chu family fall apart. However, it was just a medical dispute and seizure, but no further efforts were made to take advantage of the empty Chu family. He felt as if this was directed at him.
Zhao Haotian glanced at the sky outside the window, which was beginning to turn pale, and said in a deep voice, "Shingua, go back to the Chu family and stabilize the basic situation. I'm going to Chu's hospital now to check out the situation."
Chu Shingua nodded, and Zhao Haotian held her in his arms and gently stroked her back. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." He picked up his phone and quickly dialed a few numbers. The first one, called Lin Meng, immediately checked the recent capital flow of Chu Pharmaceutical and all its partners.
The second one, called Wan Qingxiu, "Leave Isabel to Hugo. Come with me to Chu's hospital later.
I want to know the details of all the people who caused trouble there today."
After hanging up the phone, Zhao Haotian quickly got dressed, went downstairs, and drove out of the villa.
Just as Zhao Haotian and Chu Shingua hurried out, several figures were raising their glasses in a high-end club in the Magic City.
"Master, the plan is going smoothly." A middle-aged man flatteringly said that if Zhao Haotian was here he would find out.
The person standing there flatteringly and pouring wine was actually Zhou Shichang, the head of the Zhou family. The young man shook his red wine glass with a faint smile on his face. "This has just begun. I want to see how many interesting things will happen."
"But, Master, I don't understand. The Chu family and Zhao Haotian at present can't pose any obstacles to you. Why don't you just destroy them?"
Zhou Shichang spoke cautiously, but was met with a look from the young man, and was instantly frightened into silence.
"Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Knowing too much will shorten your life." Zhou Shichang nodded repeatedly in fear.
The young man in front of him had a terrifying background and ruthless means. Even the top wealthy Wu family in Magic City was just a bigger ant in front of him.
Zhou Shichang really didn't know what it was about Zhao Haotian that could attract the attention of such a person.
Making an enemy of such a family is simply seeking death. The young man turned his head and looked towards the shadows. "Uncle San, have you arranged anything with the media?" A middle-aged man nodded respectfully. "Don't worry, young master, today's headlines are definitely all about the Chu family. There is no possibility of removing the trending search."
The young man nodded with satisfaction, his eyes showing a playful look of cat playing with mouse. "The Jade Seal chose him? Let me see what's so special about him." The black Bugatti sped through the morning light. Zhao Haotian didn't know that a huge crisis was surrounding him. And the current Chu family is just an appetizer. Chapter 97, Medical Disturbance. System, sign in.
The morning light shone on the windows of the Bugatti, and Zhao Haotian called out the system while driving.
Ding. Sign in successful. Reward, a key person's file.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the contact information and personal profile of Chen Tianchang, chairman of Shanghai Tianchang Pharmaceuticals. Zhao Haotian raised his eyebrows, and a piece of information immediately appeared in his mind. Chen Tianchang, 45, is the chairman of Shanghai Tianchang Pharmaceuticals. He is a brother-in-law of the deputy director of the State Food and Drug Administration and controls 60% of the medicinal material supply channels in Haicheng and Shanghai. One of the Chu family's medicinal material suppliers, and also the only supplier of this medicine.
Interesting. Zhao Haotian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and kept this information in mind.
Although it could not be used for the time being, it might become a key trump card.
When Zhao Haotian's Bugatti stopped in front of the Chu's hospital, the scene in front of him made his eyes turn cold.
In front of the hospital gate, more than 20 people in mourning held a banner with black letters on a white background, which read "Black-hearted hospital kills people and give my loved ones justice" in large, eye-catching words. What is even more annoying is that these people not only blocked the main entrance of the hospital, but also deliberately blocked the emergency passage, causing an ambulance to be forced to stop far away and medical staff to have to carry a stretcher to take a detour.
"Get out of the way. This is the emergency passage," a young doctor shouted anxiously. "Bah! How can a black-hearted hospital like yours save anyone?"
A middle-aged woman with a face full of flesh sat on the ground and started throwing a tantrum.
"My husband was killed by you. No one is allowed in today.
Not far away, cameras from more than a dozen media outlets were frantically filming the scene, and reporters were excitedly reporting on the scene.
Dear audience, we are now at the entrance of Chu's hospital.
As you can see, the doctor-patient conflict has seriously affected the normal operation of the hospital. Seeing this, a doctor came out of the hospital and wanted to pull them apart and take the patient, but was blocked by those scoundrels who were throwing a tantrum. The reporters and paparazzi were watching from a distance and seemed to be expecting them to take action, so that they would have the headlines. Seeing this, a doctor said directly, "Get out of the way immediately. If you delay the patient and something happens, or someone dies, you will all go to jail." After hearing this, the family members reluctantly made way for a small path.
They were causing trouble and didn't want to go to jail.
After the patient entered, the family members continued to kneel at the hospital gate, with the black and white portrait in front of them, crying heart-wrenchingly. An old lady with white hair was lying on the ground, slapping her hands on the ground, and she said with great emotion, "My son, why did you leave like this? This black-hearted hospital killed you." Her crying was so shrill that many passers-by stopped to watch. Some showed sympathy, some took out their mobile phones to take pictures, and some whispered about it. The reporters and paparazzi were like sharks smelling blood, and their cameras were aimed at her.
A female reporter squatted beside the old lady, the microphone almost poking her face. "Auntie, can you tell me the details? How did your son?"
The old lady grabbed the reporter's hand, her face covered in tears and snot.
"My son was only 30 years old.
He came to get some medicine for a cold, but after taking their medicine, he died." She trembled as she pulled out a box of medicine from her bosom.
"That's the medicine. This black-hearted hospital is harming people." Flashlights flashed wildly, and this scene was transmitted to major online platforms in real time.
Among the crowd of onlookers, an old man with a cane couldn't help but say, "I have been seeing patients in this hospital for 10 years and there has never been any problem." Before he could finish his words, a middle-aged man with a ferocious face rushed over, pointed at his nose and cursed, "Old man, you don't even have many teeth, but you still want to speak for this black-hearted hospital.
I think you are in cahoots with the hospital, right? How much bribes have you taken?"
The old man was so frightened that he took 2 steps back and almost dropped his cane. "How dare you curse at me?
What's wrong with scolding you?"
The man slapped the old man's crutches and said viciously, "Since you dare to speak for this black-hearted hospital, believe it or not, I will sue you too. All of you accomplices should go to jail."
Several passers-by tried to intervene, but were surrounded by other family members, saying, "What are you doing? Are you planning to hit someone? The reporters are filming us."
A young mother holding her child whispered to her companion, forget it, don't mess with them." Then she pulled her companion and left quickly. At this time, a young man in a wheelchair was pushed out by the nurse. He held up the medical record in his hand, his voice trembling a little, "Everyone, this hospital is very good. I had surgery in this hospital last year, and the doctor saved my life."
"Bah! Who can't make fake medical records?"
A middle-aged woman with curly hair rushed over and tried to grab his wheelchair.
"Look everyone! This must be a shill hired by the hospital." The young man hurriedly protected the wheelchair, his face pale. "I'm not. Not AS."
The woman slapped him on the head.
"You're so young and you're a liar. What did your parents teach you?"
The nurse hurriedly pushed the young man back, but was blocked by several family members. The curly-haired woman screamed at the top of her lungs, "Look!
The hospital is guilty. They're destroying the evidence."
In the chaos, the young man's wheelchair was knocked over, and he lay on the ground in a mess, his medical records scattered everywhere. However, the reporters' cameras were only focused on the hysterical family members, and no one helped him.
In the car across the street, Zhao Haoyan watched the scene quietly. Ruan Qingqiu whispered, "Boss, we've checked. These people are indeed ordinary people.
The old lady who was mourning did die a few days ago, but it doesn't seem to be due to taking medicine."
Zhao Haoyan listened to Ruan Qingqiu's report with cold eyes. Suddenly, his phone vibrated.
It was a message from Lin Meng, "We've checked the flow of funds, but everything followed the proper procedures.
No problems were found."
Zhao Haoyan put away his phone and glanced at the group of family members who were having a great time, feeling a little heavy-hearted. It seems that the other party is indeed well prepared. Zhao Haoyan used his heavenly eye to find out the details of these people and knew that they had accepted money, but the most important thing was how to find out that those people died because of taking medicine. He can't just dig up someone's grave and dig out the body for an autopsy.
Maybe those people have already been cremated.
Some of the family members secretly exchanged glances, some put eye drops into their eyes when no one was paying attention, and some pretended to faint and were carried into the ambulance.
People who were not in the know even began to blame Chu's hospital. Do you want me to take action? Ruan Qingqiu asked. Zhao Haoyan shook his head. If we go up now, they will only bite us back. Besides, how can we poison them all to death?
He pointed to the side door of the hospital and said, go in that way.
Let's go see the dean first.
In the hospital conference room, the director and several chief physicians looked worried.
17 patients have requested transfers today.
The head of the medical department said in a hoarse voice, if this continues.
The dean sighed heavily. What did the Food and Drug Administration say?
They said the preliminary test results wouldn't be available for 3 days at the earliest.
3 days? Forget 3 days. If this continues, I'm afraid all the patients will be gone in 1 day. Boss Chu has also been taken away. What should we do now? Click.
As he was speaking, the door of the conference room was pushed open and Zhao Haoyan and Ruan Qingqiu walked in.
Chapter 98, Find the clues and kill to silence them.
When the door of the conference room was pushed open, several doctors were about to scold, but they saw the dean suddenly stand up with a look of surprise on his face.
Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhao?
The other doctors looked at each other, confused as to why the dean was so respectful to this young man. Zhao Haoyan nodded slightly and walked directly to the conference table. I have a general understanding of the situation.
Now there are a few questions that need to be confirmed.
His voice was steady and powerful, instantly quieting the chaotic meeting room.
The dean quickly gave up the main seat. Please sit down. Zhao Haoyan didn't refuse. After sitting down, he asked directly, are there any records of the so-called deceased patients that their families claim have been treated in the hospital? The head of the medical department pulled up the computer data and shook his head, saying, we can't find it. The patient's name and ID number they provided aren't recorded in our system. Where are the medicines? Zhao Haoyan continued to ask, are the medicines they have definitely been produced by Chu Pharmaceutical? Are you sure you got it from the hospital?
The head of the pharmacy department pushed up his glasses and said, the packaging is indeed from our hospital, but... He hesitated, our pharmacist that day didn't prescribe these drugs at all.
Zhao Haoyan's eyes narrowed. What do you mean?
The medication these patients' families have is ours, but it's not shown on the prescription certificates at all. The director of the pharmacy department broke out in a cold sweat.
In other words, their medication was taken from our hospital without any record. There was an uproar in the conference room. The dean's face also turned pale. How could the hospital make such a fatal mistake? Zhao Haoyan pinched his chin in thought.
According to the director of the pharmacy department, the medicine was either sold illegally to patients by the hospital, or someone stole the hospital's medicine. Because everyone's drug purchases are numbered and recorded, and the drug numbers of these patients do not match anyone else, it is impossible that they were bought from someone else.
Where are the bodies? Zhao Haoyan asked, have autopsies been performed on the bodies of those family members?
The director smiled bitterly, it was too late. The family insisted the drug was the cause of death, and they cremated the body that same day. They came here with the urn and started a commotion.
Zhao Haoyan narrowed his eyes.
This method was too clean. There was no medical record, no corpse, only a few empty medicine boxes and a group of crying and wailing family members.
Who is the doctor who prescribed the medicine? Did he ask the patients what time they picked up the medicine and what was the surveillance footage for that day? That's the problem, the medical director pulled up a list.
These family members claimed they were prescribed medication in the emergency department, but the doctor on duty that day said he had no recollection of ever seeing these people, let alone prescribing those medications.
Zhao Haoyan pondered for a moment after hearing this, which meant that the medicine was not taken from the hospital. He suddenly asked, how does the hospital usually get medicine from Chu's Pharmaceutical? Who is responsible for procurement and distribution? The dean immediately understood what he meant and quickly ordered, quick! Get all the drug purchase orders and delivery records for the past 3 months. Half an hour later, a stack of information was placed in front of Zhao Haoyan. His finger slid lightly across the list and suddenly stopped at a name. Who is this Shang Wei?
The director of the pharmacy department came over to take a look and said, oh, he's a field delivery man for Chu's Pharmaceuticals, responsible for delivering medicine to our hospital. He's been working for 3 years and has always been very reliable.
When was the last delivery?
2 days ago, but he resigned yesterday. He said something happened back home, someone in his family died. A gleam of light flashed in Zhao Haotian's eyes. In his eyes, this person was closely related to this matter and was definitely a key figure.
Do you have his contact information? Call him now.
The head of the pharmacy department searched his phone book and called, but it kept beeping.
He was stunned. Strange.
He usually answers the phone quickly, but I can't get through to him. The dean also noticed something unusual, immediately checked his whereabouts for the past 3 days. The medical staff in charge of monitoring rushed in from outside the meeting room at this time. No, this is bad.
We checked the surveillance footage and found that Zhang Wei secretly took 2 boxes of medicine while delivering it. What?
The dean stood up suddenly.
What are the people in the monitoring room doing? Why didn't they report this earlier?
The man was shaking like a sieve.
They didn't know what to do with such a mistake. They might even lose their job.
But he still explained, these things hadn't happened before, so the people in the monitoring room didn't pay much attention.
It wasn't until we rechecked the surveillance that we discovered that Zhang Wei secretly took 2 boxes of medicine when he left.
Zhao Haotian sneered. It seems that the work attitude of the hospital staff needs to be improved. The conference room fell silent in an instant, and the dean's eyes were wide with anger. Now that such a big thing has happened and he has failed to perform his duties in his hospital, he really feels ashamed of Mr. Chu's trust.
Ruan Qingqiu put down his phone and said, "Boss, I just received a message from Lin Meng.
Zhang Wei bought a plane ticket to go abroad yesterday, but he didn't board the plane.
His rental house is empty. Try to find."
Zhao Haotian's voice was icy. "I'll find him even if I have to dig 3 feet deep." He turned to the dean and said, "Prepare the quality inspection reports for all the drugs from the last 3 months, especially the batches handled by Zhang Wei.
Also,"
Zhao Haotian paused, a sharp glint in his eyes, "be prepared to hold a press conference at any time, and announce it when I come back."
At the same time, in a dilapidated house in the suburbs of Haicheng,
a thin man wearing glasses was nervously packing his luggage. This man was Zhang Wei.
"Damn it! Didn't you agree to let me go after this is done? Why are you bringing me to this damn place again?"
He cursed as he stuffed cash into his backpack.
"A lot of people are looking for me right now. If we are found..."
There was some fear in Zhang Wei's eyes as he took out a small silver USB flash drive from his pocket. Inside it was the evidence of his previous transactions with those people. He was cautious. Suddenly, the door was pushed open.
Zhang Wei shuddered with fear and quickly clutched the USB drive.
He turned around and saw the person coming, and said nervously, "Li, boss Li." A burly man in a suit with his sleeves rolled up walked in and said with a smile, "Xiao Zhang, the boss asked me to escort you out."
Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief.
He thought the other party was going to kill him to silence him, so he immediately smiled and said, "Boss Li, how can I trouble you?"
"I'll clean up here right away."
After saying that, he turned around and zipped up his backpack. After hesitating for a moment, he stuffed the USB drive under the mattress while they were not paying attention. As long as he takes his wife and children abroad, he will no longer need this thing. Looking at the busy Zhang Wei, Boss Li took out a silenced pistol from his arms. As if out of instinct, Zhang Wei looked back, his pupils widened.
"Call out." A gunshot rang out, and Zhang Wei fell in a pool of blood, holding his chest.
"Don't worry, the boss said he will take good care of your wife and children.
Brothers, grab your bags, it's heaven on earth tonight." Chapter 99 USB flash drive, recording, and form.
The sky in the suburbs of Haicheng was so gloomy that it seemed to be pressing down on it.
You could even feel the heat in the air when you breathed. Through the investigation of Sky Eye and Chu Group, Zhao Haotian quickly locked down Zhang Wei's temporary hiding place.
Zhao Haotian stood in front of the dilapidated 3-story house, squinting his eyes and looking at the mottled walls and rusty iron gate. The air here is filled with the damp, musty smell that only old residential areas have. The place Zhang Wei chose was suitable as a hiding place because it was secluded, cheap, had no surveillance, and one only had to pay to live there without an ID card.
"Boss, it's upstairs," Ruan Qingqiu whispered.
She was wearing a black sportswear today, her hair neatly tied into a ponytail, and a useful weapon hidden in her coat, which was a little bulging.
Zhao Haotian nodded.
The perspective of the sky eye allowed him to see the 3-dimensional image of the building. In the rightmost room on the 3rd floor, a red humanoid silhouette lay quietly on the floor, surrounded by a gradually spreading dark red liquid. The person has been dead, at least 2 hours ago.
"Let's go and take a look," Zhao Haotian said calmly and walked towards the stairs.
A hint of surprise flashed in Ruan Qingqiu's eyes. Although she didn't know how Zhao Haotian could see it, She didn't ask any more questions, and her eyes quickly returned to normal. She quickly kept up with Zhao Haotian's pace, while looking around vigilantly. The corridor was filled with the mixed smell of cheap cigarettes and urine, the walls were covered with various advertisements, and miscellaneous items were piled in the corners. When he arrived at the right door on the third floor, Zhao Haotian did not rush to break in, but instead observed the surroundings and the situation of the door lock. Ruan Qingqiu tacitly took out a set of lock-picking tools from his pocket, and in less than 10 seconds, the door lock made a slight click. The moment he pushed open the door, a strong smell of blood hit him in the face, and Zhao Haotian frowned slightly. The scene in the room was horrifying. Jiang Wei was lying face up in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, and an expression of fear and unwillingness on his face. There was an obvious bullet hole in his chest, and the blood had not yet coagulated. There was only a slightly yellowed quilt on the bed, and there was uneaten bread on the table. Ruan Qingqiu was already accustomed to seeing corpses. She walked forward calmly, squatted down and looked through them. 9mm caliber, Glock pistol, a model commonly used by professional killers. She examined the wound expertly. Killed with one shot, the bullet went through the heart. The technique was clean and neat.
He's an expert with a gun.
Zhao Haotian listened to Ruan Qingqiu's report and slowly walked around the room, searching everywhere with his sky eye.
He frowned, the clue ended here again. Jiang Wei was obviously silenced, but who on earth instructed him to steal the medicine?
The person behind the scenes was so decisive and ruthless that it made Zhao Haotian feel a chill in his heart. But if the person behind this is not found out quickly, the Chu family will be in danger. Under the sky eye, every detail in the room became extremely clear, even the fingerprints left on the wall of the cup could be seen clearly.
Zhao Haotian glanced at the messy bed, and suddenly his eyes fixed.
In his eyes, there was a faint metallic reflection under the mattress, which was out of tune with the surroundings. He hurried forward and lifted the mattress, and a silver USB flash drive lay quietly there.
Surprise flashed in Ruan Qingqiu's eyes. This is.
He must have hidden it before he died. Zhao Haotian picked up the USB drive and weighed it in his hand.
To be on the safe side, let's get out of here as soon as possible. Ruan Qingqiu nodded and took one last look around the room. Aren't you going to call the police? Calling the police now would only alert the enemy. Zhao Haotian put the USB drive into his pocket. It would be better to wait until the landlord or other tenants find out before calling the police. We have more important things to do.
The two men quickly restored the scene, then closed the door and left as if they had never been there.
When going downstairs, Zhao Haotian noticed a blurry surveillance camera at the corner across the street.
He calmly noted the location and decided to have Ruan Qingqiu check it later before disposing of their surveillance records.
Back in the car, Zhao Haotian immediately asked Ruan Qingqiu to take out his laptop and insert a USB drive.
A prompt requiring a password soon appeared on the screen.
It's encrypted. Ruan Qingqiu opened the USB drive. But I'm good at this. Give me 2 minutes.
Ruan Qingqiu quickly typed a string of code on the computer and cracked the password in no time. Her fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard, typing a series of commands, and a few minutes later, a hidden folder appeared on the screen.
I opened it and found several recordings and a form. Ruan Qingqiu clicked play, and the first recording began to appear.
Jiang Wei, when you deliver the medicine today, you must find a way to get 2 boxes out, understand, said a hoarse male voice.
Bossly, this is too risky. What if the hospital finds out? This was Jiang Wei's voice, full of fear. What are you afraid of with the young master backing you up? The money has already been transferred to your account. 5 million is enough for your whole family to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Then Ruan Qingqiu opened the second and third.
It contains all the information about the action against the Chu group, and even involves many forces.
After the recording ended, Zhao Haotian and Ruan Qingqiu looked at each other. Boss Li. Ruan Qingqiu pondered, it seems that there are no wealthy families with the surname Li in Magic City and Haicheng. Zhao Haotian did not answer, but opened the Excel file. The table recorded in detail the drug name, number, transaction time, and location.
It seems Jiang Wei didn't trust them either, so he secretly kept this trick, but he was killed before he could use it.
Zhao Haotian said in a low voice, he has wisdom, but his strength is far inferior. Just then, Zhao Haotian's cell phone rang. It was the hospital director calling. Mr. Zhao, this is bad.
The family members are rushing in, and this time they've brought reporters with them. They claim to have evidence proving there's something wrong with the medication.
Zhao Haotian's eyes turned cold. Control the situation, I will be back soon.
After hanging up the phone, he said to Ruan Xingqiu, go back to the hospital. Now with this bit of evidence, the Chu family's safety has been largely resolved. There is no need to worry about those family members.
Zhao Haotian has long seen through their backgrounds and even knows the account password used to receive money.
The most important thing now is to get Chu's father and mother out. The overall situation of the Chu family cannot be maintained for long by Chu Shingua alone. In order to get Chu's father and mother out, the key is to get the drug administration to issue a certificate that the Chu group's drugs are harmless. In this way, the police will naturally release them. Thinking of this, Zhao Haotian took out his mobile phone and dialed Chen Tiancheng's number that he got from the system in the morning. This person will be the key to rescuing Chu's father and mother.
Chapter 100, Coercion and Inducement, it's done. Magic City, Tiancheng Pharmaceutical Headquarters.
Chen Tiancheng was drinking tea and looking through the company's quarterly report when there was a sudden knock on the office door.
Come in.
The secretary cautiously opened the door and said, Mr. Chen, I just received news that something happened at Yixianju Chu Pharmaceutical.
Chen Tiancheng didn't even raise his head. The Chu family? That's indeed tragic, but what does it have to do with us?
But the secretary hesitated. Chu Pharmaceutical is our partner, and we provided them with their latest batch of medicinal materials.
Chen Tiancheng looked up suddenly, his eyes full of meaning. Have we done the quality inspection report for that batch of medicinal materials?
The secretary nodded, took out a report from her pocket and placed it in front of him. We have already made a formal report.
That's good, that's good.
Chen Tiancheng breathed a sigh of relief and sat back in his seat.
He waved his hand to signal his secretary to go out first. The secretary bowed and left the office.
Chen Tiancheng rubbed his temples and was about to continue looking at the report when the phone on the table suddenly vibrated.
It was an unfamiliar number with no notes. Why are there so many sales these days? He hung up without paying any attention. In less than 3 seconds, the phone rang again. He looked at it and it was still the same number. You're crazy.
Chen Tiancheng hung up again, cursing. These days, sales pitches are so persistent.
Do I look like a sucker? However, the phone rang for the 3rd time. Chen Tiancheng was completely furious. He started cursing the moment he answered the phone. Are you going to stop until you get the money? Believe it or not, I'm going to call the police and have you arrested.
A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Chen, if you don't want Tiancheng Pharmaceutical to go bankrupt, do as I say. Chen Tiancheng was stunned for a moment, then sneered, oh, this is the first time I've encountered such rampant salesmanship.
I'm not selling anything.
The other party seemed stunned for a moment, then spoke lightly.
Chen Tiancheng rolled his eyes. Which salesman would admit that he is a salesman? Zhao Haotian never thought that one day he would be mistaken for a salesman. It was also the first time that Zhu Beiji got married.
But he didn't have time to argue with Chen Tiancheng now, so he got straight to the point. There's something wrong with the medicinal herbs you provided to the Chu family. You took advantage of the situation and mixed good with bad.
Zhao Haotian got straight to the point.
Now Mr. and Mrs. Chu are being taken away by the police for investigation. The Food and Drug Administration is dragging their feet on releasing the test results, and some people are claiming that someone died after taking the Chu family's medicine.
Now someone has deliberately brought this to the attention of the authorities.
You should know how serious this matter is. If we're not careful, not only the Chu group, but even you suppliers will be investigated.
I think Boss Chen's company can't withstand such an investigation. Zhao Haotian's voice was oppressive. Chen Tiancheng's breathing stagnated slightly.
It is indeed as Zhao Haotian said.
If things continue to ferment, Tiancheng Pharmaceutical will not be able to escape responsibility. Chen Tiancheng's voice dropped. So what do you mean? Are you going to threaten me?
Just read the news yourself. Chen Tiancheng quickly turned on the computer and searched for news about Yixianju Chu Pharmaceutical.
A large number of reports immediately popped up on the screen. Chu's pharmaceutical substandard drugs cause death. Official outcome.
The Food and Drug Administration conducted a surprise inspection and the Chu Group chairman was taken away. The victims' families collectively defend their rights and demand exorbitant compensation.
Every piece of news hit Chen Tiancheng like a heavy hammer. His fingers trembled slightly, and his voice trembled unconsciously. What do you want me to do?
On the other end of the phone, Zhao Haotian's voice remained calm. I have found evidence that someone has framed the Chu family, but now we need the Food and Drug Administration to release the official test report as soon as possible. Only with an official report would it be convincing.
And those who died didn't die from taking the medicine at all. You were all being schemed against. You don't want the Chu Corporation to go bankrupt. You'll be found by your brother-in-law. Besides, the Chu Corporation is your big client. They've been getting a lot of medicinal herbs from you, and you've made a lot of money. Chen Tiancheng's pupils suddenly contracted. You. Boss Chen, don't be nervous. Zhao Haotian's tone softened. I'm not here to threaten you, but to discuss cooperation. Chen Tiancheng took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, explain clearly. It's very simple. Zhao Haotian's voice was forceful and unyielding. Contact your people at the National Medical Products Administration to expedite the testing process and issue an official statement as soon as possible to prove that there are no problems with Chu Pharmaceuticals drugs. In exchange, he paused, I will ensure that Tiancheng Pharmaceutical emerges unscathed from this matter. Chen Tiancheng was silent for a moment, then suddenly sneered, You think too highly of me. The drug administration is not owned by my family. Can I speed it up just because I say so? Your brother-in-law is the deputy director of the National Medical Products Administration, Zhao Haotian pointed out directly. He personally approved the quality inspection report for that batch of medicinal materials. Do you think I don't know? If something goes wrong, not only you, but also your brother-in-law will have his official hat taken off. Chen Tiancheng's face turned pale in an instant. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Haotian continued, Boss Chen, I'm not discussing this with you. I'm informing you. Either you cooperate, or... He deliberately dragged out his voice, Tiancheng Pharmaceutical will be on the headlines tomorrow, along with your brother-in-law. I can't help it. I'm the son-in-law of the Chu family. I have to help them. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Chen Tiancheng's forehead, he knew he had no choice. What do you want me to do? Zhao Haotian's voice finally held a hint of satisfaction, it's very simple. First, ask your brother-in-law to release the official test report as soon as possible to prove that there is no problem with Chu Pharmaceuticals drugs. Secondly, we need to make a genuine new quality inspection report for that batch of problematic medicinal materials. Chen Tiancheng gritted his teeth, this will take time. Before tomorrow morning. Zhao Haotian interrupted him directly, the Chu family can't wait that long. Chen Tiancheng clenched his fists, digging his nails deep into his palms, okay. By the way, Zhao Haotian suddenly changed the subject, I heard your son is studying in Australia recently. He even got a girlfriend and is planning to come home and get married. Congratulations. This seemingly casual sentence made Chen Tiancheng tremble all over. This is a naked threat. Chen Tiancheng's voice became respectful, don't worry, everything will be done before tomorrow morning. Good. Zhao Haotian said calmly, I look forward to your good news. After hanging up the phone, Chen Tiancheng slumped in the chair, his back soaked with cold sweat. He dialed a number with trembling hands, brother-in-law, something big has happened. Zhao Haotian put down his phone. Ruan Xingqiu looked at him and saw a slight smile on his face. Nailed it. Chapter 101, Violence Suppresses Unrest. However, dealing with Chen Tiancheng is only the first step, getting official endorsement is the key. But right now, the mess in front of the hospital is urgent. Xingqiu, drive faster. Zhao Haotian's voice was crisp, without any hesitation. Ruan Xingqiu didn't say anything and stepped on the accelerator almost into the fuel tank. Half an hour later, they quickly arrived near the hospital. When they were still some distance away from the hospital, the scene at the hospital entrance made Zhao Haotian frown. My goodness! The hospital entrance is even messier than a vegetable market. The huge crowd was huddled together, and the sounds of crying, shouting, and pushing mixed together, buzzing straight into the ears through the car window glass. The most eye-catching were the family members who were dressed in mourning and crying loudly. Their voices were louder than each other, their faces were covered with tears and snot, and they looked heartbroken. But Zhao Haotian could see the tricks in the crowd at a glance. These victims were obviously surrounded by several burly men. These people were wearing ordinary t-shirts and jeans, blending into the crowd. They looked like accompanying family members, but their eyes and actions revealed a sense of hostility. How could they be trying to stop the fight? He was clearly secretly exerting his strength, pushing the wailing women forward, and fanning the flames, get out of the way. Get out of the way. This murderous hospital won't give us an explanation. Everyone, give us some judgment. You are taking human life lightly. The hospital's security team consisted of only 7 or 8 people. Faced with the surging crowd and the obviously organized shoving,
they were like a small broken boat in a storm, being tossed around.
Hold! Zhao Haotian cursed softly, quick move.
Looks like someone got wind of me getting the evidence, and they're trying to make a fait accompli before the official report comes out, completely discrediting the hospital.
But trying to pull this off under his nose? No way.
Zhao Haotian glanced at the burly men who were pushing the hardest, and a smile that was cold to the bone appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Change your clothes, and watch me.
He moved quickly, took out a wrinkled old coat from under the seat, put it on, and scratched his hair randomly. In an instant, he changed from a handsome man with an imposing aura to a passerby with a sallow face, holding his stomach and a look of pain.
Wan Xingqiu was not left behind either. Almost at the same time as Zhao Haotian moved, she flashed away.
When she reappeared, her sharp suit had been replaced with an equally inconspicuous gray sweater. She put on a hat that covered most of her face, and her aura was restrained like that of an ordinary schoolgirl.
Let's go.
Zhao Haotian bent his waist, covered his stomach, groaned, and staggered to the edge of the chaotic crowd. Wan Xingqiu followed closely behind him half a step, with his head lowered, looking anxious and frightened.
Let me go. Let me go. My stomach hurts so much. I'm going to die.
Zhao Haotian howled at the top of his lungs, his voice hoarse and painful. His acting skills were absolutely on point. He had a clear goal and moved behind the strong men who were pushing the security guards the most violently. The crowd was in chaos and no one paid any attention to the sickly person who suddenly appeared.
Zhao Haotian seized the opportunity and slammed into one of the burly men who was pushing the security guards back hard. Ouch!
He screamed deliberately, and his body seemed to be bounced away by a huge force. He staggered backwards, looking very weak and badly injured. The strong man was pushing hard when he was suddenly hit from behind. Although the force was not strong, it made him stagger. He subconsciously turned around and saw a tall and thin man holding his stomach with a miserable look on his face.
He immediately became furious. Are you fucking blind? Why are you pushing so hard? Are you looking for death?
The burly man cursed angrily, and with the sound of the wind, he pushed Zhao Haotian's shoulder with his big hand like a palm leaf fan. He pushed hard with great force, obviously wanting to knock this troublesome guy out.
Done.
Just as the sturdy man's palm was about to touch Zhao Haotian's shoulder, a cold light flashed in Zhao Haotian's eyes. The sickly disguise he had put on was instantly ripped to shreds. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his left hand shooting out like a pair of pliers, grabbing the wrist of the burly man with incredible precision.
Ha!
The strong man was stunned, and he hadn't yet reacted to why this sickly man suddenly became energetic.
Zhao Haotian didn't give him any time to think.
Taking advantage of the force of the sturdy man's push, he twisted his waist suddenly, and his right fist, with a violent and fierce force, hit the sturdy man's ferocious face like a cannonball.
Bang! A dull sound that makes your teeth ache. That sound hurts just listening to it.
The strong man only felt that his eyes went dark, his nose lost sensation instantly, and an indescribable pain and sourness rushed straight to the top of his head.
He didn't even have time to groan before his body was hit by a speeding truck. His feet left the ground and he flew backwards.
A few bloody teeth, mixed with saliva, drew a miserable arc in the air and fell to the ground with a plop.
Ah! My teeth! My face!
The next second, a pig-killing howl erupted from the mouth of the fallen strong man. He rolled on the ground with his hands covering his face, blood oozing out from between his fingers, and his whole body twitching in pain.
This sudden bloody attack instantly made the entire noisy hospital entrance seem to be paused.
The wailing family members were so frightened that they forgot to cry, the enthusiastic crowds who were pushing and shoving froze in their tracks, and even the security guards who were pushed into a miserable state were stunned.
Dead silence.
Only the strong man's shrill screams echoed. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Haotian as he slowly stood up. At this moment, Zhao Haotian shook his bloody fist, his eyes frighteningly cold.
Damn it!
I'll kill anyone who stands in my way while I see the doctor. Zhao Haotian's voice was not loud, but it carried a chill that could freeze a person's bones. His eyes were like knives as he swept across the burly men still surrounding the family members and the frightened women who were crying.
Whoever dares to get in my way again, I'll make him look for his teeth on the ground. Get out of here!
When the remaining strong men were glanced at by him, they immediately felt a chill running from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads.
This guy is so cruel. He beat his brothers into this state with just one punch? Is this a patient? This is a bad omen.
They subconsciously wanted to step forward to help and get back at their wits' end, but just as they had the thought, Ruan Qingxiu, who had been following behind Zhao Haotian in a low-key manner, raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth under the brim of his hat. Her slender fingers flicked a few times in the wide pockets of her sweatshirt very discreetly. Colorless and odorless, a few wisps of fine powder that are difficult to distinguish with the naked eye floated precisely in the air and were inhaled by those strong men who were ready to make a move. Almost at the moment the powder entered their bodies, the faces of those burly men suddenly changed. It wasn't pain, but terror. They felt an irresistible feeling of weakness sweeping over their bodies. His hands and feet felt like they were filled with lead, and as if the bones had been pulled out. Not to mention rushing up to fight, even standing still became a problem. Well. Legs, why are your legs so weak? Several people swayed uncontrollably, and one of them even collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely, staring at his uncontrollable hands and feet in horror. This scene was even more bizarre in the eyes of others. The evil star just roared, and the inconspicuous female companion next to him didn't even move. How come these big men who were so ferocious just now suddenly became soft? What the hell is going on? This is weird. Now, even the last bit of resistance was completely extinguished. Fear spread like a plague among the rioting crowd. The grief and anger that those crying family members' women had previously felt were instantly scared away. Their faces turned pale, their lips trembled, and they stepped back subconsciously. Security? Zhao Haotian shouted. The frightened security guard suddenly shuddered and reacted instantly. The frustration of being beaten just now was swept away, replaced by a fierceness and relief. The opportunity has come. Don't move. Back off. Back off. Maintain order. Storming a hospital is illegal. If you push forward any further, don't blame us for being rude. The morale of the security guards was greatly boosted. They shouted and began to separate the crowd with swift movements. Zhao Haotian suppressed the chaos in the most direct and violent way. Chapter 102, It's good to have connections, it makes everything easier. Zhao Haotian flicked his wrist and glanced coldly at the pale-faced women. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the hospital gate, accompanied by an excited voice. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Good news. Great news. Zhao Haotian turned his head and saw that it was Chu Yun. This kid is usually a bit of a dandy, but at this moment he was running out of breath, with a mixed expression of ecstasy and disbelief on his face. What's wrong? Chu Yun rushed forward and grabbed Zhao Haotian's arm, his voice shaking with excitement. My parents. They were released. They were released early. Zhao Haotian's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that Chen Tiancheng and his brother-in-law have made an effort. It turns out that it's good to have connections. It makes everything convenient. Okay. I got it. He turned his gaze to the family members being held by the security guards and the sturdy men lying limp on the ground, his eyes sharpening. Chu Yun. Zhao Haotian said firmly, take your men and arrest all these people without exception. Watch carefully. If even a hair is missing, I will hold you accountable. Yes. Brother-in-law. I promise to complete the task. At this moment, Chu Yun worshipped Zhao Haotian like a god. Without saying a word, he called several Chu family bodyguards and company security guards who had rushed over after hearing the news, and pounced on him like wolves and tigers. Let me go. What are you doing? You're killing people. The hospital is now trying to silence them. When the women saw this, they were completely panicked and screamed like pigs being slaughtered. He even tried to appeal for help to the onlookers and reporters who had not yet dispersed. Help! Look! The Chu family is trying to kidnap us and silence us. Reporters! Film them! Expose them! As a result of their commotion, the professional instincts of those reporters who were originally shocked by Zhao Haotian's thundering methods were instantly ignited. This was big news. A clash of opposites. Immediately, cameras focused on the arrest, shutter clicks filling the air. Mr. Chu. May I ask what you are doing? Are you illegally detaining the victim's family? Mr. Chu. What's your explanation for this? Do you feel guilty? Mr. Chu, does the release of your father and mother mean the investigation is over? What is the purpose of arresting these people now? The reporters' questions came like a barrage of cannonballs, and the microphones almost hit Zhao Haotian and Chu Yun's faces. The situation was about to get out of control again. At this moment, Zhao Haotian moved. He took a step forward and stood directly in front of all the cameras and microphones. An invisible and powerful aura spread out, suppressing the noise at the scene.
Be quiet.
Zhao Haotian's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. The reporters were intimidated by his aura and subconsciously fell silent, their cameras fixed on him. Zhao Haotian looked around the room, his eyes sharp as an eagle, and a smile curved at the corner of his mouth.
Dear journalists, please be patient. Chu Pharmaceuticals is innocent.
Chairman Chu and Mrs. Chu are about to return safely, and this is the best proof. He changed the subject and pointed his finger at the women who were still crying and throwing tantrums and were being held tightly by Chu Yun's men, as well as the limp strong men. His voice suddenly rose.
As for them? Humph.
They're not the victims' families at all. They, and the ones lying on the ground, were all instructed and paid to deliberately frame and incite riots.
Boom. This sentence was like thunder from the sky, leaving everyone at the scene stunned.
The cries of those women suddenly stopped, and the blood drained from their faces in an instant, leaving only horror and disbelief. It was like a chicken with its neck pinched, its mouth open but unable to make a sound.
The reporter's eyes lit up instantly.
A shocking reversal.
Accepting bribes? Frame up?
Sir. Do you have any evidence? A reporter asked impatiently, his voice changing with excitement.
Evidence?
Zhao Haotian sneered, of course there is.
And it's irrefutable.
On the way to the hospital, he asked Lin Meng to investigate and collect the account transactions of these people. They were smart enough to use the bank cards of other family members, but they were still found out. It clearly shows that just 2 days before the accident, the accounts of these family members' women received large transfers from the same unknown overseas account.
The amount is enough to make ordinary people jealous.
There are also screenshots of encrypted chat records that have been technically restored.
The content is shocking. It is exactly the conversation between those women and an anonymous middleman.
The other party clearly instructed them on when and how to go to the hospital to cause trouble, how to cry and how to incite, and even promised to pay the balance after the incident was completed. Lin Meng even found several copies of past medical records with official seals of regular hospitals. Those deceased people had already suffered from serious cardiovascular diseases, advanced cancer, and other fatal diseases before taking the problematic drugs from Chu's Pharmaceuticals. The cause of death has nothing to do with Chu's medicine. These will be important evidence used to prove the Chu family's innocence at the press conference. With the addition of the USB flash drive obtained from Zhang Wei, the crisis of the Chu family can be considered resolved.
Zhao Haotian addressed the reporters, everyone.
This is a complete and utter malicious frame-up against Chu Pharmaceuticals.
Chu Pharmaceuticals is innocent.
Chairman Chu and Madam Chu are innocent victims.
Chu's press conference will be held at the group's headquarters.
At that time, all original evidence, including the official test report just issued by the Food and Drug Administration proving that Chu's drugs are fully qualified, will be made public.
We welcome all media friends to attend and supervise. He looked around the room and announced in a resounding voice.
As for those lawless individuals who maliciously spread rumors, disrupted social order, and attempted extortion, Zhao Haotian's cold gaze swept over the guys who collapsed on the ground. The law will punish them severely. The Chu group will investigate to the end. After saying that, he ignored the excited reporters and winked at Chu Yun. The two turned and entered the hospital, and this scene was broadcast in real time.
Chapter 103: The Inexplicable Desire to Win Among Women.
After returning to the Chu family, Chu's father and mother did not even take a break, and immediately showed the iron-fisted nature of business tycoons. Those shareholders within the group who were ready to make moves or even collude with outsiders were cleaned out from top to bottom. Those who should be sent in were sent in, and those who should be kicked out were kicked out. They then held a press conference, and the news shocked the whole city. Zhao Haotian handed over the USB flash drive and evidence he had obtained to Chu's father and mother. The evidence was irrefutable, and it matched the official endorsement of the Food and Drug Administration and the media direction controlled by Gu Yunlan.
Not only did Chu's pharmaceutical clear its name, its reputation even surpassed that of before, with its stock price soaring. The Chu family villa was brightly lit.
In the living room, the Chu family gathered here.
Dad, Mom, this time it's all thanks to Haotian.
Chu Shingua held her mother's hand, with an unprecedented glow and pride on her face.
Father Chu held the teacup with a deep feeling on his face.
Fortunately, he made the right decision at the Wu family auction and did not stop Chu Shingua and Zhao Haotian from dating. Otherwise, today, their Chu family would probably have fallen into ruin. Even if you don't go bankrupt, your status and wealth will definitely be much worse than before.
This time, I was on the verge of death. If it weren't for Xiao Zhao. He shook his head, not daring to think about the consequences.
Shingua, Xiao Zhao used a lot of connections for our Chu family this time.
Remember this favor.
He looked at his wife, and their eyes exchanged, each seeing what the other meant.
Let's find a time to invite Xiao Zhao over to our house and have a meal together. Lin Wan nodded repeatedly and took her daughter's hand. Yes, yes, yes.
Shingua, you have to bring Xiao Zhao back.
Mom will cook for you herself. Chu Xingua's pretty face turned red after hearing what her parents said.
She knew that this meant that her parents approved of Zhao Haotian, and she felt extremely sweet in her heart.
She nodded and said, yes. I'll call him right away. He will definitely.
Before he finished speaking, the phone in his pocket rang. He looked over and saw it was a video call from Zhao Haotian.
Chu Xingua's face instantly lit up with a bright smile, and she quickly answered the call. Haotian. Are you done? My parents are just saying they want to thank you very much and invite you to their house for dinner.
On the other side of the video, the background is inside a car traveling at high speed, and the light is a little dim. Zhao Haotian's face appeared on the screen, with a hint of imperceptible fatigue, but his eyes were still sharp and steady.
Thank my uncle and aunt for me, but let's talk about dinner next time. I'm on my way to the Magic City now. Ah? You went to the Magic City?
The smile on Chu Xingua's face froze, and her voice was filled with worry and subtle regret.
Now? So urgent? Did something happen? Do you want my help?
Zhao Haotian smiled slightly at Chu Xingua's concern. There's something urgent going on in the Magic City, and I have to rush over to take care of it.
Don't worry, Yunlan and Wuxia are still there. I'll ask them for help if anything happens.
Although the Chu family is now back on track, there are still many things to deal with. It is not appropriate to start a war at this time.
Zhao Haotian was brief and to the point without further explanation.
He saw the concerned faces of Chu's father and mother in the corner of the screen and nodded slightly at the camera. Uncle and aunt, I'm sorry to have worried you. The Chu family has a strong foundation. With you in charge of the follow-up matters, there will be no problem. I will be back after I finish dealing with the matter in the Magic City. Father Chu was a smart man and immediately sensed an unusual urgency in Zhao Haotian's brief words. He said in a deep voice, don't worry, go ahead. You don't have to worry about the Chu family. We'll take care of everything. If you need any support, just let us know. Thank you, uncle. Zhao Haotian smiled, his eyes fell back on Chu Xingua's face, with a hint of comfort. Be good, stay home with your parents and wait for me to come back. Although Chu Shingua was full of reluctance and worry, she also knew that Zhao Haotian must have his reasons for his decision. She suppressed the disappointment in her heart and nodded vigorously. Okay. I'll wait for you. Be careful. Don't worry. Zhao Haotian gave her a reassuring look and hung up the video. In the Chu family villa, the excited atmosphere was tinged with a hint of worry because of Zhao Haotian's sudden departure. This child, after helping our family, ran off to the Magic City again.
Mother Chu sighed distressfully. Father Chu's eyes were deep.
It must be no small matter that made Zhao Haotian leave in such a hurry.
The water in Magic City is deeper than that in Sea City.
Moreover, he also needs to conduct a thorough investigation into the crisis facing the Chu family this time. The person who could force the Chu family to this point without making a fuss must not be an ordinary character.
Even the Wu family can't do it. There must be a lot of things involved. Maybe it's someone at a higher level.
On the other side, Chu Shingua held her cell phone tightly, and she also felt a sense of urgency at the moment. After this incident with the Chu family, she realized that she had to take on the family feud as well. Otherwise, if Chu's father and mother are in trouble again one day, the huge Chu family will not be able to find someone to take the lead.
Moreover, there is no telling how many things Zhao Haotian will face.
People like Wu Xia and Gu Yunlan have already made achievements in the family business, so they can help Zhao Haotian at critical moments. If she continues like this, she will be left behind by those two sooner or later.
Given Zhao Haotian's personality, those two people must be his women.
As women, we all have an inexplicable desire to win over each other.
High-end club in Magic City.
The young man picked up the red wine, took a sip and poured it into the chest of the young model in his arms. The bright red wine slid down the collarbone into the abyss, causing waves of shyness and gasps. He hugged the young model in his arms, gently smoothed the hair around her ears, and then took a big bite. I thought to myself that I must deal with these little goblins later. Listening to the report from the middle-aged man next to him, he took a puff of the cigar on the table.
It's much faster than I thought. It seems it's not completely useless. Forget it. Even though I robbed you of something, this farce actually made me happy. Just take the seal, it's just a toy anyway. Don't pay attention to him anymore.
I don't even bother to bully people from a small place.
Although Zhou Shichang, who was trembling beside him, was unwilling, he still did not dare to refute his words. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then I wonder about the project you promised me for the Zhou family?"
The young man seemed to have just realized that he was still here, and waved his hand in displeasure. "Can't you see that I'm ready to get down to business?
I'll give the project to the Zhou family. Get out and don't bother me."
Zhou Shichang's face twitched, but he still forced a smile, bowed and retreated.
Just after he left, waves of alluring cries rang out from the box, followed by the sound of fighting. Chapter 104, Heading to the Magic City in Advance, the red leaves are full of charm. On the highway leading to the airport,
Ruan Xingqiu drove silently, and the atmosphere in the car was a little stagnant. Zhao Haoyan leaned back on the wide chair with his eyes closed, rubbing his eyebrows gently with his fingers, as if he was resting or thinking. He was in such a hurry to go to the Magic City not because of his own wish, but because of the sudden change in the Chu family. He appeared in public again, and the Black Dragon Society's attention shifted to him again. They also began to question why Ruan Xingqiu had not taken action yet. Before, she had been stalling for time by claiming that she had not found an opportunity, but this time the Chu family's chaos had even been heard about in the Magic City. Besides, it would be suspicious if we couldn't find an opportunity. At this time, Ruan Xingqiu's mobile phone was in Zhao Haoyan's hand. On the screen was a message from an anonymous number with a very high encryption level, and the content was only a simple line of words.
The task time limit has expired. Why did the clearance fail? Reply immediately. The Black Dragon Society finally noticed. Plans really can't keep up with changes.
Ruan Xingqiu drove with his eyes fixed on the road ahead.
He said in a low voice, "Yes, they are suspicious of me. This message is both a reminder and a warning. If they don't take action or provide a reasonable explanation, they might activate their backup plan." Backup plan? They will regard me as a traitor and send someone else to take over the plan and take me out as well. Ruan Xingqiu's tone didn't change at all.
She had encountered many such situations in the Black Dragon Club before, and she had even handled many such matters herself.
Zhao Haoyan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the chair, his eyes deep.
Ruan Xingqiu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, looked at him through the rearview mirror. This man was indeed reliable and had a terrifyingly calm temperament. Even when he heard that the Black Dragon Society would send someone else to assassinate him, he did not panic. It seems that what he said before about helping her heal her sister will most likely come true.
How is it? Does it look good? Zhao Haoyan suddenly spoke without moving his eyes.
Ruan Xingqiu's face turned red with embarrassment, and he quickly looked away. I just wanted to see if you had any solution."
Zhao Haoyan opened his eyes, and a glimmer of light flashed in his pupils.
"I never do anything without a chance of winning."
Ruan Xingqiu raised the corners of her mouth slightly at an angle where Zhao Haoyan couldn't see.
This man's confidence made her feel very safe. Even if you just follow him, you won't feel nervous.
Zhao Haoyan thought for a moment, took out his cell phone and dialed a number.
The call was quickly connected, and a lazy and sexy female voice came from the other end. "Hey brother, why did you suddenly think of your sister?"
"It's red leaves." Ruan Xingqiu's ears pricked up. Zhao Haoyan chuckled, "Sister Hongye, you're joking. How could I not miss you?
I'm really looking forward to meeting you for the first time, Sister Hongye."
The sound of red leaves seems full of temptation, which is the charm brought by time. Brother, you are really smooth talking.
No wonder Yunlan was so easily taken advantage of by you.
Zhao Haoyan thought of Gu Yunlan, and his brows raised unconsciously.
"Oh, Sister Hongye, there's a change of plan.
We have to act early. I'll be in the Magic City tonight." There was silence on the other end of the line for a second, and then Hongye's sweet laughter could be heard. "So anxious? Looks like I'll be able to meet you soon, brother. I'm really looking forward to it."
"Don't worry, sister will come to the airport to pick you up personally."
"Sorry to bother Sister Hongye,"
Zhao Haoyan said politely, his tone calm.
Hongye giggled. "What's the trouble? I'll make the bed ready for you." Ruan Xingqiu. Magic City, Red Leaf Bar.
In the luxurious box on the top floor, Hong Ye leaned lazily on the leather sofa, her long legs crossed, and her snow-white skin faintly visible in the slit of her cheongsam was particularly attractive under the dim light. She shook the red wine glass, and the bright red liquid swirled in the glass, reflecting her charming eyebrows and eyes. "Notify everyone," she said into the phone, her red lips curled slightly, "it's time to get some new drinks at the bar.
Everyone, get ready and plan ahead."
After hanging up the phone, Hong Ye threw the phone aside. She picked up a photo on the coffee table and gently stroked the figure in it with her fingertips. It was the silhouette of Zhao Haotian riding a heavy motorcycle, his black hair blown by the wind and his eyes as sharp as a knife.
"Little brother,"
Hong Ye murmured to herself, with a hint of interest in her eyes.
"let me see how capable you are. I'm waiting for you."
She tilted her head back and drank the red wine in one gulp. Her throat was like a swan, and the wine slid down the corners of her lips, leaving an ambiguous mark on her fair skin. Since the flight was booked in advance, everything went smoothly after arriving at the airport. Ruan Xingqiu also boarded the flight with Zhao Haotian. She wanted to go back to Shanghai to see Ruan Xiaoyu, as she had promised her last time.
The flight took off and landed safely at Shanghai International Airport.
Hong Ye was wearing a black coat and a red cheongsam, leaning against the Maybach. Her plump figure was full of charm, and her legs, faintly visible at the slit, were stained with night dew.
Even in a crowd, you can attract everyone's attention at the first moment.
The other passers-by who came to pick her up at the airport all swallowed their saliva when they saw Hong Ye's appearance, and thought to themselves that she was such a beautiful woman. However, the luxury cars around her and the bodyguards in suits standing around made it impossible to get close to her, so people could only stand far away.
"Boss, they're coming."
The bodyguard saw Zhao Haotian and Ruan Xingqiu coming out of the exit and whispered a reminder.
Hong Ye looked up and saw the man with a slender figure. He had a suit hanging on his shoulders and only wore a white shirt.
The chest muscles slightly exposed at the collar made her feel a little excited.
His temperament was not inferior to that of a celebrity.
"I didn't expect this little rascal to be so charming."
Yunlan girl really picked up a treasure.
Hong Ye felt angry in her heart, and looked at Zhao Haotian with waves in her eyes.
Zhao Haotian also noticed this charming woman at a glance.
Just as she was about to speak, Hong Ye suddenly approached in high heels. The warm fragrance of her body mixed with the faint smell of smoke hit his face, and her outstanding figure seemed to be about to break through the limitations of the cheongsam at any time, forcing Zhao Haotian to take a half step back.
"Little brother, what are you hiding from? Are you afraid that I, your sister, will eat you?" The warm breath brushed past his ears, and Zhao Haotian's Adam's apple rolled. This woman is really annoying.
People say that women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. Hong Ye is still a virgin at this most charming age.
Every move she makes is full of temptation. "Sister Hong Ye, I'm a hot-blooded man. You'll regret teasing me like this later."
Zhao Haotian looked into her eyes and gradually suppressed his strange expression. He had already realized that Hong Ye was teasing him, so he quickly regained the initiative. Hong Ye stared at the flames dancing in his eyes and suddenly giggled.
"As expected of Master Zhao, I didn't misjudge him."
As she spoke, she looked at Ruan Xingqiu beside her, with inquiry in her eyes. "This one, I think, must be the famous poison scorpion. We didn't have time to talk properly last time we called, so I don't know if we'll have the chance now." Ruan Xingqiu glanced around obscurely and said lightly, "President Hong Ye really thinks highly of me.
He has so many people in secret. But I don't have anything to talk to you about. I still have to go see Xiaoyu. You can talk to my boss instead."
After saying that, she put on a hat and quickly disappeared into the crowd.
Chapter 105, Get off the car for inspection, Policewoman Shen Bing. Ruan Xingqiu left first, so Zhao Haotian could only follow Hong Ye into the car.
But he had a feeling that this trip would not go smoothly.
Really?
Shortly after the Maybach left the airport, it was stopped by the red and blue police lights and the cordon in front. Through the windshield, Zhao Haotian could see police officers ahead conducting routine checks on passing drivers. "It's blocked, there are police checking it out." The bodyguard's voice was filled with helplessness, and he subconsciously turned to look at Hong Ye.
Hong Ye and Zhao Haotian were sitting in the back row.
When they saw the bodyguard looking at them, they glanced lazily at the front.
"Why are you panicking? We are legitimate businessmen and haven't done anything illegal." After saying that, she looked at Zhao Haotian, who was a little far away from her, with a charming look and chuckled, "Why are you so far away from me, Mr. Zhao? I'm not some monster. Come closer and talk to me about life."
As she spoke, she moved closer, and a dangerous yet charming fragrance drifted to Zhao Haotian's side. Her long, round legs were crossed, and the slit just stopped at the base of her thighs, revealing infinite temptation. Especially the mountains, they are about to break through the restrictions and jump out.
The feeling of a mature young woman comes over me.
The driver stared straight ahead, not daring to move his eyes, for fear that he would see something he shouldn't see and have his license revoked overnight. Zhao Haotian had eaten meat after all, so he had a considerable immunity to it. But this was the first time he had met a woman with such charm as Hongye, and it was hard to believe that he had no feelings for her. He turned his head and looked at Hongye. If he lost in momentum to such a worldly and resourceful woman, he would never be able to catch her eye. So Zhao Haotian reached out and hugged Hongye's waist. She was soft and tender, and felt great. "Sister Hongye, if you really like my brother, you can just tell me directly. I'll risk my life to accompany a beautiful woman and guarantee your satisfaction." Zhao Haotian was handsome to begin with, and with his muscular physique and evil smile, even Hongye, who had seen many handsome guys, was a little stunned. She quickly came to her senses, and without any retreat, she put her arms around Zhao Haotian's neck, breathing out a sweet breath. Lifting Zhao Haotian's chin with one hand, she said charmingly, "If my brother really has that ability, I will naturally grasp it well, and grasp it tightly."
Boom, boom, boom.
Just when the ambiguity reached its peak, there was a knock on the car window. Zhao Haotian and Hongye turned their gaze back to the window. A female police officer wearing a neat police raincoat came to their car with two police officers. "Police raid, please cooperate." The female police officer walked to the driver's seat and knocked on the window with her fingers, her voice filled with unquestionable authority. The bodyguard rolled down the car window and took out a series of documents that had been prepared long ago. The female police officer leaned forward slightly and scanned the car with her sharp eyes. When her eyes swept across Zhao Haotian's young and handsome face and expensive suit, and then fell on Hongye's enchanting and charming eyes in Cheongsam. Deep in her eyes, which should have been just scrutiny, a layer of undisguised disgust and vigilance instantly gathered.
Another rich second generation who was a beast in human clothing. There is also the Black Widow Hongye, the boss of one of the two major underground forces in the Magic City.
They received undercover information that Hongye was traveling with bodyguards to pick up the plane at the airport, so they set up a checkpoint here.
Want to find evidence of Hongye's crime?
The Black Dragon Society and the Red Leaf Bar are two major underground forces in Shanghai. The police want to take them down and have been keeping an eye on them for a long time, but they have been suffering from a lack of clues. This time I thought we would catch the criminal that Hongye picked up at the airport, but I didn't expect it to be just a young boy. Zhao Haotian noticed the other party's unwilling look and looked at Hongye thoughtfully. Then he quietly opened his sky eye to analyze the information of the female police officer.
Name, Shin Bing. Position, Criminal Investigation Team of the Demon City Bureau.
Personality, incorruptible, strong sense of justice, decisive in command and decisive in action.
Background, his father is the director of the Demon City Public Security Bureau, and his mother is a famous forensic doctor in Demon City. Note, because I work in the police department, I've seen and dealt with many wealthy second-generation dandies, and I have a certain aversion to them. I want to become a leading figure in the police department and be the pride of my parents. Wow. Wow. It turns out he's a hidden boss.
Seeing Zhao Haotian staring at her and nodding from time to time, Shin Bing immediately labeled Zhao Haotian as a dandy and lustful man in her heart. She has seen many playboys who drive luxury cars and are accompanied by beautiful women. They rely on the money in their families to act lawless and may even be the source of some dirty things. What she hates most is this privileged class.
Get off the bus and register. Name, ID, destination.
Shin Bing's tone was colder than the rain outside, and her indifference was suppressed beneath the official business.
Zhao Haotian looked calm as he handed over the ID he had prepared long ago. Zhao Haotian, go to the Red Leaf Bar.
His voice was gentle, without any hint of offense or nervousness. Shin Bing took the ID and pressed it hard with her fingertips, as if the ID was also tainted with an aura that she disliked. She checked the information carefully, her eyes moving back and forth between Zhao Haotian's photo and the real person, sneering in her heart, "Ha, you're good at pretending. Few people who go to the Red Leaf Bar are innocent."
In response, Zhao Haotian shrugged and looked at Hongye with a smile, as if to say, "Hey. The reputation of your Hongye Bar." Hongye gave him a coquettish look, but was not angry. Instead, she cooperated with Shin Bing and let her ID check. Even though Shin Bing checked carefully over and over again, he still couldn't find any useful information. Her brows furrowed tighter and tighter.
She really couldn't find any reason to detain or attack him, which made the nameless anger in her heart even stronger, as if she had punched cotton.
Finally, she had to give up and return the documents to them.
Several minutes had passed after the routine check, and the girl didn't seem to want to give up, even checking the trunk and under the car.
Hongya rolled down the backseat window with a smile on her face. Officer Shin, it's getting late and we still need to go home. I wonder if we can leave now.
Seeing that there was no problem, Shin Bing waved to let them pass, saying in a stern voice, "Thank you for your cooperation.
You can go now. Please take the auxiliary road on the right."
She moved aside to make way, but her sharp eyes were still fixed on Zhao Haotian like nails, as if giving a silent warning.
I'll remember you. Don't let me catch you.
The car window slowly rose, blocking out the sound of rain outside and Shin Bing's cold gaze. The Maybach started smoothly, bypassed the cordon and merged into the traffic on the auxiliary road.
After Zhao Haotian and Hongya left, Shin Bing took a deep breath and stared at the direction they left.
You guys are well prepared this time.
But I won't give up. Black Dragon Society. Red Leaf Bar. I will definitely eradicate all of you underground forces.
Shin Bing walked to the sentry post nearby and continued to check the vehicles behind. The red leaves are their main target, but since they have already checked, they should follow through to the end.
Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Chapter 106, Hongya's Hospitality, Aura of Goodwill. After the car started, Zhao Haotian leaned back in the comfortable seat. He jokingly said, "Sister Hongya, I have to say, this Magic City's welcome ceremony is quite enthusiastic. I just landed and was warmly entertained by your Magic City police sister. I almost went to the police station for tea." Hongya smiled lazily and said jokingly, "Brother, you are really good at talking. I just wonder if you can do something else. Officer Shin is a famous policewoman in the Magic City. You've been targeted by one of our policewomen? You should be happy about your charm."
Hongya's voice was teasing, but also carried a subtle hint of depth.
As one of the two major underground forces in the Magic City, it is not surprising that she has undercover police officers around her.
This was not the first time she had dealt with Officer Shin, and she had almost been caught by him several times. However, to be able to become the boss of an underground force, his abilities must be quite good. She would never do such a thing as openly confronting the police. She is not like those idiots in the Black Dragon Society.
Okay, no one will disturb us from now on. I'll take you back to my villa to calm you down. About 20 minutes later, the Maybach drove into a suburban villa with an extremely quiet and elegant environment. A bodyguard opened the car door and respectfully invited Zhao Haotian to get in. "Come on, brother. Let me treat you well tonight."
Hongya was the first to step out of the car in black high heels, and then Zhao Haotian appeared behind her. There was a red carpet at the entrance of the villa, with bodyguards in black suits standing on both sides, and the display was quite impressive. As soon as he got out of the car, Zhao Haotian unabashedly admired the beautiful scenery of the villa and whistled, "Sister Hongya, you're such a great show." My heart, which had just been questioned by the police, felt so much better in an instant. Hongya walked slowly around the rear of the car, her high heels making crisp sounds as they stepped on the ground.
"Really? Let me see it?"
She stretched out her jade finger, pretending to touch Zhao Haotian's chest, her eyes full of teasing.
Zhao Haotian laughed, stepped sideways unnoticeably, and made a gesture of invitation. "Sister Hongya, you're joking. I'm a little hungry after such a long journey. I wonder if Sister Hongya has prepared dinner."
Hongya withdrew her hand, covered her lips and chuckled, glancing at him with her eyes moving. "Little rascal, let's go, it's cold outside, sister prepared something good for you to warm up." She turned around and walked towards the villa gate in a swaying manner, leaving behind a back that aroused endless reverie. Zhao Haotian looked at her back, then turned back to look at the road they came from, which had long disappeared in the rainy night, and the curve of his mouth deepened. The first day in Shanghai, with the policewoman and the Queen of Temptation, it seems that the days to come will not be boring. The interior decoration of the villa is not luxurious, not as good as his villa number 1, but it is also worth a lot of money.
"Sit wherever you want and make it your own home."
Hongya casually draped the shawl on a uniquely shaped clothes hanger at the entrance, and walked barefoot on the pure wool carpet, her posture lazy and natural, as if everything here was running according to her wishes. She walked towards a temperature-controlled wine cabinet in the corner of the living room as if to get some wine. Zhao Haotian didn't hesitate to change his shoes and walk to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, quietly admiring the river view on the rainy night. Without Wan Qingqiu by his side, only he and Hongya were left in this huge space, and a subtle, intense atmosphere quietly spread.
Soon, Hongye came back with an exquisite silver tray. On the tray was an opened bottle of red wine. The deep red wine glowed attractively in the crystal decanter, and next to it were 2 clear burgundy crystal glasses. There are also several plates of exquisitely presented snacks to go with the wine, including slices of Iberian ham as thin as a cicada's wing and small and exquisite truffle chocolates. Romane Conti, my treasure, a little something to calm my brother down. Hongye placed the tray on the low table next to the sofa, picked up the decanter gracefully, and slowly poured the deep ruby red wine into 2 crystal glasses. The mellow aroma of the wine instantly filled the air, carrying the fragrance of oak barrels and ripe berries. She picked up a cup and handed it to Zhao Haotian, her red lips raised slightly. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Zhao Haotian took the wineglass, and his fingertips accidentally touched Hongye's slightly cool fingertips. He smiled slightly, and instead of tasting it immediately, he gently swirled the intoxicating liquid in the glass to fully release the aroma. Sister Hongye is so lavish. I'm not just feeling relieved, I'm flattered. He looked at Hongye with a burning gaze. As soon as I set foot in the Magic City, I'm enjoying the wine poured by the underground queen herself. I'm afraid even the top bosses of your Magic City haven't enjoyed this kind of treatment, right? Chuckle. Hongye let out a light laugh of pleasure, picked up her wineglass, walked to Zhao Haotian, stood side by side with him in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked out the window together. She took a sip of wine, leaned slightly sideways, and put her red lips close to Zhao Haotian's ear. The warm breath mixed with the aroma of wine, with a lazy hoarseness and naked temptation. Others? Are they worthy of drinking the wine I pour? This wine, and this place. She paused deliberately, her eyes moving, scanning the luxurious space meaningfully. I only entertain people like you, my brother, who truly understand wine and people, our own people. She was so close that Zhao Haotian could even feel the warm body temperature coming from under her cheongsam, as well as the unique scent of perfume and body odor that penetrated into his nostrils. This silent teasing is more impactful than any direct words. Zhao Haotian's heart seemed to stop beating for a beat, but his expression remained calm. He even turned his head slightly to meet Hongye's teasing and probing eyes. He gently extended the wineglass in his hand forward, and the wall of the glass made a crisp and pleasant collision sound with the glass in Hongye's hand. Bite. Sister Hongye's wine is naturally top-notch. Zhao Haotian smiled, his gaze meeting hers without wavering. As for whether or not she understands people, that depends on Sister Hongye, whether she's willing to give me a chance to get to know you better. The playfulness and aggression in his eyes were undisguised. Their eyes met in the air, one was charming and seductive, with the confidence of being in control of everything, the other was cynical, but with a hidden edge. There seemed to be invisible sparks crackling in the air, and ambiguity and temptation were flowing silently. At this moment, a silent system prompt sound rang out from the depths of Zhao Haotian's mind. Ding! Today's sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Goodwill Aura. Effect: all people and objects within a 10-meter radius of the host will have a favorable impression of the host, slightly improving work efficiency. When encountering non-principled troubles, it is easier to gain understanding and compromise. Note: this effect is a passive aura that lasts. Build good relationships with key figures to increase its level. This reward came at the right time, and Zhao Haotian's heart moved slightly. The waters in Shanghai are deep, and official relationships like those with the police are crucial. Although this favorable impression was only at the elementary level, it was undoubtedly an excellent stepping stone, especially after he had just been noticed by Shenbing, the thorny policewoman. This reward seemed particularly precious. The smile on his face deepened, and he drank the expensive red wine in the glass in one gulp. The mellow wine slid into the throat, bringing a warm feeling. Chapter 107: Zhao Haotian's new plan. You only have 1 week. Zhao Haotian was arranged by Hongye to rest in the villa for 1 night. After getting up, he stretched and walked downstairs. Hongye was already sitting at the dining table, enjoying breakfast elegantly. When she saw Zhao Haotian, she smiled and pointed to the seat next to her. Brother, are you awake? Come and have breakfast. Hongye's slender fingers pinched a piece of toast spread with caviar. Did you sleep well last night? Zhao Haotian pulled out a chair and sat down, then took a sip of the coffee in front of him. The bed at Sister Hongye's house is naturally comfortable. It's a pity that I didn't get to have a good exchange of feelings with Sister Hongye. Hongye chuckled, you're quite the audacious fellow. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Sister Yunlan? Zhao Haotian picked up the fried egg from the plate and took a bite, then picked up a sandwich. I think my Yunlan will understand me. She knows I'm the most loyal and only like beautiful women.
Seeing Zhao Haotian say this seriously, Hong Ye was so angry that she laughed at his shamelessness. The soft bear trembles. The beautiful scenery made Zhao Haotian feast his appetite, and even the sandwich in his hand tasted much more fragrant. Today Hong Ye changed into a burgundy silk nightgown with a slightly open collar, revealing a snow-white area. But her eyes were much sharper than last night, with the sharpness unique to an underground queen.
All right, brother. Let's get down to business.
Hong Ye put down the toast, picked up the napkin and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. As for the Black Dragon Society, I already have a complete plan, and my people are all arranged. She snapped her fingers and the housekeeper immediately brought over a tablet.
Hong Ye clicked on a 3-dimensional map with a dozen red dots marked on it. These are all the Black Dragon Society's branches in the Magic City.
Her fingertips swiped across the screen. I have spies planted in every branch. With a single command from me, they'll lead our troops straight to Huanglong.
Zhao Haotian looked at the map and frowned slightly. Hong Ye's plan was simple and crude. He wanted to launch an all-out surprise attack and eradicate the Black Dragon Society with lightning speed. What about the casualty estimate?
Sister Hong Ye, you should have made a budget, he asked. Hong Ye's lips curled up in a cold arc. With the White Tiger Hall here, a surprise attack will probably result in at least 30% casualties, but in exchange for the Black Dragon Society's territory and resources, it's worth it.
Hong Ye had naturally anticipated these things.
Every year, many brothers would die because of the Black Dragon Society. Therefore, everyone in the Red Leaf Bar hated the Black Dragon Society to the core and wanted to get rid of them at all times. As for the deceased brothers, Hong Ye will send a large sum of compensation to their families. There are also special people responsible for taking care of the brothers' families to ensure that they will not feel disappointed. Zhao Haotian put down the coffee cup, and the porcelain made a crisp sound when it collided.
Sister Hong Ye, this plan is indeed feasible. But now I have a better plan.
I wonder if Sister Hong Ye is interested.
Hong Ye narrowed her eyes. Oh? Brother, do you have a better idea? Fighting and killing is the game of vulgar people. Zhao Haotian leaned back in his chair. We must learn to utilize resources.
Hong Ye raised an eyebrow and motioned him to continue. I believe Sister Hong Ye, you still remember Officer Shin who stopped us yesterday?
Zhao Haotian said meaningfully.
Hong Ye suddenly burst into laughter, her voice filled with sarcasm.
Brother, although the plan of having the police destroy the Black Dragon Society is a good one, aren't you being too naive?
We have no connection to the police, and we don't have any evidence that could bring down the Black Dragon Society.
Zhao Haotian was not angry at Hong Ye's ridicule, but instead took a sip of coffee leisurely. Sister Hong Ye, everything depends on human effort. How do you know I can't get Officer Shin to help me? Hong Ye's smile slowly froze.
She put down the tablet, crossed her hands in front of her chin, and her eyes became dangerous.
You have connections with the police? Not now, but in the future, who knows?
Hong Ye pondered for a moment and slowly shook her head.
Shin Bing isn't that easy to fool.
She has a remarkable background. Her father is the director of the Shanghai Public Security Bureau, and her mother is a renowned forensic doctor. Even though she's just a lowly police officer now, no one dares to take advantage of her.
Zhao Haotian shook his finger. It's not about exploitation, but about helping each other.
Even in the future, Sister Hong Ye, you will control the entire underground forces of the Demon City, and we will inevitably have to deal with them.
We are serious businessmen.
We don't know who the boss of the underground forces is. Hearing this, Hong Ye was also somewhat tempted. If she can really establish a good relationship with the police, it will be beneficial for her to control those places in the future. There will be no casualties among his brothers.
How do you want to get close to her? Hong Ye suddenly looked up and looked at Zhao Haotian with sharp eyes. Use the beauty trap? Zhao Haotian tooted his words, somewhat dissatisfied. What's the point of using a beauty trap? We rely on our own strength. Hong Ye snorted coldly, stood up and walked to the window.
The sunlight outlined the curve of her graceful back, but the aura she exuded at this moment was chilling.
Do you know what I hate the most?
She said with her back to Zhao Haotian, I hate deception the most. If you fail to convince Shin Bing to take action, and my brothers in the Black Dragon Society suffer losses, you won't want to see the consequences of my actions. Zhao Haotian smiled playfully. He stood up and walked to Hong Ye, keeping a just right distance.
I have many shortcomings, but one thing I'm always consistent with is that I always keep my promise to beautiful women. I just don't know if I manage to help you, Sister Hong Ye, take over the Black Dragon Society's territory without bloodshed. how will you thank me?
Hong Ye turned around, her fox-like eyes met Zhao Haotian's, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face.
If you can really do it, then I will let you experience what it means to be completely obsessed. The kind that's different from the last one.
She reached out and adjusted Zhao Haotian's collar, her gesture intimate yet warning.
Brother, you only have 1 week. Her nails gently scraped across Zhao Haotian's Adam's apple.
If Shinbing doesn't take action against the Black Dragon Society in a week, I'll follow my plan.
And you, I'm afraid it will be difficult to leave the Magic City.
Zhao Haotian chuckled, held her hand, and kissed her fiercely while she looked at him in a daze.
They didn't separate until Hongya was a little out of breath. I'll collect some interest first. Sister Hongya, you'd better be prepared. I won't do anything without confidence.
Hongye is at the age when her needs are the greatest, but she has never had a man in her life. After being provoked by Zhao Haotian, the fire that had been hidden for many years seemed to be about to erupt.
She wiped her lips and glared at Zhao Haotian with some resentment.
This is my sister's first kiss, how dare you take it away, brother?
It'd be better if you succeed, otherwise the consequences could be even worse.
Hongye kissed him proactively, then turned and headed for the stairs. Stinky brother, remember, you only have 1 week. Zhao Haotian looked at her back, a meaningful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth.
Awkward kissing skills.
Sister Hongye, I hope you won tea beg for mercy later.
Chapter 108, Wrong. 110. I want to report a crime. After moving into the villa, the housekeeper and bodyguards received orders. Treat Zhao Haotian the same way you treat her, and don't neglect him.
So naturally no one stopped him when he came to Hongye's garage. The garage door slowly rose, and the sunlight shone obliquely on a row of luxury sports cars. Zhao Haotian put his hands in his pockets, glanced at these priceless steel works of art, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
Porsche 911 Turbo S, Lamborghini Huracan, Ferrari.
Every time he walked past a car, he would accurately say the name of the car, and at the end he couldn't help but whistle. Sister Hongye, I have to say, these suitors of yours have pretty good taste. He contacted Hongye over the phone and teased her. Hongye leaned against the doorframe of her room and yawned lazily.
There's nothing I can do.
Every year, there are so many people who give me these useless things.
They just gather dust. You can just pick one and drive away.
Zhao Haotian tapped his chin lightly with his fingers, and his eyes finally fell on a Ferrari 488. The fiery red body of the car was like a ball of solidified flame, ostentatious and dangerous. He opened the car door and the mixed smell of leather and metal hit him in the face.
This is the Ferrari. I've never driven a Ferrari one-handed before.
He sat in the driver's seat, feeling the racing seat fit his back perfectly, and nodded. Hongye chuckled and walked to the window with her bare feet. Whatever, it doesn't matter if it's damaged.
It's not my money anyway, you can drive it as you like. Zhao Haotian couldn't help but click his tongue when he heard this. If Hongye's suitors heard this, their dreams would probably be shattered. Moreover, I was the one who took away Hongye's first kiss, so the man who kissed her for the first time can only be me. Sister Hongye, I'm leaving. The roar of the engine echoed in the garage. Zhao Haotian adjusted his position and stepped on the accelerator to drive out of the villa area. He was wearing sunglasses and a white shirt, and looked like a cynical rich second generation. He held the steering wheel with one hand and called up the system interface with the other. System, display Shinbing's real-time location. Ding. Target Shinbing is currently located at the Criminal Investigation Division of the Demon City Public Security Bureau. Sky Eye analysis tip, in 2 hours and 12 minutes, a suitcase containing a body will appear on the banks of a tributary of the Longjiang River. The case will be automatically assigned to Shinbing's team. This case has few clues, and Shinbing is having trouble solving it alone. This is the perfect time to build a good impression with the host. Zhao Haotian narrowed his eyes and his brain worked rapidly. Time, place, and people, these elements automatically arranged and combined in his mind. He needed a perfect reason, a reason that would allow her and Shinbing to interact. After a moment's thought he had the answer. Since the body was dumped in a suitcase by the river, this must be a special event for the fisherman. It's okay for him to go fishing on a whim. It's normal to catch a suitcase while fishing. There is a big prize in the suitcase, it is filled with people. System, call up the target river section map. A three-dimensional projection unfolds on the front windshield, showing the winding river and surrounding terrain. Zhao Haotian noticed a protruding river bend where the current would naturally push floating objects to the shore. This is it. He tapped the location, marking it as the navigation destination.
System, search for nearby fishing tackle shops.
Let's go get some gear first. 10 minutes later.
Zhao Haoyan stood in a high-end fishing tackle shop, his fingertips running over a row of carbon fiber fishing rods. The shop owner was enthusiastically introducing the latest fishing tackle, but he was absent-mindedly calculating the time. Sir, this Shimano long-distance casting rod is perfect for wild fishing.
Paired with this.
This is it, Zhao Haoyan interrupted, casually pointing to a few more accessories. There's also a fishing box, a sun hat, and sun protection clothing.
A complete set. We bought them together. When checking out, the shop owner curiously asked, "Sir, do you know where to find good fish? How about adding each other's contact information so we can go fishing together later?"
Zhao Haoyan pushed his sunglasses up to the top of his head, revealing his smiling eyes. "Okay then, I'll add you. Next time we go fishing together, I guarantee we'll catch one without making a sound."
Upon hearing this, the owner smiled and added Zhao Haoyan on WeChat.
If what Zhao Haoyan said is true, the fishing conditions there are probably very good.
I'm so busy fishing that I don't have time to talk. Back in the car, Zhao Haoyan carefully checked the equipment he had just bought.
The fishing line must be of the best quality, the fishing box must have the most expensive bait and tools, and even the sun protection clothing must be the most expensive.
A dandy boy should act like a dandy boy. If he is not the most expensive, what kind of dandy boy is he? Perfect. Every detail was perfect and could withstand the scrutiny of the sharp-eyed policewoman.
The surface of the Longjiang tributary is filled with scattered sunlight.
Zhao Haoyan chose a location with a wide view and close to the predicted location.
He purchased master-level fishing technology in the System Mall. He slowly and methodically set up the fishing chair and adjusted the angle of the fishing rod, his movements as skillful as a veteran. While monitoring the location of the suitcase, he was also fishing. It must be said that with master-level fishing techniques and the most expensive bait, fish are caught quite quickly. Within minutes the first fish was caught. The system displays the location of the suitcase in real time. The 3D image has been presented to the host.
When the suitcase reaches the designated location, it will automatically attach to the hook. You're so sensible. Zhao Haoyan is very satisfied with the system's services.
He put the fish he caught into the box, cast out the fishing line again, and the lead weight drew an arc and fell into the water. The ripples spread and were soon smoothed out by the flowing river water. He leaned back in his chair, seemingly enjoying the fun of fishing, but in fact his brain was thinking all the time.
How would Shenbing ask herself, and how could she answer without appearing suspicious?
A breeze blew across the river, bringing a hint of fishy and salty water vapor. Zhao Haoyan glanced at the system panel and found that he was not far from the predicted location.
"Hey! Here I come,"
he whispered to himself, his heartbeat speeding up slightly. On the system template, the suitcase slowly approached with the water flow and finally got stuck on the fishhook cast by Zhao Haoyan. The fish marker sank suddenly and the rod bent.
Zhao Haoyan curled the corners of his mouth, slowly reeled in the line, and slowly dragged the box to the shore. He walked to the suitcase and slowly opened it, and a swollen and pale corpse appeared before his eyes. This was the first time Zhao Haoyan had seen something like this, and he couldn't help but be shocked.
But soon he took out his cell phone and dialed a number.
"Wow! Is this 110? I want to report a crime." Chapter 109. I wish I could stuff my foot into his mouth.
The moment the call was connected, Zhao Haoyan knew that it was Shenbing who answered the call. He had just experienced that cold voice with a hint of impatience yesterday. "Hello, this is the 110 command center of the Demon City Public Security Bureau. What's the emergency?" "I want to report a crime." Zhao Haoyan deliberately lowered his voice, sounding panicked. "I was fishing in a tributary of the Longjiang River and reeled in a suitcase. Inside it seemed to be a person." There was a 2-second pause on the other end of the phone. "Please remain calm, sir. Could you please tell me your name and location?" "My name is Zhao Haoyan. I'm located near the forest park on the Longjiang River tributary." The sound of shuffling papers came from the phone, followed by Shenbing's voice, which suddenly turned cold. "Zhao Haoyan? Black Widow's male lover? Zhao Haoyan?" Before Zhao Haoyan could speak, Shenbing spoke again. "Stay where you are and protect the scene." The phone was hung up. 15 minutes later, the shrill sound of sirens approached from afar. 3 police cars roared in, with Shenbing at the head. She was wearing standard duty uniform today, the gun and handcuffs on her waist gleaming coldly in the sunlight, and her ponytail swayed from side to side with her hurried steps. Zhao Haoyan sat on the fishing chair, slowly reeling in his fishing line, as if he didn't notice the police swarming over.
Zhao Haoyan.
Shen Bing shouted sternly, "Stand up and put your hands where I can see them." He then lazily stood up and patted his sunscreen suit that was stained with grass debris.
Officer Shen, there's no need to be so nervous, right? I'm the one who reported the case.
Shen Bing ignored him and directed his colleagues to set up a cordon. Forensic doctors and technicians quickly surrounded the suitcase nearby and took photos to collect evidence.
Flashlights kept flashing, illuminating the swollen and pale female corpse in the box. After a preliminary assessment, a police officer came to Shen Bing to report.
"Captain, the deceased is a female, 25-28 years old.
Preliminary estimation is that she died 3 days ago," came the police's voice. Shen Bing's expression turned extremely grim. She strode towards Zhao Haoyan, her police boots squeaking on the gravel on the riverbank. "ID card." She held out her hand, speaking in a businesslike tone. Zhao Haoyan took out his wallet and deliberately dropped several VIP black cards of the club on the ground. Shen Bing glanced at them and the corners of her mouth twitched. He is indeed a playboy. Mr. Zhao, can you tell me in detail how you fished this box?
She emphasized her tone, but Zhao Haoyan pretended not to hear.
He shrugged.
"Like I told the police when I called the police, I was fishing and something suddenly grabbed my rod.
I thought I had caught a big fish." He pointed to the fishing gear on the ground and said, "I hit the jackpot and caught a people's fish." Shen Bing's sharp eye swept over his gear. The top-notch fishing rod, professional fishing box, and even the bait were all imported. This really looked like something a rich kid with too much money to spend would buy. "Why did you choose this spot to fish?" she continued to ask. "I saw it online." Zhao Haoyan took out his phone and opened a fishing forum.
"This post said there are schools of sea bass here recently, so I'll give it a try."
He paused. "Officer Shen, you won't doubt me, will you? I just arrived in the Magic City yesterday."
Shen Bing took the phone and checked it, and found that the post was indeed published several days ago.
She returned the question doubtfully. "Are you so lucky that you just happened to catch it?" "It's just a coincidence." Zhao Haoyan showed an innocent expression. "No, Officer Shen, what's with that tone? Do you police officers treat kind citizens like this?" Shen Bing sneered. "Worthy citizen?"
She suddenly moved closer, so close that Zhao Haoyan could smell the faint scent of jasmine perfume on her body. "Mr. Zhao, you smell."
Zhao Haoyan's heart skipped a beat and he sniffed his body. "What's that smell?" "I took a shower." "The smell of lies."
Shen Bing took a step back, eyes full of seeing through everything. "Come back to the bureau with me and make a detailed record."
Zhao Haoyan secretly curled the corners of his mouth, and the plan was initially successful.
Zhao Haoyan sighed exaggeratedly. "Okay, but I'll drive there myself."
"I don't want to ride in the same car with you." Shen Bing's eyes instantly became dangerous.
She snatched his keys and turned to throw them to the police officer next to her. "Xiao Wang, drive this car back to the police station."
"Hey! That's my car!" Zhao Haoyan protested.
Shen Bing had already opened the back door of the police car. "Please cooperate with the investigation, Mr. Zhao.
Or do you want to try resisting arrest?"
Her hands were on the handcuffs at her waist. Zhao Haoyan raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I'll listen to Officer Shen."
He bent down to get into the police car, but suddenly turned around at the last moment. "But, can Officer Shen drive? I mean, a car like a Ferrari."
Shen Bing froze in place, her face gloomy and uncertain.
Zhao Haoyan knew she had taken the bait.
"What do you mean?" she asked coldly. Zhao Haoyan showed a harmless smile. "Nothing, I just heard that female drivers tend to stall when driving a manual transmission."
"Xiao Wang, give me the key,"
Shen Bing suddenly said.
The young police officer was stunned. "Captain Shen? I said give me the keys."
She practically snatched the keys and opened the Ferrari door.
"Get in, you sit in the passenger seat." Zhao Haoyan blinked, looking resistant. "No. Officer Shen wants to drive my car himself? Stop talking nonsense and get in the car."
Shen Bing had already fastened her seatbelt.
Looking at Zhao Haoyan's expression, she felt more and more that something was fishy. "No matter what, I must take this guy back today."
Zhao Haoyan sat obediently in the passenger seat and watched Shen Bing study the Ferrari's dashboard with interest. She was obviously not familiar with this kind of supercar, and her finger hesitated on the start button for a few seconds. Do you need help, Officer Shin? He asked deliberately. Shin Bing blared at him and pressed the button. The engine roared low, scaring her so much that she almost jumped up. Zhao Haoyan held back his laughter as he watched her frantically shift gears. Shin Bing's face flushed red, but she still stepped on the accelerator stubbornly. The Ferrari rushed out and almost hit the police car in front. Step gently, this car has a lot of horsepower.
Zhao Haoyan kindly reminded, but was glared at again. Shin Bing complained in her heart, why do these rich second generations like to drive these cars? They are not even as easy to drive as police cars.
Shin Bing gripped the steering wheel so tightly that her knuckles turned white.
Zhao Haoyan noticed beads of sweat oozing from the tip of her nose. Her eyelashes looked like two small fans in the sunlight, trembling slightly with every blink. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll put you in the detention center, she said fiercely. Zhao Haoyan smiled and looked away. Nothing, I just think the way Officer Shin drives is very cute. Shut up. The Ferrari made a sharp turn and Zhao Haoyan's head almost hit the dashboard.
Along the way, Shin Bing was concentrating on driving, while Zhao Haoyan was leisurely enjoying the scenery outside the window. He deliberately gave a few pointers from time to time, which made Shin Bing even more annoyed. If she wasn't driving, she would have wanted to stuff her foot into his mouth to make him shut up completely.
Chapter 110 Individual Interrogation. After arriving at the police station, Shin Bing took Zhao Haoyan to the interrogation room alone.
But they didn't put handcuffs on him or anything like that, they just made him sit on the bench. The light in the interrogation room was pale and dazzling. Shin Bing slammed the folder shut, and the sound was particularly loud in the enclosed space. Name? She asked coldly.
Zhao Haoyan raised his eyebrows. Officer Shin, don't we know each other? Stop talking nonsense and follow the procedure.
Shin Bing poked the tip of his pen hard on the notebook, making a small black hole.
Oh.
According to the procedure, he wouldn't be sitting here. However, for the sake of future plans, Zhao Haoyan decided to cooperate with her. Zhao Haoyan, male, 20 years old, single. He deliberately dragged out his tone. My favorite type is beautiful policewomen in uniform.
Shin Bing's ears instantly turned red, but her expression became even more stern. Mr. Zhao, this is the police station, not the Red Leaf Bar. If you continue like this, you will be treated as obstructing public service.
Okay, be serious. Zhao Haoyan raised his hands in surrender, but there was still a cynical smile on his lips. Shin Bing took a deep breath and continued, from 7 to 10 this morning, where were you?
What were you doing?
At Sister Hongye's villa. Zhao Haoyan said without hesitation, drinking and chatting with Sister Hongye, and having sex.
Shin Bing paused for a moment, gritted her teeth and said, what did you talk about specifically? Well. Zhao Haoyan leaned forward and lowered his voice. Officer Shin, are you sure you want to hear this?
A grown man and woman alone in a room, the topics they're talking about might not be appropriate to discuss in the police station.
How about we find a place where no one is around to talk it over? Zhao Haoyan.
Shin Bing slammed the table and stood up, and the chair made a harsh sound on the ground. She put her hands on the table, her chest heaving violently, and the buttons of her clothes seemed to be about to be burst open. Just then, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open. A young police officer poked his head in and whispered a few words into Shin Bing's ear, glancing at Zhao Haoyan from time to time.
Captain Shin, we've checked.
His dashcam and phone location both confirmed the route he claimed to have taken. Shin Bing narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhao Haoyan, but he shrugged innocently.
He blinked and asked, Officer Shin, have you watched too many police and gangster movies? I'm just an unlucky guy who accidentally caught a corpse.
Shin Bing stared at him for a full 10 seconds, then suddenly closed the notebook. You can go now.
Is that the end? Zhao Haoyan exaggeratedly covered his chest. I thought I could spend a wonderful night with Officer Shin. Get out.
Shin Bing squeezed out these 3 words from between his teeth. Zhao Haoyan stood up slowly and straightened his collar.
When he reached the door, he suddenly turned around and said, by the way, Officer Shin, my car keys. In the evidence room. Find it yourself.
Shin Bing shouted without raising his head.
Zhao Haoyan smiled and shook his head, pushed the door open and walked out, giving Shin Bing a provocative smile as he was about to leave. Shin Bing Xiang was so angry that she was about to explode, but she couldn't do anything about this guy. She felt that Zhao Haoyan was born to be her nemesis, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. In the corridor, several police officers looked at him curiously and whispered. He waved at them friendly and walked towards the hall humming a little tune.
Before I reached the door, I heard hurried footsteps behind me. As Zhao Haotian turned around, he felt a chill on his wrist. With a click, a pair of handcuffs were already handcuffed on his right wrist.
Officer Shun?
He looked at the handcuffs on Xin Bing's left wrist in surprise. Xin Bing's expression was as if he wanted to eat someone. Until the case is concluded, you are the only person present. Until the investigation is complete, you must stay within my sight.
Zhao Haotian shook the handcuffs, and the metal chains rattled.
Sir, is this considered illegal detention? Zhao Haotian secretly complained in his heart that this girl was just causing trouble on purpose.
It's a special investigative method.
Xin Bing dragged him towards the forensic room.
The body has just been brought in, I want to examine it.
You, shut up and follow me. Zhao Haotian followed closely, his smile growing wider.
As they passed the duty room, several police officers stared at them with wide eyes. Am I seeing correctly? Captain Shin is handcuffed to that man? The guy who teased Captain Shin last time is still in the hospital.
Xin Bing glared at him fiercely, and the gossip died down immediately.
She dragged Zhao Haotian along, quickly crossing the corridor, the handcuff chains stretched straight. The air conditioning in the forensic room was turned up very high.
The female corpse taken out of the suitcase was lying on the stainless steel dissection table. Even though Xin Bing was used to seeing crime scenes, he still frowned.
The deceased's identity has been verified.
Lin Xiaoyu, 23, a graduate student at Shanghai University. The forensic doctor handed over a report. The cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation, approximately 72 hours ago. The body was submerged in water, causing skin tissue to slough off. However, we have recovered skin tissue suspected to belong to the murderer from between his fingernails. He had engaged in sexual intercourse before his death. Xin Bing took the report and examined it carefully, completely forgetting that there was a person attached to the other end of the handcuffs. Zhao Haotian took the opportunity to move closer, his chin almost resting on her shoulder.
Officer Shun, is this case the same as the previous rape and murder case of the Black Dragon Society? The hot breath he exhaled sprayed on Xin Bing's ear.
Xin Bing jumped away as if she had been burned, and the handcuffs pulled Zhao Haotian so hard that he stumbled.
How do you know about the Black Dragon Society?
Guess.
Zhao Haotian looked mysterious, which was of course due to his analysis with the heavenly eye. Xin Bing's expression became complicated. What else do you know? No more.
Zhao Haotian shrugged.
Now was not the time to help her.
Xin Bing stared at him intently, then suddenly dragged him to a corner.
Zhao Haotian, don't play tricks on me. Who are you? Why do you know so much about this? Zhao Haotian looked at her furious expression and suddenly laughed. Officer Shin, you look so beautiful when you are angry. You. Xin Bing raised his fist. Captain Shen.
A police officer hurried over.
The chief wants to see you.
He said there are instructions from higher-ups regarding the Lin Xiaoyu case.
Xin Bing gritted her teeth and dragged Zhao Haotian towards the director's office.
Along the way, Zhao Haotian deliberately got close to her, so close that he could count the number of her eyelashes.
Officer Shin, do we look like a couple? Shut up.
Your hands are so small, it must be very comfortable to hold things.
If you keep talking, I'll cuff you in the bathroom. In the director's office, the chubby director Zhou's glasses nearly fell off when he saw them like this. Xiaoshin, what is this?
The suspect is temporarily detained. Xin Bing said sternly.
Director Zhou wiped his sweat and said, well, my superiors just called and asked us to set up a special task force. We are required to solve this case within 2 days. Otherwise, pack up and get out. When he said they were there, he actually didn't include Xin Bing. After all, his father was the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau.
He said this just to see if Xin Bing could help.
Chapter 111 Brother, I was just joking with you.
After leaving the director's office, Xin Bing uncuffed the handcuffs and Zhao Haotian rubbed his wrists exaggeratedly. Xin Bing put the handcuffs back on her waist and said coldly, I'm going to investigate the case.
You can leave now. Remember, don't let me catch you again. Zhao Haotian showed no intention of leaving, but instead took a step closer. TSK, solving the case in 2 days? Officer Shen must be under a lot of pressure, right? Xin Bing frowned, what's it to you?
After all, I'm the first person to discover the case.
Zhao Haotian shrugged.
Besides, I know a thing or two about the underground forces in the Magic City, and I have some connections.
Xin Bing looked at him, thinking of the red leaves that day. The suspicion in her eyes did not diminish at all. what do you want to say?
Zhao Haoyan put away his cynical expression and suddenly became serious. I want to help. This case is obviously related to the Black Dragon Society, and I happen to have a bad relationship with them.
I'm happy if I can make the enemy uncomfortable.
Xin Bing was silent for a moment. She really needs to solve the case as soon as possible, and Zhao Haoyan, as the discoverer, can indeed provide some clues. More importantly, it is better to keep him under her nose than to let him make trouble outside.
Okay.
She finally gave in, but you must follow my rules. You are not allowed to act on your own and you are not allowed to interfere with the investigation.
Otherwise, handcuff me in the bathroom. Zhao Haoyan blinked. Got it, Officer Shen.
Xin Bing rolled her eyes at him and strode towards the evidence room.
Zhao Haoyan followed leisurely with his hands in his pockets.
In the evidence room, technician Xiaoli was sorting through the evidence.
When he saw Zhao Haoyan, he was visibly stunned. Captain Shen, why is he? The person who discovered the case will temporarily assist in the investigation.
Xin Bing said briefly, bring out the physical evidence in Lin Xiaoyu's case. The projector lit up, and photos of the scene flashed one by one. Xin Bing suddenly pointed at one of them and said, wait, go back to the previous one. The picture freezes on a close-up of the deceased's right hand. She leans closer to the screen and says, zoom in on the nails. Xiaoli acted quickly, and the enlarged image showed that there were tiny dark substances in the cracks of the deceased's fingernails. The preliminary forensic test showed it was human tissue, Xiaoli explained.
The DNA comparison results won't be available until tomorrow. Xin Bing pondered, did the deceased scratch the murderer while struggling? It's very likely. Xiaoli remained silent, and Zhao Haoyan naturally took over the conversation.
And judging by the direction of the wounds, the murderer should have 3 scratches on the left side of his face.
Xin Bing turned her head and looked at him. How did you know?
Zhao Haoyan pointed at the photo. The direction of the nail scratch is from top to bottom, which means the murderer was in this position at the time. He stood behind Xin Bing and suddenly leaned close to her ear, just like this. Xin Bing jumped away as if she had been electrocuted, glaring at him. You.
Just a professional analysis. Zhao Haoyan spread his hands innocently.
Xin Bing took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. Xiaoli, let's do the DNA comparison first.
Let's check the deceased's social relationships.
After leaving the evidence room, Xin Bing pointed at Zhao Haoyan in a warning tone, if you dare to touch me again, I will make sure you can't lift your hands for the rest of your life.
Zhao Haoyan was shocked and quickly protected his crotch.
The campus of Shanghai University is shaded by green trees, and the youthful students are in stark contrast to this brutal murder. In the student affairs office, the counselor recalled Lin Xiaoyu's situation with red eyes after hearing Xin Bing's words. Xiaoyu was a good child with excellent grades. She choked up. How could she encounter such a thing? Xin Bing asked as a matter of routine. Zhao Haoyan stood aside, his eyes scanning the photos of club activities on the wall. What clubs has classmate Lin joined? He suddenly asked.
The counselor thought for a moment and said, I think it's the anime club? She likes cosplay.
Xin Bing frowned, but didn't interrupt him.
Are there any extracurricular activities recently? Zhao Haoyan continued to ask.
There was an anime exhibition last week, and Xiaoyu seemed to have been looking forward to it for a long time.
The counselor took out the photos on his mobile phone.
In the photo, Lin Xiaoyu is standing in front of the booth with a bright smile on her face. Xin Bing and Zhao Haoyan looked at each other and took the photo from the counselor.
After leaving the school, Xin Bing rarely took the initiative to speak. Why did you think of asking about club activities? The intuition of a genius. You can't understand.
Zhao Haoyan put his hands behind his back in a pretentious manner and dodged Xin Bing's leg.
All right, now that we've got a clue, let's go check out that place.
Maybe there's still surveillance footage from that time.
Xin Bing paused. You mean the surveillance will be deleted? Zhao Haoyan rolled his eyes at her, as if doubting her intelligence. How did you become a police captain? If you were the murderer, would you keep the evidence of the victim?
Xin Bing seemed to be thinking about something, then looked at him meaningfully. Zhao Haoyan, who are you?
Why do you know so much? Why bother with this, kind-hearted citizen? Zhao Haoyan blinked.
Besides, I'm very happy to be able to investigate cases with a beautiful policewoman like Officer Shen. Xin Bing was about to explode when her phone rang.
After answering, her expression darkened. The DNA comparison results are out ahead of schedule. It's a wanted criminal named Wang Taizhu, who was previously arrested for manslaughter. It should be a chess piece.
Zhao Haotian replied naturally.
Shen Bing narrowed her eyes. Did Hongye tell you? Zhao Haotian smiled but did not answer. That's how it's played out in the movies, Zhao Haotian said casually. Turn right at the next intersection. There's a casino there. Maybe there's a clue there.
Shen Bing looked at him in surprise. Why are you?
As I said, I know a thing or two about the underground forces in the Demon City.
The casino was located in the basement of a dilapidated billiard hall. Shen Bing happened to be wearing casual clothes and walked in with Zhao Haotian. The place was filled with smoke and various smells.
Shen Bing frowned unhappily.
When she returns, she must bring people to seal this place off for her.
How do we find it in such a big place? Shen Bing asked with a frown. Zhao Haotian raised his hand to signal him to relax, then looked at a certain place. According to Tianyan's analysis, someone there was connected to Wang Taizhu.
He walked over and patted one of them on the shoulder.
The man turned around with a ferocious look on his face and yelled, "Who the hell is so blind? Can't you see I'm having a lot of fun?" When he saw Zhao Haotian, he became even angrier. How dare any pretty boy disturb him?
He immediately stood up and wanted to teach Zhao Haotian a lesson. Suddenly, he felt something cold pressing against his waist. Based on his years of intuition, it was definitely a gun. He didn't even dare to breathe, stopped moving, and quickly put on a smile on his face.
Brother, please tell me what you want. I was just joking just now. Chapter 112. I am no longer clean, you must be responsible for me.
A moment later, Zhao Haotian took the gangster out of the casino and threw him into a sparsely populated alley. He sat on the ground in horror, kicking his legs backwards.
Brother, don't be impulsive.
His legs went weak, and the cold touch on his waist just now made cold sweat seep into his forehead. That was the gun from Zhao Haotian's system space, but he just held it against the man through his clothes and didn't let Shen Bing see it. Otherwise, Shen Bing might have captured him before catching the Black Dragon Society.
Zhao Haotian stepped forward, grabbed him by the collar, and said in a low voice, "That bastard Wang Taizhu betrayed the Black Dragon Society, and he actually dared to team up with the police?
I'm from the White Tiger Hall, and I specialize in cleaning out traitors."
The gangster's face turned pale instantly.
Of course he had heard of the name of the White Tiger Hall, the spearhead of the Black Dragon Society, specializing in dealing with shady matters. He is not someone who can be provoked by a little karami from the Black Dragon Society. He immediately cursed Wang Taizhu in his heart.
Why did that bastard betray him and implicate him?
If he couldn't survive today, he would not let Wang Taizhu go even if he became a ghost.
Brother, I'm not familiar with Wang Taizhu, the thug's voice trembled. We worked together on one mission, and he took all the benefits.
Shen Bing walked forward at the right time, her eyes cold as if she was about to take action at the next moment, which made the gangster's heart sink. He heard that the women in the White Tiger Hall were even more cruel than the men, and their methods were more vicious. I originally thought that if you could tell me Wang Taizhu's location and explain the details of the previous mission, I would let you go, but you don't seem to understand.
Zhao Haotian grinned and pulled out a butterfly knife.
The blade gleamed coldly in the dim alley. Since you're determined to protect Wang Taizhu even at the cost of your own life, I'll fulfill your friendship.
I have to admit, I acknowledge your friendship.
Seeing that Zhao Haotian was about to use a knife, the gangster quickly spoke.
No. Brother, I have no friendship with that bastard. I tell you.
The gangster fell to his knees with a thud, his eyes full of desire for life. Zhao Haotian and Shen Bing looked at each other with smiles in their eyes, and Shen Bing also secretly turned on the recording. Wang Taizhu and I took a job last week, dealing with a female college student. It turned out that Lin Xiaoyu was spotted by a high-ranking member of the Black Dragon Society at the anime exhibition.
Wang Taizhu was responsible for luring her to the club.
Unexpectedly, the girl had a strong temper and scratched the high-ranking member's face when she resisted. However, the higher-ups were more interested in her and raped her directly. They then had Wang Taizhu and the gangsters take her away and lock her up. After Wang Taizhu took Lin Xiaoyu away, he saw her naked appearance and immediately had some ideas. She took Lin Xiaoyu to a rental house, hoping to have some fun while she was unconscious. The gangster frowned and told him not to do that, otherwise he would be in big trouble if the higher-ups found out. Wang Taizhu tempted him by saying that he would come later, and the gangster was moved by Lin Xiaoyu's appearance. But unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoyu woke up in the middle of Wang Taizhu's rape and fought back hard. Wang Taizhu was worried that it would attract people around him, so he strangled her neck hard. When he came to his senses, Lin Xiaoyu was already dead. He and the gangster were very panicked. After all, this was a woman from a high-ranking position. Wang Taizhu forced himself to calm down and told the gangsters that they must not tell anyone about this, otherwise they would all die. Because it was Wang Taizhu who strangled Lin Xiaoyu to death, he gave the gangster 100,000 yuan as hush money. The gangster had no choice but to agree and helped him put Lin Xiaoyu's body into the suitcase and then threw it into Longjiang to dispose of the body.
Interesting.
I didn't expect there would still be someone in the organization who would dare to do this at this critical juncture.
They must be getting tired of living. Who is that senior executive?
Zhao Haotian gently placed the cold blade against the gangster's face, causing the other's voice to tremble.
It's Zhang Chang from Suzaku Hall. Zhao Haotian moved the knife away from his face with satisfaction and gave Shin Bing a smug look.
Shin Bing was so angry that she was shaking all over, and knocked the gangster unconscious with a knife.
A bunch of beasts. Black Dragon Society, I will make sure they are all captured.
She took out her phone and called a colleague. Shaoli, I'm sending you a location.
Bring 1 or 2 colleagues over now to take someone away. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Zhao Haotian, her eyes becoming sharp. How do you know what forces the Black Dragon Society has? Also, why was that thug so scared of you? What was in your clothes that scared him so much? Was it a gun?
As expected of a police captain, her observation and thinking skills are top-notch.
Even though Zhao Haotian moved quickly enough, he still couldn't escape her gaze.
But fortunately, he has a system space and can hide the gun anytime and anywhere.
Zhao Haotian raised his hand with an innocent look, as if letting her do whatever she wanted. Officer Shun, this is unfair. You can always find a pretext to accuse someone of something. I didn't have a gun on me.
I just raised my finger, but I didn't expect it would actually scare him. Shin Bing didn't believe his nonsense and started touching him directly. However, after searching through all the clothes, no trace of the gun was found, but Zhao Haotian's perfect body was touched all over. Her face felt a little hot when she took her hand back.
It's over, I'm not clean anymore. Officer Shin, you must be responsible for me.
Shin Bing rolled her eyes in response to him, but it could be seen that the relationship between him and Shin Bing had become much closer.
Now that we have evidence, we can go straight to Zhang Chang. I've also sent people over to arrest Wang Taizhu. He will be brought to justice today. Don't worry, Wang Taizhu doesn't matter. Zhao Haotian stopped her, but Zhang Chang can't move yet. Arresting him will only alert the enemy. If we want to take down the entire Black Dragon Society, we need more information. Shin Bing narrowed her eyes and glared at him. Then what do you say we should do? Should we let him go?
Zhao Haotian smiled mysteriously. I have a better idea.
At night, in front of Caesar Club.
Zhang Chang had just walked out with 2 beauties in his arms when he was suddenly stopped by several men in black.
Zhang Chang, someone from the organization wants to see you, the leading man in black said coldly.
Zhang Chang's face changed and he immediately let go of the 2 people beside him, letting them leave first.
Then he asked nervously, who is it? Now.
They are from the White Tiger Hall.
They are waiting for you in the car.
The man in black stuffed him into a black Mercedes without saying a word.
When the door closed, Zhang Chang discovered that there was another person sitting in the back seat. It was Zhao Haotian. You, who are you from the White Tiger Hall?
Zhang Chang's voice trembled.
The White Tiger Hall is notorious for killing people without blinking an eye.
Zhao Haotian slowly took out a butterfly knife with a cold look in his eyes.
Zhang Chang. You are so brave. Chapter 113 News about Wu Sha. Zhang Chang. You are so brave. The butterfly knife in Zhao Haotian's hand glowed coldly under the dim light inside the car.
Zhang Chang's forehead instantly broke out in sweat. Sir, I don't know what you mean.
What do you think the White Tiger Hall's move means? Zhao Haotian sneered. At such a critical juncture, you actually dared to cause a death and even got caught by the police. Zhang Chang's face turned pale instantly, and his lips trembled. I didn't. Lin Xiaoyu died, her body was dumped in Longjiang, and the police found it. You said you didn't have it?
Zhao Haotian suddenly pressed the tip of the knife against Zhang Chang's neck, causing him to tremble all over.
Of course he knew about Lin Xiaoyu, but he was taken away and locked up, so how could he die? Could it be those 2? Sir, no. It's not like that.
Zhang Chang trembled all over.
It must be that idiot under my command. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation.
Zhao Haotian narrowed his eyes and sneered. Tell me everything that happened, from the local mission you were in charge of to Wang Taizhu taking the people away.
There's one thing that doesn't match. Ha! The tip of the knife gently scratched Zhang Chang's skin, leaving a bloody mark. I tell you.
Zhang Chang collapsed and yelled, the entertainment venue I'm in charge of at Suzaku Hall has to hand over 30% of its profits every month, but
I secretly withheld a portion. What else? Zhao Haotian added a little strength to his hands.
We also hold some comic conventions to find young girls and give them to other adults in the organization. Zhang Chang's voice became smaller and smaller. Shen Bing gritted her teeth as she listened in the passenger seat and almost turned around to punch Zhang Chang.
Zhao Haotian gave her a look and continued, where's the list? Who are the senior executives involved in this matter? The list of people in need is on my encrypted USB drive. I'll give it to you right away.
Zhang Chang trembled as he pulled a small USB drive from his pocket.
The password is 552763. Zhao Haotian snatched the USB drive and knocked Zhang Chang unconscious with a knife. It's a good harvest. Zhao Haotian shook the USB drive. We should be able to catch a lot of people in here. But now is not the time to alert the enemy. If we want to bring down the Black Dragon Society, we need more information.
Those three should be able to get a lot of information about the Black Dragon Society.
It all depends on your ability. Shen Bing nodded and took the USB drive. She hesitated for a moment. Are you going back to Hongye?
Zhao Haotian smiled and said, of course, I'll have to ask the Red Leaf Bar to find someone to replace Zhang Chang to prevent the Black Dragon Society from noticing.
Only by coordinating internal and external forces can we completely wipe out the Black Dragon Society.
Shen Bing stared at Zhao Haotian blankly, and finally nodded, okay, but you have to be careful, Hongye is not someone to be trifled with. When he said this, even Shen Bing himself didn't realize that he was actually starting to worry about Zhao Haotian.
Zhao Haotian's performance along the way changed her impression of him a lot. At least he is not like those spoiled rich second generations I have met before. Don't worry, Zhao Haotian blinked, even Officer Shen can't resist my charm, let alone Hongye. Get out.
Shen Bing kicked him. After returning to the police station, Shen Bing immediately organized people to conduct interrogation, while Zhao Haotian drove the Ferrari back to Hongye's villa.
In the villa,
Hongye was still wearing her iconic red cheongsam, leaning lazily on the sofa.
My brother is back. She looked at Zhao Haotian with seductive eyes. I heard that you were taken to the police station today?
Zhao Haotian sat down next to her generously, took the red wine glass with lipstick marks on it from the table and drank it, which earned him a charming roll of the eyes from Hongye.
That's called entering the game with your own body. Now I've already penetrated the enemy's inner circle. Hongye leaned close to his ear, breathing softly. Really? But I'd like to know more about how things are going between you and that beautiful policewoman. Zhao Haotian leaned back on the sofa and sighed.
We got rid of a member of the Suzaku Hall of the Black Dragon Society today, so we can have someone to take over. But if we want to completely wipe out the Black Dragon Society, we have to find all of their bases. We have to do it all at once. A hint of appreciation flashed in Hongye's eyes.
Don't worry, I will send someone to cooperate with you. My people are also doing their best to collect intelligence.
Her slender fingers gently stroked Zhao Haotian's cheek. But, little brother, tell me honestly, are you attracted to that policewoman?
Zhao Haotian held her wrist and said with a smile, Sister Hongye, are you not confident in yourself?
Hongye pulled her hand back, but couldn't hide the smile on her face. I'm just keeping an eye on you for Sister Yunlan, so you don't get blinded by the little fox.
Don't worry. Zhao Haotian stood up. If I'm really fascinated, it's by you, Sister Hongye. I'm really looking forward to the day when you fulfill your promise, Sister Hongye.
Hongye looked at his back as he went up the stairs, a charming look flashing in her eyes.
At the same time, the Wu family in Modu.
After dealing with the Wu family affairs, Wu Sha lay down on the chair in the office feeling a little tired. Ever since she parted with Zhao Haotian at the Wu family auction, she has returned to the Wu family to concentrate on handling Wu family affairs. Without the luck of the Jade Seal, the Wu family's business did decline slightly, but it was pulled back under Wu Sha's control. During the time she was back in Shanghai, Gu Yunlan had sent her messages to show off. Sometimes it was a kiss mark on her neck, sometimes it was a photo of Zhao Haotian sitting next to her. But it made her very angry.
Boom, boom, boom. There was a slight knock on the office door and the assistant walked in quickly.
Miss, there is new news about Mr. Zhao, whom you asked us to pay attention to. Mr. Zhao recently came to the Magic City, but he was picked up by the people from the Red Leaf Bar and has been living in the Red Leaf Villa recently. I also had contact with Officer Shenbing from the Magic City Police Station today.
It seems we have a good relationship.
Upon hearing this, Wu Sha frowned slightly but soon relaxed. Compared to Zhao Haotian's contact with other women, she was more happy about the news that Zhao Haotian came to the Magic City. This would give her a chance to find him. Now that she has come to the Magic City, Wu Sha must meet Zhao Haotian. When the time comes, I will take a photo and send it to Gu Yunlan to make her mad to death. Thinking of this, Wu Sha couldn't help but smile. The assistant beside her accidentally glanced at this scene and was secretly shocked. Who on earth is this Zhao Haotian, who can actually make the young lady smile for him? Keep watching Haotian's whereabouts and put off all tomorrow's work.
I'm going to see him.
Wu Sha took out her cell phone, opened the chat box with Zhao Haotian and gave instructions.
The assistant nodded and left, leaving Wu Sha alone in the room.
She thought about it, then edited a message and sent it.
Haotian, why didn't you tell me you were coming to the Magic City? Are you free tomorrow? I'll take you around the Magic City. Chapter 114, Picking Up a Bargain, made during the Xuande reign of the Ming Dynasty.
Zhao Haotian was a little surprised when he saw the news about Wu Sha, but he quickly regained his composure.
Considering the Wu family's influence in the Magic City, it would be truly strange if one didn't know that he had come to the Magic City. Zhao Haotian quickly replied, "Okay, see you tomorrow."
Putting down his phone, Zhao Haotian stretched and decided to have a good sleep first. But just after he fell asleep, Hong Ye came over. Their rooms were so close that they were almost facing each other. Hong Ye stood outside Zhao Haotian's door for a while but did not go in. Instead, she returned to the room. However, she did not lock the door, but left it half open. When she came out of Zhao Haotian's room, she could see her position on the bed.
It was a quiet night.
When Zhao Haotian woke up again, it was already dawn outside the window. After a quick wash, he prepared to go out to keep an appointment. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the room half covered by Hong Ye and found that the door was ajar. Through the crack in the door, you can see Hong Ye lying on her side on the bed, her silk nightgown outlining her seductive curves, and one of her long, beautiful legs exposed. I'm afraid no one has ever seen such a beautiful scenery. Zhao Haotian felt a little hot in his heart, but he still chuckled and closed the door gently. When I left, I sent a message on my phone, "Sister Hong Ye, I'm going out for a while." When Zhao Haotian drove the Ferrari out of the villa, Hong Ye stood in front of the window of her room. Looking at Zhao Haotian's back as he left, she lazily scolded him, "You little heartless guy, a lecherous guy with no guts, I left the door open for you all night." Although she said so, the corners of her mouth still curled up slightly. The place Zhao Haotian and Wu Sha agreed to meet was a high-end restaurant. In the restaurant, Wu Sha was already waiting there. Today, she changed her usual at-home attire and wore a simple white short-sleeved shirt and slim jeans. Her long hair was casually tied into a ponytail, making her look youthful and beautiful.
Haotian.
Here. When Wu Sha saw Zhao Haotian coming in, her eyes lit up and she stood up and waved.
Why is Sasha dressed so casually today? Zhao Haotian sat down with a smile.
Wu Sha curled her lips.
Why, can't I dress younger?
She leaned closer and lowered her voice.
I heard you've been close to Black Widow Hong Ye recently? Zhao Haotian picked up the water cup and took a sip. There's no other way. Cooperation always requires sacrifice. This body and appearance are all I have left to sell. Humph, man. Wu Sha rolled her eyes at him. Order some food. This morning tea here is pretty good. How is the Wu family doing recently?
I hope they haven't encountered any problems.
Zhao Haotian asked while ordering food.
Wu Sha shook her head, rubbing her chin.
There's no problem for now. I'm in control of the family business. By the way, Gu Yunlan came to see me some time ago. It seems that she has a lot more say in the Gu family now. Zhao Haotian nodded. After all, he had given her the land worth 5 billion yuan. How could the Gu family not give her a say? I just don't know how much Gu Yunlan's assets will be after he develops that piece of land. While the two were having dinner, a system notification suddenly sounded in Zhao Haotian's mind. Ding! Today's sign-in is successful.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Antique Appraisal Master Skill. Then all kinds of antique information appeared in Zhao Haotian's mind, and in an instant he seemed to have become a master of appraising treasures for many years.
Zhao Haotian's eyes lit up, thinking that now that Hong Ye and Shen Bing had both started to take action, he might be able to relax a little. He immediately asked, "Shasha, is there any antique market nearby?" Wu Sha was a little surprised. When did you become interested in antiques?
But she thought about it, then nodded and said, there is an antique street nearby, but most of the goods there are fakes. They are all experienced people, it's almost impossible to find a bargain.
Then take me there after breakfast. I happen to be free today, maybe I can find something good. Wu Sha was skeptical, but still took Zhao Haoyan to the antique street after breakfast.
The antique street is full of small stalls.
The streets are lined with all kinds of antiques, ranging from porcelain and jade to copper coins and calligraphy and paintings.
There are also old men with bright eyes squinting at passers-by, as if they are looking at fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered.
Zhao Haoyan strolled leisurely, glancing between the stalls. Wu Sha was right. With his divine eyes, he could see that all the things here were fakes. Not a single one was real. I don't know what kind of fools will be slaughtered here.
Suddenly, he stopped in front of an inconspicuous stall. The stall owner was an old man with gray hair and shifty eyes. In front of him were a few ordinary-looking pieces of porcelain. It is obvious that he is an old hand who has been hanging around the antique street for many years. Seeing that Zhao Haoyan seemed interested, his eyes suddenly lit up.
He quickly glanced at Zhao Haoyan's clothes and watch, thinking that a big fat sheep had come and he couldn't let it get away. Boss, how much is this bowl? Zhao Haoyan picked up a dirty-looking blue and white bowl. The old man looked up and said, young man, you have good eyesight. This is from the Ming dynasty. It costs 80,000. Wu Sha pulled Zhao Haoyan's sleeve and whispered, this is obviously old. Look at the glaze color, I can tell. Zhao Haoyan smiled and gave her a reassuring look, what about the jar next to it? The old man immediately smiled happily, that's 150,000. Zhao Haoyan nodded and put the jar down again, then looked at the inconspicuous coin. Does this look good? I bought my first bowl for 800 yuan, and you gave me this coin. It's not too much, right? After all, your bowl looks fake.
The old man seemed to have read a lot of novels, and he squinted his eyes at the coin.
He thought Zhao Haoyan's ultimate goal was this coin, so he quickly shook his head.
No, this coin is 100,000.
That bowl is 800. Zhao Haoyan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and picked up the coins and the bowl together. He only paid 800 yuan when paying, and then put the coins back in the old man's confused eyes. His target from the beginning was this bowl. Old man, I want this bowl, you can keep the coins for yourself. Zhao Haoyan stood up with the bowl in his hand. Wu Sha came to his side and stared at the bowl for a long time. Haoyan, is there any secret to this bowl? It's obviously fake. Even if it's $800, it's totally not worth it. Zhao Haoyan smiled mysteriously, you'll know in a moment. He took Wu Sha to a tea house on the corner of the street and asked for a basin of clean water and a soft bristled brush. Under Wu Sha's surprised gaze, Zhao Haoyan began to carefully clean the dirty bowl. As the dirt was brushed off bit by bit, the glaze on the bottom of the bowl gradually revealed its original luster. Zhao Haoyan turned the bowl over and saw 6 neat regular script characters written there. Made in the Xuanda period of the Ming dynasty. Chapter 115, Making a Wish Under the Shooting Star. Zhao Haoyan placed the bowl carefully on the table. Pointing to the details of the bowl, he explained, look at the glaze, a shade of blue with a hint of purple, a typical characteristic of the sumo-liking material. And look at the body, a delicate, white one, with a clear, chime-like sound when struck. He turned the bowl over and pointed to the traces of trimming on the base. This trimming technique is the cartback technique unique to the Xuanda official kills. It's difficult for modern imitations to achieve such a natural look. I think the old man must have a certain level of skill. He could see the restoration here, but he mistakenly thought it was a modern restoration. Wu Sha listened intently, and suddenly remembered something. If this is true, it would be worth a lot of money. I remember last year at a Hong Kong auction, a blue and white bowl made during the Xuanda reign of the Ming dynasty was sold for a whopping 220 million yuan. She carefully examined the bowl in front of her. And yours is even bigger than that one. I'm afraid the price will double. Zhao Haoyan smiled without saying anything and continued to clean the bowl with a soft bristled brush. As the last piece of dirt was removed, the exquisite lotus pattern on the bowl wall was fully revealed, emitting a warm luster under the light. Wu Sha covered her mouth and chuckled. If that old man knew that he sold a treasure worth hundreds of millions for 800 yuan, he would probably faint from anger. Zhao Haoyan carefully wrapped the washed bowl, put it into the brocade box provided by the tea house, and handed it to Wu Sha. Come to think of it, I haven't given you a gift yet. Here, it's for you. What? Wu Sha was stunned. This is an antique worth hundreds of millions. Are you giving it to me? She was a little bit unbelievable. Even among the wealthy families, few people would casually give away gifts worth hundreds of millions. For me, this is just a toy, just a spur of the moment. Zhao Haoyan shrugged. Besides, I was able to pick up this bargain today thanks to you bringing me to the antique street. Wu Sha took the brocade box with both hands, feeling a little sweet in her heart. She looked up at Zhao Haoyan with admiration in her eyes. This man always makes her guess, but she is willing to get deeper and deeper into his trap. Zhao Haoyan smiled and pinched the tip of her nose. Let's go, take me to try the special snacks of the Magic City. When leaving the tea house, Wu Sha hugged the brocade box tightly, and occasionally stole glances at the man beside her. The sunlight shone through the leaves of the sycamore tree, casting mottled light and shadows on his handsome profile. At this moment, she felt her heart beating violently. In the following time, Wu Sha took Zhao Haoyan to visit the streets and alleys of the Magic City. From the steamed dumplings at Chenghuan Temple to the night view of the Bund, the two enjoyed their rare leisure time like ordinary couples. In the evening, they came to a private restaurant hidden in an alley. The owner was an old acquaintance of Wu Sha. Seeing how intimate the two were, he understood and arranged the most secluded private room for them. Haoyan, today is the happiest day of my life in all these years. Wu Sha poured a glass of wine for Zhao Haoyan. Zhao Haoyan raised his glass and clinked it lightly. I am also very happy to have Miss Wu accompany me. Wu Sha's face flushed, whether it was from the alcohol or shyness. Smooth talk. Do you usually coax Gu Yunlan like this? When mentioning Gu Yunlan, Zhao Haoyan said calmly, I only told you this. The scumbag quotes come out of his mouth at will. Wu Sha snorted lightly, but she wasn't really angry. She picked up a piece of drunken chicken and put it in Zhao Haoyan's bowl. Try this, it's the boss's specialty. The two fed each other, and the dinner ended in a sweet and ambiguous atmosphere. After eating and drinking, the two took a walk along the riverside trail. As the night deepened, the river breeze was slightly cool. Wu Sha unconsciously leaned closer to Zhao Haoyan. Are you cold? Zhao Haoyan took off his coat and put it on her shoulders, then held her in his arms. Wu Sha shook her head, but took his arm. The two of them walked quietly like this, no one spoke, but they both felt extremely comfortable. Wu Sha wished that this moment could last longer and longer, and that she could continue like this forever. Looking up at the horizon, Wu Sha's eyes suddenly lit up. She pulled Zhao Haoyan and pointed at the sky, exclaiming, Haoyan, there's a meteor. Make a wish. Zhao Haoyan looked up and saw a thin silver light streaking across the night sky, which disappeared in a flash. Wu Sha quickly closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and made a wish. Zhao Haoyan looked at her curiously. What wish did you make? Wu Sha opened her eyes and smiled slyly. If I don't tell you, it won't work if I tell you. In the moonlight, her delicate face glowed with a soft luster, her red lips were slightly parted, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Zhao Haoyan moved closer unconsciously, and Wu Sha did not dodge. Their lips touched lightly, like a dragonfly touching the water, but soon the kiss became passionate. Zhao Haoyan put his arms around Wu Sha's slender waist and pulled her into his arms. Wu Sha put her arms around his neck and responded to the lingering kiss. Haoyan. When they separated, Wu Sha's breath was slightly disordered, and her voice was as light as a mosquito's. Let's go to the hotel. Zhao Haoyan didn't answer, but just took her hand and trotted towards the Ferrari. In the suite on the top floor of the hotel, moonlight shines onto the bed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Wu Sha stood in front of the window, her back to Zhao Haoyan, her voice trembling. This is my first time. Zhao Haoyan hugged her gently from behind. If you are not ready, we can take it slowly. No. Wu Sha turned around, her eyes firm. I want you, tonight. The clothes slipped off one by one, and the two souls were intertwined with each other. With a soft cry, Wu Sha bit Zhao Haoyan's shoulder tightly but did not push him away. Does it hurt? Zhao Haoyan asked softly. Wu Sha shook her head, tears in her eyes but with a smile. Love me. As the night deepened and the passion subsided, Wu Sha curled up in Zhao Haoyan's arms, drawing circles on his chest with her fingers. Haoyan. She hesitated. What is our relationship now? Zhao Haoyan kissed her forehead. What do you think? Wu Sha mustered up the courage. I want to be your girlfriend, officially. Zhao Haoyan was silent for a moment, then said softly, you know my situation. I don't care. Wu Sha interrupted him. Gu Yunlan or Chu Shingua, I just want you to love me in your heart. Looking at the stubborn look in the girl's eyes, Zhao Haoyan hugged her tighter. Don't worry, I won't abandon you.
After getting the promise, Wu Sha closed her eyes contentedly and fell asleep in her lover's arms. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she thought of making a wish under the shooting star.
Wu Sha wants to be with Zhao Haotian forever. The next morning, Zhao Haotian was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. It was a message from Hong Ye. Have you had enough fun, you heartless little one? The black dragon will have new movements, come back quickly. Zhao Haotian gently pulled out the arm that Wu Sha was resting on, kissed her on the head, left her a note, and quietly left the hotel. What he didn't know was that Wu Sha opened her eyes the moment the door closed. She looked at the note left by Zhao Haotian, feeling the madness of last night, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. He took out his cell phone and opened the chat box with Gu Yunlan, and sent her the strawberries on his neck and the traces of madness. Humph, now we are on the same starting line again. Chapter 116, The Master of the Qinglong Hall. When Zhao Haotian pushed open the door of Hong Ye Villa, Hong Ye was leaning lazily on the leather sofa, shaking a glass of red wine in his hand. The sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto her burgundy cheongsam, outlining her seductive curves. My brother is in such a good mood, he's willing to come back. Hong Ye raised her eyes to look at him, her red lips parted slightly. I didn't expect that even the eldest daughter of the Wu family would be so bewitched by you, you are truly charming. Zhao Haotian sat down opposite her without changing his expression. Didn't they say there would be new news about the Black Dragon? What news? Hoof. Hong Ye snorted, pulled out a folder from the coffee table drawer and threw it in front of him. Take a look for yourself. Zhao Haotian opened the file, which contained a few blurry photos and a brief intelligence report. The photo shows a cargo ship. Some foreign logos can be vaguely seen, and there are also many containers on the ship. In 3 days, the Black Dragon will have a batch of important cargo arriving at the port. Hong Ye took a sip of red wine. We don't know exactly what it is yet, but the Black Dragon will be there to oversee it personally. This means that this batch of goods is definitely not ordinary. Zhao Haotian frowned slightly. Where is the location? That's why I called you here. Hong Ye put down his wineglass. Only a few leaders of the Black Dragon Society know the exact location of the transaction. These people are Black Dragon's confidants and are usually elusive. Even my people can't find their exact location. Perhaps your Lady Scorpion knows something. Whether this plan will succeed depends on you. Zhao Haotian thought for a moment and decided to go to the hospital to find Wan Qingqiu and visit her sister Wan Xiaoyu. Okay, I got it. Magic City Central Hospital. When Zhao Haotian pushed open the door of the ward, Wan Qingqiu was sitting by the bed peeling an apple for her sister. At this moment, she no longer had the indifference she had as a killer. Softness filled her features. At this moment, she looked more like an ordinary sister next door. Brother Haotian. Wan Xiaoyu was the first to notice him, her eyes lighting up. Are you here to see me? Zhao Haotian smiled and placed the fruit basket on the bedside. Yes, come and see how our Xiaoyu is recovering. Wan Qingqiu paused with the fruit knife in his hand, and when he looked up, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Why are you here? Do you have any mission? She stood up, a hint of seriousness on her face, and Wan Xiaoyu's smile faded slightly. Zhao Haotian waved his hand and said, It's nothing. I was just passing by and came to see Xiaoyu. Just give me a report on your work later. You have a day off during this time, so spend more time with Xiaoyu. Hearing this, Wan Xiaoyu's smile instantly lit up. Her eyes darted back and forth between the two of them, and she suddenly asked, Brother Haotian, are you my sister's boyfriend? Ahem. Wan Qingqiu choked on his own saliva, and his fair cheeks instantly turned red. Xiaoyu. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Haotian remained calm and peeled an orange and handed it to her. Your sister is so beautiful, I would like to pursue her, but your sister doesn't seem to like me. Wan Qingqiu's ears turned red, and he quickly changed the subject. You must have something to ask me, go out and tell me. She pulled Zhao Haotian out of the room in a panic. Wan Xiaoyu gave her sister's embarrassed back an expression that said, I understand. Although her sister has been taking care of her these days, she still gets distracted from time to time. Wan Xiaoyu knew that her sister must have a lover, because that's what it said in the novel. When Zhao Haotian walked in, she saw her sister's eyes light up, and she instantly understood who her sister was worried about. Sister, your lifelong affairs still depend on me. This family will break up without me. In the corridor, Wan Qingqiu regained his composure. Boss, what's going on? Zhao Haotian put away his joking expression and said, I need information about several leaders of the Black Dragon Society. It's best if it's a place they often go, or a hobby they have, etc. Ruan Qingqiu frowned slightly. Are you going to take action? It's almost time.
They have a batch of goods arriving in 3 days, and the Black Dragon Society's president will be there in person.
Zhao Haoyan lowered his voice. This is a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. However, the location of the transaction is a secret, known only to a few leaders of the Black Dragon Society. I need to get information about the transaction location from them.
Upon hearing this, Ruan Qingqiu did not hesitate and directly told the information of the 4 Hall Masters.
The Black Dragon Society has 4 Hall Masters: Wang Yun, the Master of the Suzaku Hall Li Kuei, the Master of the Xuanwu Hall Wanhu, the Master of the White Tiger Hall and Lu Long, the Master of the Azure Dragon Hall. She took out her phone and pulled out a few photos of people. She pointed at the people in the photos and said, Wang Yun is responsible for intelligence gathering, Li Kuei is in charge of the garrison, Wang Hu is the assassin leader, and Lu Long is in charge of finances. Zhao Haoyan carefully examined the photos. Which one is easiest to break through?
Lu Long, Ruan Qingqiu said with certainty, this man is in charge of the Black Dragon Society's finances. He's a gambler and often uses the Black Dragon Society's money to gamble privately. If he can't fill the hole with money, he'll resort to murder and robbery.
He has committed many murders and is also the one who fears death the most. Zhao Haoyan's eyes lit up. Then is there any place he often appears? Hong Kong's underground casino.
Ruan Qingqiu folded his arms, but quickly added, this guy is very afraid of death, so he's usually accompanied by 2 or 3 bodyguards.
It's also extremely difficult to get close. Zhao Haoyan nodded. It doesn't matter, as long as I can see someone.
Ruan Qingqiu suddenly grabbed his arm and said, Lu Long is not a pushover.
Do you want me to protect you? No need. Zhao Haoyan patted her hand. Just stay with Xiaoyu. After receiving the information, Zhao Haoyan left the hospital.
Ruan Qingqiu looked at his back with a gloomy look in his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking.
At 7:30 in the evening, Zhao Haoyan came to the Xiangjiang casino alone. On the surface, this is a high-end KTV, but there is a different world underground. Many second-generation Shanghainese and some gamblers come here every day.
I heard that the background here cannot be underestimated, and it seems to be an industry owned by a wealthy family. Zhao Haoyan exchanged 1 million chips at the front desk, walked around the casino, and soon found his target. Lu Long was sitting at the gambling table in the VIP area, shouting loudly, seeming to be very excited, but there were only a few chips left in front of him.
Rough. I was so damn unlucky today, I didn't win a single one. Zhao Haoyan joined in calmly. He had purchased the gambler's skills in the system store in advance, and now he could control the game at will. After a few rounds, he deliberately lost hundreds of thousands to Lu Long, which made Lu Long very happy. He called him his lucky star, while Zhao Haoyan pretended to be a gambler who had lost. When there were only 200,000 chips left, Zhao Haoyan stood up and said he didn't want to play anymore and wanted to try his luck at another table. Lu Long was already in high spirits and couldn't let him get away. He signaled the bodyguards behind him to hold Zhao Haoyan down. Brother, we're just getting into the game. Trust me, you'll win soon. Chapter 117, Get the Information. Zhao Haoyan was pushed back to his seat by Lu Long's 2 bodyguards. He deliberately showed a panicked expression. What do you want to do? Don't be in such a hurry to leave, brother. Lu Long grinned, revealing his smoke-stained teeth. We've only played a few rounds, and our luck is just warming up. Zhao Haoyan pretended to sigh helplessly. Brother, I have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hey! Casinos have winners and losers, this is just the beginning. Lu Long patted Zhao Haoyan's shoulder with such force that he frowned. Come on, keep going. This time, I'll help you make a comeback. Zhao Haoyan sat down helplessly. The dealer re-deals the cards. Zhao Haoyan glanced at the card table out of the corner of his eye and memorized the order of all the cards the moment they were shuffled. Increase the bet by 100,000. Zhao Haoyan pretended to be hesitant and pushed out the chips. Lu Long's eyes lit up. Little brother, you have courage. Follow. After a few rounds, Zhao Haoyan deliberately revealed his flaws to let Lu Long see through his bluff. When Lu Long excitedly turned over his cards, Zhao Haoyan showed his frustration at the right moment and pushed his chips to the opposite side. Ha ha ha. Brother got lucky. Lu Long laughed and took the chips into his arms, the fat on his face squeezed into a ball. Come again. Come again. In the next few games, Zhao Haoyan accurately controlled the rhythm of winning and losing. Sometimes he let Lu Long win a few small games, and sometimes he deliberately lost a big bet to whet his opponent's appetite.
The 1 million chips were soon used up, and Zhao Haotian showed his frustration at the right time.
Brother, my luck is really bad today. I have to retreat.
Lu Long was so excited about his win that he was unwilling to let him go. However, seeing that Zhao Haotian had indeed lost all his chips, he didn't want to force him to stay.
He waved his hand generously and said, "Don't be in a hurry to leave, little brother. I'm happy today. I'll buy you a drink." Zhao Haotian pretended to nod helplessly and followed Lu Long to the KTV box upstairs. Without saying a word, Lu Long ordered an imperial set meal for 188,888. Soon, a row of scantily clad young models in high heels filed in, carrying bottles of expensive drinks. Come on, take your pick, little brother." Lu Long waved his hand, seeming very happy. Zhao Haotian sneered in his heart, but showed excitement on the surface. He waved and called 2 hot young models over with ease. He hugged them on both sides with skillful techniques. It was obvious that he was a veteran in the entertainment industry. Seeing this, Lu Long laughed out loud. "Brother, you have a good eye. Slightly plump is the best." As he spoke, he also called 2 models to hold on both sides. The remaining models who were not called looked regretful. Those who came to such a top-notch box were either rich or noble. Even a little bit of the money that leaks out is equivalent to several months' salary for them. If they serve well, they may be able to hook up with a big shot and have no worries about food and drink for the rest of their lives. "What's your name, little brother?" Lu Long took a sip of wine, a shrewd look in his eyes. "Zhou Yuan." Zhao Haotian made up a name on the spur of the moment. "Zhou?" Lu Long raised his eyebrows. Could it be the Zhou from the wealthy Zhou family? Zhao Haotian deliberately showed a proud expression. "It seems that big brother, you also know our Zhou family?" And his appearance seemed to confirm his reputation as a playboy. Lu Long laughed heartily and patted Zhao Haotian on the shoulder. "Not only do I know the Zhou family, but I also have a good relationship with them." Zhao Haotian looked surprised, but continued to make up his mind. "It seems that you are also an important person, but for someone like me who is a member of the Zhou family's side branch, I'm afraid no one has even heard of my name." He pretended to be disappointed and took a sip of wine. "My parents think I'm useless and idle all day long. They even cut my pocket money. If I hadn't secretly taken out some of my savings today to relax, I probably wouldn't even be able to enter the casino." A hint of understanding flashed in Lu Long's eyes. He liked this kind of second generation who were marginalized by the family the most. They were rich, had no backing, and were easy to control. As long as you give it a little bit of benefits and tricks, it will become a very good chess piece. After all, while the Zhou family was using the Black Dragon Society, the Black Dragon Society was also coveting the Zhou family. All I can say is that the two people have different ideas. "Brother Zhou, I see you're quite good at gambling." Lu Long leaned in closer, his alcoholic breath wafting across Zhao Haotian's face. "Want to hang out with me? I guarantee it'll be better than the bullying you endure at home." Zhao Haotian pretended to be surprised and hesitant. "Big brother is?" "Lu Long, the leader of the Qinglong Hall of the Black Dragon Society." Lu Long proudly puffed out his chest, revealing the outline of the pistol at his waist. Zhao Haotian's eyes widened in shock, then he revealed an expression of admiration. "So your brother Long? A big shot in the Black Dragon Society that even my father isn't worthy of meeting." Lu Long was very pleased with Zhao Haotian's shock and praise. After all, who doesn't want to hear something nice? Hey! They're just minor celebrities. Lu Long waved his hand. "How about it? Follow me and enjoy the good life. Isn't it better than being ignored by the Zhou family?" Nowadays, the talents of Qinglong Hall lag behind those of the other 3 halls, and he also wants to recruit people like Zhao Haotian into his own team. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Long was already drunk and hugged Zhao Haotian, calling him brother. Zhao Haotian took the opportunity to ask, "Brother Long, you said you have a way to make a lot of money, but there are so many wealthy families in Shanghai, how can we possibly make money? You can't be fooling me." Lu Long seemed to be a little drunk, and he instantly became excited when he heard that the younger brother he had just recruited looked down on him. "Who said that? Our way of making money is no worse than that of the wealthy families. In a couple of days I'll take you to see what it means to make a fortune. Billions of dollars worth of goods can be made in just a few minutes." A dark light flashed in Zhao Haotian's eyes, and he seemed to be talking about the matter at the dock. He needs to explore again. Zhao Haotian pretended to be disdainful and shook his hands. "Brother Long, it's just a club and a casino. Many wealthy families have places like this. How can they make so much money? Stop joking.
Oh, you still don't believe it? Lu Long stood up and pushed away the young model beside him. You guys go out first, I'll call you back in later. When they were the only two left in the box, Lu Long lowered his voice and said, let me tell you, a batch of white goods will arrive in 3 days.
The president will personally receive them.
Even the 4 of us hall masters only received the notification these past 2 days. That batch of goods alone is worth billions, and this is the first time our Black Dragon Society has received such a large order.
Zhao Haotian's heartbeat quickened, but he remained calm on the surface. So mysterious? But goods like this can't enter a regular port, right? Wouldn't the police find out? Lu Long smiled smugly. What's the point of the police? I can tell you that even a fly can't get in there without a pass.
He leaned close to Zhao Haotian's ear, his breath heavy with alcohol, and said, Donggang Shipyard, that's our property. When the time comes, the entire dock will be cleared, and the area within a 5-kilometer radius will be filled with our people. In addition to the people standing guard at the shipyard, there are also people patrolling the sea.
If the police appear, we will be notified immediately. That's where we got our previous goods. Chapter 118, discuss the plan, but don't beg for mercy too soon. Zhao Haotian listened to Lu Long's bragging calmly and opened his third eye. After analysis, I found that what he said was indeed true. Based on what he just said, Zhao Haotian guessed that this batch of goods might be drugs. And the fact that it is worth billions means that the amount is definitely not small. This is enough to sentence all the core members of the Black Dragon Society to death. Brother Long, since you trust me so much, I won't beat around the bush. I, Zhou Yuan, have decided to work hard with you. Zhao Haotian raised his glass in mock excitement. Come on, I toast you.
Lu Long clinked glasses drunkenly, but did not notice the cold light that flashed in Zhao Haotian's eyes. After drinking, Lu Long and Zhao Haotian added each other's contact information. The other party took the young model to get a room, while Zhao Haotian prepared to leave. When he walked out of the KTV, someone suddenly grabbed his wrist at the corner. He instinctively wanted to fight back, but he smelled a familiar fragrance.
Don't be nervous, it's me.
Ruan Qingqiu lowered his voice and pulled him into the alley.
Why are you here? Zhao Haotian looked at Ruan Qingqiu, who was disguised as a waiter, in surprise.
At this moment, she was wearing a maid outfit, and her tight figure was fully displayed. Seeing Zhao Haotian's gaze, her face felt a little hot and she felt inexplicably excited in her heart.
It turns out he likes this. But Ruan Qingqiu quickly returned to the topic.
Lu Long sent someone to check your identity, but I encountered him and sent him away. Ruan Qingqiu pulled him away quickly. Your fake identity won't last long.
She pulled Zhao Haotian into the car and drove quickly to the Red Leaf Bar.
In the car, Zhao Haotian immediately called Hongye. Sister Hongye, I have important information.
Come to Hongye Bar immediately and we can talk in person.
After hanging up the phone, he sent another encrypted message to Shinbing. We have evidence of the Black Dragon Society's crimes. Come to the Red Leaf Bar to discuss it.
An hour later, in the private room of Hongye Bar.
Shinbing hurried over in casual clothes. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Zhao Haotian being massaged by Ruan Qingqiu. Hongye was leaning lazily on the sofa, but her eyes were extremely sharp. Her eyes swept over Hongye and Ruan Qingqiu. She might not know Ruan Qingqiu, but Hongye, as another famous underground boss in the Magic City, was also their target.
Zhao Haotian, is the information reliable? Shinbing went straight to the point.
Seeing that everyone had arrived, Zhao Haotian nodded. 100%. 3 days later, Donggang Shipyard.
Billions of dollars worth of goods were secretly taken over by the Black Dragon Society.
I suspect it might be drugs. He pointed at the map spread out on the table.
This place is the Black Dragon Society's own property. Their transactions have always been completed here. Shinbing's eyes turned cold. No wonder they hadn't noticed it before.
This shipyard is also very famous in Shanghai and is favored by many Shanghai officials.
Who knew it was the Black Dragon Society's territory?
In 3 days, this place will be filled with their men, and there will also be patrols on the sea.
If they spot any police, they will immediately retreat.
So, Officer Shun, the Magic City Police must pay attention to this. Perhaps we need help from higher authorities.
Zhao Haotian implicitly suggested that she contact her father. If she had the help of the Demon City Bureau, it would definitely be much easier.
Shinbing did not refuse. She frowned and finally nodded solemnly.
I'll try to contact them. Our people can help a lot in opening the gap. Hongye shook the red wine glass.
I'll have my people try their best to get into the patrol position.
It won't be a problem to let some people in when the time comes.
Hongye obviously attaches great importance to this plan. She unfolded a diagram of the shipyard structure.
This is a floor plan of the third underground floor of the shipyard. If you want to predict the location and layout of their transactions, you might be able to infer from this. Shinbing looked at the detailed drawings in amazement. How did you get these? I'm Hongye. How do you know I don't have anyone in the shipyard? Hongye smiled mysteriously. The question now is, how many people can the police mobilize?
Shinbing frowned. Such a large-scale operation requires the director's approval.
I have to contact them. Wait, Officer Shin, how can you guarantee that there are no members of the Black Dragon Society in your police station?
Hongye's eyes were playful and her tone was somewhat sarcastic. Shinbing subconsciously wanted to refute, but she couldn't guarantee it. After all, they were able to plant undercover agents in Hongye Bar, so Hongye must have planted people on their side as well, otherwise they wouldn't ask this question.
Don't go through the formal procedures, Zhao Haotian interrupted.
See if you can contact the higher-ups directly. There was a gloomy look in Shinbing's eyes, but she quickly made up her mind.
I understand, I will do it. Zhao Haotian nodded in agreement. We'll split into 3 groups. Officer Shen will lead the men on the periphery to prepare.
Sister Hongye's men will be responsible for the internal and external coordination. I'll be responsible for infiltrating the interior and providing timely updates.
Too dangerous.
Shinbing blurted out, then realized her mistake and added, I mean, you are a weak rich second generation.
Don't worry, I won't put myself in danger. Besides, hasn't it always been your wish to eradicate the Black Dragon?
Zhao Haotian smiled at Shinbing, and this smile made Shinbing a little dazed.
She couldn't help but think in her heart, is it because of her that Zhao Haotian would do such a dangerous thing? Could it be that he had teased her before because he liked her? She wanted Zhao Haotian not to participate in this plan, but after seeing his eyes, she couldn't say no. The 3 of them discussed until the early morning and made a detailed plan.
Before leaving, Shinbing suddenly called Zhao Haotian.
Zhao. Zhao Haotian.
She was unusually gentle.
Thank you. Also, don't take any risks.
Zhao Haotian was stunned for a moment, then smiled, okay. After sending Shinbing away, Hongye looked at Zhao Haotian with a meaningful smile. It seems that my brother is quite charming. Even the policewoman seems to be falling for him.
Zhao Haotian shook his head helplessly, but looked at Hongye with amusement. Oh?
Then I wonder if Sister Hongye has fallen for it.
I remember your promise, Sister Hongye. Now I have fulfilled it ahead of schedule. Sometimes I'll let you feel the feeling of being swept off your feet. I'm really looking forward to being embraced by Sister Hongye's tenderness. Hongye's heart beat faster when she heard this. She didn't expect that Zhao Haotian actually had a relationship with Shinbing, and could obtain important information to eradicate the Black Dragon Society so quickly. Thinking of what she had said at the time, Hongye also felt a little excited. After all, she hadn't been nourished for so many years, and she had reached the ripest age. Meeting the toughest guy at the most beautiful age is really heartwarming. Brother, all talk is empty talk. If you want your sister to admit defeat, you have to be tough yourself. Hongye walked up to him with her long legs, her palm attached to Zhao Haotian's abdominal muscles gradually sliding down, as if hinting at something. Zhao Haotian naturally did not hesitate and picked up Hongye. Her light weight allowed Zhao Haotian to lift her up easily. Even squatting for half an hour straight probably wouldn't be a problem. Sister Hongye, please don't beg for mercy too soon. Chapter 119 by Jiezcall, Hongye Makes Trouble. After a crazy night, it was already dawn when I woke up. Woke up? Hongye looked up with a satisfied smile in her eyes. Today she became a real woman. She was very satisfied with Zhao Haotian's toughness yesterday, and now she felt that she couldn't live without this little man. Just as Zhao Haotian was about to speak, Hongye had already turned over, her silky black hair falling on both sides of his cheeks, and the faint scent of roses lingering around his nose. Sister Hongye, it seems that I made you unhappy yesterday. You still have the energy to do this so early in the morning. Before Zhao Haotian could finish his words, his lips were sealed. Hongye's kissing skills are clumsy but passionate, completely different from her experience in the underworld. Zhao Haotian could feel her body trembling.
This underworld queen who was cold and ruthless in the eyes of outsiders was now shy and eager like a young girl who was experiencing love for the first time.
Little brother, sister is very satisfied. Hongye panted and pulled away. Little brother?
Sister Hongye is really good at telling lies with her eyes open.
Don't you know whether she is small or not? Besides, that's not what you called me last night. How about letting me hear those two words again?
Zhao Haotian stood up, put his arm around Hongye's delicate waist, and pulled her close to him.
Hongye's face turned red when he heard this.
He couldn't help but shout out those two words yesterday, and this bad guy actually made him keep shouting them.
After gently kissing Hongye, Zhao Haotian looked around. The entire villa became their paradise last night.
Their traces are left everywhere, on the sofa in the living room, in the bathroom, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhao Haotian turned over and was on top of her, his fingers stroking the kiss mark on her collarbone. As the boss of the Red Leaf Bar, why are you so clingy?
Shut up.
Hongye's cheeks flushed, but she took the initiative to put her arms around his neck. You belong to me now, so be obedient. After saying that, the two of them entangled with each other again and did not come out of the bedroom until noon. At the dining table, Hongye was wearing Zhao Haotian's shirt, with her long legs crossed, sitting on Zhao Haotian's legs. She picked up a piece of steak with a fork, but did not eat it. Instead, she held it between her lips and looked at Zhao Haotian provocatively. Imported food, try it, she asked vaguely. Zhao Haotian leaned over to take it, but Hongye suddenly dodged and swallowed the steak with a giggle. Zhao Haotian pulled her into his arms and kissed her punishingly until she begged for mercy breathlessly.
Sister Hongye, if your subordinates saw you like this, they would probably be shocked.
Zhao Haotian pinched her chin and said with a smile.
Hongye leaned lazily in his arms. If anyone dares to look, I will dig out his eyes. Then she added, except you can look as much as you want, ha. Just as the two were flirting, Zhao Haotian's cell phone suddenly rang.
The words by Jia appeared on the screen, making him freeze.
Hongye keenly noticed something unusual and raised an eyebrow. Why don't you answer it? Zhao Haotian made a silent gesture and answered the phone. Coach Bai? Oh. Instructor?
Bai Jia's voice came from the speaker. You've been in Shanghai for almost a week now, and you haven't sent any WeChat messages or made any phone calls.
Are you dying?
Just as Zhao Haotian was about to speak, a video call request suddenly popped up. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded to accept. Bai Jia's serious face immediately appeared on the screen. Beside her were Chu Shingua, Su Xiaoxiao, Jiang Shui and other girls, all of whom had resentful expressions on their faces.
Judging from the background, it seems to be the villa in his school district number 1. My brother Haotian, have you been seduced by Gu Yunlan and Wu Sha in the Demon City?
Chu Shingua asked faintly. You haven't even sent a message in all these days.
Zhao Haotian laughed dryly. How could that be? I'm dealing with some things here. You all moved into my villa?
Bai Jia and the others nodded. They had revealed their secrets to each other over the past few days, and even uncovered some secrets about the sisters that they didn't know about. However, what shocked Su Xiaoxiao and others was that Bai Jia was actually Zhao Haotian's woman.
This guy even managed to get the counselor.
It may take some time for me to return, so I'll have to trouble Sister Bai with the school. Zhao Haotian said awkwardly, earning a roll of Bai Jia's eyes.
Now you know to call me sister when you need help.
Chu Shingua said with a sour look on her face, has that woman Gu Yunlan been accompanying you during this period? Just as she was about to speak, Hongye suddenly became playful and snuggled into Zhao Haotian's arms, smiling sweetly at the camera. Sister, you are wrong.
Xiao Yunlan is busy, and I have been accompanying him all this time.
There was a sudden silence on the other end of the video. Zhao Haotian could feel the murderous intent that froze the air coming from the other end of the video. Bai Jia narrowed her eyes, Chu Xingua's face was gloomy, and Su Xiaoxiao and Jiang Shui puffed up their cheeks.
Oh? I wonder who this sister is.
Bai Jia asked, suppressing her anger.
Zhao Haotian felt his scalp tingling, and he quickly hugged Hongye's waist to prevent her from saying anything shocking.
This is Sister Hongye, my partner in the Magic City. He pinched Hongye secretly. Hongye felt pain, but instead snuggled deeper into his arms and licked her lips provocatively at the camera.
Partners? Chu Shingua sneered. Were we collaborating in bed?
The scene was very embarrassing for a while.
Zhao Haotian thought quickly and said seriously, actually, I almost died in the Magic City. This sentence successfully diverted attention, and several women exclaimed at the same time, what?
The Zhou family refused to give up, and the underground Black Dragon Society sent someone to assassinate me. Zhao Haotian hugged Hongye tightly. it was Sister Hongya who saved me and helped me deal with the Black Dragon Society. He deliberately showed a tired expression. We have been planning the operation recently, so we haven't had time to contact you. This half-truth really worked. Bai Jie's expression changed from anger to worry. Are those the people who hurt you before?
Are you okay? Thanks to Sister Hongya, I'm fine. Zhao Haotian looked at Hongya tenderly. Not acting this time. I will return to Haicheng after destroying the Black Dragon Society. Don't worry. Hongya didn't expect Zhao Haotian to say that and was stunned for a moment.
The women on the other end of the video looked at her with complicated expressions, and their hostility was obviously weakened.
Sister Hongya, thank you for protecting Haotian.
Bai Jie finally said, although her tone was still a little stiff, but ask him to report to us occasionally that he is safe.
We are all very worried about him. Hongya nodded, surprisingly not provoking any further. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Haotian pushed Hongya onto the sofa and asked, making trouble, huh? Do you have the guts to hit me? Zhao Haotian was stunned.
This underworld queen who is cold-blooded and ruthless in front of outsiders actually has such a hobby in private. He leaned over and bit Hongya's earlobe. It seems that I didn't work hard enough, so you still have the energy to make trouble. Hongya put her arms around his neck with a proud look in her eyes. Conquer me.
Zhao Haotian sneered, picked her up and walked upstairs.
Today I'll make sure you don't have the energy to argue anymore.
Chapter 120. I have a little bit of affection. The office of the director of the Demon City Public Security Bureau.
As soon as Chu Shingua returned to his seat after the meeting, his personal cell phone rang. Seeing the word Bing Bing on the screen, the iron-blooded director's expression immediately softened.
Hello, my dear daughter, why did you think of calling Dad today? Chu Shingua pressed the answer button with a smile.
On the other end of the phone, Shen Bing's voice was unusually anxious. Dad, I have something important to report, and I need your help.
Chu Shingua immediately heard the seriousness in his daughter's tone and restrained his smile. What happened? It's about the Black Dragon Society.
Shen Bing lowered his voice. I have reliable intelligence that they will conduct a large-scale drug transaction at the Donggang shipyard in 3 days, and the value may exceed billions.
Chu Shingua stood up suddenly, knocking over the teacup on the table. Is the source of the information reliable? 100% reliable.
Shen Bing said firmly, it was provided by a very reliable friend of mine.
He has infiltrated the Black Dragon Society. Friends? Which friends? His name is Zhao Haotian, a somewhat unreliable rich second generation.
Chu Shingua thought about it and seemed to have never heard of any young talent with this name.
There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Dad, what are you thinking about? Can you help me?
Shen Bing's voice suddenly softened. He was actually trying to help me. I mentioned before that I wanted to eradicate the Black Dragon Society, and he.
Chu Shingua raised his eyebrows. He knew his daughter too well.
From the time she graduated from the police academy until now, when had he ever heard her talk about a man in that tone?
Not to mention he's a rich second generation. Bing Bing. Chu Shingua suddenly changed his tone to teasing. Isn't this Zhao Haotian really handsome? Dad.
Shen Bing's voice suddenly rose an octave. I'm telling you something serious. I'm just talking about serious matters. Chu Shingua said with a smile, my daughter has always been dismissive of boys who pursued her since she was a child. Now she's actually making excuses for a man.
Isn't this a big deal?
The rustling of papers could be heard from the other end of the line. Shen Bing was clearly trying to hide her panic.
I'm just being objective. He really helped a lot.
Even Hongye was willing to cooperate with us.
Red leaves?
Chu Shingua was really surprised.
That Hongye from the underground world? What's her relationship with Zhao Haotian? Partners, huh? Shen Bing's voice suddenly trailed off, as if she wasn't confident enough. I'm not sure either.
Chu Shingua narrowed his eyes.
Something is wrong. Something is very wrong.
Given my daughter's personality, if this was just a normal partnership, she would definitely speak directly.
This hesitant attitude. Bing Bing.
Chu Shingua said earnestly, if you like her, Dad supports you in dating.
If there's really no problem, see when you can bring her home to see me. Dad. What nonsense are you talking about?
Shen Bing's voice was embarrassed and annoyed. He and I are just
what? Chu Shingua pursued relentlessly.
It's just a work relationship.
Shen Bing almost shouted, then lowered her voice.
In short, this operation requires your support. but we can't go through the normal procedures. There may be spies from the Black Dragon Society here. Seeing his daughter was really anxious, Chu Shingua stopped teasing her. Okay, I will arrange the most reliable special police team, and you will be in direct command. I will personally approve all documents and will not go through the system. Thank you, Dad. Shin Bing breathed a sigh of relief. I'll send you the detailed plan right away. Before hanging up the phone, Chu Shingua couldn't help but say, by the way, that Zhao Haotian. Dad. Shin Bing hung up the phone directly. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Chu Shingua shook his head and smiled. He thought for a moment and pressed the intercom. Xiao Zhang, please help me find detailed information about someone named Zhao Haotian. The more comprehensive the better. 2 hours later, a detailed file was placed in front of Chu Shingua. The more he looked, the more frightened he became, and finally he had to take off his glasses and rub his eyes. This kid, did he really do it all by himself in a month? According to the files, a month ago, Zhao Haotian was just an ordinary college student. Suddenly, he emerged in Haicheng, established connections with several wealthy families at an extremely fast speed, and quickly gained a foothold, establishing the Zhao Group and Wanxiang Entertainment. This kid. Chu Shingua turned to the page of social relations, his pupils shrinking slightly: the eldest lady of the Chu family, the eldest lady of the Gu family, the daughter of the Wu family, the Red Leaf Bar. There are also some things that can be found in the past month, and his figure is vaguely visible. Unless you specifically check it out, no one will notice it at all. Interesting. Chu Shingua closed the file and thought, it seems I'll have to meet this young man in person when I get a chance. At the same time, Shin Bing sat on the sofa in her apartment, hugging her pillow in a daze, her father's words echoing in her ears. Like Zhao Haotian? Shin Bing buried her face in the pillow. That bastard was so calm when they first met, but he would tease her every time after that, and he always looked cynical. However, he took the risk of infiltrating the Black Dragon Society just to help her obtain intelligence. He could have enjoyed a life of luxury, but he was willing to take risks to fight crime. When he looked at her, the sincerity and passion in his eyes were so intense. Ah! What was I thinking? Shin Bing stood up suddenly, walked to the bathroom and splashed cold water on her burning cheeks. The person in the mirror had flushed cheeks and a confusion in his eyes that he had never had before. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. The most important thing now is action, she said to herself in the mirror. Everything else will be dealt with after the action is over. Buzz. The phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Haotian. The current plan remains unchanged. I'll keep you posted if there are any changes. Also, you look great in a blue dress today. Shin Bing's heart skipped a beat. How did he know what she was wearing today? Could it be that he sent someone to follow her? No, considering his personality, it's very likely that he did it himself. She walked to the window and flung open the curtains. The street downstairs was empty except for a few passing taxis. Shin Bing breathed a sigh of relief, yet also felt inexplicably lost. Bastard! She cursed softly, but the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. All of this was just a little bit of information that Zhao Haotian had obtained from the system in exchange for wealth points. He was currently taking a bath after a great battle. When Shin Bing was replying to the message, her finger paused on the screen for a long time, and in the end she only replied with received. But after thinking about it, I sent another one, good night. I regretted it right after posting it. Doesn't this make me seem too concerned about him? That guy Zhao Haotian will definitely take advantage of this situation. Sure enough, the reply came in less than 10 seconds. Officer Shin cares about me so much? Could it be that he's in love with me? Shin Bing was so angry that she threw her phone onto the sofa. This narcissist. How could she possibly fall in love with such a playboy? But when she picked up the phone and was about to retort, her father's words inexplicably emerged in her mind. Shin Bing's finger hovered over the screen, but ultimately she didn't respond. She walked to the closet and, as if possessed, took out a light blue dress that she rarely wore and compared it to herself in the mirror. Wear this one when you meet him later. It should be fine to be a little more formal between friends. However, this reason couldn't even convince herself. Shin Bing sighed and had to admit a fact. She might, perhaps, probably, really have a little bit of affection for Zhao Haotian. Well, just a little bit. Chapter 121, Hacking the Shipyard, the action is ahead of time. At gate number 3 of Donggang Shipyard, a black Mercedes-Benz slowly stopped. Zhao Haotian straightened the collar of his suit and followed Lu Long out of the car. The early morning sea breeze blew in his face with a salty smell, and the sound of waves hitting the embankment came from afar.
Today is the day of the transaction, and he has gained Lu Lon's trust.
Brother Zhou, are you nervous? Lu Lon, holding a cigar in his mouth, patted Zhao Haotian's shoulder with a smile.
Zhao Haotian showed just the right amount of excitement, a little bit.
After all, this is my first time participating in such a big deal.
Relax. Lu Long blew out a puff of smoke. Follow me closely, talk less and observe more. Zhao Haotian nodded, and the two of them walked towards the security check area. 4 armed guards immediately surrounded them. The scarred leader raised his hand to stop them and said coldly, Master Lu, you know the rules. Lu Long snorted, took out his cell phone and personal belongings and put them on the tray, and Zhao Haotian followed suit.
After handing over the contact tools, the guards checked me from head to toe with a metal detector, even checking the soles of my shoes.
Okay, you can go now.
The guard waved his hand and the switch slowly opened. After passing through 3 electric gates, the view suddenly opens up. The interior of the shipyard was converted into a semi-enclosed dock. A dozen strong men who looked like workers were loading and unloading containers. However, Zhao Haotian could tell at a glance that these people had brisk steps and bulging waists. They were all members of the Black Dragon Society disguised as employees. Lu Long was just about to take Zhao Haotian to have a look around when a thug came running over.
Brother Long. The president is looking for you. Lu Long frowned.
It was really bad luck that he had trouble right after arriving.
Where is it?
Emergency meeting, all the hall masters are here.
Zhao Haotian also spoke appropriately, Brother Long, you can go and do your work first. I'll just walk around the area on my own.
Lu Long cursed, turned to Zhao Haotian and said, Brother Zhou, just walk around for a while and don't run around. As he spoke, he took out a card with the Azure Dragon seal from his pocket and placed it in Zhao Haotian's hand. With this, no one will dare to embarrass you.
Zhao Haotian nodded and took the card. After watching Lu Long leave, Zhao Haotian immediately opened his third eye. In an instant, the entire shipyard structure and guards were completely exposed to Zhao Haotian's surveillance.
The main control room 300 meters away, the weapons depot on the second underground floor, the position of the sniper hidden in the container, and even the direction of the ventilation ducts were all clearly visible.
Sky Eye analyzed the distribution of electronic equipment in the current area.
Scan completed, 47 surveillance cameras, 12 infrared sensors, and 8 electronic access control systems are currently located in the area, primarily in the control room and dock areas.
Zhao Haotian walked towards the monitoring room calmly.
The guards he met along the way gave way when they saw Qinglong Ka, but the vigilance in their eyes did not diminish in the slightest. 2 armed guards stood outside the surveillance room.
Zhao Haotian raised the Qinglong card and said, I've been ordered to check the surveillance for any abnormalities.
The guards looked at each other, and one of them shook his head, we haven't received any notification.
It was a last-minute decision. Zhao Haotian said without a trace of panic, this operation must be foolproof. Brother Long was worried and asked me to come and take a look. If something goes wrong during the operation, can you bear the responsibility?
This reason was obviously very convincing. The guard hesitated for a moment and stepped aside.
Brother from the Qinglong Hall, you only have 2 minutes. Do not touch the equipment. After saying that, they made way. It was obvious that Zhao Haotian's performance deceived them.
In the monitoring room, 3 supervisors were staring at more than 20 screens.
After Zhao Haotian walked in, he was stared at by 3 people. He took out the Azure Dragon card and said, Brother Long asked me to take a look and see if there is anything wrong.
Seeing that Ka had relaxed his vigilance, the 3 turned back to look at the surveillance camera. Zhao Haotian took the opportunity to spend 500,000 wealth points in the system mall to buy a virus-free USB flash drive. As long as this USB flash drive is plugged into the interface of the monitoring room, the subsequent surveillance will be hacked and replaced with flawless footage. Zhao Haotian found an interface and pretended to watch the surveillance footage, but actually quietly inserted the USB drive.
Ding! Virus implantation successful. Monitoring system has taken over. You can switch to looping mode at any time.
Zhao Haotian quietly pulled out the USB drive and nodded to the technicians, everything is normal at the moment.
Thank you brothers for your hard work and keep an eye on it.
He turned and walked away calmly, nodded to the guard at the door, and then turned to his next target.
Control room.
It controls the entire shipyard's electronic access and alarm systems and is the most critical part of the plan. However, the defense of the control room is much tighter than that of the monitoring room. He had wanted to use the same plan to sneak in, but was stopped by 4 fully armed guards. The cold-faced man in the lead drew his gun and pointed it at Zhao Haotian. "Stand back. Non-technical personnel are prohibited from approaching." "Brother, I came to." "This is an order from the president himself," the other party interrupted him. "Anyone who approaches, except for the technicians, will be killed without mercy." Zhao Haotian raised his hands and stepped back, cursing in his heart. It seemed that the Black Dragon was much more cautious than he had imagined.
Assistant Zhou.
Just when Zhao Haotian was about to think of another way, a voice came. He turned his head and saw a tall and thin man in blue overalls and black-framed glasses flashing out from the pipe room, holding a toolbox in his left hand and tapping his earlobe 3 times with his right index finger.
That was the secret code used by Hongya's undercover agent. Zhao Haotian nodded slightly. "Master, you are here. Hourly routine maintenance. This is my assistant."
The man nodded slightly, pushed up his glasses, and showed his work ID to the guards. After they carefully checked, they searched Zhao Haotian's body carefully, and found that the USB drive had already been put into the system space.
So he passed successfully. "One of us will follow you in, hurry up and maintain it."
The leading guard spoke, then opened the door and one of the guards followed them inside. The air conditioning in the control room was turned on very high, and a light wall composed of different screens constantly switched data from various places in the shipyard.
There is someone in charge of each location. Let's start the test.
Old Zhang spoke, and at the same time signaled Zhao Haotian with his eyes to pay attention to the server cabinet on the right. The young man with a crew cut leaned against the door with his arms folded, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. Zhao Haotian cooperated and opened the toolbox, handed the multimeter to Lao Zhang, and squatted to sort out the cables. "The voltage fluctuation is quite large." Old Zhang frowned and raised his voice an octave.
"Xiao Zhou, bring me the oscilloscope."
Zhao Haotian turned his back to the guard and rummaged through the toolbox. He took out the virus USB flash drive from the system space and put it in his hand. When he turned around, the young man with a crew cut suddenly took 2 steps forward. "What do you want?"
"I'll help you. This." Zhao Haotian held up the multimeter without changing his expression. "I've found it."
Lao Zhang squatted beside the host, pretending to debug the interface with his left hand, and secretly took the USB flash drive that Zhao Haotian slid over with his right hand. The undercover agent paused slightly, then immediately resumed his professional posture. Hongya had instructed everyone to obey Zhao Haotian in everything, and if they encountered a USB flash drive or something like that, they just had to plug it in and unplug it. He squatted with his back to the guard, pretending to check the line, but in fact he quickly inserted the USB flash drive into the hidden interface of the host.
Ding! Virus implantation successful.
As long as the host wants, the entire shipyard's access channels can be taken over at any time.
A system prompt sounded in Zhao Haotian's mind. "It's okay, just normal fluctuations."
Engineer Zhang pulled out the USB flash drive and handed it to Zhao Haotian together with the oscilloscope.
Zhao Haotian took it back while taking it over. The whole action was smooth and even the guards who were nearby did not notice anything unusual.
The two had just finished the inspection and were about to leave when the radio suddenly blared.
"Attention everyone! Move ahead. Repeat, move ahead." Chapter 122, Black Dragon is seriously injured, and the attack missed. Action in advance.
The echo of the broadcast was still reverberating, and Zhao Haotian and undercover agent Lao Zhang secretly exchanged solemn glances. The unexpected 1-hour advance disrupted all their deployments.
"I'll contact Hongye." Zhao Haotian lowered his voice. "You notify the other brothers to follow the backup plan."
Old Zhang nodded imperceptibly and walked towards the pipe room carrying the toolbox. At this moment, the guards were all active, and the movements of Zhao Haotian and others were much safer. Zhao Haotian had already slipped into the nearest restroom. After locking the cubicle door, he immediately spent money to buy a mobile phone that could send messages in the system mall. His fingers slid rapidly across the screen, and Zhao Haotian sent information to Hongye and Shenbing respectively about the number of people deployed in the shipyard, the location, and the control of the entrances and exits that had been seized. Finally, a paragraph of text is attached. "The Black Dragon Society has already begun to take action in advance. Close the net immediately."
In less than 30 seconds, 2 replies arrived almost simultaneously.
"Hongya, our people have opened a patrol gap into the shipyard.
Now it's up to Officer Shen."
"Shenbing, the SWAT team has begun operations. They will completely surround the shipyard in 5 minutes.
"Hongya, Shenbing, be careful."
After seeing the message, Zhao Haoyan deleted all records and returned the phone to the system space. In the field of view of the sky eye, many red dots are gathering in the shipyard, which is a sign that the transaction is about to begin. "Oh, I want to see what the black dragon you tried to kill me with looks like these times," he sneered, pushed open the bathroom window and jumped out. The ventilation ducts were crisscrossed like a maze, but under the guidance of the sky eye, Zhao Haoyan was able to enter an empty space. 5 minutes later, he climbed up a tower crane, which overlooked the entire port and monitored the passages leading to all directions of the shipyard. Zhao Haoyan took out the silenced sniper rifle and telescope that Hongya had prepared earlier from the system space. The cool touch of the metal calmed his restless heart. He took out his telescope and looked at a ship that had docked and the people gathered at the port. Through the telescope, all 10 containers had been opened. Several men in suits were boarding the ship to negotiate with the people on board, while Lu Long and several other men were surrounded by a group of bodyguards in the center. "I think they are the 4 Hall Masters and their president Black Dragon." As if the negotiations had been completed, Black Dragon waved his hand and had the cargo boxes moved down. At this time, Zhao Haoyan turned his attention to the sea on the other side, and saw several speedboats encircling the shipyard. At this time, Heilong was smoking a cigar when the phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, his face changed drastically and he slapped a man next to him. The man was knocked to the ground and looked at the Black Dragon in confusion. "President, why did you hit me?" The head of Suzaku Hall was confused, but the next words from Black Dragon made him turn pale. "You fucking know I'm the president, and as the head of Suzaku Hall, you didn't even know the police had discovered this operation. The police are about to surround this place now. What's the point of your intelligence network?" The people on the boat also heard what Black Dragon said, and their faces changed instantly. They knew what was being transported, and if they were caught they would definitely be sentenced to death. Regardless of whether the goods had been moved or not, they immediately turned the boat around and prepared to flee. "Damn it! How could the police know? Find the traitor!" The Black Dragon's roar resounded throughout the port, and his eyes swept across the 4 Hall Masters fiercely. Because at this time only a few of them knew that if there was a traitor, it would definitely be one of these 4 people. "President, let's retreat first. We can find the traitor later." The White Tiger Hall leader spoke, and Black Dragon could only snort coldly and leave with him. Zhao Haoyan would not miss this good opportunity. He quickly raised his sniper rifle and aimed at the Black Dragon who was striding away. Bang! Followed by an imperceptible muffled sound. The bullet was fired quickly and hit Heilong's lung accurately, causing him to fall to the ground. The White Tiger Hall Master's face changed drastically upon seeing this. He immediately helped Black Dragon up and pulled him to a hidden place nearby. The surrounding Black Dragon Society members also began to scatter and look for Zhao Haoyan's location. System, virus activated, block all entrances and exits of the shipyard, don't let any vehicles escape. Good host. As the computer screen in the control room went black, all entrances and exits were closed, and no vehicle could take Black Dragon away. Black Dragon, our grudge is now settled. As for whether you can survive and see your fate, even if you survive you will still face full police supervision and I'm afraid you will have to spend the rest of your life in bed. Zhao Haoyan narrowed his eyes, put the gun and telescope into the system space, and quickly left the place. When he arrived near the port, Zhao Haoyan cleverly avoided the crowd and came to the commanding heights of the shipyard. In the shipyard's warehouse, a group of people who looked like doctors were trying to save Heilong, with layers of blood-stained gauze lying around. And all around were the fully prepared members of the Black Dragon Society, all holding guns in their hands. The leader of the White Tiger Hall pulled the other 3 over and pointed a gun at their heads. Tell me, who of you leaked the information? The leader of the White Tiger Hall had saved Black Dragon many times and was highly valued by Black Dragon, so the people around him did not stop him when they saw this. Instead, it helped him stare at the other 3. At this time, a subordinate came to report. Master, there's something wrong with the surveillance. The footage is a loop from 15 minutes ago. I asked the guards there, and they said someone from the Azure Dragon Hall had gone in. That man has the Azure Dragon card. Lu Long's eyes widened instantly and his face was filled with anger. The other 3 immediately looked at him, and the leader of the White Tiger Hall even pointed his gun at his head. Lu Long, it's actually you. The head of the Suzaku Hall roared, and it turned out that he had taken those slaps for the bastard. No, I really didn't know he was. Bang! Before Lu Long could finish his explanation, the leader of the White Tiger Hall shot him dead, causing the leaders of the Suzaku Hall and the Black Tortoise Hall to secretly swallow their saliva. Seeing this, the people from the Qinglong Hall around did not dare to stand up, for fear that they would be the next to be destroyed. "I'll deal with you, King Longtang, after the president wakes up."
Everyone, listen now. Xuanwu Hall will cover the rear, while Suzaku Hall and White Tiger Hall will escort the president and the goods away. Yes.
The surrounding black dragons would quickly mobilize, which made Zhao Haoyan squint his eyes. This guy seems to be the second most powerful person in the Black Dragon Society after Black Dragon, and he is decisive and ruthless in his actions. I think he should be the leader of the White Tiger Hall. Thinking of this, Zhao Haoyan took out the sniper rifle again.
If he kills this guy, the Black Dragon Society will collapse.
However, it seems that because the leader of the White Tiger Hall has been killing people for many years, he is somewhat sensitive to murderous intent.
He dodged in time the moment Zhao Haoyan fired the gun, but was still hit in the ear, and then he hid behind a box.
The failed attack exposed the position, and the next moment, a volley of bullets came at him.
Zhao Haoyan withdrew and quickly opened his sky eye to avoid the search of the Black Dragon Society members.
On the other side, Hongya and Shen Bing's men completely surrounded the shipyard and quickly took action.
Chapter 123, Corridor Showdown.
Outside the shipyard. After the special police eliminated some sentries, Shen Bing led his men to surround them. After discovering that everyone had been taken into the shipyard and a surprise attack was impossible, Shen Bing ordered a violent attack. The SWAT team rushed in like a black tide, and instantly engaged in firefights with the unsuspecting Black Dragon Society members at various key points.
Group A suppresses the left-wing firepower point. Team B, cover. Commandos, follow me, target the warehouse area.
Shen Bing was wearing a bulletproof vest and holding a police pistol, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. The special police team relied on cover and advanced steadily, suppressing the enemy so that they could not raise their heads. Gunshots, explosions, commands, and screams mixed together. However, the place in the warehouse where Black Dragon was being rescued became the most intense point of resistance. With the remaining members of the White Tiger Hall and the Black Tortoise Hall as the backbone and relying on containers as cover, they madly poured bullets at the special police. Stray bullets flew everywhere, sparks flew everywhere, making it difficult for Shen Bing and others to get close for a while. Shen Bing's eyes anxiously swept across the chaotic battlefield, but he did not see the familiar figure.
Zhao Haoyan, please don't get into trouble.
At the same time, deep in the shipyard, in the intricate corridor structure, Zhao Haoyan relied on his sky eye to shake off the Black Dragon Society members who were chasing him, and he also heard the gunshots outside. As long as Shen Bing and others break through here, his plan will come to an end. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis came over me.
It's hostile perception.
Zhao Haoyan subconsciously dodged to the side corridor, but he was still a step too slow.
Bang! A gunshot. A bullet grazed his arm.
The bright red blood instantly dyed the clothes red.
That was close.
He was horrified. If he had not dodged quickly, the blow would have hit his heart.
Tap tap tap.
Light footsteps slowly moved towards the side, and the air around seemed to freeze.
Zhao Haoyan took out a pistol from the system space.
Through his heavenly eyes, he could see a figure slowly approaching. He quickly dodged and rolled, firing 2 shots at the man. The other party reacted quickly and quickly dodged behind the cover.
Zhao Haoyan leaned against the cold wall, sweat breaking out on his forehead.
He just saw the man's face, and it turned out to be the leader of the White Tiger Hall. Instead of commanding the Black Dragon Society to fight, he came to capture him. On the other side, the leader of the White Tiger Hall was also a little frightened, because Zhao Haoyan's marksmanship was very accurate just now. If he hadn't been fighting for many years and had extremely sharp reactions, those 2 shots would have hit him directly. At this moment, his face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. Half of his face was covered with blood flowing from his ears, making him look extremely hideous. As the dignified leader of the White Tiger sect, you didn't lead the Black Dragon Society into battle but instead came to capture me.
You really think highly of me. Zhao Haoyan's voice was extremely clear in the corridor.
The White Tiger Hall master remained silent and replied, "If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. The Black Dragon Society is doomed. I have to find a way out for myself. You were able to shake off the Black Dragon Society's pursuit here. I think you're very familiar with the structure of this place.
If we catch you, we can get out."
This is indeed one reason, but another reason he didn't say is that he must avenge the loss of his ear. Once he gets out, he will definitely kill Zhao Haoyan. As he spoke, he moved quickly like a ghost, his footsteps causing slight echoes on the metal structure, making it difficult to determine the exact location.
Bang! 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 Gunfire once again raged in the corridor. Zhao Haotian relied on the three-dimensional vision provided by the Sky Eye to constantly move, and every dodge was extremely thrilling. Bai Sha is equally experienced. His movements are erratic and his shooting timing is tricky and ruthless. These are killing skills honed through years of bloody battles. When the two appeared in front of each other again, they were pointing guns at each other. The situation became deadlocked again. Ha! I bet there's no bullet in your gun. Zhao Haotian spoke, and so did the White Tiger Hall Master. I bet there's no bullet in your gun. They both put down their hands in tacit agreement. Bang! Bang! The two pistols were thrown to the ground without hesitation, and the cold murderous aura suddenly surged. Both men drew daggers from their waists. The next second, Bai Sha moved. His speed far exceeded that of an ordinary person. He crossed the distance in a few steps, and the dagger turned into a black light and pierced Zhao Haotian's heart. Fast. Ruthless. Absolute. Zhao Haotian reacted extremely quickly, twisting his waist sideways and narrowly avoiding the vital points. The strong wind brought by the dagger made his cheek hurt. He immediately counterattacked with a tricky stab at Bai Sha's knife-holding wrist. Bite. The two daggers collided fiercely, and then the two men began to fight in close combat, with their knees and elbows becoming weapons. The battle instantly became intense. Two figures moved at high speed in the complex corridor, dodging, thrusting, and blocking. The mastery of weapons allowed Zhao Haotian to use the skills he brought to the extreme, and the strength given by the physical enhancement was enough to compete with the opponent. However, he was still at a disadvantage in close combat. He had no experience in battle and was far less experienced than the leader of the White Tiger Hall. The opponent's actual combat experience, the intuition and instinct gained from countless battles on the brink of life and death, cannot be fully covered by system skills. The fighting techniques are wild and deadly, with every move targeting the vital points, without any fancy moves. Zhao Haotian's disadvantage quickly became apparent. Small scratches continued to appear on his body, and bloodstains spread on his skin. In a gap between the two opponents' moves, Bai Sha's left fist hit his side like a sledgehammer. The heavy muffled sound was accompanied by the groaning of bones under the heavy burden. The severe pain almost suffocated Zhao Haotian, and his movements were instantly deformed. He felt a sweetness in his throat and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Then came an even more fierce kick, a powerful low sweep. Zhao Haotian barely raised his knees to block it. But then a turning kick sent him flying. Bang! The enormous force completely unbalanced his lower body, and he flew backward uncontrollably as if he was hit by a truck. He slammed his head against the glass door of the fire extinguisher cabinet, shattering the glass. He felt a sharp pain in his back, and his vision went black. He could barely hold the dagger. As expected of the White Tiger Hall Master, his skills are truly remarkable. Zhao Haotian swallowed a mouthful of blood foam and laughed. The leader of the White Tiger Hall approached step by step, with no triumph of victory in his eyes, only pure and cold murderous intent. He raised his foot wearing a hard-soled military boot high and brought it down hard. Zhao Haotian dodged but was kicked in the chest again, and his body kept retreating. Explain. The White Tiger Hall Master's voice was hoarse and cold. How do we get out? He bent down and pressed the blood-stained serrated dagger mercilessly on Zhao Haotian's carotid artery. The cold touch and the stinging sensation of the blade slightly sinking into the skin made Zhao Haotian's hair stand on end. He leaned his head closer, his eyes as indifferent as if he were looking at a dead object. Tell me the truth, and I can give you a quick death. Chapter 124 Treatment. The doctor almost sliced you for research. The smell of death has never been so strong. The severe pain from his ribs being crushed almost made him lose the ability to think, and the blade on his neck could cut off his life at any time. However, there was no despair in the depths of Zhao Haotian's eyes, only a hint of satisfaction after the battle and the calm before the storm. Want to know how to get out? It's very simple. The exit is in that ventilation duct behind you. The corner of Zhao Haotian's blood-stained mouth moved with great effort, and he let out an extremely weak sound. It's like accepting fate. The leader of the White Tiger Hall knew that he had just dealt a heavy blow to Zhao Haotian, and it was true that he had no strength left. As a master who had crawled out of a sea of blood and corpses, he had an instinctive alertness and conditioned reflex to this kind of trap pointing behind him. Even if it was a scam, he would not take it lightly.
But when he saw that Zhao Haotian had no weapon on him and the dagger had been knocked away in the previous battle, so he relaxed a little and turned his head slightly to look at the ventilation duct behind him. But there was no entrance there, it was completely closed. A surge of rage at being deceived mixed with a strong sense of vigilance overwhelmed his sanity.
You're looking for death. He realized that he might have been fooled by the other party's acting when he was about to die, and he was about to press the knife in his hand. But it is this insignificant yet fatal gap. Zhao Haotian's right hand, which had been hanging limply, suddenly moved, and through the system space, a new pistol appeared in his hand. At this moment, he shot the White Tiger Hall leader in the chest at close range. The severe pain and impact caused the White Tiger Hall master to take a step back instantly, and was kicked in the chest by Zhao Haotian.
How is that possible? How could you still have a gun on you? The leader of the White Tiger Hall didn't understand why he would die at the hands of such an unknown kid.
Zhao Haotian stood up panting and gently wiped the blood from his neck.
I'm sorry, master, you are very strong.
But I'm cheating. Hacksters never make sense.
Zhao Haotian then fired a few more shots, completely killing the leader of the White Tiger Hall. After the battle, Zhao Haotian slowly retreated and leaned against the corner. From now on, the threat of assassination against him was completely resolved, and he could temporarily gain a foothold in the Magic City. I wonder how Sister Hongye and Shenbing are doing.
The other side.
The gunshots from the diplomatic battle at the shipyard fell completely silent, leaving only the sound of the SWAT team's rapid search footsteps, the scolding of the prisoners being escorted, and the faint sound of ambulance sirens in the distance. Most of the stubborn resistors were killed, and those who were not killed surrendered. Shenbing and Hongye led their men into the warehouse, and the simple operating table in the middle attracted their attention. When a few people came over, Hongye immediately recognized that this was the Black Dragon who had been her enemy for many years. The once invincible underground Emperor Black Dragon now lay on a shelf, his face pale and his chest only rising and falling slightly. It was obvious that the previous doctor had tried his best but failed to save the president from complete downfall. But at this moment, Shenbing shifted her gaze in one glance.
There was only one person in her mind. Zhao Haotian. Zhao Haotian.
Her voice, filled with an urgency that she herself was not aware of, penetrated the air filled with gunpowder and the smell of blood. Hongye arrived at the center of the chaos almost at the same time as her. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife, and she quickly scanned every possible shadow in the warehouse.
Captain. Someone just saw the White Tiger Hall master chasing an attacker towards the corridor.
A special police officer escorted a White Tiger Hall member who was kneeling on the ground and said that this was the information he had just obtained through torture.
Shenbing and Hongye's expressions changed instantly.
The two men looked at each other, and without saying a word, they immediately rushed in that direction with their most elite men.
The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the empty steel corridor.
When they arrived at the stairwell, the scene inside was even more tragic than they had expected. Every few steps, you can see the body of a Black Dragon Society member, all shot to death. Hongye and Shenbing's uneasiness gradually grew, and they quickly sent people to disperse and search. The report came in soon and the two of them quickly ran upstairs. When they arrived here, they saw a heart-wrenching scene, a man in a dark shirt lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, and a pool of blood under him was slowly spreading. Judging from his face, it was the notorious leader of the White Tiger Hall. His eyes were wide open, frozen in disbelief and astonishment until his death.
Not far away, Zhao Haotian was sitting tiredly in the cold corner of the wall.
His face was as pale as paper, his lips were cracked, and the black hair on his forehead was stuck to his skin with sweat and blood. The most striking thing was that his clothes on his chest and cuffs were soaked with dark red blood, and the clear bloodstain on his neck was even more frightening. He closed his eyes slightly, as if he didn't even have the strength to raise his hands.
Zhao Haotian. Shenbing exclaimed with an unconcealable trembling, and was the first to rush over, followed closely by Hongye, whose originally cold and beautiful face was now filled with a rare look of panic. Their actions startled Zhao Haotian.
He slowly opened his heavy eyelids and saw two familiar faces filled with tension and concern squatting in front of him.
He strained his lips and revealed an extremely weak smile. Is it over? It's over. Shenbing's voice choked. Hongye immediately asked someone to come forward to check the injury.
Hiss. Zhao Haotian sucked in a breath of cold air and his body subconsciously tensed up. As soon as the doctor's fingers touched his chest, a piercing pain burst out from his ribs. He has broken ribs and multiple injuries.
He needs to be rushed to the hospital as soon as possible.
The doctor quickly came to a conclusion, and Hong Ye immediately had someone help him up gently. Looking at him like this, and glancing at the corpse of the White Tiger Hall master in front of her, she felt relieved and angry at him for not fighting back. She raised her hand suddenly with a strong wind, but at the moment it was about to fall, it turned into an extremely light punch, hitting Zhao Haotian's other uninjured shoulder neither lightly nor heavily.
What kind of heroism are you trying to show off? Fighting the White Tiger Hall leader all by yourself? You're just dying, aren't you?
Looking at Hong Ye's red eyes, Zhao Haotian laughed, isn't this winning?
Shut up. Save your energy.
Shen Bing angrily stopped him and immediately ordered the SWAT team members standing by, quick. Lift him carefully. Use a stretcher.
Watch out for his ribs and neck. Magic City Central Hospital, Advanced Independent Ward. Zhao Haotian was immediately treated after being sent here.
When he woke up, he saw a sea of white.
Well, that's the hospital ceiling.
Just as he was about to struggle to get up, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to gasp.
Don't move.
A cold but worry-filled voice sounded. Zhao Haotian turned his head and saw Ruan Qingqiu sitting by the bed peeling an apple. His movements were still steady, but the concern in his eyes was obvious. Next to them, Shen Bing and Hong Yi stood on the left and right, both of them with a hint of fatigue on their faces, but more of a look of relief. It seemed that they had always been there.
I don't know what kind of physique you have.
You didn't go into shock after losing so much blood. The doctor almost sliced your body for research. Chapter 125, Lin Meng's report, new film Queen Lin Shui. Listening to the two women's complaints and the surprise in their words, Zhao Haotian knew that this was the effect of the system strengthening his body. But even if we really study it, we won't find anything. By the way, my father knows that you helped us take down the Black Dragon Society. The top brass of the Magic City Police want to see you. Shen Bing suddenly remembered the instructions from the bureau and looked at Zhao Haotian. After the Black Dragon Society was destroyed, all the ships that traded with them were intercepted by the Magic City Police on the coast. A lot of drugs were seized this time, making it the largest drug case in recent decades.
As the main contributor, Zhao Haotian also successfully entered the site of the Shanghai police.
When Zhao Haotian heard that he was going to be summoned, he subconsciously wanted to refuse, but then he thought that this was a good opportunity to get in touch with the authorities. If he wants to develop in Shanghai in the future, such a relationship will make things much easier for him.
Okay. I'll go after I'm healed.
Seeing that Zhao Haotian agreed, Shen Bing also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she had some thoughts about letting him meet with senior police officers. This will be an opportunity for her father to see Zhao Haotian's excellence.
As he was speaking, the phone on the bedside table vibrated.
It was Lin Meng.
Hong Ye raised her eyebrows. The name seemed to be a woman's.
It seemed that this guy had quite a few romantic debts. Shen Bing and Ruan Qingqiu also subconsciously stopped their actions. The latter was fine, but the former stared at the phone nervously, as if wanting to know the relationship between that woman and Zhao Haotian. Hong Ye helped Zhao Haotian pick up the phone and pressed the answer button. At the same time, she considerately pressed the speakerphone button for him and brought the phone to his mouth.
As the call was connected, Lin Meng's signature queenly voice came out immediately.
Mr. Zhao, I'm here to give you a report on my recent work. Hearing this, Shen Bing felt relieved. It turned out to be a work report, that is fine.
Okay, how's the company doing recently? Are you still able to handle the work? Zhao Haotian's voice was a little weak. Well, I can still manage it.
Sometimes I also learn from Sister Gu Yunlan and ask for some management methods.
Hearing Zhao Haotian's voice, Lin Meng seemed to have a hint of imperceptible excitement. Oh, Yunlan still finds time to help you?
Yes, Sister Gu Yunlan is really good at this, but I will definitely learn it quickly. Lin Meng's tone was a little stubborn.
I trust you. I hand the company over to you knowing that you are no worse than anyone else.
After saying this, Lin Meng became a little excited, and then began to report on the recent situation of Zhao Group and Wanxiang Entertainment. The Zhao Group restarted the Dingsheng Plaza and Dingsheng International Hotel, which were originally owned by the Dingsheng Group. When Dingsheng Plaza reopened, foreign luxury brands such as Hugo, which had previously had contact with Zhao Haotian, rejoined.
Not only that, in order to thank Zhao Haotian for helping him save his life, Hugo also contacted many foreign luxury brands to move into Dingsheng Plaza.
Dingsheng Plaza has suddenly become the most high-end shopping landmark in the entire East China and Asia region, and the contract value of the first phase of investment promotion has exceeded 10 billion yuan. After the restart of Dingsheng International Hotel, it has deepened cooperation with Gu Yunlan's Yunting Hotel. With the help of Zhao Haotian's huge capital flow, top-level management and service standard system, and Gu's father and mother's original network of old customers, they quickly integrated resources and completed the brand upgrade and reshaping in just 2 weeks. The Yunting Hotel also took advantage of this opportunity to surpass its former peak and its stock price soared.
When talking about Vientiane Entertainment, Lin Meng's tone became noticeably happier.
Mr. Zhao, the female lead role you found for Shuer had its official national premiere yesterday.
Guess how it went? Without waiting for Zhao Haotian's response, Lin Meng couldn't wait to announce the answer. The box office exceeded 100 million yuan on the first day of the premiere. It set a record for the highest domestic film in the history of non-lunar New Year period. And the word of mouth has been overwhelmingly positive, with everyone praising Shuer's acting skills. 6 of the top 10 trending searches were related to Cher. Her personal Weibo account saw a surge of 3 million followers on the day of the film's premiere. Her acting skills have been unanimously recognized by both officials and industry veterans. She's undoubtedly the rising star of film. Shuer succeeded. Her debut was the pinnacle. She really made a big splash. Lin Meng was very excited about her sister's success, as if it was her own success, and her words were full of pride. You could hear a pin drop in the ward, and everyone was shocked by what Lin Meng said. Xin Bing and Hong Ye exchanged glances and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Over 100 million yuan on the first day? People in this special field like them aren't very sensitive to business figures, but they know that this is definitely an astronomical figure. Ruan Qingqiu stopped peeling the apple and looked at Zhao Haotian with an even more complicated look. This man lying on the hospital bed could actually make things happen with just a wave of his hand and created such a dazzling star. At this moment, another soft yet urgent girl's voice was faintly heard from the other end of the phone. Sister! Sister! Is that Master Zhao? Let me talk to him too. Please. Lin Meng smiled helplessly, her voice a little distant. Xiaoxue, don't worry. Mr. Zhao, Xiaoxue is beside you, she wants to say a few words to you. It's okay, let Xiaoxue talk. Lin Shui's soft and timid voice immediately rang out from the other end of the line. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhao. How have you been lately? Hearing Lin Shui's energetic and caring voice, Zhao Haotian smiled gently. Well, I'm fine. Xiaoxue, I heard what your sister said. Congratulations. You're really amazing. Lin Shui on the other end of the phone seemed to choke with excitement. Her voice was filled with suppressed tears, but it was full of pure joy. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. It's all because of you who gave me this opportunity. Without you giving me the opportunity, I wouldn't have found such a good teacher to hone my acting skills. Without the resources you provided me, I wouldn't have dared to imagine that I would be where I am today. She spoke quickly, as if she wanted to pour out all her gratitude. My sister told me that many entertainment giants wanted to poach me and offered me astronomical contracts, but I rejected them all. Lin Meng's voice interrupted at the right moment, with a hint of helplessness but more of pride. Currently, the top 5 entertainment companies in China have all extended olive branches through various channels. As for endorsements, various luxury goods and several top watch brands have sent invitations to become chief brand ambassadors or even spokespersons for Greater China. These are all top-level global contracts. We accepted endorsement offers, but we rejected all offers from entertainment companies. We will follow you for the rest of our lives and will never betray you. Xin Bing's pretty brows slightly frowned at this somewhat ambiguous confession. Hong Ye's mouth curled up in a playful arc, and Ruan Qingqiu accidentally cut the skin of the apple in his hand. A warm feeling surged in Zhao Haotian's heart. Okay, I believe I'm not wrong about him. Xiaoxue, tell me what reward you want. Just make any request and I'll agree to it. There was silence on the other end of the phone for about 2 seconds, and then Lin Shui's voice, filled with caution and expectation, came over. Mr. Zhao, can you have a meal with my sister and me after you come back? It's just the 3 of us, and we all miss you so much. The request was so simple and even humble that Zhao Haotian agreed without any hesitation. Of course. That's not a big deal. Once I finish my work here, I'll have my first meal with you and Lin Meng when I return to Haicheng. You can decide what you want to eat. Chapter 126 Hong Ye's teaching. The phone was hung up. The ward fell into a strange silence again. Hong Ye looked at the gentle smile on Zhao Haotian's face that had not yet faded, and couldn't help but tease, our boss Zhao is really busy. He even has to remotely control his business empire and support the actress while lying in bed.
I'm afraid that right now in Haichang, I don't know how many people are wondering who Xiao Xiao is, who has made the new movie queen so devoted. Hongya picked up the water cup beside her and took a sip, her red lips curled up, and she looked at Zhao Haotian thoughtfully. You've made a top-tier actress famous, control a company worth tens of billions, and have connections with all the wealthy families.
TSK, are you traveling to Shanghai to crack down on organized crime and recuperate? Zhao Haotian leaned back on the pillow and breathed a long sigh of relief.
The threat from the Demon City was temporarily eliminated, and the foundation of Haichang had been laid.
It's time to relax and unwind.
But judging by the sound, Hongye added fuel to the fire, her fingers carelessly twirling a strand of her hair.
TSK, so crisp and soft, calling me sister and Master Zhao is so pitiful. And from the sound of it, they're sisters? TSK. Brother Haotian, you're not just here to eat, are you?
She dragged out the last syllable of her voice, but her eyes drifted towards Shenbing, whose expression was already unnatural, as if in a provocative manner.
I'm afraid someone else will be serving dinner. Sister, I have to warn you, this soft and fragrant rice, I'm afraid you can't handle it in your current state, okay?
This blatant hint and teasing instantly made Shenbing's cheeks flush slightly, and then turned pale. Her fingers gripping the back of the chair tightened unconsciously, and her knuckles turned slightly white. But Hongya had no intention of letting her go. She just tilted her head slightly, and looked straight at Shenbing with her eyes that could see through people's hearts, with a playful smile on the corner of her mouth.
Officer Shin, what do you think? Do you think some young policewomen might accidentally fall in love with our Mr. Zhao, who was so charming and surrounded by beautiful women from Haicheng to Shanghai?
She deliberately slowed down her speech so that every word was clear.
If you want someone to tie him to your side and monopolize all his attention and time? I'm afraid.
She paused deliberately, then slowly uttered the second half of her sentence. It's harder than pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth.
It's better to face reality as soon as possible to avoid heartbreak later, okay?
This almost clearly states that Shenbing has a good impression of Zhao Haotian, reminding her that there is more than one woman around Zhao Haotian.
Red leaves.
Shenbing instantly felt like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He stood up abruptly and raised his voice, feeling ashamed and angry as if his secrets had been exposed in public.
What nonsense are you talking about? Who has lost their heart to him? I'm a public official.
I'm just reminding him not to forget his official duties at the bureau. She seemed eager to escape from this embarrassing situation where she had nowhere to hide, but also seemed afraid that if she stayed any longer she would lose control and reveal more emotions, so she turned around and almost walked quickly towards the door.
Zhao Haotian.
She paused at the door, her voice trying to maintain a cold and businesslike tone, yet with a barely perceptible tremor.
Remember that my father wants to see you. Let me know when you're healed.
After saying that, he opened the door and walked out quickly without looking back. The sound of his heels hitting the ground was rapid and a little flustered. The door of the ward closed gently, blocking out the light from the corridor.
Zhao Haotian looked at the closed door, then looked away and glared at the culprit unhappily. Sister Hongya, did you do that on purpose just now?
Hongye pretended to be stupid, as if nothing had happened, and then burst out laughing. Her laughter was charming and had a bit of cunningness as if she had succeeded in a prank. She turned around and walked to the bedside, picked up the plate of crystal clear grapes, and picked up the largest and fullest purple fruit with her jade fingers. She did not hand it to Zhao Haotian directly, but leaned over, her red lips just inches away from his face, and her warm breath brushed against his earlobe. She had a smile on her lips, her eyes flickered, and her voice was lowered to a level that only the two of them could hear.
Silly brother, I'm helping you.
She gently put the grapes to his lips and used a little force to signal him to open his mouth.
Oh? Help me? I don't believe it. Zhao Haotian chewed grapes and retorted incoherently. Of course I'm helping you.
Hongya tapped his forehead with her finger, the action was intimate and natural.
You are too inexperienced to understand women's minds.
She changed her seat and sat closer to him, with a sharp glint in her eyes that showed her insight into the world. Shenbing is a little girl, very different from women like me who are involved in gangs. She graduated from a police academy, and her heart is very tense.
She is proud and serious.
Hongya said in a serious tone. Her feelings for you can't be hidden from my eyes. Take advantage of these signs now and tell her as soon as possible.
It will be good for both her and you.
She paused, her expression becoming somewhat serious, with the caution of someone who had experienced it. Whether you are a playboy or destined to be an emperor, you are destined not to have only one beauty by your side. Xin Bing is a girl who wants to be faithful to one man. You're giving her some romantic illusions now, letting her fall deeper and deeper into this trap. When she's completely trapped, she'll realize you have a Gu Yunlan, 2 Lin sisters, and possibly even more good sisters beside you. The hurt she'll feel then will be 10 or even 100 times greater than it is now.
Hong Ye's voice was filled with a hint of resentment.
Don't underestimate a woman's desire for revenge, especially a girl like Xin Bing who has the ability, resources, and a straightforward and fierce personality.
If she's blinded by the feeling of betrayal, she'll do anything to punish you. That's no joke.
A woman who turns love into hate is definitely one of the scariest creatures in the world.
I've seen it all, sister.
She looked at Zhao Haotian's thoughtful expression, and returned to her lazy and charming posture. She picked up a grape and put it in her mouth, tasting it slowly and summarizing. So, since she has just started to think about it and hasn't really fallen into it yet, I, her sister, will use this seemingly disruptive method to wake her up in advance and let her know what's going on. Hey, this man is a hot gem, shining brightly but also dazzlingly, and he will attract more than just you as a butterfly.
Let her struggle between reason and emotion. If she chooses to accept reality, everyone will be happy.
If she chooses to cut her losses in time, then it is better to suffer a short pain than a long one, which will be a relief for both of you.
You still have a lot to learn. Hong Ye looked at Zhao Haotian with a seductive look, smiling like a shrewd fox. Otherwise, do you think I was just pissing her off for fun? I'm thinking about the safety of your good brother. Otherwise, if you mess up, I won't have such a good support. You better say pillar. Zhao Haotian was stunned by her eloquent explanation full of good intentions, and actually felt that it seemed to make some sense.
Just then, there was a knock on the ward door.
Hello, Mr. Zhao, it's time to change the medicine. A tall, pretty young nurse wearing a pink nurse's uniform walked in with a tray and a sweet voice.
Hong Ye looked at the nurse's pretty face and the undisguised concern in her eyes when she looked at Zhao Haotian. Her red lips curled up silently, then quickly recovered. She leaned close to Zhao Haotian's ear and finally said something teasingly in a low voice.
Look, the next little butterfly has already fluttered in. Chapter 127. Is it possible that my family needs a brother-in-law? Zhao Haotian's recovery speed is indeed amazing.
Thanks to his extraordinary physique and top-notch medical care, the wounds healed and scabbed over in just a few days. At the same time, Ruan Xiaoyu's treatment was nearing its end. The little girl's pale face regained its healthy rosy color, and the pressure that had troubled Ruan Xingqiu for many years was finally released at this moment. She was very glad that she surrendered to Zhao Haotian in time, otherwise her sister's illness might not have been cured now. And she will continue to carry out her assassination missions until she dies in an accident. The sun was especially bright on the day I was discharged from the hospital. Zhao Haotian and Ruan Xiaoyu completed the discharge procedures at the same time. He bought another villa next to Hong Ye's residence in Hong Ye's top villa area. Ruan Xingqiu has spent almost all of his money over the years on treating Ruan Xiaoyu's illness, so he doesn't have a fixed residence. This villa was given to them to live in. With Hong Ye's people around, there was no need to worry about Ruan Xiaoyu's safety. This will be your new home from now on. It's close to Hong Ye, safe, and convenient for Xiaoyu to go to school. Zhao Haotian said to Ruan Xingqiu, who was feeling a little awkward, and Ruan Xiaoyu, who was feeling excited. The brand new villa was bright and clean, and it was a 2-story building. Ruan Xingqiu looked at everything in front of him, and indescribable complex emotions surged in his heart. From being on the run from the edge of a knife to having a stable life now, this earth-shaking change is all because of the young man in front of me. Boss, this. Ruan Xingqiu's throat tightened a little. This is too expensive. Xiaoyu and I. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Haotian interrupted her, his tone calm but unquestionable. Just think of it as the company giving you dividends in advance. All employees of my Zhao group receive dividends. This is where you and Xiaoyu can rest and live in the magic city. You don't need to feel any burden. Ruan Xingqiu's chest warmed up, and his words finally turned into a heavy promise. Understood. As long as Master Zhao needs you, Xingqiu is always on call. Ruan Xiaoyu, who was standing by, could no longer contain her curiosity and grabbed her sister's hand, rushing in to see her new room. Zhao Haotian looked at the sisters' carefree smiles after their reunion, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. After settling the Ruan Xingqiu sisters, Zhao Haotian turned around and walked towards Hong Ye's more luxurious 3-story villa. He keenly felt that there was a burning gaze following him from behind until he pushed open the heavy door of Hong Ye Villa. Oh my! As soon as the door closed, before Zhao Haotian could see who was coming, a figure as soft as jade and carrying a rich fragrance rushed into his arms. Hongye smiled sweetly, and wrapped her arms around his neck very naturally, pressing her body completely against him.
Her exquisite curves conveyed an alluring warmth through the thin clothes. "Little man, have you arranged your little bodyguard?"
Hongye tilted her face up, her red lips less than an inch away from Zhao Haotian's chin, her breath was as fragrant as orchid, and her eyes were as charming as silk. Zhao Haotian's breathing was held by her sudden enthusiasm, and his arms subconsciously wrapped around her slender waist to prevent her from slipping.
"Sister Hongye, stop making trouble. I just got out of the hospital." "What happened just after being discharged from the hospital?"
Instead of restraining herself, Hongye pressed even closer to him. One of her slender hands slowly slid down his chest, and the touch of her fingertips could be felt through his shirt.
"Sister, I take care of you day and night, and I stay by your side every step of the way. I, your brother, must repay you for this deep affection, right? Sister doesn't want anything else, just ask you for a stick, little man."
Her voice was deliberately soft and sticky, and every syllable was like a hook coated with honey.
"Look.
I've been acting so hard for you in front of those old foxes in the Magic City that I'm almost dying."
Her mischievous hand fell on Zhao Haotian's muscular waist and abdomen, gently drawing circles.
There was no longer teasing in her raised eyes, but undisguised desire. Naked, with an almost devouring desire.
"Now that the rain has stopped and the sky is clear, it's time to let sister have a taste of something new, don't you think?"
Her eyes, her movements, everything suggested two words: want. Zhao Haotian only felt that the skin where her fingers touched was burning hot, and the anger that had been suppressed for several days was instantly ignited. He suddenly tightened his arms, pulling the soft, boneless, and fatally seductive body against him, so tightly that they could feel each other's hearts beating wildly.
"Sister Hongye, the fire is burning now. What do you think we should do?"
Hongye was not afraid at all. Instead, she gave an extremely charming and provocative smile. "Sister just likes your passion.
Let sister help you cool down."
Zhao Haotian stopped talking nonsense with her and carried her on his shoulders and walked towards the room upstairs. He kicked the heavy wooden door open with a loud thud. He took a few steps to Hongye's large silk bed and swung his arms without hesitation, with a hint of fierce punishment. Hongye felt like a butterfly unable to struggle, being thrown heavily into a soft depression. The huge inertia made her bounce up and down, and her black silky hair spread out in a mess. She was just about to say something in anger when Zhao Haotian's tall figure, with a burning shadow, came over like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Tear, tear. Only a few sounds of shredding cloth were heard, and then a symphony of music filled the room.
Hongye's initial humming of provocation turned into a high-pitched singing of ecstasy.
She gripped his back tightly, her nails leaving shallow marks on his solid muscles. I don't know how long it took, it seemed like a century, and the singing finally stopped briefly. The air is filled with a rich, charming scent that makes people's faces hot and their hearts beat faster. Hongye collapsed on the bed as if all his bones had been pulled out, his black hair winding like splashed ink, and his eyes were blurred and out of focus.
Maybe it is the most beautiful age. After a short rest, the red leaves seemed to have recovered.
The enchanting rosy glow in her eyes rekindled as her fingertips gently traced the bulging muscles on his arms, then slowly slid towards his sweaty, well-defined abdominal muscles.
Zhao Haotian was a little surprised. Are all 30-year-old women so surprised?
The alluring sound of red leaves blew past Zhao Haotian's ears.
"Good husband, come again." At this time, in the villa next door. "Sister. Look. Such a big room, isn't it missing something?"
Ruan Xiaoyu spoke with a calm expression, but her words were in stark contrast to her childish face.
Ruan Qingxiu glanced around in confusion.
The furniture was complete, the facilities were perfect, and nothing was missing. Ruan Xiaoyu slapped her forehead at her sister's silly look.
"Sister, do you think it's possible that this family needs a brother-in-law?" Chapter 128, The Director's Heart-to-Heart Talk. "Look, look."
Ruan Xiaoyu pointed in the direction of Hongye Villa and curled her lips.
"My brother-in-law was called back home by that foxy sister. Hey sister, you better pay attention. What a great brother-in-law.
Young, super handsome, rich, and capable.
Most importantly, he's so good to us. Not only did he save our lives, but now he's given us such a big home."
The girl counted on her fingers and taught seriously, "This kind of good man is hard to find even with 800 searchlights.
If you don't hold on tightly, what else are you thinking about?
If you keep hesitating like this, and your brother-in-law really becomes someone else's brother-in-law, I don't think you'll have anywhere to cry." The vocabulary she learned from this TV series, coupled with her worried expression, is really hilarious. Wan Qingqiu was stunned at first, and then her pretty face suddenly turned red. She pinched her sister's soft face in embarrassment and pulled it away with a little force, with shame and anger in her eyes.
Ruan Xiaoyu. You silly girl. You're itching to get better now, right? How dare you start making up stories about your sister? What brother-in-law? He's the boss. His lifesaver. We're where we are today thanks to young Master Zhao's kindness, so stop imagining nonsense. Ouch, it hurts. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and struggled to break free from her sister's clutches. She rubbed her reddened face and muttered aggrievedly, "You're so ungrateful. I'm thinking about your lifelong happiness. What's the future of being a bodyguard? Being a boss's wife is the brightest future. How dare you say that?" Wan Qingqiu pretended to twist her ears. Ah! Murdering my own sister. Xiaoyu screamed and dodged nimbly with a smile. The two sisters chased and played in the spacious new room. The cheerful laughter temporarily dispelled the indescribable bitterness in Wan Qingqiu's heart, but in the intervals of chasing and playing, her eyes unconsciously drifted to the window next door again. By the time Zhao Haoyan finished teaching Hongya with great care, it was already afternoon. He changed his clothes and it was time to meet with the top brass of the Magic City Police. He took out his phone and contacted Shinbing. "I'm discharged from the hospital. I can meet with senior police officers this afternoon. I sent you a message right after I recovered from my injury. You can't blame me for not contacting you." Criminal Investigation Detachment of the Demon City Public Security Bureau. Inside the office, the sounds of keyboard tapping, telephones ringing, and whispered discussions about the case were intertwined. However, in this busy area, Shinbing is like an isolated island. She sat at her workstation with a file about the investigation of the remnants of the Black Dragon Society spread out in front of her, but her eyes were unfocused on the densely packed text and she didn't turn a page for a long time. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on her heroic profile, but it could not illuminate her troubled mind at the moment. These days, Zhao Haoyan's cynical face flashed through her mind uncontrollably every day. The more you want to forget, the clearer your memory becomes. His pale appearance lying on the hospital bed, his calm and decisive eyes when facing a strong enemy, and his confidence in strategizing when talking about his business empire. When she was about to lose herself, Hongya's provocative words and the soft and crisp voice of the girl on the phone calling Zhao Xiao came to her. It swirled and collided in her mind like a kaleidoscope, making her feel uneasy. "Captain Shin? Captain Shin?" The call from her colleague next to her brought her back to her senses, and she realized that she had been staring at the file in a daze for a long time. "Ha? Oh, what's going on?" She quickly collected herself and tried to put on her usual capable demeanor. "This report requires your signature." A colleague handed over the document. Shinbing quickly glanced at it and signed her name. Her movements were still neat, but only she knew that there was a barely perceptible stiffness in her fingertips. She forced herself to focus back on her work, trying to dispel those annoying thoughts with the heavy details of the case. However, the irritability and vague sense of loss always lingered in her heart like a maggot on her tarsal bone. Ahem. A light cough sounded beside her. Shinbing didn't come back to her senses. Knock, knock. The director knocked lightly on the table. Shinbing looked up subconsciously. When she saw the director, she immediately stood up with her body straight. Director. Director Wang was nearly 50 years old, with a little gray on his temples and eyes as sharp as an eagle. At this moment, he was looking at her calmly with a look that knew everything. It seemed that his eyes could penetrate her forced calmness and see her inner restlessness. "Follow me." He took Shinbing into the office. "Sit." Director Wang casually pulled over an empty chair next to him and sat down, his eyes still fixed on Shinbing's face. Shinbing sat down as she was told, but felt very uncomfortable. "Xiao Shen." Director Wang's voice slowed down a bit, carrying a hint of elder concern, yet also scrutiny. "It's been a few days since you came back from that big Black Dragon Society case, right?" "Yes, Director." Shinbing replied. "I see that you seem a little absent-minded these days. Your eyes were wandering when you were reporting on your work. This is not like you." Director Wang's eyes swept over the file that had been spread out on her desk not far away for a long time but had not moved at all. Shinbing's heart tightened, and she subconsciously wanted to defend herself. "Director, I..." Director Wang waved his hand and interrupted her.
Those eyes, which had seen so much of the world, seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. His voice lowered even lower, with the understanding and sigh of someone who had experienced it. Tell me the truth, are you in love? With a bang, Shinbing felt a burst of heat rushing up her cheeks, and her ears felt hot. She opened her mouth to deny it, but the words got stuck in her throat and she couldn't say them.
Admit it, how to admit it? Admit that you might be in love with a playboy who has more than one woman around him?
Her silence and instantly flushed cheeks were the best answer in Director Wang's eyes. Director Wang did not ask for details, but just looked at her deeply, then slowly leaned back in his chair, his eyes looking at the busy street outside the window. His eyes became a little distant, as if filled with reminiscence.
Alas!
He sighed softly, young man. He took out a cigarette box and took out a cigarette, but did not light it immediately.
He just held it between his fingers and played with it. Uncle is an experienced person.
There are some things I shouldn't say, but I still want to tell you something. When I was young, I always felt that there was still time to live. I always felt that there was still time to hesitate, time to weigh the pros and cons, and time to consider those so-called appropriateness and rules. He paused and refocused his gaze on Shinbing. The look in his eyes was no longer sharp, but instead carried the kindness and earnest advice of an elder. But when you truly understand and want to turn back, you find it's already too late. In this life, there are actually not many things that can truly move your heart and that you really want to grab at all costs. He picked up the lighter, lit the cigarette with a click, and took a deep drag. His face was blurred in the smoke, and his voice was a bit ethereal. Whatever you want to do it while you are young. Don't look back, don't be timid, don't wait until the future. Standing somewhere, looking at someone, all I have left is regret. At that time, no matter how much you beat your chest and stamp your feet, no matter how unwilling you are, it will be too late.
Time, it waits for no one.
He exhaled a long puff of smoke, and through the smoke, he seemed to see a figure that could never be retrieved, with a hint of indescribable nostalgia and loneliness. These words, which did not mention anyone but were full of gems of wisdom, were like a heavy hammer, hitting Shinbing's heart hard. Those obsessions about being faithful to one person and concerns about status and position seemed to become less important in the face of Director Wang's advice, which is full of vicissitudes and regrets. A feeling of bitterness and a sense of sudden enlightenment surged in my heart.
Just then,
the phone screen on the table lit up and a new message popped up.
It's Zhao Haotian.
Seeing the information above and Zhao Haotian's still familiar tone, Shinbing seemed to have slowly made up her mind. She slowly exhaled a breath, her heart still a little confused, but it seemed she had a direction.
Chapter 129, Serious Nonsense, Shinbing's Imagination.
After receiving Zhao Haotian's message, Shinbing contacted her father Chu Shingua immediately without hesitation. Chu Shingua was naturally very curious about Zhao Haotian, according to Shinbing's words. Zhao Haotian not only provided the entire plan, but also successfully went undercover in the Black Dragon Society. He was the biggest contributor to the destruction of the Black Dragon Society. The top brass of the Shanghai police were very curious about him. Firstly, they wanted to commend him, and secondly, they wanted to see if they could recruit him into the police force. After all, being able to successfully go undercover in the Black Dragon Society is a great skill. Shinbing came to the outside of the police station and her heart couldn't help but beat faster when she saw Zhao Haotian getting out of the Ferrari. Today, Zhao Haotian was wearing a well-tailored dark gray suit, with an upright posture and a casual yet sharp demeanor in his steps.
It's a big difference from the cynicism of the past. Is she dressed so formally because she is meeting her father?
Shinbing couldn't help but think in her heart. Seeing that Zhao Haotian had a rosy complexion and didn't show any sign of weakness from just recovering from a serious illness, it seemed that Hong Ye really took good care of him. This thought flashed through his mind, and Shinbing snorted lightly. She quickly collected her thoughts and her face returned to its usual serious and cold expression.
Officer Shen, you've become more beautiful since we last met. Zhao Haotian teased as usual.
Shinbing's ears felt hot but her expression remained unchanged.
Stop talking nonsense and follow me.
Her tone seemed to have returned to the same as when she first met Zhao Haotian, somewhat distant and with a hint of gnashing teeth. The two came to Shinbing's small Mercedes-Benz and she got in by herself. Zhao Haotian shrugged and could only walk to the passenger seat and open the door himself.
The Demon City police station was still some distance away. Shinbing drove the car and looked straight ahead.
The car fell into silence for a moment, with only the low hum of the engine and the hustle and bustle of the city outside the window. Shinbing gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. She really wanted to ask Zhao Haotian what had happened in the past few days and the relationship between him and those women, but her reason kept stopping her.
How should she interact with him? A police officer doing her job? Or someone who wasn't particularly special among the many people he cared about?
Shinbing pursed her lips tightly, her jawline formed a stubborn arc, and her eyes looked straight ahead, as if she wanted to throw all her chaotic thoughts into the wind behind her. Zhao Haotian leaned back in his chair, his eyes swept across Shinbing's profile, taking in her silent expression. A faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that this stubborn little donkey was still fighting between his left and right brain. He did not choose to break the silence, nor did he tease her emotions in a frivolous way as usual. Instead, he looked out the window at the rapidly receding city scenery and reminisced about his past.
This city is so beautiful.
His voice broke the silence, carrying a barely perceptible sigh.
Ever since I can remember, I've been alone. I often haggle for hours with the vegetable sellers over daily necessities, struggling to survive.
Shinbing's hand on the steering wheel loosened almost imperceptibly for a moment, then tightened again. Although her gaze was still looking straight ahead, the corner of her eye seemed to be focused.
Everyone has seen how rich I am.
Zhao Haotian paused, his tone tinged with a deliberately created sense of desolation, but they don't know that this was earned at the cost of my own life. His voice was low and gentle, and he described himself as a discarded child abandoned by a wealthy family, struggling to survive alone.
You think I'm from a wealthy family, but I haven't seen my parents in this world since I was a child. Every holiday, while others are celebrating, I'm fighting with the dog for a piece of bread. Everyone has parents who care about them, but I have to cheer myself up.
Shinbing's heart was gently gripped as he spoke in a straightforward but heavy tone. All the negative emotions about the many women around him seemed to be torn apart at this moment. She did not interrupt, but the speed of the car slowed down a little bit unconsciously. Zhao Haotian turned his head, his eyes falling on Shinbing's hands gripping the steering wheel, and his voice deepened. Until I successfully obtained my first sum of my own capital, I gradually became a wealthy man in everyone's eyes. At that time, I told myself that I must love myself well. If you don't love yourself, no one will love you.
After arriving in Haichang, I met all kinds of people.
Among them, there were several girls who showed me care and love.
They made me realize that I am loved by others.
They accompanied me in building my business group, and some of them gave me a lot of help through their families, which is why I am who I am today. After opening the company, I found many girls who had similar experiences to me, so I chose to help them, as if I was helping myself. As Zhao Haotian spoke, he secretly observed Shinbing's expression and found that she gradually softened from being distant at the beginning, and he was secretly happy.
Talking nonsense seriously is a skill.
It seems that making up stories and playing the victim can easily get into Shinbing's heart. He changed the subject slightly, with a frankness that seemed to have let down his guard, but he cleverly disguised himself as a victim. Ever since I met them, they've seen how utterly miserable I am, how exhausted I am, and have been willing to lower themselves to comfort me. He sighed, his voice thick with weariness. That feeling is like suddenly being handed a hot water bottle in the freezing snow.
Even if it's just a little bit of warmth, it makes you reluctant to let go.
He paused for a long time, and the only sound in the car was his breathing, which was filled with a hint of unspeakable pain. There was also some heartache in Shinbing's eyes. She could almost imagine the scene, a child who had struggled in the cold darkness for too long, clinging to every ray of light and refusing to let go. The resentment in her heart were quietly disappearing like sand blown by the wind, and were replaced by an indescribable bitterness and sympathy. It seems that he wasn't being intentionally ambiguous with those girls.
He was just too insecure and lacked love.
Shinbing mentally consoled herself, and her feelings towards Zhao Haotian improved a lot.
However, Zhao Haotian didn't know what she was thinking.
If he knew, he would only secretly give her a thumbs up. As long as the story I make up is tragic enough, there will always be great scholars to argue for me. This half-true, half-false, and highly inflammatory self-narration accurately hit the softest part of Shinbing's heart. Her profession has exposed her to many misfortunes, and her dedication to justice stems from her empathy for the weak. Now, Zhao Haotian has torn a crack under his bright and powerful outer shell, revealing a fragmented and extremely insecure inner world. In his words, the women around him became the fire that he used to struggle for survival and draw warmth from. Shinbing couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if she had been rejected by her family and treated harshly by the world since she was a child.
Then, is the extreme desire for emotional belonging in adulthood, and even the somewhat distorted way of expressing it, also an inevitable scar? Chapter 130. Next, I will ask you a question as a father.
There was a lot of traffic outside the car, but there was a heavy and subtle atmosphere inside the car. Xin Bing did not interrupt him nor ask any further questions. She just drove silently, but the defenses in her heart had already collapsed invisibly. The alienation towards him was replaced by a softness mixed with pity, heartache, and complex understanding. She even began to reflect on her previous prejudices. For a person who climbed out of the abyss by himself, having such a strong reliance on emotions, it seems not completely incomprehensible.
The car finally drove into the majestic gate of the Demon City Public Security Bureau.
The armed police standing guard at the door stood straight, exuding a solemn and murderous aura. When the car stopped steadily in front of the Municipal Bureau building, Xin Bing took a deep breath and was the first to push the door and get out of the car. She walked around to Zhao Haotian and opened the car door for him. Zhao Haotian stepped out of the car in a suit and tie. The gloomy temperament in the car just now disappeared instantly, and he regained his composure with strong confidence and a sense of alienation. He stood in front of the Municipal Bureau, looked up at the national emblem hanging high, and a hint of ambiguous arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xin Bing stood beside him, slightly sideways, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Police officials and my father are already waiting in the conference room on the 6th floor." She paused, her voice seemingly warmer than usual, a touch she wasn't even aware of.
"The meeting may be quite formal.
If there are any inconvenient questions to answer, or if the pace doesn't suit you, you can signal me." This cold outward but warm inward advice warmed Zhao Haotian's heart. It seemed that the story he had just told in the car was not in vain. He nodded slightly, his voice steady. "Thank you, Officer Shen.
I will pay attention. Let's go. Don't keep the leaders waiting for too long."
Xin Bing nodded, suppressed the strange feeling in her heart, and took the lead in leading Zhao Haotian into the heavily guarded Municipal Bureau building. I entered the elevator and followed the numbers in front of me as they kept rising. When I reached the 6th floor, the elevator door slid open silently. The air was filled with a unique sense of silence and oppression.
Xin Bing led Zhao Haotian to the right with familiarity and walked towards the meeting room at the end of the corridor. A capable young police officer had been waiting at the door of the meeting room, obviously someone arranged by the police. Seeing Xin Bing and Zhao Haotian approaching, the police officer immediately stepped forward and saluted with a standard gesture, "Captain Shen." Then, his eyes fell on Zhao Haotian, with a hint of subtle curiosity and scrutiny. "Mr. Zhao. Welcome, the director and others are already waiting inside." He quickly took 2 steps forward and opened the door for them. Zhao Haotian looked around and saw that all the senior executives present were looking at him with invisible oppression in their eyes. If an ordinary person were here, he would probably feel weak in the knees. Chu Shingua sat at the first seat in the conference room. He was in his 50s. His eyebrows and features were similar to Xin Bing's, but his features were more robust and profound, with a few white hairs on his temples. The pair of eyes on the square face were as sharp as lightning. At this moment, they were staring at Zhao Haotian, who walked in with scrutiny, as if the gaze wanted to peel off his skin layer by layer. Sitting next to him was Deputy Director Wang Zhenqing, who looked more mellow, with a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were just as sharp. Zhao Haotian smiled modestly and met the two weighty gazes. "Director Shen, Director Wang, I've heard a lot about you too." "You're welcome, Mr. Zhao." Director Wang, the chief officer, spoke first, his smile deepening slightly as he raised his hand to signal, "We should thank Mr. Zhao for disregarding his own safety and making such a tremendous contribution to eradicating the Black Dragon Society. Please take a seat." Chu Shingua didn't say anything, but his deep gaze was fixed on Zhao Haotian as if it were real. From his expensive suit, to the steady posture of his hands, and finally to his calm yet bottomless eyes. This gaze carries the observation unique to an old detective and the scrutiny from a father. Xin Bing walked to another chair next to the recorder in the corner and sat down, facing Zhao Haotian diagonally behind him, avoiding his father's scrutiny. The moment she sat down, she could feel her father's gaze passing over her face for a moment, with some emotion in it. She immediately lowered her eyelids, and subconsciously smoothed the wrinkle-free hem of her police uniform with her fingers, forcing herself to suppress the discomfort. Director Wang cleared his throat, breaking the atmosphere in the meeting room. Mr. Zhao played a huge role in the successful conclusion of the Black Dragon Society case. We all heard Bing Bing talk about your plan. It's true that heroes emerge young. I invited you here today mainly to represent the Demon City Public Security Bureau, firstly to express my gratitude, and secondly to hope for in-depth communication. He got straight to the point without any pleasantries. Zhao Haotian nodded slightly, meeting Director Wang's gaze, his expression becoming serious and solemn. "Director Wang, you're too serious. Cooperating with the police and maintaining social order is the responsibility of every law-abiding citizen. Zhao Haoyan also said in official terms that he could feel that today's home game seemed to be still behind, so he would first see what the deputy director wanted to do. First, we want to release the case of the Black Dragon Society's destruction online. First, to promote the reputation of our Magic City police, and second, to let everyone know about the contributions of you, the heroic young man. Zhao Haoyan frowned slightly when he heard this. This was enough for the Black Dragon Society to do once. He has more than just the Black Dragon Society as his enemy in Shanghai, there are also the Zhou family and others. If it is exposed to the public in a big way, trouble may follow. Director Wang, I'm not used to exposing myself. It's fine for you to publish the case, but please be vague about the part about me. Seeing that Director Wang was a little confused, Zhao Haoyan continued, I believe Director Wang also knows that I am a businessman. The mall is like a battlefield. I also have enemies there. Rather than being exposed to the enemy's sight, I prefer to hide. This. Director Wang looked at Chu Shingua, who nodded and spoke for the first time. Can. But we would also like to invite you to be a special partner of the police, to monitor places that we may not notice and provide us with evidence. Correspondingly, we will also provide you with convenience in business. Zhao Haoyan was somewhat delighted, as the saying goes, businessmen should not fight with officials. Having an official background would definitely be a great help in business, and he had no reason to refuse. Okay, I promise you. But I may not stay in the Magic City all the time. I'm still attending university in Haicheng, so I can only help when I'm in the Magic City. Hearing that Zhao Haoyan was still a college student, the two directors seemed a little surprised, and even Xin Bing was slightly stunned. He thought Zhao Haoyan had already entered society, but he didn't expect that he was still a boy. From this perspective, it is understandable that young people love to play. Shen Bing found another excuse for the women around Zhao Haoyan. Okay, the previous part was about business. Now I'm asking you questions as Bingbing's father. When Xinjingwa spoke, Xin Bing and Zhao Haoyan became a little nervous for a moment.